Your grandfather is a military district leader. Your father is the chairman of a multinational corporation. And your grandfather is a well-known super wealthy businessman overseas. However, you are not ambitious. You idle away your time, hang out with models and celebrities, and frequent various nightlife venues all year round. You have not missed any of the faults of the idle sons and daughters of wealthy families throughout history. In order to save the reputation of your prodigal son, your father, in a fit of anger, sent you to the military camp, where you became a young master soldier, specifically one responsible for logistics in pig farming. Since ancient times, heroes have faced many hardships, and there have been few great men among the idle rich. My Chen family has served in the military for 3 generations. You, little brat, cannot mess up the bright future ahead of you. Train well in the military camp and come back in 3 years to inherit my billions worth of family property. However, 1 year later, the island where your troops were stationed was invaded by enemy frogmen, and the camp was wiped out along with it. The few surviving soldiers also went missing. Your mother sat in the villa hall, pointing at your father with red eyes. So what if our son is rebellious and loves to play during this period? What's wrong with spending some of your stinky money? What's wrong? If something happens to our son, I won't let you off the hook. Your father looked towards the direction of the island with tears in his eyes. You damn kid. You can't die. If you don't come back, who will inherit this 100 billion assets that I have arranged for you? And your fiancé that your grandfather personally arranged is still waiting for you. However, what they all do not know is that deep in the dense jungle of Island 1 at this moment, a soldier with his face painted with oil, holding a military knife, with a determined look, moving fast like lightning in the dark jungle, elusive, dealing with sentries, resembling a ghost, beheading enemy commanders, blowing up ammunition, sinking yachts, causing chaos throughout the enemy island. For the squad leader, for all the sacrificed comrades in the unit, not one of you can be missing. At this moment, deep in the jungle of Island 1, you are bare-chested, doing sit-ups frantically. Your originally fair skin has turned into a bronze color, and your whole body is filled with wild power. In the jungle, you have been training like crazy for 10 days, all for one belief, which is to avenge your comrades in the entire squad. 3 months ago, you were tied up by your father and sent to the military camp. Due to being accustomed to a life of luxury, no matter how hard you trained, your physical condition was so unbearable. You were even given the title of Young Master Big Head Soldier by your comrades. If it weren't for the squad leader's strong protection, you would have been taken to the logistics department to raise pigs long ago. To train your willpower, the squad leader also took you to the residence on Island 1. Because the geographical location of Island 1 is special, and the island is rich in a large amount of special energy, every soldier who goes there must sign a life and death agreement. Once there is an enemy attack, even if the last drop of blood is shed, they are not allowed to retreat. However, just a month ago, a military force from the neighboring island suddenly arrived. This was an elite force composed of retired soldiers from various countries. In order to seize the island's resources, they even deployed a formidable frogman unit, killing all the soldiers on the island in the early hours of the morning. Due to the signal on the island being blocked by the enemy, if it weren't for the squad leader covering for you to send out the information, you would probably have already sacrificed yourself with your comrades. However, after you send out the information, the sacrifices of your comrades ignite your blood once again. In order to avenge your comrades, you take off your military uniform and enter the jungle. Although your combat power is not very strong, your mind is very agile. Coupled with the many jungle combat knowledge taught by the squad leader, you fought against the armed militants here for more than 20 days. However, just now, in order to escape the pursuit of armed militants, you ran yourself into exhaustion, and even ended up in a deep coma. Waking up again, you deeply feel your physical limitations. You must strengthen your exercise in order to continue to deal with the enemy. However, at this moment, a cold mechanical voice rings in your mind. Ding, hacker system activated. The host can acquire different hacker skills, become the hacker king of this world. The host's ultimate goal is to build a hacker empire. Your eyes lit up, and your whole body suddenly boiled with excitement. Hacker system? Building a hacker empire? What the hell is this? Facing the system prompt, you are a little confused. At the next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Host has obtained the hacker's big gift package. May I ask if you want to integrate? Fusion. You issued the command without hesitation. The host gains the hacker assassination technique, and the host gains one opportunity for body strengthening. Just as the words fell, a series of information about hacker assassination techniques kept flooding into your mind. Hacker assassination technique, the essence of martial arts, a fatal blow within 10 steps. In an instant, you feel that your hands, feet, and even any part of your body can become a weapon. and even a leaf or a piece of wood in your hand can kill the enemy. Wave the silk into a stick and take someone's life as if it were in a bag. When Chen Jun subconsciously grabbed the only weapon at his waist, the saber, all of them had a feeling of human saber unity. He had only learned simple military fighting techniques after his squad leader, and coupled with his poor physical fitness, his fighting ability could be described as a weak chicken. Nowadays, although his physical quality is not good, but because he has the hacker assassination technique, he feels that his combat power has skyrocketed. If he fights with the class president, fearing that 10 class presidents are not his opponent, worthy of a hacker assassination, one hit within 10 paces. This to remind me of a line from a movie. 7 paces away the gun is fast. Within 7 paces, I'm the fastest. That's the bottom line of a master. The aura on Chen Jun's body was also beginning to change, like a sleeping beast that was beginning to awaken. Explain to the system what the matrix means? System tip. The parallel world where the host is located is accustomed to tolerance, but the hacker system is to be ruthless. The truth is within the fist. Fearless, sneaking thousands of miles just to kill the enemy. The host's mission is not only to enhance his own power, but also to make his country into a hacker empire, standing at the very top of the world. So all enemies are virtual numbers to you, and every time you kill an enemy, you will be rewarded with experience value, which is the only criterion for the system's upgrading. Chen Jun suddenly felt a domineering aura that could not be described. All enemies are virtual numbers. Killing enemies to gain experience value. Isn't it like killing NPCs and gaining experience value in a game? The system can still be upgraded. Chen Jun's eyes completely lit up. I like this system. In the next moment, the system's voice rang out again. Hacker system releases a mission. Hackers are meant to be ruthless and fearless. In light of the host's current situation, please go out and assassinate your enemy. Completing the first kill rewards 100 experience value, and usually kill one person and gain 10 experience value. The expression on Chen Jun's face instantly froze. Asterisk 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 going out to assassinate? System, are you forcing me to seek death? This is that group's territory, boasting a large number of armed men disguised as mountain people, forming a very tough fighting force. In order not to alert the snakes, Chen Jun's training over the past 10 days had been conducted secretly, not daring to approach their area of activity. Moreover, they had sent dozens of people to search the nearby mountains and forests every day in order to track Chen Jun. After all, Chen Jun had given them great fear before. Chen Jun was incapable of fighting them head-on, but every time, he appeared as a sneak attack to take out their fallen men. And the point that gave them the most headache was that this guy was not a strong fighter, but his ability to escape was better than anyone else's, like a ghost in the jungle. Because every time Chen Jun strikes, it's at night. That's why Chen Jun is nicknamed the ghost in the mouths of these militants. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to assassinate them now? It wasn't true that Chen Jun was fusing the hacker assassination technique, and it was also true that his combat power had been insanely increased. But he was only one person. How was he going to shake up an armed force? He knew best the truth that 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. Another thing was that Chen Jun's physical fitness was not yet good. His staying power was limited, and once he encountered a large-scale pursuit, he simply didn't have enough stamina to support him in escaping. System, you're asking me to send someone's head? Chen Jun said. He was trying to avenge his squad leader by killing all those assholes and cutting off their heads one by one to sacrifice them to his squad leader. But, host, you have one more chance to strengthen. Chen Jun froze. Yeah, why did I forget about that? Reinforce. Chen Jun didn't even think about it and directly chose. In an instant, Chen Jun's entire body felt like a hot current was surging through his body, stimulating every inch of his skin, muscles, sinews and bones, and even the internal organs. He could clearly feel under the stimulation of this warm current. The skin became tougher, the muscles became stronger, and the bones became harder. It was a feeling of his body becoming stronger, like it was going to strip him of his body. And with this strengthening, Chen Jun's original feeling of fatigue quickly disappeared, replaced by pounds of strength. Is this what fortification feels like? In Chen Jun's consciousness, he had originally thought that strengthening was equivalent to body transformation, and that the process would be a painful one. But who would have thought it would be so soothing and so much better than traditional crafts? Phew! Chen Jun suddenly felt a wave of unprecedented relaxation. Host's body strengthening is complete. All attributes increased by 1. In the next moment, a list of attributes automatically popped up in Chen Jun's mind. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 0. Attributes, mental 2. Physical 2. Strength 2. Speed 2, normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination. Chen Jun scanned the list of attributes. Mental, physical, strength, and speed all at 2? Normal people represent 1? Chen Jun frowned. Physical fitness was crap enough before that it took a month of insanity to be the normal norm. How does the system define this attribute division? System prompt, according to the parallel world division here, 2 attributes is already the physical quality of the elite soldiers of the regular forces here. Elite? Chen Jun rolled over and leaped, the dagger in his hand. Swish! Stabbed out as if it was lightning. Phew! The saber spun in midair and slashed at a tilted angle at the trunk of a tree 3 meters away. Snap! A green snake hanging from a tree trunk was easily chopped in half by the saber and fell to the ground. The saber is angled to cut 3 centimeters into the trunk. Is this the hacker assassination technique's mastery of power? Chen Jun suddenly had a feeling that he had reached heaven in one step. Chapter 3, within 10 paces. Blood splatters 5 steps. Although Chen Jun had never killed anyone, at this moment, he was incredibly confident. Within 10 paces. Must kill. This was the backbone that the hacker assassination technique and the strengthened physical quality brought to Chen Jun. If it was the hacker assassination technique alone, Chen Jun was still a bit hesitant to go over now or wait until after dark. And after his body had been strengthened and possessed the physical qualities of an elite soldier, if he still didn't dare to go, what difference was there between him and a waste? What's more, the first kill can obtain 100 experience value, which can enhance the system, and if the system is constantly upgraded, he or she can obtain more hacking skills, and can also constantly strengthen the body. Strong people, they never grow in battle. The original owner was a weakling who could charge at the enemy without hesitation in order to avenge his squad leader, and now that he was stronger, would he not dare to do so? Kill! In an instant, Chen Jun's body radiated a strong battle intent. Without any hesitation, Chen Jun immediately ran towards the hidden nest. About an hour later, Chen Jun lurked in the jungle near the nest, when suddenly there was movement from the front. Chen Jun immediately lurked over towards the direction the commotion came from. This month's frantic shuttling through the forest had allowed Chen Jun to accumulate quite a bit of experience in fighting in the jungle, some of which had been accumulated by the original owner and the other part of which the current Chen Jun had worked hard to improve on his own, coupled with the fact that the hacker's assassination technique itself was the strongest means of concealment combined with the means of attack, making him as if he was a true ghost in the jungle. As he passed through a bush, he saw an armed man pushing a named woman out of the woods ahead of him. The woman's figure was slim, and although her face was a bit wretched, her body was permeated with a heroic temperament, especially her sharp eyes, and she did not have the slightest fear despite being in danger. Chen Jun, who had fused the hacker assassination technique, felt that the woman had a military aura about her. At the moment, Anren was in a very bad situation. As a female soldier with an agent's background, she liked to take risks to investigate something. As she was 16 years old when she wrote to her oath to join the army, the red rock on the plum blossom, thousands of miles of icy peaks underfoot, 3-9 cold winter what to fear, a piece of Dan heart to the sun. This time, Anren personally investigated the shoe matter and went deep into the tiger's den, not realizing that the insider she had set up for many years had gone wrong and betrayed her. The same armed man who was holding her captive. Vuji used to be an orphan and was raised in an orphanage. After meeting him, Enron thought that the other had the potential to be a good agent and trained him personally, and after he finished his studies, he started working for her. She gets quite a bit of her intel from Takeyoshi, so she has any and all confidence in his ability to do his job. I didn't realize that someone she trusted so much had screwed her over. Anren stared at Wuji and said, Wuji, do you think you'll end up in a good place if you take me and send me for credit? Wuji revealed a cold smile. His eyes were permeated with his evil intent, especially the scar on the corner of his eye, which gave an indescribable hideousness when it was wrinkled. Swish! Wuji's gun muzzle lifted, pointing at the 5-bound Anren. Violet, you know I've always liked you. I didn't realize that you were engaged to someone else. Do you know what it means to be in a state of utter despair? I have worked so hard, born and died. Isn't it because I hope that one day, you can accept me, but you're engaged to someone else, to be someone else's woman, and I'm not happy about it, Anren said in a low voice. This is something that was decided by the previous generation, and besides, have you asked your conscience? Not me. Wuji scolded. Shut up, don't you talk to me about the past, I only talk about the present. With that, he turned his head and looked around. Let's have some fun. It's still early. You're the woman I've decided you are. No one else will ever get you. Anren frowned. What do you want? Click. Wuji threw the AK-47 aside, casually pulled out his dagger, and snorted coldly. What do you think I want to do? You know, I like you. If you chose me, what happened today wouldn't have happened. With that, he flicked the dagger in his hand, picking the lapel of Anren's coat open. Anren's face changed drastically and tried to back away, but Wuji casually pushed her and directly pushed her to the ground. Where could Anren, who was tied up with 5 flowers, break free? You're going to pay for this. Definitely. Enron cursed. Wuji laughed aloud and said, the price? What price? I can give up my life. What am I afraid of? It's not bad. You are a high-ranking elite agent, the goddess of the army. One word from you can make many people sell their lives for you. But now, you are in my hands, and I will be filming the process. And guess what kind of reaction it will cause if I send it to the troops? Are you still the high goddess? Enron grimaced. His clenched fists cackled, and cursed, despicable. Whatever you say. Anyway, I'm risking my life and I'm going to get you. With that, he began to undo his. It was also at this moment that a silhouette flashed out of the jungle 10 paces away from Takeyoshi, while a saber appeared. Sensing the movement, Wuji hurriedly looked up, only to see the figure, lightning-like, rushing towards him. His face changed drastically, and he subconsciously swung the dagger in his hand to block. Swish! Lightning! The moment that saber appeared, it was plunged directly into his throat, penetrating to the back of his head. The next moment, blood gushed out from the wound as if it were a spring. Takeyoshi didn't even react until he felt the sting and realized that he had been hit. He clutched at his throat, trying to keep the blood down, his body wobbling as he took 5 steps backward. The fear of death assailed his heart, and his eyes were full of resignation and despair. Just a little bit short of that, one can make Enron one's woman. Why? I'm not happy about it. In order to wait for this moment, he had plotted for so long, not hesitating to betray his own country. But in the end, he had killed an asshole. In an instant, Wuji's face became hideous, while a large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth. He looked towards the figure and subconsciously grabbed the communicator in his hand as a plume of smoke came out. You're a ghost. Takeyoshi fell helplessly to the ground, blood staining the upper half of his body, and his body lost all vitality after 2 final convulsions. At this moment, a series of system prompts sounded in Chen Jun's head. The host's first kill was successful, rewarding 100 experience value. Congratulations to the host for meeting the upgrade conditions and being promoted to level 1. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the hacking and shooting technique. Is it fused? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 reinforcement opportunity. Is it reinforced? Chapter 4, Hacking and Shooting. Chen Jun's heart trembled slightly. Is this another step ready to be taken? Fusion hack shot. Hacking and shooting is the king of cold gun shooting. Man gun. Fast and accurate. A real hack shooter is good at hiding his gun, and the gun will kill instantly. Various technical experiences regarding how to hide the gun and how to get out of the gun were continuously integrated into Chen Jun's mind, becoming part of the memories in his mind. And with the fusion of hacking and shooting techniques, Chen Jun began to have a feeling of being naturally in tune with firearms. In just a few breaths, Chen Jun felt like he was a gun. Guns, Chen Jun had naturally fought, but during the 3 months of training for new recruits, his marksmanship was the worst, and after coming to Area 1, the squad leader also trained him quite a bit in shooting, but with limited talent, he still couldn't grasp the essentials of shooting, and at the moment, Chen Jun felt like he was already a master shooter. If you don't shoot, you shoot to kill. Not bad for a hack and slash shooter. I like it. Chen Jun knew very well that the fastest, most effective way to kill those armed men was to shoot them. Otherwise, with the means of infiltration that Chen Jun had previously mastered, he would have been able to take out even more militants. Of course, if the original owner was that powerful, there would be nothing for Chen Jun now. It's a shame we don't have a gun right now, or we could try our hand at the urge to jerk off. Chen Jun suppressed the impulse in his heart. Strengthen the body. Chen Jun no longer hesitated and immediately chose to strengthen it. This is the foundation of his becoming strong. 10,000 feet high. The foundation is the most crucial. Only the stronger the body, he can become stronger. In an instant, a stream of warmth once again surged through his entire body, constantly strengthening his body's skin, muscles, sinews and bones. Host's body reinforcement is complete. All attributes increased by 0.5. Chen Jun was slightly stunned. Why is it only 0.5? Shouldn't it be 1? Chen Jun was surprised. The last time he was strengthened, it directly doubled his physical attributes, but this time it was only half, and a 50% discount on the effects? The system said, host, to remind you, the host to become stronger, is a step-by-step, rather than a step to heaven. Strengthen the effect of the role of the effect will become smaller and smaller. The later need to strengthen their own training, in order to be able to deeply feel. As a strong man, he is not only physically strong, but also mentally strong. The process of constantly becoming stronger is also a process of the host's own cultivation. Chen Jun was silent for a moment. System, you're the big man. What you say is what you say. In any case, it won't harm me, will it? Chen Jun had been a man for 2 lives and naturally knew that one bite could not make a fat man. but one reinforcement boost of 0.5 is quite terrifying. Others who work out like crazy for a year don't necessarily have this kind of effect. Chen Jun was able to feel the majestic power within his body, just by clenching his fists. He was able to feel that the power was much stronger than before, and the muscles and bones of his entire body felt stronger and harder than before, and the body is more responsive and moves faster. It was only a 0.5 boost, but it gave Chen Jun a feeling of being on cloud 9. I wonder how much stronger it would be if it could reach 3. Chen Jun missed a turn, and the list of attributes popped up in his mind. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 1. Attributes, mental 2.5. Physical 2.5. Strength 2.5. Speed 2.5, normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination, hacking shooting. Experience value, 0 of 200. And beside Chen Jun, Anran couldn't help but look at Wuji's corpse in horror. She was very clear about Takayoshi's ability. His growth was tempered by her. Especially in close combat, his strength was not below her at all. Wanting to kill him was definitely not easy. But in front of the other party, he couldn't even catch a single move and was directly stabbed through the neck. What kind of attack is this? Anran didn't even see clearly just now. How did the other party strike? It only felt like a shadow flashed by, and Wuji was killed. Not even a chance to react. An absolute master of close-quarters assassination. As a good agent, assassination was the most basic means of self-defense, and Anran was an expert in this area. But she couldn't do it with the speed of assassination like the other parties. If one faced such a sneak attack, one would surely die. Anran took a deep breath and turned her head to look at Chen Jun. The other party was not very old, with decent features, I should say very handsome, but on his face there was a sternness that was extremely inconsistent with his age. The naked upper body revealed strong muscles and was filled with an indescribable explosive power, while his lower body was dressed in a way that felt like a wanderer in the woods. Instead of a hint of nervousness or panic, there was a kind of excitement in the opponent's eyes after the murder. It wasn't how a first-time killer should react. It was more like a skilled hand. Where did Anran know that technically this was the first time Chen Jun had killed someone? Except that the original owner had avenged his squad leader, and his body's potential had completely exploded. And after killing 5 or 6 armed men, his body had adapted to the feeling of killing. And Chen Jun's mindset had likewise changed greatly after fusing the hacker assassination technique. When he struck, he only thought of himself as an assassin, with no distractions in his mind. Killing is something that goes in with a white knife and comes out with a red one. Because of this, Chen Jun did not feel any discomfort about taking out Wuji, either psychologically or physically. You're the ghost of the border? Enron said. Earlier, Wuji had told her that in the past month again, a ruthless man had appeared in this area. The other party had been secretly dealing with the Liu family organization, and had already taken out 7 or 8 of them in just 1 month. This person's strength can't be said to be strong, but he is especially able to hide, and every time he looks for a single one to strike, and leaves after killing. Boss Liu was furious about this, as if it had touched his scales, and summoned a number of men to deal with it overnight. However, the other party is too cunning. When he sees that there are many people, he hides and does not show up. Until the last time when Boss Liu laid a trap and almost took out the other party. There was no word from the other side after that. They nicknamed the other party Ghost because of their spooky behavior. The somewhat savage-like guy in front of him came out of nowhere to save himself. And other than being that legendary ghost, Enron couldn't think of anyone else. A ghost? Chen Jun looked at Anran. Do you know who attacked Island 1 a month ago? The murderous aura brought about by the hacker assassination technique surged out from Chen Jun like a tidal wave. Anran immediately felt that murderous aura emanating from Chen Jun's body. The pores of his entire body suddenly felt a coolness and cold sweat seeped out from his forehead. To have such a strong killing aura on his body, how many people must he have killed? Chapter 5 As a hacker. This is the time to hide the gun. Anran keenly sensed Chen Jun's problem. Could he be a soldier on the border? Border Island number 1 had been attacked, something that Enron was well aware of, and she had appeared here to investigate this very thing. You are. Anran had just opened her mouth when Chen Jun suddenly pulled her violently and pressed her hard underneath. It gave her the feeling that she was going to be molested to the point where she was about to open her mouth to reprimand. Phew! A bullet sliced past her eyes, hitting her right where she'd been resting just moments before, exploding into a cloud of dirt on the ground, and a splash of blood rose from the shoulder of the young man who was holding her down. Swish! Chen Jun rolled violently on the ground with Ran in his arms, tumbling toward the bushes a little lower to the side. Caught off guard, Anran was dazed for a moment, and it was only because the other woman was shielding her head that she didn't get hit by a hard object. The battle-hardened Anran naturally knew that it must be a sudden attack by the enemy, and drank lowly. Let go of me. I will come. Myself. Her voice hadn't dropped yet. And da. Intense gunfire rang out suddenly in the mountains. But, as if raining bullets on the surrounding trees, the dirt made a sound that muffled her voice. Chen Jun yelled a low, "Get down! They're coming in numbers!" He still hugged Anren without letting go, a position that left Anren quite speechless. After all, Chen Jun was shirtless, wearing only tattered cowboys underneath him, or half of them, and Anren still had her hands bound. When had Enron ever been so close to a man? Although she had received special training and was mentally strong, there were, after all, some physiological and natural reactions that her brain couldn't control. She tried to struggle, but it seemed tighter. It just so happened that a drop of blood dripped down from Chen Jun's shoulder and landed on Anren's face. If it wasn't for Chen Jun pouncing on her in time, she was afraid that she would be dead by now. Counting. The other guy saved himself twice. Forget it, what's the point of caring about that there at this time? There are no men and women on the battlefield. Where did Chen Jun know Rant's little womanly thoughts now? His attention was all on this group of armed men. He knew there was a nest of militant groups nearby, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. The soldier's sense of irony and honor in his bones made Chen Jun not hesitate to retreat for half a second and said, "We must find a way to finish these people off." Anren came back to her senses, full of speechlessness, and said, "Let go of me before you say anything. How are you going to figure out what to do when you're holding me down?" Chen Jun said, "As a hacker, this is the time to hide your gun. Don't move." Hiding a gun? Anren's pretty face swished red, and for a moment she actually didn't know how to answer. Chen Jun lowered his voice and stared at the forest in front of him, saying, "The codename of the one they lead is called Cauliflower Snake. He likes to spoil women. I didn't expect to bring people over so quickly. There are more than 20 people in total. It's a pity that I don't have a gun. Don't move. They're getting ready to come over." The original owner was desperate when he had previously launched an operation against the armed men around him, having risked capturing 2 mouthpieces to get some information out of them, which included this cauliflower serpent who had led the group that had been chasing him. This guy's biggest hobby is to be horny. As for the ability, it is not very clear, but in the organization, it is a kind of character. Chen Jun is now barehanded and empty-fisted, and if he fights them head-on, he will definitely suffer a loss, but if he has a gun in his hand, the situation will be different. After fusing the hacker shooting technique, Chen Jun had the most renewed understanding of shooting, and now it was just a matter of practicing and feeling what it was like to shoot. Although he hadn't fought yet, Chen Jun had a strong feeling that as long as he had a gun and enough bullets, he could easily take out these people. Enron's ears turned red and said, "Don't you have a gun? Up against me? Ha?" Chen Jun was slightly startled. When did he have a gun? At this moment, the cauliflower snake in Chen Jun's mouth was standing in the middle of the forest, holding an AK-47, with a green undershirt on his upper half, carrying a bunch of magazines, all loaded, and his face covered in murderous aura. The centipede scar on the corner of his right eye made the whole face look hideous. Behind Cauliflower Snake stood several other militants. One of the militants who rushed over said in a deep voice, "Boss, Wuji is dead." A stab through the throat. It should have been killed by that female soldier. Cauliflower Snake licked his mouth, with evil intent in his eyes, saying, "It's a pity. I've seen that woman, sweet voice, beautiful appearance, good figure, born to be a good gun holder. It's a pity. That punk Wu Ji can't even look at one woman, deserves to die. I'm going to let her fly when I'm ready to get my hands on a gun rack." With that, he turned his head to the deputy next to him and said, "Don't you let her get away, or else, use the woman instead." The deputy's mouth twitched. Too much of a ing asshole for his boss. But there's no way. The boss needs, must give, and the woman is big. Turn back to catch another back is. He spoke into his headset. Snipers watch for movement around them. Don't kill. Take them alive. The boss needs them. The man's voice came harshly over the headset. Understood. The deputy and Cauliflower Snake then separated, leading another team to search towards where Chen Jun had been before. Soon, they traced the location where Chen Jun was just now. The deputy crouched down and scrutinized the ground, where there were signs of tumbling and some blood on the ground. He pinched the blood on the ground and felt that it was still warm on it. The next moment, the deputy yelled down, "All spread out and look. Look carefully. She's wounded. She can't get far." Yes. The 7 or 8 armed men who had followed the deputy quickly spread out and launched a carpet search into the surrounding woods. The deputy stayed in his original position and reported to Cauliflower Snake through the headset. "Boss, found the other party's trail. There are traces of blood. The other party is injured. Should not count as walking." Cauliflower Snake said excitedly, "Hurry up and find it. Don't get it killed for me." Understood. The deputy cut the signal. Paralyzed. Full of women. Sooner or later you have to fall into the hands of women. The deputy couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Swish. Suddenly a black shadow flashed in front of the deputy's eyes. and in the next moment, a sharp saber sliced through his throat, and a stream of blood shot out from his wound. The deputy's eyes bulged with disbelief and fear. How did the other guy show up here? You know, this is where your own men started searching outward just now. How could they not find it? And wasn't the other party injured? Why is there still such a fierce attack? He could only ask the king of hell these questions. You're a ghost. The deputy struggled to spit out a few words the moment he fell. Chapter 6 Injuries. The moment the saber in Chen Jun's hand slashed across the opponent's throat, the opponent's blood soared out at a terrifying speed. 83.3 milliliters per second. Chen Jun's subconscious mind calculated the speed at which his opponent's wounds were bleeding. Truly horrible. Looking at the image of blood shooting out, Chen Jun was shocked himself. After all, such a picture could only be seen on television before. Not thinking that he had struck with all his might, but he had actually come out of the knife as fast as this. Hacking assassination technique. It's really powerful. Chen Jun looked like he instinctively knew with what kind of chopping speed, as well as the angle to be able to increase the speed of his swing to the extreme in an instant while cutting the artery of the opponent's neck. The blood was like a jet of water shooting out of the mouth of a ruptured water pipe under high water pressure. In the next moment, Chen Jun reacted and immediately grabbed the AK-47 in the other party's hand and snatched it over. The moment he gripped the barrel of the gun, Chen Jun's entire body became excited once again, and it made him even more exhilarated than holding Anren just now. It's the hack shot activated. Swish! Chen Jun held his gun in one hand and grabbed the corpse with his left hand, blocking it in front of himself to form a wall of flesh. Hacker's fighting technique shows him how to hide himself better. The current Chen Jun's entire body was in a state of incomparable exuberance. There was no fear. There was no fear. There was only excitement, and it felt like the hot blood in his body was ignited. Bang! 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 Chen Jun fired 3 point-blank shots in a row, as fast as lightning. 3 militants in the forest ahead fell to the ground at the sound of a bloody hole bursting in the back of their heads. However, after Chen Jun finished off the 3 people, a sharp pain also came from his left arm, having another piece of flesh scraped off by the bullet. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Jun couldn't help but let out a low roar as he find himself injured again. He's all killer now, with a hacker's kind of bare knuckle, doing things at the drop of a hat. Paralyzed, pull a few more backs to avenge the squad leader. Chen Jun, who had entered a hot-blooded state, was all about killing intent in his heart, plus the obsession left behind by his original master was also invariably influencing some of his thoughts. Revenge for the squad leader, that's a must. For Chen Jun, avenging his squad leader was his greatest goal, otherwise he would never have peace of mind in this life. Kill! Chen Jun's eyes locked onto a militant, and the muzzle of his gun flung out, revealing itself from the hidden body. Out of the gun. Bang! At 150 meters, the militant had just raised his AK-47 and was about to fire. Pust! The sound of a bullet tearing through flesh and blood. A bloody hole exploded in the militant's eyebrow. Splattering blood. His body flew directly backwards and landed heavily on the ground. The other party to death cannot understand. The other hand is not in the hands of the AK-47. How to even hit the sniper rifle feeling. And outside the forest, the cauliflower snake, who was still remembering the woman, came over, and his face changed slightly when he saw the bloody hole bursting out of his henchman's forehead, and looked in the direction of the other's shot. Damn! A woman! How powerful is shooting! But the fiercer it is, the more flavorful it is. Cauliflower Snake was full of evil smiles. Outflank them, take them alive. They must be taken alive. Women like that turn me on. Cauliflower Snake waved his hand for the 5 or 6 men behind him to encircle in Chen Jun's direction. Why the hell haven't you shot me yet? Just don't kill them. Cauliflower Snake cursed into his headset. The sniper's voice immediately came from the headset. Understood. Boo! Dull gunshots rang through the mountains. The inner part of Chen Jun's right leg was in intense pain, and a large amount of blood immediately gushed out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Almost turned eunuch. Fortunately, the bullet was scraping off a piece of flesh and not injuring the tendons and bones. Chen Jun gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain. His body was like a viper weaving through the jungle, rushing towards the more dense place ahead. As he was sprinting, Cauliflower Snake, who had been paying attention to his direction, saw Chen Jun's back and felt that something was wrong. This woman's back? How to feel a little thick? That woman is not very slim. Petite? Cauliflower Snake cursed. What are you doing? Why are you still letting her run away? Hit her legs. I only want her body. The next moment, came the sniper's voice. Boss, that kid's figure seems like a ghost. It's not good to hit the legs. Boss, when did your tastes change to like men? The boss's tastes often change, but they are all limited to different women. To men, this taste is really heavy enough. Is it because of the stimulation? Cauliflower Snake froze and said, Asterisk 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 that's a kid? Not a female? Instantly, he had the feeling of being green. No wonder the figure of the other party looked not sexy at all just now. More like a big old man. It was a ing mistake. Cauliflower Snake never let the sniper take a deadly shot. Always thought the other party was the woman. Who the hell thought it was a man? What does that mean? The one who killed Wookie was probably this guy. He was the one who saved the woman. Asterisk 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 charge with me. Cauliflower Snake led the remaining few people towards Chen Jun's direction while shouting in his headset. Finish him off for me. Yes. All of a sudden, all of the armed men began to launch their fiercest attacks on the Chen army. When the distance closed to about 100 meters, the militants from over locked Chen Jun's position and kept shooting. Ta-da! Intense gunfire rang out, and bullets rained down into the jungle. Wooden shavings flew across the ground, and branches and leaves were constantly being knocked down by bullets, falling to the ground with a rustling sound. In just a few breaths of time, the trees around Chen Jun had been riddled with bullets. Under the intensive firepower, the Chen army had no room to fight back. The opponent's firepower was too fierce. A dozen people sweeping at the same time. How fierce was the firepower formed? And Chen Jun only had one gun in his hand. Once he exposed his position, he was immediately covered by fire. This was the immense power emitted by a collective attack. If not for the fact that Chen Jun possessed the hacker's assassination technique, and knew how to utilize the trees and the surrounding terrain to quickly shift, he would have long since been shot into a hornet's nest by the stray bullets that had struck him from all sides. Suddenly, bang, a dull gunshot rang out. Pust! The sound of a bullet tearing through flesh and blood. Chen Jun sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His shoulder near his heart and lungs was directly pierced by the bullet, and a large amount of blood gushed out. It's that sniper again. It was not true that Chen Jun was in possession of the hacking assassination technique and the hacking shooting technique, but it could be that with such skills, it was not enough to be able to find the sniper's position while facing so many armed men attacking. The intense pain did not make Chen Jun lose his mind and feel fear. Instead, it gave him an urge to become more bloodthirsty. He gestured in the direction that Enron was dodging, telling the other to move. Chen Jun violently turned toward the enemy and yelled lowly, "Come on, come kill your old man." Anran's eyes turned red when she saw Chen Jun, whose entire body was already covered in blood. Chapter 7 Shocking Scenes, Legends of Ghosts. Anran just wanted to rush out. Chen Jun had already changed the magazine, endured the severe pain, rolled over to a nearby hiding spot, and strafed in the direction of the armed men. Ding! Chen Jun bit off the safety ring of the grenade that he had groped from the corpse and flung it with force. Boom! A huge ball of flame exploded where the militants had gathered. The loud explosion muffled all the sounds around them. Taking advantage of the huge smoke rise, the Chen army launched a fierce counterattack. Anran's heart inexplicably warmed as he looked at the desperate guy. This guy. Anran was trying to figure out how to break out when suddenly, the sound of helicopter propellers spinning at high speed resounded in the air to the east. On the side of the helicopter it says Wu-10. Enron's heart rejoiced as support arrived. Before she was ready to make contact with Wookie, she had notified Wolverine's Thunderbolt commandos to come in quickly for support. Point hard. Withdraw. Cauliflower Snake saw the helicopter gunships arriving and immediately ordered the pursuing militants to retreat, running toward the jungle in the distance. Shortly after they disappeared, Enron saw Thunder War with his face covered in grease paint rushing over with the Thunderbolt commandos. Violet, how are you doing? Lei Zhuan's eyes were filled with concern. Enron, on the other hand, pointed in a direction to the west and shouted, "Quick, help! He's the one who saved me." Without any hesitation, Lei Zhuan and the others rushed towards the direction that Enran pointed out, while Enran chased after them. The Chen Jun who was in the forest was covered in blood and his consciousness was a bit blurred, before he realized that reinforcements had arrived. The AK-47 in his hand had run out of bullets, and he had only one honorable mind left on him, ready to die with the group of armed men. Tap! Lei Zhuan and the others quickly rushed over just in time to see Chen Jun lying on the ground. Hurry! Lei Zhuan shouted. Lei Zhuan and the others quickly surrounded them, but as they approached, a smoking grenade suddenly rolled out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lei Zhuan's face changed drastically, completely not expecting Chen Jun to greet them directly with a grenade. They are here to support. Damn, this kid is the enemy? This made Lei Zhuan a bit confused, and he actually forgot to pick up the grenade and throw it out in the first place. Enron rushed across desperately, picking up the grenade and flinging it hard, while he himself quickly dropped to the ground. Lei Zhuan and the others also reacted quickly, and they all got down on the ground at the first opportunity. There was a loud boom. A huge cloud of smoke rose from the mountain forest a dozen meters away, and the trees within the surrounding 10 meters were blown to bits and pieces. Lei Zhuan looked at the smoke that rose up, his heart palpitating. Damn close to being played to death. Lei Zhuan was filled with anger and said, "Who is this? Why is he throwing grenades at us? If the grenade had exploded around them just now, the Thunderbolt commandos would have probably scrapped a large portion of them. If that's true, Raiden must be the biggest joke in the entire army. Anran breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Chen Jun lying on the ground and said, "He's the ghost of the border. Save him, Spectre. It's us. Our reinforcements have arrived, not the enemy." Anran attached himself to Chen Jun's side while the hygienist rushed over and quickly checked his wounds. Ghosts of the border? When did that pop up? Lei Zhuan was surprised. Anran said, "I heard from my insider. They invaded sentry post number 1 but didn't succeed. The warrior in charge of defense fought to the last man and waited for support." "Right. Wasn't it you Thunderbolt support?" Lei Zhuan immediately thought of it and said, "There was a soldier who gave us the letter, but considering that it was a special zone, we didn't chase after him, and to our surprise, he was the last soldier alive in Class 3. But how can he be a ghost? I've seen his training scores from his recruiting period, and he's no different than a punk." Anran shouted lowly, "Don't always look at a vengeful soldier with such a gaze. Hatred will make a person stronger and explode into a fighting force that you can't imagine. If it wasn't for him today, I would have turned into a corpse." She would not forget the slash that Chen Jun had made earlier in killing Wu Ji. This was definitely an expert. There was also the fact that just now, during the firefight with the militants, one militant after another fell, while Chen Jun was like a ghost in the jungle, especially when the fight came to an end. He wanted to kill a way out for her even if he had to die. Enron believed that with the other party's skill, he was fully capable of escaping from here if not to hold back those armed men. But the other side didn't. Such a soldier used to be weak even if he was weak. That was in the past. After such a life and death battle, he had completely metamorphosed. He is an iron warrior. And while Lei Zhan was talking with Anran, Chen Jun had sobered up a bit. He stared fiercely at Lei Zhan, murderous intent shooting out of his eyes, tightened his fists, and roared, "It's all because of you. If you had brought someone earlier that day, how would the situation behind it have occurred? We've been calling out for so long. Why are you guys late? Aren't the special forces got speed? Why?" In Chen Jun's memory, the squad leader was the first to pass on the information the moment he realized that the armed men were sneaking up on him. But until the last moment of the fight, no reinforcements were seen arriving. Lei War looked at the red-eyed Chen Jun, and the blood all over his body. His brows locked, said, "Line, that squad leader of yours is not dead. Only both legs are crippled. Still in the hospital for treatment." "Not dead?" Chen Jun's pupils snapped open, and he actually fainted in excitement. The hygienist who was examining Chen Jun hurriedly said, "There are 5 wounds on his body. The most serious injury is in the heart and lung area. He has lost too much blood. He needs to be sent to the hospital immediately and have an operation. Otherwise his life will be in danger." Anran hurriedly shouted, "Quickly carry him to the helicopter." It wasn't long before Chen Jun was carried onto the helicopter, and Anran followed suit, quickly flying to the military hospital. Lei Zhuan led his team to continue the pursuit forward, and after chasing them for some distance, Yan Wang's voice came from his headset. "Lei Shun, the enemy has retreated into the gray area. We can't catch up with them. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Lei Zhan's fists tightened. His eyes filled with rage. Gray areas are red lines that military personnel cannot easily cross without serious consequences. They could go over, but not as soldiers, which was why Chen Jun had taken off the uniforms on his body before he went over in the first place. Last time the other party escaped once. Lei War has been very annoyed, and because of this he also let the wolf head severely reprimanded. Did not expect this time. When Lei Zhuan thought of Chen Jun's eyes full of anger when he looked at himself, he suddenly had an indescribable feeling of suffocation. Marred. Lei Zhuan couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "Thunder God. In addition we found 20 bodies of armed men. Do you want to come over and take a look?" There was surprise in Yan's tone. Chapter 8, News from Class President Shikoku. Lei Zhuan's complexion stared. 20 bodies? He arrived here as fast as he could after receiving Enron's communication, but he didn't realize that he was still too late. But this rookie from the past Iron Fist Regiment, he carried dozens of armed men on his own to attack, not to mention taking out 20 of them? This surprised Thunder War. Before, Lei War then specially tuned the file of Chen Jun. This guy can be said to be the rookie of the rookies in the new recruits. Was supposed to be sent to the logistics, to raise pigs. It is because of his squad leader, died to protect this guy, and finally followed his squad leader to the first area. In the end, no one expected that this kid would take off his uniform and go into the gray area to hunt down the enemy in order to avenge his squad leader. This trip has lasted until today. Exactly 1 month. Who would have thought that the former rookie would not die, but instead become the ghost feared by the militants? What has happened to this brat? Could it be that for the sake of revenge, one's potential can really be galvanized to such an extent? Lei Zhuan was a special forces soldier. or the captain of the commando team, the king of soldiers, naturally clear about the potential of people, under stimulation, can do incredible things, but there is a limit to one's potential. Chen Jun wandered alone in the fringe area, without support, without supplies, and without any equipment, and it was difficult to imagine the difficulty of maneuvering around such a group of armed men. I'm coming over now. After Lei Zhuan hung up his communication, he followed the traces of Chen Jun's battles along the way. There were bloodstains all along the way, some supposedly left by the Chen army, others by the militants. In the jungle, the bodies of militants lay strewn about. Some are shot, some are blown up, while others are stabbed in the throat with a sharp blade. The images from the scene and the expressions in the eyes of the dead were tinged with fear and incredulity and resignation. Did that kid kill all these people? Lei Zhuan's eyes were filled with doubt. According to the traces left behind by the battle at the scene, it wasn't difficult to restore the images of the battle at that time with Lei Battle's ability. He was getting more and more alarmed the more he looked at it. Judging from these traces, Chen Jun had shown an amazing assassination and shooting ability. Every single attack is a fatal blow to the enemy. Such a body shouldn't appear in a new recruit. Even those old specials of Raiden might not have done such a brilliant job. How did this kid do it? As the military district's 3-time consecutive soldier king, Lei War is proficient in shooting and fighting, and possesses rich experience in jungle combat. He was able to kill these armed men in this situation, but he didn't even have that certainty if he wanted to do it so crisply. After a while, Lei Zhuan met up with Yan Wang and the others. Yan Wang said, I carefully counted. A total of 20 corpses. 4 were killed by the bombing. Killed is 12. 4 were killed by hand. In addition, this kid is the top of the other side of the sniper's pressure to take out these people. Marvelous. After Yen, who was a sniper, scrutinized the scene, he couldn't help but suck in a breath. Where was this kid a new recruit? Any member of their Thunderbolt commando team might not have done as well as him in this situation. Without saying anything else, Lei Zhuan looked around and ordered, retreat and take all the corpses back. Yes, military hospital, in the intensive care unit. The sleeping Chen Jun woke up in a daze and saw that he was lying on the hospital bed, while Anren was standing in front of the hospital bed, looking at him with a surprised face. You're finally awake, Anren said with a happy face. Chen Jun hesitated slightly, and his mind immediately recalled what had happened in Area 1. He hurriedly asked, where is my squad leader? Is he alive? Chen Jun remembered that Lei Zhuan had said that squad leader Shirgua hadn't been killed, but disabled, and was in the hospital. After crossing over, blending all the memories of the original owner, as well as the obsession left behind by the other party, allowed Chen Jun to have equally deep feelings for Shirgua. Chen Jun went on a killing spree of militants in the gray area to avenge his squad leader. How could he not be thrilled to learn now that the class had not been sacrificed? Anren saw Chen Jun anxiously wanting to sit up, hurriedly gently pressed his shoulder and said, don't be anxious, I'll go call the doctor over. Don't move around. You're still in the danger period. You can't be too agitated. Your squad leader is still alive. There's no need to be nervous. Chen Jun nodded. Shortly after Enran ran out, the General Hospital's chief Mako Kuni followed and ran in with an assistant and a nurse. Director Mu quickly examined Chen Jun, and after asking Chen Jun some questions, he said, the danger period has finally passed. Young man, if the bullet is off by that much of a centimeter, even the gods can't pull it back. Chen Jun said, thank you, Director Mu. Director Mu smiled. You don't have to thank me. On the contrary, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for the bloodshed and sacrifice of soldiers like you to guard our country's gates, where would we have the peace we have now? All you have to do now is to recuperate from your injuries and recover your body as soon as possible. That's the most important thing. Chen Jun nodded and said, Director Mu, is my squad leader Shirgua also in this hospital? According to the time projection, he should have been sent here last month, also on this day. How is he now? Director Mu froze for a moment and said grimly, he is also a hero. A squad fought to the last man. He was resuscitated, regardless of the fact that his leg was too badly injured and amputated. AI, we've done our best. Chen Jun heard this expression is incomparably grave. In the knowledge that the squad leader is still alive, he is happier than anyone, but the amputation of the limbs is how cruel it is to the squad leader. Still, it's for the best, isn't it? Luckily, his fiancée is there and has been taking care of him and enlightening him, but it seems to be a bit troublesome now. Director Mu revealed a hint of helplessness. Chen Jun hurriedly asked after him, what's wrong? Director Mu hesitated, said, it seems that your class president's fiancé's family came over. I listened to them at the door to persuade her to leave the class president. If this is very unfortunate, she is 6 months pregnant. If she accidentally miscarried this thing, and it is not good to persuade. Pity the world's parents, who all want their children to live a better life. But who can appreciate the suffering of the soldiers? Hey! Director Pastor shook his head inside. He had seen a lot of this kind of situation. The hospital rules state that labor cannot be induced at 6 months of pregnancy, but if the woman wants to abort the baby, there are so many ways to do so that there is no way to control it. Now it's up to the woman to decide what she thinks. But in this case, if she doesn't agree, her family won't be able to give her the benefit of the doubt. Chen Jun froze, and a ball of anger snapped out of his eyes. Chapter 9, Upgraded Again. Hacker Sneak Art. Director Mu saw Chen Jun's excited expression and immediately said, "Don't get excited. I just heard about it. The exact situation may not be that bad. The most important thing for you now is to get well. Even if you want to help your class president, you have to get well before you have the strength, right?" Chen Jun regarded his squad leader as if he was his own brother. And now that he was like this, he absolutely couldn't let him suffer any more indignities. Whenever he mentioned before that he was ready to be a father, the squad leader's face was indescribably happy, saying that he had found a good woman, and waited for his retirement to give each other a happy home. But now that the class president is disabled, the woman's parents are trying to force them to break off their engagement and remove all the children in their wombs. How could Chen Jun not be angry? He wanted to rush over right now and point at the girl's parents, questioning if they had any conscience left. Had their conscience been eaten by dogs? The squad leader fought bravely on the battlefield to protect his family and his country. He was a hero. How chilling it is that he is now disabled and in the end he can't even keep his own flesh and blood. If all the parents in the world are like this, who will guard this country in the future if that parent will let their son go into the military? Chen Jun tried to suppress his fire and nodded. Director Mu saw that Chen Jun calmed down and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that he would be impulsive and insist on running out. That's how this camaraderie between soldiers is, valued more than their own lives. Director Pastor said, "By the way, what is the phone number of your family? You can call them and ask them to come over. You can't move for a while." Chen Jun was slightly stunned, and it was only at this time that he remembered his cheap father and mother. "From the memories that remain in my mind, the family seems to be quite rich," Anren said gently. "You give me your phone number. I'll call. You feel at ease to recuperate. And your squad leader's side, I can visit for you to see the specific situation. I'll tell you again. You don't want to be impulsive. Your own body is important. Do you understand?" Chen Jun nodded, then told Anren about his father's phone number. After Anren told him to get some rest, she walked outside and was about to call over when her cell phone rang at this time. Surprisingly, the head of the Iron Fist Corps, Conley, called. Anren had worked with Conley before and the relationship was considered good, but this time when she saw his number, she had a feeling that she didn't want to answer it. She hesitated, but picked up the phone. "Hello, Chief," Enron said. Conley said anxiously, "Comrade Anren, that soldier of mine, Chen Jun, he's still alive, isn't he? I just heard from Wolfong's side that you're with him now?" Enron said, "What do you want?" She didn't sound too good. "Yes, Chen Jun is your soldier, but he was thrown into the jungle for a month and you didn't send anyone to look for him, and that's a place frequented by armed men, so you're not worried at all? Now that Chen Jun has returned as an unsung hero, you remember now that he was your soldier?" Enron was a grudge holder, and she was most offended by this sort of thing, even if Kong Duan's rank is higher than his own. So what? Wrong is wrong. Chen Jun was able to survive. It was considered that he was lucky, and of course, it was also related to his open-like hands, and had nothing to do with the Iron Fist Corps. Conley was stunned and said urgently, "How is he now?" "I'll go visit him," Anren said in a cold voice. "He just came to his senses. He is an unsung hero. He did what no special forces soldier can do or dares to do, and at the same time, he is also my violet savior. Kong Tuan, you understand what I mean, right?" Conley was silent for a moment and said, "I really can't imagine that he was originally a soldier who was ready to go pig farming, but after being brought to Area 1 by Shirgua, he would change so much. This soldier, Kong Tuan, will take it. I will apply to my superiors to let him come back to our Tekken regiment, and lead soldiers directly for my old man." Something about Chen Jun's general situation had also been told to him from Wolfong's side. When he heard the news, Conley was a long time coming. The ghosts on the fringe of Area 1 are a prominent figure in the area, feared by the militants who have taken up residence in the gray area. Who would have thought that runaway soldier would do something so amazing? It's better than those top soldiers like He Changwang, Wang Yanbing, and Li Erniu during the same period. Such a loud soldier, of course, cannot be buried. It must be publicized and studied throughout the regiment, so that the whole regiment will know that soldiers can still be soldiers in this way. In the past, it was always emphasized that the bloodiness of soldiers. What is bloodiness? What Chen Jun has shown is the bloodiness of soldiers. On the way here, Kong Lei had long thought of keeping this soldier even if he toppled out of his position. After all, in the first place, Chen Jun had taken off his uniform without authorization and entered the gray area in pursuit of the enemy, which was already a serious violation of discipline. Anran's little bit of resentment in her heart subsided a little bit when she heard Kong Lei say that. "You've got a conscience, Kong Regiment. There aren't many soldiers like that," Anran said. Kong Lei nodded and said, "I'm well aware of it. How can a soldier that Shirgua has his eye on be a wimpy soldier? I've already lost a good squad leader. Surely I won't let his soldiers be buried again." "Right. I've already walked to the hospital entrance. Which ward is he in? I'll go up now." Anran frowned. "You're already at the door. Why did you call? Why don't you just come in? What a waste of time. Conley didn't come over here because he was drinking, did he?" Anran knew Conley's temperament too well. When he drank, his mind drifted, his mouth was full of firecrackers, and he didn't even know what he had said afterward. "Con Troop, it's morning. You haven't been drinking, have you?" Kong Lei said in a deep voice. "What are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who has no discipline?" "Comrade Anran, you have to trust my character as a soldier." Anran spat out a question. "Do you have a personality when you drink and don't remember anything?" After telling Conley the room number, Anran hung up the signal. If Kong Tuan could come and show such an attitude, the things behind Chen Jun should be better. But even if Kong Tuan didn't help, Anran would still find a way to help Chen Jun return to the army. Not just because he saved his life, but because it's a shame for a soldier like that to leave the army like that. After thinking for a while, Anran started to dial Chen Jun's father's number. But the next moment, something strange happened. Anran just entered the cell phone number, actually surfaced to Uncle Chen. That means it's a cell phone number that's already saved in her phone. Is this Chen Jun his son? A man who was appointed by his father to have a marriage contract with me, but who has never met him? Anran felt like she had been hit by a million-point blitz. Chapter 10, Stepping into the Threshold of the King of Soldiers. Kong Lei's arrival. Chen Jun was in a daze and underwent various more checks before the whole thing completely came to its senses. Tossing around a dozen times in one checkup, it was impossible for Chen Jun to want to take it easy. At this time, the system's voice suddenly came from his ears. The host is fully awake and ready to give out rewards. Host opens kill mode. Kills 20 enemies in a row. Rewarded with 200 experience value. Congratulations to the host for meeting the upgrade conditions and advancing to level 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new hacking skill. Hacking stalking? Is it fused? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 reinforcement opportunity. Is it reinforced? A series of prompts sounded like they were blowing up in Chen Jun's head. Chen Jun's heart was so happy that he didn't even think about it. Immediately fuse hacker sneak. Hacker stalking is a true hacker, traveling 800 miles in a day without a shadow or a sound. It is the best supporting skill for hacker assassination. As the hacking stalking technique was integrated into Chen Jun's mind, the skin and bones of his body began to change significantly. The skin and flesh became taut and strong, like it was full of toughness, as if it were a spring, while the sinews and bones became even stronger, and the strength of the muscle fibers became greater. In general, blacks have 150 to 200 kilograms of muscle strength, more than 1.5 times the 100 kilograms of whites, and blacks have more red blood cells and recover from fatigue more easily. At this time, after Chen Jun had fused the hacker sneaking technique, no matter whether it was the body's muscle strengthening or the red blood cell content, it was about 10 times that of a black man. That kind of ratio would be pretty scary. That is to say, Chen Jun's explosive power as well as endurance is quite around 10 of a black man's. This would be quite intimidating if word got out. In the simplest terms, if it was on a sports field, Chen Jun could easily kill any top black athlete in seconds. Meaning, of course, in terms of physical fitness. A few breaths ago, Chen Jun felt a very big change in himself. Looking around the room, he could easily tell that that position was the most suitable for sneaking. In a square inch, how to use his body to move quickly, so that the other party could not notice his presence. This makes Chen Jun suddenly think of a movie he once watched, seems to be called Room Empty Moves. Simply put, the other party can move behind you like a ghost, but you do not notice anything at all. It will only make it feel as if there is someone behind you staring at you. Chen Jun felt that he could do this as well, as long as he was given a little time to familiarize himself with his body again. Awesome sneaking technique. I love it. Strengthen the body. Chen Jun no longer hesitated. What he needed most right now was to make his body stronger. Reinforcement, on the other hand, is the most direct and quickest way. In an instant, the feeling that the skin, sinews and bones as well as the muscles, and the internal organs are constantly getting stronger, once again attacked the heart. In just a few breaths of time, Chen Jun felt his entire body suddenly loosen up with an indescribable comfort. Host's body strengthening is complete. All attributes increased by 1. Chen Jun's eyes lit up. Surprisingly, it's an increase of 1, which is 0.5 more than the secondary reinforcement. Didn't you say that the further back you go, the harder it gets? The system prompted. Breaking and breaking tends to have a greater effect, and the host's body has been severely injured and has reached its physical limits. Surprisingly, it can still be like this. Good. The hacking system is really humanized enough. Chen Jun was excited. This is an effect that reaches 1, which is like doubling the enhancement. The feeling is like a poor man suddenly winning $5 million. Can it not be a surprise? What is what Chen Jun lacks the most right now? Physical quality is not strong enough. Reaction speed is not fast enough. And movement is not flexible enough. If he had moved a little faster and reacted a little more sensitively during the confrontation with the armed men before, instead of being so heavily injured and almost losing his life as he was now. In the next moment, a list of attributes popped up in Chen Jun's mind. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 2. Attributes, mental 3.5. Physical 3.5. Strength 3.5. Speed 3.5. Normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination, hacking shooting, hacking stalking. Experience value, 0 of 300. Chen Jun swept the same attributes. 3.5. According to the system's division of military personnel's equivalents, one's own physical quality, excluding the outbreak of the hacker sneak technique, has already stepped into the threshold of the primary king of soldiers, and is considered to be that of an elite special forces soldier. It's a step up. Chen Jun's physical enhancement could really be described as heaven-defying. Under normal circumstances, a new recruit's physical fitness wants to reach the physical fitness of an elite special forces soldier. It is best to need a year to 2 years of crazy training. And it is to undergo crazy special training again and again, and to make sure that in the middle of the way, there can be no regression. How long did it take Chen Jun? It's only a day's worth of time. Against all odds. If it wasn't for the system card opening, Chen Jun was afraid that he would never be able to reach this level in his life. Life is really different when it's on. It was at this time that a soldier walked in the doorway. Chen Jun subconsciously turned his head to look and was taken aback. Surprisingly, it's the leader of the Iron Fist Regiment, Kong Lei. After Chen Jun's 3 months of training as a recruit, he followed his squad leader and left the Iron Fist Regiment. So his feelings for the Iron Fist Regiment weren't that deep, and he didn't have much affection for this Kong Lei, who was only a one-sided acquaintance. I didn't realize that the first person to visit him would be this famous Kong Lei. Kong Lei gave Chen Jun the impression that he was a tough guy. Chen Jun saluted with a bit of strain and said, "Report, the original Iron Fist Regiment 1 Company 3rd Squad Soldier Chen Jun." Kong Lei walked over quickly, took his hand and said, I know. Don't move. Lie still." Chen Jun lowered his arm. "How's it going? Feeling better?" Kong Mission asked with concern. He looked at Chen Jun, his whole body wrapped up like a mummy, and his heart was especially bad. Luckily there were no missing arms or legs, or else it would have been just like Shiguo, and that would have been so much harder to bear. "It's okay now. It's just a leg injury. The body's injured. As long as it recuperates, it'll grow back," Chen Jun said. "Much better. Can't die." Kong Lei nodded and said, "I can't tell you how happy I am in knowing that you're still alive. I'm proud to have a soldier like you. You're a hero from our Iron Fist Regiment, and now you're the last one left in the 3rd class. With Shikoku's disability, retirement is a necessity, but you can't be blamed for that. You've done a good enough job." That day your request for support called to the wolf teeth of the fan staff officer side. That guy is a little pit. Let thunder and lightning out of the attack. The result went late. Those pity old son of a soldier When he finished speaking, Kong Lei's eyes reddened. Chapter 11, This guy's got a big mouth. Kong Mission felt more sorry for Shiguo. Shiguo in his impression was the fiercest soldier, the best squad leader, had brought out a lot of excellent fighters. The most important point was that he was absolutely loyal to the country. As for the impression of Chen Jun has been stuck in the stage of waste soldiers. At that time in the new recruits company, He Changwon, Wang Yanbing and others are going to the Sharpshooter 4 companies. Even Li Ernie as fat as the soldiers are going to the Sharpshooter 4 company's cooking class, and the other soldiers are assigned to the not-so-bad company. But only Chen Jun, this lesser soldier, no company is willing to accept. It can't be returned. So the company was all set to send him to a logistical pig farm to be in charge of raising pigs after some discussion. In the end, it was Shiguo who pleaded with the company to follow him to Area 1. If it wasn't for Shiguo, Chen Jun, the soldier, would only have a chance to perform at the pig farm? But of course Kong Tuan's opinion of Chen Jun has changed now. Chen Jun, who is a man of love and justice, took off his uniform and risked his life to pursue the enemy in order to avenge the death of Shiguo's squad leader. A whole month, single-handedly in the wild jungle with armed men. How many recruits can catch up with such courage and bravery? There was nothing wrong with Shikoku's vision. Both of them were silent at this time. Chen Jun's mood was unusually heavy. What happened at that time was vivid in his mind, but he could not do anything at all. At this time, someone pushed the door in. Captain Kong. Chen Jun isn't a soldier of your Iron Fist regiment now, is he? He's a soldier of our border defense. Kong Tuan turned sharply toward the voice, and a lean, capable officer stood before him. The other swished and saluted the Khan group. This is the commander of the 6th Company of the Border Guard Regiment, Yu Juenda, who once went to Chen Jun's home to give his parents relics. Khan Tuan returned the salute. Now is not, but once was. That is a soldier of my Iron Fist regiment. Yu Lian didn't argue about this with Kong Tuan and turned to Chen Jun. Comrade Chen Jun, how are you feeling now? Chen Jun wanted to salute, but again he stopped him. Don't you move. Just lie down properly. Yes, company commander. Yu Lian looked at Chen Jun, who was wrapped in gauze all over his body. His eyes were all horrified. It was a miracle that the other party was able to come back alive. No one believed that Chen Jun could come back in one piece. Wolf's Teeth gave you a special debriefing material. This time during the operation in Area 1, you killed 20 enemies and allowed Wolf's Teeth to take out the militants' dens in the final operation. You are the hero of our Border Guard Regiment, Chen Jun. After the border defense study and reported to the higher-ups for approval, you will be given one personal second-class merit, and you will be promoted to the rank of second lieutenant, and you can go back to the Border Defense Regiment and serve as a platoon leader directly, or even be promoted to the rank of a company commander without any problem. Kang Duan's heart trembled slightly. So fierce. What he cared about was not the commendation given to Chen Jun by the Border Guard Corps, but the fact that Chen Jun had killed 20 militants alone. 20 waiting for 2 classes of people. Chen Jun was once a kind of hanging tail of the recruits, but in the past just 1 month to change so much, it is too unbelievable. With a record like that, even the special forces may not have it. Kong Tuan received the news from Wolf Fang's side and didn't know in such detail. It's amazing how a person can burst out with such powerful potential when stimulated at one time. Which makes Kong Tuan think of one person, the literary soldier Lei Keming. This was a legendary figure in the army, and Chen Jun's current situation was strikingly similar to the other party's experience. At first, no one expected a civilian soldier, after knowing that the chief who valued him died, did not say a word, but in the middle of the night to kill the enemy's position, to take out dozens of people, but also the other side of the arsenal to blow up, and finally cut off the head of the enemy leader, used to sacrifice. Chen Jun did not also perform such a miracle. Kong Tuan and Yu Juenda both looked at Chen Jun. Especially Yu Juenda looked at Chen Jun with more disbelief in his eyes. He knew of Chen Jun's other identity. His father was the richest man in Donghai City with countless family assets. Who would have thought that such a super rich kid with no clothes and food would become a war hero? At this moment, no smile could be seen on Chen Jun's face. Yu Juenda could not help but sigh. He could understand Chen Jun's thoughts. He'd rather not have those honors if he could get his squad leader's legs back in exchange for his own. But this current situation was the best possible outcome. His squad leader was still alive. And so was Chen Jun. Yu Juenda gently patted Chen Jun's shoulder and said, "You're a good soldier, heavy with emotion. Come back to our border defense. Together we'll continue to fight, upholding the will of your squad leader, and continue to move forward." Kong Tuan reacted and hurriedly spoke. "Chen Jun, go back to the Iron Fist Regiment, where it used to be your home. I'll give you a better position and the best training. The 4th Company of Marksmen. You can become a member there. Don't you want to become a Special Forces soldier? That's the cradle of the Special Forces, and a necessary stage. I remember you telling your squad leader to become a Special Forces soldier, to show those who once underestimated you, to see how you've changed, to teach them a lesson, to show them that people can change." The corners of Yu Juenda's mouth twitched slightly. When did Kong Tuan become such an old six? How did the Iron Fist Corps become Chen Jun's former home? In the beginning, if it wasn't for squad leader Shi Guo pulling Chen Jun, he would probably still be raising pigs in logistics. So how could he have become a war hero? But the Khan group throws out a really attractive offer to become special forces. Yu Juenda said, "Chen Jun, there are just as many people in our border guard regiment who can become special forces, and once they do they are the most elite warriors." At that moment, both of them looked at Chen Jun with expectant gazes. Soldiers like Chen Jun must be fought for, not to mention whether he will be able to play a strong fighting force in the future. Just the positive impact on the troops are difficult to estimate. Moreover, they believed that Chen Jun would only become stronger and stronger after this metamorphosis. Chen Jun revealed a bitter smile in his heart. Who would have thought that a month ago no one would want a waste soldier, and a month later, a regimental commander and a company commander would personally run and grab them? Class President, did you see that? Or do you have a vision? Chen Jun thought for a moment and said, Captain Kong, Company Commander Yu, thank you for valuing me. I'm very grateful. In the past it was only the squad leader who was convinced that I was sure to become a good soldier. Now there are more of you. If the squad leader knew, he would be very happy. The soldier he brought out finally has a chance to make a name for himself. However, I won't make a decision for a while, but one thing I'm sure of is that I'm going to end up in the special forces, in a commando unit, and I'm going to show them that you can't be meticulous on a mission. You can't wait to locate a strike or call for backup. Kong Tuan and Yu Juanda looked at each other, their eyes showing a hint of surprise. This kid has a big mouth. Chapter 12 Promotion. Chen Jun's Future Path. Chen Jun has a big mouth, but he has the skills. People single-handedly circled militant groups in the jungle for a month, killed 20 militants in one battle, and came back alive at the end. If that doesn't have a bottom, who does? And from the tone of Chen Jun's voice, he didn't have a lot of resentment towards the special forces. However, it was normal to think about it. Chen Jun's most respected person almost lost his life and ended up with a lifelong disability because of the late arrival of support. How could he not have a grudge? If Shurgwa sacrificed himself, it was expected that he would resent Wolfram and Hart for the rest of his life. Yu Juanda spat out a breath and said, "Okay, no matter what choice you make, you have to show them that we border guards are all men. I respect your choice." Kong Tuan didn't say much. Shurgwa was also his soldier, and becoming a special forces soldier was every soldier's dream. Success! I'll be waiting to hear from you, and you'll be welcome home anytime we're in the Tekken Corps. Just after the two had left the ward, the system's prompting sound once again resounded in Chen Jun's mind. The host has opened the military merit mode, earning second-class merit one time, rewarding 200 experience value. The list of hacker properties pops up. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 2. Attributes, mental 3.5. Physical 3.5. Strength 3.5. Speed 3.5. Normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination, hacking shooting, hacking stalking. Experience value, 200 of 300. You get experience points for meritorious service, so it seems that if you can fight for it in the future, try to fight for it as much as possible. 200 experience value, 100 experience short of the upgrade condition. I don't know when the next quest will come, but no matter what, get ready first. Continuously gaining experience value, thus accelerating upgrades and acquiring more hacking skills to make himself stronger. This was the direction Chen Jun was going in, to avenge the squad leader. This was Chen Jun's biggest goal. Also Chen Jun knew that his main mission in this world was to build the Matrix, so he had to start with having his own commando team in order to grow up quickly. Just which one to choose now for the transition? Whether you go back to the Border Regiment or to the Iron Fist Regiment, each has different advantages. Iron Fist Regiment of Sharpshooter 4 companies out of a lot of special forces, can be said to be the cradle of special forces. Go there. There is a high probability of passing the selection of special forces. As for the Border Regiment, actual combat opportunities are more. The same also into rapid growth. Ignore all that for now. Recuperate from your injuries first and consider this. There's no rush now anyway. Chen Jun cast this issue aside first. Right now his biggest worry was the situation on the squad leader's side, not knowing how he was doing. So as soon as Anran returned, Chen Jun said, "I want to go meet my squad leader." Anran said, "You can't just move around in your current condition. Wait until you're a little better before you act. And your parents are already on their way here. It shouldn't take too long." When Chen Jun saw Anran talking about her parents, she actually blushed slightly and her eyes flickered a little. "I can use a wheelchair. I have to see my squad leader as soon as possible or I won't be solid," said Chen Jun. Wanted to get down from the bed, and Ran saw that he could not talk to Chen Jun, also understand his mood at this moment, hurried over to hold him. "You really have a temper, how stubborn as a donkey. Don't move. I'll push the wheelchair over," Anran said softly. Chen Jun said, "Thank you. Actually you don't have to do that much for me. Just call the nurse." Anran said, "You saved me. It's only right that I take care of you." Chen Jun didn't say anything more. Anran was a woman of such a nature, gentle and considerate, knowing how to take care of people. Soon, Anran pushed a wheelchair and helped Chen Jun sit on it, then pushed him towards the door. It's not a big deal to take a trip out. His wounds have been treated, and as long as he doesn't exercise strenuously or run into water, it's not much of a problem. Anran was worried about Chen Jun's emotions after seeing Shurgwa. A seriously injured patient should not be overly emotional. But where would this guy listen to himself? Anran pushed Chen Jun to the nurse's station to inquire about Shurgwa Ban's ward. A young female nurse looked in the direction of Shurgwa's ward and said, "Squad leader Shur had a relative come over to visit. Just now he was pushed out by his fiancée. I don't know if he's back now. If you guys are in a hurry, you can go downstairs and look at the front door." As she said that, She looked back at Chen Jun with admiration in her eyes. All the nurses in the hospital know about Chen Jun. He's a war hero, and sure is his squad leader. Mr. Sure let people feel pity. Such a good person. So young became disabled. The rest of his life have to spend in a wheelchair. Said really sad. The point is that he had that incident at home. Anran said. Thank you. Anran pushed Chen Jun towards the gate. It wasn't long before Anran pushed Chen Jun to the lobby of the hospital building and was about to walk towards the front door when she saw a middle-aged man standing at the door pulling Shurgua's wrist and snapping. You guys aren't even married yet. And Pinky is still so young. Why do you want to be a burden to her? You're crippled now. You can't even take care of yourself. How can you take care of her and your children in the future? If you really like Ping, you should leave her before it's too late instead of pestering her. You'll feel bad if I say this, but that's the reality. This is real life. Not in the army. If you're really together, how are you going to live your days? Do you still want us to come to the relief? I raised my daughter this way, and I don't expect her to give a pension. But I also don't want to watch a daily life of misery. Shurgua's pale face was unspeakably ugly, and his body couldn't help but tremble. He said nothing, his eyes looking at his fiancée Pim. Xiao Ping, on the other hand, was pulled by a middle-aged woman and said bitterly, Daughter, listen to Mom. It's only been a few months. There's no effect of aborting it. You can't possibly follow a cripple for the rest of your life. Can you? Turn back. Mom will definitely help you find one that is 10 times better than him, 100 times better. You're still young now. With your condition, what kind of excellent man can't you find? I was against you guys being together at the beginning. See now? Getting together with a poor soldier is very disadvantageous. It's not too late to stop now. Listen to Mom. At this time you can't make another mistake, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Xiaoping reddened her eyes and shook her head. Mom, how can you say such a thing? The child in my belly is your grandson. How can I abort it? Moreover, Shurgui is a soldier, a hero of the country. So what if he is crippled? I will take care of him for the rest of my life. Snap. There was a crisp slap, but it wasn't on Pim's face. It was on the face of Shurgua, the class president. Chen Jun happened to see the scene, and his eyes instantly turned crimson as he yelled in a low voice. Push me over. Quick. Chapter 13, Class President. No one can bully you. At this moment, around 10 o'clock in the morning, it is the time when the hospital has the largest flow of people. This side of the commotion immediately attracted a lot of patients and family members of the onlookers. Shurgui was sitting in a wheelchair, a bright red slap mark appearing on his face, his body trembling slightly. He was an orphan, raised in an orphanage, and was able to grow to adulthood. So the first thing he did as an adult was to enlist in the military and become a soldier. What makes him feel the happiest is meeting his fiancée, Pim, and having his own piece of love to start his own family. But right now, he really isn't in a position to choose his love. Pinky will only suffer from following herself, but he is not willing to do it. The middle-aged man continued. My daughter is excellent. You are originally from 2 different worlds. I didn't agree to it before, and I won't agree to it even more now. It's impossible for her to follow a crippled soldier to live a life of misery. Suddenly, his wrist, which had grabbed Shurgua, was grabbed as if it had been caught in an iron clamp. Who? The middle-aged man's face was grim as he hurriedly looked up, only to see a young man with red-stained gauze wrapped around the upper half of his body slightly trembling as he stood up. The other man was so hard that it felt like he was using his whole body, and his eyes seemed to stare at him like knife blades, as if they were trying to cut him up. A crippled soldier. He's a soldier too. He was injured to guard the country. Chen Jun yelled lowly. The middle-aged man tried to shake it off with force, but he couldn't. You let go. The middle-aged man chided. Anran grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist while saying to Chen Jun, You've just finished surgery. Don't be impulsive. Hurry up and sit down. Don't exert yourself. She was really in a hurry. Previously, Anran did not agree to Chen Jun coming because she was worried that he would be overly excited and lose control of his emotions. Chen Jun, on the other hand, looked at Shurgua. His eyes reddened, and with a hoarse voice he said, Squad leader. Shurguaban's eyes were dull. Since he had been crippled, he had suffered a lot of aggression, especially today. Xiaoping's parents directly in front of the hospital showdown. What a blow it was to him. It felt like a knife in his heart, making it hard to breathe. If it wasn't for the fact that Pim had his child in her stomach, which made him grit his teeth and hold on, he probably would have broken down. Now, he suddenly saw Chen Jun. His eyes froze for a moment, and then revealed a delighted smile, saying, Great, great, Chen Jun, you are still alive. I thought it would be good to come back. Chen Jun blended the memories in his mind, already regarded the squad leader as his closest person, even deeper than the feelings of his parents. In the army, if it weren't for the care and trust of his squad leader, he would have deserted long ago. and in the last battle, if it wasn't for the squad leader protecting Chen Jun would have turned into a corpse long ago. The reason why Chen Jun became as crazy as the people he chased through the jungle and made himself inhuman and ghostly was because he wanted to avenge his squad leader. Class president, no one can bully you. In the past, it was you who protected me. Now it's my turn, Chen Jun said firmly. Shirguo's body kept trembling as he looked at the blood on Chen Jun's upper body, as well as the red bandage on his leg, which was the gauze stained red from the blood that kept seeping out from the wound. The whole thing was almost stained red. How badly injured was that? He knew that on that day, Chen Jun, usually the lowest profile soldier, thought he had died and entered the gray area like a madman to avenge his death. Nothing has been heard from him since then, and many people thought he had been sacrificed, because in that complicated area, even the special forces don't dare to enter easily. It's a place where there's no return. Shirguo also fell into self-blame after learning the news, feeling that he had caused him harm. If he hadn't dragged him to Area 1, Chen Jun wouldn't have encountered such a thing, and would surely still be alive and well. The injuries on your body, are they okay? Shirguo said excitedly. Instantly, Shirguo felt a murderous aura like a storm sweeping out from Chen Jun's body. Shirguo's heart was appalled. Such a strong killing aura is much stronger than the special forces he has come into contact with. And the middle-aged man who was caught was completely dumbfounded, unable to speak at all. He felt as if a beast was staring at him, ready to devour him at any time, making him not dare to say more. It was an invisible pressure. Anren similarly felt it and hurriedly comforted. Chen Jun, don't get excited. Don't get excited. The wound will split open again like this and your life will be in danger. I beg you, sit down. If there's anything, let's sit down and talk it out. There's nothing that can't be solved. Sit down. Take it easy. Your parents will be here soon. You don't want to pass out in front of them. The matter of squad leader can definitely be resolved satisfactorily. You can trust me. Her nerves were taut. Chen Jun had injuries on his legs, his arms, and the position of his chest. He must not overexert himself, otherwise the wounds would split open again, and once infected, his life would be in danger. Director Mu had repeatedly emphasized before that Chen Jun should not be overly agitated. At this moment, when the middle-aged woman saw her husband being grabbed, she immediately screamed and rushed over like a shrew, shouting, "Let go of him! What gives you the right to bully people? So what if you're soldiers? Is it okay to just beat people up? Security! Security! Hurry up and get someone! Someone is beating up someone here! Hurry up and call the police! Call the police!" When the onlookers saw this scene, their brows furrowed and a look of contempt appeared on their faces. How can there be such a selfish, self-serving woman who turns black and white upside down? Just now it was obviously she who slapped the injured soldier and called him a punk. Now how into her mouth how to become someone else bullying her, and she has the nerve to talk about calling the police? The previous onlookers saw and heard very clearly. A disabled soldier in a wheelchair is disabled for his country and he is a hero. Such a person should be respected. But as a result, this middle-aged woman opens her mouth and closes it with a word of waste, and forces her daughter to abort the child in her womb. Is there any conscience left in her? However, it was difficult for the Qing officials to resolve family matters, and although they were toward Shirguo and Chen Jun, they were not in a position to say anything more. Soon, a security guard who didn't walk very naturally came over, and the middle-aged woman immediately pointed at Chen Jun and cursed, "You catch him. He's beating people up. Send him to the law enforcement office." Immediately, a wave of contemptuous voices resounded around them. How could anyone be that shameless? Conscience is eaten by dogs, turning black and white upside down. Does such a person deserve to be a human being? All sorts of invective rang out around them. The security guard looked at the middle-aged couple and said, "No matter what happens, both of them are soldiers who were injured for their country, and I'm behind them, so I'm not on your side." Chapter 14, We're all behind the soldiers. The middle-aged woman froze, not expecting a poor security guard to dare to contradict her. "What do you mean? Do you want to quit your job as a security guard? Believe it or not, I'll find your leaders to complain about you and tell you to get out of the hospital." The middle-aged woman soared her voice and immediately cursed. As for the sarcastic voices of the others, she acted as if she hadn't heard them. Anren was worried about Chen Jun. Her eyebrows wrinkled. She pulled out a bunch of money from her pocket, handing it to the woman's face and said, "I can help them. No, a lot of people will help them. Shirguo is a hero. Auntie, if you break them up like this, you will definitely regret it in the future." When the woman saw that Anren was wearing a military uniform, she knocked the money out of Anren's hand and snorted coldly, saying, "What's the use of this little money? This is a lifetime thing. Today my daughter must come with me and abort the child. No one can carry it. Just you poor people. My daughter's matter with Shirguo is settled. It's useless for you to get involved. I don't care who you are. In any case, this is our family matter. The woman looked at Shirgua and pointed at him, cursing, "You punk, listen up. My daughter following you is the cheapest thing you can do to yourself. This is what you look like now. Which bit of you can be worthy of my daughter? No matter what happens today, whether you agree or not, my daughter will no longer have anything to do with you in the future." Just now, the private hospital tarmac, which is normally used for emergencies and helicopter landings, a private helicopter slowly landed, and when it came to a stop, the hatch quickly opened. Four bodyguards came out in a line and stood on both sides of the hatch, and then a middle-aged couple with excellent temperament walked down, escorted by the bodyguards, and hurriedly walked towards the hospital gate. When the group walked to the entrance of the hospital, they saw a lot of people gathering together and the sound of arguing, and were about to go around when the woman with the outstanding temperament trembled violently when she saw Chen Jun. "Old Chen, if it isn't our son Chen Jun." "There." The middle-aged man hurriedly looked towards the woman's eyes. "It's our son." This couple was none other than Chen Jun's cheap parents, Chen Shan and Lu Hong. Both of them turned red at once, and tears almost slipped out of the corners of their eyes. Their son is alive. At this time, Xiaoping's mother is scolding Chen Jun and others are all poor people, just like Shirgua, and said what's so good about being a soldier. Now what? Now she's disabled. She can't even feed herself. How can she feed her daughter? Separate. Must separate. No matter how many of you there are today, after all is said and done, the two of them must separate. A little bit of money. Just want my daughter to follow him. A poor man. Dream on. Xiaoping's mother was furious. The people around them looked furious, but there was nothing they could do except say a few words. Chen Shan and Lu Hong quickly walked over and squeezed through the crowd to Chen Jun. Lu Hong looked at his son. His hands were trembling. Excited expression. Frozen, could not say a word. The same is true of Chen Shan. This great man who had reigned supreme in the merchantcy was shaking his fingers at the moment, a bit unable to control his excitement. They had thought their son had died, and the troops had sent his relics home. What a blow to them. How can you send a white-haired person to a black-haired person, but you don't even have your son's body? How could they not be thrilled now that their son was alive and standing in front of them? And at that moment, Chen Jun's eyes were red, staring at the shrewish woman. Lu Hong came back to her senses and said, "Son, you will be all right. Why are you covered in blood? Who bullied you? You tell Mom. Mom will help you." She saw Chen Jun staring at the woman, and in the next moment, her eyes became stern and deadly as she stared at the woman. "You bullied my son?" Lu Hong snapped. Chen Shan, on the other hand, looked Chen Jun up and down, making sure that his son was in good spirits except for some agitation, and as for bleeding on his body, it was fine. It was nothing for a man to bleed a little. Just stay alive. Chen Shan breathed a sigh of relief, the boulder that had been weighing on his chest finally falling to the ground. "It's good that you didn't die. You scared the hell out of me, thinking that there was no one to inherit the hundreds of billions of dollars of family fortune." At this time, a cry came from Chen Shan's ears. "Uncle!" Chen Shan turned his head to look at Anran next to him. "Uncle Chen, this is Anran. I'm the one who called you," Anran said. Chen Shan froze, immediately said happily, "Anran, have grown so big. Is more and more water spirit. Generous. Look at me. Cannot recognize." Chen Shan hadn't seen Anran since she was 10 years old when the Tuan Chen families had finalized their marriage. Time flashes, more than 10 years past. Anran have grown into a pavilion big girl. Although the change is very big, but the childhood beauty billet is still there. Vaguely still have the appearance of the childhood of the 3 points. What is this situation? Chen Shan gathered his emotions and asked hurriedly. Anran briefly explained the matter and said, "Uncle Chen, we must let Chen Jun calm down. He's been shot 6 times in the body. He can't be too agitated." Chen Jun's face was grim, an air of superiority emanating out, and with a wave of his hand, the bodyguard next to him immediately walked over quickly. The bodyguard took out a checkbook and pen from his handbag and handed it to Chen Jun. Chen Jun took the check and quickly signed his name and today's date, then tore it off and handed it to Ping's mother. "Aren't you just doing this for money? We Yanguo people are all backed by soldiers. This check for under 100 million. Fill it out as you please. I've signed it, and it can be cashed at any bank in the country within a month." With that, he took a business card out and handed it over along with it. "If you think I'm lying, here's my card, and if you can't withdraw the money, you can sue me for fraud." Pim's mother froze. The husband next to her scanned the contents of the business card and directly exclaimed, "You are the richest man in Donghai City. Give you trouble." Xiaoping's mother's eyes were straight. Her voice trembled a little, saying, "This is the richest man in Donghai City? You didn't see it wrong." The husband scolded, "Can't go wrong. It's on TV all the time. And tomorrow it says group position. Xiaoping's mother was completely dumbfounded. Just now aggressive momentum fell to the bottom. Legs are beginning to soften. Her heart thumped and she felt a little confused. Just now she had pointed at the richest man's son and called him a poor man? Had she gone crazy herself? At this time, Chen Jun looked at his son and said, Chen Jun looked at his son and said, you say it, how much do you want to give? How much will I give? Anyway, in the future, it's all your money. You're a soldier. When the old man is very satisfied. This cheap father. Quite a howler. Chapter 15, the internet is buzzing. The richest man's son joins the army. Xiaoping's father looked at Chen Jun and then turned his head to Chen Shan. Mr. Chen. Excuse me. I didn't know Shi Guo was your son's class president. With that, he turned his head to Ping and said, forget it, make your own choice. I won't stop you. Hearing this, Ping let out a wow sound, turned around and ran to Shi Guo, crying, and the two of them clasped their hands tightly together. Although the two of them can't be said to be childhood sweethearts, but when the acquaintance, Pim has identified this man in her life. So whether the man was crippled or poor for life, she recognized it. Soon, Chen Jun was embraced and pushed back to the ward by Ran and his father. He had thought that this matter was over for the time being, but he did not expect that the scene just now was photographed, the whole process, and sent to the circle of friends. This was posted and the entire internet instantly exploded. Friends in the circle of friends, after watching the video, quickly forwarded. A short period of time is a past 10, 10 pass 100, 100 pass 1,000. It spread wildly in a very short period of time, causing a furor in society. At this moment, in the director's office, Director Mu, the main surgeon, had just returned from his rounds and sat down with another main surgeon to chat about Chen Jun's situation. Chen Jun's vitality is too tenacious. He was shot 6 times on his body. One of the shots was less than a centimeter away from his heart's position. As long as it was just a little bit further in, the gods and goddesses wouldn't be able to save him. And now that he's survived, it's his tenaciousness that allowed him to hold on until the end. It's the miracle of life, Director Mu said. The other lead surgeon nodded. The probability of him being able to survive in this situation is so low that it can only mean one thing. Of course, a person with a strong willpower can indeed perform miracles when they have it. Yes, this power of willpower. Many times it can't be explained by science. It's a pity that the other soldier, Shi Guo, his life was saved, but becoming disabled for the rest of his life is a huge blow to him. I'm really worried that his heart won't be able to get over this hurdle, Director Mu said. The other chief surgeon said, his case is special. We've done our best. Now it's up to him and his relatives if he can't get out of the psychological shadow. We doctors can't help. I heard from the nurse that his fiancé's parents have been asking for them to be separated. Isn't that true? Director Mu nodded his head and said, it's true. As a parent, thinking about their own daughter is understandable. But understanding is understanding. If every girl's parents think like this, how heartbroken those heroes will be. For the sake of this country, throwing their heads and spilling their blood, and at the end of the day, they can't be with their beloved ones. AI. His fiancé's parents are too snobbish. I heard that the child in the belly is 6 months old. At least wait until the child is born to consider it. If even their own flesh and blood cannot be retained, how chilling. No, but this kind of on thing, and it's not good to intervene and intervene. The military is really not easy, Director Mu said. Indeed is not easy. Now the international situation is changing. Not moving to war. Our country can now have such prosperity and stability. The people can live in peace and happiness. These cannot be separated from the military's pay. The years are quiet and good. Is someone burdened with the weight of the front line? Some of our countrymen are just living too comfortably to realize that the fighting hasn't stopped where they can't see it. Director Mu's eyes were quite helpless as he thought about this. At this time, the assistant sitting at the next table swiped his cell phone video and exclaimed, the richest man's son joins the army. Blood stains his whole body for his comrades. Praise for the soldiers. Gimmicky, right? The son of the richest man will go to the army? Now those rich sons, either playing sports car or cruise ship, follow female stars, female netizens, all kinds of flowers and snow, will have time to go to the army? Are you kidding me? Nowadays the rich sons live so dashingly. How can they possibly endure the hardship of being a soldier? 9 times out of 10 it's a traffic scam. But the title is a good one. Check it out. With a low hint of interest, he clicked on the video. Soon, a clear image appeared on the phone screen. A young man with bandages all over his body stood in front of a man in a wheelchair. His eyes reddened as he said, squad leader, no one can bully you. In the past you protected me. Now it's my turn. The bloodstained soldier stepped in front of the soldier whose leg had been amputated in one section. His voice filled with a dominating presence, carrying something that moved people. Subsequently, 1, 2, 3, constantly have security guards come over to support them. They are all retired soldiers. But this is nothing. The last retired soldier who appeared is Chen Jun, the famous richest man in Donghai City. He said in a very domineering manner, "All of us in the Yen state are backed by soldiers." Said let the bodyguard to bring over the checkbook. On the spot wrote can receive 100 million checks. Fantastic. This is what we should do. I didn't expect Chen Jun's background is so intimidating. The assistant doctor stood up excitedly. Director Mu looked at the other party in surprise and said, "Xiao He, what are you looking at that's so exciting?" Assistant Xiao He hurriedly looked at Director Mu and said excitedly, "Our hospital is famous. I just saw the video in my circle of friends. I'll forward it to you now. You'll understand when you see it." With that, he quickly forwarded the video to Director Makoto. Director Mu opened his cell phone and directly clicked on the video link that Assistant Xiao He sent over. Soon, he looked at the scene in surprise. Chen Jun, Shi Gua. Director Mac recognized the person in the video immediately and the surroundings were at the hospital's front door. Bit by bit, he watched down the page, getting more and more excited, while subtitles kept popping up at the bottom of the video. This is a model for the new era. The son of the richest man is not just picking up Netflix, but also bloodstained clothes for his comrades. Admirable. The richest man's son went to be a soldier. Look at the blood flowing from his body. He was wounded in battle. Who says that none of the sons of rich families are bloodthirsty? The richest man's son is a man of steel. I want to give him credit. Who says a soldier can't have love? Can't have his own home? So what if he's disabled? I support his life. I don't have $1 billion, but I can give 10,000. I'll support him. His old man. The richest man is also a man. The Yankees are backed by soldiers. Handsome. Needless to say the disabled squad leader is covered. And no, I'm a Yankee too. I want to donate. Which hospital is this? I'm going now. Military General Hospital. Mighty. I'm going now. Director Max stared at the video feed in surprise. Chen Jun. That young soldier is actually the son of the richest man. Chen Shan. Unexpected. Really unexpected. There was an inexpressible look in Director Max's eyes. Chapter 16 Fiancé isn't ran? At this moment, inside Shi Gua's hospital room, Shi Gua said with reddened eyes, "Xiao Chen, the squad leader is so happy to have you back. I thought the squad leader would never see you again in this life. Great, great. It's a pity that old Yang, old Wu and a few of them can't come back." Chen Jun clenched his fists, unable to say a word. Lao Yang's favorite thing is to work. An idle person, every day does not help others to do something. He is not comfortable. You train hard. Your clothes or he helped you wash. Just short of the quilt did not help you folded. What a good person. Said no to be gone. I often still think, if Lao Yang that day to go to the mountains to fight teeth that day it would be so good. That day it just happened to be his turn to rest he could have done without the patrol. Old Wu. Likes to write novels the most. His mouth is always saying that he came to be a soldier in order to write his experiences into a novel later. Especially experiences like yours. A soldier who is the most wimpy soldier in the recruit company. Dares to sign a life and death agreement to come to such a dangerous place like Area 1. It's very rare. If you have a chance to become a special forces soldier, to become the king of soldiers, you are the material in his novel. But unfortunately, he doesn't have the chance. He can't finish his novel. Shi Gua mumbled a bit about a few of his old comrades, as if going back to their time at Base 1. Chen Jun kept nodding his head, and his eyes were already moist at some point. Shi Gua took a deep breath and tried to put on a miserable smile. Let's not talk about it. It's honorable for us soldiers to die in battle, and it's honorable for our horses to die in battle. They're all good, and there's not a single one in our class who's a coward. Chen Jun nodded heavily. Right. Is your body okay? Chen Jun hurriedly shook his head and said, "It's fine. It's just a few bites from the bullets. It'll grow back after a while. I'll definitely go back to the barracks then." Good, good. I told you, the soldiers that I, Shi Gua, have my eye on, so would be bad. Shi Gua said with relief. What are your future plans, class president? I'll definitely help you. Shi Gua shook his head and said, "No, the fact that you helped me out today is already the greatest help to the squad leader." Enough is enough. Chen Jun knew Shi Gua's nature. He would not open his mouth to beg for help unless he had no choice and was at the end of his rope. Squad leader, whether my sister-in-law gives birth to a bandwagon or 1,000 children, I am the godfather. Shi Gua nodded and said, "Medium." He naturally knew exactly what this meant. If it wasn't for today's events, how could he not have thought that Chen Jun was actually the son of Chen Shan, the richest man in the Eastern Sea? If his father hadn't stepped in, he wouldn't have been able to keep things with his fiancée, including the baby in her belly. This favor, Shi Gua remembered. By the way, all of Class 1's relics were taken by the people who came to support them, as if the raiders suspected that someone from our Class 1 had defected. When he said this, Guo's face was indescribably grave. I believe in them, I believe in my soldiers. They're all innocent. They're all heroes. Guo said. When you get well, can you get it back for them and send them home? Chen Jun was slightly stunned. No one had told him before that there was such a thing. A wave of anger surged up from his heart. Is it the Raiden gang again? Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded in his head. Hacker's mission, getting back the relics of comrades is the irony of morality. The life creed of a hacker. Completing the mission rewards 100 experience value. Chen Jun clenched his fists. In reason, he had to take a trip to Thunderbolt. Squad leader. I will definitely go. Lao Yang, Lao Wu and the others are heroes. No one can defame them. Chen Jun said heavily. Guo looked at Chen Jun with relief and said, thank you, old Yang. Old Wu and the others are watching from heaven. We can't let them get cold feet. Chen Jun nodded. Xiao Chen. I know you are capable. You didn't show it before because the potential in you wasn't stimulated. I hope you return to the Iron Fist Regiment if you have the chance. I can't go back. If you have the chance, become a Special Forces soldier instead of me. That's my biggest wish. Chen Jun looked at Guo and said, Squad leader, the day I become a Special Forces soldier, I will definitely tell you in person. Good, good. I'll wait for the news. Guo nodded repeatedly. Well, you go back and rest well. Don't worry about me. The class leader's legs are gone. But there are still hands. Life can't be hard for me. Standing on the other side, the two of them, Chen Shan and Lu Hong, quietly listened to their son talking to the squad leader. Lu Hong constantly wiped tears from the corners of his eyes, although they did not say the fighting process, but also know that his son can live. That is 9 deaths a life. And Chen Shan's heart sighed with emotion. He did not expect that his son would change so much after entering the army, and this change was inextricably linked to the squad leader in front of him. His son had grown up. He, the squad leader, was going to help no matter what. Thinking of Guoban's experience and his fallen comrades, Chen Shan looked at Anren and hesitated for a moment, saying, Anren, when you were young, after you and Xiao Chen were betrothed, you didn't have any contact for many years, and your old man has also left. Does your marriage contract still count? Anren did not expect Chen Shan to suddenly ask this question at this time. To be honest, in the army Lei War has been pursuing her, but because Grandpa and Uncle Chen Shan is a comrade in arms, the two families were engaged when they were small. Because of this, she has always refused Lei War, but Thunder War never gave up. For this marriage, Anren's heart is naturally rejected. She only met Chen Jun once when she was a child, and after that she had no further contact, so let herself marry such a strange man. How could she be willing? However, through this contact with Chen Jun, Anren realized that Chen Jun had a special charm about him and was a true soldier. Of course this was not gratitude because Chen Jun had saved himself. Anren thought for a moment and said, Uncle Chen, we can have more contact, and the marriage matter, we can talk about it later. Nowadays, although it is a free society, the freedom of marriage, alright the elders of the matchmaker's words, is not to say discarded abandoned, especially in some special families, the elders of the most important to this point. Anren mentally did not reject Chen Jun, at least for now. As for whether they could come together in the future, it was a matter of two people. Her words didn't count right now, and there was no chance that Chen Jun didn't mean that to himself, so it's a little early to talk about that. As for why Chen Shan suddenly raised this issue at this time, it was mostly because he was influenced by Guoban Chang as well as his fallen comrades, and wanted Chen Jun to get married earlier and have children, or else suddenly sacrificed one day. Anren could understand. At this moment, Chen Jun had just finished his conversation with the squad leader and suddenly frowned when he heard what his father and Anren said. Anren is my fiancé? Chapter 17, Engaged. Valiant Anren. Anren was actually his fiancé? Chen Jun was a bit confused. He saved a fiancé back in the woods? Chen Jun had no impression of Anren at all, and in the original owner's memories, there were no such memories left. All he knows about Anren is from the original show. Anren is a good girl, but it's a shame she chose the wrong man. This was also the reason why, when Chen Jun saw Lei Zhuan, he was more or less upset. If Lei Zhuan wasn't too macho, how could Anren have sacrificed? Didn't think she'd become my own fiancé, and that would affect my draw speed? Chen Jun doesn't have the slightest intention of getting married and having a baby right now. At this time, Lu Hong wiped off the tears from the corner of her eyes, pushed Chen Jun out and said with a smile, Son, Anren is a very nice girl. Beautiful, good figure, good personality, and like you, she is also a soldier. I remember when you were a child, you liked to be with Anren quite a bit, and now you should like it even more. Anyway, Mom likes it very much. Chen Jun was dumbfounded. What's that got to do with it? My comrade's revenge hasn't been avenged yet. Talking about male and female feelings will affect me. Sorry, Chen Jun said directly. Enron was dumbfounded and couldn't help but blush a little. Listening to Chen Jun's words, it was as if this girl had already decided on him. Where did he get the confidence? Lu Hong smiled and said, "What are you saying, this child? Feelings can be slowly talk. I and dad is not also so come. Can first get a license? Now compulsory soldiers are 2 years. You still have a year and a half can apply for retirement. And then in the completion of the marriage. Not delayed. If we were in the ancient times, where would we get a say in our own marriages? It was all arranged by the parents." Anrun ghostly said, "Parents' orders, matchmakers' words, can't they just be violated?" Swish. Lu Hong fiercely turned her head to look at Anrun and said happily, "Yes, yes, Anrun has agreed. What are you still hesitating for? This matter is settled. Marriage matters, parents have to make the decision. Amount." Anrun covered her face and wanted to find a crack in the ground and burrow in. "What did you just say yourself? Crazy." Chen Jun glanced at Anrun in surprise and turned his head to Lu Hong. "I don't care about this. I still have a mission. Don't affect me." The corners of Anrun's mouth pursed, and she had the feeling that she was going to explode with anger. Sounds like he's a liability in this guy's eyes. Is she that bad at Enron? If those who looked up to Enron heard this, they would definitely get punched. Chen Shan and Lu Hong looked at each other in dismay. Why did they feel that their son had become so domineering? It's good to be more dominant. Manly, so that girls will like it more. And isn't that how such a nice girl like Anrun fell in love? Lu Hong was all smiles, but immediately put away his smile and said, "What mission? What impact? Can you talk?" Xiao Ran don't listen to this bastard's nonsense. This marriage, it's settled. For the next few days, Chen Jun's parents as well as Anran took care of Chen Jun together. Of course the old couple was also very sensible, both giving up more time for Chen Jun and Anran to be alone together and slowly cultivate their relationship. A month passed by, and during this period, both Kong Lei and Yu Juanda came to visit Chen Jun several times. But Chen Jun expected that the Thunderbolt Raiders and the others that he had encountered in Area 1 didn't come. Not even once. This caused Chen Jun to hold a fire in his heart. After a month of recuperation, Chen Jun's injuries had finished recovering. The hospital's medical technology played a certain role, but the main thing was that Chen Jun's physical quality reached 3.5. The recovery ability itself was strong. Plus the hacking subterfuge itself was to improve the physical quality and stimulate the body to speed up the recovery. That's why Chen Jun was able to make a full recovery in just 1 month. Unlike others who needed at least 5 months, Chen Jun also made a good decision to return to the Iron Fist Regiment first, according to the wishes of his squad leader Shi Gua, and then find a chance to become a real Special Forces soldier. Today Chen Jun was discharged from the hospital, but the car stopped at the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Hong said, "Son, you want to go to the army? I don't care, but you must get the certificate first. Maybe I can still hold my grandchildren in advance. Mom just can't stand it. Something happened to you again." When he finished, he cried outright. Chen Jun was a headache, clenching his fists to look at Anran. During this month, Chen Jun has accepted his parents as his own. Before crossing over, Chen Jun was an orphan, not enjoying the love and warmth of his parents. And deep down he had always been very eager. The reason why he felt so deeply for the squad leader was because after he crossed over, the squad leader had treated him like a brother. And that was the warmth of kinship. Chen Jun doesn't want to lose. Anran said with a generous voice, "I talked to my parents. They agreed to this marriage. I can't do anything about it. We can get a license first, and then we'll find out more." Chen Shan waved his hand and said, "Son, what are you dawdling about? What kind of society is it now? It's all about getting on the bus before making up the ticket. You guys are considered decent people." Chen Jun, is Pops sure he's not driving? Foreign ran. Chen Jun was also quite appreciative. Female with a man's rigidity and a maverick in her bones, but her innocent appearance gave birth to a pair of flirtatious eyes. Definitely a combination of bewitching and innocence. Such a woman really has a charm. Of course, the point that makes Chen Jun most favorable is still her careful and gentle nature, which in real life is the dainty little woman. Just getting a license right away would be too hasty. In a daze, Chen Jun and Anran walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau together, and then received the Red Book. Because both of them were too prominent in terms of looks, temperament, and figure, they were both asked for brown sugar by the Civil Affairs Bureau. Anran looked at the Red Book in her hand and suddenly had an indescribable feeling. I never really thought that one day I would just marry myself off. Impulsiveness really is the devil. However, Anran could not say that she regretted it. After all, if it was not Chen Jun, she was in the forest that day. With her personality, once something like that did happen, she would definitely end up with those assholes. Now, it's kind of great to have it end like this. Anyway, whether it's payback or whether they were already engaged, it doesn't matter. The important thing is to move on. Anran took a deep breath, shrugged his shoulders, turned his head to look at Chen Jun, said, "Don't worry, I won't pester. You have your things, I also have the work I want to do. The two of us are independent of each other. In addition, you're a man. You should do what you want to do." The words of your squad leader. I've heard them. When you are free, I'll take you to Lei Dian, to get back the relics of your comrade in arms. Chen Jun nodded. The woman was valiant, and it didn't affect the speed at which he drew his sword. You can. Chapter 18, giving the Kong regiment a hard time. Chen Jun stared at Anran, and Anran stared back at Chen Jun, and the two of them just stared at each other for a few seconds. Anran was the best agent. Compared to the psychological quality, Chen Jun was far worse than her. At least that was what she thought. If Chen Jun didn't open his mouth, she definitely wouldn't open it first. Looking at Chen Jun so closely and scrutinizing him carefully, he found that this guy was indeed quite handsome and sunny, a type that girls preferred. Moreover, after Chen Jun had experienced life and death battles, he had an aura that was different from that of ordinary soldiers. Simply put, he was more stable. A man is steady, and that's what you can count on. Thinking about the mission that had just ended, Muji's defection did have quite a psychological impact on Enron. It is indeed quite ironic to say that the person you have raised betrayed you. The key point is that the other party died at the hands of her current husband. Life really is a very amazing thing and anything can happen. Who would have thought that today she would be so confused to marry herself? Lei Zhuan has been chasing her for so many years, and she didn't even let him touch her hand. After a long moment of relative silence, Chen Jun said, "You are indeed very special. After I avenge my squad leader's fallen comrade, I will get along with you." Anran was just about to open her mouth when she heard two words emerge from Chen Jun, "Give birth." She twisted her head and walked away. "Who's making babies with you?" When the two arrived outside, Lu Hong looked at the two's red books and her face was all smiles. It's such a good match. A perfect match. And Mom is liking it more and more the more she sees it. Lu Hong directly stopped Chen Jun and Anran's hands. The more she looked at them, the more she liked them. Xiao Ran, if there's nothing else, first go home and stay for a month. You two can increase your relationship. Chen Jun's face sank as he said, "Mom, go back to the Iron Fist Regiment. Not home. How can this be? You guys just got your license today, and you're leaving your daughter-in-law behind and going back to the army by yourself. What's going on? Your body is just fine now. You need to recuperate for a while. Can't you wait for a month and then go again?" Lu Hong said. Chen Jun said, "Mom, that's the two of us. Don't interfere with us. Besides, I've already contacted our regimental commander and said I'll go back to report today." "You kids." Chen Shan hurriedly pulled Lu Hong and said, "A man's ambition lies in all directions. The military is the place for men to wield their own blood." "Right. Go on. Dad supports you." He is a retired military man himself and was retired from the military before taking his daughter-in-law. If a man was charismatic enough, wouldn't he be able to make the woman wait honestly for a few years? Besides, occasionally the woman was allowed to visit the troops, and when she had her first visit a month after her engagement, she had Chen Jun. "You men are such a virtue." Lu Hong couldn't help but curse. "Why did I look at you in the first place?" Xiao Ran. Anran said, "Auntie, Uncle is right. A man's ambition is in the four corners of the world. What is a child's love? I also have something to do in the army, and I can't stay too long." Disappointed, Lu Hong said, "Okay." Chen Jun directly took a taxi to the Iron Fist Corps residence, and did not need to be sent by his parents. He did not want his identity to cause too much of a storm. After all, the name of the richest man in East Sea City was very influential. Now, Chen Jun set himself the task of training like crazy to enter the special forces, starting with creating a hacker commando team to avenge his squad leader. Arriving at the entrance of the Iron Fist Corps, Chen Jun stood to the side, looking at the imposing gate, and could not help but feel a few emotions in his heart. When the 3-month training for new recruits took place here, Chen Jun carried the reputation of being a waste of space, and no company wanted him, including the automobile maintenance company. If it wasn't for Shurgua's squad leader leading the way, he'd still be feeding pigs at the logistics pig farm. By the time he was back here again, he was the only one left in Class 1. It seems like it was yesterday when the 3 months of recruiting and the squad leader were here in one scene. Chen Jun, no matter what others say, you must first look up to yourself and tell yourself that you can do it. They are now stronger than some. The progress is faster than you, but that doesn't mean it's the end. It's just the beginning. Whoever can hold on until the end. Who is the strongest one soldier? Regardless of what others think of you, the class president's favorite remains you. It was as if Shurguaban's voice was right in Chen Jun's ears. Chen Jun looked at the gate and said to himself, "In the beginning, I couldn't come out of the gate in style. Now I don't have to walk in from here. Let's give Conley a head start first." Conley had been an old special. had fought in the war, and was a veritable veteran. Although he had heard that he was a bit of a good drinker, and when he was drunk, he dared to say anything, and could send his good soldiers out one by one, but there was no doubt about his ability to lead soldiers, or else he wouldn't have been able to bring the Iron Fist Regiment to be so loud. When Kong Tuan visited him, he said how awesome and powerful he was and hoped to come to the Iron Fist Regiment, but Chen Jun knew clearly that the other party still looked down a bit on the waste soldier he was in the beginning in his bones. Otherwise, to their own transfer orders, the mission position are not, obviously want to see the performance of Chen Jun, and then decide so placed. If he performs well, he will be entrusted with an important position, but if he doesn't perform well, it's not impossible to send him to raise pigs, just as he did in the beginning. In a nutshell, Kong Tuan is giving himself a platform, but whether he can stand firm depends on his own performance. That's Conley, a decent guy who can be full of. Chen Jun scanned the circle around him. Under the hacker's sneaking technique, he was able to easily memorize his surroundings, thus giving birth to information in his mind about how to sneak in. It's like he was born to be an assassin. In the next moment, Chen Jun locked onto a huge fence at the right corner and immediately radiated his perception ability. Hacking involves sensing your surroundings, like a variety of routes, and finally locking down the safest one. This was the most terrifying part of the hacker sneaking technique. If in the jungle, Chen Jun had this ability, it would have been much easier for him to kill those militants, and he might have been able to leave that little leader behind. Instead of nearly dying from serious injuries himself, Chen Jun's feet pointed, and his figure leaped up, like a cheetah that suddenly leapt up, and his shadow quickly disappeared in the doorway, as if he had never been here before. The sentry in charge of the duty at the entrance also didn't notice that the surveillance around the area didn't stay behind any paintings except for the very beginning when they appeared. At this time, at the door of Iron Fist Regiment Kong Lei's office, Kong Lei stood there and looked at the old black squad leader who was sent out to pick him up and said, "Old Black, today Chen Jun was discharged from the hospital. He told me in advance by phone that you didn't pick him up." "What do you mean? Half a year ago you said he was a waste. This is you not wanting to pick him up, right?" Chapter 19, Assassination of Conley. Old Black's face was bitter, and he really couldn't tell you how aggrieved he was. "This, really cannot blame me. After receiving your notice, I first went to pick him up, but when I waited there, he left early. I heard that he went to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and I immediately chased after him, but when I got there, he had already gone. I'm going around and around. Every time I'm a step behind. It's not that I'm slow, but that kid moves too fast. What can I do? Moreover, when I was at the Civil Affairs Bureau, I heard that he and Anrun had registered for marriage. That kid was going to get married before he was discharged early." When he said that, the old black man was a little envious. Anrun is the green flower in the army. The people who miss her can be lined up into a reinforced company, including the Wolf Teeth Special Forces side. There are people who look up to her. Conley froze for a moment and said, "And you said he was married to Anrun?" Old Black nodded his head and said, "Anyway, that's what the staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau said. If this kid isn't getting married, what's he running to the Civil Affairs Bureau for?" Kong Lei muttered. "This kid can start so fast. Only a month's time. Actually let him take the violet this flower to pick. Awesome. When Gong Arrow that guy are interested in her." Lao Zi introduced cousin to him. "He is not interested. This time dead heart." Very good. Very good." Saying that, his face sank as he stared at Old Black. "That's an excuse. Why didn't you go faster when you were driving? Don't you just assume that people are still losers? I'll tell you, Chen Jun is Enran's savior, the ghost of the gray area of Area 1. He's making a name for himself now. Let me tell you. In the last battle he single-handedly saved Enron from the militants and took out 20 of them. Don't stop at the time when people were hangers-on. There are more than enough people grabbing for him now. If I hadn't run to the hospital 3 times to play the emotional card, do you think he would have agreed to come to our Iron Fist Regiment?" Old Black's heart trembled violently, and he looked at Kong Lei in surprise. "Chief, is it really true? This news sounds even more metaphysical than Chen Jun marrying Enran. Is that kid turned on?" Old Black was in charge of recruit training and knew Chen Jun's strength too well. This kid and he Chenwang, Wang Yanbing and others are the same period of recruits. When in the shooting test, 10 rounds of ammunition, he only hit 3 rings. The same period of recruits in the bottom of the first. It's not just the shooting one. Cross-country, fighting, etc. He's hanging on by a thread. Old Black has led so many classes of recruits, and has never met one with such poor grades. And if it were not for Shirgua's squad leader, he would have been thrown to the pigs. It's gotten so good now? Taking out 20 militants in a single battle is such a horrific feat that Old Black can't do it. To be honest, when Kong Lei informed him to go and pick up Chen Jun and come back, he was a little bit emotional and was not very willing to go. Just as Kong Lei said, it was to look down on the other party. A soldier so bad that he was asked to pick it up. On what grounds? So when he drove, Old Black was slowing down, not wanting to arrive so early. Now it seems to be your own fault? You've been wrong? Seeing that Old Black was still frothing, Kong Lei yelled lowly, what are you still standing there for? Don't hurry up and go. If you can't find someone to come back today, you're not coming back either. Yes. Old Black immediately rolled away. Conley returned to his office, still amazed. This kid is very lucky. Strange. How did Enran agree to him? A hero saves a beauty and gives his body to him? It's not that old-fashioned. What era is it now? Still engage in this set. Conley thought about it for a while and then stopped thinking about it. It's a young man's problem. People are willing to fight each other. What's there to say? It's good for Enran to get married early to save so many people from thinking about it. Conley pulls out his cell phone, swipes through the news, and relaxes. Just now, he was so angry by Old Black that his brain hurt a little. Recently, because of the injuries of Chen Jun and the others, it was surprising that there were reporters reporting on their injuries. And in the next moment, Kong Lei was attracted by a headline. The richest man's son joins the army. Good lord, what kind of gimmicky news is this? Conley clicked on the title and a bunch of comments appeared below. The son of the richest man in Donghai City is awesome. Much more awesome than that Principal Wang Xiao who specializes in picking up netizens. A contemporary model. This is what a rich second generation should look like. Kudos to our richest son in Donghai City. He's the hot-blooded young man. He's the role model for us to follow. Look at the other rich kids. Do you know what the gap is? This is the gap. Immediately interested, Conley quickly clicked on the video. Chen Jun. Shi Guo? Conley couldn't help but freeze when he recognized Chen Jun and Shi Guo at first glance. As he looked further down, he became more and more surprised, and his heart turned over in a huge wave. Chen Jun is actually the son of the richest man. Chen Shan, such a super rich second generation, actually came to be a soldier. No wonder. Performed so poorly during the 3 months of recruits. The young master soldier of the rich second generation. How good can the physical quality be? But even so what? People are highly aware. Super rich second generation From a rookie with everything hanging in the balance to a combat hero. What a magnificent transformation. Not bad. Just for what he did for the squad leader. This soldier is good. There's nothing wrong with Enran marrying him. And if I were a woman, I'd marry too. Chen Jun, that kid is young, handsome, capable and strong. His family is also so rich. This is a proper multi-golden man. Such boys are most sought after. Of course Enran is also very good. A flower in the army. Gentle and generous. Delicate mind. Knows how to take care of people. Definitely the dream goddess of many geeks. This kid hides deeply enough. Good. A man with a family can be said to be a real man. He certainly won't become more stable in the future. Very good. Conley thought for a moment and immediately gave Gong Arrow a call, telling him to come to his office immediately. After the call, Conley continued to watch the video. The more he looked at it, the more he was overwhelmed with emotion, not realizing that Chen Jun's ideological awareness would be so high. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed through the doorway, and no sound could be heard. Who? Conley let out a low growl. After all, he was a veteran, once a comrade in arms with Fan Tianlei. His reaction was naturally not slow, and he was alerted at the first moment when the figure flashed in. Swish! A cold dagger was already on his neck, followed by a cold voice. You've hung up. Kong Lei was shocked and said, who are you? Because his opponent had come around behind him. The speed of the opponent was so fast that it surpassed Conley's reaction speed. Looking at the entire Iron Fist Corps, he hadn't found anyone with such a stance, including Old Black. Old Black reckons he's only half as fast as his opponent. Chapter 20, Chen Jun's past. The one who lurked in was no other than Chen Jun. Chen Jun said blandly, if I were the enemy, your neck would have already been cut. They say that the Iron Fist Regiment is the hardest and strongest, but in my opinion, it's nothing more than that. Kong Lei roared lowly, who the hell are you? If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago and would still be talking nonsense to me? Pretending with me. It's not like it's my first day as a soldier, because it is back to back. Kong Lei is not good to do it. Plus the speed of the other party out is really fast. From the door to the desk, 5 or 6 meters away. The other party a turn of the eye. He did not see clearly how the other party came in. Absolutely masterful. Did old Fan send someone to crash the party again? Chen Jun swished and put away his dagger, quickly walked around to Kong Lei's body and saluted. Report, Ensign Chen Jun. Ordered to report for duty. Please instruct. Chen Jun. Kong Lei raised his eyes to see Chen Jun standing in front of him and froze, wanting to curse. But I can't say it. What's there to say? Aren't you ashamed enough? The old black searched for half a day and couldn't find anyone. And now the other party appeared in front of him in the way of an assassin, which is a door-to-door face hit off. Conley's stomach was a twitch and his stomach hurt. No wonder my eyelids were jumping all the time this morning. Damn, this kid is going to kill me. It's all that old black guy. Just a little early to go to the hospital. Received Chen Jun back. Not this gear of shame? I'll have to give the old black man a good whacking later. Why did you run in here without a word and make that joke? This joke? It's not funny at all. You know. Conley's face got a little ugly. He had been the boss for so many years. And in his own office, he was annihilated. If this spreads out, where will he put his old face? Chen Jun said, reporting to the chief. I'm really sorry. I used to be a waste of space here. Quite a lot of being scolded. I'm ready to be thrown into pig farming. This time, I want to prove that I won't disgrace my squad leader. Conley was fully awake now, and that old face looked as if he had been drinking, and his eyes were red. This kid's meaning is clear. He wants to prove himself, and he's directly taking him, the boss of the Iron Fist Corps. That's a good enough slap in the face. Conley was still a bit skeptical about Chen Jun's strength, but now there was no more. This was the residence of the Iron Fist Regiment, and there were a total of 3 posts from the main entrance to his office, so he couldn't get in without permission. But Chen Jun came in. There's only one possibility, breaking in. For the regiment's defense, Conley did not dare to say that it was solid as gold, but if he wanted to come in without a single movement, even if it was the special forces that came, he could not do it. Not bad for a spooky ghost of Area 1, God forbid. This kid had really gotten stronger, not at all comparable to before. What does it mean to be impressed? That's a good way to get through it. Conley now didn't even know whether it was better to praise Chen Jun or scold him. Just at this time, Gong Arrow came from outside and saw that the door to Conley's office was open, so he poked his head in, just in time to see Chen Jun holding a dagger in his hand against Conley. Gong Arrow's face changed drastically as he yelled, "There's an assassin!" He casually grabbed the broom in the doorway and smashed it at Chen Jun. Swish! The broomstick flew past very quickly, 5 meters in the blink of an eye. However, Chen Jun struck even faster, his left hand reaching out like lightning and grabbing the wooden pole. Gong Arrow rushed up right after him, ready to kick Chen Jun's dagger away. Conley chided, "Stop it, he's not an assassin, he's Chen Jun." Gong Arrow hastily collected his feet and looked at Chen Jun suspiciously. Chen Jun? That punk from boot camp? Gong Arrow was the one who caught the training of the new recruits and was too impressed with Chen Jun. He, a military senior who drank foreign ink, had led many soldiers, and under his training, they were all out of the ordinary. But in the face of Chen Jun, a soldier, there was no way at all. Damn, everything is a hanging tale. To physical fitness without physical fitness. To talent without talent. Such a person can still be recruited into the barracks. Gong Arrow cannot understand. It could be said that Chen Jun had been labeled as the #1 incompetent in the world in his head. Didn't this kid follow Shirgui to Area 1? How come he's back again? Gong Arrow looked Chen Jun up and down. Yes, that look hadn't changed at all. The skin had become a little darker, as if wheat-colored, very healthy, unlike the kind of whiteness before. Of course, the most crucial point was that he exuded a murderous aura all over his body. This murderous aura is not something that ordinary soldiers can have. Even Gong Arrow doesn't have this kind of murderous aura. Gong Arrow was clear about this kind of killing aura, which had to have decapitated an enemy in order to have it. He had once felt it on a special forces soldier, but the murderous aura on Chen Jun was obviously thicker than the murderous aura he had seen on a special forces soldier. What the hell has this kid been through? How come he has such a dominating killing aura? Where did Gong Arrow know that Chen Jun had killed 20 militants in the last battle alone? And with his physical quality of 3.5, he had already stepped into the threshold of the king of soldiers. So at the moment he looked as if he was a professional killer. How was Gong Arrow not surprised? He couldn't forget that wimpy look of Chen Jun in the beginning for the rest of his life. The comparison is really cloudy now. And just now the other party grabbed the flying broomstick. That movement was crisp and clean. At a glance it was clear that it was someone with a kung fu background. Chen Jun used to be so bad at fighting skills. How did he change and become so strong? It's not right. Gong Arrow couldn't think of anything else. You are the waste. That sure Gui covers. Gong Arrow hurriedly covered his mouth, did not say it. A little embarrassed. Chief, what's going on here? He was holding a dagger and I thought what he was going to do. Gong Arrow hurriedly changed the topic. That situation just now was truly like Chen Jun was going to make a move on Conley, which was why Gong Arrow was so anxious. Conley coughed a few times and spoke. All right, this is a misunderstanding. Have your sharpshooter 4 companies assemble. Gong Arrow glanced at Chen Jun once more, then turned his head to Conley and said, yes. With that, he turned and headed out the door. Conley suddenly said, Gong Arrow, after work, go to my house. I'll let my sister-in-law make you a good meal. Gong Arrow turned his head over, hesitated, and said, Chief, dinner is fine. Don't introduce me to someone. Whenever I go to Conley's house for dinner, I always have to say something about introducing my cousin. Conley's cousin is good, but she is not suitable. Now Gong Arrow is afraid as soon as he hears Conley call him to dinner. The corner of Conley's mouth twitched, so he turned his head and glanced at Chen Jun, then stared at Gong Arrow and said, Your kid don't think about that green flower in the army. People are married. Gong Arrow froze, and in the next moment his heart was like a deer in headlights. Chapter 21, The Greatest Recruit in History. Enron got married? Gong Arrow felt like his brain had been bludgeoned with 1,000,000 points. He came into contact with Enron during a special mission, and the other party's valor as well as his gentle and generous personality left a deep impression on him. So the object of Gong Arrow's desire is her. Of course, Gong Arrow also knows that Wolf Fawn's Lei Zhuan is also pursuing Enran. But isn't that not chasing after him? Before a real relationship is established, everyone is equal, right? Now it suddenly popped out that Enran got married? That can't be right. Chief, you're talking nonsense again. You didn't drink today, did you? How could Enran have gotten married? With Lei War? Gong Arrow waved his hand. There's no news that Enran has a boyfriend. So how did the marriage come out of nowhere? It can't be that fast, right? In the army, it's not popular to get married on the spur of the moment. Kong Tuan looked at Gong Arrow, who was a bit sour, and turned to Chen Jun and laughed. Comrade Chen Jun, don't blame me for exposing you guys. The old black squad leader went to the hospital to pick you up. Couldn't pick you up. Heard that you and Enran went to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and then hoofed it to chase after you guys. Know your good things. Aren't you going to send out wedding candies? Congratulations. Hold a beauty. You are not aware of how many people in our troops miss Comrade Enran, including this right-hand man of mine. Are her admirers? For her, I do not know how many times I refused to introduce a girlfriend to him. Chen Jun's face did not change. It didn't matter to him. After all, it wasn't anything unseemly. As Conley said, it's joyous. Of course, Chen Jun was also aware that he had just beheaded Conley, and the other party was just giving himself a counterattack to pull some hate. Enran had quite a few admirers in the military, and of course, Chen Jun knew very well that if this news got out, 9 times out of 10, those admirers would find him in trouble. Big trouble for sure, but an opportunity to wear shoes for sure. If Chen Jun is not strong enough, then in the future, there must be quite a few voices of all kinds of skepticism. As expected, Gong Arrow's eyes swished as he heard Conley say this and stared at Chen Jun. Him? Why? Gong Arrow's tone was very unnatural. A woman as good as Enran would marry a new recruit like Chen Jun? In the past, she was still the tail end of the line in every way, and was almost thrown out to raise pigs. On what grounds? Conley snorted coldly and said, Why not? He's younger than you, more handsome than you, and richer than you. Isn't that enough? Alright, let's go together. Saying that, he patted Chen Jun's shoulder. Go, I didn't mean to expose you. Military marriages have to be registered, and technically they still have to be applied for and agreed to by the organization. But as long as it's consensual for both of you to turn back and make it up, it's not a problem. Let's not talk about this. The way you came back to decapitate. I like it. Ha ha, let's go. When you were a new recruit, didn't you always think of joining the Sharpshooters 4th Company? Go and take a look. Chen Jun nodded and followed Conley out. This caused Gong Arrow, who was standing behind him, to get a little messed up. What the hell? Really married? Gong Arrow doesn't feel like the world is that great anymore. Sharpshooter Company 4 was the strongest company in the Iron Fist Regiment, a company with an honorable title, which represented that it had an honorable history in the past. All recruits are proud to join the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. However, want to join the Sharpshooter 4 Company cannot be so easy. When the boot camp more than 100 recruits finally can be assigned to the He Changwang, Li Erniu and others, and Li Erniu enough to enter is because he has a second-class chef's license to go to the Firehead Army. Therefore, those who wanted to enter the Sharpshooters 4th Company were definitely the best soldiers in 100 miles, and tail soldiers like Chen Jun were not even qualified to go sweeping the floor. It did not take long for the 4 companies of sharpshooters to gather, and Chen Jun saw that in addition to He Changwang and the team, Wang Yanbing was surprisingly also inside. It seems like the plot has changed. At this time, Wang Yanbing should still be in the maintenance company, repairing tanks. Conley swept a glance at the crowd and said loudly, Chen Jun, here. Chen Jun took a step forward and walked to the front of the group. When the soldiers of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters saw Chen Jun, an odd look appeared on each of their faces, because Chen Jun was too famous in the Iron Fist Regiment. Almost everyone knew that this term's recruits had come with the most rookie recruit that the Iron Fist Regiment had ever seen. Other recruits have 1 or 2 bottom of the barrel is just fine, but he is good. Is all bottom? Bottom is just, but also set a new record of the lowest score of recruits. It's all become a big joke for the Iron Fist Corps. By the time the new recruits were assigned companies in March, none of the companies were willing to take the soldier, and they were finally ready to be thrown into logistics to raise pigs. I don't know what kind of luck he had, but he was taken to Area 1 by squad leader Shi Gui. Why are you back now? Could it be that they were returned by the border guards? This is too humiliating. As for He Changwang and Wang Yanbing, who were in the same phase as Chen Jun, they performed quite brilliantly, especially He Changwang, who were both already comparable to or even stronger than the veterans. Conley could see in their eyes what they were all thinking, but none of it mattered. Comrade Chen Jun is a combat hero who went out from our Iron Fist Regiment and used to be stationed in Area 1, and now he's back to serve as the company commander of your Sharpshooter Company 4. As soon as his words fell, the brains of everyone in the room felt like they had exploded. Chen Jun is the commander of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters? There's no mistake. The Sharpshooters have always had no company commander. Only the instructor. That is, Gong Arrow. Not even the deputy. Our Gong Arrow single-handedly brought out, and occasionally the Old Black also guest role of the deputy company. Chen Jun came back from stationing on the island and became a company commander straight away? It was too much for them. This, recruit company's trash as our company commander? It's too funny. Is he capable of that? The chief has been drinking? It doesn't look like it. His face is red and he doesn't reek of alcohol. And Gong Arrow was equally dumbfounded when he suddenly heard this decision. What does Old Kong mean by this? Would it be too sudden? Even if Chen Jun is different from the past, he's still a recruit of less than a year. How can he be a company commander? Gong Arrow stared at Conley. Conley didn't care what they thought and continued to fan the flames. The Marksman Company 4 has never had a company commander because I didn't think you had anyone with the qualifications to do so, but today there is, and that's Chen Jun, who is already the strongest recruit in the history of our Iron Fist Regiment. So to speak, the faces of the crowd were changing, and as they looked at Chen Jun, their eyes became even more odd. Chen Jun immediately heard someone in the ranks say, "That punk got kicked back? Guarding Area 1 and you get to be our company commander straight away? Become the strongest recruit ever? Let's have some fun. What's he capable of? A new recruit who dares to lead us? Does he deserve to?" Chapter 22, Take It or Leave It. Chen Jun's face was like an ice-cold blade, with not a single fluctuation in sight. In the team, Wang Yanbing lowered his voice and said, 80% of them are here for gold plating. Anyway, the Sharpshooter 4th Company doesn't need a company commander. Guarding the first area is so powerful. If I had known, I would have gone too. When Chen Jun was first dragged to Area 1 by Shi Gui, many people still thought it was funny that a young master soldier like Chen Jun would be able to last anywhere he went. If not, he might even become a deserter. Instead of that, why don't you just go into logistics and raise pigs? It would be a real shame if you did become a deserter. Area 1 was the toughest, loneliest, and most dangerous area to be stationed in, and none of the many recruits wanted to go there. He Changwang did not look askance and said softly, "Wait and see what happens. Don't get excited. I'm afraid things aren't that simple." Old Kong is sometimes confused, but the 4 companies of sharpshooters are the signature of our regiment. He definitely won't mess around. It's impossible to say that the kid has really changed. The old saying that a scholar is impressed after 3 days of separation. Others might not be able to see it. But He Changwang, as a combat champion, after one crazy fight after another in the ring, was able to see the murderous aura emanating from Chen Jun's body. This was completely different from the Chen Jun of his recruiting days. Wang Yanbing lightly grunted. A rotten one. Even if he wears a dragon robe, he's still a mud leg. He'll just act cool. He Changwang said, "Don't underestimate any of your opponents. This is my magic weapon to win in the ring." At this moment, Conley heard the whispering in the group, and instead of scolding and stopping them, he turned his head to look at Chen Jun. Good lord, this kid has a cold face, as if he's a machine with no emotions. This kid is not simple, at least not a good guy, or else he would not have assassinated himself. To come back, Conley does not hold grudges, but he also does not want to render the things that Chen Jun has done, and why he will be broken. He was letting Chen Jun prove himself. Conley, who understands the reasoning behind the unification of the army, is aware that the best way to prove yourself is to fight it out yourself, not to be told by others. Chen Jun alone wiped out 20 militants in one battle, an absolute bull. Although the Sharpshooter 4 companies are strong, they are still a distance away from the special forces. That is, they are not ruthless enough. That's why Kong Lei wanted to use Chen Jun, the ghost of Area 1, to stimulate these guys and bring out the bloodlust in them. To put it bluntly, Kong Lei was using Chen Jun as a detonator for the Sharpshooters 4th Company, causing all these guys who had been resting on their laurels for so long to blow up. It's true that the 4th Company of Marksmen is very strong, And the soldiers of the Iron Fist Regiment all want to enter the 4th Company of Marksmen. But it's all in the nest, so what's the point? What Kong Lei needs are soldiers who can fight their way out. Just like the current Chen Jun, he can do things that are even better than the special forces. Conley is ambitious head. Sure enough, when Conley said that, the murmur gradually changed, especially those veterans who had spent a long time in the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. One of the veterans directly shouted, "Report, Kong Regiment. I heard that his shooting test a few months ago was a 3-ring score. So what makes him the company commander of our marksman company for? Is he that strong? We want to see." Another veteran soldier followed suit. "Brothers, want to see what our new company commander can do? Think." The crowd roared in unison. Conley wanted that effect. He also wanted to see what kind of skills Chen Jun had to be able to kill 20 militants in one breath. Although it was impossible for this matter to be false, it always felt a bit metaphysical for Conley not to verify it. If he didn't know about Chen Jun's past, Kong Lei just didn't care. It was just that Chen Jun used to be such a dishwasher of a soldier, and in such a short period of time, to become so strong, this was something that truly boggled the mind. Retired from the special forces, Kong Lei is very clear about the improvement of combat power. That is not a day or 2 days. Need a long time of training as well as talent, and even more need a good teacher to teach. When Chen Jun went to Area 1, did anyone teach him? Squad leader Shurgu's abilities are limited. Otherwise he wouldn't have nearly lost his life in that battle. In a word, there are still a lot of suspicions on Chen Jun's body. Kong Lei immediately turned his head to Chen Jun and said, "Company Commander Chen, look at this." Chen Jun didn't talk nonsense and said, "Do it or else." Kong Lei's heart was delighted. He liked this kind of soldier. "Go!" Conley shouted. All of a sudden, all of them walked towards the training ground in a big way. At this time, Gong Arrow's mind is complicated. They don't know what to say, and they don't know what Kong Tuan is playing. To get a company commander for the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, he had no objection, but at least give a notice in advance, so that he could be prepared and let himself know what kind of god it was, right? It was so impromptu that it messed up all the plans in his head. The most crucial point is that this candidate, forget about it and look at it. Gong Arrow walked up to Chen Jun and said, "That, Company Commander Chen, what do you need?" Chen Jun interrupted Gong Arrow, "Directly let the best veterans of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters come along, and you take the roll call." Gong Arrow froze for a moment and said, "I say, Company Commander Chen, this is not a performance nature. Direct dry?" Chen Jun stared at him and said, "Fighting, only killing, not performing, a real hacker. One move and you're dead. What's with all the nonsense?" The corner of Gong Arrow's mouth twitched, that blockage in his heart. This guy would die if he didn't brag. Conley laughed and said, "Well said, our Iron Fist Regiment." In the next moment, Chen Jun also interrupted him, pointing at the several veterans who had been talking the most fiercely in the ranks just now and shouted, "Come out, the truth is within the reach of your fists. Aren't you guys dissatisfied? Speak with your fists." With that, he pointed at He Changwang and Wang Yanbing. "You two come out here too, and stop whining." The veteran who was directly named by Chen Jun was confused. What the hell was this kid doing? Challenging them? He's got an itch. Though the 4 companies of sharpshooters are said to be in front of the word sharpshooter, it does not mean that they are poor in other skills. On the contrary, they are equally strong in other programs. Chen Jun, a loser soldier who has been in the army for less than a year and is at the bottom of the list in every recruit assessment, challenged them? What's all this talk about the truth being in the fist? If this fell into the mouth of instructor Gong Arrow, they felt it made sense. And coming from Chen Jun's mouth, it was a joke. In the words of the instructor, "You calf, you'd die if you didn't brag." He Changwang and Wang Yanbing both looked at each other with surprised expressions. Is this the real Chen Jun? How come it doesn't feel right? They were in the same class of recruits as Chen Jun and trained together in the boot camp for 3 months, so they knew Chen Jun's skills all too well. Is this guy's brain stimulated? Chapter 23, This Madman. Definitely open up. Chen Jun swept a glance at the 8 people who walked out, and in the next moment, his brows frowned. Come out with 2 more and I'll beat 10 of them alone. Chen Jun let out a low growl. Is too arrogant. One by one, the men of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters felt like their brains had exploded. They had seen arrogant ones, but they hadn't seen such arrogance. This is Marksman Company 4. Even the special forces have to keep a low profile when they come here. And this former boot camp punk is going to challenge all 10 of them? Annoyance. It wasn't just the people of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters who were annoyed. Gong Arrow's heart couldn't stand it a bit. He yelled down, Old Guan, step out." The next moment, 2 lean veterans stepped out quickly. In a flash, 10 people walked up to Chen Jun, each with a murderous aura, as if there was a beast lurking in their bodies that could explode at any time. Chen Jun was provoking them, playing with fire. Wang Yanbing stared at Chen Jun and opened his mouth. That waste of the third class. If you didn't drag it down, it wouldn't be a total wipeout. Before his voice fell, he only saw that Chen Jun had already transformed into a shadow and pounced on Wang Yanbing. Wang Yanbing only saw fists enlarging and crushing his words to his mouth. Boo! Wang Yanbing only felt a huge force coming from his chest, and as if he was hit by the front end of a high-speed car, he was directly thrown backward and flew 3 meters away. Bang! Wang Yanbing hit the ground heavily, and his body rolled continuously on the ground, rolling out another 3 meters or so before stabilizing himself. Everyone's face changed drastically, and they all revealed horrified looks. So fast, so hard, 10 paces away, 1 move to kill. Although Wang Yanbing was a newcomer, his fighting skills were just below He Changwang's, and some veterans were not his opponents, but as a result, he couldn't even block a single move. Chen Jun's attack was too dominating. Whoever insults the third class, dies. Also, with reaction times like yours, your corpses in the eyes of the militants. A powerful killing aura instantly erupted from Chen Jun. In an instant, all of the remaining 9 people, except for He Changwang, pounced on them. The honor of the 4th company of marksmen will not be trampled on. At this moment, Chen Jun seemed to return to the forest in Area 1, the hacker's assassination technique, making his figure as if it was lightning. Boo! His shoulders slammed one off while crushing the one behind him as he fell out with it. Snap! A dull crash sounded. Chen Jun smashed his opponent's chin. Originally, according to the hacker assassination technique, was to hit the other party's throat not and break the bones. Chen Jun held back. Otherwise this punch would have seriously injured the other party without dying. But spare me. The other party's eyes went black under this punch and he fainted on the spot. The wind whistled behind Chen Jun. Without turning his head back, he pointed his foot, and his figure was like a ghost, shrinking backward, directly avoiding the 2 people who were pouncing on him, and strangely circling around behind the other party. Chen Jun grabbed his left and right hands, grabbing his opponent's head and slamming it inward. Boo! 2 guys squatted right down. Kill! Chen Jun let out a low roar. He swung his fist violently, clashing hard with the fist of an oncoming veteran. A dull impact sound rang out. The veteran's arm felt a huge force coming. His body couldn't help but back up, while his arm had a sharp pain as if it was going to break. The veteran's face changed drastically, not thinking that Chen Jun's power was so terrifying. The power of his own explosion with the help of his body's inertia, 2 forces superimposed together, would have thought that it was the other party who was knocked back. As a result, just as his fists made contact, he realized that he had far underestimated his opponent's strength. Careless, but the next moment, the veteran's heart was even more horrified as Chen Jun took an arrow step forward almost at the same moment, closing in on his body and swinging out a hand knife. Snap! The veteran only felt a stabbing pain in the back of his neck. His eyes went black, and he fell to the ground, not even having the chance to dodge. He was aware of Chen Jun's attack, but knowing it, he couldn't react. Chen Jun was like a butterfly wearing flowers constantly flickering and wandering through the attacking crowd. In just a few breaths of time, 9 people had already fallen on the ground. Almost all of them were one-hit kills, and no one was able to hold up to Chen Jun's 2 moves. He Changwang's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw all of his comrades fall to the ground, tightened his fists, let out a low growl, and rushed towards Chen Jun. Chen Jun's attack did not change, and he directly killed him with a punch. He Changwang knew that Chen Jun's fists were fierce and did not dare to resist them, and hurriedly dodged. While changing from fists to elbows and smashing into his opponent, Chen Jun takes a step back to avoid the elbow strike from He Changwang. In the next moment, He Changwang sidestepped a flying kick. Chen Jun's body swayed, sticking a step forward to avoid the peak of his opponent's foot, and his fist slammed into his opponent in close proximity. He Changwang hurriedly stepped backward, his body bending shape to avoid Chen Jun's fist. He has a strong kung fu background and is very flexible. However, with He Changwang's continuous attacks, no matter how he changed his stance, Chen Jun's fists would bombard him. Hell, guessing isn't even this difficult. This guy seems like a ghost. When did he practice such a weird stance? The fighting technique executed by Chen Jun was not the close combat they had learned in the army. It was completely different. Moreover, during the recruiting period, Chen Jun's fighting skills were so lousy that with He Changwang's means he could fight 10 of them alone without a problem. Now Chen Jun was beating 10 of them by 1. Such a change was too big. Swish! Chen Jun's powerful punch attacked He Changwang's face very abruptly, and He Changwang was unable to avoid it. Spell it out. He Changwang tightened his fists and exploded all of his body's strength to fight hard against Chen Jun. Boo! The 2 iron fists slammed heavily together. He Changwang's feet were unsteady and he continuously backed up, while a sharp pain came from his arm, while his fists were a bit numb from the pain. Is this guy's fist made of iron? Just now, just like that, He Changwon felt like he was smashing on an iron block. Tap. Chen Jun's figure closed in on He Changwon, as if he didn't feel a bit of pain. This maniac. He Changwon immediately blocked with both hands, but was still a bit too late. Chen Jun's fist hard ripped through his arms and struck He Changwon's neck. He Changwon almost couldn't catch his breath. If the other party at this time, then pull so a bit. His own absolute two eyes. Pouncing. He Changwon simply sat on the ground. Not to fight. Anyway, played not. Lying flat forget. This is something that cannot be helped. On the strength, the other party's strength is greater than him. On the speed and cannot compare to the other party. On the stance and not as weird as the other party. How to fight. If the fight continued, he would surely end up like the others. This madman is definitely open. Otherwise it would be impossible for his fighting technique strength to rise to such a terrifying level in such a short period of time. He Changwon started practicing martial arts at the age of 8, competed in various tournaments, constantly battled with others, and entered the army having combined fighting arts and kung fu together to achieve his current strength. And Chen Jun? He was a rookie a few months ago. Chapter 24, he is a hero and must be honored by all of us. The men of the 4 companies of sharpshooters all froze as they looked at the 10 men who had all fallen in just less than a minute. These 10 people's fighting strength was definitely part of the top ranking of the 4 companies of sharpshooters. And the 10 people who joined forces couldn't even withstand Chen Jun's attack in a single shot. It's not too metaphysical. How is this possible? How is his fighting strength so strong? Wasn't his fighting strength the weakest in the entire regiment during his recruiting period? Yes, too strong. Such attack power. Even the special forces are not so fierce. And when he strikes, how do I feel a kind of shudder? As if it's a murderous aura. What exactly has he gone through? How can he increase his fighting strength so terrifyingly in such a short period of time? The faces of the crowd all showed a look of horror, and their eyes became complicated as they looked at Chen Jun. After all, Chen Jun's previous performance during his recruiting period was so bad that he was said to be the worst recruit ever in the Iron Fist Regiment. But what was the concept of such a worst recruit? Who in a single glance had knocked down 10 of the strongest fighting strength of their sharpshooter 4 companies? Gong Arrow's heart was appalled. Chen Jun's fighting strength was already comparable to the combat techniques trained by the special forces. No, I should say it was even stronger than the combat techniques. With the speed and power of his attack just now, if it was on the battlefield, these 10 people would have already turned into a corpse. How can this kid be so strong? No wonder he is so arrogant. The other party is not bragging but really has the strength. What exactly has happened to him? Gong Arrow's face looking at Chen Jun was colorful, and Kong Lei looked at the 10 people who had fallen into pieces and exclaimed, no wonder he was able to kill 20 militants. I don't think those special forces soldiers have as much fighting experience as he does. Good, good. There's a show this time. These rabbits. Someone's cleaned up. That's right. Must quit drinking. Can't let a soldier like that get away. At this moment, Chen Jun swept towards the crowd with an icy face and said coldly, my squad leader said that the 4th company of marksmen was the best company in the Iron Fist Regiment, but now it seems that it's nothing more than that. In the battlefield, you're not gods, but weak chickens, with slow speeds, little strength, and many breaks, and you're still living in the past honors. Old man, look down on you. Chen Jun had seen the power of those armed men. At that time, he had already obtained the hacking assassination technique, as well as the hacking shooting technique, but he was still hit with 6 shots on his body and was almost accounted for there. And he was in the 3rd class, which was very strong, but there were still people who kept sacrificing their lives. What does that mean? Lack of actual combat. There was nothing wrong with the fact that the soldiers of the Yin Kingdom were the best soldiers, but the long period of peaceful life had left them lacking in actual combat. Only by exercising on a real battlefield and surviving can you grow up quickly and become a real warrior. Growth comes at the cost of blood, and Chen Jun had already seen she die, and he didn't want to see that scene happen again. On the battlefield, you won't even have a chance to shoot if you move like that. Chen Jun's sarcasm was along the lines of Kong Lei, who knew very well why Kong Lei had invited him. Sharpshooter Company 4 is indeed the best company in the Iron Fist Regiment, and the best role model for Sharpshooter Company 4 was when Conley was captured during a maneuver, which only spurred them to bounce back from the Jedi and start reflecting. What Chen Jun wanted to do now was to make the 4 companies of sharpshooters stronger in advance, so that when the war suddenly came, there would be fewer sacrifices and not as many grieving families. You guys, you're letting me down. Chen Jun threw down this sentence, turned around and rushed towards the playground and started running. Wang Yanbing, He Changwon, and the others who had originally fallen to the ground slowed down and slowly stood up. Under a sarcastic beating from Chen Jun, their eyes were on fire. The fire that burned in the eyes of all the men of the 4th company of marksmen. Kong Lei yelled lowly, you can't beat me in fighting, but you're afraid of running too? I see that you are all soft-fisted soldiers. From now on I will call you all softies. Swish! He Chengwang took off his upper body's clothes and threw them on the ground as he angrily said, "Go! Run down him!" Wang Yanbing gritted his teeth. Marred. Sneak attack. Can't lose to this punk. Go! With that, they directly rushed up towards Chen Jun's figure. It wouldn't just be the people who had been knocked down who rushed, but everyone in the entire fourth company of marksmen rushed forward and began to run after Chen Jun. They all want faces. People have kicked and cursed their way to their doorstep. If they still hold it in like a soft bag, what are they? Pussy. Tap. On the playground, the sound of dense footsteps rang out. A battle of endurance begins. 1 lap. 2 laps. 3 laps. When the team ran through 10 laps, the gap between the team members began to show, and some of them began to slow down, but there was still a part of them that kept up with Chen Jun's rhythm. But when it reached 20 laps, there were fewer and fewer people who could keep up with Chen Jun's running pace. What had been a neat line had now become a long serpentine formation. Conley had been standing off to the side watching, and there was excitement in his eyes. Reporting to the chief, Chen Jun was not found. Old Black rushed over to report to Conley. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was surprised and said, "Chief, what is this for?" "The fourth company is setting up a long snake formation." Conley smiled and said, "No need to look for it." Chen Jun came back and is comparing the heights with the fourth company. "Look at the one running at the front. It's now the 22nd lap." Old Black immediately looked towards the soldier at the front of the charge. "It's really Chen Jun." Old Black's pupils snapped open and his mouth dropped open. "Good boy. I really looked away. So much potential. In such a short period of time the strength has increased so much. No wonder Shirgui class leader is so optimistic. Dying to protect him. Powerful After 20 laps there is still such speed. Can be comparable to the special forces." Old Black exclaimed. Conley said, "Look away. Let you go to pick up someone. And still so sloppy. Such a good soldier. Where to find? I'm telling you. This soldier, our Iron Fist regiment can't afford to lose it." Old Black hesitated for a moment and said, "Chief, I have inquired about some information. He is indeed the ghost of the gods of Area 1. The border guard you company commander is very valued, and wants to let him back. Or the head of the regiment has the ability to let him come to our Iron Fist regiment. But you company's meaning is, it seems that the picket side is onto him. And let's be careful. There is a possibility that he may be dismissed from the military." Kong Tuan froze. His eyes glared round and he lowly roared, "Get lost. That bastard's idea. He's a hero. He must be honored by all of us. The country and the people need people like Chen Jun. Whoever of those guys in the picket line targets him, I, Conley, will be the first to disagree." Chapter 25, Try touching my soldiers. Conley was thoroughly annoyed. Of course he knew about Chen Jun taking off his uniform and breaking into the gray area to hunt down the enemy. But what was this? He hadn't forgotten the mission of a soldier. The enemy is coming over, killing your comrades, ready to take your life, and robbing the country of vital resources. As a soldier stationed there, do we have to give them a farewell party? If Conley had been present at that time, he would have done the same as Chen Jun. What kind of crap do those picketers do besides just blowing air conditioning in their offices and making up every day? Old Black knew Conley's temper and said, "Chief, it's better to make more preparations." Conley snorted coldly. "Move my soldiers, they try." At this moment, Chen Jun continued to charge forward. It was already 30 laps. According to the calculation of 400 meters per lap, it was already 12 kilometers. In the past, the troops pulled 10 kilometers as the limit. After all, they are not special forces. In the training intensity is much worse. Holding on until this point, the men of the Marksman Company 4 had been pretty much thrown off, leaving only a dozen or so still holding on, including Wang Yanbing and He Changwang. Old Black was naturally aware of Chen Jun's previous performance in the boot camp and stared at Chen Jun with very shocked eyes. Chen Jun's running was light, as if his heels didn't touch the ground. Is this a ING ghost? He noticed that Chen Jun's face color are seen to rise red a little. Breathing is still very smooth. Not at all like running 30 laps of people should have the state. Does the environment really change people that much in such a short period of time? Running at such a speed and with such a strong staying power. Slugger. The old black man felt a little like he was in a dream. After a while, Old Black said to Gong Arrow, "You pinch me." Gong Arrow didn't react. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a complicated look was in his eyes. Once the laps reached 40, there were only a few people who were able to hold on. The others had slumped over and couldn't run anymore. 45 laps. Gong Arrow read in a low voice. If Gong Arrow remembered correctly, when the new recruits were assessed, Chen Jun could not move on the ground after only 10 laps. Now 45 laps is still so easy. This progress is a bit. It's an exaggeration. Even if you're on stimulants, you don't have this kind of effect, do you? At this moment, Wang Yanbing and He Changwang were sweating like rain, and they couldn't wait to take out their lungs to breathe. The close-fitting undershirts they wore had already been soaked through, and the sweat was like a spring constantly bubbling out of them, and every time they ran a step forward, the sweat that fell from their bodies was just like rain. Wang Yanbing felt that his legs were not his own. They were especially heavy and felt like they were going to stick to the ground, while his breathing kept getting heavier and heavier, and with every breath he took, his lungs were on fire. He looked at the figure in front of him, and his dry cracked mouth shattered. Paralyzed. It can even run. Is this guy a donkey? Joe Pippi's donkey wouldn't dare to run like this. This asshole is kicking ass. Can't lose, can't lose, can't lose, can't lose to him even if he's dead. Can't lose to him. As for He Changwang, he was in a similar situation as Wang Yanbing, but he had been practicing martial arts since he was 8 years old, and after 10 years of hard training, his foundation was quite a bit stronger than Wang Yanbing's, so he felt slightly better. Time passed little by little. The only thing left at the scene was finally 3 figures. Chen Jun, who was still running in front, followed by He Changwang, and finally Wang Yanbing. 50 laps, 20 kilometers now. It's already the standard for special forces pulling, Gong Arrow said. Puff. Cursing Wang Yanbing legs directly as a soft. The whole person softly flopped on the ground, turned into a mess. He's too hard. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. He had broken his best and still lost. The old man is not happy. Not happy. A total loss to a pig farmer. Now on the field, only a lone seedling like He Changwang was chasing after Chen Jun. When Wang Yanbing slumped down, He Changwang felt as if he was dying, his body holding on completely by willpower. He couldn't figure it out as well as Old Black and Gong Arrow. What's wrong with this kid? Still human. Before the run started, he'd already beaten 10 of them by himself, and now 50 laps in, the whole thing was still as good as nothing. Living hell. This guy is possessed. He Changwang, after holding on for the last 3 laps, planted himself on the ground as gloriously as Wang Yanbing. At this point, all the soldiers of the 4th company of sharpshooters were down. The Old Black grew mouth shouted, I go, really past Sharpshooter 4 companies are all run waste. Gong Arrow, you this instructor is how to be? Gong Arrow's forehead bulged with a black line and cursed, what the hell is it to me? He's open for business. Let's see how long he can hold out, and if he has the ability to break the record of the whole army. In fact, running up to now was not easy for Chen Jun, and he had already reached his limit. Ta-da-da-da. Sweat that was like rain formed a visible water trail as Chen Jun ran across the ground. His steps were no longer as airy as they had been earlier, and they began to grow heavy. The people next to him could feel that Chen Jun had reached his limit. Chen Jun's legs had already lost feeling, stepping on the ground as if he was stepping on sand, soft and sprawling. He could fall down at any time. Because of the lack of oxygen, it caused Chen Jun's lungs to feel like they were being torn apart every time he breathed in, and that tingling sensation caused him great pain, and it was this pain that allowed his consciousness to remain a little bit awake. Chen Jun's physical quality was stronger than He Changwang and the others, so when the limit was reached, that reaction of discomfort would be even more violent. All of his facial expressions began to become distorted. The people around him noticed the twisted expression on Chen Jun's face and knew that he was at his limit. Stop it! Stop it! Run like that and you'll die. Stop running. You've already won. Everyone was staring at Chen Jun. At this moment, their hearts were moved with an indescribable feeling. It was inexplicably moving. They now didn't care if they hit the face or not, if the other party was smashing the scene or not. Now, everyone hoped that Chen Jun would stop and not hold on with his life. Running by willpower to support the body at the human body's limit is overdrafting, and once overdrafting is overdone, it will kill you. Suddenly, the crowd saw Chen Jun's legs bending and his body tilting as he flung himself to the ground. Is this going to collapse? Gong Arrow secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This kid's physical overdraft was too serious. If he didn't collapse, his life would be in danger. It's a bit of a shame though. If he'd lasted 5 more laps he'd have broken the 60-lap record. A real shame. At this time, Gong Arrow, while breathing a sigh of relief, instead developed a hint of pity. What? But in the very next moment, Gong Arrow's pupils widened violently, and his eyes were so round that they looked like they were bulging out. Chapter 26, Why He's a Ghost. Swish! A shadow drifted off to the side from Chen Jun. He removed the clothes from his body, revealing his strong body. Under the sunlight, a scar appeared on his shoulder, back, chest, arm, waist, crisscrossed, touching, especially in the position of Chen Jun's chest, a very piercing scar that was left by the bullet passing through there. Because the wound was so large, there was instead a pale notch in the flesh and blood, and that's less than 1 centimeter from the heart site. Gong Arrow completely understood at this moment. Why did Chen Jun become so tough in such a short period of time that he would become the ghost of Area 1? How many times did he have to fight the enemy to the death, and how many times was he wounded? Gong Arrow was completely moved. He now finally understood why Kong Lei had paid so much attention and directly made Chen Jun the company commander. Such a person is qualified. Suddenly, Chen Jun's legs bent and he flung himself to the ground. Was he going to fall down? In the next moment, Gong Arrow's eyes widened. He saw Chen Jun violently grab the runway's railing, and because of the excessive force, the nails on his fingers snapped open and blood splattered. Gong Arrow was completely dumbfounded. What's this guy fighting so hard for? It's not just a competition. It's not like we're on a life and death battlefield. Do we need it? Why bother? Everyone was equally stunned when they saw the scene. What's he fighting so hard for? You've won. Won. No need to run anymore. This is so hard. How much does it have to hurt? At this moment, there was only one voice within Chen Jun. I want to be strong. I want to be strong. I don't want to see that kind of tragedy. At that time, if only I was stronger. Old Young, Old Wu and the others wouldn't have died, and the squad leader wouldn't have become disabled. I want to be strong. Chen Jun's bloody hands braced on the ground, supporting his body and standing up little by little. Get stronger. Get stronger. Ah! Chen Jun, who was caught in a state of limbo, let out a low roar, and his eyes looked like they were burning aflame. He lurched to his feet, which were shaking as if they were about to cramp. I'm going to those guys up. Avenge my brothers for what they did. Avenge my squad leader. Can't go down. Can't go down. The depression of 30 days of assassination in the Fromulan, as well as the self-blame of seeing the squad leader disabled, made Chen Jun run again. A figure appeared in his mind. A true assassin. Powerful assassins sneak thousands of miles to kill just that. One hit, without the slightest hesitation. There was no doubt that the enemies that Chen Jun would face in the future would only become stronger and stronger. And only if his own strength continued to grow stronger would he be able to survive battle after battle. The revenge of the brothers, the revenge of the squad leader. Chen Jun's powerful obsession was the source of his strength. Run wild. Keep running wild. At this moment, lying on the ground, Wang Yanbing slowed down a lot, looked at the crazy Chen Jun, shook his head and said, I'm convinced. After entering the 4 companies of sharpshooters, I'm absolutely myself very good. It's already crazy enough, and now I suddenly feel that I'm living to a dog. Chen Jun madness completely stimulated Wang Yanbing, although he did not want to believe it, but the facts proved that the other party was really too much stronger than himself. Could a man who was once a waste of all people grow to such a point in such a short period of time? Could he be a waste? If he's a loser, everyone's a loser. He Changwang said, I have read the notebook left by my father. This is the true spirit of the military, to their forefathers' heritage. Otherwise our forefathers grass shoes over the great grassland. Millet plus rifles, minus 40 degrees Celsius. How to come through? This is strong willpower, an existence that can overcome everything. With that, He Changwan looked at Wang Yanbing. Brother, can you still run? He extended his arm towards Wang Yanbing. Wang Yanbing grabbed it and said, Run. People die and birds face the sky, afraid of a ghost. Run. He Changwang and Wang Yanbing slowly stood up and began to run forward, running slow, but still hanging in there. Good look. Conley's eyes got hot. He was a veteran and knew best the miracles that could be created by such strong willpower. That's the kind of fighting spirit he wants. Knockout is not scary. Invincible fighting spirit is the real scary thing and something that can be inherited to the next generation. Why could Chen Jun be called a ghost? He definitely wasn't open, but relied on himself to take one step at a time and walk out as an expert. There were no shortcuts that a strong man could take, only by constantly honing himself, forcing himself, and exploding the potential in his body continuously could he become a truly strong man. Kong Lei got excited, feeling the hot blood that had been silent for a long time boiling up again. Good, good, that's it, that's the kind of soldier I want most. Kong Lei looked at Chen Jun who kept running, his eyes blazing. 60 laps, Gong Arrow shouted excitedly. This guy. For a while, everyone quietly looked at Chen Jun's figure. No one spoke, just staring fixedly. At this moment, it was as if time had frozen. Tap. Breathe. Ta-da. On the runway, there is only the sound of Chen Jun running, the heavy breathing, and the sound made by the sweat dripping down the ground. There is also the sound of the bright red flag swinging in the wind on the training ground. Little by little, time passed, and when Chen Jun ran to 70 laps, unable to continue running, and finally stopped at the moment, the system's voice once again sounded in his mind. The host adheres to the extreme special training, and the hacker sneaking technique has reached the grand completion realm. At once, Chen Jun felt more clarity in the hacker sneaking technique, and along with this clarity, the skin, muscles, tendons, bones, etc. of his body had an indescribable way of relaxing. In this state of relaxation, Chen Jun had a feeling of a veto. The heavy breathing gradually returned to normal. The feeling of tearing in the lungs faded, and the muscle pulling and twitching likewise diminished. This feeling of rapid recovery allowed Chen Jun's body to relax all of a sudden without having to worry about his body suddenly collapsing when it was at its limit. Hacking skill integration is possible in a single step, but to go further and reach a higher level, it requires constant training to be able to improve after the opportunity. The system's voice prompted again. Chen Jun was slightly stunned in his heart. There was even such an effect. No wonder the hacking sneak technique would change so much after reaching the grand completion. According to this explanation, there is room for improvement in hacking skills, which are not set in stone. Train, fight, challenge yourself. Chen Jun's eyes were filled with wariness. Hacking mission, get back the relics for your comrades. Completing the mission rewards experience value of 100. The system voice rang out. Chen Jun tightened his fists. I will. Chapter 27, Did Conley get drunk on purpose? Old Black looked at the only figure still standing on the runway. Although Chen Jun's cheeks had been hanging with beads of sweat the size of soybeans, and the clothes on his body were as if he had just been fished out of the water, but on his body, he couldn't see a trace of a wretchedness. Chen Jun's bloody 10 fingers. His face did not even show a hint of abnormality. Old Black had already seen the shadow of a veteran in Chen Jun's body. How is that possible? Old Black was full of consternation. To know that only a veteran who had experienced a real battle could possibly possess a will of steel. What exactly had this Chen Jun experienced? Surprisingly, he possessed such a terrifying will. In addition, the Iron Fist Regiment with its honorable tradition. Each and every one of them is a sharpshooter. Especially the 4 companies of sharpshooters, which can be ranked among the regular troops in the country. As a result, Chen Jun was so good that he shot 3 rings in the shooting training. He was setting a shooting record since the creation of the Iron Fist Corps. Only, it was the worst record. There are also a variety of physical fitness tests. Yang Yang hanging tail, especially physical fitness, is even worse than a mess. If it is not his class president Shi Guobaoim, at this moment he is gone to raise pigs. As a result, now, the other party had actually run down the entire God Gun 4th Company. Is this Chen Jun open? It was true that desperate situations could best stimulate a person's potential, but Shirgua did have the vision to bring out such a good soldier. The God's Gun Quadruple Alliance were all run down, which meant that the entire Iron Fist Corps was run down by him. It's awesome. Conley also had a surprised look on his face, his eyes full of astonishment. He knew that Chen Jun had killed 20 militants in Area 1, so he must have something to offer, but he just couldn't imagine that his fighting and physical fitness were so perverted. He's picked up a treasure this time. Conley took a deep breath with excitement in his eyes and walked towards Chen Jun with a smile on his face, saying aloud, I haven't misjudged anyone. You really are different from the past. From now on you'll be the rightful company commander. Help me bring these guys along. Commander of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters? Chen Jun? Old Black had an unbelievable expression on his face. Wasn't Conley's decision too hasty? The fighting that Chen Jun was showing right now, his physical quality was good, and had even surpassed the average Special Forces soldier. However, this could not show that he was qualified to serve as the company commander of the Divine Intelligence 4th Company. It was important to realize that the position of the commander of the 4th Company of Marksmanship had been vacant for a long time, and since each and every one of the 4th Company of Marksmanship was an expert, the requirements for the company commander were very high, and the position was not something that could be filled by an ordinary person. Conley was now even letting Chen Jun, a rookie pup, serve as the company commander of Divine Gun Company 4. Did he think that the Iron Fist Regiment had been too quiet lately? When Old Black felt that Chen Jun would surely be ecstatic and happily agree, Chen Jun shook his head, still with a cold expression on his face. Chen Jun blandly said, Chief, I have no intention of staying here for too long. I promised my squad leader that I would go to the Special Forces. Conley's face stiffened for a moment. This kid was also a straight man of steel. Special Forces is the goal of every soldier's struggle. In the army, which soldier is not proud to join the Special Forces? However, it was good for Chen Jun to have such a pursuit. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Conley whirled around and nodded his head vigorously. Not bad, not bad. Chen Jun, on the other hand, looked at Conley with a surprised expression. What did the other party mean? And Old Black stumbled, barely able to stand. The boy is a man of nature. It's just that the chief has just tried to promote you and you're saying you want to leave. Isn't that too simple and rough? Conley looked at Chen Jun's puzzled expression. Then he nodded his head and said with a smile, You come with me. I'll tell you something. After saying that, he walked forward with his hands behind his back, and Chen Jun quietly followed behind. Conley's mind floated back to those hot-blooded youthful years for a long time before he said in a deep voice to Chen Jun, who had followed him up, You may not know that I also came out of Wolf Fong. Special forces are really the best place for a soldier to belong and the goal that every soldier strives for. Don't you see that Senator Fan comes to me to dig up people, and every time he brings wine to get me drunk. But actually I'm just giving him a leg up and getting drunk on purpose, because I have feelings for the wolf's teeth. I also hope that the wolf's teeth will grow stronger and stronger in the future, and I also want to send the best soldiers there. After all, the Iron Fist Regiment is a transition after all. Chen Jun was slightly stunned. He also knew that Kong Lei had stayed at Wolf Fong and was a comrade in arms with Old Fan, but he really didn't know about him getting drunk on purpose. Really? Kong Lei didn't care if Chen Jun believed or not, and continued, "Anyway, you were originally my soldier here, Class 3, and you're the only one left." When Kong Lei said this, he paused for a moment and said sincerely, "I don't know why you're suddenly so strong, but I think you've given the 4 companies of the Divine Guns a deep imprint, a kind of inheritance. In fact, soldiers who were tougher than Chen Jun, Kong Lei had seen them all, and the reason why he valued Chen Jun so much now was because he saw in the other party a kind of steel will and courageous spirit that only veterans had. This was the legacy that the 4 companies of God's Guns most needed at the moment." Chen Jun nodded his head and said seriously, "Chief, I'll do my best, but for my next training, I need to fulfill some conditions." "On what terms?" "I have a lot of skills that still need to be strengthened in training resources." Conley froze for a moment, thinking that the other party was worried about something. Wasn't it just training resources? For a unit with an honorable tradition like the Iron Fist Regiment, the training resources could still be met. Then Kong Lei laughed. "I thought it was some big problem?" "Don't worry, your training resources will be enough next." "Thank you, Chief. What resources do you need?" Chen Jun was silent for a moment and said, "Give me 100,000 rounds of ammunition first." Conley stumbled, barely able to stand, his mouth open wide enough to fit into his own fist as he looked at the other man with a surprised expression on his face. "Do you realize that 100,000 rounds of ammunition? That's a month's worth for the 4 companies of God's Guns. You can consume that many bullets by yourself?" Kong Lei couldn't help but ask. He knew that sharpshooters were fed by bullets, but with 100,000 rounds of ammunition, could he finish it alone? Chen Jun said seriously, "My marksmanship isn't good enough. Otherwise I wouldn't have been injured. And the marksmanship needs to reach great success by shooting through 100,000 rounds of bullets. It really is a requirement of the system." At once, Conley's expression stiffened a bit, feeling that he had agreed too soon. However, he also didn't believe that Chen Jun alone could shoot out 100,000 rounds of ammunition in a month, unless he was an animal, which no human being could afford. Conley thought for a moment and said, "Try to deploy it for you. There's also the fact that my special training methods are, as you know, rather vicious and require some chaperoning." "That chaperone? Who do you need for that?" Chen Jun said bluntly, "Old Black Squad Leader." Chapter 28, Tales from the Battlefield. Cough. When Chen Jun mentioned his name, Old Black in the distance couldn't help but sneeze, and he rubbed his itchy nose with his hand in confusion. "What's the situation?" "There's nothing wrong with your own body." He didn't know that he had already been missed by Chen Jun. He also could never have imagined that this next period would be the nightmare of his military career. After Kong Lei heard Chen Jun say that he wanted Old Black to be his chaperone, he was slightly stunned. Then he laughed and said, "Old Black looks down on you. It's normal for you to hit him in the face. In the army, the strong are honored, and only the strong can gain the true respect of others. You have come through life and death, and know the truth of it well. It's just that if you had possessed the combat power you have now, your squad leader Shirguo wouldn't have been crippled. It's a pity." Kong Lei's hoarse voice said heavily. Swish. Chen Jun could not help but clench his fists. Due to the excessive force, the knuckles issued a sound as if frying popcorn crackling. His eyes were filled with incomparable anger, hatred. It can be said that without the squad leader, there would be no current Chen Jun. If he hadn't had to keep him at the expense of his own future, he would have been raising pigs by now. Squad leader Shirguo's disability, which is a permanent pain in the heart of Chen Jun. Although he took off his uniform in a fit of rage and killed more than 20 militants in Area 1, it was not enough. One has to become stronger to avenge the class president. Chen Jun's eyes were incomparably determined. Kong Lei looked at the agonized Chen Jun, and then whirled around to look into the distance, his gaze becoming far-reaching, his voice low, and said, "Actually, I've also had such an experience." Chen Jun froze and looked at the other party in surprise, obviously not knowing that Kong Lei even had such a story. "I participated in the South Border Campaign. At that time, Wolfang wasn't called the Wolfang Special Operations Brigade, but the Wolfang Reconnaissance Brigade, and at that time, the reconnaissance squad that I was in was responsible for sending the information back because of a mistake in the information. But when I went back, the captain who covered my retreat, including all the crew, they stayed there forever. All of their heads were cut off. Conley's expression became pained as he said this, and crystallized tears had inadvertently glistened in the corners of his eyes. It was a secret he buried in the deepest part of his heart, and it was also the hurt he was most reluctant to mention, and every time he did, his heart was dripping blood. He saw the shadow of that year in Chen Jun's body, and he did not want the other party to be blinded by hatred and live in pain. Conley paused when he said this, and followed it with a choked sob. Many years have passed, but I haven't forgotten the way my comrades died in peace. I'm useless. If I had been strong at that time, my comrades wouldn't have died tragically in front of me. Chen Jun froze, surprise in his eyes. In his impression, Kong Lei was a chief who had to give and take. When a day monk hit a day bell, Kong Lei likes to drink, and every time he gets drunk by Fan Tiankung, he then scoops up the best soldier of the Iron Fist Regiment, as well as being the first chief to be decapitated by the Wolverine Commandos every time a maneuver kicks off. An even more outrageous time was during the last maneuver, but also by the new recruit, Li Erniu, a douchebag, who jumped off a cliff on his back and almost fell to his death, breaking his arm. Conley also came close to being the first chief to actually die since the maneuver. Many people are talking behind their backs, saying that Kong Lei is even more pitiful than Fan Tianlei. While Fan Tianlei pits others, Kong Lei pits his own people, and even more so, even himself. There were also those who found it strange how someone like Conley could remain as the head of the Iron Fist Regiment. Turns out everyone is still too young. Chen Jun didn't expect Kong Lei to have such an experience, and couldn't underestimate any veteran. And what he just said, deliberately getting drunk and letting old Fan pit, sending his best soldiers away one by one. Chen Jun believed it. Kong Lei is trying to make his soldiers stronger. Chen Jun nodded heavily and said firmly, I remember. I will become stronger. Kong Lei quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and said with satisfaction, good. I can't believe Shi Guo left me such a good seedling. Still, Shikoku has a good eye. Kong Lei's heart was overwhelmed with emotion, because before this, he also did not think highly of Chen Jun. After so many years in the Iron Fist Regiment, this was the first time he had seen such a poor recruit. If you don't explode in silence, you die in silence. Chen Jun is metamorphosing in a desperate situation. Kong Lei was very pleased in his heart. After that, he personally sent Chen Jun back, arranged the dormitory, and then left without bothering Chen Jun again. After Kong Lei left, Chen Jun carefully took out a few pictures of his comrades from his backpack and placed them on his bedside. As he looked at the familiar faces of his comrades, he couldn't help but see the bright smiles of his comrades from days gone by in his mind. Chen Jun clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you with my own hands. I will raise all of my skills to greatness, and then take back all of your things and send you home. For a long time, Chen Jun stood quietly, and without realizing it, the corners of his eyes were already flashing with tears. He was still too weak. Just like Conley said, if he had been as good as he was now, his comrades wouldn't have died and the squad leader wouldn't have become crippled. I must become stronger. It wasn't time for dinner yet, so Chen Jun started practicing the hacker assassination technique in his room. The hacker assassination technique, when the system was not yet activated. Chen Jun, the ghost, had survived until now by practicing it in the jungle in a constant frenzy of hard work. Now that the system was activated, he had his own set of training methods, which was to meditate, then train, then meditate, and keep summarizing. Chen Jun's heart moved, his feet exerted force, his figure bizarrely appeared in all corners of the dormitory, bizarrely a little, without making a single sound. At times he stood still for a moment, his mind catching moments of inspiration. Hacker's assassination, an extract of the essence of the fighting arts? Within 10 paces, one strike to kill. Suddenly, a flash of realization flashed through Chen Jun's mind. His limbs and even his entire body instantly became incomparably flexible. The movements that could not be accomplished before were now at his fingertips, and any part of his body could become a weapon. Chen Jun's movements were getting faster and faster. His figure was actually gradually becoming blurred, and every time he landed, it was like a gazelle hanging onto a horn, with no traces to be found at all. It was not known how long it had been, but the system's crisp voice sounded at the side of Chen Jun's mind. The host's hacker's assassination technique reaches the middle achievement realm. It's a done deal. Chen Jun's eyes lit up and swished to a stop. That's fast. It's worthy of the system. Although it couldn't be like the sneaking technique, reaching great success at once. This was fast enough. After all, there were different skills. Sneak was about insanity. Assassination you had to comprehend. But the speed had been appalling. Chen Jun carefully felt the changes in his body and was confident that if he were to take on the 10 men of the God's Gun 4th Company again right now, they might not even be able to fight back. As for witch militants, after the hacker assassination technique was neutralized, Chen Jun was able to close in and assassinate 10 people and then retreat in one piece. The other party would not even be able to touch his shadow. If the hacker assassination art is a great success, 20 people did not have all the problems. As for the ultimate realm that the system said, it would be even more terrifying. It is estimated that 1 fights 100, as if the werewolves' fangs in the movie. Chen Jun's heart couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. Chapter 29, A New Official's Third Flame. Tomorrow, I will start practicing hard on hacking and shooting. This skill has only reached the realm of small success. It's still not enough. In the face of more than 20 armed men besieging me, the counterattacking speed is not fast enough. The dodging is not fast enough. The fundamental reason is that I can't prejudge their shooting trajectory in advance, and gain insights into the first opportunity, which leads to being hit, especially in chaotic environments where opposing snipers can't be identified quickly. Chen Jun in a gunfight with militants. Giving him the biggest threat is the other side of the sniper. The heaviest wounds on his own body are left by the sniper. It was also fortunate that there was only one sniper on the other side. If there were two, Chen Jun would definitely die. Therefore, Chen Jun was very clear about the importance of hacking shooting technique in a gunfight. His mind was constantly summarizing his combat experience, orienting himself to the areas where he was lacking, and then setting new goals for himself. Okay, that's it. We'll start attacking the hacking and shooting art tomorrow. Chen Jun collected his thoughts and prepared to go to sleep. And it was at this time that a vibration came from the cell phone beside the bed, and a text message was sent over. He took it casually and clicked on it. It was a text message from Enron. How are you doing in the Iron Fist Regiment? Don't want to bother you. Just a reminder. When you have time to go to Wolfsbane to retrieve the relics of your comrades, let me know and I'll go with you. The two had already pulled the license and were nominally considered husband and wife. But Chen Jun thought about it for a while and didn't reply to the message. Now was not the time to think about emotions. Women would only affect how fast he could handle the gun. As for getting back the relics of his comrades, Chen Jun was able to work it out on his own. Chen Jun quickly closed his eyes and rested, allowing himself to quickly fall into a state of sleep. When Chen Jun opened his eyes again, it was already 5 in the morning. Chen Jun quickly got up and put on his clothes, then took a deep breath at himself in the mirror and stared for a moment, allowing himself to most quickly recover to his most awake state. System, how about practicing the hacker's assassination technique to the grand completion realm? The system prompted. Hundreds of kills. Chen Jun's eyes flashed an icy cold aura. Understood. He checked the time, 2 minutes past 5, and quickly rushed out of the room. Chen Jun was on the training ground, running fast for 20 minutes to warm up before returning to the dormitory floor and blowing the assembly whistle. The time was exactly 5:30. What the hell? Gong Arrow, the instructor of the sharpshooters' 4th company, had been the one in charge of the entire company's training, including when it came to carrying out missions, while Old Black was actually the nominal administrator. The two heard the whistle and instinctively jumped out of bed. It's starting to gather? Gong Arrow grabbed his cell phone to see that it was only 5:30. Damn it, this isn't Special Forces. The regular rendezvous time is 6 o'clock. Old Black was still starry-eyed. The two of them had slept together last night, chatting all night about Chen Jun, and without even changing their clothes, they had laid down and squinted for a while. Who would have thought that just after a moment of squinting, the whistle for assembly sounded? They didn't need to think about it to know that the sound of this gathering whistle must have been blown by Chen Jun. Other than him, no one in the 4 companies of sharpshooters dared to do such a thing. It's gonna get beat up. The two of them walked quickly towards the outside, and when they came downstairs, they saw that Chen Jun was already waiting downstairs, holding a stopwatch in his hand to calculate the time. You pervert. This is the new official 3 fires. Yesterday burned 2. Now is the 3rd. I do not know how many times he can burn. Really? Once a hangman. Now train up the veterans. Once in power. Is the chicken and dog. Old Black heatedly smiled and said softly, he's an old fart and knows the routines best. Chen Jun, the stripped-down new recruit, now wants to do nothing more than to establish his own prestige. Yesterday's fighting in cross-country let the people of the 4th company see. It is considered to give them a big lesson. The next big move was expected to come. And what kind of way it would be? The old black man was surprisingly less expectant. Gong Arrow looked around at the still dark training ground and said, let him toss and turn first. Let's see. It's just a good time to test it out. Just as if it's in an emergency state. That's right. The 4th company is taking it a bit easy these days. By the way, you say this kid really married Violet? Awesome. The ravishing luck is not good. Old Black Road. Gong Arrow's face went black and he wanted to kick it over. The asshole had been sarcastic all night. I should have known better than to sleep with him. Chen Jun had been appointed company commander by Kong Lei, and his task was to improve the training of the 4th company. Company commanders and instructors have a clear division of labor. with company commanders responsible for training and instructors for ideological work, both of which complement each other. Previously, Gong Arrow only company commander and instructor things together. Now Chen Jun came, naturally training things. He, the company commander, said, Gong Arrow is a military high achiever who drank foreign ink and graduated, and under his leadership, the 4 companies of sharpshooters have always performed very well and very consistently. Therefore, he also wanted to see what kind of ability this ghost that suddenly killed back had to be able to improve as the overall combat power of the sharpshooters 4th company. It's not enough to lead a company by just fighting and running. Chen Jun's strong fighting and powerful running can only mean that he is good at actual combat, but leading troops is another matter. Gong Arrow learned so many theories abroad, coupled with the domestic grind, enough more than 5 years to make a little achievement out. Chen Jun, a recruit who hadn't been to military school and was barely half a year old, was able to lead a company? Gong Arrow was not optimistic. 3 minutes and 23 seconds passed before all were assembled. Chen Jun stood indifferently at the front of the group and said loudly, "This is the 4th company of sharpshooters. I think it's better to rename it as the 4th company of wastes. An emergency muster takes nearly 4 minutes. A border regiment company muster? All within 2 minutes. If this were war, you as well as your comrades would have already fallen under enemy fire." Everyone stood silent, and no one dared to retort. Anyway, you can't fight, you can't run, and it's even more useless to retort. Tap. At this time, Kong Lei also got up at some point, striding over and directly roaring, "Chen Lian is right. In the future, let's change the Sharpshooter Company 4 to the Waste Company 4. A rally takes 4 minutes. Do you guys still have the face? You used to wail and brag about how good you were, and you can't even compete with the Border Regiment, so you have the nerve to say you're the strongest company in the Tekken Regiment? Practice. Practice to the death. Chen Lian, you give me a hard practice on them. All according to the standard of the Special Forces. Even the border guards are not as good anymore. This is a disgrace. Use whatever moves you have, and crush them so hard that they'll learn a lesson about acting like big men with their noses up in the air all day long." Chapter 30, Encountering the Enemy and Not Having a Chance to Shoot. Needless to say, Kong Lei was here to stand up for Chen Jun. The men of the Sharpshooter Company 4 were all wailing, but no one dared to have half a wine in front of Kong Lei. However, it's a bit redundant for Kong Lei to come here and stand up. Even if he didn't come, no one would have dared to jump out. Chen Jun has a hard fist. And, of course, there is the crucial point that people have a point. The Border Regiment assembled in under 2 minutes, whereas they usually assembled in under 3 minutes. A difference of 1 minute. On the battlefield, wasting a minute of time. Their corpses were probably turned into slag. The scene edged up even more at Kong Lei's burst of reprimand. Gong Arrow and Old Black naturally didn't dare to say anything more. Kong Lei had come to back up Chen Jun. Who dared to clump Kong Lei's mold at this time? That's definitely looking for abuse. Kong Lei said, "Chen Lian, you do it, train as much as you want." "Yes," Chen Jun shouted. Chen Jun looked at all of them and said, "With the endurance shown yesterday in fighting and long-distance running, you are all softies. Today I want to see what you're capable of. Doesn't the 4th company of sharpshooters claim that even the cooks are sharpshooters? Let me see what you guys can do." As soon as these words fell, the eyes of every man in the 4th company of sharpshooters sparkled. "Mud, it's finally time to show your skills." It's not for nothing that 4 companies of sharpshooters are all sharpshooters. The most basic requirement for each of them to be able to enter the sharpshooters 4th company was to be an accurate marksman. And without the ability to penetrate 100 paces, they had no chance of getting in. It is this high standard that excludes many new veterans from the program. And in all the military exercises, the sharpshooter 4 companies can achieve excellent results, are relying on the strong shooting ability to fight for the honor. He Cheng Wang and Wang Yanbing glanced at each other. The hot blood in their bodies boiled, and the feeling of leaping forward surged to their hearts. Without any nonsense, Chen Jun directly ordered them to get ready. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived as the range. After the scene was cleared and the firearms prepared, the first team prepared to fire. Chen Jun looked at Gong Arrow and said, "Instructor, how many meters do you usually hit?" Gong Arrow said, 200 meters. Chen Jun said in a deep voice, "The 4 companies of sharpshooters only hit 200 meters. It's too little close. Just hit 400 meters. Gong Arrow's mouth twitched. 200 meters is still called close? You know, they are using 95 rifles with an effective range of 400 meters, which is the ultimate effective distance, and the naked eye, without assistive devices, looks at a chest ring target 400 meters away, and it's all a blurry mess. Do you really think a 95 rifle is an 88? You're the company commander, and you're still in charge. First team, adjust firing range, 400 meters. Gong Arrow gave a direct order. Soon, the first team finished preparing to fire. Gunfire ensued. 10 minutes later, the shooting results came in. Wang Yanbing 24 rings in 30 rounds, He Chengwang 29 rings in 30 rounds, 20 rings for 30 rounds of bulky C. The round scores came down to everyone being above 20 rings. Gong Arrow had a small smile on his face after hearing the results. For 400-meter rifle shooting, it's great to be able to shoot 20 rings out of 30 rounds. After all, the distance is so far away that when the naked eye looks at the target, it has been blurred, and it is completely judged by experience. So to be able to get on the target is considered to be qualified, and to be able to hit this number of rings, it all belongs to the excellent. He Chengwang and other faces showed excitement, especially Wang Yanbing, usually 400 meters shooting. He was able to hit 22 rings at most. Today he hit 24 rings, which was already a super level of play. Gong Arrow turned his head to Chen Jun and smiled. Chen Lian, how is it? Still sloppy? Chen Jun said faintly. Average. That's average? You'll die if you don't ing brag. Gong Arrow said in a cold voice. Company Commander Chen, how's your marksmanship? Chen Jun said. I've seen real militants. They simply won't give you that long time to get down on the ground and aim. Even your muzzle isn't raised before you're met with a rain of bullets. Let me just ask. Instructor Gong, in that short period of time, can you hit the enemy? Gong Arrow said unconvincingly. You're so good. Try it? Old Black also said with a leathery smile. Yeah, Chen Lian, try it. We all want to see it. Isn't this kid looking for a bone in his egg? If it's in a hail of bullets, who can hit the enemy accurately from a long distance in a short period of time? It's 400 meters. Not 4. It's luck to get hit by a random shot. How many times can you get lucky on the battlefield? The 4 companies of sharpshooters laughed uproariously when they heard this. Report Chen Lian. Give us a show. Chen Lian. Come one. Come one. The old greasers of the 4th company took advantage of the opportunity to raise a ruckus. Chen Jun's fighting skills were good, and his physical fitness was terrifying. But these two could be practiced under any conditions, and as long as one was willing to fight and practice to the death, they could all get a quick boost. But the marksmanship, that was a different story. The best talent, without enough bullets, still won't feed a sharpshooter. It's like if you don't have a girlfriend and you say you're an old gun. Who believes you? When Chen Jun was a new recruit, he shot 10 rounds at 100 meters with 3 rings. Only one shot hit the target, and the others were off target. What does that mean? The other guy has no talent for shooting at all. It's been less than 4 months now. How much can he improve his shooting ability? Even if you were given daily shooting training in Area 1, you wouldn't improve much. I can't believe you're saying this at this time. This awesome blow. In the words of Gong Arrow's catchphrase, you'll die if you don't brag. So they all waited to see Chen Jun's joke. How humiliating would it be to play out and not be as good as them later? Yesterday, they were defeated at the hands of Chen Jun, and when they gathered in the morning, they were lectured again. So they were all holding a fire in their hearts. This shooting obviously performed very well. The result is frozen by the other side of the egg to find bones. Who ing stand? Chen Jun looked at Old Black and said, you come and squeeze the bullets for me. I've asked the chief for instructions. You'll be my chaperone from now on. Old Black stumbled and almost didn't stand still. What kind of person is he, Old Black? A veteran of more than 10 years. Excellent squad leader every year. Nominally a member of the management of the 4 companies of sharpshooters. To you as a sparring partner? Are you kidding me? Old Black hurriedly turned his head to Kong Lei and said, Chief, really? Kong Lei nodded. That's right. In this regard, you are also a veteran. Learn more from Chen Lian. Sooner or later he is going to leave our Iron Fist Regiment. You are an old man who has stayed in the Iron Fist Regiment for a very long time. You are suitable for this. The old black man's stomach twitched and his stomach hurt. Damn. Chen Jun, you pest. I'm just going over to question you. Why do you have to screw me over so much? Old Black felt bad all over. Chapter 31, Action is fierce as a tiger. Shooting technique reaches medium success. Chen Jun ignored what kind of expression Old Black had and picked up the Type 95 and walked towards the 200-meter shooting target. Under the hacking and shooting technique, it gave him a feeling of human gun unity when he gripped the barrel of the gun. Currently, Chen Jun's shooting talent was extremely high. No one in the room could match it, but his shooting ability was still at the beginner proficient level. He wanted to see what level of elementary proficiency was reached. Old Black hard-headedly followed behind Chen Jun, came to the side and honestly took the magazines to bet on the bullets. And after betting on the bullets, the corner of his mouth twitched as he handed it to Chen Jun. It's a bit embarrassing, but with Kong Lei watching, what could be done? He's not good at letting others replace him. Chen Jun took the magazine, quickly loaded it, racked the muzzle, locked on to the target, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Under the hacking shooting technique, elementary proficiency, his movements were very smooth and standard. More textbook than textbook. and looked indescribably beautiful. The movement is really perfect. Old Black was looking on in a daze. Posture are so standard. At a glance, we know that it is a veteran who has been trained for a long time, at least 10 years of military experience or more. A year of new recruits cannot have such strength. How is this kid so talented? It's not right. When he was a recruit, his shooting maneuvers were like a piece of. Old Black shook his head, not even knowing what to say. Gong Arrow also froze for a moment, not expecting Chen Feng's operation to be so fierce. He hurriedly picked up his binoculars and looked in the direction of the chest ring target. 7 rings, Gong Arrow shouted. Hearing this, the soldiers of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters froze for a moment before they couldn't help but let out a burst of laughter. Chen Jun, just a meal operation, is fierce as a tiger. All of them were scared. The result is a hit mouth ah. 200 meters of shooting only hit 7 rings. This performance is good enough to say 400 meters of rapid fire can easily hit? It's true that people are as bold as the earth. Gong Arrow laughed and said, Chan Lian, 200 meter shooting. In our sharpshooter 4th Company, 8 rings are not even considered good. 9 rings are considered excellent. And 10 rings is a big deal. Old Black, who was next to him, was stunned when he heard this. 7 rings? It's just a frame. But it's not much more than that. But think carefully to understand what's going on. It must be that after Chen Jun went to Area 1, he practiced his shooting stance every day in the joint, because he didn't have any bullets to practice with at all. Surprisingly, I was intimidated by a kid, and I thought he was so bullish. Old Black felt his heart was less stuffed, and in the ranks of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, it all blew up. Just this shooting ability. Still have the nerve to be arrogant? Soldiers on the battlefield ultimately rely on firearms. That's the fundamental. Fighting strong that is only useful in close quarters. Kill more enemies, or rely on shooting. Yes, just now look at that action. So standard. The operation is as fierce as a tiger. Who wants to look good but not useful? Full of. Bang! The gunshots rang out again. Chen Jun was so focused that he didn't care what the people around him said. Gong Arrow immediately said, not bad. 8 rings now. Bang! 9 rings. After 3 consecutive shots, Chen Jun had gradually gotten used to the physical reaction of shooting. The reason why he didn't shoot well was not that his marksmanship wasn't strong enough, but that the man and the gun were one. Having to keep his body stable and his upper body adapting to what the gun brought him when shooting. Simply put, familiarizing himself with the gun. This situation is like a super racer, adapting to the track, having to run several laps in a row to get the hang of the road and finally run the best time. Bang bang! Chen Jun continued to shoot continuously. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. After Chen Jun shot the 5th shot, all the shooting rings were 10 rings. Gong Arrow whispered, damn it, how come it's so strong? This was because Chen Jun's shooting speed was very fast. One shot after another, with hardly any pause in between. Soon, Chen Jun's 30 rounds were fired, and the red center part of the 200-meter chest ring target had long since been smashed, bursting a large hole. The crowd was stunned and there was silence. Shooting 10 rings, anyone in the room could do it, but 20 or so shots in a row, all 10 rings under rapid fire, no one could do it. It's a impossibility. Is this guy pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Did he tease us by playing so poorly just now? Gong Arrow muttered. At this time, Chen Jun stood up and said to Old Black, pressing bullets. Ah, what are you waiting for? Old Black was a bit nonplussed and quickly pressed the magazine and handed it to Chen Jun. Chen Jun took the magazine and turned towards the 400-meter firing position. Old Black followed suit, carrying the bullet. Chen Jun quickly went prone, quickly set up his gun, locked on, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang! A series of shots rang out. This time, Chen Jun was shooting in succession. The butt of the gun kept hitting Chen Jun's shoulder, and shell casings kept bouncing out of the chamber around him, landing on the ground with a clanking sound. In less than 15 seconds, all 30 rounds were fired. The next moment, Gong Arrow shouted, 29 rings. Chen Jun yelled lowly, keep pressing. Old Blackie's hands are so nimble that he's become a real ballistician. Chen Jun continued to shoot, with no intention of stopping. The smoke of the bullets enveloped him, and shell casings fell all around him. Everyone else thinks he's automatic, but he's actually point and shoot, except that he shoots fast, giving the illusion of an automatic burst. So much so, that the recoil of the shots he took in his shoulder was horrific on a continuous basis. When Chen Jun shot to the end, a breath is a dozen rounds, but also to maintain the stability of the rifle, to ensure a greater probability of hitting the target 400 meters away. Such a difficulty can be imagined. It's not a matter of taking a shot and adjusting at once. It's a matter of shooting with almost no adjustments so that you can maintain your fastest speed. Everyone had an odd look in their eyes when they saw Chen Jun shooting like this. Can you hit the target like that? That's a big one. After all, this is a distance of 400 meters. The target is blurred when you look at it, and you can only shoot with experience and feeling, and if you shoot too fast, it's just a matter of chance. But when Gong Arrow exploded with a score of 30 rings instead of 29, everyone froze. This is horrible. Not a human thing to do. He Changwon, Wang Yanbing and others looked ugly. Compared to the other side, their point-blank shots are simply child's play. Just now they were a little complacent, thinking that the other side was playing lip service. But now it seems that the other side is starting to play poorly. That's a test shot. What does it mean to crush? This is. Chen Jun kept shooting, finishing one magazine, quickly replacing it with another and continuing. Old Black felt like his hands were too busy. It was not known how long it took, but the system's prompt sounded in Chen Jun's mind. The host's hacking and shooting art has reached the middle completion realm. Chen Jun exhaled, stopped shooting, and slowly stood up. When the smoke cleared around him, Kong Lei came over and shouted, Chen Lian, take off your clothes and show everyone your body. Chapter 32 Vigilance and Preparation for War. At this moment, Chen Jun exhaled heavily, and his entire body had a feeling that it was about to fall apart. However, at this time, if he met those armed men again, even if it was a close-range fight, he was sure that he could kill 10 of them in one breath at point-blank range before the other side reacted. This was the terror of the hacking shooting technique in the middle achievement, and it would be even more terrifying if it reached the grand achievement. That is, after 100,000 rounds of bullets. Chen Jun was very much looking forward to what it would feel like after reaching that moment. Kong Lei's shout interrupted Chen Jun's thoughts as he immediately removed the clothes from his body. Kong Lei pointed at Chen Jun's red-stained shoulders and said, he's not a god, he's also flesh and blood. The mark on his shoulders, which we veterans call the blood-stained red flag, is willpower. The crowd looked at a mark on Chen Jun's shoulder that was like a fluttering red flag, and once again, a complicated look appeared in their eyes. It was clear to all of them that it was formed by the constant impact of the rifle stock on the same spot on the shoulder as the rifle was fired over and over again. It's smashed and bleeding. Can you imagine how much pain Chen Jun endured while shooting? How much willpower does it take for him to keep shooting steadily and keep the rifle from straying too far under these circumstances? They've kind of seen what insanity is all about. In the past, when they trained to shoot, holding a position for a little longer felt like it was killing them. If they were like Chen Jun, would they still be able to shoot? And the old black man who was squeezing bullets so hard that his hands went numb said to himself, what madness! What vermin! When old black thought about how he would have to press bullets for Chen Jun like this in the future, he immediately had a feeling that he was going to collapse. How long is this going to last? Kong Lei looked at Chen Jun and said, when you shot at the very beginning, did you do it on purpose? Chen Jun handed the Type 95 to old black, reporting to the chief. No, it's just that I wasn't used to using it in the beginning. The border defense uses the Type 91. Here it's the Type 95, Chen Jun said. Conley didn't even know what to say to that, merely being unaccustomed to it, and after 4 shots in a row, immediately got on top of it. This is really sick. Conley now completely understood how Chen Jun was able to take out 20 people from the other side while facing a siege of dozens of armed men. Strong fighting strength, terrifying endurance, first-class shooting ability. What kind of terrifying combat power is formed by combining these 3 things together? The ghosts of Area 1 are living up to their name. Kong Lei turned to Yi Changwang and the others and said, see, you guys usually say that you're crazy enough and that your marksmanship doesn't lose out to those special forces. Now do you know what the willpower of a soldier is? This time, the men of the Sharpshooter Company 4 were completely convinced. Shooting was their best skill, but in front of Chen Jun it was a joke, not worth mentioning at all. The most crucial point was that Chen Jun, who used to be such a weak soldier, was now so powerful that it made them look up to them. Can they not be convinced? At that moment, everyone's eyes were more worshipful as they looked at Chen Jun. That's how it is in the army. Only being strong makes it easier to gain the approval and respect of others. Seeing that the effect was almost over, Kong Lei said to Chen Jun, put your clothes on and say a few words to them. Chen Jun put on his clothes, walked to the front of the line and said loudly, I'm your company commander now. Many of you know very well about my performance in the recruit company, but that's not important to me. People look forward, not just at the past. I was bad when I was in the recruit company, but so what? I'm strong now, stronger than any of you, and that's enough, and I'm becoming your company commander. It's only temporary. My goal is not here, and I know you want to be the strongest soldiers too, so I'll be here for 3 months as company commander. 3 months later, I'll take the strongest soldier among you to Wolf's Teeth and prove to those special forces that the soldiers who come out of the Iron Fist Regiment are not below those special forces of theirs. Chen Jun paused for a moment and yelled, raise your guard and prepare for war. The crowd yelled in unison, be alert and ready to fight. Be alert and ready to fight. A deafening roar rang out across the firing range. The hot blood boiled in the men of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Chen Jun's words were like a detonator, completely igniting the fire in his body. Who doesn't want to be the strongest soldier? Who didn't want to compete with those Special Forces soldiers and make them understand that the soldiers of the Iron Fist Regiment were no worse than them? They see undefeated fighting spirit in Chen Jun's body. Conley's heart naturally blossomed with joy as he looked at a soldier whose eyes were like burning. That's what he wants most. Good. Good. Let Chen Jun be the commander of this company. That's right. The old me sharpshooter 4 companies finally came to life. Maybe in the future we can really call the shots with the old fanban pawns. Conley was very much looking forward to what kind of marksman Company 4 would become after 3 months. In the following days, Chen Jun followed the training methods mentioned in Hacker's Shooting Technique to work on their marksmanship, Hacker's Assassination Technique to train their fighting techniques, and Hacker's Stalking Technique to train them in weight-bearing cross-country. It's safe to say that even Special Forces training is all 3 of those things. Cross-country, fighting, and shooting. These are the basic and most practical of the old 3. These 3 were no longer much for the current Chen Jun. His hacking assassination technique had reached the middle achievement realm. His hacking shooting technique was also at the middle achievement realm, and his hacking stalking technique had reached the grand achievement realm. So when it came to training, no matter how crazy it wasn't his limit. But the men of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters were in a bad way. What's it like to train for a day and not feel like the parts of your body aren't your own? One by one? When they used to train, it was a trip compared to now. Gong Arrow and Old Black are too friendly for them. And when the day's training was over and they saw that Chen Jun was still training, they were all too embarrassed to rest. During the daytime, Chen Jun was training along with them and it was more than twice as intense. Unlike Gong Arrow and Old Black who were watching from the sidelines when they were leading them in training. Gap. Others have been tired down, huffing and puffing when Chen Jun is still training. In this way, time passed little by little, and all of a sudden it was a month and a half later. Chen Jun opened his attribute list after completing the 10-kilometer warm-up. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 2. Attributes, mental 3.8. Physical 3.8. Strength 3.8. Speed 3.8. Normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination, grand finish. Hacking shooting, grand finish. Hacking stalking, grand finish. Experience value, 200 of 300. Chapter 33, She's My Daughter-in-Law. We're licensed. Chen Jun looked at the personal attribute panel in his mind and secretly pondered. The 3 major hacking skills, which had been greatly accomplished, were the result of his frantic training for a month and a half. But it wasn't that easy to reach the highest level of the ultimate realm. He was training when the God's Gun 4th Company was training, and when the God's Gun 4th Company was resting, he alone was still training like crazy. By now the 4th Company of Sharpshooters knew that their company commander was a beast of burden, tireless in his training. They were numb from their initial shock. They couldn't see where the limits of this perverted company commander were at all. Poor thing. They had to suffer along with Chen Jun's crazy training. Now, Chen Jun looked at the 3.8 attribute and was relieved that his efforts during this period of time had not been in vain. With an attribute of 3.8, which was already at the level of a soldier king's physical qualities, coupled with the great accomplishments of hacking assassination, hacking shooting and hacking sneaking, Chen Jun was confident that if he were to encounter the previous predicament again, he would not be as wretched as before. It's time to take back what's left of our comrades. Chen Jun's resolute face, his eyes were incomparably determined. It's a system quest, and there's a 100 experience value reward. The system's pissiness was basically clear to Chen Jun. Just the fact that there was a 100 experience value reward for retrieving the relics of a comrade in arms showed that this quest wasn't as simple as it seemed. Or else there wouldn't be an experience value reward. After the test of life in Area 1, Chen Jun was no longer a rookie in the recruiting period, and in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, his strength reached a bottleneck before planning this operation. It didn't really matter if you took 100 experience points. Getting back your comrade's relics was something you had personally promised your squad leader. Sure, Gui class president is his reverse scale. Without the class president, there is no current Chen Jun, since it is a promise to the class president. No matter how difficult, he will find a way to do it. Chen Jun was not a procrastinating person, and in his heart, since he had already decided, he immediately went to find Conley. Knock knock. 5 minutes later, a soft knock sounded at Conley's office. Come in, Conley shouted aloud. Chen Jun, it's you. Conley's eyes lit up when he saw that it was Chen Jun who came in, and before the other party could speak, he immediately said excitedly. Chen Jun stood at attention, saluted, and said, reporting to the chief, I would like to take a leave of absence from you. Vacation? Conley froze for a moment, surprised that this training maniac was even thinking about resting. In this month and a half, Chen Jun's performance, which he had seen in his eyes, could be completely described in 2 words: crazy. This guy was nothing but training. Still training. In the mouths of the men of the 4 companies of the sharpshooters was madness. Livestock. Conley was still having a headache on how to make the other guy take a break. After all, it wasn't good to have one's nerves stretched too thin for a long period of time. Now, it's great that the other side has taken it upon themselves to offer repudiation. Immediately, Conley didn't even ask, saying, "Granted, training should also be a combination of work and rest, so you'll take a good rest in the next 2 days. Also, look up Old Yellow. Tell him to drive you wherever you want to go." Kang Tuan didn't care what Chen Jun was going to do right now. He was happy that the other party was still thinking about resting. He had seen the changes in the 4 companies of the sharpshooters during this time. Under Chen Jun's training, it could be said that the level of all 4 companies of sharpshooters had been raised by a notch. And crucially, the other party had cranked up the enthusiasm for the training of the 4 companies of sharpshooters. It's not known how many years ago that the 4th company of the sharpshooters trained so frantically. After receiving Kong Lei's approval, Chen Jun was not polite and immediately left the base in the special car arranged by the other party. And the news of Chen Jun leaving the Iron Fist Regiment's base immediately caused a stir in the Divine Gun 4th Company. Is that ghost gone already? With an expectant expression on his face, Wang Yanbing looked at the military vehicle that was slowly leaving the entrance of the base. Ha ha, finally free. I don't feel like myself anymore. I've lost interest in traditional crafts. When Wang Yanbing was sure that Chen Jun had really left the base, he jumped up in excitement. It's crazy. Wang Yanbing was one of the 4 companies of sharpshooters who was particularly capable of running, and as a result, he was pulled alive by Chen Jun, the animal, and ran dizzy 3 times. Although this was more exciting than when he used to be a hawker and ran the city police. What's a traditional craft? How come I didn't know you had this specialty? Li Erniu grinned and asked, staring curiously at Wang Yanbing with eyes the size of cow's eyes. Wang Yanbing heatedly laughed. He Chengwang can do it too. All of them? You let them teach you. Really? Brother He, you're nice. Teach me. Li Erniu whirled around and asked He Chengwang for help. Get out. Ha ha. At once, the 4 companies of God's guns erupted into thunderous laughter. At this moment, He Chengwang also breathed a sigh of relief. His taut nerves loosened up, and spat out. It's too perverted. Damn him for finding the old black squad leader to accompany him. And the old black dumped the pot on me, letting me come in every day. And the old man has become a target. This month and a half has been like a year for him. At the beginning, He Chengwang was unconvinced. He was a free fighting champion. How could he lose? However, after practicing with Chen Jun, the front is 3 days okay. The back is basically beaten every day. Are almost turned into sandbags. Now his limbs are still swollen. The heart of Chen Jun is also completely convinced. While the 4 companies of godly guns were cheering in the knowledge that Chen Jun had temporarily left the base, the one who was actually the happiest was Old Black. He hemmed and hawed, his mouth already grinning up to his ears, feeling as excited as he hadn't been to raise his paycheck. It's been a month and a half. It's been so hard. God knows how he's gotten through it. Every day is either a pressurized bullet or a preparation to catch a duck. Chen Jun, this livestock actually played more than 100,000 bullets. This can be the entire sharpshooter 4 company 2 months of the amount of bullets. The key is that the other party's shoulder actually also topped. And the old black is miserable. Press the bullet. The result is even though the fingers are pressed blisters. Want to cry without tears. While he was still thinking about getting back in the fight. After all, a rookie with limited fighting skills. However, it is even more pathetic. Directly turned into the other side of the human sandbag. In the end, the old black cannot resist. So he took the name of the squad leader, and pulled He Chengwang into the thief ship. As a result, He Chengwang is miserable. Looking at the smiles on each and every one of the faces of the 4 companies of the God's Gun, it turned out that Gong Arrow's mind was a bit complicated, and his face wore a complicated expression. Why do I get the feeling he's there to relax with his own daughter-in-law? I wonder what kind of luck this guy got. His heart was sour. The goddess of his heart, Anrun, was now engaged to this guy. At the base of the Iron Fist Regiment, the crowd was celebrating when the ghost they were talking about, Chen Jun, had already arrived at the station, and the beautiful and touching Anran was already waiting there, with a pretty face, a long stance, and a valiant green military uniform. As if standing in a crane, Anran stood there quietly, from time to time attracting the attention of the crowd. They had never seen such a standard female soldier. When Anran saw Chen Jun, she immediately looked the other party up and down with her beautiful eyes, secretly surprised in her heart. This guy had changed again, with a hidden murderous aura that made her a person who had been in the battlefield for a long time. sense a hint of oppression. You get in my car, Wolfong base. Your car can't drive in. Anren whirled around and said. Chen Jun nodded and got into the car, letting the driver go back first. Anren started the car, looking at the reflector. A determined Chen Jun, eyes full of admiration. Ever since she had gotten engaged to Chen Jun, the two of them were already husband and wife in name only, so naturally they always paid attention to each other's dynamics, and she was aware of Chen Jun's recent performance in the Divine Gun Fourth Company. Now, Chen Jun, the newbie egg pup, had actually straightened out a group of unruly people from the Divine Gun Fourth Company, which was something that even Anren could not have imagined. Neither of them spoke due to the unusual relationship they now had, and an awkward atmosphere pervaded the car. 20 minutes later, the car went straight to the Wolfsbane base. With a squeal, smoke billowed from the wheels of the rush and it came to a steady stop at the entrance to the base. Yen and the others were already there, and when he saw Enron's car coming, he greeted the sentry and then tried to jump into the passenger side. Whirling around, he spotted a young, expressionless young soldier sitting in the passenger seat, steady as a rock. Who's this? King Yen had a surprised look on his face, obviously not expecting such a young soldier to appear in Enron's car. Enron smiled and said blandly, "Don't you remember? Raiden saved him." Immediately, Yan's mind floated back to that sad figure who had taken off his uniform and resolutely returned to the isolated island in Area 1. "So you're still alive? It's pretty fierce. What's your relationship?" A surprised expression appeared on Yen Wan's face, obviously not expecting this guy to survive. It was a miracle. To know, the number 1 area is a gray area. Inside the armed elements, each vicious, even if a special forces to go in, are not sure to come back alive. I cannot imagine that this guy has survived. A little unimaginable. Anren was just about to open her mouth when Chen Jun had already grabbed the lead and said aloud, "She's my daughter-in-law. We got a license." Chapter 34, The Smashers Are Coming. Crap. Anren's heart thumped when she heard Chen Jun say that the two of them had gotten a license. Who didn't know that Lei Zhan was chasing after her? Even though she had never promised Lei Zhan herself, Lei Zhan's people had already acquiesced, and were close to hanging their sister-in-law directly on their mouths. She came over this time, originally to help Chen Jun get his class president's things, and then explain to Lei Zhan. But, sure enough, as soon as King Yen heard Chen Jun say that he and Anren had already gotten a license, his face swished and sank. This guy wants to find death. How dare he steal the captain's woman? Seeing that Anren had no intention of retorting, Yen Wan's heart grew even more furious, and he said in a gloomy voice, "Is what he said true?" Chen Jun said directly, "We border guards." A mouthful of saliva, a nail. "You." Yen Wang was so angry that his body began to tremble. His sharp eyes stared at Anren and he said in a deep voice, "Why? Don't you know how our captain feels about you?" Chen Jun's face swished and pulled down. What did this guy mean? As if only he, Captain Lei Zhuan, was worthy of Anren. Also, now that Anren is his nominal daughter-in-law, what does it have to do with Lei Zhuan? However, Chen Jun knew the purpose of this time and didn't tangle with the other party, saying bluntly, "I'm here this time to retrieve the things that my squad leader and the others have set aside in Solitary Island number 1. Also, it's indisputable that you Thunderbolts are slow to go to the rescue and don't go after the militants. I can understand all that. After all, it's a gray area," Chen Jun said, raising his voice tone by 2 beats, followed by a stern voice, "But it's impossible for my comrades to have a mole, and you've pretty much checked it out during this period of time, so return their things to me. I'm going to return them to their families one by one. This is their last thought," Chen Jun said, his face becoming unusually heavy. Of the 12 men in the 3rd squad of a company, only he and the squad leader were now left, and the squad leader was now crippled, so Chen Jun wanted to help them get their relics back no matter what. Also, he wanted to prove to everyone that his comrades were heroes and no one was a mole. However, at this moment, Yen Wang simply ignored Chen Jun and gritted his teeth. "You, guys, really married? What's the situation?" Although Anren had never refuted Chen Jun, Yen Wang said nothing to believe that Anren would really marry the other party. To know what Lei Zhuan did for Anren all these years, they all saw it in their eyes, but the other party didn't loosen up at all, and as a result, now they even suddenly said that they got married to a person who came out of nowhere. Yen Wang was unwilling to do so, and he was also unworthy of Captain Lei Zhuan. This guy is a dilettante. What's so great about him? Such a new recruit pup were compared to their own captain. Do not know Enron figure him what? Enron was silent and nodded. She understood Chen Jun's meaning. There was no need to deceive, and the other party obviously didn't want to get their own things through a woman's relationship. Yan's face sank as he asked, "Why?" He still couldn't accept that Enron had accepted another man other than the captain. Anren said softly, "When we were children, the older generation has helped us to get engaged. Originally thought it was nullified. Did not think that each other still remember? So, Yen shook his head and said, "That's not a reason, is it? What kind of society is it now? How can a child's doll's marriage count? You know Lei War. He's been waiting for you for many years," Yen said, clenching his fists, and his eyes became serious. Anran was silent for a moment and said, When I was 7 years old, I went to play at Chen's house and accidentally fell into the pool. It was him who pulled my hair to death and held on for half an hour, dislocating his own arm, and in the end, he didn't let go of me. If it wasn't for him, there would be no Enron now. I've always remembered him, and this time, he just happened to save me again. So, ha. Yen suddenly laughed out loud, interrupting Anran's speech, his tone tinged with sarcasm, saying, "Are you telling a fairy tale? Why don't you just say that you fell out of the water tank? How he got wise in a hurry and then crashed the tank to save you. Violet. Although Lei Juan didn't save you, but he helped you many times. I can understand if you are engaged to someone else in such a silent manner, but after all, Lei Juan is my captain, and this time, I can't help you." After Yen finished speaking, he whirled around to look at Chen Jun and said sternly, "We can't return your comrades' belongings to you. After all, you're all under suspicion. You guys go back. Those things later. We'll just turn them into the picketing department and they'll look into it. By the way, they did already greet you as well. After all, you took off your uniform and acted without authorization. This is something they have to look into as well. Go back there if you came from there. Raiden doesn't like soldiers who break discipline." Swish! At that moment, Chen Jun's face sank. A thick murderous aura swept out from his body like a flash flood. The temperature around him seemed to have lowered by a few points, and his sharp eyes burned with a blazing rage. His squad leader had been crippled for life, with no chance of recovery, and he was now the only one left of the 12 men in Squad 3 who could stand. These people are his comrades in arms, brothers, all soldiers out of the Iron Fist Regiment. So naturally the political trial is no problem. Now that a month and a half has passed, it's time to turn it in. Why wait until now? Chen Jun had originally had a problem with Raiden, and if the other side hadn't been slow to send out their troops and stubborn behind them, Class 3 wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable situation. What's more, Yen Wang now opened his mouth and closed his mouth. A traitor. Chen Jun only felt a hot blood in his chest rushed straight to his brain, and could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He was not trying to take advantage of Enron's connections, but Yan's targeting, too, was certain. What a heavy kill. Yama's heart trembled and a huge wave was set off. Chen Jun's body seemed to be lurking with a flood beast that woke up violently, emitting a terrifying aura that Yen Wang, the old special, couldn't get chills at the bottom of his heart. What the hell has this guy been through? Why does he have such a strong murderous aura? Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart on alert. The feeling that Chen Jun was giving him right now, he had felt it in Captain Lei Juan's body. However, Chen Jun was nothing but a new recruit. Why would he also give himself such a feeling? Anran was also startled by the murderous aura that Chen Jun released in a flash. She knew that Chen Jun was now not what he used to be. Only, she could not imagine that the other party had progressed so quickly. And all of a sudden, her heart became more and more interested in Chen Jun. Get in! Since Chen Jun had already come, he naturally wouldn't return halfway. Anran was not someone who was afraid of anything, and immediately the car accelerated and drove directly into Raiden's base. Just as the car stopped, Yen Wang was the first to jump out of the car and shouted aloud to the crowd that was training, "Brothers, the ghosts from the border are coming over, and by the looks of it, they're coming to smash the scene." What? Who ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall and dared to come to Raiden's base to smash up the place without ever dying? What kind of bull ******* ghost? How dare you come to thunder and lightning to spread wildness? Are you tired of living? Let's go. Let's go and see if our famous ghost has 3 heads and 6 arms, and dares to threaten to come to our thunderbolt to spread wildness. At once, Old Fox, Harley, Genpu, B, and 7 others all surrounded them in an aggressive manner. Chen Jun on the passenger seat, his cold face without a trace of emotion, his fists clenched, his heart grunted coldly, "Smash the scene? Then smash it." Chapter 35, Chen Jun's Stimulating Method. Skywolf is the lieutenant of the Thunderbolt Raiders. Skywolf walked to Yen Wang in large strides, and with a few smiles, he said, "What's the situation? Who's come to smash the scene? Isn't that Violet? Came over to look for Thunderbolt?" The first thing he saw was Enron. Enron is Lei Jun's dream girl. For him has been bachelor until now. If she comes to smash the scene, Lei Jun can't wait to like it. If Lei Juan really marries Enron in the future, then she will be a sister-in-law. Skywolf and the others were all very polite to Enron. Yen Wang's face darkened, lowered his voice and said, "Don't mention this. Now Enran is already that kid's woman. People are licensed. Don't you recognize it? The ghost of Area 1. Don't you remember? Sirius stumbled and ate almost unsteadily. Chen Jun could become a ghost. Tianlang was just surprised, thinking that this kid mostly had a lot of luck in it, so there was just a glint in his eye. But Enran's sudden flash marriage with him was truly appalling. It's going to ing flip. In the entire wolf's teeth. Who didn't know that Lei Zhuan had turned from a young lad into an older youth in order to wait for Anren? Once Lei War also said, unless Anren no more, he may move away from love. But also Crepe said what mountain no diamond, heaven and earth together, only dare to be with the king. What kind of person is Lei Zhuan? Soldier king, captain. Future growth is unlimited. Is the wolf head of the key training object? The future is very likely to be the successor of the wolf teeth. Many people admire Anren, but those who really pay action to approach Anren are very few, and only Gong Arrow, who returned from studying abroad, has that courage. And now Anren is married? How can this be embarrassing for Lei? Skywolf's mind flashed through Lei Zhuan's devastated expression when he found out the news. Would he go crazy? Lei Zhuan would really go crazy for Anren. Moreover, Anren married such a boy. The appearance is more sunny and handsome, better looking than Lei Zhuan, but handsome looks cannot be a meal. Thunder War is much better than him. If Anren married someone stronger than Lei Battle, Tianlang naturally had nothing to say, but this kid digging into Lei Battle's corner, Tianlang was not happy about it. Tianlang's gaze immediately locked onto Chen Jun. What is he doing here? Showing off at the door? Aren't you afraid that boss will clean him up? Yen smiled bitterly. He's here to get back his comrades' things, which was fine in the past, but now, we need faces too, don't we? Crap. Tianlang hooked his finger at Chen Jun and shouted, come over here. Undisciplined little guy. Indiscipline? Yes, they may be right about that, but none of their own comrades are cowards. A ball of anger immediately surged in Chen Jun's heart. He instantly tightened his fists and went to rush forward, but was stopped by Anren. Anren said to Skywolf, I'll be fair, you guys didn't do the right thing this time. It's not like they were traitors. On the contrary, they all sacrificed their lives. The squad leader was crippled, and Chen Jun was the soldier who fought until the end. If it was in the past, Skywolf would naturally give face to Anren, but it was impossible now. It wasn't that he was petty, but if Chen Jun came to the door like this and they didn't even show it, Thunderbolt would be a joke in the future. As for Anren, forget it. Lei War had affected his state of mind for his sake, and the speed of drawing his gun had slowed down. Tianlang has long been more than once to persuade Lei Battle do not have illusions about Anren, just Lei Battle has not been listening to the strike. Now Lei Battle can be completely dead heart. I know, but follow the procedure. The higher-ups should deal with it as they see fit, and naturally there will be a notification of the result when it is dealt with, and it will be returned at that time, Skywolf said. Chen Jun pulled and ran to the side and said, don't say it, can't talk them out of it. These people are the proudest of the proud. When they encounter a change they will only position themselves to call for people and weapons. Not enough blood. What did you say? Skywolf raised his cross eyebrows. A wave of anger and murderous aura instantly erupted. What qualifications do you have to say that? Chen Jun stood forward, looking straight at Tianlang, and said indifferently, if you have the ability to make it out and let me see it. If you don't have the ability to make it out, then hand it over to me, or you guys can call for someone and blow me out of the room. That's their specialty anyway. Yen, Harley, Big Bull, and the others were furious one by one. This kid is so arrogant. Harley dragged his long accent and said, it's really powerful enough running to our Thunderbolt's territory to spread the wild to come. You are the first one since the establishment of our Thunderbolt. I kind of admire your courage. However, people who are too arrogant will be miserable. Daniel had long since tightened his fists and said, this little guy just owes a beating. Little B said, it's quite sunny looking, but it's too splendid. If his face turns into a pig's head, let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant. Tian Bao looked straight at Chen Jun. A lynching head is a lynching head. This kid owes it to himself. Yen shook his head and said, it's not good for a young man to be too wild in his tone. The corners of Tianlang's mouth twitched, gritting his teeth. He nodded and stared at Chen Jun. A bit interesting. What do you have to show me? Chen Jun immediately said, okay, fighting, weighted cross-country, shooting arts, 3 items. If any of you win me, I'll immediately apologize and leave right away. When Skywolf heard this, his fire went up. This guy is so ing crazy. Do they think all of them, Raiden, are just eating food? You said it. Fine. You want to seek abuse. I'll fulfill you. Chapter 36, Carelessness, Failure to Dodge. Anren's heart tightened, hurriedly pulled Chen Jun and lowered his voice. A strong dragon can't suppress a snake. Let's go to the wolf head. The wolf head is a reasonable person. If he knows about this, he will definitely not let it go. There is no need for you to get tough with them now. Chen Jun's combat power was very strong, but the chances of winning a hard fight against a Thunderbolt commando would not be much higher. The Wolf Fang's strongest blade is not blown out, but is actually done. Chen Jun is going to suffer if he rashly challenges them like this. Chen Jun shook his head and said, I'm just going to press them, these ground snakes, today, so that they understand that comrades in arms are the ones who hand over to the other side behind the scenes, and regardless of whether it's an ordinary troop or a special troop, they're all soldiers of the Yin Kingdom. Anren saw that Chen Jun's face was firm and knew that he could not be persuaded, so he did not say any more, and Chen Jun's voice thumped out, immediately reaching the ears of Tianlang and the others, and one was instantly lit up. Malagobi, who does this kid think he is? Where did he come from? Saying such big words, not afraid of flashing his tongue. Denyo immediately cursed. This grandson's mouth skin is damaged, but also said so grandiose. The gang of grandsons of the picket team dare not be so arrogant to us thunder and lightning. Little B said, ********, this kid is looking for a fight, isn't he? Special forces in the training time is more grumpy. Cursing is a habitual thing. Once cursed up as the other side of the ancestors' 18 generations began to curse. This is the first time they were pointed at the nose. The other party is still an ordinary border guard who has just passed the recruiting period without a long time. This, uncle can tolerate, and can't help it. Tianlang looked at and ran standing beside Chen Jun. Birdie-like, but there is a feeling of a woman singing with her husband. Really ing for the Lei Zhuan who went to the meeting to feel sour. It is true that it is still the charm of the little white man that is strong. Lei Zhen's skin is thick, and his face is dark, so he does not attract women to like him. This kid's luck is also good enough. After saving Anren once, Anren gave her body to him. Thunder God, your skin is still not thick enough. Skywolf was how it looked, and the Tyree War wasn't worth it. Forget it, the Thor thing is another matter. One thing is another. Skywolf said to Yama. Fighting, I'll do it. Yama knew that Tianlang's fighting was just below lay battles, so he nodded and said, be careful. This kid took out 20 militants in Area 1 last time. 2 of them were close quarters assassins, so this kid's close quarters combat isn't bad. If you can't do it, shoot me on. When he examined the bodies of those militants, he was very clear about the cause of their deaths, being stabbed at close range and killed with a single move. Such a tactic could not be accomplished by an ordinary border guard. This kid must have something to fall back on if he dares to put out such words now. Yan Wan was careful and cautious. Chen Jun's words were infuriating, but they didn't make him angry and confused. Skywolf's face darkened and he cursed in a low voice. What do you mean I can't? Get lost. Yama hemmed and hawed and said, mistake of speech. Mistake of speech. You're spot on. No matter what. Skywolf's fighting skills were also an expert who had killed in the top 10 in the military district competition. It was not so bad that he could not even handle a new recruit. Otherwise where else would their Thunderbolt's face go? Harley, B, and the others were a bit taken aback to see Skywolf himself. Harley said, Vice team, if you go on, will people say you're a bully? Why don't I come? Dealing with a little brat. No need to be so troublesome. B rolled up her sleeves and said, I'll do it. I'm the weakest on the fighting team and I'm not afraid of losing face. Denyo said, get out of the way. I'll beat him up. The old fox waved his hand. Alright, what's the point of arguing? Let it all go aside. I'll pretty much do it. I have the thickest skin. Seeing that the crowd was scrambling, Skywolf's face sank as he said, all of you, get off to the side. With that, he stood out and pointed directly at Chen Jun. You, come over here. The next moment, a black shadow flashed. Whoosh! Wordlessly, a whip leg swept towards Skywolf in a lightning-fast manner. After Chen Jun's hacker fighting technique reached its great completion, the attack was like the day not understanding the darkness of the night. There was no power escaping out at all. It looked like an ordinary kick. It was just a little bit faster. However, Skywolf, who was well versed in fighting arts, immediately felt the terrifying explosive power contained in it, and couldn't help but change his face drastically. As the saying goes, the dog that bites doesn't bite. It's the one that doesn't say anything that's the most ruthless. Swish! Tianlang immediately set up his hands, his strength instantly focusing on his arms, the muscles on his arms bulging like taut iron balls. Boo! Chen Jun's whip leg slammed hard on Tianlang's arm. Tianlang immediately felt a huge force coming. The lower plate simply cannot withstand such a huge impact. Hastily back 7 or 8 consecutive steps. Want to stabilize the body, but still cannot be stabilized. It feels like jumping off the car from 60 yards of feeling. That's not something you can stabilize if you want to. In the next moment, Tianlang bellowed and hurriedly made a jackhammer fall to stabilize his lower body until he took 3 steps backward and his body stabilized. This kid's explosive power within 10 steps is so terrifying. Although Tian Lang was not prepared to resist this blow, the power that erupted in haste was not something that an ordinary person could easily shake, and as a result, he was kicked by the other party's seemingly light kick and retreated 10 steps in a row, and his arm was shocked to the point that it was a bit numb and vaguely painful. If he hadn't exploded all of his arm's strength and utilized his body to step back and dislodge some of the force, he would have had to topple over in the gutter when this whip leg came down. The attack power of this kick alone is comparable to the full force of the Thunder God's strike. No wonder this kid's breath is so big. He really does have some skills. At this moment, Chen Jun did not have a word of nonsense. Stepping, once again forced to the Sky Wolf, is a hand knife, the same as the whip leg, noiseless, if anything, real. Let a person completely puzzled. Tian Lang was stunned. If the other party's kick was a surprise attack, he didn't pay attention to it, but this hand slash, it was right in front of his eyes, but he didn't know how to parry it at all. With a little bit of his foot, he could only retreat once again, not daring to be careless and treat the other party as a formidable enemy. Swish! Chen Jun's hacker's sneaking technique reached its grand completion. Taking advantage of the gap and stepping into the void, he very strangely dodged to the back of Skywolf, followed by another hand slash on Skywolf's neck. Tian Lang felt the wind at his back. His face changed again. His heart screamed that it was not good, but it was too late to dodge. Snap! With a dull thud, Skywolf only felt a stabbing pain in the back of his neck. His eyes blanched, his mind became blank for a moment, and his legs went limp, immediately collapsing to the ground. Up to this point, the second leader of the Thunderbolt Commandos, due to carelessness, was knocked out on the ground by Chen Jun in less than 5 seconds. Chapter 37, Don't talk about it. You can't stand it if you talk too much. In terms of physical quality, Tian Lang's attributes were also above 3. The difference with Chen Jun was not very big. In addition, he was an expert who had broken through the dragon pools and tiger's dens, and had experienced more life and death battles than Chen Jun had experienced. And this time, being put down by Chen Jun in less than 5 seconds, he had really been careless. Chen Jun's hacker's assassination technique had reached its grand completion and was a very skillful means of attack. So if Skywolf was careless, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand a series of fierce attacks. If at the very beginning, Skywolf had treated Chen Jun as an opponent and launched his attack with all his might, he would have lasted longer and would not have lost so badly. Skywolf's physical quality was strong after all, and he shook his mind for a moment and quickly came to his senses. He looked around, his eyes getting a little misty. Damn! Who am I and where am I? Sirius had the feeling that his brain was going to explode. The deputy captain of the Hall Thunder and Lightning Commando team, a fighting master, lost to a border guard in the fight, which is a little bit mysterious. The opponent's kind of lightning-like speed, terrifying strength, and bizarre stance, suddenly bursting out in the absence of preparedness, was difficult to resist. So the first time he faced the attack of Chen Jun, Tian Lang was careless, but when the other party attacked for the second time, Tian Lang had already prepared his defense, but he still couldn't resist. How could the other party be so terribly strong? Yan Wang just reminded when he said that the other party's close combat is very strong. Let him not be careless, but also said that he can't do it. The old man is really not Yen, old fox. Harley and the others were dumbfounded at the sight. Holy, did I blink my eyes? Tian Lang collapsed so quickly? Littleby rubbed his eyes and shook his head vigorously, then looked at Tian Lang, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, and Chen Jun, who was standing still. Is this guy really that strong in close combat? What did Skywolf do last night? Become so unbeatable? Yan Wan laughed bitterly. I knew that his fighting skills were strong, the aggressiveness embodied when he killed the 2 militants at close range. I knew that he wasn't to be messed with, but I didn't think that he would be strong enough to be like this. Lightning fast attack speeds, as if he had a ghost-like body style, or in the open field. If it was in the jungle, how many people would be able to withstand such assassination tactics? No wonder he is said to be the ghost of Region 1. The old fox nodded and said, indeed very bizarre, and the explosive force is very horrible. Within 10 paces, I'm afraid that the gun is not as fast as he is. In the face of such an opponent, you have to be prepared to die together, or else you can't dry the other side. Isn't this guy a new recruit? How can he have such strong close combat skills? Border guards that set of fighting can exercise such a strong body? Harley trailed off. No way. No way la. No wonder he's so arrogant. It's a king bomb now, not a bronze. A cold sweat broke out on the back of Daniel. The impulsive hot blood just now cooled down all of a sudden, saying, I'm no match for him. Even if I go all out and fight with him, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. This kid learned his skills there. Yuan Bao shook his head and said, no matter where he learned it, this guy is tough. The way Chen Jun had attacked just now flashed through their minds and could only be described as terrifying. If they had been the ones to confront the other party just now, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been a match for the other party even at full strength. Of course, if one were to use a special forces killing move, one might be able to fend off the other's attack, but then I'm afraid it would be a lose-lose situation. In addition, the fact that this kid was able to gently put down the Sky Wolf meant that he must still have a killing move on him that he hadn't used. Fine thoughts. They now kind of understood why the other side was able to take out 20 militants in one breath. There must be secrets hidden in this guy. And Anren's face similarly revealed a look of surprise. She knew that Tian Lang's fighting strength, although it was not as good as Lei Zhuan, but the difference was not particularly large. Surprisingly, in Chen Jun's hands to last less than 5 seconds. That's a bit of an exaggeration. At this time, Chen Jun looked at Tian Lang and said, "You keep your word, right? Or, if you want to fight again, you can say that you were careless and didn't dodge. It's murder and death." Everyone's face was changing and changing. This kid's mouth was also poisonous. Tian Lang came back to his senses and slowly stood up, looking at Chen Jun. What kind of trick is this? If the opponent's first attack was a strong attack, utilizing speed and strength, simple and rough, but the second attack was not as simple as simple speed, which involved stance. It was the first time that Skywolf had encountered such a bizarre stance. If he did it again, Skywolf wasn't even sure that he would be able to dodge this move. Chen Jun said, "Firstly, there is no fixed moves. That is, your reaction is too slow as a grandmother. Secondly, you are indeed careless. You think that I am just a rookie. How do you know that? When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Don't underestimate any of your opponents. Thirdly, you aren't ruthless enough. With your combat techniques, you've already lost the ruthlessness of the assassination. Fourthly, forget about it. Don't talk about it. Talking too much is too much, for your blow is too great. No matter what, you are the vice captain of Thunderbolt." Yan Wang, Old Fox, Little B and the others were all dumbfounded. They had never dreamed that in Wolf's Teeth there would be someone who would give the Thunderbolt commandos a lesson in fighting ideology. One must know that their Thunder Battle captain was the Wolf Fong's third consecutive fighting champion, and could not find a single opponent in fighting throughout the Wolf Fong. So who dares to come to the door and give them a lecture on fighting? No, the strength of Tian Lang's fighting skills is not as good as Lei Zhan's, but the difference is not too big. Lei Zhan and his match have to take out more than 90% of the strength in order to defeat him, and if it is a life and death struggle, it will also pay a heavy price. Such a fighting expert is so bad in the eyes of Chen Jun? His whole body is full of problems? If he's so weak, what's the rest of the Thunderbolt commandos? Aren't they all even worse than trash? For a while, Yan Wang and the others felt a fiery heat on their faces, like someone was slapping them hard. That's a good slap in the face. At this moment, Tian Lang was unable to say a word of rebuttal. This was the fighting that he had practiced so hard for so many years, but there were actually so many breaks? The other party didn't even want to talk about it. For the fighting arts he had practiced so hard, Skywolf never felt that he had missed out. Rather, he felt that he had more room for improvement if he worked a little harder. But Chen Jun said so, that he was a little skeptical of life. Himself was easily defeated by the Chen army. The Skywolf was silent for a moment and stared fiercely at Chen Jun. Chen Jun looked calm. Skywolf finally sighed and said, "I'm a man of my word. You've passed this hurdle." Chen Jun turned to look at Yan Wang and the others and shouted, "Shooting? Anyone? I have to rush to see my squad leader. Hurry up." Chapter 38, Traditional Crafts. Let's see who's faster. Skywolf took a step back and touched his neck, feeling that it was still vaguely painful. That feeling of being stunned by a lightning bolt was damn unpleasant. He used to be the one to dry out others, and now, he is in the gutter. Tian Lang looked at Yan Wang and said, "You wake up some. This kid is not simple. No 3 or 2 or 3, do not dare to go to Liangshan." Yan grinned and said, "You're careless. It's not me. Watch me." A black line stood up on Skywolf's forehead and he stepped aside to rub his neck. Yan Wang thought for a moment and looked at Chen Jun. Then shooting. That's fine, but shooting involves firearms. So let's start with assembling it before moving on to shooting. Be careful. Chen Jun dared to kill the door. And so arrogant. Certainly not a flabbergasted head, coupled with the Tian Lang are planted in his hands. Yan Wang certainly do not dare to be careless. So a project he hard to split into 2 kinds. Anyway, no matter which one, he is a professional. And in the piece of firearms assembly, and relatively biased a little bit. Want to practice fast? That is not an overnight thing. It's easy to assemble. Basically disassemble it a few times and you're good to go. But to get up to speed, you have to be practicing hard, every day. How long has Chen Jun been handling guns? It's been less than a year, but Yan has been handling it for more than 10 years. Can you compare the two? Yamat is grasping at that. If Chen Jun had lost in assembly, then if he were to compete in shooting later, even if he was very talented and won by fluke, it would still be a draw when counted. Therefore, no matter what, Yan Wang is invincible. Not to mention that Yan Wang is a sniper. The shooting ability is a bit stronger than lay battle. Will not be able to dry Chen Jun? Skywolf's eyes froze slightly when he heard Yama say that. This guy just has a lot of heart. And it's all in his head. The corners of the old fox's mouth twitched and said, Yan Wang is the old fox. That kid is still tender and a bit of a winner. Harley laughed. You can't say that, La. Hand speed is also a way to be awesome. Ginger is still hot. B nodded. Yes, it's a different kind of contest. Dan Yo said. Who made him so arrogant? If we don't fool him once, he really thinks how powerful he is. Yuan Bao said in a deep voice. Yan Wang is sure to win. Let's see if this kid dares to take it. If he doesn't take it and slinks back, it's fine. In their opinion, Yan Wang proposed this point of the competition as a sure win, and Chen Jun did not have the slightest chance of winning. However, how could they know that Chen Jun's hacking and shooting technique was all-encompassing and naturally contained the assembly of firearms within it, and it had also followed the elevation to the grand completion when it reached the grand completion? Chen Jun frowned. You're the one with the most bull ********. Hurry up and start. Anren saw that Chen Jun agreed so readily and hurriedly reminded. Don't be careless, they are all veterans. Yan Wang in firearms assembly is once took the top 10 rankings in the military region. So what? Chen Jun said. Enron. She didn't know about Chen Jun's situation. In her opinion, shooting is great doesn't mean assembling is necessarily strong. Often many shooting masters just focus on the performance of the shooting, but neglect in the training of assembling. Chen Jun, even if he is talented in shooting, but the piece of assembly relies on practicing hand speed. There is no other way. The time he had been in contact with firearms was definitely not as long as Yan's, and there was not the slightest chance of winning. AI. Chen Jun is still too impulsive. These old farts. Too much of an asshole. When Anren saw that Chen Jun was like this, he couldn't say anything more. At this time, after seeing Chen Jun's agreement, Yan Wang immediately had someone prepare a Type 92 pistol, a Type 95 rifle, and an 88 sniper. After the preparation, Yan Wang smiled and said to Chen Jun, I may take advantage of you. I know that your border defense only has 92 type pistols with 81 rifles. Chen Jun walked to the assembly table and said, cut the crap and start. With that, he touched the gun. Chen Jun had never assembled a firearm, but the hacking shooting technique allowed him to be a man and a gun long ago, and he didn't need to train at all. In the next moment, the various parts of the firearm seemed to become part of his body, and every part of the firearm's structure, as well as its parameters, appeared one by one in his mind, becoming his body's memory. This is more than a master of traditional crafts like, especially familiar with their weapons. The corner of Yan's mouth twitched as he suppressed his heart and said, there are disassembly and assembly of firearms. We'll start with one part, disassembly. On the count of 1, 2, 3, that's the start. And let's see whoever can finish in the shortest time wins. 1, 2, 3, begin. As soon as Yan Wang's voice fell, his hands immediately moved, quickly disassembling the pistol. His movements were very fast and a bit dazzling, and Chen Jun still had his eyes closed, but his hands were already moving. There is a constant clicking sound around. Tian Lang and the others all stared at Chen Jun, their eyes filled with surprise and shock. The other side is still being demolished with their eyes closed. This isn't hard for any of them, but this is a competition. It's to see who's faster, and no one has the backbone to do this. It's not easy, it's really fast, and it's getting faster. That's a fast hand, ing fast shooter. Paralyzed, it could be said to be Mr. 3 seconds, and there are certainly no such masters of traditional crafts. Hey, missed the boat, originally thought it was bronze, didn't think it was a ing king, no wonder it was so calm and said something about rushing things. Old Fox and the others were out of temper when they saw Chen Jun's hand speed like that even with his eyes closed. Just now, they still felt that it was a bit of a victory, and that Yan was bullying him by drilling a hole in his head, but now it seems that it is not certain who was bullying who. Time passed quickly. And Yan Wang exhaled after dismantling the last part of the 88 sniper and looked up at Chen Jun. He calculated the time silently. It was 2 seconds faster than when he usually trained, which was considered overperforming. When he looked at Chen Jun happened to open his eyes and look at him. Can we start assembling yet? I'm in a hurry, Chen Jun said. Yan Wang looked at Chen Jun in shock, and then turned his head a bit blankly to glance at Tian Lang and the others, saying, what's the situation? He cheated? Skywolf cursed. Cheating my ass. You're careless. Be more serious. You can't lose again. Yan didn't even react as Chen Jun said, raise the difficulty. I'm in a hurry. After saying that, He reached out and grabbed the gun parts in front of the stage, including all the ones disassembled by Yan Wang to get mixed up together, followed by a burst of flinging, completely disorganizing all the parts. The crowd was confused. What does Chen Jun want? Do you want to assemble it like this? No way. That makes it more than twice as difficult. After all, these parts are all mixed together, and in the same model a gun parts although looks the same, but in fact there is a slight difference. Once you get it wrong will not be assembled. Chen Jun looked at Yan Wang and said, traditional craftsmanship. Let's see who's fast. Chapter 39. Is this a ghost? No wonder he's called Ghost. Yan's mouth twitched and he cursed in his mind. All men. Does anyone want to be fast? However, his face also became more grave than ever. It's not a fierce dragon. If he was still incomparably confident before. However, the other party's speed of dismantling the gun just now was one step faster than him, and if it wasn't for Skywolf and the others keeping an eye on the other party, he suspected that this guy wasn't cheating. After all, in the Thunderbolt Commando, he was more specialized than Thunder Battle when it came to disassembling guns. But just because a gun is quick to disassemble doesn't necessarily mean it's quick to put back together. Not to mention the fact that this guy was showing off by mixing parts from 92, 95 and 88 snipers. Let's see how he's going to get slapped in the face this time. Even if he had immersed himself in these three types of guns for almost 7 or 8 years, he wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. After all, some of the parts of the three firearms were so close that they could not be screened without careful identification. Messing around like Chen Jun, even if it was Yan Wang himself, he was not confident that he could complete the assembly of the three firearms in a short period of time. As for Chen Jun, it could not be ruled out that the other party was doing it on purpose. After all, in the end, even if he lost, he could still use that as an excuse. However, in light of Chen Jun's stunning performance of dismantling the gun just now, Yan Wang was still pumped up and decided to face the other party with the best results. And then, taking a deep breath, he lowly roared, "Begin!" Before the words ended, his hands were already touching the parts, his eyes staring intently at the pile of parts in front of him, his mind already going over the assembly process in detail. Chen Jun didn't dare to be sloppy either, and a grave expression appeared on his face. From the way Yan Wang dismantled the gun just now, and the speed, the other party was indeed an expert. However, after Chen Jun's matrix shooting technique had become a great success, he had already reached the realm of the unity of man and gun. He didn't even have to stare for parts like Yama did. In the eyes of the crowd's surprise, Chen Jun's hands were like magic, without a single pause, a single grab, a few breaths of time, click, 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 92 and 95 rifles at the same time, less than 10 seconds of time, asterisk 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 asterisk. Surprisingly, 92 and 95 are assembled at the same time. Yen is going to lose. This time Yama has met his match. He didn't lose unjustly. Isn't this guy a newbie brat? How come it feels like he understands these guns better than a veteran? One by one, Skywolf and the others became dumbfounded and were close to staring out of their eyes with horrified expressions. It never occurred to them that an individual with two hands could assemble two different firearms at the same time, and at such an amazing rate. It was incredible. And at the moment, Yan's 92 rifle had just been assembled and was now assembling the 95 rifle. Without the slightest pause, Chen Jun set aside the assembled 92 and 95 rifles and followed by assembling the 88 sniper. His hands flew over the top of a pile of parts like magic, and those parts just kept dwindling while the 88 sniper had been rapidly molded. The crowd had never been amazed by Chen Jun's performance. It was unimaginable that a person's assembly of firearms could be so ornamental. In that moment, they had forgotten that there was still Yan Wang. Clicking, Chen Jun placed the assembled 88 sniper on the countertop, and the time was set at 36 seconds. Yama lived up to his Thunderbolt Ace sniper skills, and when the time came to 41 seconds, he also finished assembling the final 88 snipers. He heaved a sigh of relief. It was a full 3 seconds ahead of his best record of 44 seconds, and it was true that it was easy to set records under pressure. Steady this time. However, when he confidently turned his head to look at Chen Jun, he was dumbfounded. Chen Jun didn't know when, but he had already finished assembling, and the other party had a 92 and 95 rifle and an 88 sniper neatly placed in front of him. How is that possible? Yen turned his head to Skywolf in disbelief. Tian Lang shook his head at him. One size fits all. Chen Jun really didn't cheat. However, Yama is worthy of being a famous thick-skinned person in Thunderbolt. When nothing happened, he heatedly smiled and said, "Okay, a little bit of skill, then shooting." However, Yan's heart was far from being as calm as it appeared to be, but had been in shock. What the hell has this guy been through? Yan Wang killed the king did not believe that the other party touched the gun for as long as he did. Did it mean that the other party began to play with guns when he was in his mother's womb? Tian Lang looked at the unconvinced Yan Wang, hurriedly pulled the other party and said in a deep voice, Your mind popped. Take a rest first. Also, for shooting, mobile shooting is the most practical. After all, the targets of our battles are all living people. So let's add another item to the list. 100-meter sport rapid fire. Skywolf was worthy of being the second leader of Thunderbolt. Thinking of a foolproof solution so quickly. After saying that, Skywolf didn't care if Chen Jun agreed or not. And then he turned to Harley, saying, Harley, 100-meter sports speed shooting. You'll be in charge of it. Don't disgrace Thunderbolt. Guarantee to complete the mission. Harley had cooperated with Skywolf for so many years. How could he not understand the other party's thoughts? And immediately walked out with large strides. Harley is Raiden's raider, specializing in sports rapid fire. Maybe sniping. He can't compare to Yan Wang. But sports rapid fire, he's definitely stronger than Yan Wang. Besides, Yan's mind had popped and definitely needed time to recover a bit. How could Chen Jun not know what Skywolf was playing at? But he didn't mind. Special forces he knows well. All are untamed people. Today do not let the other side convinced. He do not want to get the relics of comrades. After 2 minutes of preparation, Chen Jun and Harley stood together in a horizontal line. At this moment, Harley had a serious face, his eyes staring firmly ahead, having tuned himself up to his best. Begin! Skywolf shouted, and at the same time, immediately pressed the stopwatch. Yan Wang, who was standing on the side, had his eyes tightly fixed on Chen Jun without blinking. This time he wanted to see all of Chen Jun's movements clearly. At Tian Lang's command, Chen Jun's feet violently stomped on the ground, and like an arrow off the string, he shot out like lightning. So fast, Yen couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air as he watched Chen Jun's kind of heel pressing the ground. Is this guy a ghost? No wonder he's called a ghost. What was even more horrifying was that the 95 rifle held by Chen Jun was seen to keep firing in a fast Mercedes. Even if it rolled over, the same frequency of firing was guaranteed. That's scary. That's a long point and shoot. To be able to do this, one had to reach the great achievement realm in gunnery to be able to do so. And currently, no one in the entire Thunderbolt commando team had reached such a realm. Harley was already Raiden's standard bearer machine gunner, and was only in the great medium realm. Skywolf also stared at Chen Jun. He didn't look at the marksmanship, but the speed. What horrible speed. Skywolf couldn't help but swallow a little, his eyes almost glaring out. Is this guy sure he's a rookie? In terms of speed alone, in the time of 2 breaths, Chen Jun had already pulled away from Harley by a full 3 body lengths, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Didn't this kid come from the wild? How come sport speed shooting looks more professional than Harley the old special? Listening to the other party's rhythmic gunfire, Skywolf couldn't help but pick up his binoculars. He was also curious if this guy was shooting randomly or had real skills. As a result, the expression on Skywolf's face quickly froze. The 2 targets in the distance. Both sides are constantly 10 rings. But Chen Jun is faster off. Sure enough, in less than 20 seconds, Chen Jun's 100-meter rapid fire was completed, while Harley ended up with 30 seconds. A full 10 seconds difference between the two. Harley didn't even ask about the score. He knew by the look on Skywolf's face that he had lost. This time, Harley lost to the heart. To know, even if the king of soldiers lay war, 100 meters sports speed shooting cannot surpass him 10 seconds. When Chen Jun returned, Yan Wan walked out with a confident look on his face and said, 1,200 meters sniping. He had already seen clearly that Chen Jun's movement speed and shooting were both very sick, but that didn't mean that sniping was strong. Getting up from where he fell, Yen decided to regain face from his strongest suit, sniping. As a result, Chen Jun had a cold face and said in a cold voice, being a waste of time, there's no end to it. What's your limit? Chapter 40, send him away. He deserves our respect. Extreme? At once, Yen was a bit confused. You know, over 1,200 meters, using 88 snipers, no matter who it is, they don't dare to say they can hit the target 100%, because the effective distance of 88 snipers is 800 meters, more than 800 meters, unless it is a first-class sniper, or else cannot grasp the deviation of 88 sniper bullets. A miss is a miss. The farther the distance, the greater the deviation. 1,200 meters. Even Yan Wanghe, only in the peak state to hit the target accurately. Does this guy know how to snipe or not? As a result, Chen Jun looked at the dumbfounded Yan Wang, showing a hint of impatience, and said bluntly, don't talk about those falsehoods. Let's put it this way, don't change your gun either, just the 95 rifle. I'll fire it in bursts, and you feel free to do as you please. It's just a competition to see who gets the most hits in a fixed amount of time, at a distance of 400 meters. 400 meters distance, just the limit of the 95 rifle, which can not only see a sniper level, in a certain period of time, to see who hit the most, but also to examine the stability of the person shooting. It's a great test of one's sniping skills. Not to be outdone, Yen immediately shouted. Yes, what about a top-notch sniper? Quite a few bullets fed to him. Yen Wang, as the ace sniper of Thunderbolt, the 95 rifle was also one of his most skillful firearms. Not to mention, in the 400-meter race, the 95 rifle he had not lost. Even against Captain Lei Zhuan, the two of them had a 50-50 chance of winning or losing. Chen Jun whirled around and turned in the direction of Old Fox, shouting at him, that whoever, you're responsible for giving me the magazines. I'll give you a pressure bomb? The Old Fox pointed to his nose with a puzzled expression, not reacting for a moment. As the chief of staff of the Old Fox, in fact, also know the things of Chen Jun. In addition to his flash marriage to and ran a little surprised. He is Chen Jun, this ghost, holding a certain amount of sympathy. We are all soldiers of the Yen state, and it is not easy for anyone to see their comrades sacrificed in front of them. At that time, Chen Jun was able to take off his uniform and single-handedly and resolutely return to Area 1 to avenge his comrades. And the Old Fox also admired it from the bottom of his heart. Just he did not expect, even if the special forces are likely to all hate the gray area of the first area, this new egg pups actually came back alive, but also killed 20 militants, breaking the prestige of the ghost. Now, it made sense for Chen Jun to come and get his squad stuff back, but he couldn't have imagined that he'd actually be dotted, or handed a magazine? If the Old Fox had been to the Iron Fist Corps, or had met Old Black, he would not have agreed. That month, Old Black was living like a year, looking at Chen Jun as if he had seen a flooding beast. Even the Old Special. No one has ever been able to shoot all 100,000 bullets in a month, even if they don't eat or drink, because people are all flesh and blood. Even if their bodies are tough, they cannot resist the recoil of the gun but so many times. However, Chen Jun, the animal, persisted. Surprisingly, one man shot out 100,000 bullets in a month. That's a quantity that the entire 4 companies of sharpshooters could only consume in a month. At that time, the Old Black pressure bullets are pressed to doubt life, 10 fingers that within a month are not complete. However, in the face of Chen Jun's provocation like this, as an Old Special, the Old Fox couldn't help but nod his head and said, okay, isn't it just bullet suppression? Look at your arrogance. When the time comes, I'd like to see how much you can fight. Young and fearless, the higher you jump, the more painful the fall. The next moment, Chen Jun took a big step to 400 meters away and skillfully grabbed the 95 rifle, hacking shooting techniques. At that moment, the 95 rifle was as if it had become a part of his own body, immediately entering a realm that others might not be able to enter after pursuing it for a lifetime. The unity of man and gun. An aura of sharpness suddenly swept out from Chen Jun's body, and the bullseye 400 meters away kept enlarging in Chen Jun's mind. He picked up his 95 rifle, didn't even need to aim, pointed at the target, and burst madly. This is... Tianlang's heart jumped violently, startled by Chen Jun. Just now, Chen Jun's movements were skillful and incomparable, as if he was an old gunman who had been immersed in sniping for many years. But the way the shot was fired, it was too that. Can this guy shoot or not? The recoil of the 95 rifle is not small, and after each shot, the muzzle has deviated from its original position, so it's impossible to hit the center of the target without adjustments, let alone the bullseye. Maybe the bullets won't even go on target. Tianlang looked at Chen Jun's confident appearance and couldn't help himself, so he whirled around and picked up the binoculars. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. Skywolf couldn't help but swallow his saliva. What kind of divine spear technique was this? Click. Before Skywolf could react, Chen Jun's bullets ran out and the 95 rifle rattled with an empty chamber. Magazine. Without looking back, Chen Jun yelled lowly. The Old Fox had no choice but to hold the magazines over. Raiden had no shortage of them. They were all pressed magazines. Click. Chen Jun did not look back, quickly took the magazine handed over by the Old Fox, and loaded the gun in a sharp manner. The action was smooth and flowing, all in one go. Ta-da! The next moment, before the Old Fox could return, Chen Jun began to frantically pull the trigger of his 95 rifle again. It's all continuous fire and seems to completely ignore recoil. And Skywolf also saw completely clearly at this moment. Chen Jun unexpectedly used amazing strength to firmly control the vibration of the muzzle after firing the gun, and Skywolf seemed to not be able to see the muzzle swaying. What a terrible power! But isn't this guy worried about crippling his shoulder? It was important to realize that the recoil of the 95 rifle was already not small, and with the way Chen Jun was shooting, the recoil was even greater. As a result, after Chen Jun finished the second magazine, he continued to take magazines, and after changing 5 magazines in a row, the Old Fox couldn't top it. Paralysis. If we keep fighting like this, even if Chen Jun isn't wasted, the guns are wasted. He had never seen anyone shoot so wildly before and couldn't help himself, so he immediately asked Skywolf, "What's the score?" Skywolf swallowed a bit, his mouth shivering, and said, "No surprise, all 10 rings." The old fox stumbled and barely stood still, his mind already in shock, not to mention a regular trooper. Even the top special forces soldiers did not have such a perverted marksmanship as Chen Jun. It was too unbelievable. The old fox admired. "No need to fight, waste of bullets, wild way to get to the point of reaching this. Admirable. Doesn't your shoulder hurt? Such a powerful recoil?" The old fox then looked at Chen Jun curiously. This guy had abused Raiden from fighting, to sports rapid fire, and now sniping, but at the moment, he was also curious about Chen Jun. Chen Jun had already reached such a terrifying level even before he had gone through the professional training of a special forces soldier. If he had gone through training, what would have happened? This is definitely the embryo of a soldier king. Chen Jun's face was expressionless as he said in a cold voice, "It hurts me more than my comrades being investigated by you for so long. There's weighted cross-country now, isn't there? Who's coming?" Chen Jun's sharp eyes swept over Lei Dian and the others. Skywolf and the others were silent. This kid looked like a freak. The fighting in front of him, the shooting had already been abused. Was he really going to be shaved by the other side? And in the future, would Raiden be able to hold his head up in front of the other commandos? Wait. The old fox suddenly spoke. He didn't know why Chen Jun could do this, but he didn't dare to imagine that a normal person who could shoot such a volume of bullets in a short period of time wouldn't have his shoulder wasted by the recoil. Chen Jun looked at the other party suspiciously, not knowing what the old fox and the others would ask for. But no matter what conditions the other party put forward, he wasn't afraid. No matter what today, he would bring his comrades' relics home. This was his promise to his squad leader. The old fox walked up to Chen Jun, hesitated, and said, "Is it okay if I take a look at your shoulder?" Without saying a word, Chen Jun immediately took off his coat, and the bloodstained red flag with congealed blood was shocking to the eyes. Chen Jun's 3.8 physical quality, although it is already at the level of special forces, but he is not a god, or a human being, a body of flesh and blood. Just now, that kind of crazy launch, the 95 rifle's horrible recoil, has already made the red flag are permeated with blood. The old fox's heart trembled and a huge wave was set in motion. He could not have imagined that at his young age, Chen Jun already possessed the iron will that only a veteran could possibly possess. The old fox looked at him in silence for a moment, and said to Skywolf in a deep voice, "Return the relics to him and send him away. He deserves our respect." Chapter 41, Lei Battles Anger. Skywolf froze for a moment and stared at Chen Jun's body as well. It wasn't just the bloodstained red flag he was looking at, but the scars that crisscrossed its body. These were the indestructible marks left on him by the other side who had once fought. Once, Skywolf went deep behind enemy lines and was captured by the enemy, and after all kinds of inhuman torture, his body likewise carried quite a few scars, and in the end, he couldn't forget about Thunderbolt's gang of brothers and found a way to return. And just by returning, Chen Jun did better than he did. Chen Jun didn't just hold back. He took on the guise of a ghost and carried his head to avenge his comrades, killing his enemies one by one. This is Chen Jun, once an unknown border guard. The other person used his actions to explain what it means to be a friend in life and death. Sirius couldn't say enough about his feelings. Then look at the fact that the other party possessed such a great realm of rifle marksmanship. It was clear how crazy he was when he was training. Why are people crazy? It's because of the obsession in their hearts. The obsession in Chen Jun's heart is the blood feud of his comrades. Revenge became the strongest motivation in his heart. At this moment, Tian Lang had only admiration for Chen Jun. Such an iron-blooded man deserved his admiration. He looked to Yan and said, "Let's not compete. Give him the stuff." Yanwan looked deeply at Chen Jun for a while and said, "You wait." After saying that, he turned around and quickly ran out, and after about 5 minutes, he walked over holding a large box and placed it in front of Chen Jun. All of it. Chen Jun squatted down and opened the box. Inside are the uniforms Lao Yang and Wu wore before they died, as well as the notebooks they usually wrote, and the suicide note they wrote to their families. Looking at these familiar things, the tears in Chen Jun's eyes rolled down drop by drop, dripping and smashing on the ground. What's the point of washing some clothes? You train well. I'll take care of all the things in life. You'll definitely be able to become stronger. The squad leader won't be wrong. Lao Yang smilingly took Chen Jun's changed clothes and went to wash them. Old Wu laughed on the side. "Chen Jun, just let him do it. He's can't be idle. What you need to do now is to hurry up and make yourself stronger. Become a special forces soldier in the future. That's even worthy of him. At that time, my novel will also have material. You're the protagonist. A reversal of fortune in a desperate situation. It's got to be very inspiring. Ha ha, it's settled." Hurry up and go train. Come on. Stand guard today. I've got your back. I'm going to hit the teeth today. I'll come back tonight and make soup for you to replenish your body. You've been training hard and you need to replenish your nutrition so you can have the strength to train. Don't be embarrassed. We're comrades in arms, aren't we? It's proper to help a comrade in arms. The figure of a comrade in arms flashed in Chen Jun's mind, and their words, their smiles, seemed to be like in their own eyes. They could have all lived well. Chen Jun gently stroked the folded uniforms, thick notebooks, and family books. Men don't shed tears, just because they haven't gotten to the sad part. Chen Jun took a deep breath and recovered the box, then took a deep breath, got up, saluted at Skywolf and the others, and said, sorry about that. When he finished speaking, he picked up the case, turned and strutted out the door. Anren had been watching the scene from behind her, and she was able to understand what Chen Jun was feeling at the moment. If it wasn't for the deep comradeship, he would not have been able to single-handedly fight for a month straight in Area 1, even if he had to put his own life on the line to decimate the enemy. He couldn't have trained himself to be so strong if it wasn't for that obsession in his heart. Enron immediately followed, and then drove quickly away from the Thunderbolt compound. Shortly after they left, a military warrior cross-country drove in, and when the people in the car saw that Tianlang and the others were all standing in silence, they immediately yelled out, what are you all doing? Lying down. Why aren't you training? Boo! The moment the car came to a stop, the door was heavily pushed open, and Lei jumped down from the chariot, striding towards Skywolf and the others. Yan Wan looked at Lei Zhuan, hesitated, and said, Thunder God, Anren came by just now. Where? Lei Zhuan, who was still full of gloom, immediately jumped up with excitement. Just in time. Ha ha, I just happened to prepare flowers to propose to her, and here she is, just in time. At this moment, Lei Zhuan was like an excited child. Where was the slightest bit of a 3-time soldier king? Tianlang and the others couldn't bear to look at Lei Zhuan when they saw his childlike demeanor. What's all this? Lei Zhuan held out the white chrysanthemums from the car, full of smiles, and said, this is what I just picked on the road on purpose. All fresh. I didn't expect to use it this soon. You guys say it's not God's will. God is letting me propose to Enran today. Do you guys think Enran will like it? When Skywolf exchanged glances with the crowd, he came over and said, Thunder God, prepare yourself mentally for what will happen to you if your proposal fails. Lei War was surprised. Why fail? Anren has never accepted me. It is rumored that it is because of a marriage contract. She has to make sure that she lets the older generation break it off and then accepts me. There is no word failure in my old man's dictionary. Anren will surely agree with me. With that, he excitedly fiddled with the large bouquet of white chrysanthemums. A smile plastered on his face. Tianlang was a bit speechless. Lei Zhuan was a powerful captain, but in terms of male and female feelings he just lacked a tendon. Not a bit of emotion. No wonder Anren refused to accept him for such a long time. Who's ever seen a proposal with a bunch of white chrysanthemums? Skywolf coughed softly and said, Thunder God, Anren, she just brought her fiancé here. Lei Zhuan froze and said, what fiancé? Where did Anren get a fiancé? Sirius said, here's the thing. He briefly talked about Enran and Chen Jun, and finally said, her fiancé. You've seen him before. That's the ghost from the border defense. Just now he has taken away his comrade's relics. This is what we lost to him. Thor, give up. A great man has no wife. You can surely find a better wife than Anren. The white chrysanthemums in Lei Zhuan's hands fell to the ground. His eyes reddened, and the expression on his face looked a bit agitated. Tianlang knows that Lei Zhuan's heart is definitely not good. But what should be faced still has to be faced. Quick and easy, which is only good for Lei Zhuan. No harm. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the more damage it would do to Thunder War. The old fox also came over and said softly, Thunder God, give up, Enran, and you are really not suitable. There is no need to hang yourself on a tree. Like you, such an excellent man. Lei Battle suddenly roared lowly. Bunch of losers. Old me lost the woman. You guys even lost Lei Diane's face. Where is he now? I want to ask him myself. I don't believe you. Chapter 42, Hacking Medical Techniques. The old fox knew Lei Zhuan's stubborn nature and would definitely not let it go like that. They have gone far away. Forget it, Thor. Life is not as good as it should be. There are often 9 times out of 10. Some things cannot be forced, especially male and female feelings. You are so good. Lei Zhuan clenched his teeth and interrupted the old fox once again, saying fiercely, I am partial. Say it. What exactly happened? You guys tell me clearly in detail. Everyone looked at each other, and finally their eyes turned to Yen. Yen Wang had watched Lei Zhuan grow up, and was the person who knew him best, and knew how to talk to Lei Zhuan best. At this time, where did Yen King not know what Lei Zhuan was thinking? Yen Wang said, Thunder God, what happened is like this. He told the story in detail. They had indeed been careless and hadn't thought that Chen Jun, the ghost, really lived up to his name. If they knew he was so powerful, they would have thought of other strategies instead of fighting hard. However, this also allowed them to see the terrifying potential of Chen Jun. Such a person could definitely turn into a first-class king of soldiers as long as he was given a period of time to grow. As for why Ran chose Chen Jun, it didn't matter at all. Or they were more interested in Lei Juan coming out of Ran's fantasy. Now that Enron is married, it's not likely to be a good thing. After hearing this, Lei Juan's clenched fists cackled and roared. All of you, unlimited cross-country, without my order, don't want to come back today. A border guard can't even compare to this. What do you all do for a living? You're all rice buckets. Yes, Skywolf replied loudly. He immediately led Yen Wang and the others to quickly leave. The best way at this time was to stay away from Lei War and not to touch his mold. Otherwise it would be miserable. After Skywolf left with his team, Lei Juan drove to the brigade headquarters, panting like a cow, to find He Ji-jun. 10 minutes later, Lei Juan stood at the door of He Ji-jun's office, knocked on the door, and shouted, "Report! Come in." Lei Juan pushed the door into the office. When He Ji-jun saw that it was Lei Juan who came in, he put down the pen in his hand and said, "What's the matter?" Lei Juan said, "Report, during the last attack in Area 1, Chen Jun violated the discipline and broke away from the troops without authorization to pursue the enemy. And just now, he entered the Thunderbolt base through Ran's connections. Yen Wang and the others were a bit careless and were provoked by him, and lost in the contest, returning all the relics of Chen Jun's comrades to him. These relics were supposed to be turned in to the pickets. It was our Thunderbolt commando who was impulsive. Please chastise the chief." Snap! He Ji-jun slammed the table and scolded. "You're all old specialties, but you were actually defeated by a new recruit from Chen Jun. I'm ashamed for you all." Lei Juan knew that he would definitely receive a scolding from Wolf Head, so he stood and didn't dare to say anything. He Ji-jun was silent for a moment and said, "This kid is a bit of a bloodthirsty guy. By the way, he's in that army now?" Thunder War said, "He went back to the Iron Fist Regiment." He Ji-jun pondered for a while and said, "Those guys in the picket line like to mess things up. You don't have to worry about this matter first. I'm starting to be a bit interested in that Chen Jun kid now. You find a time and go with me to Old Kang's place." "Yes." Lei Juan was panting like a cow. Listening to Wolf Head, this means that he intends to suppress this matter, and is still interested in that Chen Jun kid? Is he interested in him? However, Chen Jun's performance was truly remarkable, killing 20 militants in Area 1 and now coming to the door to dry Raiden out. Regardless of whether Raiden was careless or not, it would be strange if Wolf Head wasn't interested in him for this matter alone. He Ji-jun looked at Lei Juan with surprise and said, "What's wrong with you, kid? Your daughter-in-law has cuckolded you, and your temper is so explosive." He knew Lei Juan's nature too well. Nothing could shake his emotions except for emotional problems. Thunderbolt commandos being ed over was something that would stimulate Lei Battle's emotions, but he would never show it in front of outsiders. Thunder Warrior was surprised. "Wolf Head, you know?" He Ji-jun was confused. "What do you know or don't know? Say it, what's going on?" Winning or losing is a common thing. Losing one game is not a disgrace. With your nature you are not in such a mess. Lei Juan looked at He Ji-jun and sat down a bit disheveled. "Wolf Head, this is a bit of a shame, to put it mildly." And at this time, Chen Jun, who was sitting in the car, naturally did not know what had happened to Wolf Fang after he left. The host completes the mission issued by the hacker system, going to the appointment signal and retrieving the relics of his comrades, rewarding 100 experience points. Congratulations to the host for meeting the upgrade conditions and advancing one level. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the hacker's healing technique. Is it fused? Congratulations to the host for obtaining one reinforcement opportunity. Is it reinforced? A series of prompts sounded in Chen Jun's mind. Chen Jun's face was unchanged. This task was right, whether the system issued it or not. He had to get his comrades' relics back. He scanned his personal attributes. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 3. Attributes, mental 3.8. Physical 3.8. Strength 3.8. Speed 3.8. Normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination, grand finish. Hacking shooting, grand finish. Hacking stalking, grand finish. Experience value, 0 of 400. 400 experience points. Chen Jun swept a glance and then paid no more attention. Fusion hacker medicine. A true hacker can kill and save people. And save himself, because hackers are the most dangerous characters in the world. And having top-notch medical skills is a necessary skill for killing. Chen Jun was delighted in his heart. This skill is very useful indeed. He had experienced a crazy month of chasing and counter-chasing in the jungle, with thrills at every turn, and injuries were commonplace. At that time, when Chen Jun was injured on his body, He used the simplest method to deal with it and then relied on his body's resistance to tough it out. This way is simple, but the danger is also the greatest. If the body resistance is a little poor, death do not know how to die. And having first-class medical skills, that's different. It's like having several more lives. Why is there a medic assigned as a member of the commando team? That's used to save the lives of all the team members. On the battlefield, injuries are inevitable, and having a good medic on hand can minimize casualties. Taking the simplest example, when Chen Jun was seriously injured in his last battle and almost hung up, if there was a top-notch doctor on the scene, as long as he didn't die on the spot, there would be a way to delay life for a period of time, hold on to the hospital, and then resuscitate him. First-class medicine is robbing people from Hades. As a result, Chen Jun feels most strongly about this skill. Hacking medical skills. Very good. That's exactly the kind of supportive skill I'm missing right now. Chapter 43, Military Love. Fusion. In the next moment, information related to the hacker's medical skill came pouring out of Chen Jun's mind. Just like the information about the hacker's skill that had appeared earlier. Comparing hacking medical techniques with traditional medical techniques, it is more direct and efficient. And there are even some secret methods, such as stopping bleeding with bare hands to save oneself, the method of stabbing acupuncture points, renewing a broken arm, nerve remodeling, cardiac stimulation, and the great method of replacing blood, and so on. Chen Jun couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, hacker medicine is really powerful. All these medical techniques are full of metaphysical colors. If they are performed, they will definitely cause a sensation. The witch doctor's method involves the operation of the 5 elements of qi and blood, the tendons and bones of yin and yang harmonization. All these are rich and superstitious means are there, worthy of the hacking system. After Chen Jun fully fused the hacker's medical art, he was shocked by the various healing secret techniques within. Some secret arts that were previously thought to be only legendary actually existed in here, and once they were performed, they were absolutely mythologized. At this moment, Chen Jun felt like a famous doctor who had practiced medicine for nearly 100 years and was well versed in all kinds of treatments. If he were to go back to his last injury now, he would be able to fix most of the wounds on his body with his bare hands without nearly losing too much blood, leading to unconsciousness. If Chen Jun was allowed to live in the jungle, he would have countless ways to deal with the wounds on his body. It's a means to save your life. No wonder you can be short of anything on the battlefield. Just not a doctor. Chen Jun smoothed his mind. A chance to use reinforcement. In the next moment, Chen Jun once again felt the sensation of his skin, muscles, sinews and even internal organs being strengthened again. A few breaths later, host's reinforcement is complete. Full attribute plus 0.5. Although only added 0.5, but the whole person's strength, speed have increased a lot. Or strengthening brings the greatest change in physical quality. Chen Jun had trained frantically for more than a month before, and his physical attributes had only increased by 0.3, while this reinforcement directly increased by 0.5, which was a huge margin. After all, as Chen Jun's physical quality improved, the further back the attributes were raised, the more difficult it became. In the next moment, the list of personal attributes automatically ejected. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 3. Attributes, mental 4.3, physical 4.3, strength 4.3, speed 4.3, normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination, Grand Master. Hacking shooting, Grand Master. Hacking sneaking, Grand Master. Hacking healing, Minor Master. Experience value, 0 of 400. Physical attributes have reached 4.3. This level of physical quality absolutely crushes the Sky Wolf. Tianlang's physical attributes are only 3.0 or so and 4.3 is a big difference in level. That is to say, now that he is competing with Tianlang, he doesn't even need to use assassination with sneaking. He will be directly crushed. Tianlang's physical qualities are similar to Lei Zhuan's. Then Lei Zhuan's physical attributes are estimated to be around 4, and it's possible for himself to even surpass the other party now against Thunder Battle. Although he himself is not fully certain that he can win, the other party can't do anything about it all the same. In addition, under the effect of the hacker's medical art, it gives one a new view of the operation of qi and blood, and the control of power. For example, if one then cuts someone with a hand knife, and directly cuts off the other person's qi and blood operation, so that a certain part of the other person's body suddenly becomes impassible in terms of qi and blood, and rapidly becomes sluggish, or even becomes stiff as possible, which is as magical as pointing out points in the TV series. Hacking medicine really does save lives and kill people. Chen Jun carefully pondered over the use of the hacker's medical art and the hacker's assassination art between the two, and found that it could surprisingly complement each other, especially in the use of the hacker's assassination art, attack. Chen Jun, next time don't be so impulsive. Fortunately Lei Juan is not here today. Otherwise it would be troublesome. Anren drove the car and noticed that Chen Jun's expression was always in a tense state. So she couldn't help but remind him. Although Lei Juan, this person cannot be said to have big problems. But the heart of the heart is a little small. But also a little macho. Today Chen Jun will lay Dian down. To Lei Juan's nature will certainly in all likelihood will look for Chen Jun's trouble. And once he knew he was married to Chen Jun, Anren did not have any male-female emotional relationship with Lei Juan. It was all because he had been pestering himself. And now that he knew that he was married to Chen Jun, he would most likely transfer his anger to Chen Jun. We'll have to find some time. We'll have to talk to Lei Juan about it. Enron had plans in mind. Chen Jun came back to his senses, hugged the box, and after a moment of silence, said, "Inside this box are not only the relics of my other comrades, but also love letters my squad leader wrote to his sister-in-law. And I remember that on every day of rest, he had to write them, very carefully. The class president's literacy level is not high. Basically he says the meaning, and then I write it on his behalf. And when it's finished, the class president transcribes it twice more by himself, sends one copy out, and keeps one copy for himself. And at that time, I felt the class president was silly. Now I understand that the class president's love is to be envied, and that he has found a good woman. My sister-in-law's family has always been against her dating Ban Chang, but she has always waited, unwavering. She should be the strongest-willed woman I've ever met. Even if Ban Chang is now disabled, she still won't give up. I'm really happy for the squad leader, so I'm quite grateful to my sister-in-law. Without her I don't know what the squad leader would have done for the rest of her life." Anren nodded and said, "The love of a soldier is indeed rare. It is a very happy thing for squad leader Shiguo to have met such a good woman. I believe that they will have a better life in the future." Chen Jun revealed a hint of a smile and said, "Definitely, the squad leader is a strong one. Although sometimes he often commits foolishness and carries everything by himself. But foolish people are often blessed with foolishness. And he often told me that the greatest blessing of his life is that he met his sister-in-law. The day my sister-in-law came to the barracks, the squad leader giggled and pointed to her and told me to call her sister-in-law. The class president smiled really big that time. The class president also told me that, in the future and so on, when the object must find a good heart. As for the other, can be all don't care, no money is okay. Now this society, no one will starve to death. Look bad beautiful does not matter. People there will be a time when people are old and yellow." Anren stole a glance at Chen Jun. The brave and incomparable ghost from before was now like a child, talking about himself and his class president. At this time, Chen Jun suddenly said, "I'm going to buy some fruits and go see the squad leader. By the way, you can put me down. I'll go by myself. You go back to your own business. Don't need to come and pick me up." Anren's heart was blocked. Her pretty mouth couldn't help but curl up and said, "Comrade Chen Jun, nominally we are already husband and wife." Chapter 44, Chen Jun's Rage. Chen Jun was stunned. The Anren that he didn't expect would say that. What the hell does this woman mean? They were licensed, but that was at the request of the elders, and not really a couple at all. "What do you want?" Chen Jun said. For Anren, Chen Jun couldn't say he liked it, nor could he say he didn't like it, but when it came to becoming a real couple, it was a far cry. Anren said seriously, "I know that you don't have any feelings for me either. And we were originally two strangers, but I have already explained to them at the Thunderbolt base why I chose to get a license with you. And legally, you and I are already husband and wife. You don't want to disappoint your family, and I don't want to make things difficult for my family. So let's do it this way. Let's take 2 years. In 2 years, we don't have a caller. Then we'll split up. You go on your avenue, and I'll go on my one-way street. What do you think? I won't affect your draw speed." Chen Jun froze again, thinking that Anren was so dry. Even how she thought she knew exactly. Not bad for a good agent. Before Chen Jun had a chance to state his position, he had already been pulled off the bus by Anren to buy fruits and prepare to visit Shiguoban. Anren really isn't like other women, so as long as it doesn't interfere with my drawing speed, whatever works. Chen Jun is a very decisive person. Naturally so, then no longer entangled in the relationship with Anren. Frankly, soon the two of them were walking together down the street going to buy fruit. Suddenly, Chen Jun saw a girl dressed as a student on the street in front of him saying to a soldier in uniform, "Let's break up. You're a soldier. When you retire from the army it's at least 2 years. And your ambition is to be in the army camps. You won't even retire from the army 2 years from now. You simply don't have the time to be with me. You don't know what I need. Only he understands me, and knows most clearly what I need." After saying that, the girl reached out and pulled a man next to her who had a face full of vicissitudes and was at least 10 years older than her. The man couldn't be said to be old, around 30 years old, but he exuded maturity, and had more of a composure than a soldier in uniform. There was an indescribable confidence on the man's face as he was pulled by the girl. That's a victor's gesture. The man didn't say a word, a hint of a smile on his lips, while the young soldier had a pained look on his face and took the girl's hand reluctantly. Xiao Xiao, we grew up together. Childhood sweethearts. Don't you know what I need? And joining the army is also my family's request. You don't like me, but you can't find an old man. I've only been away from you for only half a year. How did you become so fast? When I called you, you always said you were busy and didn't have time. So it turns out you were with another man behind my back. When I came to be a soldier, you also agreed that you would wait for me. But it's only been half a year. Have you forgotten everything you said? Chen Jun, who was standing not far away, frowned and immediately recognized that this young soldier was none other than He Changwang. And wasn't the scene in front of him the scene where He Changwang broke up with his girlfriend Lin Xiaoxiao? At once, a rage rose in Chen Jun's heart. Not because of Lin Xiaoxiao's moving on, but because of his comrade's sacrifice. The squad leader became disabled, and after an investigation, it was found that there was a scorpion's shadow behind this. And this old man Lin Xiaoxiao chose was none other than Wang Yadong. What kind of person was Wang Yadong? He had an uneasy relationship with Scorpion, and even some of the information Scorpion obtained about Area 1 was provided by him. This asshole didn't know how many bad things he did outside the country, got tired of it, didn't want to do it anymore, returned home to wash his hands and set up store, lived a comfortable life, and picked up a freshman female student, who was also He Changwang's girlfriend. If the original plot is followed, it also makes Lin Xiaoxiao unmarried and pregnant, leaving He Changwang in pain for a while. It's normal for relationships between men and women to fade, and there's nothing to say that the temperature naturally cools when some people don't see each other for a few months. If Lin Xiaoxiao had liked the boys in school when she was studying and didn't like He Changwang, that would have been inexcusable. But she was with Wang Yadong. It would be best for Wang Yadong to find a girlfriend to use to hide his identity. And his approach to Lin Xiaoxiao originally carried this purpose. Lin Xiaoxiao is another silly girl and a bit of a vain person. So under the other party's flowery words and sugar-coated bombs, she naturally sank. However, the back end was fine and the asshole was pawned by Wintry Pit. When it comes to Wen Tiankeng, it's not below Fan Tianlei as a sinkhole. Fan Tiankeng is pitting his own people. The bad guys are never pitted. Typical of the kind of self-inflicted harm to others, is one-sided. This Wen Tiankeng is not to be denied. His own people pitched, the undercover agents turned outside, just as pitched, and also pitched the girlfriends of the soldiers, such as this Lin Xiaoxiao. Wen Tiankeng knew that the other party was the girlfriend of the soldier, just so as not to scare the snake. Just watch the tragedy happen. Otherwise, according to the thinking of a normal person, at least we'll secretly remind the other party. Don't be cheated. Wang Yadong is an international assassin, although he committed the crime outside the country, but his hands are also stained with the blood of people from other countries, and he has a connection with the Scorpion. Can there be a good end in the end? Impossible. Knowing that there will not be a good result, Wen Tiankeng still treats it as if he does not know, and lets them continue to develop. This giant pit is really extraordinary. Thinking of this, Chen Jun clenched his fists and walked over. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao cried and shook off He Changwang's hand, shaking her head. It's impossible. It's impossible. I already have his child. He'll take care of me. You don't even know what I need. There's only the army in your heart. Only the army. I'm a girl. I need company too. I don't want to be alone. When I'm sick, I want someone to stay with me. When I'm unhappy, I can have someone to go shopping with me. Watch a movie with me. I need real warmth, not just to hear your voice. Go away and don't ever come back to me again. We're not going to make it anymore. Go on with your soldiering and I hope you find one that suits you. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help the tears flowing down her face. If she said that she didn't have feelings for He Changwang anymore, it was impossible. After all, the two grew up together. That emotion couldn't be broken just by saying so. It's just that it's really impossible for them now. And now she just hopes that He Changwang can walk out soon and start a new life. He Changwang all froze. It felt like being hit by a million-point blitz. His whole body was numb. His face was green, and the top of his head was even more green and oily feeling. In an instant, his eyes turned crimson and his clenched fists cackled. Chapter 45, Even Soldiers Have Great Love. Swish! He Changwang fiercely stared at Wang Yadong and cursed. Asterisk. Don't you know that she is still a little girl? She doesn't understand things, don't you? Percent your whole family. With that, he rushed towards Wang Yadong. But just as he moved, he was stopped by Lin Xiaoxiao. Chen Guang, we're over. Stop messing around. Just go. Lin Xiaoxiao opened her hands to block Wang Yadong's body. You get out of the way. He Changwang said angrily. He was furious. He liked Lin Xiaoxiao so much. The two of them had played since childhood. Their feelings were so deep. He thought he could walk with her until old age. But only 6 months had passed, and Lin Xiaoxiao was pregnant with someone else's child. How could He Changwang bear such a blow? Lin Xiaoxiao shouted. Chen Guang, calm down, calm down. This is between me and you. It's no one else's business. If you still consider me a friend, will you bless us? He Changwang's facial expression was twisted. That bastard had tapped into his own corner, got his girlfriend pregnant, and asked me to give him my blessing? The moon goddess? He Changwang all wanted to slap Lin Xiaoxiao hard, but he couldn't do it. He stared at Wang Yadong and said angrily, if you are a man, stand out, don't hide behind a woman. She's just over 18 you're a ing asshole. Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned red and she directly slapped He Changwang's face, scolding, that's enough. I don't want to see you in the future. Go away. Go. A bright red slap mark appeared on He Changwang's face, hooting and hollering, but relatively than his heart. It hurt 1,000 times more. As for Wang Yadong, he looked at the scene with a victor's stance and was just about to open his mouth when Chen Jun came over and stared at Wang Yadong in a cold voice. Area 1. You just came back from there not long ago, right? Wang Yadong's body trembled slightly, looking at Chen Jun in surprise, his face changing slightly. He did participate in that operation, and it was his last, but how did he know? His own identity was so secretive, and that operation, he never showed his face from start to finish, that no one knew about him except Scorpion. How did the other side identify themselves as coming back from Area 1 in one breath? Until now, Wang Yadong still remembered the scene where those Yenghua soldiers frantically resisted under the attack of Scorpion's men, and the last one even bit the grenade to die with them. Wang Yadong's conscience is finally strongly condemned and he finally decides to leave Scorpion and return to a normal life. And that operation would become a dusty memory in his life that no one would ever speak of again. But how did the other side know? Scorpion sold him? No way. With just this momentary surprise, Chen Jun let out a low roar and pounced on Wang Yadong, his fist slamming up hard. Wang Yadong's face changed drastically and he instinctively swung his fist to meet him, but the moment he threw his fist, the other party's figure shifted and he didn't block Chen Jun's fist at all. Instead, Chen Jun had already flashed behind him. No good. Wang Yadong turned around sharply, and at this moment, a huge force came and his body involuntarily fell to the ground. Snap! Chen Jun stepped on Wang Yadong's back and pressed down hard. Wang Yadong struggled hard, but the other party's foot pressed on his back is too much power. As if Tarzan pressed on the top of the general, so that he cannot make any effort. How did he know that Chen Jun's physical attributes reached 4.3, while he was only at 3, not at all at a level? Plus this month or so, he couldn't keep up with his training. His physical quality was declining, and after a while, he was going to turn into a greasy middle-aged uncle. Chen Lian. He Changwang immediately recognized Chen Jun and called out, while Lin Xiaoxiao immediately rushed over when she saw Wang Yadong being stepped on. Let go of him. Let go of him. Why are you hitting people? If you don't let go, I'll call the police. Lin Xiaoxiao shouted. Chen Jun looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and said, you're still young. I won't scold you, but I'm telling you, my comrade's blood feud is all on him. He reached out and pointed at He Changwang. It's sad that he's a soldier, defending his country and bringing you peace, and the woman he's protecting is with the enemy. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. I don't believe you. You're talking nonsense. What blood feud? You made it up. You and He Changwang are in cahoots. Don't try to trick me. Let go of him. Don't think that I won't dare to call the police just because you're soldiers. In her impression, Wang Yadong was so gentlemanly, doing everything for himself, taking care of himself. How could such a gentle and considerate man carry the sea of blood? A few sisters in the dormitory knew that she was with Wang Yadong and didn't know how envious they were. Now, you're telling me that Wang Yadong has blood on his hands? No way. Chen Jun no longer paid attention to Lin Xiaoxiao but stared at Wang Yadong and said, you were present at the attack that happened in Area 1 more than 2 months ago, right? Wang Yadong struggled and shouted, I don't know what you are talking about. Brother, did you recognize the wrong person? Your name is Wang Yadong, right? Chen Jun said. At this time, Lin Xiaoxiao came over to pull Chen Jun, and was pulled by He Changwang, and ended up being bitten by Lin Xiaoxiao. And just as soon as she let go, Lin Xiaoxiao rushed at Chen Jun with no desire. Chen Jun's body swayed for a moment, and Wang Yadong used this opportunity to quickly climb up and rush towards the distant street. Chen Jun did not chase after him. He knew that when Tianking's people had been staring at Wang Yadong, and he definitely could not run away. However, Chen Jun did not see a small-eyed man with a terrifying aura radiating from his body in one of the corners of the street. Quickly turn around and leave. Chen Jun grabbed Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, and an invisible murderous aura erupted, scaring Lin Xiaoxiao so much that she didn't dare to move. She didn't expect Wang Yadong to just leave himself behind and run away. If he didn't have a ghost in his heart, what was he running for? How could this be? Is he really a criminal? Chen Jun stared at her low roar. Military, do not deserve to have real love? My former comrade in arms. He and his fiancée were also childhood sweethearts. He was in the army for 10 years. She waited for 10 years. No complaints. Even at the end of my comrade in arms was crippled, she still insisted on accompanying him and taking care of him, even though her parents have repeatedly opposed it, and even sought out to accuse and even abuse her. She hasn't given up yet. This is a true military wife. You don't deserve it. You are a spoiled child. You don't deserve the love of a soldier. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the direction where Wang Yadong disappeared, and couldn't see his figure no matter how she looked, so she finally couldn't help but sit down in a crouch and let out a loud cry. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Lin Xiaoxiao cried while muttering to herself, and the stone stuffed in He Changwang's heart seemed to loosen up a bit, and the tears that couldn't be stopped from the corner of his eyes finally slipped down. Chapter 46 Warning of the Wen Tiankung. He Changwang looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was scolded and cried by Chen Jun, and his originally tangled and painful eyes became complicated. Sure enough, distance and time can change so many things, even the two childhood sweethearts, the two youngest two people, just a few months' time surprisingly came to this point. In fact, He Changwang didn't know that Lin Xiaoxiao was also one of the victims. A freshman girl can have what life experience? It happens to be the time of youthful ignorance, full of desire for love, naturally hope that there is a white prince around by the side, and at this time, He Changwang and just not in her side. In Wang Yadong such an old geezer lulled, naturally very easy to break the heart of that line of defense. Chen Jun looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was full of tears, still with an indifferent expression, and said in a cold voice, "You are just a woman who is greedy for enjoyment. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve the love of a soldier." Chen Jun looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, and the figure of his squad leader Shirguo's lover couldn't help but appear in his mind. The two were also childhood sweethearts, and now, even when the class president was crippled, they would never leave each other. Who says soldiers don't deserve love? It's just that a woman like Lin Xiaoxiao, who is a woman of the past, doesn't know what true love means. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with tears, and her rising eyes were filled with defiance. What do these young soldiers know about real love? These people have nothing but training and missions in their eyes, and they don't even have the most basic time for companionship. So what kind of love is that? The two people who love each other is to be together. When they are unhappy, the other party will coax themselves. When they are sick, the other party will take care of themselves, often take themselves to play, create a variety of romantic. That is the real love. She and Wang Yadong are genuinely in love, and he can fulfill everything she wants. But now it was because of this young soldier, who said something about Region 1, that he had beaten him away in broad daylight. Alarm! These people must be made to pay. They must be court-martialed. Even the military can't have their hands full. Lin Xiaoxiao was just about to retort, when Anren came over with big strides and said to Chen Jun in a deep voice, "She's still young. Wrong society to give her a lesson. She'll grow up in the future." Anren said, then turned to Lin Xiaoxiao and said, "However, he does have a good point. Yanguo soldiers, the country and their loved ones, it's hard to take care of both. One can only say that they understand each other. Yanguo soldiers quite a lot of sensational love, just like Chen Jun's squad leader Shirguo and his love. Life and death of the two people are never leave each other. The same is also a lot of halfway aborted love, because not every daughter can keep that loneliness. After all, the status of the military is special, take care of the country, but can only ignore their own small family. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult." Lin Xiaoxiao's face was full of tears as she choked and scolded, "What do you know? What kind of person are you to him? Why do you speak for him?" With a serious face, Enron said, "He's my man." "No, you lied to me. How could a soldier like them have a girlfriend?" Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth trembled as she murmured. The woman in front of her was not only beautiful, her body was so good. The key was her temperament and very outstanding, but it was said that she was even more outstanding than a first-tier actress. So how could she be the girlfriend of this indifferent-looking asshole in front of her? No way. He Changwang froze for a moment, a surprised expression on his face. Chen Jun has a woman? When was this? You know, Chen Jun was a waste of space a month ago, and if it wasn't for his squad leader Shirguo Li protecting him, he wouldn't even know that he was raising pigs in that company at the moment. Ever since the incident in Area 1, Chen Jun seemed to have changed into a different person. And now, the entire Iron Fist regiment knew that Chen Jun was the company commander of the Divine Gun 4th Company, as well as a madman. But when did he pop up with a wife? He Changwon looked at Anren with surprise. The other party is generous and decent, gentle and beautiful. The key is the understanding of Chen Jun's military status. Comparing himself, he cannot help but feel a little sour in his heart. We're all men. Why is it so different? Before He Changwon could react to Anren and Chen Jun's relationship, the two enforcers walked over with serious faces and ordered Chen Jun, "You come with us." Chen Jun didn't say anything. He knew that he had been summoned by General Manager 1, because according to the plot, Chen Jun knew that in fact, Wen always knew the identity of Wang Yadong all along, only that Wen chose to sacrifice Lin Xiaoxiao in order to use Wang Yadong to fish out the big fish behind the other party and watch the other party jump into Wang Yadong's fire pit. It's just that so much pity for He Changwon. It's just that Chen Jun felt that Lin Xiaoxiao was asking for it and couldn't blame anyone. She didn't deserve the military's fiery, simple and beautiful love. Chen Jun whirled around and said to He Changwon, "Go back. Get stronger first. A woman will affect how fast you can draw your gun." "Yes." He Changwon immediately stood at attention and saluted, the expression on his face incomparably firm. Enron stumbled, barely able to keep his footing. Her mouth twitched. Both of these guys were super straight men of steel. What does this woman have to do with drawing speed? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. At this time, Anren was uneasy about Chen Jun, and after thinking about it for a while, she followed Chen Jun's back, and there was a car parked on the side of the road. "You wait here for a moment." A slightly taller enforcer stopped Enron. "You," Enron was just about to utter. Chen Jun nodded to Anren, reassuring her, and without any nonsense, directly got into the car. The person sitting inside the car was none other than Mr. Wen. He looked at Chen Jun, his sharp eyes landing on the other party's face, and asked seriously, "What is your identity?" At this moment, Mr. Wen was also holding his breath. Wang Yadong's identity was known to him. The other party was in contact with the Scorpion, and he had already laid a dragnet around the other party. So as long as the other party was in contact with the Scorpion, he could close the net. As a result, the former work is now lost. It was all because of the young soldier in front of him, who had spoiled all of his well-laid plans. Knowing that the Scorpion was a big fish, now that Chen Jun had already spooked the snake, it would be even harder for him to find the Scorpion's whereabouts again. Chen Jun's face was expressionless as he said in a cold voice, "The company commander of the Iron Fist Regiment's Divine Gun 4th Company." "Company commander?" Mr. Wen froze slightly, surprise in his eyes. He often worked with the troops on missions, even with Special Operations Forces. There was quite a bit of cooperation, but a company commander as young as Chen Jun, even in the Special Forces, he had never seen. This guy looks so young. He should be exactly 18 years old. I can't imagine that he's already a company commander. Such an identity will not be simple once it grows in the future. Mr. Wen was worthy of being a person who had seen the world. He quickly adjusted his emotions, and the hint of surprise in his eyes was quickly suppressed as he said in a deep voice, "According to what you just said, you know the identity of Wang Yadong?" That was what he was most curious about. It was important to know that he had only discovered Wang Yadong's identity unintentionally, and this secret was only clear to a small number of people. Chen Jun looked at General Wen and said, "Not only do I know his identity, I also know that you would rather sacrifice the girlfriends of the soldiers under my command in order to get credit. You're utilizing other people's happiness to pull in Wang Yadong for the purpose of finding the international militant Scorpion." Chen Jun's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. "How do you know?" Mr. Wen lost his voice and exclaimed, "The operation of tracking Wang Yadong is a top secret of the Bureau, and even his superiors don't know these details. How did this guy know? Who the hell is he?" Mr. Wen's nerves immediately tensed and he stared dead at Chen Jun, as if Chen Jun didn't see his dissimilarity. Because of He Changwon's matter, his heart also burned with a ball of anger. Indifferently said, "Soldiers protect their families and defend the country, his loved ones, but also used to be sacrificed. This is not only a pit, but also the behavior of leaving a pit for their ancestors." Mr. Wen's mouth twitched. This kid seems to know everything? Also, this kid's mouth is toxic. However, he couldn't refute it. This topic was also disputed for a long time, and in the end, he was the one who made the final decision that it was worth it to sacrifice a Lin Xiaoxiao to get close to Wang Yadong and lead out the big fish. "This is..." Chen Jun stared at him indifferently and said in a cold voice, "Scorpion is my enemy. I will personally kill him, so I won't bother you. And also, just don't pit other soldiers in the future." After saying that, Chen Jun pulled open the car door and directly got out. Chapter 47, He's a Ghost. Mr. Wen looked at Chen Jun's back as he got off the car. Half a day without returning to his senses. In the car, the enforcer captain, Team Gao, said in dissatisfaction, "Too arrogant. Mr. Wen, do we need to arrest him up for interrogation? It looks like he knows quite a bit of information. At the very least, we must know where he obtained this information from. It's too suffocating. When did the 18-year-old recruit pup dare to give face to their head to see? Just now if he did not always see that Mr. Wen are silent, he almost all out of the mouth to reprimand. So what if you're an 18-year-old company commander? Do they work with the troops any less? Even Chief of Staff Fan of the Special Forces spoke politely in front of General 1. The point was, this guy seemed to know their entire plan, including the fact that they hadn't made a move in time to stop Lin Xiaoxiao, and the other party knew all about it. Maybe the other party knew more about Wang Yadong and Scorpion. Mr. 1 was silent for a moment and sighed. Forget it, he's our helper. Besides, you don't have that qualification. When Mr. 1 finished speaking, a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. Just now, Chen Jun had a point. If he had made a timely move, it would have been completely in time for the further development of the relationship between Lin Xiaoxiao and Wang Yadong, and there would have been no tragedy for Lin Xiaoxiao later on. A freshman female student, being slept on and knocked up by someone who was also a suspect, and one doesn't stop it when one knows it. Am I really wrong? A trace of hesitation rose in Mr. Wen's heart, and soon, it was covered by a determined look. What are personal interests before the greater good? Besides, it was also Lin Xiaoxiao's own blindness, letting her good boyfriend He Changwang not want, but even liked an old man in his 30s. The high team whirled around and laughed, saying, also, 20 years old is not enough for a company commander. It's a bit scary. There must be a not insignificant amount of energy behind him, right? You know, at the age of 20, everyone is just enlisted in the army. Not to mention, it's peacetime. It's too hard to get military service. It was also the first time that the high team had encountered a company commander as young as Chen Jun. This guy is not simple. Who the hell is he? The high team followed with emotion. Mr. Wen thought for a moment and nodded. I know who he is. Who? The senior team asked in surprise, a puzzled look on their faces. Mr. Wen took a deep breath and said admiringly, he's the famous Spectre, a man who was in a group of militants and killed more than 20 militants, and none of Scorpion's men caught him. So it's him. The high team froze for a moment and then exclaimed, their eyes filled with admiration. Awesome to know. They fought with the Scorpion for so many years, hard even the shadow of the other party could not touch, while the undercover agents who arranged to sneak into the other party's side, but one after another all died. If not, Mr. Wen was so patient with Wang Yadong this time. The other side is really good, that they killed 20 militants of the other side on the first area, and even managed to get out in one piece. The high team they had heard about that border guard on Area 1, when the other party alone still scared the Scorpion's people on Area 1 that they didn't dare to fall alone, worrying that they didn't know when the Spectre's chilling dagger would fall on their necks. I can't imagine that this young man is Ghost, and the other party is even so young. As Chen Jun got out of the car, Anren had already greeted him and lowered her voice. They didn't give you a hard time, did they? Chen Jun shook his head and said, go. Anren knew some of the procedures of the law enforcement team, and was worried that the other side would detain Chen Jun. If she didn't see Chen Jun getting out of the car again after a while, she was all set to ask for help from her superiors. However, Chen Jun is a soldier, or the commander of the 4 companies of the sharpshooter. Wang Yadong is a suspected militant, and there will not be much to do. It is the formalities will be troublesome after all. Besides, I heard that those who wore white hats in the army had already set their eyes on Chen Jun. During this sensitive period, it was better to do more than less. What can happen? I'm still helping him, Chen Jun said confidently, turning to Anren as he said, by the way, aren't you an agent? Do you know that Scorpion is near the border? Anren froze for a moment. Scorpion's whereabouts are classified, but thinking of the other party's grudge against Scorpion, he lowered his voice and said, I do have an insider, and that area you investigated before is indeed a Scorpion nest. That guy's real nickname is Red Scorpion, and he's working with the Lu family organization. I've also heard that the Scorpions occasionally appear on Island Number 1, because Island Number 1 is in the gray zone and in the zone of unregulated areas, and the Scorpions used that nest as a base point to enter the Yin Kingdom. However, this time by you, a ghost, killed a lot of them. The other side is not doing well. I heard that the Scorpion has not suffered such a big loss at the hands of anyone. After investigating them for another month recently, they ordered a retreat since they exposed the lair and the Scorpions were wary, and the Scorpions lost the information. But it's safe to assume that they're involved in what's going on in Area 1. It's just not particularly clear exactly what they're trying to accomplish. Scorpion is not someone who gives up easily. He holds a grudge. You ruined his plans. With his character he won't just let it go. You have to be more careful. After Anren finished speaking, she looked at Chen Jun worriedly. According to Anren's and their investigations, they knew that Scorpion was a madman, but also a madman who was extremely intelligent and able to stoically endure. Otherwise he would have been squatting inside the prison a long time ago. This time, Chen Jun had ruined their plans and killed these many people on the other side. If he could swallow this breath, he wouldn't be called Scorpion anymore. With a swish, a murderous aura swept from Chen Jun's body as if it were a mountain torrent, and the temperature around him instantly dropped several degrees. Chen Jun's eyes burned with burning fury, clenched his fists tightly, and said in a cold voice, "I'll wait for him." What a strong murderous aura. Anren couldn't help but look at Chen Jun again. Just now he felt the urge to raise the sweaty hairs on his back again, although it was just a flash. But her feeling couldn't be wrong. There was still some feeling of fear in her mind now. He's gotten stronger again. Let's go. Go buy some fruits. My squad leader lives nearby for the time being. Chen Jun took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart and said softly, "Good." The two continued to walk forward side by side, when suddenly, Chen Jun's phone rang. Chen Jun took out the phone. It was Kong Tuan who called, and immediately pressed the answer button. Soon, the phone immediately came Kong Tuan's serious voice. "Did your boy beat up Wolfram and Hartsmen? They demanded that I go to headquarters for a meeting." Chen Jun did not change his color and said blandly, "Normal competition. They were not as skilled as the others and lost." "Ha ha." Kong Tuan suddenly laughed loudly and said aloud, "Good job. I'll back you up. Don't have any mental burdens. I've long wanted to their snotty special forces." This, Chen Jun froze for a moment. This 180-degree transformation of Kong Tuan was so fast that he didn't react at once. Chen Jun hesitated and said, "Chief, I've caused you trouble." Kong Tuan froze for a moment and said, "Trouble? My ass. I've been looking at them for a long time, but it's really a bit of trouble. Your border defense matter." Was the picket Fong Tangjing officer stared at? That guy is more difficult to deal with. A lot of people have planted their heads in his hands. His temper is stinky and hard, often egg-picking bones. Kong Tuan's voice became a little heavy. "Forget it, you're on vacation. We'll talk about it later. I'm going to a meeting. Soldier up. I'll take care of it. You don't have to worry about anything." After saying that, Kong Tuan hung up the phone. Chapter 48, Anger and Resentment. Kong Tuan hung up Chen Jun's phone and sighed, frowning slightly. As for Chen Jun beating up the Thunderbolt commandos, he wasn't worried at all. But it wasn't a good thing for Chen Jun to be targeted by the pickets. In the army, those hot-blooded soldiers would rather go online and kill the enemy than take on those clerical pickets. As long as they were targeted by the other side, they would have to shed their skin even if they didn't die. What's more, Kong Tuan had also received news that the one who had set his eyes on Chen Jun was still Fong Tangjing from the picket line. Everyone knew that those who were targeted by Fong Tangjing didn't have any good results, and the unlucky one who was targeted by him last time was even court-martialed. No matter what, Chen Jun, this soldier, I'm guaranteed, even if the King of Heaven comes, it's useless. I don't believe that the eyes of the higher-ups are blind. Kong Duan clenched his fists, and his eyes became incredibly determined. A picket? Chen Jun, who hung up the phone, couldn't help but frown. What should be here, what shouldn't be here, is here. Soldiers know that white helmets, they like to catch people. In the army, especially for them new recruits, the ones they hate to deal with are these guys in white helmets, who can't move without putting a big hat on you for not thinking right. But Chen Jun also does not matter, just a little bit of trouble. Anyway, he did not seem like Wen Tiankung. Do anything wrong? Those guys want to check how to check. 10 minutes later, he and Anren had appeared in the neighborhood where the squad leader's family lived, and the two of them were not in a hurry, walking slowly. Squad leader. Suddenly, Chen Jun saw the squad leader Shirgui was sitting in a wheelchair with a contented face, and behind the wheelchair was none other than Yang de Sister Big, pushing him forward slowly with her belly. The scene was full of warmth as the sun set. As Chen Jun watched this scene, his heart was filled with a warm feeling, and his mind couldn't help but recall a scene from when he was in the army with his squad leader. The happiest thing in my life is that I have known your sister-in-law, and the person I am most sorry for is also your sister-in-law. You know what? At that time, the people chasing after your sister-in-law almost trampled the threshold of his house, but it turned out that your sister-in-law only had eyes for this big old man, your squad leader. Ha ha, this is the old man's proudest thing. When retired, the old man will accompany his wife to go shopping every day. Wherever she wants to go, just accompany her. At that time, the squad leader's sunny, proud expression, Chen Jun is still fresh in his memory. Pity. Chen Jun looked at the squad leader sitting in the wheelchair and his heart sank. He was happy for the squad leader. The other party was indeed a good military wife, and now even if the squad leader was crippled, he was still unfailingly devoted to him, but was secretly saddened by the fact that this fate was too cruel to the squad leader. Just then, all of a sudden, a tall, thin man scurried over the side and quickly approached where the squad leader was. There's killing. After the Matrix assassination technique had become a great success, Chen Jun was exceptionally sensitive to killing auras. Just at the moment that the tall and thin man approached the squad leader, Chen Jun's heart trembled. The hairs of sweat on his entire body stood up violently, and he could not help but feel a sense of fear in his mind. This man, he is toward the class president over, and his body exudes a murderous aura. This is not an ordinary person. Is it? Scorpion? No good. The squad leader is in danger. He's targeting the squad leader. At that instant, a terrifying name flashed through Chen Jun's mind, and his face swished and changed. In the next moment, the anger in his body was like a flash flood. The cold aura in his eyes flashed. His feet fiercely exerted force, and his figure was like lightning, quickly darting over. Whoever dares to harm the squad leader, dies. At this moment, Chen Jun's 4.3 terror attribute completely erupted, and there was only one thought in his mind. The squad leader absolutely could not die. In the crowd, the tall and thin man had a ferocious expression on his face, his slightly narrowed triangular eyes constantly gulping vicious cold aura, staring fiercely in Shurgua's direction without a trace of emotion, as if looking at a dead person. It was this crippled guy who spoiled it for him. He was a vindictive person, and even if Shurgua had been crippled, he wasn't going to let the other side go. Don't you want to be a hero? I'll kill you in front of your nearest and dearest so you can die in peace. With a cold snort, a hint of madness flashed through his sharp eyes, and a dagger that flickered with cold light, at an extremely obscure angle, wiped at the throat of the blissful Shurgua. And his wife, who was 6 months pregnant, stood next to him, though, as an ordinary person, she didn't notice a hint of abnormality at all. No good. Shurgua, as a veteran, had spent years teetering on the edge of death, and although his legs were crippled, his vigilance was still there. In an instant, his heart trembled and the hairs on his body poured out. Shurgua's face changed drastically as he jerked his head back, and the remaining corner of his gaze saw a flash of cold light coming, which was definitely a fatal blow. If he hadn't been crippled, there would have been a slight chance of dodging, but it was too late for him to dodge now. In an electric flash, he trembled, his eyes filled with unwillingness, anger. He's not afraid to die, but if he dies, what about his wife? She had said that if she died, she would follow her. Shurgua's pale face suddenly became hideous. He would rather die on the battlefield than in front of his wife. He could imagine the scene. She must have cried herself to death and then chose to end it on her own. No! Shurgua's liver and guts cracked. His heart let out a silent cry. Helplessness, hopelessness, and despair surged to his heart. In the nick of time, suddenly, a figure darted out like lightning and pushed his wheelchair away a little. His wife, who had been clinging to the wheelchair, was completely unresponsive, lost her voice and shrieked as her body slid uncontrollably to one side. Pim! At that moment, Shurgua's heart was raised to his throat. Xiaoping is now carrying a big belly. If she falls down, the consequences are unimaginable. He would rather die himself than see anything happen to this woman who loved her so much. In the flash of lightning, the black shadow just now, at an angle that ordinary people could not comprehend, his body violently twisted, and even reached out like lightning, steadily pulling his wife to a stop. Shurgua didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. The next moment, with a fluttering sound, the black shadow had already been chilled by the glittering dagger that didn't penetrate into his waist in a smooth manner, and blood soared to Shurgua's face at once. Shurgua's expression became unprecedentedly grave, wiping the blood from his face and shouting in surprise when he saw the face of the visitor, Chen Jun, and the tall and thin figure who had just struck out, eeped, turned around and walked away. He obviously didn't expect that the fatal strike against Shurgua would be blocked, and it was too late for him to strike again. As a first-class assassin, he knew that if he missed a hit, he had to flee far away, so even if he didn't complete the mission, he immediately fled the scene. This injured person is none other than Chen Jun. In a flash of lightning, he pushed away from the squad leader. There was still a chance to attack each other, but if his sister-in-law fell, she was already 6 months pregnant. This was the squad leader's child, and it wasn't easy to have a child when the squad leader was like this now, so he pulled her hard, and he had to take the cut himself. A sharp pain on his body came from his waist. Chen Jun's face twisted, his angry eyes mixed with a trace of unwillingness as he stared at the disappearing back, and snapped, "Scorpion, don't run if you have the guts." Chapter 49 Enron's Breakdown. The running figure paused slightly and jerked back just in time to see a figure covered in blood, lunging towards him. Crazy! Scorpion cursed in a low voice and immediately increased his speed to burrow into the crowd. From behind him came a determined roar. "Scorpion, I will kill you." Scorpion's head turned back without looking back, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Kill me? You live first." He had come to find Wang Yadong, but when he saw that the other party had already been taken away by the enforcers, he knew that his line was broken and immediately carried out his second mission to kill Shurgua. It was this Yen country soldier with more than 10 soldiers who had fought hard against the attack of dozens of armed men led by him, delaying the time that led to the failure of the first mission. Wang Yadong also fell out with him because of this, so Shurgua must die. He just didn't expect that a Changbite would be killed halfway, and that he would use his own body to block his fatal slash. Looks like he's the ghost. Only a madman like Spooky could do such a thing. Scorpion's mind flashed back to the madman who had been stabbing at Red Scorpion like a ghost in Area 1, supposedly to avenge his comrade. Took out a whole 20 of them in the last heat of battle. This result forced Scorpion to rearrange his plans for a new one. Scorpion is a person who makes a decision on the spot. Just now he shot out and stabbed that knife. Even if that ghost that was enough to survive, then the impact on his future combat power will definitely be reduced to half. Already not a threat to himself. As for that punk Shirgua, Scorpion will find a new opportunity to finish him off. And that ghost, just as well, to give the boss an explanation. But we have to leave now. Right now. Or once the perimeter is blocked off. Quick, push me through. Shirgua quickly propelled his wheelchair to the front of Chen Jun, and seeing that Chen Jun still wanted to chase after the Scorpion, he immediately pulled him back. Blood gushed out crazily from Chen Jun's wound, staining the uniform he was wearing red. Shirgua's tears came out furiously. Chen Jun, why? Why did you block this knife off? It will kill you. It will kill you. You are still so young. It's not worth it. His voice was all choked up. Tears had blurred his eyes, and his hands were shaking as he grabbed Chen Jun. Chen Jun watched Scorpion's figure disappear at the end of the street, revealing a miserable smile, and said to Shirgua, "Squad leader, I owe you this. You don't have to feel guilty. It's a pity that bastard let him escape. He's the murderer behind the killing of our comrades." In an instant, the people around them exploded, looking at the red-stained uniforms on Chen Jun's body. Each one of them panicked, however. They all came to their senses. It's the military catching the bad guys. That guy just now was a killer? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why didn't I react just now? How heavy is this knife? He is using his body to deliberately block that knife. Really? Use his life to save people. What a nice young man. This is the soldier who guards us. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration and respect. Among the soldiers they knew, no matter whether it was a natural or man-made disaster, the soldiers were always at the forefront. When the flood came, they used their flesh and blood to cast a steel dam. When the earthquake came, they used their spine to support the dome of the sky. When the fire burned, it was they who used their blood, casting real gold. The most important point is that they guarded the gates of the country, took all the dangers on their shoulders, and made this society harmonious and tranquil and peaceful. And for their comrades, all protect each other with their lives. In the military, a common saying is to let your back go to your comrades on the battlefield. This is a perfect illustration of the comradeship between them. Now the young soldier uses his own flesh and blood to fend off a fatal stab in order to protect his disabled squad leader. What kind of audacity is this? This is not something that can be done by regular people. Soldiers are strong and iron, and they have 2 ribs for their comrades. It's hurt so badly and bleeding so much. Hurry up and call an ambulance. So young, don't sacrifice yourself like that. It's too bad. Must be holding on now. What a soldier. At this moment, Ran rushed in from the crowd like crazy, desperately covering the wounds on Chen Jun's body. But the wounds were too big and too deep to stop. She anxiously shouted, Chen Jun, hold on, don't sleep, don't sleep. Shirgua also called out, Chen Jun, hold on. You said, you still want to be a special forces, but also to avenge their comrades. Lao Wu, Lao Yang, they are watching from the sky. You must hold on. If you go, the squad leader of the whole life live in guilt. My sister-in-law was all tears and kept blaming herself. It's all because of me. It's all because of me. He did it to pull me down and keep me from falling. It's all my fault. They all messed up when they saw Chen Jun injured like this. However, after all, Anran was specially trained and quickly calmed down, shouting towards the people around her, call 120, quick, hurry. A nearby member of the crowd shouted, it's been hit. At the time of seeing Chen Jun collapsed, enthusiastic people, there have been people in the first time to call 120. Anran stared at the gradually lax-eyed Chen Jun and shouted, Chen Jun, you can't die. You can't die. You know, I've just started with you. You don't know. You saved me when I was a child. I've been waiting for you to show up, never forgetting what you looked like when you were a child. I've been waiting for the day when you stand in front of me. That day, you appeared to me as if you were a hero, and before I knew it was even you, I didn't know how much I liked it. From the bottom of my heart, the memories of my childhood have taken over, and when I grew up, your figure took over my heart again. I'm not impulsive. It's not some dog-eared promise of marriage, but I just want to marry you. Chen Jun, don't die. What will I do if you die? Could it be that you let me be a widow for you for the rest of my life at such a young age? You can't be so heartless. Hold on. You must hold on. Think about your parents. Think about your squad leader, and the child your squad leader is working on for the birth. Didn't you say you were going to be the child's godfather? You didn't even see the baby born. You didn't even get to hold it. And, didn't you say you wanted to avenge your squad leader? Didn't you say you wanted to avenge your comrades? If you die, who will avenge them? You can't die. Everyone is watching you. Anran shouted, only hoping that Chen Jun would hear and be able to stir up the conviction to live. Chapter 50, Squad Leader. I've got my comrades' relics back. Anran's body couldn't help but tremble, his mouth shivering as he spoke. It turned out that she didn't know when this teenager had already intruded into her heart. No wonder that for so many years, even without any news of Chen Jun, her heart couldn't accept any other man. Just like Lei Juan, the others were touched to the core by watching his dedication to her for so many years. But Anran has always kept a certain distance from him, so it is because one's heart already resides in this ingrate, and there is no room for anyone else. How else could a woman as decisive and thunderous as Violet be willing to become engaged to each other on the basis of a childhood engagement? At the time when Chen Jun's life and death were in danger, the feelings he had suppressed for many years could no longer be suppressed and instantly exploded. Looking at Chen Jun, who slowly closed his eyes, as well as feeling the blood from the wounds on the other party's body still gushing out blood, Anran completely panicked. Chen Jun, don't die. Don't scare me. Don't leave me alone. Anran looked at Chen Jun, who seemed to have been gradually losing his life. Her heart was like a knife, and her helpless eyes were filled with despair. Shirgui was filled with anxiety and struggled to get down from the wheelchair, helping Anran to tightly press the wounds on Chen Jun's body with a guilty expression on his face. If it wasn't for himself, Chen Jun wouldn't have been injured. Why hasn't the ambulance come yet? Shirgui's wife looked nervously at the intersection. At her wit's end, Shirgui's soldier, and the last time her parents objected to her being with the crippled Shirgui, it was the other party who helped to break the siege. She hadn't had a chance to thank the other person yet, and for once, the other person had saved both of them, and now it was even more life-threatening. Don't ever be okay. She rubbed her hands together nervously and prayed over and over in her mind. Where's the ambulance? Why isn't it here yet? I've just called Trey. He should be here soon. I'll wait for them at the gate. Quick! This young man is a soldier. He was injured to save his life. Don't be okay. People around the area were talking and volunteered to help at the door so that the ambulance could get to the scene first. He had seen the thrilling scene just now. If not for this young soldier's defiant rescue, if the injured one was the one in the wheelchair, at this moment, there might be more than one person who fell in a pool of blood. When Anran was scared out of her wits, the muscles on Chen Jun's pale, bloodless face trembled slightly, followed by slowly opening his eyes and straining to whisper to Anran, "Don't cry. You can't die." Anran froze for a moment, then whirled around and cried harder. "Ambulance! Why isn't the ambulance here yet?" Anran was instantly scared out of his wits, his eyes filled with despair. Anran felt that this was Chen Jun's moment of return. Don't look at him waking up now, but it's not a good thing. When he closes his eyes again, he might really be gone. At once, Anran's heart chilled, and her hands and feet were as cold as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Hacking medicine. At this time, Chen Jun didn't have the strength to explain to Anran, and in his mind, he went over the hacker medical techniques. Hacker medicine. There are 5 elements of qi and blood operation. Through the truncation of blood vessels, the role of internal organs and 6 internal organs, completely unarmed to stop the bleeding, only he also has not yet had time to apply. I do not know if there is no effect. Just now, the scorpion stab was so deep that it had already injured his kidneys, and if it wasn't for his 4.3 strong physical quality, he would have actually fainted due to blood loss. Now Chen Jun didn't know how much longer he could hold out, except that if he didn't stop the bleeding, he might have hiccuped before the ambulance came. You can only beat a dead horse. Chen Jun frowned tightly, and in the eyes of Anran and the others who were surprised, his bloody palm suddenly turned into a hand path, cutting off one by one between the acupoints of the foot showing kidney meridian, which was the main meridian. All that can be done now is to temporarily seal the blood vessels and try to maintain circulatory connectivity to the traumatized kidneys. If the scene was seen by some old Chinese medicine practitioners, they must worship Chen Jun at this moment. This is the unarmed hemostasis that has been lost in Chinese medicine for many years. Even the current national masters of Chinese medicine do not have such a skill. And just now, no matter how hard Anran and Shirgui tried, they were unable to press the wound. In their surprised eyes, bizarrely, the wound did not have blood flowing out again. This, Anran and the others almost stared out of their eyes with horrified expressions. Chen Jun's hand knife chopped just a few times on his own body and even stopped the bleeding. Wasn't this too amazing? In fact, Chen Jun is not so optimistic. The blood vessels cannot be closed for too long. Otherwise the kidneys will not circulate blood for a long time. It will slowly necrosis. And then even if he regained a life, but also a waste of a person. It was the worst he'd ever been hurt. Mastering the mysterious hacking medical skills, Chen Jun clearly knew that he had already injured his kidneys this time, and he didn't know if he would be able to pull through. Thinking of this, Chen Jun strained to say to Anran, "That box, in the car, you, help me bring it over." Anran's pretty face paled, stared at him dead on, and choked. "You must persevere." After saying that, turning around like the wind, Anran forcefully broke away from the crowd and ran out. It wasn't long before a tear-stained Anran, panting, came running back again. He was carrying a large box in his arms, but the clothes on his own hands and feet were ruptured, and he hadn't known how many times he'd fallen, and he hadn't had time to wipe the blood. Chen Jun strenuously pointed to the box and said to the squad leader next to him, "Squad leader, look, the relics of my comrades. I've got them all back, and if I can't get through it, you help me return it to the brothers." Losing too much blood. A burst of dizziness came from Chen Jun's head. His eyes began to blacken. His consciousness became a little fuzzy, and his tone was broken. Guai had been holding his hand tightly, looking at the contents of the box, unable to say a word. This iron-blooded man, who had never shed a single tear even when his legs were blown off by the enemy, was now in tears. Hot tears slid down from Anran's eyes. The teenager who was so spirited just now that he grabbed that killer and scolded the woman for being negative. One's newly licensed husband, all of a sudden, will be gone. Why is that? One hasn't had time to make the other person fall in love with him or her. Chen Jun looked at the sad Anran. His heart could not help but feel a pain, but he knew that the time left for him was not much, and immediately said in a hoarse voice, "That person is the Scorpion. He will go to rob the court soon. You let General 1 keep an eye on him, and make sure to finish him." Chen Jun's consciousness has been blurred, intermittently straining to murmur. Heartbroken, Anran nodded vigorously and choked. Don't worry. Chen Jun laughed, sobered up a bit, and said with force, "Tell my parents that I didn't disgrace them by becoming a conscript." Before the words were finished, Chen Jun's eyes went black and he directly fainted. Chen Jun, don't die. We are already husband and wife. You promised to marry me. Don't you die. Hold on. Don't leave me alone. Honey, I can't do it. Tell mom and dad yourself. Oh. Anran looked at the fainted Chen Jun. His pale face did not have the slightest bit of blood color. The vitality was slowly disappearing from the other party's body. At that moment, Anran only felt his liver was broken, and for the first time, he shouted out these two words. Chapter 51, The Domino Effect. Anran held the unconscious, bloody Chen Jun. It turned out that Chen Jun's figure, not knowing when, had occupied her entire body and mind. No wonder that for so many years, even if she did not have the slightest news of the other party, she did not accept any man around her. At this moment, she looked at Chen Jun's pale, bloodless face and completely panicked. Even that day in Area 1, when she faced life and death, she wasn't as panicked and desperate as she was now. And the words that Chen Jun had just said, the people around him heard them, and an unexplainable, indefinable emotion rose in their hearts. This is the soldier of our Yin country. Even if he may die in the next moment, he still doesn't forget the safety of the country. Especially when Chen Jun explained the aftermath and asked Anran to help convey to his parents that he, a conscript, had not disgraced the two old men. It instantly hit the soft underbelly of the crowd. Everyone swished and their eyes reddened. They all knew exactly why this soldier, why he was injured. He's blocking the knife in place of his comrade. This soldier is not afraid to die, but he has unfinished business. Soldiers are not cold-blooded machines. They are human beings. They have families, and they have attachments in their hearts. And Anran's words were heard by the people around him, their eyes filled with sympathy. So this soldier is her husband. No wonder she cried so sadly. The two of them are a good match. It's a pity. Why hasn't the ambulance come yet? At this rate, all the blood will drain from this young soldier, and he'll really be hopeless. Everyone around them looked around with anxiety in their eyes, watching such a nice young soldier, step by step, go to his death. They were not willing to do it. At this time, a middle-aged man rushed over from the crowd and shouted urgently, "Can't wait. Quick, my car is over there. I'll take you to the hospital." The surrounding crowd also spoke out. "You guys hurry up. This is the most traffic jam at this hour. By the time the ambulance gets here, the yellow flowers will be cold. Don't worry, we'll take care of his squad leader and the pregnant woman." Thanks. Concerning the life and death of Chen Jun, Anran couldn't care less. Immediately picked up Chen Jun, rushed over, and then carried him to the car. The middle-aged man quickly started the car, the engine roaring, and ran in the direction of the hospital. Time is life. But it's an old town and the traffic usually sucks. It's rush hour, and I've only just run out of the neighborhood steps before I'm stuck in traffic. What to do? Chen Jun, you hold on. Don't leave me alone. Anran looked at the weaker and weaker Chen Jun. looked at the dense vehicles in front of her. Her heart was anxious, and her tears flowed down. Beep. The middle-aged driver had an anxious look in his eyes. He honked his horn desperately, but the speakers were screaming throughout the street, to no effect at all. Is this the life of our young soldier? A sense of powerlessness rose in the middle-aged man's heart, and his eyes were filled with helplessness, unwillingness, and the corners of his eyes flashed with crystalline tears. Undeterred, he thought, took out his cell phone, and dialed the traffic hotline. But he didn't hold out much hope. Now even the traffic police can't get in at the moment. If he has to wait until the traffic is cleared, it may already be 2 hours later. However, it didn't take 2 hours, maybe another 10 minutes or so, and the wounded soldier's body could have been cold. Now there's only one thing to wrestle with. Hello, this is 110 Traffic Police Command Center. How can I help you? Soon, the hotline was connected. Hello, I'm a driver. I have an injured soldier in my car who is unconscious due to blood loss. I'm currently on 11th Street in the East Coast, but the traffic jam here is so bad that the car can't even be driven. So I'm asking for help. Okay, please, you're on 11th Street East, right? Yes, we were on our way to the military hospital. 110 Command Center correspondent immediately reported to the higher-ups about the general injured and blocked on the way to seek medical attention. But the higher-ups looked at the red-hot routes in Donghai City, and their faces swished to become incredibly heavy. It's a soldier's life on the line, but it's really going to take until the traffic clears, and then the yellow flowers will be cold. Try the transportation hotline to reach out to the public for help. Finally, a young staff member, in a moment of desperation, suggested to the worried leader, "It'll have to do." Soon all the vehicle's traffic channels were playing a voice over and over again. Hello everyone, this is the traffic helpline. In the East China Sea District 11th Street a silver car. There is a soldier because of the rescue of people injured. Now life-threatening. I hope that everyone can spontaneously give way to a channel of life. What? We've got soldiers wounded and in critical condition blocking our streets. Where is it? Did you find it? We have soldiers injured and need help? Everyone who heard the news swished their faces. They all know very well that there is no such thing as a life of peace and quiet, but only someone who carries the weight of it. And the military, whether it is disaster relief or rescue, are the group of people in the front line. They are the backbone of the country. At once, those who were doing business put down their business, those who were eating put down their bowls, and even those who were dragging their children with them, and one by one they came up to the street in a hurry, and kept on running away, while shouting loudly, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! There are soldiers who are injured! Get out of the way! It's a soldier!" Snap! Vehicles stuck in traffic, windows constantly slammed hard by people running away. They had been blocking the road, already holding a bellyful of anger, and at this moment, they were also vigorously tapped on the car door. At once, their faces sank, quickly rolling down the windows. They were just about to speak out to reprimand each other when they suddenly heard that it was a soldier who had been injured, and with a swish, their faces changed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Soldier, get out of the way, get out of the way. At once, the sound seemed to be infected, and it continued to travel from street to street. Those who lifted the car, those who pushed, and those who were pushed just cursed, only to realize that it was a soldier who was injured and needed help, and immediately shut up, as if they had been electrocuted, without a single word of complaint. Following the forward rundown is like a domino effect. What would have been a problem that could not have been solved even if the traffic police had been deployed? The cars in the lane spontaneously split into left and right sides, miraculously giving way to a passageway that connected all the way to the fast lane. And over in the fast lane, there were people who kept shouting, "Overpasses! Balconies are shadowed by people running around. Pass! Pass!" Anran hugged Chen Jun, who was covered in blood, and looked at this touching scene in front of her, sobbing uncontrollably and murmuring, "Chen Jun, hold on. See, you, the ghost, protected these people, and they're all protecting you now. Soldiers, believe in the motherland, believe in the people. We guard them, but when soldiers are in trouble, these people we protect, they will not be indifferent. They used to carry the burden and follow us into battle. Now, they can help us open the passages. For sure." Anran looked at the miraculous scene in front of him, and a firmness rose in his heart that he had never felt before. The middle-aged driver looked at a passageway that miraculously appeared in front of him and burst into tears. His foot slammed on the gas and the car leapt out. At the same time, there were people who posted what happened here to their friends, and it was hotly debated everywhere. What? Soldiers are injured and need help. What? He was blocking the way to resuscitation after helping a comrade with a knife? Where is it? I'm skipping work and will be right there to help. Send the locator, right away. Together, the soldiers have given so much for us. I've heard recently that the border is not peaceful. This time, it's our turn to contribute. So people from the neighborhood kept coming to help in any way they could know how. Waiting for Anran their car on the road. Surprised to find that the road had been a lot of cars, one by one, took the initiative to lean toward the sides, spontaneously gave way to a life passage. At some point in front of them, traffic police cars had come out and were also shouting, "The passage is clear and unobstructed." Anran looked at the unconscious Chen Jun. An inexplicable emotion rose in her heart, and she softly choked. "Do you see? Everyone is guarding you. You must hold on." Chapter 52. This is the People's Revolution. DDT. Sirens from ambulances. An ambulance stopped in front of the cab that Chen Jun was traveling in. The door at the back of the car was pushed open, and two paramedics jumped out of the car, followed by the cart that was quickly lifted down. A paramedic hurriedly shouted toward the front, "Where are the wounded soldiers?" The cab driver saw this and hurriedly stopped the car, jumped out of it in a hurry and went to open the door. "Hurry!" Two paramedics immediately rushed over, pushing a reclining cart. Anran hugged Chen Jun and shouted anxiously, "Doctor, quick, quick!" The paramedics immediately moved the unconscious Chen Jun from and ran to the reclining car and pushed it into the ambulance. Anran followed suit. The ambulance whizzed toward the hospital. In the car, the doctor quickly administered first aid to Chen Jun. Anran could only wait anxiously by the side, praying in her heart that Chen Jun would be able to hold on. And when she looked out the window, a face outside flew past her with concern on its face, many waving and shouting cheers. Both sides of the beltway were filled with people. They were all people who wanted to help Chen Jun. People who hoped that Chen Jun could tide over his difficulties. "Go for it! Go for it!" One raised his fist in a victory gesture. "Must hang on. Must survive." Definitely. It was the first time Anran had seen such a scene, and was completely blown away. She hadn't expected so many people to come forward, so many people to pay attention to Chen Jun. They were all ordinary people, and what they did was all within their power and ability to do. But it was the power that they brought together one by one that created the situation at hand. Anran suddenly thought of the most mentioned phrase in history, "This is the people's revolution." This kind of situation can only happen in the Yen country. In other countries, it's something that can't happen. Some time ago, in a Western country, a building needed rescuing, and the fire trucks were blocked by several smaller vehicles and could not move forward. But the owner of the car refused to get out of the way on the grounds that it was my right to park, making rescue impossible and leading to the deaths of more than a dozen people. This happens far too often in those countries. They advocate the right to be free, and will not advocate anything about helping each other. More like the Yen state, where one side is in trouble and the other side is supporting the other side. When a sudden fall occurs, the firefighter says, "It's outside my 8-hour job. Wait until it's time to go to work. Then I'll work." That's abroad. To have an entire city make way for the Chun army like it was now was a miracle that could only happen in the Yen kingdom. Not far away, a few foreigners carrying duffel bags see the road unexpectedly, a car initiative to give way. Make a wide road. Eyes are full of incredulity. Why? What are they doing? How dare they waste so much of their time for a car? What are they thinking? A geezer with flowery hair and white hair was filled with a shocked look. "I don't know anymore. It's amazing. If it was in our country, there's no way this could have happened. Yes, these people are really strange. Do they really have so much time that they can just waste it? Hey, it's really enviable. If I can also live in such a country for a long time, it must be a very happy thing. If there's really a next life, I want to be reincarnated as a person from this country," a middle-aged foreigner said with emotion, because he saw too much indifference in his own country. Unlike this Eastern land, which is full of human kindness everywhere. As for why the people here are the way they are, they can't understand what is happening in front of them without knowing the history of this country. At this moment, Anran in the carriage moved. "Chen Jun, do you see? So many people outside are concerned about you. They all want you to hold on. They all want you to live. Chen Jun, you must hold on." The ambulance had a smooth ride and soon arrived at the hospital gates. The car had just stopped, and the doctors and nurses who had already received the news and waited here had been quickly gathering around. They carefully lifted Chen Jun onto the stretcher, quickly put on the respirator, and attached the probe of the instrument for monitoring vital signs to Chen Jun's body. Hiss! Upon seeing the hideous and horrifying wounds on Chen Jun's body, Dr. Mu couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, and couldn't help the hot tears welling up in his eyes. He recognized Chen Jun. More than a month ago, Chen Jun was also seriously injured and comatose, was sent to the hospital. It was Dr. Mu personally did the surgery. What touched him the most was that Chen Jun was actually the son of the richest man in Donghai City. At that time, because he stepped in to help Shikoku, the squad leader, he caused a strong sensation at that time. Many people have praised Chen Jun. The son of a richest man has resolutely joined the military. interpreting with his own actions what a soldier is and setting an example for the young people of today. It didn't occur to him that only a month and a half had passed, and Chen Jun was once again injured. And the injury was obviously even more severe than the last time. Dr. Mack was a mixed bag of feelings. He's too desperate. In the information that Dr. Mack got, Chen Jun was so badly injured because he was trying to save his comrade from the knife by insisting on using his own body to block it. Last time, he was in the battlefield also to save his comrades and almost lost his life. And this time it was the same. Dr. Mack stabilized his emotions and began to examine Chen Jun's injuries. However, with further examination, Dr. Mu bizarrely discovered that with Chen Jun's injuries, he should have lost a lot of blood. After all, the wound was so big and the stabbing was deeper. But the blood coming out now wasn't much, and around the wound the blood seemed to have solidified. That's what surprised Dr. Mack very much. From a medical point of view, when a wound in the human body reaches a certain size, there is no way for it to heal on its own, and the bleeding can only be stopped by external treatment. What's going on here? Dr. Mack was confused. It was at this moment that Chen Jun slightly opened his eyes and said weakly, "Doctor, I truncated the operation of my body's qi and blood, temporarily catching and stopping the bleeding." Dr. Mu's heart trembled violently as he exclaimed, "Cut off the qi and blood running by yourself? How did you do that?" And to cut off the qi and blood running, which was equivalent to sealing off one's whole body's qi and blood, allowing the body to enter a state of fake death. This kind of means Dr. Mu had only heard about it, and had never seen it with his own eyes. This technique is so unbelievable that it can be considered a skill to have such a level in this world. Dr. Mu just now thought that Chen burrow you in the end into a state of unconsciousness, or even never wake up, but the other party not only awake, but also able to speak. What kind of healing hand is this? It can cut off the flow of qi and blood without the use of any medical tools? And he's still pretending to be unconscious. That would be very scary. Chapter 53, This is the Soldier of the Yin Kingdom. Dr. Mako sucked in a breath of cold air. "Don't you talk, you're weak now." Dr. Mack prepared to inject special medication near the wound to prevent infection, but the needle went around several times in a row and found that it wouldn't go in, and it felt like those veins were clumped together. What's going on? Dr. Mack stared at the skin near the wound in surprise. It was the first time he had encountered such a thing. It is very difficult to infuse fluids when the muscles are taut to a certain degree, as Dr. Makoto knows all too well, but something like this, where you can barely even get a needle in, is too much. The bottom line is that this is in the vicinity of the wound, and it's only logical that there shouldn't be this kind of overreaction. Chen Jun struggled a bit and said, "I've sealed the surrounding tendons and bones, and my qi and blood can't get through." With that, he cut off 2 fingers around the wound several times in succession. When Dr. Mu saw Chen Jun's technique, he exclaimed, "Is this the tendon and bone yin-yang reconciliation technique?" Although he studied Western medicine, he also has a deep study of Chinese medicine, and his favorite ancient medical techniques, the art of medicine in modern society. On the other hand, first developed from the witch doctors of ancient times, both at home and abroad. For a long time, the Yin state was a world leader in the study of Chinese medicine, which actually branched out from witchcraft medicine and became an independent discipline, forming a complete treatment system. However, with the change of time, many of the legacies of ancient Chinese medicine have been broken, and less than 30% of them can be preserved intact in modern times. And with the development of society, the rapid rise of Western medicine has allowed Chinese medicine to gradually fade out of people's view. However, in recent years, the state has begun to emphasize the cultural heritage of Chinese medicine, allowing Chinese medicine to develop again. Dr. Mu also studied Chinese medicine with the idea of revitalizing Chinese medicine, and only recognized it when he happened to come across an orphan book on Chinese medicine, which happened to mention the technique performed by Chen Jun. Ancient people modern so advanced equipment, but a lot of traditional techniques, such as sinew and bone yin and yang harmonization, 5 elements of qi and blood operation techniques, etc., which involves the techniques is involved in the human body meridian acupuncture point control. Even the pointing and so on mentioned in martial arts novels do exist. It's just that they are said to have been overdone by TV and become metaphysical. Unexpectedly, he had seen Chen Jun perform such a maneuver here, and the effect it played was tangible. Originally, he still had a little doubt about some of the descriptions of the ancient Chinese medicine practitioners. Would the ancients exaggerate the effects? Now it seems that the ancients were true to their word. Dr. Mu was excited. If the special techniques of ancient Chinese medicine could be used in the present world, then how much of an impact would it have on the current medical system? If more people mastered this skill, how many injured people would be able to survive in times of crisis? Nowadays, Western medicine is very effective, but the limitations of the conditions are also very high, and techniques like Chen Jun's are the real popular medicine. Dr. Mack was excited to think about it. After Chen Jun cut off several times in a row, he closed his eyes and said no more. At this time, when Dr. Mack was sticking the needle again, it was very easy. It was amazing. However, Dr. Mu knew that the situation was urgent, and without asking too many questions, he immediately pushed Chen Jun to take the film. When Dr. Mu saw the situation within Chen Jun's wound, his face was grave. The stab went in too deep, resulting in a very serious kidney injury on the inside. According to normal circumstances, such a heavy injury was an instant death. Chen Jun was able to hold on, presumably because his special self-help techniques, that is, truncating the qi and blood running, and the tendons and bones harmonizing the yin and yang, had produced a great effect. My God, if we say that the hackers in this world are mysterious, and their methods are brilliant, then these techniques that have been lost in Chinese medicine, too, are so amazing. It's just like stealing time from the king of hell. Dr. Mack's heart set off monstrous waves. He had been studying ancient Chinese medicine for a long time, and just from some records, he knew the magical effects within, and what Chen Jun had shown was a true example. After Chen Jun has survived this hurdle, we must ask for advice from him. Dr. Mu suppressed his agitation and turned his head to the closed-eyed Chen Jun. Prepare to put you under general anesthesia. I'm going to operate on you. Chen Jun suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. I don't need potion anesthesia. That will hurt my motor nerves. You can just do the surgery. Dr. Mako froze. Chen Jun is right. The potion anesthesia on the body's motor nerves is a certain impact, just that the impact is very small. So regular people in the anesthesia, basically will not feel anything, the slightest impact on the normal life. But for some special groups of people, such as professional athletes, the impact is quite significant, and may directly affect their careers. Some time ago, there was an athlete abroad who had botulinum toxin, powerful below, and as a result, it affected the motor nerves, causing his career to fall off a cliff. And like Chen Jun was injured to such an extent, once he was under general anesthesia, the effect of the drugs on his motor nerves would be even greater, and it would be very difficult for him to return to his peak state in the future. These pastor doctors are but it's a very dangerous thing to perform surgery without anesthesia. You can't top that without anesthesia, Dr. Mack said. Chen Jun said, I will use a technique to reduce my nerve sensitivity and achieve the same effect of anesthesia, which I am able to withstand. Dr. Mack froze again, and his pupils snapped open. This technique is powerful. Ancient Chinese medicine has long been lost techniques. It is said to be able to make the whole body as numb. The most exaggerated description is the martial arts drama pointing divine power. Point a little, the whole body cannot move. If Dr. Mu had heard Chen Jun say that before, he would have opened his mouth to curse, but now he believed it. After all, Chen Jun's sealed qi and blood operation, sticking to the real thing until now, which in itself is incredible. Dr. Mack thought for a moment and said, think about it, even if you have a way to reduce the nerve sensitivity, it will still hurt. Chen Jun said, Director Mu, I have the blood feud of my comrades on me. You know that. My squad leader almost lost his life today. The assassin wanted to kill him, and all my comrades died in the hands of the other side. I can't diminish my fighting strength. I can't. The pain is nothing. It's nothing compared to the sacrifice of my comrades. Chen Jun's voice was so determined. Dr. Shepard had a great respect in his heart. This is what our soldiers are all about. Having a strong willpower and never forgetting their comrades. It is this strong willpower that creates miracle after miracle. Dr. Mack pondered for a moment and said, then try it, and if it's not possible, I'll be sure to anesthetize you right away. Chapter 54, Implementing Hacking Principles and Completing Extreme Challenges. Chen Jun quickly made a few points on several major acupoints on his body, and because of the rotation of his arm, which tugged at his injuries, a hint of pain appeared on his face. This caused a female nurse next to him to look and feel pain, and couldn't help but whisper to Dr. Mu, Director, why don't you just inject anesthesia? He's in so much pain like this. It's also very dangerous. When a person's pain exceeds the limit of their tolerance, there is a risk of shock, and in turn, death, rather than a simple coma. In addition, if the person can't bear the severe pain during the procedure and moves around, that's even more dangerous. So performing a major surgery without using anesthesia to render the person completely unconscious is a mind-numbing thing to think about. Dr. Mack said, it's okay, prepare for surgery. In the next moment, the female nurse was surprised to find that at the originally bleeding wound, the bleeding was slowing down, surprisingly giving her the illusion that it was beginning to coagulate. What's going on? Dr. Mack then ordered, start the surgery. Yes, the medical staff present acted quickly and cooperated fully with Dr. Makoto in the surgery. In fact, Dr. Mu did not know that even if Chen Jun possessed the hacker's medical technique and knew the tendon and bone harmonization technique to control the operation of qi and blood, he could not slow down the severe pain of the nerves. He had just comforted Director Mac just now, so that the other party could proceed with the surgery without any psychological burden. Of course, Chen Jun was not without the certainty of carrying it off. He had been in the jungle for a month of special training, experiencing all sorts of crazy energy battles, challenging himself over and over again. The degree of toughness of willpower was not something that could be compared to an ordinary person, especially after experiencing that last life and death battle. Chen Jun's willpower had once again insanely increased. He wasn't afraid of dying. He was afraid of not being able to avenge his comrades and protect his squad leader. What would have happened to the class president if he hadn't happened to visit him today? Chen Jun told himself that he had to live, to keep getting stronger, and to make sure to finish off his enemies, so that he could make sure that something like this would never happen again. So even more pain, he had to endure it and hold on. As the surgery proceeded, Chen Jun's body continued to tremble, sweat continued to seep out of his forehead, and his facial expression gradually became distorted. This is the difficulty with surgery without anesthesia. The female nurse kept wiping the sweat on Chen Jun's forehead, and looking at his eyelids trembling constantly and the corners of his mouth tensed up. She knew that he must be enduring severe pain. It was a surgery performed without any anesthesia, a cutting of flesh and blood, the kind of severe pain that caused goosebumps to rise all over the body of others who watched it, not to mention what it was like in person. But even so, the female nurse was surprised to find that Chen Jun was still able to squeeze out a smile with great effort, and his eyes were still so calm. His body was trembling, but he always maintained a stable position and didn't move around. Not much different from general anesthesia. Is this the will of a soldier? The female nurse had a deer in the headlights in her heart, and didn't even know how to describe her feelings at the moment. She knew that soldiers were strong-willed, but she hadn't expected it to be this strong. And Dr. Mu also noticed Chen Jun's condition and admired him in his heart. Although Chen Jun said that he was able to reduce the sensitivity of the nerves, the severe pain produced by the surgery was still not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Now Chen Jun can still show a smile on his face. It's too strong. The ancients scraped the bones and healed the poison. Dr. Mu did not know whether it was true or not, and there was no way to prove it, but Chen Jun was now undergoing a large-scale surgery without changing his face, which was the first time he had ever seen it. It's probably the first person in modern history to dare to do so. 2. Time passed little by little. Chen Jun didn't grunt, controlling himself to lie quietly on the operating table. Dr. Mu said softly, "Chen Jun, this is the last wound treatment. It needs to be deep. Can you hold on?" Chen Jun's voice trembled slightly as he said, "Compared to the sacrifice of my comrades and the crippling of my squad leader, this pain is nothing. Let's begin." Dr. Mu nodded. "Chen Jun, you are the strongest-willed soldier I've ever seen. Even stronger than your squad leader." Chen Jun said, "No, my squad leader is the strongest soldier in this world. If he were to face a situation like mine, he would do better than me." Surgery continues. A wave of immense pain spread through Chen Jun's body, and Chen Jun's teeth clenched. But his face still maintained a smile and his eyes were incomparably determined. There was only one belief in his mind: hold on and get revenge. About 10 minutes later, the operation was over. A cold sweat oozed from Dr. Mac's forehead, while his back was already soaked. "Chen Jun, the surgery is over. You held up," Dr. Mu admired. And at this time, Chen Jun's mind actually resounded with the system's prompts. Host carries out the principles of hacking and completes the extreme challenge. Rewarded with an experience value of 100 and a full attribute of plus 0.1. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 3. Attributes, mental 4.4. Physical 4.4. Strength 4.4. Speed 4.4, normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination, Grand Master. Hacking shooting, Grand Master. Hacking sneaking, Grand Master. Hacking healing, Minor Master. Experience value, 100 out of 400. With a swish, Chen Jun immediately felt better in spirit. After all, it's a 0.1 attribute boost. Quite a bit. After Chen Jun's physical attributes broke through to 4, it was extremely difficult to raise each 0.1. He had been training madly in the Iron Fist Corps for a month and a half, and his attributes had only increased by 0.3, while the system had increased by 0.1 with a random reward, which was very rare. The most crucial point was that in a very weak situation like Chen Jun's right now, boosting 0.1 was like a timely rain. This is because an increase in physical attributes will simultaneously bring about an evolution of physical strength and accelerate physical recovery. After feeling better, Chen Jun turned his head to Dr. Mu and said softly, "Thank you. That's a heartfelt thank you." The last time, it was also Director Mu who operated on him. And this time, if another doctor had performed the surgery, 9 times out of 10, he would not have agreed to perform the surgery without anesthesia. So Director Mako is taking an equally big risk by performing this surgery. Dr. Mu looked at Chen Jun incredulously for several seconds. It's amazing that the other guy can still talk and stay so lucid. Which, Dr. Mack had thought that once Chen Jun relaxed mentally after the surgery, he would immediately go to sleep and recover himself. After all, Chen Jun endured severe pain and insisted on the entire surgery. Both physically and mentally he was extremely depleted. Now should be his weakest time. Who would have thought he would even say thank you to himself and be in such good spirits? Dr. Mack took a deep breath and finally said admiringly, "This is truly a miracle. Marvelous." Yen Guo Soldiers. Chapter 55, a model for the times. The surgery was a success and Chen Jun was immediately wheeled into the care unit. At this moment, Chen Jun's face was so pale that it did not carry a trace of blood. The key to his survival, aside from his tenacity, was his mastery of the art of hacking medicine. At the first moment of injury, he resuscitated himself. Otherwise, even if he had 9 lives, it would not be enough to die. Due to the surgery without anesthesia, Chen Jun's face was still wearing a faint smile, though he looked unusually tired. But this is normal. He did not insist on completing the surgery without anesthesia, which is tantamount to experiencing a life and death struggle. He can hold out. This is also already a miracle. Dr. Mu looked at Chen Jun, who was still clenching his fists at the moment, as well as listening to the other party's slightly rapid breathing, wiped his sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. As the attending doctor of the hospital, he was used to seeing injured and wounded people, but it was the first time he encountered a soldier like Chen Jun in reality. The opponent's iron willpower was horrible. In ancient times, Guan Yu scraped his bones and healed his wounds. Dr. Mu had always thought that it was a legend, but he believed it now. It was amazing that a person's willpower could really be as strong as that. He was also under major pressure during the operation just now, having never experienced a major operation such as this one, where the injured person even insisted on not using anesthesia. Halfway through the surgery, Dr. Mu once wanted to give up and use anesthesia, but looking at Chen Jun's determined eyes and faint smile made him insist as the surgery. In the end, surprisingly, it was he who was worried that he wouldn't last, not that the young soldier would. During the surgery, there were 2 nurses dedicated to wiping sweat, one for Chen Jun. After all, surgery without anesthesia, the pain involved could be imagined. Even though Chen Jun acted how calm he was, the pain was unavoidable. Instead, another nurse was in charge of wiping Dr. Mu's sweat, and by the time the surgery was completed, Dr. Mu's white coat was already drenched in sweat without him even realizing it. Arguably, this was the toughest surgery he'd had in years, and the fact that it worked was a miracle in itself. Dr. Mack took a deep breath, shook his somewhat limp arms and legs, and spun out. "Hello doctor, was the surgery on our soldier a success? Are you his primary surgeon? How are you doing now? Are our servicemen past the point of danger?" Dr. Mack just walked out of the doorway, only to be immediately surrounded by reporters outside and taken aback. "Doctor, you must save our soldier. He was wounded trying to help his comrade block the knife. You have to save him." Hello everyone. This is Panda TV, exclusively reporting on the soldier you've been following, completing his surgery. Dr. Mack looked at the huge group of people, the shouts of concern in his ears, and the concerned faces, each with eyes full of anxiety, and was himself in a daze. What the hell is going on here? This is unprecedented attention. He had worked in the hospital for so many years, and this was something that had never happened before, even to some of the local dignitaries, and a lot of times, radio stations like Panda TV, for example, are more concerned about the heat of this news, and now he can see the concern that all these gossip journalists, in days gone by, had on their faces. This is something that has never happened in the past. Unbeknownst to Dr. Mack, Chen Jun's matter had festered, and everyone knew that there was a soldier who had used his own flesh and blood to block the murderer's sharp dagger for the sake of his comrade. And right now, the soldier is in the hospital, life or death unknown. The story has also sparked media attention, only this time the media is coming from a different place. In the past, the media was more interested in the heat of this story, trying to find ways to attract viewers' attention, but this time, they were spontaneously reporting the greatness of this soldier, because the military is the backbone of a country. Whether it is to fight floods and rescue, or in the front line to charge and kill the enemy, they are the group of people in the forefront. In times of peace, there is a greater need for hot-blooded soldiers like Chen Jun, a model for the times. Right now, there are many more on their way, and Chen Jun has been positioned as well. The power of the people in the new era. The theme of "You protect us, now it's up to us to guard you" is also expanding. Dr. Mu had been operating on Chen Jun, so of course he didn't know about these things. At this moment, he stood there with a puzzled expression, and as a result, before he could react, suddenly, a dozen bodyguards, all dressed in black suits, with slabs of hair on their heads and sunglasses on their faces, walked over with a cold face. Each and every one of them exuded a terrifying aura, and it was clear that none of them were ordinary people. A dozen or so bodyguards appeared and immediately crowded these people to the side, and all of a sudden, the scene was chaotic, and immediately behind these bodyguards were a bunch of middle-aged men and women with anxious faces. The women were graceful and elegant, the men were imposing, but all of them were full of anxiety, and their eyes were full of undisguised nervousness and fear. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The bodyguards drank in a cold voice, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. They are all retired military personnel. Those reporters usually move their mouths and pencils are okay. As for confrontation, how can they be their opponents? Soon the reporters were all pushed aside. Who is this? So bossy. Is being rich a big deal? That's too much. And there's no first come, first served. This is a hospital, not your home. This is nothing compared to our wounded servicemen and women. Being able to afford bodyguards is a big deal, isn't it? Film them and expose their identities. Being thought that they can do whatever they want just because they have a few stinking dollars. They are nothing in front of us soldiers. It was a crowded scene. What's more, originally, journalists are not a group of masters who can suffer, and they have cried out in righteous indignation. "Doctor, where is my son now? How's it going? I heard that he was stabbed, right?" The middle-aged man ignored the reporters who shouted curses, but looked at Dr. Mu anxiously, his eyes full of anxiety. That's the only son he has. In case, the middle-aged man didn't even dare to imagine it, while the middle-aged woman next to him had tears streaming down her face. Before Dr. Mako could reply, the crowd exploded. They are the families of soldiers. No wonder they are in such a hurry. We blame them. Here come the families of the soldiers. Get out of the way. Everyone hurry up and get out of the way. They deserve our respect. The crowd, which had been furious, quieted down when they realized that the middle-aged man and woman were the families of the injured soldiers. Anyone else, whose son was stabbed and is still lying in the hospital with his life and death unknown, would be anxious. Asterisk. Isn't he the richest man in Donghai City? Chen Jun? Suddenly, a surprised voice came from the crowd. The last report, the richest man's son joined the army. Is this the same soldier? Yes, that should be it. I recognize it. I happened to be there at the time. How much powerful ideological awareness is this, that the son of the richest man would choose to join the army, knowing that none of my sons would be willing to suffer such hardship as joining the army. This is definitely an example for the community. All of a sudden, those reporters got excited. Click, click, click. The video camera in his hand kept pressing the shutter. This is absolutely explosive news. Soon the news spread out again that the richest man's son had joined the army and was once again seriously injured for the sake of his comrades. This is a model for the times. A role model for the military. Chapter 56. It's the best of times. At this moment, an exciting piece of news was delivered on the Donghai City Radio News Channel. According to the latest news obtained by our station's reporter from the Central Military Hospital, the heroic soldier who blocked the knife for his comrades, which everyone is very concerned about, has been rescued by the help of all. After emergency rescue, he has been out of life-threatening danger and is undergoing the next step of recovery treatment. I would like to thank the people who have helped the heroic soldiers around us. Your help exemplifies what it means to be a military community. When they heard this, the people who had been following the situation of the Chun army couldn't help but cheer. Saved. Saved. He made it through. Great. I told you. It's definitely okay. It's definitely okay. So many people care about him. He must be able to feel it. Our soldiers will never fall so easily. I'm finally relieved and can go about my business without worrying. Otherwise, my heart is always unsettled. One by one, the populace was extremely agitated, and they had been praying for the safety of Chen Jun. As the reports against Chen Jun continued, they were shocked to find out that the soldier who had just gotten out of danger had another identity, and was actually a war hero who had been wounded in a heroic battle in Area 1 last time. The same soldier who had once caused a hot debate about the richest man's son joining the army. If the first time it was reported, it couldn't show anything. After all, that battle was far away from the beaten path, and many people still felt distant. But this time, it was happening right next to them. Can they be less touched? In Chen Jun's body, they saw that no matter what, as long as the country needed it, people of any status would carry steel guns onto the battlefield. For a time, whether in the news media of the major platforms, or in the streets, alleys, squares, tea houses, against the topic of Chen Jun, become the focus of the people's discussion. For the general public, this is the best time of their lives, as there is a constant influx of young generation soldiers like Chen Jun. Powerful social opinion is like a wave sweeping the whole country, especially after being on the hot search again. the impact is even greater. At this moment, the Ministry of Military Affairs Information Department, the head of the office, Director Wang, after finishing the things in his hands, opened the web page, and then saw the hot search about Chen Jun's matter. This was the first position in line, too eye-catching for Director Wang to see when he raised his eyes. As the head of the Office of Military Affairs Information Department, he is well aware of the complexity and diversity of modern society. Nowadays, society is very different from the past. In the past, those who joined the army were only the sons and daughters of better families who had the chance to do so. But nowadays, most of the children of good families have gone to universities and colleges, and only those young people who could not get into universities choose to join the army. As for those with very privileged families, such as the children of some rich people, they directly send their children to study abroad. Therefore, in the real world, it is rare for rich kids to go into the military. When Director Wang once again saw that the main character on the hot search was Chen Jun, his entire body stood up in excitement. That's him. It's already been reported once before, causing a strong social reaction, and now it's the second time. The second time, a soldier has been on the hot search twice in a row, which is something that has not been done in the past. This is an excellent opportunity for publicity. The son of the richest man has been meritorious in the army. This will wake up how many people? Let those who are part of the rich to see how to educate their children, but also let more young people in the society to see what the army is a place. What is the real comrades in arms? Director Wang keenly captured this point. If we can conduct a special interview with Chen Jun, combined with him as publicity, let him carry out publicity, then it will certainly inspire more young people to enter the army and join the team of building the army. Yes, it will surely set off a huge wave of enthusiastic enlistment. It can also inspire some high-level talent to enlist in the military. Director Wang was thrilled to think about it, and he immediately sat back down on his computer and logged into the exclusive file system to access the files about Chen Jun. He has that authority. As the head of the Office of the Military Affairs Information Department, Director Wang's rank had reached 12th grade, and those who had reached his level would have to take the initiative to salute even the boss of the picket department when they saw him. It's not even on the same level. After all, they are two different structures, one internal and one external. Externally more authoritative. Wang, director of a thought report down. The picket department boss will have to write 10,000 words report up. If the writing does not let him satisfied, but also have to go back and rewrite. Therefore, it is conceivable that all of Director Wang's powers are as great as they are. Soldiers from the Iron Fist Regiment. The Iron Fist Regiment is an old hero unit. No wonder it can produce such excellent soldiers. Call their principals over first and confirm. Director Wang inquired about the phone number of the head of the Iron Fist Corps and then made a call. The phone had just been connected, and before Director Wang could open his mouth, he heard a voice with anger saying, "Who?" Director Wang frowned. "I'm Wang Tao, the office director of the Military Affairs Information Department." The original angry voice, immediately lowered a bit, said, "Sorry chief, my attitude just now was not very good. I'm Kong Lei of the Iron District Regiment. My soldier was stabbed, and now the picket department is still coming to look for trouble with him. I'm not in a high enough position to get it done, and if he's disciplined, whoever dares later, I'll shoot him." Director Wang was startled and said, "Kong Lei, don't mess around. Where is your current location? I'll go over right away. I also want to talk to Chen Jun." Conley said, "Yes." It didn't take long for Director Wang to receive the locator sent by Conley. "Pickets, got nothing better to do is it? Such a good soldier. Looking for trouble with him. I'd like to see who gave them the guts." Director Wang walked out of the office quickly. At the moment, Conley was standing at the door of the meeting, and the picket department was waiting for him inside. Gong Arrow had been waiting for Kong Lei at the door, and when he saw Kong Lei walking over, he hurriedly saluted forward and whispered, "Chief, this is big trouble. The east window has come out." Kong Lei's face sank and he growled lowly, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What east window? Can you talk?" Gong Arrow's mouth twitched and said, "You're the boss. If you say it's not, it's not. The key is how to deal with it now. People are coming on strong. They don't give face to anyone. It's like lighting gunpowder. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to deal with this time." Conley said, "What all has come?" Gong Arrow's brows tightened as he said, "Captain Fong and a few other comrades from the picket department, as well as Thunderbolt Commando teams Lei Zhuan have also come." Listening to them, that kid Chen Jun even went to Wolfong to cause trouble? He really doesn't let people worry at all. Messing with the picket department is hard enough to deal with, and now he's even messing with the Thunderbolt Commandos as well. Chapter 57, Video Playback. Kong Lei stared at Gong Arrow and warned, "Gong Arrow, I'm telling you, no matter what others think of Chen Jun, but your kid's position must be firm. Understand? Yes. Gong Arrow saluted. He knew that Kong Lei was very Chen Jun and recognized him as a talent. Otherwise he wouldn't have directly asked him to be the company commander of the sharpshooters' 4th company. However, this one thing, Chen Jun this time stalled. Things are not estimated to be small. Just now Lei Jun, that face icy cold too. Gong Arrow was a man of understanding. Immediately thought of Lei War has been pursuing Anren, and Anren suddenly married Chen Jun. But, Kong Tuan, how did Chen Lian beat up Thunderbolt's men? How will this be explained later? Kong Lei's face sank as he cursed. Bull ******* beating them. That's because they're not as skilled as they should be, and they have the nerve to say that Chen Jun was trying to get back his comrades' relics. Is that wrong? That's right. Go in. These guys, each and every one of them is holding a chicken feather as an arrow. After saying that, Kong Lei directly pushed the door in. Gong Arrow, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. The Thunderbolt Commandos aren't as good as Chen Jun? What an international joke. The Thunderbolt Commandos were the ace commando team of the Wolf's Teeth Special Warfare Brigade, the elite of the elite special forces, the head of the Wolf's Teeth, all tagged by the Wolf's Teeth's Wolf's Head. Such a combat unit, which is extremely good in both maneuvers and actual combat, would not be able to handle the Chen army? Chen Jun is great. In the new recruits really cannot find a more colorful soldiers than him, but not to the extent that it can do over the special forces, and still kill the other side of the door. Gong Arrow shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Kong Lei is everything is good, but is too protective of the calf. His own soldiers absolutely cannot let people bully. But now things were alarming the pickets, and a bad handling of the situation would get Conley himself in big trouble. This is no joking matter. At first, after appointing Chen Jun as the commander of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, Gong Arrow made it a point to find out that Chen Jun was imperfect in terms of formalities. It wasn't a big deal, but if the pickets held on to it and convicted Conley of negligence, it would be enough for him to eat a pot. Now the pickets are clearly rushing Chen Jun, surely to uncover the problem. There is also Lei War also personally ran. This is not clearly together to join forces? Kong Lei's temper was so hot, it was possible that he might even slap the table during the interrogation later. At this moment, Kong Lei walked in and immediately saw Lei Battle as well as Captain Fong Tangjing and others from the picket line. To Lei Battle, Kong Lei did not care how powerful the other party was. It was also powerful in his territory. How to deal with Chen Jun? It was not something he could manage. After all, the Iron Fist Regiment and the Thunderbolt Commandos were two different lines. But the picket, Fong Tangjing, is very difficult to deal with. He is the White Helmet Captain, and whoever he stares at is in trouble. With the code name of White Impermanence, Conley didn't think the other man had come in person. When Fong Tangjing saw Kong Lei walk in, he immediately stood up, saluted and greeted each other. When the greeting was over, Fong Tangjing spoke. Kong Tuan, Chen Jun is your soldier, right? Conley nodded. That's right. What happened to him? Fong Tangjing coldly said. Let's look at the video first. With that, he tapped on the playback device that had been prepared. Soon, an image appeared on the screen of a uniformed Chen Jun taking off his uniform in front of everyone in the Thunderbolt Commando team, and pointing at the Thunderbolt people and calling them all cowards, before turning around and rushing into the jungle and disappearing. And the location there is in the gray area just outside of Area 1. Waiting for the video to finish playing, Fong Tangjing said, Kong Tuan, this soldier, I've been staring at him for a long time. No discipline in sight. Crossing the bottom line without authorization. This is a very serious breach of discipline. Just such a point, the picket line will be able to see him in full uniform to strip. Kong Regiment, I believe you should the seriousness of this matter. You are a veteran. Surely you know the importance of discipline in our troops. There are no rules. Can't square the circle. If every soldier is like him, the intention of the matter, are troops still how discipline can be said? How can we maintain a strong fighting force? Such a soldier rejoining the army must receive a heavy punishment. I thought that he wasn't going to come back, and that he would be disposed of as a deserter when some time had passed, but it turns out that he came back, and ended up going back to your Iron Fist Regiment. The Iron Fist Regiment is a veteran unit with a special honor. Doesn't the Kong Regiment know that accepting such a soldier will tarnish the honor of their Iron Fist Regiment? Fong Tangjing's voice was very icy. A big hat was directly deducted, saying that Chen Jun was a deserter, affecting the discipline of the troops, and that he must be heavily punished, and that he should be stripped of his uniform. Kong Lei's heart welled up a mass of anger. Hands are tightened fists. If it is not extremely hard to control their emotions, he now would have slapped the table. He didn't directly answer Fong Tangjing's question, but instead glanced at Lei Zhuan. Lei Zhuan noticed Kong Lei looking at himself and remained expressionless, saying nothing. When Kong Lei saw that Lei Battle didn't say anything, a look of disappointment immediately arose in his eyes towards him, And he said, Captain Lei, the reason why Chen Jun cursed. I'm afraid you should know better than anyone else, right? And the last time Chen Jun saved Violet, you were the one who ended up going to meet her. Chen Jun killed a number of militants. It's said that he's already killed more than hundreds of militants, and has become a famous ghost in the gray area. You know that, don't you? Lei Zhuan remained expressionless. If it was in the past, he would have admired Chen Jun because what he couldn't do, Chen Jun did, and in the capacity of an ordinary border guard. But when Yan Wang and the others said that Ran and Chen Jun had already received a license, he felt no need to say anything good for Chen Jun. Picket lines are sticky dog eyes, and whoever is targeted has to shed a layer of skin. Chen Jun was targeted by them. That was his bad luck. No one else was to blame. As for what Chen Jun did, it's one thing after another, and what's being discussed is a disciplinary matter, not a meritorious one. As Lei Zhuan thought of this, he glanced at Lei and said, Kong Tuan, I know you're siding with him, but let's be realistic. What's done is done. When Kong Lei heard Lei Battle's ambiguous answer, the anger in his heart grew even more, so he wanted to rush over and kick the other party a few times. What do you mean by being realistic and doing what is right? Aren't you making it clear that you are putting people in a position to be ambiguous? In the past, Kong Lei had kind of looked down on Lei Battle, thinking that this guy had a small amount of gas, and now it seemed to be true. Although Fan Tian Lei was always pitting himself, he was never ambiguous when it came to right and wrong, and definitely stood on the side of the warriors without giving people the cold shoulder. Kong Lei took a deep breath and said, I heard that you were the one who made the report about this incident afterward, as well as mentioning that you went to your Thunderbolt Raiders to cause trouble, right? Calmly steps in closer. Chapter 58 Trial of Chen Jun. Lei Zhuan didn't deny it and nodded his head. Yes, I'm following the procedure. There's nothing wrong with it, Kong Lei said. Is that so? I don't know what Captain Lei's report is about, but by good coincidence, I have a video here as well. Let's see if Chen Jun went to your Thunderbolt to cause trouble. With that, he walked over to the player, took out a flash drive and plugged it into the player, then tapped on the video. The video on the flash drive was passed to him by Enron. That day, Kong Lei called Chen Jun, who explained a little bit, while soon he received a video sent by Enron. Enron was a secret agent, knowing that making trouble at the Raiden Commando could be big or small, so he used the miniature video camera he carried with him to record the whole process, just for fear that one day Raiden would take this matter into his hands and not let it go. Now it's really being used. Soon, images of Chen Jun and the Thunderbolt Commandos and others appeared on the screen. From the time Chen Jun came in to deal with them and finally make the cut, Lei War saw the beginning of the brow could not help but frown. Even Fong Tangjing eyes are surprised. The first bout on the screen was a fighting bout between Chen Jun and Tian Lang, and in just less than 5 seconds, Tian Lang was knocked down by Chen Jun. It's the end of the line. When comparing the firearms, starting with disassembly and then assembly, Chen Jun's amazing technique made Yan Wang completely defeated. And in the 100-meter rapid fire, the Harley was likewise completely abused. And in the final long-range shooting, Yan Wang directly admitted defeat after seeing Chen Jun's shooting. Throughout the entire competition, Chen Jun absolutely dominated and crushed the entire Thunderbolt Commando team, giving them a vivid lesson. At the end of the day, Chen Jun was the one who earned the respect of everyone in the Thunderbolt Commandos before leaving. Where is this a disturbance? Anyone with eyes can't see that it was a total cutthroat game, and in the end the Raiders lost the whole game. Watching the video, Lei War's temples kept bulging. It's so humiliating. Thunderbolt Commandos, this is being shaved at the door. More let him spit blood. People put forward 3 projects, and Thunderbolt's people constantly add drama. There is also just the last even dare not challenge, but also very polite to send Chen Jun and Anran out. This is so humiliating. Waiting for people to come to the door to kick the house, and finally the signboards are demolished. You respectfully send people out. The face of this? The Thunderbolt Commandos have disgraced all of them. Ever since Lei Battle brought out the Thunderbolt Commandos, they were invincible, and now it was the time of the day when old wolf teeth like the one led by Staff Officer Fan didn't dare to take on their front. Now it's good that an unheard of border guard kid kills his way into their Thunderbolt base, and completely abuses them in fighting, shooting, and other programs. It's a barefaced slap in the face. Beating Lei Battle was dumbfounded, not daring to say a word. When we get back, let's see how I'm going to cut them down. Lei Zhuan was also a thick-skinned enough person, still not changing his face, sitting steadily like a Taishan. And Anran's kind of patronizing attitude towards Chen Jun gave Lei Zhuan a feeling like green grass growing over his head. Green and lush. Anran had really changed. She had never seen her treat a man like this before, and it was obvious that she had a special meaning for Chen Jun in it. Lei Zhuan didn't think he was a careful person, generous, Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to endure so many years of Anrun ignoring him. But now under his clenched fists, the veins in his arms rippled. However, it was no wonder that Lei War's heart burned with anger. The Thunderbolt commando team he led was abused by the other side, and he also scooped up the woman he liked. It's the same as ruining his career and taking away his love. I'm really not a careful person myself, but can this be tolerated? And Fong Tangjing, who was sitting next to him, was amazed in his heart after watching the whole video. Thunderbolt Commando's power. Fong Tangjing is very clear. If they say they are the second commando team of Wolverine's strength, then no one dares to say they are the first, even if it is put into the country's major commando teams to compare. The Thunderbolt commando team is also a team that kills into the top 10. Such a strong team was pressurized by Chen Jun alone, and fought to the point that they all admired it. The strength of the Chen army can be imagined, and he was just a new recruit who had been in the army for less than 6 months. Fong Tangjing really couldn't figure it out. How could this kid become so powerful in such a short period of time? And after the other party had separated from the army, he had still made it a point to investigate how Chen Jun had performed in the recruit company. Chen Jun's test results were very bad, the company to the bottom of the pile, but also over the years in the training of new recruits, the worst results. And in the report that Lei War wrote to him, it was written that the Chen Jun Thunderbolt commandos had caused a disturbance and forcibly taken away the relics of his comrades. This clearly does not match the images in the video. Fong Tangjing was silent for a moment, stood up and said, Kong Tuan, no matter what, he a regular trooper, barging into a special forces base to cause trouble, it is already against the rules. Plus he took off his uniform before and disappeared for a month. This month no one knows what happened in his body. It's possible that he didn't defect, but it's also possible that he defected to some kind of power, something that there's no evidence of at this point, and he's not suspected. As a soldier, obedience is a vocation. If everyone is like him, what discipline is there in the army to speak of? And as a soldier who once ran away, he has to go through an approval and investigation if he wants to rejoin the army. Kong Tuan, why was Chen Jun able to enter your Iron Fist regiment after he came back? Without any approval? Don't you suspect his identity at all? This is a violation. So, I see you have a problem as well and need to make a deep examination. As the captain of the picket, Fong Tangjing was not afraid of offending anyone. So what if Kong Tuan's rank was higher than his own? The division of labor was different. He had the power to picket, and everyone was equal before discipline. Fong Tangjing knew that Kong Lei was a calf protector, so this time he also came to knock it out. Grass. Kong Lei was furious and slapped his hand on the countertop, shaking the entire countertop. In addition to a hard fist, a soldier must have blood. Without it, he is a goon. He went to Thunderbolt and only wanted to get back his comrades' relics. What's wrong with that? Open your mouth and say he has a problem. What's the problem? If you have evidence, you bring it out. Kong Lei stared at Fong Tangjing. Fong Tangjing said indifferently, the matter of his comrade in arms has not yet been finalized. He himself has not given a clear explanation. On what basis can he take those things? As for the evidence, if he really betrayed the country, I will be able to find it sooner or later. Boo! Conley screwed up his fists and slammed them hard on the countertop. The thick solid wood countertop looked like it was about to be smashed apart, and because of the excessive force, Conley's fists were bursting with blood. For a moment, Conley's fists dripped with blood as he couldn't help but growl lowly. Officer Fong, do you realize that while you were here discussing how to try Chen Jun, do you know what he did? Chapter 59, Wang Tao's Anger. The small universe in Conley's heart completely exploded. Chen Jun almost lost his life trying to save Shirguo Banzai, and here these guys were doubting his motives, his character, and even his loyalty to the country, and wanted to put him on trial. Kong Lei could endure anything, but this? Absolutely not. His snarling voice rang out in the conference room. Do you know that Laozi's soldiers? While you were discussing how to judge him, he went to visit his wounded comrade. A killer suddenly appeared. He used his body to help his comrade block the knife. His life was in danger. The people of the whole city, in order to save him, put down their hands and work, and have come out on the street to open up a road for him. All the major news media are reporting that this is the people's revolution for a new era, and that it is the Chen army that has ignited all the people, triggering their hearts and making them feel what it means to be a contemporary soldier. Where were you all at that time? Why don't you guys go find the killer? But here you are trying to judge him. Mad. I'll go to my superiors to complain about you even if I don't become a soldier. Who do you think you're doing by sitting here all high and mighty? If you have the ability, you guys go find the enemy to fight. Nothing else, but one thing after another against his own people. How many times have I emphasized that in that situation? He was temporarily taking off his uniform for the sake of his comrades and pursuing the enemy. What's wrong with him? What's wrong is that he doesn't want to die. He doesn't care about anything. How many other bloodthirsty soldiers like him can there be in the army nowadays? Swish! Kong Lei pointed at Lei Battle and cursed. You Thunderbolt commandos are in charge of support, so why did you go late? If you had arrived earlier, would that tragedy have happened? Why? You didn't give a single explanation. Squad leader Shikoku is on disability. Has any one of you raiders ever bothered to look at him until now? No. Are you Thunderbolt commandos any good? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the point of fighting when you can't even make people? Wolfhead isn't here today. If he was, I'd go out of my way to ask him how he leads his soldiers. And Captain Lei, I know you like Enron and Violet, but my instructor, Gong Arrow, he does too. Kong Lei's words came out of nowhere, which caused Gong Arrow, who was standing to the side, to swish his face black. That's a quick turn of phrase, isn't it? Why did you suddenly mention this? It's so embarrassing. Kong Lei didn't care so much and yelled, like it or not, but you have to distinguish between public and private. One size fits all. Chen Jun is now Gong Arrow's company commander. Did he say anything? No, because this is a matter for the troops and has nothing to do with individuals. He fully cooperates with Chen Jun's work to catch the company's training. Captain Lei, don't you special forces have to have balls first and foremost? What's the point of bringing personal emotions? You don't even get it right. You don't distinguish between public and private. No wonder the Thunderbolt commando team you brought out is so bad. You don't even dare to admit when you've done something wrong. Lei Zhuan swished to his feet, his face turning blue as he said, Nonsense, Kong Tuan. Watch what you say and be responsible for your words. Kong Lei snorted coldly. Did I say anything wrong? Aren't you just upset that Chen Jun and Anren got married? Snap! Lei Zhuan slammed the table, his eyes filled with anger. Kong Tuan, don't say those boundless things. Chen Jun help others to block the knife. That's his skill is not good. What he does not directly the assassin. Kong Li grimaced. Boo! Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and a thumping voice cried out. I'll tell you why. Fong Tangjing, Lei Zhuan, and the others immediately turned to look over, and immediately saw a man with a shoulder badge carrying the rank of 12 stars walk in. This is the absolute bigot, Director Wang. Fong Tangjing hurriedly stood up. He was afraid of no one but Wang Tao. The pickets are to catch the internal discipline of the troops. Which soldier, which officer violates the discipline? They catch them all, without giving any face, without fear of any resistance. They have the imperial sword in their hands. Director Wang is different. He is not only external, but also internal. Both hands are hard, especially in the area of ideological education. That's a top priority. Your ability is not good. The work did not do a good job. That is the problem of business ability. Can slowly improve, but once said to be the thinking out of the problem, then the problem can be a big one. A random deduction for lack of ideological and political awareness can definitely bring you down. Fong Tangjing immediately saluted. Director Wang, what brings you here? Director Wang said with an expressionless face. I've been listening at the door for a while now. That Chen Jun, he did just save his comrade from serious injuries. As for why he didn't take out the killers, it's because the incident was sudden. He didn't arrive when the killers had already made their move. And the most crucial point is that he didn't want the assassin to hurt the fetus in the abdomen of his comrade's wife. With that, he looked towards Lei War. Are you satisfied with my answer? Where did Lei Zhuan dare to say that he was not satisfied? And immediately stood and tensed his body with a look of being trained. For this Director Wang, Lei War is very clear. Not to mention he came, even if it is the wolf head to see have to be careful treatment. Do not dare to have the slightest negligence. But it made Lei Zhuan strange. How did Director Wang focus on Chen Jun's matter? Director Wang turned his head to Fong Tangjing and said, the purpose of our troops is to serve the people wholeheartedly. We cannot let the masses suffer a single injury, even if it costs us our lives. As for being in the gray area, taking off your uniform and going after the enemy, that's to avenge your comrades, not individuals. Why are our troops invincible? It is because our troops have a group of warriors who can put their lives on the line for their comrades, and no matter what time it is, they think of their comrades first, not themselves. Chen Jun pursued the enemy and ended up killing quite a few of them. Such behavior, I think, is a reflection of the bloodthirsty nature that our contemporary soldiers have gradually lost. Shouldn't such a soldier be worthy of praise? Don't you think so? This, Fong Tangjing hesitated. No matter what, Chen Jun practice is a violation of the law. How? Also praised? Director Wang saw Fong Tangjing hesitate. His face swish a bit cloudy. Chided, Officer Fong, I think you have a problem with the mind. You grasp the rules and regulations. I grasp the mind. The mind has a problem. Everything is off. Chen Jun's matter I will deal with it. You go back to me to write 10,000 words. No, 100,000 words. Starting from each task you perform, give me a detailed writing, a detailed analysis, 100,000 words, not a word less, and in 10 days, you will deliver them to my office in person. Fang Tongjing's face swished. A 100,000 word analysis could be a novel if you could write it. He wouldn't just admit it. Chapter 60, Visitation. The best exemplar. Fang Tongjing wouldn't just admit it. Director Wang, Comrade Chen Jun's situation is rather special, and I haven't forgotten the soldier's tenet of serving the people wholeheartedly, but the two aren't in conflict, and from what we've grasped, he has indeed violated discipline. Discipline is the yardstick for troops to form a fighting force. If discipline is lax, the mind will also be affected. I think that Comrade Chen Jun has certain problems in his ideological awareness, Fang Tongjing argued. Not for anything else. If you really let Director Wang think he has a problem with his own thinking, then the trouble will be big. Writing a 100,000 word report. That's all small potatoes. Director Wang was silent for a moment, casually took out his cell phone, then clicked on a video and handed it to Fang Tongjing. Look at it yourself. See what Chen Jun is. His ideology is not high, yours is high. Saying that, he also looked at Lei Zhuan. Watching together? Thunderwar had the great sense to lean over and look at the screen of his cell phone. When the video opened, a striking headline popped up. The son of the richest man in Donghai City joins the army and is injured again. Below the headline was the enlarged headshot of Chen Jun. The son of the richest man in Donghai City. What's the situation? Chen Jun is the son of the richest man in Donghai City? Lei Zhan and Fang Tongjing were both a bit confused. The two of them know very well what society is today. In the inherent concept, it is often the children who do not study well will be in the military, which is why most of the enlistment is some junior high school students, high school graduates of the young. As for college students, accounted for the proportion is very small. As the son of the richest man in a provincial capital city like Donghai City, such a super rich kid would become a soldier? Would rush to the front line of battle to fight the enemy? This was something that was hard to understand in the eyes of normal people, and the same was true in the eyes of Lei Zhuan and Fang Tongjing. The comments underneath the video are blowing up. The richest man's son is a soldier, and he's gone to the front line to fight the enemy. Brothers, what else do we have to say? This is the best of times. The best model. Damn. I'm not even close to him. It's a pity that I'm past the age of enlistment now, or I'd go into the army too. The son of the richest man has this kind of ideological awareness and rushes to the forefront. The old man is still decadent in the game world. Soldiers, when does the draft start? I want to sign up. Silently manning the broom and watching the gnawing sun, Fang Tongjing looked at a comment below. His face was hot, and he felt a pair of slaps constantly smacking him in the face. He now finally understood why Director Wang was furious. People are setting an example, and they are going against it, finding faults in each other's bodies, and their thinking is not faulty. What is it? The son of the richest man in Donghai City, such a super rich second generation are enlisted in the army. How much ideological awareness must be required? Director Wang continued. I specifically checked. The Chen family has been in the military for 3 generations. What ideological awareness do you need? People are perfectly capable of inheriting billions of family assets, picking up internet stars, driving luxury cars, cruise ships, and living a life of fine clothes and food. Why do they want to be soldiers and throw their heads into the blood, instead of forced conscription? Our country is based on the principle of voluntarism, and people are perfectly capable of just enjoying themselves or even moving overseas. Are you trying to chill their hearts? Try judging him and see. Officer Fang, it's not that I'm threatening you, I'm saving you. As soon as this report of yours goes out, you'll have to roll up your blanket tomorrow. You're doing it to the people. Fang Tongjing's heart was like splashing a pot of cold water, making him immediately wake up, salute, and said, yes, thank you Director Wang for mentioning. I nearly made a big mistake. I'll go back now and write a 100,000 word review. No, 200,000 words. Give me half a month's time. Director Wang nodded, then turned his head to Lei Zhuan and said, Captain Lei, what do you think? Lei Zhuan felt like he had been bludgeoned by a million points. What do you think? Lousy is not Yuan Fang. Lei Zhuan subconsciously said. Director Wang, I didn't mean it that way. Besides, I don't have the authority to punish him, do I? With Director Wang, who is the big man who catches ideas? Here, pickets have to be shunned, not to mention others. Lei Zhan is not the kind of person whose brain lacks strings, and knows that at this time, if he grasps it again, he will surely be in bad luck as well. This time the disgrace is really big. Director Wang waved his hand and said, alright, I know that Captain Lei is a good comrade. Go back and write a 10,000 word ideological report. In addition, Tell your wolf head that I will be going to Wolf Teeth in the near future to conduct a military ideological education, so that he can prepare for it. Lei Zhuan's legs shivered and he barely managed to stand still. It's over. This would definitely skin him if Wolf Head knew that he was the one who pulled the trouble. Who the hell doesn't know that conducting ideological education is the biggest headache? If this comes to Wolf's Teeth to carry out education, the follow-up is a bunch of work, and Wolf's Head is definitely nervous. Lei Zhuan had a feeling of wanting to cry. He could already imagine the wolf's head on fire after hearing the news. Lei Zhuan didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately saluted Director Wang, saying, Director Wang, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to the army first. Go on. Yes. Lei Zhuan quickly left with a few people. Where did Feng Tangjing and the others dare to stay longer? They also followed. At once, only Conley and the others were left in the conference room. Director Wang looked at Kong Lei, who froze there, and said, Is your hand alright? Forget it. Let's go see Chen Jun together and bandage it when we get to the hospital. Conley said excitedly. Yes. He really did not expect Director Wang to step in and put this down. Otherwise, according to the way the pickets used to handle, Chen Jun must be very troublesome, or maybe really have to take off the uniform. And in the system of the army, it was the line of the General News Service that was able to hold down the picket gang. This time, Director Wang stepped in and suppressed it, and the picketers should not come back to Chen Jun's trouble in the future. If Director Wang did things in a thunderous manner, he followed Kong Lei and the others and quickly went to the hospital to visit Chen Jun. When they arrived at the hospital and went to the entrance of the inpatient department, they found a large group of people blocking the entrance, all of them wanting to enter to see Chen Jun. Are you here to see the wounded hero too? Yes, to show my heart, to look at it. I'm down to earth. Here are the flowers he prepared, wishing him a speedy recovery. This is my home-raised local chicken. It has been killed. It's especially tonic. It's the only way to show it. This fruit is extra fresh, and drinking it in juice is best for healing. Director Wang and Kong Lei, who came from behind, were at the back of the line and couldn't even squeeze in. Director Wang said with heartfelt emotion, This paradigm is wonderful. I'm in the right place. Kong Lei looked at Director Wang a bit suspiciously. How did he feel that it wasn't that simple for him to come here? Chapter 61, Director Shepard worships the master. Conley was a little apprehensive, because on Director Wang's face, it made Kong Lei think of the same expression that Fan Tianlei had when he saw a good seedling. It's almost like a weasel seeing a chicken coop. No ing way. If he digs someone up, the gods can't stop him. Conley suddenly felt bad all over. Director Wang's strong just now. Kong Lei is witnessed. Feng Tangjing, such a person, was properly subdued by him. Even a fart did not dare to put. Originally to clean up Chen Jun, but the result came to collect 200,000 words of the report. That's how strong Director Wang is. As for Lei, war is even worse. 10,000 words of the report, not to mention, so that the whole wolf teeth have to engage in ideological education. All that work don't bother you. It's more torturous than running an annual military exercise. And it's a time when I guess the wolf's head is going to go numb. Is it difficult for such a bull to dig up a soldier? No one dares to stop. The bottom line is that anyone who goes to the General News Service knows that it's not much different than flatlining. The more Conley thought about it, the more uneasy his heart became. The two finally squeezed to the door, but could not get in. The medical staff said too many people. The patient at this time is not suitable for too many people to visit. Director Wang directly said to Kong Lei, Kong Tuan, there's someone of yours inside, right? Have him come out and fetch us in. Originally, Kong Lei was still pondering whether or not to just let it go, but when he heard Director Wang say this, he could only be pulling out his cell phone to call Anren. This is Kong Lei. What's the situation with Chen Jun now? I'm at the downstairs gate of the hospitalization department. Can't even get in. Enron said, I'll go down and get you. Conley lowered his voice and said, there's no rush. I'll have a little something going on here. With that, he covered the end of his cell phone and turned to Director Wang. Director Wang, do you have a 24-hour nucleic acid certificate? Need this. Director Wang froze and said, need this? So troublesome? Isn't it already solved? At this moment, Chen Jun, who was in the rehabilitation ward, did not know that Director Wang, such a big shot, had come to visit him, and was utilizing the hacker's medical technique to harmonize the tendons and bones of his entire body and accelerate his physical recovery. One could only see Chen Jun's fingers constantly pointing around his body while Dr. Mu and the others stood next to him. Watching carefully, Chen Jun merged his fingers together, forming hand blades that fell onto the shoulders, chest, abdomen, legs and other parts of the body, while the tendons and bones vibrated along with the fall of the hand blades. How effective Dr. Mack and the others didn't know, but if he knocked back and forth like this, his whole body must have been in severe pain. knowing that Chen Jun had just finished a major surgery, and moving his wounds would cause severe pain. Chen Jun looked past his expressionless face, and hardened the intense pain that arose and forced it down. Such willpower is terrible. If it were any other patient, he would have been lying motionless in the hospital bed, wishing to turn into a wooden man. Dr. Mu couldn't help but ask, Chen Jun, will you hurt the wound by doing this? It will be very troublesome if it shakes and cracks. After all, the wound area has only begun to heal, and vibration at this time of year can easily open up the wound, leading to secondary injuries and aggravation of the injury. Because of this, exercise is usually not appropriate after a patient has undergone major surgery and bed rest is required. Chen Jun said indifferently, no problem. I am performing the tendon and bone harmonization and the 5 elements qi and blood piercing technique, which can quickly recover my injuries. Dr. Mu looked at Chen Jun in surprise, his heart appalled. Previously, he was only skeptical because the technique was very similar to the one described in the book, and now that it was confirmed from Chen Jun, Dr. Mu was still shocked beyond belief. There really is such a thing. After about 5 minutes, Chen Jun stopped moving. Dr. Mack said hastily, I'll examine you. Chen Jun nodded. After the muscles and bones were harmonized, Chen Jun felt that the qi and blood in his body had recovered a lot, and his qi was no longer as weak as it was originally. He had a feeling that if he continuously used this combination of treatments, even if he didn't use drugs on his body, he would be able to recover from his injuries in a short period of time. Hacker medicine is really bull. At this moment, Dr. Mack began to conduct a thorough examination of Chen Jun. Heartbeat normal. Blood pressure normal. Dr. Mack used image molding to conduct an in-depth examination of the wound, and about 5 minutes later, after a comparative analysis of the picture formed from the wound and the original wound picture, he was horrified to find that the injury was 30% better. This is more than 4 times as fast a recovery as normal. It's horrible. If Dr. Mako hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it was true. He had never seen such a horrifying recovery speed in most of his life in medicine. Without the aid of drugs, just relying on the stimulation of the body's tendons and bones, qi and blood, he was able to achieve such a recovery effect, which could simply be described as a miracle. No wonder that in ancient times, even without all kinds of advanced equipment, there were quite a few success stories when it came to treating serious injuries. The ancients never deceived the future generations. At the same time, what surprised Dr. Mu was how you, a soldier who fought in the war, still knew such a high level of medical skills yourself. He had delved into the ancient Chinese medicine. This discipline is very difficult to get started. Need a lot of experience accumulation. In a short period of time it is difficult to have great achievements. Unlike the Western medicine, as in the medical school, a few years of study will be able to master. Chen Jun was so young. Where did he find the time to learn? Plus these techniques have been lost. How did he know about them? Dr. Mu took a deep breath and suppressed the curiosity in his heart as he looked at Chen Jun and said, your injuries are recovering very well. As long as you don't engage in strenuous exercise, there won't be much of a problem. Chen Jun nodded and said, thank you, Director Mu. Dr. Mack said, you're welcome. In fact, I didn't have much of a role to play. It was mainly by your self-help that you saved yourself. He hesitated. When you get well and want to change your job position, you can come to our hospital. The military hospital's comprehensive strength ranks in the top 10 in the country and has a great reputation internationally. Don't waste this medical skill. Dr. Mu paused for a moment and then said, if you come to our hospital, I can assure you that you will receive the best training here, the best treatment. There will be a house dedicated to you, and your combined income will not be lower than 500,000 yuan per year. As he spoke, he suddenly couldn't go on. Dr. Mack just realized that Chen Jun is the son of the richest man in the world. He'll be short of money for the house. Short of money? There's no shortage of money. You said that these conditions were very generous in the eyes of others, but to Chen Jun, they were not worth mentioning at all. In the end, Dr. Mack said with a bit of embarrassment, how about this? I'll worship you as my master. Can you pass on the traditional craft to me? The assistant doctor next to him was so confused that he wondered if his ears were out of order. Director Mu just threw the olive branch to each other when the assistant doctors are feeling very surprised. After all, this is the comprehensive strength ranked in the country's top 10 big hospitals. Want to come in here as a doctor at least are graduate students. Even so, it is also to start from the most basic assistant. Listening to the meaning of the director of Mu is to directly let Chen Jun be a doctor here. Which is something that has never been done in the hospital. Now, Director Mako even wants to learn from him? Crazy. Chapter 62, it's impossible to inherit the family's fortune before a comrade's revenge is avenged. The other assistant doctors around the room were confused. Director Mu is the first knife in the hospital, and among all the doctors, the one with the most seniority and the highest medical skills. He is well known not only in the country but even abroad. Every year, many people who study medicine come to pay homage to him. When have I ever seen him ask for advice from others? And it was a young soldier who had to pay homage to him. This is incredible. However, it was not their fault. They did not have Director Mu's eyesight to see the uniqueness of Chen Jun's set of treatment techniques. This is why the world has always said that there are often 1,000 horse, but not often bull. After mastering the hacker's medical art, Chen Jun was arguably the top medical expert in the world today. At this moment, Dr. Mu looked at Chen Jun expectantly. Chen Jun didn't expect Director Mu to put down his identity and pay homage to himself. To Chen Jun, he didn't mind if more people learned this medical art. After all, it was saving lives, and the more people who mastered it, the better. Director Mu, can my class president's leg be picked up? Maybe I can open up the tendons and meridians in his leg and resume walking. Dr. Mack was stunned and surprised. That's okay? Chen Jun said. Theoretically, it is possible. As long as the qi and blood are unimpeded, it will naturally be able to break through the problem of atrophy and occlusion in the tendons and veins. Dr. Mack was silent for a while, and shook his head helplessly. Shirgua's squad leader had a section of his right leg amputated. It's impossible. The injuries were too severe at the time. And it's all necrotic. Chen Jun's eyes reddened. If he obtained this ability earlier, perhaps the class president would not be like this. It's done and there's nothing more that can be done, Director Shepard said. Chen Jun looked at Director Mu and said, Director Mu, I can teach you my techniques. As for worshipping, forget it. I hope you can help more people. Director Mu was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly took a step backward and bowed to Chen Jun, saying, I thank you on behalf of those patients. You are of high moral character. For such a precious traditional craft, who learns immediately can be wealth freedom, so it is not a prototypal. Their closest people, generally will not be taught, especially in this modern society of impatience. Chen Jun was able to give such a generous grant, and the breadth of his mind could be imagined. Director Mu, this technique of mine is all about eye power, hand power, not just traditional craftsmanship, but also strong hands to reach the peak. You may learn up to 30%, Chen Jun said. After all, Director Mu is older, the physical quality to keep up, and the sin is regulating the 5 elements of qi and blood art is the need for strength to assist. Don't look at Chen Jun in the performance, seemingly did not use too much strength. In fact, the power are in the instantaneous outbreak, to achieve the effect of stimulation. Director Mu did not have enough strength right now, but of course his eyesight was still there, which was why Chen Jun said he could learn 30%. Of course, after you master these 30%, you can pass it on to other young people. Director Mu nodded and said, Enough, it's just a pity that you don't work as a doctor. Otherwise, you could definitely be renowned all over the world and become a generation of famous doctors. Director Mu, you know, my ambition is not here, Chen Jun said. Understood. Director Mu chatted with Chen Jun for a while and then left, waiting for Chen Jun to recover a little more before coming over to learn this craft from him. After about half an hour, Kong Lei knocked on the door and walked in, without Director Wang behind him. Director Wang is scheduled for nucleic acid. As soon as Kong Lei came in, he saw Chen Shan, the richest man in Donghai City, and a graceful woman, Lu Hong, as well as An Ran, all surrounding Chen Jun. Chen Jun said to his father, Dad, it's impossible to retire from the army and come home to inherit the family fortune without avenging my comrade's death. Chen Shan looked at his son with an embarrassed face. He was the one who forced his son to become a soldier in the first place. In addition to hoping that he would change all his problems, he also hoped that he would be able to build a career in the army so that he could fulfill his old man's wish. But who would have thought that in less than 2 months, Chen Jun would have already been seriously injured twice and almost lost his life? Chen Shan was shocked. He wanted his son to be successful in the army, but he did not want him to fight for his life. This is his only son. If he sacrifices, who will inherit such a big family business? That's why the idea of asking Chen Jun to apply for retirement earlier was born. But Chen Jun refused. Chen Shan is a person with blood. Chen Jun wants to avenge his comrades. That is no excuse. His own old father, who was a soldier, surely also support. He also does not want his son to be so lost. Last time, Chen Jun disappeared for a month, and the troops all said that they had been sacrificed, causing both of them to nearly collapse. It was good that Chen Jun came back alive in the end so they could see hope again. But what happened? This time, they almost lost their lives again. How can a parent not be worried? Son, this time mom is on your father's side. Let's retire and go home. We're not going to be in this army anymore, or else you'll really lose your life, Lu Hong said. Chen Jun said, No, Mom and Dad, you don't have to say anymore. This is my own matter. I'll make my own decisions. The two old men looked at Chen Jun being so determined, and for a moment, they actually did not know what to say. Finally, Chen Shan sighed and said, "If you really can't do it, it's fine if you don't retire." Yuan and Ran room together. Give Lao Zi a grandchildren out. Lao Zi cultivate by himself. You love to do whatever you want. Lao Zi no longer care about you. Ah. Enran was caught off guard and lost her voice. A small smile appeared at the corner of Conley's mouth and he coughed softly. It was only then that Chen Shan and the others noticed Kong Lei walk in. "Hello you guys. You are Chen Jun's parents, right? I'm Chen Jun's tea leader, Kong Lei, here to take a look at him." Kong Lei took the initiative to introduce himself. Chen Shan is also from the military. A look at Kong Lei's shoulder insignia immediately recognized. Hurriedly and enthusiastically said, "Hello Kong Regiment, how are you? Hard work, but also let you personally run a trip." Kong Lei said, "This is how it should be. Chen Jun is a good comrade, a benchmark for our soldiers. I can be proud after such a soldier." Chen Shan immediately put on a smile, hearing Kong Tuan say that. As an old son, of course he was happy, but this child is also a bit unsettling, Chen Shan said. Kong Lei of course understood Chen Shan's thoughts. Human nature. If he was the other party, he would most likely do the same. So there didn't say anything more and turned his head to look at Chen Jun. "Chen Jun, how do you feel now?" Chen Jun said, reporting to the chief. "It's fine." Conley laughed out loud. "I'm relieved to hear your neutral voice. A comrade from the Ministry of Military Affairs will be looking for you later, asking you to retire somewhere, and promotion is quite fast. Do you want to think about it?" When Chen Shan heard this, he immediately clapped his hands and said, "This is good. There is no need to retire, and there is no danger. It is most suitable for Chen Jun to go now." It left Conley speechless for a moment. How could the richest man be so arbitrary? Chen Jun firmly said, "I won't think about it. I want to avenge my squad leader. I want to avenge my comrades." When Conley heard this, an excitement appeared in his eyes. He had found the answer he wanted. "You guys talk it over, and I'll pick up my comrades from the Military Affairs Department." After saying that, Kong Lei went to find Director Wang. Chapter 63, Soldiers, Never Stars. When Lu Hong heard that Chen Jun could go to such a good place, she started to persuade Chen Jun again, saying that if Chen Jun went there, he could not think about having a child for a while. But no matter what she said, Chen Jun just wouldn't let go, which made her so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. "Son, even if you don't think about yourself, think about Mom, okay? If you want to avenge your comrades, for the squad leader, Mom won't stop you. But this must take time. You go to the Ministry of Military Affairs. There will be the same opportunity in the future. If you have a shortcoming, how can you let me and your father live in the future? How about this? Just do what your father just said. You hurry up and have a child with Anran so that we can have something to count on. And then you just let go and go ahead," Lu Hong said with a clench of her teeth. Anran's face swished and turned red again. Why did she bring up this matter again? It was at this time that Director Wang and Kong Lei walked in. Anran immediately saluted forward when he saw the other party and said, "Good day, Chief." She knows Director Wang, an absolute big shot. Kong Lei has to salute when he sees him. And this is not the most critical. Director Wang grasps the ideological education of the troops, and the power in his hands is too great. This is the kind of big shot that picketers wouldn't dare mess with. She didn't expect that it was Director Wang who personally came to visit Chen Jun. The degree of importance really wasn't generally small. Chen Shan was equally polite when he met Director Wang. After everyone greeted each other briefly, Director Wang walked towards Chen Jun. When Chen Jun wanted to get up and salute, he was stopped by Director Wang, saying, "Not bad. You're the most ideologically aware soldier I've ever seen. Being the son of the richest man, joining the army to kill the enemy, taking off your uniform for your comrades, chasing down the enemy, and now blocking the knife for your comrades. This is the best soldier I've ever seen." This made Chen Jun sound a little touched. Director Wang said, "Before coming here, while lining up, I had already applied to the Department of Military Affairs for a second-class merit for you, and the higher-ups had already approved it." Following that, he said solemnly, given that Comrade Chen Jun stepped forward at the moment when his comrade was in crisis, disregarding his own life to save his comrade and save a family, which has caused a strong resonance in the society and has become a typical example of the new era. The Ministry of Military Affairs has decided in deliberation to grant an individual a second-class merit medal, hoping that in the days to come you'll continue to fulfill a soldier's oath of honor to valiantly kill and defend the country. After saying that, Director Wang took out a small delicate red box from his pocket, and when he opened it, there was a golden second-class merit badge lying inside. Director Wang said, "Comrade Chen Jun, now the young generation, like you have such a high ideological awareness of young people in, really not many, is few and far between. Originally to you set up the military service. Broken to promote as a lieutenant or not become a problem. But you are not now the Department of Military Affairs. As long as you go to the Department of Military Affairs, I will immediately apply for you to apply for the rank of a lieutenant to start. Director Wang's burst of fierce as a tiger's operation made Kong Lei, who was standing to the side, look dumbfounded. He had long guessed that Director Wang wanted to poach people, but did not think it would be so ruthless. Only less than an hour's work, directly cross-departmental to get a second-class merit for Chen Jun, but also promised a lieutenant to start. This a normal young soldier. Who can carry it? If it was a young Conley definitely moved. Now Kong Lei was a bit worried. Could Chen Jun hold back? On the other hand, Anren's mouth was wide open. If she didn't remember correctly, this was Chen Jun's second-class merit. While she had been a soldier for so many years, she had only taken it once. Director Wang continued, causing an explosion of public opinion in society, leading young people in the right direction. For you who's who, you just have to go. Immediately ushered in applause and flowers. I want to build you into a model soldier of the new era, the biggest star of the Yenghua, so that young people will worship you and learn from you. This is going to have a very positive effect on the building of our force, and I'm sure it will have a major impact on your life in the future if you take this step. Our troops need more good soldiers like you. Come on, military affairs is definitely a place where you can shine. Promise him, son, Chen Shan said excitedly from the side. When Chen Shan asked Chen Jun to become a soldier, it was because he wanted to change his bad habits. Now Chen Shan has completely changed, fighting bravely on the battlefield to kill the enemy. Hot-blooded, more courageous than his old man back then. Now it even alarmed the big brother of the Ministry of Military Affairs to come and prepare to make him a model soldier of the new era. This is something that honors the ancestors. Chen Shan now wanted to go back and burn incense to his ancestors, and then tell Chen Jun's grandfather that his grandson Chen Jun had made a name for himself and made a name for himself. When Lu Hong heard Director Wang praising his son one after another, and wanting to make him a role model for the army and the biggest star in the country, she suddenly had the feeling of a dream. Is this your own son? When he was first sent to the army, Lu Hong was worried that he wouldn't be able to hold out, and even mentally prepared his son to be a deserter. But now, in the blink of an eye, the son has become a hero, a Ming, that young people all over the country want to learn from. Lu Hong was so excited that she couldn't hold back her hot tears. Son, listen to mom, listen to the chief, go with him, Lu Hong said. At this moment, Kong Lei was straining his heartstrings, looking at Chen Jun with deadly eyes. He was worried. What if Chen Jun couldn't resist the pressure and agreed to go to the Ministry of Military Affairs? That's a place where there's no return. It was rare for Conley to meet such a good soldier, and he wanted him to bring out more excellent soldiers, so it would be a pity if he left. What's more, in the future, Chen Jun could definitely join the special forces, or he could likewise make a big splash and accomplish something. Definitely no worse than going to the Ministry of Military Affairs, and perhaps go even farther. Now it was up to Chen Jun to choose. Chen Jun received the medal. The laughter of his comrades flashed through his mind, as well as the appearance of his squad leader. But Scorpion's arrogant appearance suddenly appeared in his mind. He's going to kill the squad leader. No, I'm not going. Real soldiers are never stars. They are silent and nameless guardians. Heroes aren't even. If I become one, I'm sorry for my fallen comrades, and the martyrs who have made a greater contribution in the past. Chief, thank you for your regard for me. I'm not going to the Ministry of Military Affairs. I'm going to stay in the combat unit. I'm going to become a special forces soldier. I'm going to avenge the deaths of my fallen comrades. The avenge my squad leader. Wang Tao froze. So high ideological awareness. Too suitable for the military affairs department. At this time, the system's voice rang out in Chen Jun's mind. The host has been awarded second-class merit once, rewarding him with 200 experience value. The host sticks to his principles, rewarded with 100 experience points. For upgrading the host's access to hackerspace, awarding 1 reinforcement opportunity. Chapter 64 Hackerspace. Chen Jun's heart was overjoyed. But what is this hackerspace again? Fusion. Hacking space. Within the space of hacking, time has stood still against an existential enemy, or an impending danger, and the host can see into the future. So powerful? How dare you anticipate the future and make a prediction? In the next moment, a large amount of information about hackerspace flooded into Chen Jun's mind. And in just a few breaths of time, he immediately understood what hackerspace was. As long as he opened the hackerspace, the enemies that existed around him would be able to sense them, even if Chen Jun didn't sense it in advance. When the crisis came, he would seem to make an advance prediction as if time stood still, and the duration of the effect was 4.4 seconds. This time will lengthen its effect as his physical conditioning improves. In this way, Hackerspace can be described as awesome and shiny. With Chen Jun's current physical quality, he could make time seem to stand still for 4.4 seconds, which was 4.4 seconds. To make an analogy, when the enemy's bullets were fired, Chen Jun had 4.4 seconds to make a judgment and make a dodging move. Chen Jun was not a true king of soldiers, but the delay of 4.4 seconds was enough for him to save himself, unless it was a close-range sniper round, or a large powerful explosion that made it impossible for him to dodge out of the way within 4.4 seconds. This was definitely Chen Jun's strongest means of preserving his life. If Chen Jun had obtained hackerspace during his previous fight with the Scorpion, with the 4.4 second extension, it would have been enough for him to dodge or launch a counterattack, and he wouldn't have nearly lost his life. One more of the strongest means of preserving one's life. Now with the addition of hacking medical technique, plus hacking space, these two auxiliary skills, even if one encounters a more dangerous situation in the future, one will be able to cope with it easily. Chen Jun, who was originally in a somewhat heavy mood, suddenly felt much more relaxed. He had become stronger again, so that he was drawn closer to the Scorpion, and the next time he encountered him, the more certain he would be to kill the other party. By the way, there's one more reinforcement. Reinforce. Chen Jun didn't have any hesitation. Only through constant strengthening could his physical quality improve most rapidly. This time, after coming back from the dead, the body was at its weakest point, and it was best to strengthen it. A familiar feeling once again surged through the body. A few breaths later, the system in his head prompted, the host's body strengthening is complete. Full attributes plus 0.5. Surprisingly, it's also boosted by 0.5 magnitude, so it's true that the body can maximize the reinforcement even when it's extremely weak. This was a 0.5 all-round attribute, which was equivalent to boosting a normal person's physical quality by 50%. And after Chen Jun's physical quality had broken through to 4, it was very difficult to not boost it by 0.1. Now a straight 0.5 boost is kind of hard to beat. In just this moment, Chen Jun immediately felt that his body had become a lot more relaxed, and the injuries on his body had once again improved. According to this rate of recovery, Chen Jun felt that he would be able to return to his peak state before long. Strengthening at once is equal to the best treatment, and there are no side effects. I don't know how many times better it is without medication, Chen Jun secretly calculated in his heart. After all, these were the fundamentals of his power, and they had to be understood so that they could be maximized. The sudden appearance of the Scorpion caused Chen Jun to have a strong sense of crisis. The opponent's target is the class president. He can appear once, he can appear a second time, a third time, and the class president is disabled and weak in combat. Once he meets the Scorpion, without help, he will die. The Scorpion must be taken out as soon as possible. Chen Jun scanned the list of personal attributes. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 3. Attributes, mental 4.9. Physical 4.9. Strength 4.9. Speed 4.9, normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination, Grand Master. Hacking shooting, Grand Master. Hacking sneaking, Grand Master. Hacking healing, Minor Master. Hacking space, Minor Master, 1000 meters. Experience value, 0 out of 500. The hacking space works for 4.9 seconds, which is almost like being able to dodge bullets fired by 2 snipers in a row. Hacking space small into the range of action is 1000 meters. That is to say, in this 1000 meters range, the existence of danger can be sensed, which is equivalent to the body-installed biological radar. Right now hacking space is only a small accomplishment. When it reaches medium accomplishment is 2000 meters, and large accomplishment is 3000 meters. Dashang 3000 meters. That's considered long range. It's definitely a cheating tool for searching for enemies. It's even more terrifying than drone reconnaissance. Time 4.9 seconds. Range of action 1000 meters. For the moment, it's considered very good. No, it's not enough. We must make hacking space reach great success as soon as possible. The earlier the enemy is detected, the more advantageous it will be for ourselves. Chen Jun had already figured out how to utilize hackerspace. Subsequently, Chen Jun clenched his fists without moving and immediately felt a surge of strength. So he judged that the injuries on his body had already healed by 30%. Great! It's amazing how much your body has recovered in less than 4 hours after the surgery. Chen Jun now had a feeling that if he encountered the Scorpion next time, he would definitely be able to abuse the Scorpion even if he was passive. The crowd did not know that in just 10 seconds or so, Chen Jun's body had undergone a radical change. Chen Shan and Lu Hong's hearts thumped and their minds almost went blank when they heard Chen Jun directly reject Director Wang's invitation. Turning down such a great opportunity straight away? That's a glorious thing to do. Chen Shan's stomach was a twitch, and he all wanted to whip out his belt and hit someone. As for Kong Lei, when he heard Chen Jun say this, his heart was relieved. and the more he looked at Chen Jun, the better he looked at him. This kid really didn't let himself down. He can make such a decision so decisively. It's not simple. It's not simple. It's much stronger than when I was young. Director Wang, on the other hand, kept nodding his head with appreciation in his eyes as Chen Jun's whole body seemed to glow when he uttered those words and his person became more energetic. Such a soldier is a good soldier. Although the other party refused, Director Wang did not get angry, but instead became more appreciative. A soldier so young is unmoved in the face of such great attraction. Director Wang said, "Comrade Chen Jun, I respect your decision, but I still say, in the future, if you want to come to the Ministry of Military Affairs, you can come anytime. I'll be waiting for you," Chen Jun said. "Thank you, Chief." At this time, Kong Lei turned his head to Director Wang and said, "Director Wang, after Chen Yungan's surgery, he needs to rest, and you're busy with your affairs, so don't go back first. I'll see you off." With that, he pulled Director Wang's arm and tried to walk out. Director Wang was a bit confused. "I didn't want to leave yet. You're kicking people out?" Chapter 65. It's him. It's him. It's him. Director Wang took away Kong Lei's hand and looked at Chen Jun with a smile, and instructed him a few more times, telling him to make sure he rested well and not to think too much, and to get well first. Director Wang has been engaged in the ideological education of the troops for so many years. It is the first time that he has encountered a soldier who satisfies him like Chen Jun, the son of the richest man in Donghai City, the super rich second generation, and such ideological awareness, when it is really rare. Then look at the other richest son. Almost all are dude. Every day is a variety of lace news. Not today with this netizen date. Tomorrow is driving a luxury car to visit nightclubs, or cruise ship fishing out of the sea. In short, it was all filled with extravagance in Director Wang's eyes. Not so for Chen Jun, who has set an example for a new generation of young people. So Chen Jun was like a luminous body attracting Director Wang, like a man and woman in passionate love. It's a pity that such a soldier refuses to go to the general news service. Otherwise he could surely become a big star in the army and cause a bigger reaction in the society. However, the other party naturally chose to remain in the combat unit and vowed to die to avenge his comrades, which was equally worthy of learning. Therefore, Director Wang did not force the issue. Otherwise, with the ability of the Ministry of Military Affairs, directly give a copy of the transfer order to the Iron Fist Regiment. Chen Jun did not want to go, but also have to go. After a few brief conversations, Director Wang asked Kong Lei to send it out. After waiting for the door, Director Wang's face instantly became serious and said, "I have to make a trip to Wolf's Teeth." When did the special forces become so gutless, tying their hands and feet, not to mention calling in the picket department to target the heroes who took off their uniforms to fight for their comrades? Must catch their ideological education. Hard to catch, otherwise to have us as soldiers. Still called soldiers? Kong Lei stumbled and almost didn't stand still. He wanted to persuade Director Wang not to go. That's Wolf's Teeth. If you go to catch the education, won't you end up also being a fish in the pond and burned to the old man's head? But Kong Lei did not dare to persuade him. Now Director Wang is in a rage. He is so optimistic about Chen Jun, even gave him a second-class merit, and as a result, Chen Jun did not go. How angry does that make him? So it definitely had to be vented, and Wolfsbane couldn't get away with it this time. 3 days later, at 6:30 a.m., the Wolverine Brigade Headquarters Group Meeting Room. The black pressurized heads were filled with dozens of people. Each one of them was sitting upright. Their faces were grave and serious. The entire conference room gave the impression that a mountain of rain was coming. As for He Ji-jun, who was sitting in the chief, his face was like a storm. An invisible pressure emanated from his body, and those who were a little bit closer to him had a feeling that they couldn't catch their breath. It was the first time they had felt such a powerful aura from He Ji-jun. On his countertop, placed the Ministry of Military Affairs on the Wolf's Teeth after a comprehensive inspection. Given the rectification list, which lists the need to rectify the problem, dozens of articles, the need to write a report on the rectification of ideas, more than 100,000 words. This is crushing people. He Ji-jun as the founder of Wolf Fong, powerful is natural. Just the foreign army to study his information are stuff with a house. And when he was young, he participated in countless tournaments, large and small, and took full of all kinds of honors. It can be said that there is a legend in He Ji-jun's body, but never wrote any 100,000 word thought report, and specified the requirements. The report must be profound, but also must be signed by He Ji-jun, personally sent to the office of Director Wang. He Ji-jun's sharp gaze swept the crowd and said angrily, "Who found the Department of Military Affairs? They're not a picket department. They rarely come down to inspect in person. So how did they land on our Wolf Fong?" At the bottom of the stage sat Fan Tianlei, Lao Gao, Lei Zhuan and those big and small officers of Wolf Fong, Fan Tianlei and Lao Gao shook their heads. The people from the Ministry of Military Affairs suddenly came down to inspect. Both of them were still confused until now. How could they know what was going on? But one thing is for sure. It is absolutely unknown that the guy has provoked the people from the Ministry of Military Affairs. Otherwise they would never come to the door. Lei Zhuan was full of suffocation, feeling like he was constipated. But in the end, he honestly stood up and said, reporting to the chief, the situation is like this. A few days ago, people from the picket department went to the Iron Fist Regiment to investigate Chen Jun's matter, and the picket department asked me to participate in cooperating with the investigation as well. I couldn't refuse, so I went along, but I don't know why. But Director Wang of the Military Affairs Department suddenly came, and he asked Officer Fong, who was leading the team, to write a 200,000 word report on his thoughts. Ji Jun's body shook a little, and he almost didn't explode. 200,000 ing words? That's still giving the old man face? Ji Jun's heart burst, and he really wanted to whip Lei Zhuan. Chen Jun? Fan Tianlei asked. That Chen Jun? Lao Gao immediately became interested. Is it the Chen Jun that the whole city is reporting and making a big fuss about? The son of the richest man in Donghai City is a soldier? This matter is now spreading like wildfire in the society, and many people regard Chen Jun as their idol. Lao Gao also paid attention to this matter. Just behind the execution of the mission, there is no time to continue to pay attention to it. I did not think that this guy Lei War even went to provoke him. No wonder the Department of Military Affairs is looking for trouble with Wolfsbane. It's a ing mindset problem. And Fan Tianlei immediately had an ant-like smile on his face and said, It's him, it's him, it's him. I've long been thinking of bringing Texas roasted chicken with the old seller to Old Kong and letting him go over to the Wolf's Teeth. It's just that Director Wang is one step ahead of me. So needless to say, he's definitely digging up Chen Jun to go to the Ministry of Military Affairs, or he wouldn't be able to give him a head start. Needless to say, things are already clear. Director Wang is just going to take my Wolf Fong and use it as a meet and greet gift for Chen Jun. Captain Lei, you've really been a godsend this time around, directly pushing a good seed like Chen Jun to the Ministry of Military Affairs. And incidentally, you've also messed up our Wolf Fong. Lei Zhuan's face was full of iron blue, the unbearable grievances. But what could he say? He still has 10,000 words of thought to write. Ji Jun glanced at the silent Lei Zhuan, and wanted to severely cut him down, but thinking that he had just had an emotional problem, he held back. In any case, Thunder War was already a teenage mutant ninja turtle, and it was expected to break down psychologically if the blows continued. Ji Jun thought for a moment. Directly to the secretary said, You tell the Iron Fist Corps of the Kong Group, when Chen Jun was discharged from the hospital, I will go to the Iron Fist Corps a trip. Lei battle. Lao Gao also go together. Lei Zhuan and Lao Gao answered. Yes. Fan Tianlei immediately shouted. Wolf head. I'll go too. I'm thinking about my brother. Ji Jun shook his head and said, Don't go there. That intention of yours is too obvious. I can't afford to lose that person. By the way, the pig farm is going to send a batch of new piglets over there. You bring someone to make arrangements. Pork is expensive these days, and the brigade's funds are strained. Fan Tianlei's face swished and became frozen, feeling like he had swallowed a fly. Chapter 66 Honoring the Military Spirit. Chen Jun didn't know that he had been targeted by Wolf Fong. At this time in the intensive care ward, he handed an envelope to the squad leader and said, Squad leader, this is $10,000 in cash. This is the pocket money that my mom gave me. You know I can't use it. This is what I give to my future godson. Or my goddaughter. Make sure you take it. Guo didn't pick it up, but stared at Chen Jun with reddened eyes. If it wasn't for Chen Jun, his own family would have died long ago. You're my soldier, not because you're Chen Jun. I'm good to you. Xiao Jun, retired from the army after the injury. I didn't even take the initiative to ask for a penny from the state. If I apply for a subsidy that's several $100,000, I'll just receive my due salary. Would I care about your pocket money? Chen Jun thought that the squad leader misunderstood, and hurriedly said, Squad leader, I am $1,000,000 a month of pocket money, provided that I am a qualified soldier. My mom will transfer the money. If not, you have been encouraging me and helping me. I would have been a deserter on the first day. I've accumulated $3 million in the 3 months I was in the recruit company. And if I wasn't in a position where I couldn't withdraw cash right now, I would have gone ahead and withdrawn $3 million and given it to you. Class president, this money is not for you. It's pocket money for my future godson or goddaughter. Don't refuse. In Chen Jun's mind, it was simply that he wanted to help the class president, and what he could do to help the class president right now was to send him money to get him through this difficult time. After all, the family had no income until the class president recovered. There's a transfer payment for retirement, but that comes with sitting on your ass. Sister-in-law is now carrying a big belly and will not be able to find a job for the next 2 years, coupled with the fact that the head of the class will not be able to move around easily in the future and will need to be taken care of even more. It can be imagined how hard the class family will have to live in the future. Chen Jun would never let the squad leader live that kind of hard life. Guo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. $1 million a month pocket money. It really was poverty limiting the imagination. Many people accumulated a lifetime and couldn't save so much money. And it was just someone else's pocket money. But what surprised Guo was that Chen Jun had such good family conditions and still chose to become a soldier. This kind of ideological awareness is really not something that ordinary young people can compare with. Most young people nowadays, if they had money, would only think about enjoying their lives. Where would they think of joining the army? To fight the enemy? Guo took a deep breath and looked at Chen Jun seriously and said, Chen Jun, the class leader's feet are ruined, but I still have my own hands. I can use computers and do just as much. Chen Jun, keep the last dignity for the class leader. I'll provide for my own family instead of relying on you. Or the country. Hearing this, Chen Jun was speechless, his eyes slightly red with tears in his eyes. The squad leader is such a person. When he decides one thing, no one can change, including when Gong Arrow and Old Black persuaded the squad leader to give up Chen Jun and not to affect his future because of Chen Jun. The squad leader still insisted on protecting Chen Jun. That's the squad leader, a man of the highest caliber. When fighting the enemy to the end in Area 1, the squad leader could have retreated, but he didn't, practicing his oath as a soldier with his actions. Now even if he can't stand up, he will use his hands to live a strong life and support his family. This is the squad leader. Without the persistence and encouragement of the class president in the beginning, there would be no Chen Jun now. Squad leader, Chen Jun whispered. Guo said, Chen Jun, you are now the squad leader's greatest hope. You don't need to worry about the squad leader's life in the future. You just walk your own path. The squad leader is watching you from behind. It's not just the squad leader. It's old Yang, old Wu and the others. They're all watching from the sky. Yes, Chen Jun said. Swish, Chen Shan, who was standing next to him, suddenly straightened his back and saluted Guo. He is also a veteran and honors the true spirit of the Yankee soldier. Chen Shan heard out that if it wasn't for squad leader Guo's help to his son in the army, Chen Jun was afraid that he would have been a deserter long ago instead of a war hero. It was Mr. Shikoku's class president who changed his son into a man of honor. This salute was Chen Shan's way of showing his gratitude as a father to Guo for everything he had done for his son. Guo chatted with Chen Jun for a while, and Chen Jun told him to go back. After all, his legs were inconvenient, and his sister-in-law couldn't be too tired. Son, you've met a good squad leader, Chen Shan said heavily. Chen Jun nodded and said, the squad leader is a person worthy of everyone's respect. Chen Shan said, it has to be. Don't worry, son, your squad leader's business is your old man's business. I'll set him up when he's discharged from the hospital. Chen Jun looked at Chen Shan in surprise. Squad leader, he is very persistent. He doesn't want to owe anyone. Chen Shan said, of course, don't worry. I won't hurt your squad leader's self-esteem. This little thing, you're still worried that your old man can't do it right? Your old man is the richest man in Donghai City, with more than 100,000 employees under his hands. And you're still worried about not being able to arrange your squad leader? Chen Jun nodded and said, thank you, Dad. Okay, no need to be polite to me. If you hadn't met such a squad leader, you wouldn't even know what became of you. Okay, let's not talk about this. You get well and recuperate from your injuries, and we'll slowly discuss the future later. Chen Jun's eyes showed determination as he thought of everything the squad leader had done for him. When I improve my own hacking medical skills to the ultimate level, there might be a way to heal the class president's leg. For the rest of the day, Chen Jun's parents as well as Anren stayed behind to take care of Chen Jun. A month later, Chen Jun could get out of bed and move around freely, but of course he could not do any strenuous exercise yet. This made Director Mu was overwhelmed with emotion, because with an injury like Chen Jun's, not to mention a month, it would be a miracle to recover to such a degree in 3 months down the road. How was he to know that Chen Jun was able to recover so quickly mainly due to the help of the hacker's medical technique? After being able to move freely, Chen Jun's recovery speed was even faster because under the effect of the hacker's healing art, he was able to speed up all sorts of attempts to harmonize his body. And during this month, Chen Jun had also passed on the tendon and bone harmonization, and the 5 elements of qi and blood operation techniques from the hacker's medical technique, to Director Mu. However, as Chen Jun said, Director Mu had only learned 30%, but it was enough for him. A week later, Chen Jun opened his personal attribute list. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 3. Attributes, mental 5. Physical 5. Strength 5. Speed 5, Normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination, greatest achievement. Hacking shooting, greatest achievement. Hacking sneaking, greatest achievement. Hacking healing, medium achievement. Hacking space, minor achievement, 1000 meters. Experience value, 0 out of 500. Chapter 67, there are many people who like her. Not even you. The hacker's healing technique has finally reached medium success. During this period of time, Chen Jun was unable to exercise strenuously, so he focused all of his energy on researching the hacker's medical art. He kept applying the healing techniques from within the hacker's healing technique to himself. That is, he healed himself. Healers don't heal themselves, and that's for some quacks. There is also an old saying that a long time has passed. Chen Jun is using himself as a vehicle to keep figuring out and treating himself. In the process of treatment, Chen Jun had a deeper understanding of hacker's healing technique, and at the same time accelerated the degree of recovery of his body. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, Chen Jun would have to wait more than 3 months to heal. This is the horror of hacking medicine. And after Chen Jun's hacker's healing technique reached medium success, there was an additional, even more terrifying ability, which was hacker's transfiguration technique. It is a discipline in which, without the aid of any disguise, he can change his skin. In other words, Chen Jun could completely transform himself into another person in a short period of time as long as he wished. One can make oneself strangely ugly or more handsome. Definitely no worse than any of the top-tier male celebrities. This was definitely another breakthrough for Chen Jun. For Chen Jun, he was eventually going to become a Special Forces soldier, and Special Forces infiltration operations behind enemy lines are a family affair. In this case, camouflage is the top priority, and the only way to accomplish the mission perfectly is to hide yourself seamlessly. A tiger's mouth is a disguise. Chen Jun possessing this ability would be very helpful in infiltrating the enemy's interior in the future. In addition to this extra ability, Chen Jun's physical attributes increased by 0.1, and his full attributes finally reached 5. Don't look at this as a 0.1 increase. This makes Chen Jun 5 attributes, and so on top of the king of soldiers. It's a breakthrough, and this kind of breakthrough was not by training or strengthening, but by the treatment and conditioning of the body through hacker's healing technique, which stimulated the potential of the body while curing the disease, achieving the effect of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With Chen Jun's physical quality of 5 attributes, the elite special forces were no longer his match. After a final full-body checkup by Director Mu, it was determined that Chen Jun had completely recovered and could be discharged from the hospital. Chen Jun then chose to leave the hospital and go to the army without any stops. Chen Jun's parents naturally wanted Chen Jun to go to the Ministry of Military Affairs, where the job wasn't dangerous and where he could honor his ancestors, but it turned out to be a flat-out refusal by Chen Jun anyway. When they saw that Chen Jun did not agree, they offered to let Chen Jun go home to inherit the family fortune, or create a child with Anren earlier so that they would be relieved. Anren couldn't help but blush as she stood next to him. Chen Jun naturally wouldn't let this affect his drawing speed. Mom and Dad, don't worry, my son won't be sacrificed so easily. When I avenge my squad leader and my comrades, I will do what you want. These were the last words of Chen Jun. There was nothing wrong with his parents' thoughts, and Chen Jun could naturally understand them, but he knew what he should do most right now. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot be divided into 2. Chen Jun chose the latter. Chen Jun was going directly to the Iron Fist Regiment, and the person who came to pick him up was surprisingly Gong Arrow. In the car, Gong Arrow was very frank to Chen Jun. Chen Lian, I apologize to you. I also liked Ran. That is a flower in the army, a fair lady and a gentleman. But don't worry, naturally, you guys are already married. So naturally, I'll break off and won't have any other thoughts. Chen Jun nodded his head and said, it's fine. There are plenty of people who like her. You're not the only one. The corners of Gong Arrow's mouth twitched. A steel straight man. In fact, the reason why Gong Arrow apologized and expressed his thoughts to Chen Jun was more because Chen Jun blocked the knife for his comrade, which was Guo Banji's family. Guo squad leader is also Gong Arrow favored veterans. In his recommendation to promote the list, there is Guo's name. Unfortunately, in addition, he had heard from Kong Lei that Chen Jun had refused the fragrant bun of the Military Affairs Department and continued to stay in the frontline combat unit to avenge his comrades. It was very difficult for many people to turn down an invitation from the Ministry of Military Affairs, and if they invited themselves, Gong Arrow might not even be able to resist. But Chen Jun refused without any ambiguity. This is worthy of Gong Arrow's admiration. He did underestimate Chen Jun in the past. Gong Arrow immediately shifted to other topics. Wolfang's side has issued a notice. 1 month later, the Special Forces selection will begin. What are your plans? Or how prepared are you? But after asking this, Gong Arrow suddenly wanted to slap himself. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Chen Jun went to the Thunderbolt base and fought. The 3 major programs beat the entire Thunderbolt down. Would he fail the test? That's an impossible thing. With Chen Jun's current physical quality, as well as his combat ability, I'm afraid that he has long been much stronger than a Special Forces soldier. Gong Arrow saw that Chen Jun didn't answer, and said with a bit of emotion, I will go as the Chief of Staff for the formation of the commando team for this period, and you will definitely have no problem joining the commando team, but when you go, I'll still be your head, and your grandpa will still be your grandpa. In the company, the instructor manages the idea, the company commander manages the training. To put it bluntly a little bit is that, although the 2 positions are equal, but strictly speaking the instructor is half a level higher, because to catch the idea is actually to manage the people. The company commander is also the need for ideological education. So there's nothing wrong with Gong Arrow saying that. Of course there's a bit of braggadocio involved in saying this at this time. Chen Jun said, I'm not going to test the special forces, and I'm not going to be in charge of you. You can't possibly be the staff officer. I'm going over there to tell those special forces what a special forces soldier with balls is, and what a true Yenghua soldier king is. As for the rest, there's no significance to it. Gong Arrow really damn well wanted to burst out. You guys will die if you don't brag. But Chen Jun was indeed formidable. He had ed over the entire Thunderbolt. Who in the eyes of Wolverine teeth had this ability? Only he dared to say such arrogant words. Gong Arrow took a deep breath and said, I'll support you. Having a dream makes anyone amazing. All the way to the 2 then did not speak again. To put it bluntly is that Chen Jun is a steel straight man. Gong Arrow as long as to talk to him, will certainly be suffocated, rather than this is better not to say. Chen Jun had no problem with Gong Arrow and simply didn't want to talk to him. After returning to the dormitory, the first thing Chen Jun did was to offer incense to his comrades. Brothers, I'm back. Watch from heaven. I'll avenge you. Chen Jun tidied up his room, then changed into his training clothes and prepared to start training. It could be said that Chen Jun had been holding back for more than a month and was now ready to be the beginning of his craziest. However, as he was about to go out, Kan Li knocked on the door. Chapter 68, Chen Jun's Anger. Chen Jun immediately saluted Kan Li. Chief. Kan Li smiled and patted Chen Jun's shoulder, looking up and down, a bit like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. It was the more she looked, the more satisfied she was, saying, I thought I would never see you again. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. It's good. It feels sturdier than before. Good. Chen Jun's heart warmed slightly. Don't look at Kan Li talk big, but you really let him admire. His attitude is like an old mother. To you is heart good. This aspect is a bit like the class president Shi Gua. Captain, I will always be your soldier, Chen Jun said. Kan Li nodded. With your words, that's enough. I went to see your squad leader Shi Gua. When he left, he refused my financial assistance. Although he is ruined, but still maintain our military style. This is worthy of our admiration. Is the iron bone of the man? But life is not easy. Looking at the back of the wheelchair he pushed back alone. I cannot connect the past that hardened soldier. Shi Gua is the best squad leader I've seen in all the years I've been a soldier. Originally this promotion had his name on it. It's a pity. I hope he'll have a smoother life in the future. It's still a long way to go in this life for him. However, I firmly believe that he won't just fall down like that, and he can still make a career for himself and society in the future. Chen Jun's eyes reddened and said, the class president is a man of the heavens and the earth. No matter where he is, he will do his own business. There is no doubt about it. Of course I have $1 million of pocket money a month, and I'm keeping it all for his children. Kan Li froze. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Worthy of being the son of the richest man. Even a month's pocket money was a fortune that normal people couldn't even accumulate in a lifetime. Possessing so much wealth, he still came to be a soldier, and he still came to fight with the enemy, and he almost couldn't come back. No wonder that Director Wang would be so valued. As for Chen Jun's comment about keeping it for Shi Gua's class president's child, it was certainly not a casual remark. Kan Li nodded and said, the squad leaders matter first. He left the barracks, but his spirit has always been in the barracks. So you will step on your squad leader's footsteps and continue to move forward, and fulfill the wishes of his heart. Chen Jun said, yes, you just came back. Take a good rest first. Don't practice too hard. Understand? Kan Li saw that Chen Jun had all changed into his combat uniform, and looked like this was going to be a big fight. Chen Jun said, yes. In addition there is something to tell you. The wolf head He Jijun said when you return to the Iron Fist Corps, he will bring people to the Iron Fist Corps to inspect the work. Is to inspect the work is false. Look at you kid is true. Kan Li said. Chen Jun was puzzled. What are you looking at me for? Kan Li laughed. Said, you have not heard it. Director Wang because of your things, directly punished the wolf head to write 100 000 words of ideological report. The brigade department up and down the comprehensive rectification. Have been tossed more than a month. Fanstaff sergeant called me no fewer than 10 phone calls, as if he wanted to break down the appearance. Ideological education and rectification. The implementation is not in place. Not to die but also to go layer skin. This is also counted, you caused it. So you say the wolf head should not come to see you? Chen Jun was surprised. Why is this? Director Wang doing this? Conley thought for a moment and said, in fact, you really should thank Director Wang. If he didn't step in to solve your matter, you're afraid it's really hard for you to stand here. At the time you went to visit Shiguoban, the pickets as well as, he told the process of the interrogation of Fang Tangjing and others in the conference room that day in response to Chen Jun's question, including the arrival of Director Wang at the end. Chen Jun clenched his fists and said, these guys have time not to track down the murderer, but they have time to track themselves down to interrogate me? Is there that much of a rush? Kong Lei hesitated and said, I heard that it was Lei Battle who took the initiative to approach the picket department, and it just so happened that they were also investigating you in Area 1. So they overturned the 10,000-word report that I had previously written for you, and came down to investigate again, which led to that mess. Chen Jun's clenched fists cackled. Kong Lei said, I'm not pulling hate for you. He did this as actually considered to be in line with the rules. Your situation and the procedure does also need to be verified by the organization. Only that they have a problem with their attitude. Their thoughts are too subjective. Lei wore this person it. In fact, the essence is not bad. Is a good soldier. Hey, so tell you. Your kid after all dug people's wall root. That Anran. Chen Jun interrupted Kong Lei. And Ran and I were engaged when we were kids. He was the one who tried to poach me. Kong Lei froze, then laughed aloud and said, no wonder. And Ran has so many suitors. And none of them have taken a fancy to her. So it turns out that her heart is in you. Not bad. Not bad. When Chen Jun looked at how happy Kong Lei was, why did he feel like he was gloating a bit? Kong Lei stopped his laughter and said, this time with the wolf head. There is also Lao Gao. Lei Battle will also come. You want to become a special forces soldier in the future. You have to have a good relationship with them. Personal strength is important. Collective strength is more important. Lei Battles matter. You have to solve it. Otherwise it will become a hidden danger. Lei War is the captain of the Thunderbolt Commando team. Is the heart of the wolf head's favorite. He is now very good in all aspects of performance. Is the most hopeful future successor to the wolf head of the people. So with him to get on good terms is necessary. Of course, I'm not letting be a grandson. Everything we first say the word of reason. If he is brutal, we will use our fists to speak. This day is not his. Understand? Chen Jun was silent. He did have a grudge against Lei Zhuan. Not because of Anran, but because of the squad leader as well as his fallen comrades. If they had not come late one day, the tragedy might not have happened. It's too much to get through. Seeing Chen Jun's silence, Kong Lei laughed aloud again and patted Chen Jun's shoulder once more. With the power of one man, to induce Wolf Fawn to carry out a rectification campaign. How awesome is this? Unprecedented. Especially in Wolf Fawn. That's the military region's top combat unit. Always the poster child. It may be that the halo has been worn for too long. It's time to wash some people's brains, or else they'll put themselves up all day long. Sooner or later something will have to go wrong. Alright, don't say so much. Take an early rest. I'm leaving. Without further ado, Kong Lei left Chen Jun's dormitory. After he left, Chen Jun didn't rest, but went to conduct training, which lasted until the middle of the night before finishing and resting. The next day, at 5:30 a.m., Chen Jun blew the whistle for the muster-on time at the station of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Tap. Intense footsteps sounded in the dormitory's hallway, and the men of the 4th Company quickly ran out of the dormitory to gather. When they saw Chen Jun standing there like a god of war, each of their eyes lit up with excitement. Chapter 69, The Mighty Seed. Holy! I told you who would blow the assembly at this time. So it's Chen Lian who's back. I've only been taking it easy for a month or so now. The good times, are over, and the crazy days are finally coming again. Asterisk me. I mean man, don't you miss him? Now you're talking about this? You kid has a heart of gold. Look at the other brothers. They seem quite excited. Ask them what they think. Don't tell me that you don't want to get stronger. Wang Yanbing swept the crowd and his stomach twitched. Paralyzed. This is one more than a roll. Before our leading the scolding. Now Chen Jun appeared. What's wrong with that expression? It's all excitement. Why does it feel so much like a strong man who's been holding back for a long time seeing his little daughter-in-law come to visit? In fact, Wang Yanbing himself is also clear. Who doesn't want to become stronger when he is a soldier? Who doesn't want to become the king of soldiers? The strongest soldier? Especially in the 4 companies of sharpshooters. Chen Jun, the madman. gave them the lead, was crazier and better than any of them, and also treated every one of them as brothers, and all of them fought in the lead. His current status was that of a company commander, the boss of the 4th company of sharpshooters. He could have done it without doing that at all. In the month or so that Chen Jun served as company commander, he was the strongest example in the company. In the army, it is originally the strongest who are honored, and whoever is strong is the paragon in the hearts of the people, the object they chase. So Chen Jun himself does not know that he has already planted his own seed in the body of every person in the 4 companies of sharpshooters. Those are powerful seeds. Cheng Wang's eyes were filled with gratitude when he looked at Chen Jun. If Chen Jun hadn't stepped in to help that day and exposed that bastard, Lin Xiaoxiao would have definitely been worse off. Although she betrayed herself, but no matter what, is together to grow up? That feeling is not to say, without it. And after realizing that Chen Jun had nearly lost his life in order to save his squad leader, Cheng Wang finally understood what Chen Jun had said to him. A man must be strong, and a soldier should be even stronger. Flames burned in Cheng Wang's eyes. I heard that Chen Lian went out for more than a month, did not come back. His own comrades to block the knife? Almost died in the hospital. This thing the media have reported in the community caused a strong sensation. Chen Lian become the new era of military model. Yes. When I talked to my family on the phone last time, they made a point of mentioning it, and asked me if Chen Lian was from our unit, and if he was, they must learn from him. Not bad. I've also heard that Chen Lian is the child of Chen Shan, the richest man in Donghai City, and his family's fortune is over $1 trillion. Do you dare to believe that? I came to be a soldier because I was poor and couldn't get into college. I'm really ashamed. People have this ideological awareness. It's incomparable. Hey, if my family had trillions of dollars of assets waiting for me to inherit, I would definitely lie flat. How could I still come to be a soldier? This is perhaps the gap. People are different. The gap. The crowd had nothing but admiration in their eyes when they looked at Chen Jun. Who the hell would have thought that the recruit they once despised the most would be a super rich second generation? And isn't super rich second generation synonymous with dude? But what did Chen Jun do? From being the scrappiest soldier to the strongest, he became the craziest company commander and a hero who could take the knife for his comrades. From that moment on, Chen Jun was their most admired idol. At this moment, the old black squad leader also ran out, and hearing these whispered remarks from the crowd, he could not help but feel admiration. No wonder he was so weak as a recruit. So he grew up with a golden key. Old Black naturally knew about Chen Jun blocking the knife for Shirgua. It was a fatal cut and almost a sacrifice. From that moment on, Lao He was admiring Chen Jun from the bottom of his heart, no longer treating him as a new recruit, but as a real company commander of the 4th company of sharpshooters. The team assembled in a quick line and roll call was taken. Reporting to the company commander, the 4th company of sharpshooters should be 125 people. The actual number is 125. The assembly is complete. Please instruct. Old Black loudly reported to Chen Jun. Chen Jun returned the salute, although he had a gaze that swept over everyone. Attention. At ease. With a serious expression. Still as icy as before, Chen Jun shouted, "There's no special training today because the leader of the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade is coming down to inspect the work. As you all know, in Area 1, the 3rd squad I was in, the soldiers they came out of the Iron Fist Regiment. During that sneak attack, because those special forces had all sorts of information to check, which led to slow support in the end, and they bled out their last drop of blood, all without waiting for support. Then they came because the enemy had stormed into the gray area and they couldn't cross over to fight, which I could understand. But instead of continuing to hunt down the enemy afterward, they expended their energy investigating my fallen comrades, even suspecting them. Maybe they're the ones who are right. They think farther ahead, they think deeper, they know more sense than I do. But today, I want you to bring out your own watchful eye and let them know that we, the 4th company of marksmen, are tough enough and strong enough, and are not going to think that just because they're special forces that they can doubt our strength. Sharpshooter Company 4, kill. Chen Jun let out a roar as if he wanted a fierce beast to roar in the mountains and forests. He just blamed them for going late. Why they couldn't have gotten there earlier so that Class 3 wouldn't have to fight to the last drop of blood. There is nothing wrong with a soldier dying on the battlefield as an honor. But who wants to sacrifice if they can stay alive on the battlefield? The squad leader's leg doesn't have to be disabled. He can continue to go to war and be the best squad leader he can be and bring up more good soldiers. Why couldn't they have come earlier? And who are they to doubt their fallen comrades? On what grounds? Chen Jun was harboring a fire in his heart. Kill, kill, kill. The crowd roared low in unison, each of their eyes as if they were burning with flames. The matter of the 3rd squad being in the number 1 area had already spread through the 4 companies of sharpshooters, and they were all furious as they learned of the news. They had understood why Chen Jun was so desperate and why he had become so strong. It was because he was carrying the third class on his shoulders. Because he's looking at a blood feud on his shoulders and he wants to avenge his comrades. Why should Chen Jun, on his first day as the commander of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, would say that he would take the strongest soldiers of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters to Wolf's Teeth in 3 months, so that those special forces could see if they were strong enough and tough enough? Now, here's the opportunity. Go! With a wave of his hand, Chen Jun led everyone to the weapons depot to receive their weapons and headed directly to the practice field. Old Black Squad leader, get me live ammo. Send it over. And press a few extra magazines. The corners of Old Black's mouth twitched as he shouted. Yes. Hell. He had become a full-time pressure bomb soldier for the Chun army. Chapter 70, Love Enemy Comes to Town. It wasn't long before Old Black Squad leader sent the ammunition to the drill ground. And at the entrance to the drill ground, Chen Jun stood next to a huge rock with the men of the 4th Company of Marksmen. On this boulder, the word hard is carved in huge letters. The word hard was painted in red paint and hot-blooded. That's what the Iron Fist Regiment is all about. Staying the hardest and being the hardest soldier no matter what. Old Black looked at the word hard, and then looked at Chen Jun standing next to him, and suddenly had a feeling of trance. The loser from a few months ago has completely transformed into the hardest soldier in the Iron Fist Regiment. It still sure was vision. I'm not as good as him, Old Black muttered. At 8 o'clock in the morning, 2 military vehicles drove into the Iron Fist Regiment's premises, and one of them, after entering and starting toward the exercise field, accelerated violently, like a steel beast charging straight ahead. There was a loud roar as if the beasts were roaring, and as the cars rushed in front of the crowd, the cars threw themselves violently into a tailspin. The sharp sound of wheels rubbing against the ground resounded on the field, followed by the dust of the ground, swirling out in front of the soldiers of the 4th Company of Marksmen, enveloping almost all of them. However, the soldiers of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters stood like javelins one by one without moving a bit. Each one had a look of anger in their eyes. Boo! The door of the car was pushed open, and an arrogant and tall major officer jumped down from the car and slammed the door shut with a flick of his hand. This is the crazy driver who just drove the car. Chen Jun recognized the other party at a glance. Lei Juan, that is, the so-called love rival, as Kong Lei said, had once crazily pursued and ran. But according to the words of the original plot, if not for the appearance of Chen Jun, and Ran would definitely die. Chen Jun was a person who made a clear distinction between grudges. He wouldn't care how Lei Zhan pursued Anren in the past, but not now, wanting to use Anren to target himself. No way. Also, Chen Jun wouldn't forget the sacrifice of the 3rd Squad, which was that the Thunderbolt commandos had come too late. He didn't care which part of the process went wrong, whether it was Fan Tianlei or Lei Zhuan. In any case, the problem was with these special forces. That's why Chen Jun would be even less likely to put up with it. What Conley said, we are to be united, but we don't concede. When reason doesn't make sense, then it's all about whose fist is harder, and solving the problem with our fists. Chen Jun chose the latter. Lei Zhuan swept a glance at the sharpshooters' 4th Company, and that poker face was like a hard stone. His eyes were especially sharp as he swept his gaze towards Chen Jun. Chen Jun's face was calm as he stood steadily. The remaining light of Old Black's eyes saw this scene, and his back was brushing out a cold sweat. Why is Lei Zhuan here too? Who in Wolf Fong doesn't know that Lei Zhuan has been pursuing Enran, only for Enran to end up marrying the notorious Chen Jun? Is this Lei Zhuan coming to the door? And Gong Arrow saw that Lei Zhuan also arrived at the scene, heart thumped. Immediately understand today this inspection is afraid not so simple. Previously, Chen Jun had sought out Wolf Fong and abused the entire Thunderbolt. And now that Thunderbolt had come, it was probably with the idea of returning the favor, coming for a fight. Subsequently, another military vehicle drove over, and after stopping, a strong major wearing a beret and sunglasses on his eyes stepped out of the car. His aura was very strong, and an invisible pressure was instantly released. And this was Gao Daqiang, the captain of the Lone Wolf Squadron. Immediately after getting out of the car was Wolf Fong's wolf head, He Ji Jun. Walking out, tap. After Kong Lei saw the car stop, he jogged over and saluted He Ji Jun, saying, "Good day, Chief." He Ji Jun returned the salute, then swept a glance, the soldiers of the sharpshooters' 4th Company, and laughed aloud. Old Kong, these soldiers are good, very imposing. It wasn't that He Ji Jun was flattering, but he was telling the truth. The first thing to look at the soldiers is the aura. These soldiers in the training ground have a murderous aura on them, and it is condensed by the whole team, not a single soldier alone. They are like a group of warriors ready to go into battle and fight the enemy. This is not often seen in conventional forces. And just now, Lei War drove over and tested them, and each of them did not change their color and were as steady as a mountain. It shows that this is a well-trained unit. Kong Lei is worthy of being a veteran from the Wolf's Teeth, and he has a knack for leading soldiers. At this moment, In the face of Wolf Head's praise, Kong Lei didn't move to observe He Ji-jun's expression. This time, Wolf Head came over. It wasn't as simple as an inspection. Indirectly, it was Kong Lei who pitted the Wolverine Brigade Department and lured Director Wang over. And the final result was He Ji-jun writing 100,000 words of ideological report. And the whole Wolverine up and down was tossed for more than a month before restoring calm. There's no way that Wolf's Head couldn't have found out that it was Conley who set things off. This matter seems to be because Chen Jun attracted Director Wang. But this fuse lit as Kong Lei point. Wouldn't the Wolf's Head not come after him? Therefore, when Kong Lei was notified that the Wolf Head was coming to inspect, his heart that called in apprehension, have been ready to be chipped a meal. Kong Lei didn't move and said, "Chief overpraised, this is routine training, not enough to mention." He Ji-jun smiled. "That's true for regular training, so wouldn't it be even more impressive if you got serious?" Doghead Lao Gao took off his sunglasses in the back and said with a smile, "Kong Regiment, you are modest. The general soldiers do not have this psychological quality. Such a dusty environment. A sneeze did not sneeze. It's very good. If it's our lone wolves, not a person is estimated to have to wrinkle a little bit. Look at them. One by one. They stand as if they were a javelin. They are not affected in the slightest. This is a kind of willpower performance, so that when the soldier later went to the battlefield, absolutely no wimpy soldiers." Conley smiled slightly and said, "High school team, why are you here too?" Old Gao said with his hands behind his back, "I'm accompanying Wolf Head over to have a look. Nothing much, just trying out how your meals are." Kong Lei laughed and said, "You guys are little wolf dog treatment. Care about our $9.06 treats? Special forces on not never stayed. For types of stoves, everything. I am often nostalgic often still thinking about when I can go there again to taste." Old Gao smiled and said, "Good, any time is welcome. When the time comes, I will personally give the chef a hand, and let you order whatever you want to eat." Kong Lei said, "That's what you said. Don't deny it when the time comes." The silent Lei Zhuan came over and said, "What's the point of talking about all that eating and drinking? I want to see if your soldiers are just like what Director Wang said, contemporary military role models, heroes of the times." Conley's face instantly tensed. People Lao Gao how to give face. Speak in good. This guy is directly Chang Bite Jean Willax. Directly smashed the door. On this temper, Lao Zf Enron also will not like. He is a handsome and rich soldier of the Chun army. He doesn't talk much, but he is tough enough. Chapter 71, Good Looking. Lei Zhuan's arrogant words caused the atmosphere of the scene to instantly become heavy. He Ji-jun didn't expect Lei battle to be so direct, but this is good. So he laughed and looked at Kong Lei. "Old Kong I've heard Director Wang say that your Iron Fist Regiment soldiers are good. Better than the special forces. Lei battle is a person who, as you know, has a high and mighty heart, so you give him a lesson." Kong Lei had long been displeased with Lei battle and immediately shouted, "Yes, Chief." He turned toward Chen Jun and shouted, "Company Commander Chen, you may begin." Chen Jun shouted, "Yes." In the next moment, Chen Jun turned to the men of the Marksman Company 4 and yelled down, "He Changwang, Wang Yanbing, step out." While standing on the side, Lei Zhan looked at Chen Jun. His body was a little stiff, a little angry, and a little cuckolded. Who would have thought that the border guard who cursed himself in Area 1 would marry and run to their Thunderbolt commandos to abuse them? And in the end, because of him, he himself wrote a 10,000 word report on his thoughts and was cursed by Wolf Head. Lei Zhuan's mood was indescribably complicated. This kid seems to be destined to be a match for me. Lei Zhuan came this time to smash the scene. Last time he went to Thunderbolt base and abused Yin Wang and the others. It had become a joke for Wolf Fong. If we don't give this kid a hard time this time, where's Raiden's face? Old Gao looked at Chen Jun. His eyes narrowed. A hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. His shoulder gently bumped Lei Zhan. And he whispered, "Is that him?" Thunder War nodded. Lao Gao carefully surveyed Chen Jun and said with a surprised face, "Strange. I can't see how powerful he is. To say that he is strong is not strong. But instead, he seems to be a little white boy. With this body, he was able to abuse your Thunderbolt commandos? Has your Thunderbolt not been eating well enough lately?" The corner of Lei Zhuan's mouth twitched and said, "One size does not fit all. Don't be fooled by his appearance. I did see him take out quite a few armed men. He's the ghost of the border." If he hadn't witnessed those militant corpses at the time, he wouldn't have believed that a new recruit could have such a battle record. And Lei Zhuan had carefully watched the fighting match between Chen Jun and Tian Lang. The other party's fighting skills were really strong, and Tian Lang's loss was not unfair at all. Lao Gao once again looked at Chen Jun in surprise. There are so many definitions in Chen Jun, a model of the times, a heroic soldier, the son of the richest man. Lei battles love rival, each one focused on his body. making it all feel a bit metaphysical. Old Gao laughed, but also very dry. Said, "Look away. This kid is not simple. Just to be able to make Violet willing to marry him is remarkable." Lei Zhuan's face sank as he said, "What do you mean?" Lao Gao rubbed his nose and said, "Tactical analysis. Don't mind it. Anren is a flower in the army," admiring her many officers. But not only Lei War won, and put out the word most strongly is Lei War only. But so many years have passed, Lei War did not chase. This can only show that Anren's requirements are not generally high. In the eyes of others, Lei Battle is very good. 3 times in a row. The king of soldiers, the captain of the Thunderbolt Commando. Although the person is not very handsome, but it is also considered to be masculine. And the temper is also sloppy. Such an officer. In fact, also quite inviting female soldiers to like. But Anren just couldn't see it. And out of nowhere, Chen Jun, in just a few short months, got flash married to Anren and plucked this military flower out of the army. Needless to say, it must have been Anren who saw Chen Jun's colorful places that moved her heart and was willing to marry the other party. "There's definitely something about this kid," Lei Zhuan said. "This kid is very strong, but there is a prickly soldier. His temper is very impulsive. If you want him, you have to pay attention." Lao Gao laughed and said, "Cross-country soldiers, the more I like. Fan staff officer's interest in him is not small. You do not try to have pulled into your thunder and lightning? Abandon former suspicion?" Lei Zhuan snorted coldly and said, "Do we, Thunderbolt, need him? Special forces are not that easy. If killing a few militants and my comrade blocking a knife can be a special force, then the people who can pass the examination, the see goes." Old Gao bristled and said, "That's what I said. But if people are really capable, you can't stop them. Wolfhead is not interested in him. He's running a trip just for him. And if he has a stunning performance later on, Wolfhead will surely have an idea." Lei Zhuan said, "I don't care what Wolfhead thinks, but if that kid wants to use me as a stepping stone, it depends on whether he has that ability." Old Hai gave a slight look and said, "I'll see." And at this moment, He Cheng Wang and Wang Yanbing had already walked out, and He Ji Jun was a bit surprised. "Why did you let 2 new recruits out?" Chen Jun saluted, reporting to the chief. "The new recruits can better reflect the strength of our marksman company than the veterans." He Ji Jun froze for a moment, looked Chen Jun up and down, and said, "You kid is Chen Jun, right? You really are a hero. Good looking. I'll see how your bottom is today." His goal this time to come is to think about looking at what this kid is capable of. That 100,000 word thought report, tossed a few gray hairs, is because of this kid. Look at the appearance is not to see what, just looks and body. If you can enter the 3 military honor guard. Chen Jun frowned. Good looking? It seems that Wolfhead has a grudge in his heart. But that's normal. Anyone who is asked to write a 100,000 word report on their thoughts has a grudge. Chen Jun didn't care about that much and yelled lowly toward He Chengwang and Wang Yanbing. "Begin!" "Yes!" He Chengwang and Wang Yanbing roared at the same time. The next moment, the two grabbed the 95 type rifle and rushed forward. Rushed to the old black there. Quickly replaced the old black squad leader, personally pressed the magazine, and then ran to the target position as fast as possible. Creeping, setting up the gun, aiming, shooting. Bang bang bang. A series of shots rang out. Rapid fire. All the bullets hit the chest ring target 150 meters away with precision. He Ji Jun put down the binoculars, looked at the time again, and directly applauded and shouted, "Not bad. 54 seconds, 10 rounds of ammunition shot 96 and 98 rings. Has the potential to enter the special forces. Has caught up with the level of special forces. But old Kong, are you sure these 2 are new recruits? The maneuvers, the movements all seem like veterans." Kong Lei saluted, reporting to the chief, "Our Iron Hole regiment will not make false claims." He Ji Jun laughed and looked at Lei Zhuan. "How about it? Can these 2 enter Wolfang?" Lei Zhuan said loudly, reporting to the chief, "Our special forces are to go through the strictest selection. Is the whole army's sharp troops? Do not need relationship soldiers, backdoor soldiers. Not anyone can be stuffed. Just the quality of a single soldier as well as a simple shooting. Far from enough. They are still far from the standard of our special forces." Nothing. Chapter 72, Tit for Tat. Old Gao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he listened from the side. This thunder war is really no mercy at all. It's even more ruthless than yourself. But if you run to other people's territory like this to pull hatred, aren't you afraid of being beaten up by a group of people? The soldiers of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters are all very wild. And on the big rock next to them, there is a word hard carved. They sure can't help it. And the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, as the strongest company among the regular troops, once had many excellent sharpshooters come out from here. It is also well known that Lao Fan often carries the old Dejo cellar and comes over to dig up good seedlings. If Lei Juan said that, didn't he offend them all as well? This guy is really a thatched stone, stinking and hard. When Chen Jun heard Lei Juan say this, his brows also frowned and a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. How did Lei Juan become so impulsive? Special forces soldiers like to scold people, but that is also to scold their own soldiers. When to discipline other people's soldiers? As expected, Kang Lei was in a state of discontent when he heard such words from Lei Battle. Isn't this tantamount to slapping him in the face in public? Kang Lei knew that Wolfhead must have come to smash the scene this time, or else he wouldn't have brought both Old Gao and Lei Juan. But like Lei Juan, the words were shouted out, which was too obvious. Wang Yanbing and He Changwang were certainly unconvinced when they heard Lei Battle say that they were useless, while each and every one of the 4 companies of sharpshooters clenched their fists and stared at Lei Battle, their eyes filled with wariness. As Chen Jun had said before, let those special forces know that they, the 4th company of sharpshooters, were not cowards. At this time, a resounding voice rang out. Special forces must first have balls, and if they don't, it's no big deal. The one who shouted was none other than Chen Jun. Chen Jun looked at Lei Zhan and said, even the enemy doesn't dare to chase after them, and they blame their comrades who chase after the enemy. What's so great about the special forces? The new recruits are worse. At least they're not afraid to die. What did you say? Lei Zhan let out a low roar, and in the next moment, the dragon walked to the front of Chen Jun, almost sticking to Chen Jun before stopping, his sharp eyes staring at Chen Jun dead on, as if it was a sharp knife. Chen Jun's face did not change color. His eyes were equally gazing at Lei Zhan, while in his mind the voice of the hacking system suddenly rang out. Hacking system mission. The principle of hacking is not only invasion, but also destruction. Use your fists to maintain your dignity. At that moment, Chen Jun's eyes were filled with murderous aura. In an instant, it seemed as if 2 rushing breaths were violently clashing in the air. The aura on Chen Jun's body was not in any way below that of Lei Juan. He had experienced life and death battles over and over again, and had walked on the gates of ghosts several times, and the aura that erupted naturally wasn't weaker than Lei Battle's. The most important point is that Chen Jun is facing Lei Battle, who went to support the late 3rd shift. Maybe they weren't wrong, but Chen Jun just wasn't happy about it. The fallen comrades of the 3rd squad were watching from the sky, and Chen Jun would not retreat half a step. Wang Yanbing looked at the scene of these two and whispered to He Changwang, based on my experience, such a distance is either a fight or a affair, so guess what kind of relationship they have. He Changwang lowered his voice and said, probably kissing. The corner of Wang Yanbing's mouth twitched as he said, disgusting, 2 big old men. He Changwang said, Chen Lian's aura is very strong, and so is the other party. If we fight, who do you think will win? Wang Yanbing said, nonsense, of course it's Chen Lian. It has to be, but it's not necessarily a fight. The other party a soldier king, Chen Lian counts as a new recruit, bullying the small with the big. No matter if you win or lose, it's all a disgrace. Just as Chen Jun and Lei Juan were both at swordfights, Lao Gao pulled Lei Juan down and said, alright, you, a Wolfang soldier king, what's the point of bullfighting with a new recruit from someone else's conventional army? Doesn't it drop the price? Lei Juan shook off the old expert and stared at Chen Jun. I know you've killed a lot of armed men and think you're very powerful, but in my eyes, it's nothing, other than the fact that you saved Violet. In all other aspects, I despise you. Even if Director Wang of the Military Affairs Department is on your side, I still despise you. Chen Jun tit for tat, you probably don't know. So what if you're still the Wolfang soldier king? So what if you're a 3-time consecutive fighting champion? In my eyes, you're just a coward. And the one who died that day was my comrade, not yours. Lei War's forehead veins rippled and he tightened his fists, but he was dumbfounded. This alone held Lei War speechless. Regardless, it did seem like it was much later than usual that day when the raiders went where they were. But even if that was the case, the blame wasn't to be carried by them, the Thunderbolt Commandos. Lei Juan stared at Chen Jun and said, disobeying orders, whether you are avenging your comrades or not, you will be harming others and yourself. Do you know what a real battlefield is? What a real team fight is? Do you think you can win by relying on the spur of the moment like you did? You think of the battlefield too simply. Chen Jun stared at Lei Juan. His icy voice said, from the time you received the rescue, you acted slowly, letting the militants run away. And after that, there was no investigation to pursue the matter, but instead, you investigated my comrades, such a special forces soldier. If he was placed behind enemy lines or in a place like Area 1 would have missed the opportunity of the battle and gotten his own men killed. Of course, what do you special forces guys do nowadays besides scouting, calling locates, and calling people? If I remember correctly, that was the reason why your Thunderbolt Commando Skywolf once fell into the hands of the militants in the first place. Am I right, Captain Lei? Lei Zhan took a step forward. This time the tip of his nose was about to press against the bridge of Chen Jun's nose. His eyes burned with a fire of anger, and the breath that erupted from his body became even more powerful. It's so arrogant. Since Lei Zhan had become the king of soldiers and served as the captain of the Thunderbolt commando team who had brought and trained so many soldiers, he had never really encountered a prick like Chen Jun. He didn't think it was that he was small-minded, that emotional things hadn't swayed him yet, and this kid instantly criticized him for nothing. On the issue of the Sky Wolf, Lei War did not want to mention it again, and the situation at that time was more special. But this kid was egg on the bone. Hilarious that you would try to irritate yourself in such a way. My old man, who has been trained by a foreign military professional institution and graduated with top grades, would not be able to see through this little trick? Lei Zhuan took a step back and growled lowly. Don't bull. It's useless to shoot your mouth off. You challenged Skywolf and the others in my Thunderbolt base, right? So let me challenge you. Let me see just how capable you are to dare to defy the special forces. Chen Jun clenched his fists and threw his voice. I also want to see what's so great about the special forces. Or the old rules. Cross-country. Fighting. Shooting, take your pick. Lei War roared lowly. If you lose, you break off your engagement with Violet. Violet's happiness can't be decided by the older generation. It should be decided by herself. P.S. The first day to give the amount. Ask for a reward. Reward more will be added. Thank you all. Chapter 73, You're not hanging up, are you? Chen Jun stared at Lei Zhan, his face as hard as marble, and snapped, Captain Lei, this is a military barracks. Public and private affairs should be separated. It's not a place to talk about love. Besides, I told you I wouldn't bet on a woman. What you want to do with it is your business, not mine. As for the matter between Enran and I, it's not your turn to make decisions for her. We're a legal couple. Don't separate public and private matters. Otherwise you don't deserve to be the captain of the Thunderbolt Commandos. A black line instantly protruded from Lei Zhuan's forehead. He kept telling himself that he was not a careful person, but this guy repeatedly challenged his bottom line. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Please pay attention to your identity. Lei Zhuan said indifferently. Since you are so confident, I'd like to see what you, the son of the richest man in the world, is capable of besides ideological awareness. Old Gao, move the liquid bomb out. Lei Zhuan suddenly yelled. Holy, why are you yelling so loud? Old Gao was startled, but a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the good show was finally about to begin. This guy, Lei Zhuan, was thinking too deeply about that Violet, and a little bit of it was poking at his trigger point. Chen Jun, this guy is very good at talking. Lei War, no matter which side of the story, cannot stand. More and more interesting. Lei War, the fierce tiger, has been a soldier king for 3 years. Temper is getting bigger and bigger, and his thoughts are out of order. Women only affect a man's draw speed. Isn't that a simple truth that should have been understood long ago? Look at the old man. He's a big old man. Always single. Always happy. At this time, the old black squad leader thumped over, saluted old Gao, and said, Need any help? I'm also the bomb crushers. Pressure bomb man? Old Gao nodded in surprise. Old black, there's someone else for you to pressure bomb. Awesome. On the seniority of the old black near just a little lower than the old high, then Lei War is still a little higher. Even let him pressure bomb. Who's so big face? Old black was a bit embarrassed and said, It's a long story. I've become a professional now. It's just a traditional craft. I'll get used to it slowly. Lao Gao laughed out loud. The two men quickly headed toward the SUV and removed 4 large boxes from it. The so-called liquid bombs or beer bottles. They use them a lot to move targets when their special forces train to shoot. For no other reason than it's smooth to throw. Kind of like throwing a grenade. Lei Zhuan looked at Chen Jun and said, 30 of them, 100 meters away. Throw them up and fight. Whoever finishes first and fights more will be considered the winner. Remember, I will convince Violet to break off the engagement. Chen Jun said in a deep voice, What are you always hanging on to women for? Traditional handicrafts suit you. For your information, Violet is now my wife. Watch where you're going. Otherwise the thought report will be written in vain. Also, Captain Lei, all of us in Marksman Company 4 start at 200 meters. Are you special forces at the 100-meter standard? Lei War, that poker face blackened for a moment, while the people of the 4 companies of sharpshooters one by one seemed to be chasing more novels bursting 100,000 words as excited as the feeling of the new year. Chen Lian is crazy enough. Crazy is right. Aren't the special forces great? Arrogant? Chen Lian is even more arrogant than them. That's the real tough guy. In the past, every time the special forces came to spar with them, they were all in a condescending posture, like an adult seeing a child. The people of the 4 companies of sharpshooters had long been upset, but they were very helpless. The other party was indeed stronger than them. They could only endure, hold it in, and then train like crazy. wanting to beat each other when they fought again. Now, Chen Jun stood out, facing our Thunderbolt Commando captain Lei Battle, Wolfang's third consecutive king of soldiers, even in the face of such an expert, still hardened up. This is the spirit of the Iron Fist Regiment. Lei Zhuan snorted coldly and said, "Is that so? It seems that I have underestimated you. So let's see what kind of undercard the famous ghost has." Chen Jun said without a care in the world. "Cut the crap. We're not that emotionally attached to each other that we need to shoot our mouths off." Lei Zhuan shut up, his face full of black lines. He really wasn't a careful person. Except for the Enron thing, but this guy was so arrogant. Gotta teach this guy how to behave. At this time, Chen Jun yelled lowly, "Old Black Squad leader, you go throw it as fast as you can, and bring 3 more soldiers with you." Old Black stiffened and muttered under his breath. "Again, it's fate." Spinning around, he shouted, "Yes." There was no way. Chen Jun fighting against Lei Zhuan was no longer a personal issue for them. It was already related to the honor of the 4 companies of sharpshooters, and even the Iron Fist Regiment. Old Black had to come even if he had to lose his arm. As for throwing beer bottles, it's a tear to say the least. Soon Old Black led the way to set up the grounds. Chen Jun and Lei Zhan turned their backs towards different realms. At once, the two attracted the attention of everyone present. The soldiers of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters were all filled with wariness, their eyes filled with the conviction of certain victory. Because it's Chen Lian. Lao Gao swept a glance at the men of the Sharpshooters' 4th Company, each with confidence in their eyes. It seems that they have quite a bit of trust in Chen Jun as the company commander. A new recruit, serving as their company commander. These veterans even served. This kid is getting more and more interesting. Gao grew excited. "Begin!" With a roar from Old Black. Old Black and the others started throwing beer bottles in the air. Chen Jun and Lei Zhuan raised their guns almost simultaneously, locked on, and fired. Gunshots continued to ring out across the range. Old Gao and He Ji Jun were both listening with their ears perked up while listening, but their attention was on Chen Jun's side. They were too familiar with Lei Battle. They didn't even need to see him to know what kind of fight he was capable of. But with Chen Jun it was a different story. This time they came here to see how Chen Jun performed. So fast. This kid can shoot a gun that fast? How many years must one practice such a craft? Can he maintain accuracy? Old Gao's brows locked. Don't all shoot up the wall behind you. Chen Jun's shooting speed was too fast, lifting his hand and just shooting. It felt like he didn't need to aim. And on the Old Black side it was a desperate attempt to throw beer bottles in the air as fast as they could. One by one, the bottles were thrown up into the sky. Damn, like the sky was scattering flowers. And on the side of paying attention to Lei Zhuan, obviously half a beat slower than Chen Jun, but very steady. This is the style of Thunder War. Chen Jun stops firing in about 30 seconds, while Lei War is a full 10 seconds slower. Soon, the chime came. Captain Ray, time 45 seconds, all 30 bottles crushed. Lei Zhuan nodded slightly. This score was within the normal level of his play. A solid win. Although Chen Jun's shooting speed was faster than his own, but in such a short period of time, the other party was shooting so fast, the accuracy that would not be easy to control. Shooting a gun is a traditional craft. Fast and accurate. Just hit fast, but not accurate. Lasting hits cannot. Fast gunman has no use. He's bound to lose. Although Lei Zhuan hadn't met up with Enron, he was sure that he would be able to convince the other party. Fast food feelings don't work. What's so great about that kid except that he has a whiter face, a better body, and a little bit of money at home? Chen Lian, smash all 30 beer bottles. The face of Lei War, who was still in YY, instantly stiffened. He's a dozen seconds ahead of himself and hits like he does? Are you kidding me? P.S. It's freezing cold and it's time to make deliveries, so I'm asking for reward support. Chapter 74 New Challenges. Lei Zhuan tightened his fists and snapped his head up to look at Chen Jun, and at this moment, the system's prompt sounded in Chen Jun's mind. Host carries out the principles of hacking, completing the mission, rewarding 100 experience value. 100? Great! Chen Jun felt Lei Zhan's blade-like eyes, but did not care in the slightest. If eyes could kill, the world would be empty. Lei War said, willing to gamble. I was careless this time. However, this isn't a real war. If it was a real war, you wouldn't be the one to win. Chen Jun indifferently looked at Lei Zhuan and said, a real war? Humph. It has been proved long ago. Then you are not qualified now. There are 2 other kinds of competitions. You bring them up. Hurry up. We, the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, still have to train. We don't want to waste time. Lei Zhan's clenched fists cackled, and that poker face was so gloomy that it was dripping water. When had being the captain of the Thunderbolt Commandos ever been treated with such contempt? He violently turned to He Ji Jun and shouted, reporting to the chief, there's no need to compare behind. I'm applying for a real war with them. to prove that we, the special forces, are not cowards. He Jijun stared at Lei Juan and said, "You get in the car first. I don't want to see your face. It doesn't matter if you lose. It's common for soldiers. Don't get caught up in personal feelings." "Yes." Lei Juan saluted and immediately turned towards the car, getting right into it. It's a bit of a disgrace. This time, originally, Lei Jun came to kick the field, wanting to teach Chen Jun how to behave, but the result was that the field didn't kick the field, and instead, he let others teach him a lesson. Carelessness. However, Lei Juan was not discouraged, and he would definitely make his opponent look good next time. At this moment, He Jijun said to Kong Lei, "Not bad, not bad. Old Kong Yu Sharpshooter 4 companies are getting more and more bullish. I believe that if I give you guys some more time, you can definitely have a bigger breakthrough." Kong Lei happily said, "Thank you for the chief's praise. We will definitely redouble our efforts and live up to the chief's expectations." This time the Sharpshooter 4th company had grown a face for itself. It shouldn't be Chen Jun who had grown a face for himself. In front of so many people and in front of Wolf Head, beating and defeating Lei Juan, the king of soldiers, had never happened before. What kind of person is Lei Juan? That is the Wolf T3 consecutive king of soldiers, and now out of the peak of strength, then the old high and some stronger. Chen Jun directly crushed him. How bullish was that? He Jijun nodded and said, "Old Kong tell you something in advance. Recently there is indeed a drill, which is what I rectified and wrote in. According to the plan the scale of the drill is bigger than ever. By then Lei Keming will also have to take part in it, and at that time, it will be a siege on your red side." Originally, Kong Lei was quite happy. After all, Lei Battle came to kick the field this time. Kick the iron plate, was suppressed, so that there is no need for him to publicize. Iron Fist Corps of Heart out of the powerful, absolutely famous. It had been a long time since the Iron Fist Regiment had been so godly, but when he heard this, Conley couldn't get excited. Lei Keming, that guy is the most insidious, the most cunning Special Forces commander, and he led the Black Tiger Commandos but then the Thunderbolt Commandos but also stronger than the Commandos on a line, in the past performance, that are complete abuse of the conventional combat troops. So far in the battlefield, never defeated. They came here to join in the fun? Kong Lei said, "Chief, you're putting a burden on our Iron Fist Regiment. Lei Keming is more than an old fox. I'm not the least bit sure." He Jijun laughed and patted Kong Lei's shoulder. "Don't worry, live within your means, play to your strength, break through your limits, and fight the war we're not afraid to lose, or the ghost that boy general's ideological awareness raised to a very high level. The model of the times the Wolf's Teeth Rectification Report of 100,000 words. This is my life. I have written the longest ideological report, more than my previous decades added up to the report. I heard that Director Wang also went to Lei Keming's Black Tiger Commandos to carry out a rectification campaign on this commander of literary and artistic soldiers, and the rectification report all demanded 200,000 words, which can be written as a long novel. Ha ha, in such a comparison, Director Wang is considered polite to me. Just keep your eyes peeled these days. I'm not going to eat the meal. I've got to go around to the other regiments, so I'll be going." Kong Lei immediately saluted He Jijun and eyed him. Lao Gao, on the other hand, gave a thumbs up towards Chen Jun and shouted, "Director Wang said that you're great." "I don't believe it. Lao Fan also praised you for being very good." "Originally I didn't believe it. Today I saw it. It's indeed possible. Unlimited potential. When the maneuvers are over and the Wolf Fawn conducts the selection once again, I'll be waiting for you to come." Chen Jun nodded his head and said, "Thanks for the compliment from the high school team. I'll definitely be there, but not necessarily for the selection." Lao Gao froze, then grinned and said, "If I were Violet, I would also like your confidence and quickness. She has a good eye. She didn't choose the wrong man. By the way, you are a good shot. A real man. Quick enough. Admirable." Chen Jun's face darkened as he shouted, "Old me still lasts." Lao Gao laughed, revealing a smile that all men understand, and then turned around and left. But just after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. "Pay attention to Lei Keming. Don't lose too badly in the maneuvers, or you probably won't be qualified to come to Wolf Fong to teach Lei War how to behave. That kid has always been thinking about your wife, so you have to keep a close eye on her. Don't get scooped up." After saying that, Lao Gao strides towards the SUV. Soon, the SUV that He Jijun and the others were traveling in left quickly. The car had just disappeared from the sight of the crowd when cheers immediately rang out behind Chen Jun. Long live Chen Lian. It could be said that this was the most exciting day they had ever had since they became soldiers in the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Every one of them want to become a Special Forces, want to become the king of soldiers, do not want to look at the face of those Special Forces. Think about every time those old special are scolding them, cannot say they are rookies. Who ing not fire, but they used to have to put up with it, because they weren't as strong as each other. Not strong enough, you can't lift your head. Today, a lesson was given to Lei Battle, a lesson was given to the unstoppable Soldier King, and a lesson was given to each and every one of their sharpshooter 4th company. Special forces are no big deal. Chen Jun turned over and raised his hand just to press down, wanting them to calm down, but before he could say anything, he was rushed over by a bunch of them and thrown into the sky in a joint effort. Woo! Woo! The crowd let out strong cheers, and their faces were filled with excited smiles. Chen Jun was thrown into midair again and again, and as he felt everyone's enthusiasm, the corners of his mouth could not help but show a hint of a smile. At this moment, Chen Jun was truly integrated into the Marksman Company 4, becoming the wildest and hardest company commander in their hearts. Old Black stood to the side, looking at Chen Jun, who was constantly being thrown up, rubbing his slightly numb fingers, and hemmed and hawed. Marred. Traditional craftsmanship. It's worth it. These pests. Interesting. Chapter 75, The War Comes. When Kong Lei saw the crowd of the 4 companies of sharpshooters who were all so excited that they were cheering, he was also very happy, but his performance was not too obvious. Just a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, mainly because he had just been stunned by He Ji-jun's words. Lei Kemming will him, Wolf Fong will definitely him too. Damn, this is directly offend 2 big gods. That opening will be jacked into a bachelor? It is absolutely possible. Wolf Teeth 100, 000 words of thought report. Black Tiger 200, 000 thought report. The director of Wang, that guy smiled. I did not expect to go around to him to pull hatred. Is it because he was tricked into getting a checkup? 200, 000 words. That's tough. However, Conley wasn't one to be afraid of anything. Was he really afraid of this? Conley yelled down toward the crowd in attendance. Let's go. Have a celebration. Long live the Corps. Long live the Corps. There was a strong cheer again, and one rushed over and threw Conley up as well, while the Iron Fist Regiment was cheering. In He Ji-jun's car, Lei Juan was grimacing like the heavens were about to rain, and he was clogging up his heart. He Ji-jun stared at Lei Juan and said, "Do you know where you went wrong?" "Wrong?" Lei Juan froze, then said, "Wolf Head, I've lost the face of Wolf Fong." He Ji-jun shook his head and said, "No, there's nothing wrong with winning or losing. There's nothing wrong with old Gao being such a shrewd person. Didn't he also drink the night tiger's foot-washing water during the maneuvers?" Old Gao innocently laid down a gun and hurriedly said, "Wolf Head, you are not polite." "Right. Why did you pull my head in a good cause?" He Ji-jun ignored him and looked at Lei War seriously. "Winning or losing is nothing, but the pattern must be big. The woman's matter should not be put in the comrades to magnify. One size does not fit all. I have no problem if you challenge Chen Jun next time, but if you mention anything about Violet breaking off the engagement as a bet, I'll make you chicken and egg, and don't want to find a woman for the rest of your life." Lei Zhan subconsciously clenched his legs and said with a bit of embarrassment, "Wolf Head, you know, it's not that I have a small heart, but that Chen Jun is too arrogant. I have to grind a layer of skin on him, or else such a small prick won't be able to become a great man in the future." At that time, if he was in a feverish state of mind, he didn't think too much about it, and when he calmed down, he realized that it was indeed inappropriate. It was naturally a bit awkward now that Wolf Head had pointed it out. Old Gao laughed and said, "Gu, Lei Juan, you're still thinking about Chen Jun's future. This ideological awareness is high enough." Lei Juan rolled his eyes and said, "Get lost." He Ji-jun then said, "Okay, go back and write 100,000 words review to me. Is the director Wang proposed rectification of those, plus your ideas, and today's failure to summarize, you also come to write it, you experience more profound." Lei War turned black-faced and almost exploded out of his mouth. If he could curse, would he have already been selling discs in Asia? I'm afraid that Wolf Head has had this plan for a long time, and now it's just an excuse? Old Gao really couldn't help but spray when he heard it. Wolf Head, this move to move the wood is really ruthless. Lei Battle's stomach must have cursed, but this is self-inflicted. If he hadn't been so aggressive and proposed something about breaking off the engagement as a wager, wouldn't that have disrupted troop unity and violated discipline? It would be strange if Wolf Head didn't clean you up. This time, this guy Lei Zhan is definitely in a dead heat with Chen Jun. Interesting, let's see who grinds who in the end. Chen Jun is fast enough and hard enough. It's whether his staying power is enough. However, the previous two are very promising, and this staying power is definitely not bad. Ha ha, then wait and watch the fun. Old Gao had a gloating look on his face, which made Lei Juan very dissatisfied. But what could be done? Who's going to wipe his ass for what he's caused? It's still not yourself. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye a week passed. Chen Jun was all about frantic training with the 4 companies of sharpshooters. always ready for the coming military exercises. And all the people are all holding their breath. Training do not let Chen Jun urge. Crazy to give themselves extra training. The entire 4th company of sharpshooters had never been so crazy. But the week went by without any news coming down from the regiment. As if there was no such thing. However, Chen Jun was not in a hurry. Improving his strength was the big thing. He scanned the list of personal attributes. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 4. Attributes, mental 5.1. Physical 5.1. Strength 5.1. Speed 5.1, normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination, grand finish. Hacking shooting, grand finish. Hacking sneaking, grand finish. Hacking healing, medium finish. Hacking space, medium finish, 2000 meters. Experience value, 0 out of 500. After only a week had passed, Chen Jun's physical attributes had increased by 0.1, which was a terrifying increase. To know that his body has already broken through to 5. That is the physical quality of the threshold of the Soldier King. To reach this stage, not after the role of strengthening, to improve a little bit is very bitter. After a normal king of soldiers reached this level, the time it took to improve a little was calculated in half a year. And Chen Jun was able to break through quickly, mainly from Lei Kemming's pressure, and Lei battle. Once the maneuvers started, that was the time for the real competition. True to what the dog-headed old man Gao said, if the performance was too poor, there would be no chance to teach Lei battle how to be a man. Chen Jun's frantic training, while utilizing the hacker's healing technique, to constantly stimulate his body's chi and blood, stimulating his potential, was what rapidly improved his physical quality. Hacking space to medium success, can detect enemies present at a range of 2,000 meters, or impending danger, perform time stasis, and can foresee the future. After this period of hard practice and refinement, Chen Jun had a deeper understanding of hackerspace, making time stand still. That was something impossible. That was relativity. It would allow Chen Jun to just anticipate the arrival of some danger in advance. The time could be advanced to 5.1 seconds. This has been very impressive. Hackerspace ability is very powerful now. However, someone like Lei Keeman isn't simple either. Once taking out 32 armed enemies and bringing back the head of the chief in a battle by himself, his sense of danger must be like hackerspace as well. This is the sixth sense. Some powerful special forces, especially snipers or observers, they also have the same sense of danger. Once on the battlefield, in the case of the enemy is not clear, the advantage of special forces will be more and more prominent. Thunder War's practical combat capability is very strong, and the Thunder Commandos are practical combat units with very rich combat experience, and the combat power they exert when they arrive at the battlefield will far exceed their usual training performance. Chen Jun vaguely felt no small amount of pressure when he thought about all this. Suddenly, a whimpering alarm sounded at the Iron Fist Regiment's compound. Old Black, who was squeezing bullets, looked up. His complexion changed dramatically, and he sprang to his feet. War is coming. Chapter 76, Thor as a clerk. Kong Duan dies in action. Old Black listened to the rapid sirens and shouted, "This is a first-level alarm. The maneuver has begun." Chen Jun yelled low toward everyone. "All sprint back. As fast as you can. Quick." At once, everyone in the marksman company 4 rushed towards the direction of the compound as if they were running cheetahs. Chen Jun is to bring them out to pull the drill. Did not expect the drill said to start on the start. There is no prior notice. Just a week ago, Ji Jun mentioned it. This time, who the hell knows if this period of time is a week away or a month away? By the time they sprinted to the compound, the Iron Fist Regiment's large force had already departed. Gong Arrow did not go, but anxious like ants on a hot pan. Anxious eyes are red. See Chen Jun with people back. Immediately shouted, "Quick! Immediately change equipment. Set off." The large forces have already started. Slower, people blue directly bombing here. You guys open the game on the lunchbox. This reasoning Chen Jun also understood, and did not bull *******, immediately leading people to quickly change equipment. Kong Lei was the general commander of the Iron Fist Regiment, responsible for the entire regiment's operations, and it was impossible for him to delay rushing to the front line just because he was waiting for one company of Chen Jun. Therefore, the sounding of the first-level alarm was quickly followed by a large force straight to the front. At this moment, Wolfang Special Operations Brigade, Thunderbolt Commando Residence, Command Center, Tap. Yan Wang strides up to Lei Zhuan, stands at attention, and salutes, reporting to the captain. "We have locked on to the position of the Iron Fist Regiment's large force. Shall we launch an attack?" He looked at Thunder War with a bit of concern. Since Lei War followed Wolf Head back from the Iron Fist Corps, he didn't eat properly for a whole week, didn't do any training, and didn't play games with him, so he just yards and yards and yards on the computer every day. When he couldn't resist asking him, he said he was working on a novel. This makes the crowd is a burst of speechless. Damn Hall King of Soldiers to write a novel? Could it be writing a Special Forces novel? If he was really writing a Special Forces novel, he wouldn't even need to conceptualize it. He would directly portray all the processes of their missions, and it would be a novel. But what is the significance of doing this? Could it be that Lei Zhuan was possessed by Wen Shu Xing? In short, the crowd was very worried. It's very unusual for a soldier king to train, stop holding a gun, and write a novel on a keyboard instead. Yan Wang had made a special trip to Laogao and realized that Lei Zhan had suffered defeat at the hands of Chen Jun. The crowd seriously suspected that Lei battle had been struck down and his spirit was a bit perverse. When Lei Zhan heard Yan Wang's report, he moved his hands away from the keyboard, looked at the 50,000 words that he had just managed to write, and muttered, "Marred, you can't write 10,000 words in a day. You really are a waste." King Yin froze and looked at Lei Zhuan with odd eyes. Writing less than 10,000 words a day is crap? This ing. Lei War is crazy. Thunder God. What are you? Yan Wang couldn't help but ask. Lei Zhuan stood up violently. A stern gaze shot out from his eyes as he ordered, "Do it. First blow up the Iron Fist Regiment into a battalion. No, a company. Don't waste bullets. Blow it up for me. It's best to finish it off in one go." "Yes," Yan Wang said. When Yan Wang was preparing to go out, he sneaked a glance at the screen in front of Lei Zhan, very curious about what exactly was written and whether it was really a novel. "Just see the screen wrote, about the Wolf Teeth Special Brigade Thought Rectification Report." Yan stumbled, barely able to keep his footing. Didn't Thunder God say he was writing a novel? How to write a report on ideological rectification, or the Wolf Tooth Brigade. This is not the report that the wolf head has to write? Damn, that is 100,000 words. That's all he's been writing all week? When did he become a clerk? Wolf head. Even if you want someone to write, that is to find the brigade headquarters of those pen. How to find Lei War this big head of soldiers to write? Yama's brain was a little confused. It just felt like Thor was having such a hard time. No wonder he sat at his computer from morning to midnight at night, tapping away, writing 50,000 words a week. Holy, if you were king of hell, you'd go bald on top of your head. However, Yen did not dare to ask why, knowing that an old man and a lost love could not be put down by a dog. 10 minutes later, the convoy of the main force of the Iron Fist Regiment traveled swiftly down the main road, heading for the forward positions. Suddenly, a rocket swooshed down into the sky, smashing into the middle of the group as if it weren't money. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out and a cloud of smoke spread everywhere. Although it was a drill shell, the shockwave formed when it exploded, blew the surrounding trees shaking violently, and all the flowers and plants on the ground were affected. The convoy came to a complete stop amidst the constant explosions. There was no way around it. All the rockets covered the inside of the convoy and amounted to carpet bombing. Can the convoy avoid it? Get out of the car and spread out. Get down. Don't mess up. One by one, the soldiers jumped out of their vehicles, but many of them were creaking with smoke. Shells explode at close range. Heat senses the equipment on your body, and you are immediately ruled killed in action. After a round of bombardment, Kali had just jumped out of his car and was about to curse when a dozen more rockets rained down on his ass. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Deceitful. Conley was furious and slammed his fist directly on the front of the car. Paralyzed. What's the fight? Fight what? It's a waste of national ammo. Special forces are great. Unlimited funding. Conventional troops are sons of ES. Conley's lungs exploded. This drill has just begun. The troops have not even arrived at the predetermined location. And the direct rocket attack. Is it a ING drill? What the hell? Tap. The staff officer rushed over and said, "Kong Regiment, we've suffered heavy losses. What should we do?" Kong Lei growled without a good voice. "You're blind. I'm smoking. Don't ask me. By the way, how much is left?" The staff officer shivered, hesitated, and said, "The 4th company of sharpshooters didn't follow behind. The last company." The large troop started to pull out. The other side of the artillery shells accurate face coverage. It is impossible to hide. Many people have not been able to jump out of the car. The shells are blown on the car. Directly declared killed in action. Some of the men jumped down, but before they could shift, another round of shells came down and reimbursed them all. This was the Special Forces' most skillful means of calling in attacks, and it went without saying that they must have staked out the Iron Fist Regiment's compound beforehand, tracked it all the way, and then called in a locator to bombard it directly in front of their home. It's too hard. Kong Lei mouth a twitch. Looking around are thick smoke. A body are smoking soldiers. Helpless, hoping that the old man is to give people to pull hate. I hope that the Chen army luck. Such artillery coverage. Is the tortoise. All have to die. Lao Zi is the most tragic casualties of the head of the regiment. Dozens of rockets, with the Hummer-like bombing. Who can withstand? Not a bit of martial virtue. Chapter 77, Crouching Dragon Phoenix. Hackerspace Interpolation. The men of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, who were behind in full pursuit of the main body, received the news of Conley's death. Gong Arrow looked in silence at the place in the distance where the explosions kept ringing out. His eyes were red and tears were gurgling out of his eyes. Kong Regiment was killed in action. Died a miserable death. We are useless. Damn. It must be the Special Forces. Only they can do it. The opening round was plowed by artillery fire. Kong Regiment is the worst and fastest leader to die in the history of the exercise. Such a shame. In the history of the Iron Fist Regiment. It hurts a lot. Oh Kong Tuan, you died a terrible, old, tragic death. Those bastards. What hardest and strongest? As I see it, we are the softest and fastest and weakest. Gong Arrow's voice almost growled, pointing to the sky and cursing. They've participated in so many maneuvers, and they've never been such a loser. And they've been blown up right in front of their house, which doesn't give them a chance at all. Chen Jun, on the other hand, looked at the drones that kept swooping down from the sky as if they didn't need money to send rockets to the ground. His face instantly turned ironic. It must be the Thunder and Lightning's people who did this. Again, calling for weapons and pinpointing the location. In a battle like this, no one can play tactics. The rockets that were constantly whistling down, striking the ground with precision. Once the ground troops were exposed, there was no chance of survival. And in a short period of time, a regiment could be easily exterminated. Such are the horrors of modern warfare. Gong Arrow, with hot tears in the corner of his eyes, clenched his fists and said, "It must have been Lei War. This is his style. Last time he suffered a big loss in our Iron Fist Regiment. Today it's purely revenge. It's too much of a lack of martial virtues. So many rockets. It's hitting a brigade. Is there such a thing as a war? Lei War is a ing asshole. I wouldn't even marry him if I were in Ran." The old black squad leader cried out anxiously. "Instructor, don't cry and mourn. What should we do now?" Gong Arrow, who was still crying and wailing, suddenly stopped crying, turned his head and stared at Chen Jun, saying, "Chan Lian, you're the one who drew things out. What do you think?" In the past, the Iron Fist Regiment had also been targeted and beaten as if they were meat targets, but they had never been this ruthless, and this was a direct hit to the face in front of their home. It's the kind of thing you have to do to take a wife. Lei Zhuan is trying to take revenge and send all the fire down on the Iron Fist Regiment. He is fighting to show Chen Jun careful eyes. Everyone can see it, but you can't tell. In their special forces parlance, it's all about striking from a position of strength. Chen Jun said indifferently, "An eye for an eye, blood for blood. Go straight to them." Gong Arrow froze. "Who are you doing? Anyone? People or drones? You fly to the sky to do ah." Chen Jun said, "If they take out our regiment's headquarters, we'll do him a command." Old Black Squad leader nodded his head vigorously and said, "Good idea. Not bad for someone who can make me squeeze bullets. Where is the command? Can you tell them together?" Chen Jun looked at Gong Arrow and the old black. A hidden black face, a singing white face, but also the mouth are hung with a smile. All belly black, all old 6. Crouching Dragon Phoenix. Gong Arrow stared at Chen Jun and said, "You are the company commander. You say it. What to do?" "I agree to hit their command headquarters. To avenge Kong Tuan. We can't let him die so tragically. This breath must be taken out, or else our Tekken regiment won't be able to hold our heads up in this life, and other people will call us shrunken turtles." The old black squad leader shook his head and said, "This is a drone in the sky, and reconnaissance and bombing. The rats on the ground can't hide ah. This exercise area is so big, and the other side's command is not labeled, waiting for us to go. Kong regiment, I think it is a waste of death. Hey, how can we play when there is no leader in the group and the whole regiment is left with us? The only ones left? Let's end it early and die a clean death." Gong Arrow scolded. "What are you talking about? If you say that again, I'll cut you down. When did we ever have a coward soldier in the 4th Company of Sharpshooters? If we can't do it, we have to do it. Kong Regiment is still counting on us, counting on our new company commander, to take us on the road to victory. It's only in desperate situations that one can exercise a person and see one's strength clearly. Our Kong Regiment has so much faith in Chen Lian, and before the maneuvers, he even said that he is our Iron Fist Regiment's greatest hope. So you have to have faith in our Chen Lian as well." The two men are singing in unison, and the words are not trying to say Chen Jun, "You come to pick the beam. The whole regiment is looking at you. Whether you can avenge the regimental commander, whether you can prove yourself or not, it depends on your performance as a company commander. This exercise is aimed at you. We're all with the prince. If you don't want to come up with something to reverse the defeat, you'll be the sinner of the Iron Fist Regiment." How could Chen Jun not know that little mind of these two old sixes? Abandon your vehicles, travel light, and face enemy fire. That's what the big man said. Chen Jun said, "Great man?" Gong Arrow and Old Black were both stunned. How could they not recall which great man had said such a thing? It's too much of the world's big man. However, Chen Jun's decision also makes sense. Drone reconnaissance, the vehicle is too big a target. Lightly loaded, with the help of the cover of the mountains and forests. More stealthy, safer and faster. You're the company commander. You call the shots, Gong Arrow said. Soon, the fourth company of sharpshooters dropped their vehicles, shut down all radios, and went into the most primitive form of contact, quickly dispersing under Chen Jun's leadership and hastily marching towards the forward positions. For Chen Jun, he possessed hackerspace, which analyzed in sixth sense the presence of enemies within 2,000 meters, and was able to lock on to the opponent's position in advance, including the locking of drones. Pass the word down that everyone is to make no noise except footsteps, and no one is to fall out of line. It's just in piss, all in my pants. Chen Jun acted as the front runner at the forefront of the team, leading the team on the complex terrain left and right interspersed, hardened the drone more than a dozen times in the patrol, without any danger of dodging out of the way. 2 of these times were the most thrilling, with the reconnaissance planes flying right over their heads, and fortunately Chen Jun warned them in time, allowing everyone to nestle into the low shrubs. If a map was drawn on the ground, one could clearly see the men of the fourth company of marksmen, under the auxiliary command of Chen Jun's hackerspace, as if they were gods, thrillingly interspersing themselves in and out of the gaps, much like a glutton. In this process, a hair's breadth of difference will wipe out the whole army. This was the power of hackerspace, which was equivalent to having a highly accurate biological radar on Chen Jun's body, precisely locking all dangers within a 2,000-meter radius. Little by little, time passed and it finally got dark and night fell. With a strong sense of danger, under the questioning of Crouching Dragon Phoenix, Chen Jun arrived at the front of a barrier with his company. This was a machine gun camp, and on the front sandbag defense, there were 2 heavy machine guns set up there, locking down the only passage around them, and on the high ground on both sides. With the judgment of hackerspace, Chen Jun knew that there were also snipers hidden. If they went through it the hard way, they would surely die once they were exposed. At this time, Crouching Dragon Gong Arrow quietly lurked to Chen Jun's side and lowered his voice. Chen Lian, in front of us are machine guns sweeping, behind us are artillery fires. If we can't get through, we're going to be wrapped up in dumplings. Chapter 78, knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain, you will walk towards it. Chen Jun spread out hackerspace to cover the surrounding area of 2,000 meters. A moment later, he said in a deep voice, "This command is not simple. You guys wait here. You can turn the radio on to maintain communication. I'll go in alone to take a look at it. Wait for my order when the time comes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Lian. This, don't risk it." Phoenix Old Black reached out just to pull him, but Chen Jun's hacker sneak art is so fast. A little bit of foot, the figure of a few consecutive flashes, then disappeared in the surrounding darkness. The whole thing was silent. Not bad for a ghost. Too fast. Gong Arrow actually wanted to tell Chen Jun not to take any risks, but it was simply too late, and could only helplessly give the order. Pass the order down. Everyone stay put, don't make any noise, and wait for Chen Lian's notification to turn on one of the radios. Yes. Old Blackie quickly went to deliver the order. After a while, Wang Yanbing, the little prick, sneaked over and excitedly said to Gong Arrow, "Instructor, the art of war has a cloud. Take advantage of their unpreparedness. Attack their unpreparedness. Are 2 shoulders carrying a head? Who's afraid of Hua? He Changwang has more eyesight than him." Lowered his voice and said, "Use your brain. This command center is surrounded by mountains and leaning against the wall. It is definitely not simple. The other party is an expert, knows how to use the heavenly dangers. Those rock walls monkeys can't climb up. Unusual people unless they use high-end climbing equipment, pulling the line from the top, or else they simply can't get up there. In addition, the intersection is set up with 2 heavy machine guns. In the narrow space, the firepower that erupts can be said to be a one-man army. Strong attack over? Going to die is more like it." Wang Yanbing did not think that said, the words are so, but this danger is man-guarded. Paralysis is a big taboo. They certainly will not think that we are enough to infiltrate here. This is our opportunity. Otherwise daybreak. We are really no chance at all. Guide. I see. Gong Arrow turned his head violently to stare at Wang Yanbing and said in a low voice, "Cut the crap. Didn't you your pants? Did you handle it?" Wang Yanbing said without changing his face. "All dry." At this moment, Chen Jun utilized the hacker sneak technique to run wildly through the mountains and forests, as it was in the dark of night, and that was the world of hackers. When he was in Area 1, when he hadn't fused the hacker stalking technique, he was already able to sneak around and kill militants as if he were a ghost, and now after fusing the hacker stalking technique, he was even more like a real ghost. It had been close to the barrier, and no one was able to spot him, even the snipers lurking high above. But Chen Jun wanted to pass through the intersection, and it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to do so. After all, there was a blank area of over 10 meters close to the barrier, not to mention a person approaching. Even a mouse could easily be noticed by the defense. Chen Jun observed the surroundings. The only way to sneak in was by going over the rock wall. Climbing skills? Chen Jun doesn't have it. The other side's command headquarters relies on a steep rock wall of more than 300 meters, which can be said to be easy to defend and difficult to attack. There's no other way. Fight! Without any hesitation, Chen Jun directly ran towards the bottom of the rock wall. He had experienced life and death battles, and his comrades had been sacrificed one by one in front of him, so he knew clearly that there could not be any hesitation on the battlefield, or else he would lose and die. At this moment, Gong Arrow, who had been observing Chen Jun's movements, put down his binoculars in surprise and said to Old Black, "Crazy, Chen Lian. He's gone crazy. Take a look and see if I'm wrong." Old Black immediately took the binoculars and looked in the direction of the rock wall, and in the next moment, his pupils were violently open, because he saw a silhouette climbing the wall that Chang Wang said that even monkeys couldn't climb over. Looking at that, it looked very much like Chen Jun. The figure looked careful and slow, and was clearly not sure of anything. With a physical quality like Chen Jun being careful like this, it was evident how difficult it was to climb this cliff. Isn't the company commander married? Want to make his wife widowed? Ah, too dangerous. Not even protected. The Old Black voice is a little trembling. Now and at night. Cannot see. Ah, in case. Crazy. A maneuver. As for so desperate? Gong Arrow's palms were sweaty as he said, if he fights to the death in the maneuvers, that bastard Lei War will definitely have another chance. Old Black hesitated for a moment and said, should we communicate a reminder? This is too dangerous. It's not worth it. Are we putting too much pressure on him? Gong Arrow shook his head and said, respect his decision. He is a real soldier. He is no longer the same Chen Jun from the past. Let's continue to wait and have faith in him. Old Black side, company commander, is fighting with his life, and behind Gong Arrow, Old Black and the others. The people of the 4th Company of Marksmen didn't see it, but they all heard it. They already admired Chen Jun, and now that they knew that he had climbed up that steep cliff alone in order to gain victory, in the absence of any protective measures, each of them had hot tears in their eyes. Anyone who knows what that means knows exactly what it means. One looked at the high cliff face, giving a heavy oppressive feeling in the darkness, as if it could devour one at any time. Chen Jun was climbing on such a crag, and at any moment, he could fall off it and turn into a lump of meat paste. There is nothing they can do now but pray. With such a steep cliff, if you could just climb it, would anyone else put their command against the wall? No way. The opposing commanders must have taken this into account. Chen Lian was too desperate, really treating the exercise as a real battle. During daily training, what Chen Lian shouted the most was, exercise is actual combat. You must remember, don't have any slack mentality, because once on the battlefield, any possibility exists. It was originally thought to be just a slogan he shouted, and no one really took it seriously. But now, Chen Lian is interpreting what is called a real exercise with his own actions, and what is called an exercise is a real war. At this moment, Chen Jun, who was continuously climbing upwards, was indeed careless. His physical quality was 5.1, which was indeed tough enough, but it couldn't hold against those sharp stones protruding from the wall, and without any protection, the skin of his palm was immediately scratched after grabbing it, and blood gushed out from his palm. The blood that flowed out dyed the stone that was gripped tightly red, while a stabbing pain caused the corners of Chen Jun's mouth to twitch. In Chen Jun's mind, the scene in Area 1 appeared again. In an instant, his eyes were red, and his heart roared. No, I can't lose. I must be enough to climb up. I must be able to. It was also at this time that the system's prompt sounded in Chen Jun's ears. The host carries out the principle of hacking. Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, he prefers to walk towards the Tiger Mountain, rewarded with 100 experience value. Chapter 79, Are you a human or a ghost? Suddenly heard the system's prompt. Chen Jun's spirit was revitalized. His mind flashed through the disabled class president, and ran, who got a license with himself, and Lei Zhan said those words to himself. I haven't killed the scorpion yet. How could I fall here? Chen Jun gritted his teeth, reaching out intending to climb upwards inch by inch, and every time his hands grasped a raised stone, a blood-red handprint immediately appeared, and as Chen Jun climbed upwards, bit by bit, the clothes on his body were scraped by the sharp rocks, which then cut through the flesh and blood on his body. The wounds weren't deep, but every time he moved upward, it was like a million knives were cutting into his chest. The blood continued to spill out, staining his uniform red, then leaving bright red trails of blood all the way up the rock wall his body passed through. A person simply cannot move up the ladder without strong willpower. Of course, in the face of such a dangerous cliff, relying solely on willpower and strong physique is still not enough, if not for the fact that Chen Jun has the hackerspace, which can have 5.1 seconds to judge in advance whether there is any danger at the point of landing or not, or else Sun Ran would have long since turned into a widow. Chen Jun climbed a bit slowly, but very steadily, not allowing a single mistake in the middle. In this way, Chen Jun keeps moving up. Little by little, time passed, and Chen Jun's bloodstained hands finally grabbed the edge of the mountaintop and rolled over to climb up. Who suck? Chen Jun breathed heavily, his originally taut nerves finally relaxing a bit. It's physical strength. Will versus nature. Chen Jun climbed to the other end of the peak and looked down. Underneath the darkness, it was like a black beast opening its bloody mouth. But what came next was much better for Chen Jun. He could use hacking space to find a landing spot in advance and climb down easily. Swish! It was as if Chen Jun possessed a pair of invisible wings, allowing him to make every descent dry and crisp. His speed obviously much faster than when he climbed up. As Chen Jun prepared to approach the ground, hackerspace suddenly fed back a source of dangerous information. At a distance of roughly 12 meters from the rock wall near the ground, snipers are hidden. Chen Jun immediately looked in the direction of the source of the danger and saw that there was a hole there. He immediately adjusted his position and crept silently towards the entrance. When Chen Jun was close to the entrance of the cave, his feet suddenly stomped, and with the force of his waist, his body was like a monkey, and he leaped and rolled directly into the entrance of the cave. At the moment, the sniper leaning against the cave wall rested with his sniper rifle in his arms. Exercise just started. The red side penetration should not be so fast, plus all the way off the card, the sky and the drone back and forth reconnaissance. The other side is even more unlikely to be so quickly arrived here. So the sniper until now there is no opportunity to shoot. Suddenly, the sniper's pupils widened as he saw a dark shadow roll in like lightning. Swish! In a flash of cold light, a dagger had appeared on his neck, and in the next moment, an icy voice came out, "You've been killed in action. Remember the principle of corpses." The sniper then reacted and cursed in a low voice. "Martyr!" Old man thought it was a ghost or monster. "How did you get in?" It was asked with great artistry. The sniper had utilized props and spent nearly an hour climbing up, but the guy in front of him seemed to have swooped in from the top of his head. What the hell is going on here? In the next moment, the sniper borrowed the moonlight, and when he looked clearly at the other party's body, his body couldn't help but tremble. "Are you sure it's not a ghost?" The clothes on the other person's body were stained with blood. His hands were bloody. His mouth was also there, and a strong smell of blood permeated the entire person. Asterisk 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 bro, you don't have to fight so hard. You'll die. The sniper couldn't help but exclaim. How could the sniper still not guess how the other side came up from such a situation? This is playing for keeps. He climbed up, is the use of a variety of the most advanced climbing tools, and do a variety of protective measures. Took so much effort to climb more than 10 meters of the cliff wall, while the other party is obviously unarmed. From the other end of the cliff wall climbing over, to die for, because snipers have climbed it. They know the horror of this cliff, definitely pushing the limits of humanity. He was really not expecting someone to be able to climb over it with their bare hands. It was a cliff that monkeys had climbed. Chen Jun said indifferently, "If you don't want to see your brother die on the battlefield, you have to fight for your life now." The sniper froze for a moment, stared at Chen Jun for a while, nodded and said, "Indeed. You have a high ideological awareness. I am Black Tiger Commando Wang Hu, the sniper. Let me die with some understanding." But the next moment, he was the one who saw Chen Jun jumping directly outward. Wang Hu hurriedly rushed to the edge of the cave entrance and saw a figure that looked like a spirit monkey jumping back and forth on the rock wall, rapidly descending. His eyes rolled back in his head. Ghost! Wang Hu was full of consternation. This dam is doomed to die an unknown death. Who is this kid? How to climb up with bare hands? Not dead, also take off layers of skin it. He is a monkey? This all dare to jump down. Crazy. Wang Hu didn't have anger. He was just stunned, then shocked, and finally completely impressed, for he saw the figure fall to the ground with great ease. Living hell. How can there be such an expert in the regular troops? Wang Hu shook his head vigorously. Careless. This time I planted a big head. I hope the brothers are alerted, or else I'll lose a lot of face. At this moment, after Chen Jun landed on the ground, he quickly lurked down on the back of a rock and immediately communicated. "I've climbed over. Attack immediately when you hear gunfire." At the other end of the communication, Gong Arrow heard Chen Jun's voice, and for no reason his body shuddered violently as he hurriedly replied, Yes. After hanging up the communication, Dong Arrow wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead, and the heart that had been hanging for half a day finally landed. He was really worried that Anran would become a pretty widow. How many people would miss her? Fortunately, Chen Jun is fine. The old black squad leader got excited and thrilled, saying, worthy of being the one who can make my old man squeeze bullets. Chen Lian is bull. There is really nothing he can't do, no matter if it's chasing a girl or fighting in a war. This is the real man. Dong Arrow waved his hand and said with a bit of annoyance, alright, Duckman, give the order. Yes. Old Black quickly turned toward the warriors behind him and said, everyone be alert and ready to fight. At once, one by one, the crowd that had already held their breath began to lurk towards the barrier. On the other side, Chen Jun had utilized the hacker sneak technique to approach the command headquarters without letting anyone notice midway. After all, it was on the back of a cliff that no one expected anyone to be able to roll over, and the opposing defense was focused on the front. This allowed Chen Jun to take advantage of the situation. But of course the hacker's sneaking technique made him like a ghost in the darkness, and it was equally very difficult for others to discover him. Chen Jun took out his dagger and carefully cut through the tent. The hacker's principle of sneaking around without a trace. Chapter 80, this guy is even more sinister than himself. At that moment, inside the tent, the light came through. Lekman was typing earnestly at the computer screen, while standing in front of him was the chief of staff, the political commissar, and the other officers, all of whom were waiting in confusion. They'd been standing there for half an hour, but Lekman was just typing and had no intention of paying any attention to them. The people were looking at each other, wanting to speak but not daring to say anything. They all knew very well about Lei Kemming's temper, not to mention the fact that he wore a pair of glasses and looked like a gentle and harmless person in the past. But having seen him in a rage, you'll understand what it means to want to die is what it feels like. In their words, Rickman's ruthlessness was in his bones, not in his face. The fiercest tiger refers to Lekman. And when he was doing something, the thing he hated the most was people disturbing him. Even if the sky was falling, he had to wait until he was done with his business. There was a newly transferred officer who didn't understand this rule before, and as a result, he packed his bags and left the next day. Finally, the staff officer couldn't help himself and said, Captain, you're still writing a novel? How long will it take to finish it? Wolf Fong's side has been shelled and washed, so why are we just waiting and doing nothing? During this time, many people have asked Lekman more than once, what are you doing on the computer all day? His answers were all about writing novels. This answer is awesome. Dang, a captain does not bring the name of the training, changed his career to write novels. This is ready to the development of network novel god? Can you make money writing novels? Delivery is said to make more. Lekman still had his fingers tapping on the keyboard with quick hands. Without lifting his head, he said, I need to submit this one. 200,000 words in a month. Will you guys write it? The crowd immediately fell silent. 200,000 words a month might as well kill them. Who's rich enough to write novels? It's said that they all rely on reader rewards to survive. No wonder Lei Keeman was sitting in front of the computer with nothing to do, constantly pounding on the keyboard. And even though he was now on maneuvers, he didn't forget about this matter. That's 200,000 words. It makes my scalp tingle to think about it. If they had that, they would have become gods long ago. Lei Kemming continued. I'm just wondering, that Chen Jun in the end, what is the ability? Let the military affairs department are running to rectify my civilian soldier. You guys just stand guard here. No need to rush. Let Lei War pay for the fight. The last leakage of the net, surely to hear. When they come, we collect the net is. This is called waiting for the rabbit to wait for the stump. By the way, a song was given to Wolfsbane's Wolfshed from the radio station called Night in Moscow. Lekman spoke slowly, his fingers still tapping the keyboard. He does sound bullish. However, Lei Kemming has this qualification. He started out as a civilian soldier, and was looked down upon by He Ji-jun, and applied to join the army as a combatant several times in the beginning, but was rejected by He Ji-jun. What can a civilian soldier do on the battlefield? Play the violin against the enemy? But this is such a literary soldier who was underestimated by He Ji-jun, and step by step, he grew up to become a person who can compete with He Ji-jun. Lei Kemming and He Ji-jun are old friends, but also competitive relationship. The two belong to different military districts in the martial arts field to compete with each other. That is often the case, but recently a guy named Chen Jun popped up out of nowhere and kind of upset the balance. He Ji-jun personally called Lei Kemming, specifically about this kid, saying that his growth trajectory is very similar to his own, but even crazier than his own. Lei Kemming is a poor civilian soldier from a poor background, and he is the son of the richest man in Donghai City. Ideological awareness is higher than the literary soldier. the potential is also greater than him. People have already broken into a spooky name in the first region. Although Lekman also became famous in one battle, but did not leave a name. Lei Keming suddenly cursed, "What bull asterisk 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 son of the richest man. Excessive publicity is just a big-headed soldier. Let me write 200,000 words of fiction. The military affairs department of those guys. Eaten up nothing to do? If you have the ability to come down with me to practice a few days. Only every day in the mouth under the article. High ideological awareness. Can win the war? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk." Thinking about this, Lei Keman was harboring a sense of woe. 200,000 ing words. Is this a thought paper or a novel? Lei Keming had been a soldier for so many years, but he had never seen anything so ridiculous. And the source of this lies in Chen Jun, the big-headed soldier who, after tossing wolf's teeth, has come back to plague them, the black tigers. This threw a wrench in Reckman's plans for the entire month. So this exercise, Lei Keming would like to see what a Chen Jun is in the end. Can let He Ji Jun praise to the sky. Can let the Ministry of Military Affairs down so big money. It is also at this time, bang bang bang, continuous gunfire sounded, and the staff officers and other officers next to Lei Keming, one by one, their bodies smoked. Lei Keman snapped to his feet and shouted angrily, "Who is it?" He subconsciously tried to touch his gun when a cold voice rang out. "It's the one you're thinking of." Lei Keman looked at the other party and suddenly smiled, saying, "Don't be impulsive. I'm your captive anyway." But his men were not slow at all, and were about to raise their guns. Bang! Lexmark's body jerked, and his mind reeled. This asshole went straight for the head. This guy is even more sinister than Lao Zi. Ever since Lei Keman became famous in battle, he rarely suffered a loss. Even when he faced his old rival Wolfhead, at most he suffered a small loss. But this time, the other party directly killed into his command, directly pointing at his life. It's so arrogant. A civilian soldier is felt as Leichman was getting a little annoyed and shaking a little. The glasses on the bridge of his nose moved a few times slightly. You kid can't go either." "When what place is here?" Lei Keming's sharp voice said. This was his command headquarters, the very center of the Black Tiger Brigade, the most heavily defended place, and the sound of gunfire immediately startled all the people around him. "The other side can't fly." However, just as he finished his words, he only saw two black things in Chen Jun's hands thrown out towards the door. Boom boom. Two explosions were heard, and smoke immediately creaked and billowed from the soldiers rushing by outside. It was also at this moment that intense gunfire followed in from the entrance not far away. Lei Keman, including all the fallen officers present, looked at Chen Jun, feeling as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes wide. They had a sense of confusion until now. What the hell is going on here? How did the other side just kill their way in so inexplicably? Are the guards out there that bad anymore? When did they Black Tiger become such rookies? Chen Jun smiled coldly and said, "Wolfang's side doesn't want money to bombard our Iron Fist regiment. I'll exterminate one of your commands. If you don't want to submit, you can come and find me afterward. I'm the one you just said, the son of the richest man, the commander of the Iron Fist regiment's Divine Gun 4th Company, the big-headed soldier who recently defeated Lei Battle." Chen Jun, Chapter 81. As expected of a ghost, it's even crazier than I was back then. At this moment, in Chen Jun's mind, the system's prompt sounded. The host carries out the principle of hacking. The real hacking is to go straight to the dragon, decapitate the enemy's leader, decapitate one boss, reward 100 experience value. Chen Jun's eyes lit up. This is definitely an unexpected surprise. The system is user-friendly enough. I like it. He scanned the attribute list and his experience had reached 200, just short of 300. You get experience points for beheading a boss. I wonder how much you'll get for beheading a wolf's head. Lei Keming stared at Chen Jun and said, "Chen Jun, I remember you, but I don't like those prefixes in front of you. I can't remember them either. Get acquainted. Former lone wolf captain, current Black Tiger captain, once a literary soldier, now an artistic conductor. Lei Keming." Chen Jun turned around and walked away, throwing down only one sentence. "I don't shake hands with corpses." The crowd stumbled almost simultaneously, barely able to keep their footing. From the staff officer to the political commissar there was an urge to spit blood. The son of the wolf in the mountains is even more rampant when he gets his way. Chen Jun, the kid that came out from where? Too crazy? How come it feels even crazier than that soldier king Lei Juan back then? You call that a once-in-a-blue-moon victory? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lousy. Those bastards outside. What the hell? People are killing in. Don't even know. Shame on you. Commander of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Is this guy swindling us? They have such a young company commander? This isn't going to lie to us, is it? But when did the 4th Company of Marksmen come up with such a rampant company commander? Haven't they always just had instructors? A group of political commissars, staff officers, and other officers had studied previous information related to the Iron Fist Regiment before the maneuver, and naturally knew well the situation of the Iron Fist Regiment's most ace marksmen. The 4th Company. At this moment, outside, the 4th Company of Sharpshooters under the command of Crouching Dragon Phoenix attacked frantically and quickly exterminated the Guard Company. There was no way. Chen Jun attacked from the inside. The Guard Company immediately mobilized most of their troops over when they heard gunshots coming from the command headquarters. Their attention was on the inside. While Chen Jun struck really hard enough, grenades were thrown towards them constantly. Under hackerspace, one throw was so good that it blew them up a little bit, and they didn't even understand what was going on before they were killed in action. Of course Chen Jun did so easily. The main reason is still the other side is too careless. Think it is impossible for someone to climb over from behind the cliff, and on the cliff, there are snipers lurking and observing. Can be said to be foolproof, but who would have thought that suddenly killed a Chen Jun? When Chen Jun suddenly attacked, the men of the 4th Company of Marksmen suddenly attacked, creating a two-sided attack, and with the lack of a unified command on the other side, the battle ended before they could hold on for long. When the men of the Marksman Company foresaw Chen Jun approaching, they immediately cheered in excitement, but were interrupted by Chen Jun. How many brothers have been killed in action? Gong Arrow was filled with murderous anger, but was very excited, saying, 35 brothers were killed in action, and there are still 90 people left. Chen Jun's brows were locked. Losing more than a quarter of his men in just one battle, how much would be left at the end of the day if the fight went on like this? The maneuvers have just begun. Chen Jun said, the drones will be here soon. Will definitely be localized. Wolf Fawn's people have been thinking about us. Withdraw. Gong Arrow nodded. Same as my thoughts. I guess it will be Old Fan this time. Chen Jun looked at Gong Arrow and said, tell me about it. Gong Arrow analyzed. Our whereabouts are exposed. It's dark now, and the one who is best at treating people to peanuts in the dark is Old Fan. Kang Tuan has not suffered many losses in night battles in the past. How do we go about it? All the way through Blue's defense line. Gong Arrow had to admit that Chen Jun had a knack for leading soldiers into battle. This time taking out an enemy command is the best proof. Thus, invariably Gong Arrow had fully recognized Chen Jun's ability to lead the army, rather than treating the other party as a new recruit. You have to know that Gong Arrow has gone abroad to drink foreign ink. His eyesight is particularly high, and there are not many people who can make him admire him. Chen Jun's ability to fight alone was strong, which Gong Arrow could not deny, but being strong alone did not mean that leading an army was strong. So he was always skeptical of Chen Jun's ability to lead an army. For this military exercise, Gong Arrow also wanted to see what kind of skills Chen Jun had. Sure enough, this kid has a knack for it. Chen Jun pondered for a moment and said, suit yourself. Go first and wait until the other party gets within 2,000 meters of us. Gong Arrow, what do these guys mean? How do you know the enemy is 2,000 meters away? It's hard to tell if you've got a radar detector on you that knows in advance. That's not the way to drive a hangman. Soon, Chen Jun quickly retreated with his remaining men and disappeared into the darkness. When they left, Lei Keming came out of the tent, swept his team, and called out, where did Wang Hu go? Asleep? Tap. Smoky Wang Hu ran over, saluted, and said, report. Lei Keman's face was grim. What's going on? People are killing in front of me. Where have you run off as a sniper? Wang Hu said depressingly, boss, I was the first to die in battle, but this cannot be blamed entirely on me. That kid does not want to die. From the other end of the wall to climb over, which no one cannot top. Lekman's heart shook as he looked up at the high wall. A wall that a flying bird could have crashed into. How can you even climb over here? Lei Keming chose to place his command here because it was secluded enough. Plus it was separated by a heavenly danger that made it easy to defend and difficult to attack. After a long time, Lei Keman sighed. Worthy of being a ghost, even crazier than my old man was back then. After the maneuvers are over, no matter what the outcome is, I will go to the Iron Fist Regiment to meet him. Yes, Wang Hu said. Lei Keman frowned and shook his head helplessly. This time, I've made Wolf Head make fun of me. At this time, in the Blue Command Center, He Ji-jun, who was listening to Moscow Nights, suddenly heard the exercise directors group announce that Lei Keming's group was out of the game. What? He Ji-jun stood up violently. Tap. The communications staff rushed over and said hurriedly, reporting to the chief, we've just been notified that all of Lei Keming's group were killed in action. He Ji-jun laughed and said, say something clearer. Details. The communications staff said, according to the report, Li Chang Chen-jun of the Iron Fist Regiment's Marksman Company 4 led a nighttime raid on Company 4 and found Lei Keming's command headquarters. He climbed alone from the cliff to the rear and quickly extinguished the command headquarters. And the Marksman Company 4 attacked from the front and wiped it out. And the whole thing was filmed by the drones. Chen Jun laughed and said, "Yes, this kid has a great head start. It's really not simple. He has the courage and guts to lead the troops. However, this Lei Keming is also careless, only focusing on catching up with the 200,000 words of the novel. Right, and was finally destroyed. That's a good thing too. Inform Staff Sergeant Fan not to deliver the piggy bank. He's better at digging holes at night. Tell him to bring me Chen Jun's head." Chapter 82, Old Fan is coming. After Chen Jun's order was given, it soon reached Fan Tianlei, who was preparing to deliver the piglets. Fan Tianlei looked at dog-headed old Gao in surprise and said, "Let me go? Didn't that guy Lei Zhuan go out? What else do you need Lousy for?" Being arranged by Wolfhead to deliver piglets, Fan Tianlei was holding his breath. This exercise was aimed at the Iron Fist Regiment, and in the end, it was actually to see what kind of soldiers Chen Jun could bring out, and what kind of performance he could put up. Lay war on Chen Jun that his ruthless teeth itch, not dead to beat in the strange. With their equipment and strength, if they really fight, Iron Fist Corps estimates are not enough for them to stuff their teeth. Old Gao laughed and said, Lei Battle's wife was cut off. He used Wolf Fang's funding and blew up the Iron Fist Regiment's commander-in-chief for no money, and wiped out Old Kong, leaving only the 4 companies of sharpshooters. Fan Tianlei immediately caught fire and cursed. "Damn it, what is this called? Why don't we finish them off together? Isn't the remaining strongest Marksman Company 4 digging a hole for me? I'd rather send piglets." Not going. Sharpshooter 4 Company. That piece of bone is the most difficult to gnaw. In the past, when they exchanged hands, they were the first blot to gnaw, and then clean up the other. What's wrong with Lei Zhuan? He doesn't do things thoroughly. He wiped out Old Kong and left the strongest company behind. Isn't he pulling the strings? Old Gao immediately came over and whispered, "Old Fan, I've seen that Chen Jun. He's very good. It's worth your while to meet him. Isn't your specialty getting Old Kong drunk? Sooner or later, he will be your man." And Wolfhead also attaches great importance to Chen Jun. If you can dig him over, Wolfhead will definitely remember your credit. That way you don't have to moonlight in logistics. Focus on bringing out a super soldier king. You've been pressured by Lei Zhuan all these years. You want to get a little bit back, right? Chen Jun is the best seedling, and with Lei Battle and with the other side is not the right way. Such a soldier, you do not want? Now tell you you do not go this time, then I go but we agreed. Then he is my person. Do not steal with me. Fan Tianlei froze, glared at Lao Gao and scolded. Lao Gao, is Lao Zi someone who does such things? Lao Gao. In the next moment, only Fan Tianlei could be heard roaring. Locate the 4th company of sharpshooters for me. I'll make them sharpshooters. Dumb. Lao Gao was speechless for a while. This is called not being that kind of person? It was so righteous just now. Lao Gao laughed and didn't reveal it. Fan Tianlei just has his eye on Chen Jun. He had recently been planning to form a new commando unit and was looking around for good recruits. How could he not want a talent like Chen Jun? When Wolf had proposed to go see Chen Jun last time, Fan Tianlei took the initiative to go see him as well. Wasn't it with this in mind? You say no, but in your heart you want it. Upon receiving Fan Tianlei's order, Chen Shanming immediately activated the UAV reconnaissance system and began searching for the location of the Marksman's 4th Company. Time passed little by little, and after about 10 minutes or so, Chen Shanming ran to report to Fan Tianlei. Report, the drone has found the location of the Marksman's 4th Company. Fan Tianlei yelled, "Call someone, call Meow Wolf too. All right, all of you, drop what you're doing, and don't lift that piggyback, put it down, and come with me to make the arrest." Fan Tianlei's eyes were green. Lao Gao looked at the situation and said, "Lao Fan, why don't I come with you, or there will be a care. Anyway, I am idle." Fan Tianlei vigilantly looked at Lao Gao and said, "No, you stay home and watch over the wolf's den. It's not peaceful lately. The scorpion appeared and is still causing trouble and hurting people. I guess he hasn't left yet. It's not guaranteed that he's going to make things happen again. It definitely won't be possible without you sitting in on the scene. You have a big responsibility. The matter of that brat, just hand it over to me. I'll make sure to bring the people in. The lone wolf squadron is also short of men. Who doesn't know that? If we let him tag along, who knows if he'll dig his heels in. This kind of thing has to be nipped in the bud. This old Gao is also a light that doesn't save oil. When he meets a good seedling, can he not be moved?" Seeing Fan Tianlei, whose face was full of caution, old Gao grinned and said, "Well, good luck. It has to be." After saying that, Fan Tianlei immediately rushed onto the helicopter with his men and flew towards the locked position of the 4 companies of sharpshooters. Old Gao, with his hands behind his back, looked at the flying helicopter, smiled wryly and said, "Another careless one. I hope that boy Chen Jun will continue to not speak of martial virtues, and do it again, and do it to this old fan as well. That would be interesting." He had just dug a hole by not telling him the news that Chen Jun had finished Lei Kemen off. "Chen Jun, that's not simple. Lei Keming, that fierce tiger, were destroyed. Lao Fan ventured to arrest people. 9 times out of 10 must suffer." The night was pitch black, and although there was some moonlight, there was no silhouette to be seen if you weren't up close. In the jungle, Chen Jun's brows were locked, and under the effect of hacking space, it was very clear that he couldn't detour this time, because the outside of the forest was lined with drones in all directions, and once they lurked out, they'd be locked down immediately. "Stop!" Chen Jun waved his hand, making everyone stop. The crowd immediately stopped and stayed in place. Gong Arrow and Old Black left to rush to Chen Jun. "Chen Lian, why have you stopped? Are the Wolf Fang's people coming?" Gong Arrow said suspiciously. Chen Jun said, "Wolverine Teeth won't immediately send out a large force to encircle one of our companies. It's killing a chicken with a bullseye for them. They're a sharp knife force, so they'll definitely us a decapitation operation after discovering us." Gong Arrow immediately nodded his head and said, "This idea is the same as what I just thought. After all, Wolverine Teeth wants to save face, and to make a big deal out of dealing with such a small number of us. Wouldn't that make others look at us as a joke? It's not a good idea to win, so it's mostly likely that Senator Fan will be the vanguard. This vast black night, Fan staff officer's best combat environment, when the Kong regiment cannot be less than he invited to eat peanut rice, and only that Lei War does not talk about martial arts, opened the door to blow up the Kong regiment, to blow up the bare ass. His grandfather, the corners of Old Black's mouth, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but twitch, hastily covering his face, feeling all embarrassed. "You kid-licking dog, opening cannot change a sentence? Every time you say the same as your idea, bring your own sound. How did not see Gong Arrow before so thick-skinned? Is this Hatamachi possessed? It seems that there are not many masters like me in this world, and you count as one." Gong Arrow ignored the expression on Old Black's face and looked at Chen Jun. "Chen Lian, what do you suggest?" "You speak first," Chen Jun said. "Since they're coming, we're not going to leave, so we'll sing the empty city." Gong Arrow immediately raised his hand in agreement and praised. "Good idea, same as mine." Hearing this again, Old Black covered his forehead with his hand, and then his mouth, neither of which could be held back, and the smile on his face became exaggerated. 10 Hatamazes can't even compare. P.S. Accumulate 100 rewards plus one more chapter. Thank you readers, keep bashing me and burning up. Chapter 83, Old Fan even pits half of the experience value. Late at night, the moon is pale and the stars are sparse. It's the best time to lay down a black hand. The helicopter was flying high in the sky, and inside the cabin, Chen Shanming, who was staring at the lock screen, looked up at Fan Tianlei. "Report, position reached. Prey is resting and refurbishing. They shouldn't have sensed our arrival yet, and have set up their tents, and the center spot should be their command headquarters." Fan Tianlei revealed a Pit King smile and said, "Arrest Chen Jun first. Gong Arrow is Mr. Crouching Dragon. He's going to come to Wolf Fang as a staff officer soon. Give him some face. Arrest him if you can. And if you can't, just shoot him. I'll go." Number 5. "You call this giving Gong Arrow face?" Chen Shanming said. Fan Tianlei said in disbelief. "Or what? Learn from this. Later the rockets will wash the ground. Then quickly land to catch the people. Catch the people and immediately retreat, leaving the people behind to attack. We are special forces. What we need is speed. As for the cost of the rockets, remember, credited to Raiden's head? Anyway, they used so many of them, they can't find out who actually used them. This pot has to be taken by them, wiping their asses. We can't do it for nothing." Chen Shanming nodded and said, "Good idea. Learned." Fan Tianlei shouted, "Everyone prepare for battle." At once, the people who had been squinting snapped open their eyes, once again checking the equipment on their bodies and getting into a fighting stance. Hoo-hoo! The armed forces Direct 9 whistled and swooped toward the ground. And the next moment, swoosh! A rocket's tail erupted in brilliant fireworks toward the ground. Boom boom! Explosions continued to ring out, sending up a brilliant cloud of fireworks and smoke on the ground. The earth seemed to tremble, when really, it's a shell wash. After a series of rockets carpeted the ground with explosions, smoke billowed from below. Because it was covered by thick smoke, Fan Tianlei and the others couldn't notice the specific situation on the ground. But according to the past bombing experience, under this wave of carpet bombing, this palm-sized place, at least must take out most of the other side's troops, and then a bunch of people are unable to find the southeast and northwest, turning into ants on the hot pot. Go down! At Fan Tianlei's command, The helicopter gunship rushed towards the ground, then quickly landed on the ground. Boo! The hatch was pushed open, and Chen Shanming was the first to rush out, followed by a line of people, who came out in a line, quickly in an attack formation, and quickly pushed forward. Ta-da! Intense gunfire rang out steeply. The soldiers who emerged from all around to block the way simply couldn't resist, and with the cross-covering precision shots of Fan Tianlei and the others, they were killed in just one shot. As expected of a veteran commando team, once they made their move, it was as fast as lightning, like a sharp knife, plunging into the center of the tent. Chen Shanming took the lead, unscrewing the shock bombs and dropping them directly into the tent. Boom! Sharp explosions rang out inside the tent. Fan Tianlei, who had already prepared himself, was the first one to rush in and laughed, saying, "Ghost, I've come for you." Suddenly, there was a loud rumble inside, and smoke rose up, enveloping all the people inside in what felt like a steamer. What's the situation? Fan Tianlei froze. With a concussion bomb, someone could still backstab them? It's not scientific. You know, under the power of the concussion bomb, as long as it is an individual, even if they don't pass out on the spot, they will have a blank mind, and without more than a minute, they can't recover at all. What the is going on? Swish! Chen Shanming and the others rushed in and watched old Fan's helmet smoking. 5. It looks like we've all been killed in action. Fan Tianlei's face was filled with black lines and the corners of his mouth kept twitching, feeling like he had swallowed a fly. Isn't that bull asterisk? I've got smoke coming out of me. Can it be fake? Someone tell the old man what's going on. Fan Tianlei is an old and sophisticated person. How can he still not see it? This is a trap set by someone else. The next moment, the dense gunfire sounded again outside, followed by Gong Arrow with a smile on his face walked in and shouted at Fan Tianlei. Staff Sergeant Fan. I'm sorry to have met such a big shot like you in this small place. Our Chen Lian's gift. Do you still like it? A gift from your Chen Lian? Fan Tianlei's brows locked. And at this time, Chen Jun walked in. An old black squad leader rushed in right after him, saluting, reporting to the company commander, "We lost 10 of our daredevil brothers in action, and exterminated these careless old specials." Not bad. Chen Jun nodded. Fan Tianlei looked at Chen Jun and said, "You are Chen Jun?" He carefully looked at Chen Jun, a small white man with a good figure and a harmless look. The aura on his body was good, but he didn't see any difference. Is this the ghost of the border? It doesn't look like it in any way. Chen Jun said, "I don't want to talk to corpses. He's got nothing on this big pit." A black line stood up on Fan Tianlei's forehead. "This kid is crazy enough. You knew I was going to sneak up on you and had prepared ahead of time?" Chen Jun didn't even want to take care of this old pit goods. Said sharply, "Who doesn't know that you specialize in pit teammates? Where there is a pit, you take people to jump there. That is, Kang Tuan pretends to drink and accommodate you, because he is your old squad leader. Okay, according to the principle of the Pit King, the follow-up Blue Army unit is coming. Go!" He was too lazy to talk so much nonsense with Fan Tianlei and directly gave orders. Fan Tianlei was once again startled and said, "You even calculated this? How did you figure it out?" Hacker's sixth sense. Chen Jun casually threw out a sentence. "What the hell is a hacker? Are you talking to me about secondary?" Fan Tianlei was confused. Chen Jun didn't pay any more attention to it. Instead he said to Gong Arrow, "You take the main force away immediately. These 80 people are the last honor of our Iron Fist regiment. I'll find a way to blow up their logistic base and give you guys cover." Gong Arrow hurriedly said, "Company Commander, we can't risk you even if all of us in the Iron Fist regiment are dead." Old Black also followed, "Company Commander, to fight everyone together, we sharpshooter 4 companies. There is not a coward." Chen Jun waved his hand and said, "All right, don't cry and mourn. I don't have to fight with my life. Let's go." After saying that, Chen Jun turned around and walked out in style. And at this moment, the system's prompt in his mind sounded. The host carries out the principle of hacking, beheading the enemy's leader, beheading 1B0SS, grudgingly rewarding experience value of 50. Are they all chiefs? Old Fan even pits half of the experience value, only worth 50. Too much to drop. Chen Jun swept a glance at his personal attributes. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 4. Attributes, mental 5.1. Physical 5.1. Strength 5.1. Speed 5.1, normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination, Grand Master. Hacking shooting, Grand Master. Hacking sneaking, Grand Master. Hacking healing, Medium Master. Hacking space, Medium Master 2000 meters. Value of experience, 250 out of 500. With a little help from Old Van, it's up to 250. Chapter 84, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a woman. At this moment, in the jungle, with the hackerspace's danger source detection. After more than an hour of running, Chen Jun once again shook off the drone. Compared to a large group, it was too easy for Chen Jun to evade the drones alone. After all, the 4 companies of sharpshooters were nearly 100 people, and when they acted collectively, they moved more, but it was easier to be exposed, whereas Chen Jun was only one person, and in the vast darkness, it would be difficult to scout out a random bush. What's more, Chen Jun possessed the hacker's sneaking technique, and what he was most adept at was lurking in the darkness, as if he were a ghost in the darkness, not to mention drone reconnaissance. Even if it was some snipers hidden in the darkness, it would be very difficult to detect his movements. The combination of hacking space's scouting ability and hacking sneaking technique allowed Chen Jun's field combatability to improve by a large margin, coupled with his strong physical fitness to run long distances, all of which allowed him to have enough confidence to smash Blue's logistics. It was now the latter part of the night, and Chen Jun was lurking in a shrubbery while waves of blues passed before his eyes, none of them noticing his presence. This was the horror of hacker infiltration, which could make Chen Jun seem like he was blending into his surroundings, becoming a whole, and unless the other party stepped on him, his existence could not be confirmed. And Chen Jun's attention had been falling on the barrier in front of him, searching for a target that he could lay his hands on. After all, it was only when he had to infiltrate in disguise that he was able to destroy the logistics with ease. Otherwise he would not have been able to break in hard by himself. About 20 minutes after the wave of troops had passed, a separate military vehicle appeared and was stopped by a sentry as it approached the barrier. A female officer probed out. "I'm Tan Xiaolin from the Firefight Commando. This is Director Tang from the Scientific Research Office, sending the hotspot tracker over at the request of the Thunderbolt Commando. Here are my credentials." When Chen Jun heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Tan Xiaolin and Tang Xini? Aren't these the 2 big ladies of the Special Forces world? Chen Jun had a deeper impression of the 2 of them, as they both acted on their tempers, with a heavy missy character. Of course, it's no wonder. A military district chief daughter, from childhood are spoiled to heaven. No Miss Temperament is strange. Another elite of higher talents, from childhood is also held as the moon. Into the army and then by the head of the importance of the capital. Naturally have a haughty capital. In a nutshell it's that both women are not to be messed with. Not that they're any good at it. Anyway, it's pretty crazy batch. If such officers went to guard Area 1, it goes without saying that the team must have suffered a massive loss of personnel due to their capriciousness. I really didn't expect them to show up together. Good. We'll start with you guys. Chen Jun immediately moved backward, quickly taking a shortcut and running wildly in the direction of the path they must have taken. The barrier, the sentry, after checking it, let it go. Inside the car, driving Tan Xiaolin said, "Director Tang, it's so late, but also let you rush to a trip. Hard work for you. When this exercise is over, I'll treat you to dinner." Tang Xini leaned against the car window and said, "It's nothing. It's just as well that I can also test the role that this equipment plays in real combat, and see if there's any room for improvement." Tan Xiaolin smiled and said, "Director Tang is modest. The advancement of this hotspot tracking is the first of its kind in the military region. The chiefs unanimously affirmed it. The experts have demonstrated it. And this time, if there are no problems in the actual combat, it will soon be popularized throughout the army." With a few confident smiles on her face, Tang Xini said, "Let's wait for the results of the actual battle." Tan Xiaolin said, "Don't worry, guaranteeing a flagrant victory. This red and blue confrontation, the Iron Fist Regiment is not at all a match for Wolverine's teeth. It's just being used as a pot of hors d'oeuvres. Now that their large force has been completely wiped out, there are now only a few small mice left, and hotspot tracking is just the thing to pull one out." Suddenly, the figure of a soldier appeared on the road ahead, and Tan Xiaolin, who was driving the car, was startled and hurriedly braked and stopped sharply. "Who is this? Really not afraid of death? Blocking the road in the middle of the night? Don't you take your own life seriously?" Tan Xiaolin pushed open the car door and directly jumped down, angrily walking towards the other party. "That soldier, aren't you afraid of being run over? If you want to find death, don't come to wreak havoc on others." Tan Xiaolin directly cursed, but fortunately she had reacted quickly just now, plus the traveling speed wasn't too fast, so she didn't crash into the other party. Really, soldiers are getting more and more unruly these days. Tang Xini, on the other hand, poked her head out and shouted, "He's a drill soldier. Tell him to hurry up and get out of the way. We don't have that much time to spend with him here." Tan Xiaolin raised her hand and chided, "Get out of here. Don't delay the big event. Be careful, I'll tell your chief and cut you down." But just then, the soldier clenched his fists as if he wanted to strike. Tan Xiaolin frowned and chided, "What are you doing? Do you still want to fight me? Get lost." No sooner had her voice fallen than the next moment it issued, Ouch! You hit me in the face. Tan Xiaolin covered her nose that was bleeding, and in the next second, as if she was a furious female leopard, she attacked Chen Jun. As the captain of the Fire Phoenix Women's Special Warfare Squad, Tan Xiaolin's fighting strength was very strong, and the average veteran special was no match for her. Now that she had been sneak attacked by a minion, or hit in the face, Tan Xiaolin's temper was instantly ignited. Tan Xiaolin went straight for a chopping leg sweep to Private's neck. However, Chen Jun possessed the hacker's assassination technique. Within 10 steps, blood splattering was no joke. Seeing the other party's harsh strikes, Chen Jun did not retreat but advanced instead, approaching the other party with an arrow step, his right fist abruptly smashing towards the other party's face. Tan Xiaolin's face changed greatly, not expecting the other party to strike so strangely, as if they were ghosts, closing in on them. It was too late for her to back away. Snap! Tan Xiaolin only felt a stinging pain coming from her jaw, and then her entire body fell backward as if she had been thrown up. Her mind was blank, was not dreaming that the other party to her out so hard. She is a woman, boo! Tan Xiaolin slammed heavily on the ground, her nose blood splattered, and she fainted on the spot. Chen Jun looked at the car and said, originally peaceful with you to borrow the car, have to force me to do it. Don't think that if you are a woman, you can do whatever you want. Just as his voice fell, Tang Xini inside the co-pilot saw that Chen Jun had actually knocked Tan Xiaolin unconscious, and angrily said, asterisk, which army are you from? You hit a woman. Isn't your mother a woman? With that, she jumped out of the car and pounced on Chen Jun. Chen Jun's eyebrows rose. What kind of logic is this woman using? What does hitting a woman have to do with my mom being a woman? Seeing Tang Xini pounce, Chen Bureau clenched his fists and immediately met him head-on. Chapter 85, Blending into the Base. Two Women's Anger. A minute later, the car bumped through the dense forest and continued toward the front. The two meatworms were thrown in the back seat, over the bumps and shaking. Tan Xiaolin slowly opened her eyelids and immediately realized that she was trapped as the heroine of a small movie, and was about to open her mouth to curse, when she realized that there was a cloth stuffed in her mouth, or torn from her regular clothes. At this time, Tang Xini woke up and also realized her situation. The two women's eyes instantly lit up with flames, wanting to kill, because they were surprised to realize that they were on the verge of becoming the main assembly of the little video. It's a shame. The two struggled as hard as they could, shifting in the small space and whimpering in constant protest. The two of them, one of them was the captain of the Fire Phoenix and the other was the director of the scientific research organization. Both of them were people of real power. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? This soldier is bold. Woohoo! Woohoo! The two mission crashed into their seats, their angry eyes staring at Chen Jun. If eyes could kill, Chen Jun wouldn't know how many times he had died. Chen Jun noticed their movements and said sarcastically, what's the use of whining? If it were a real war, you would have turned into corpses long ago. The good-looking ones were defiled long ago. So be quiet and find a way to get out of this. I'm trying to take you guys for credit. If you scream, I don't mind knocking you out again. Don't be ungrateful. The two women's brows locked and the anger in their eyes intensified. What's this asshole saying? He's saying they're ugly. As the daughters of heaven, they had been courted all the way. When had they ever been treated like this? Torturing them physically was just enough, but they also had to stimulate them in their souls. This asshole, Tan Xiaolin, after all, had received professional special training as a combatant and was the first to calm down, immediately shooting a look at Tang Xini. Tang Xini also suppressed her anger and stopped saying anything. After all, it was useless to be angry at this time, and it would only be relieved if she ed this bastard over afterwards. Soon, Tang Xini found a dagger on the inside of her calf after Tan Xiaolin hinted at it. She bit the handle of the knife with her mouth, then carefully cut the ropes on Tan's body. After cutting it off, Tan Xiaolin didn't launch an attack, but instead grabbed the dagger and cut the ropes on Tang Xini's body. Because they were both pressed under the seats, they were just right for cover. After both of them untied the ropes on their bodies, they launched an attack on Chen Jun at the same time on the left and right sides. You bastard! Tang Xini's little universe completely exploded as she lunged up from behind, trying to strangle Chen Jun's neck, and Tan was the first to go for the other's steering wheel. Chen Jun's body slammed toward the car door and rolled off the car. With a creak, the car stopped after 5 or 6 meters. The car had slowed down just now during the fight for the car. Plus it wasn't traveling fast in the first place. Tan Xiaolin and Tang Xini immediately jumped out of the car and searched for Chen Jun. Bastard! Come out! Aren't you a bully? Fight one-on-one with me again! Tan Xiaolin shouted angrily. Previously, she was careless for a moment and only succeeded in the sneak attack by the other party. This time, if she did it again, she would definitely beat the other party to the ground. Tang Xini gripped her dagger tightly and looked around. I'll look over here. She ran off in one direction to the side. while Tam went in the opposite direction. The two searched around, finding nothing, and finally retraced their steps to the car. Tang Xinyi exasperatedly said, "Go to Thunderbolt first. I guess he ran away. Do the right thing first." Tan Xiaolin said angrily, "This bastard can be sent to a military court for such an act. Turn around and I'll find Fong Tangjing from the picket line to report it. He's my cousin and hates this kind of people with no bottom line the most." Yes. The two drove off quickly. What they didn't realize was that Chen Jun hadn't actually run and was lurking under the car. At this moment, Chen Jun grasped the hot undercarriage of the car. The flesh and blood of his palms were roasted, and a burst of stinging pain was transmitted to his brain. He was gritting his teeth and holding on, bean-sized beads of sweat coming out of his forehead and dripping down to the ground continuously. With Chen Jun's skill, these two women were naturally unable to assassinate him, including the fact that the other party was able to get away. But it was also because Chen Jun reminded the other party to calm down and find a way to get away. To put it bluntly, Chen Jun just wanted to let them go. As for why, the reason was simple. Because when they reached the base, Chen Jun simply couldn't get in. Only these two female drivers can enter. That's why Chen Jun staged this play to confuse the other party, and of course to teach them a lesson, especially to Tan Xiaolin. Tan Xiaolin is the captain of the Fire Phoenix Women's Special Warfare. In the future is to lead the team to fight with the enemy for real, not embroidered pillows. If she does not change her mentality, in the future in combat, she will certainly suffer big losses, harming others and herself. A burst of severe pain struck, causing Chen Jun's face to turn livid. Bear with me, bear with me. The squad leader is disabled and can't stand up. This pain of mine is nothing. A man has to be hard on himself to be hard. Men need to be hard. The car drove fast, and it didn't take long to travel to the base barrier. The sentry immediately stopped the car and looked at the unclothed two women with a surprised face. What for? Tan handed the sentry her credentials. The sentry took a look at the rank and immediately saluted, saying, "Chief, what are you guys?" Tan Xiaolin said angrily, "I met a pervert on the road and almost lost my virginity. It was our carelessness. Let go. I want to see Instructor Lei." What is this? Meeting a pervert on the road? Almost lost his virginity and two others? That's a lot of information right there. The sentry didn't dare to ask more questions, and after a brief inspection, he let them go. The car quickly entered the interior of the base and stopped in a clearing. Chen Jun, who had been lurking underneath the car, also heard the two women cursing and swearing. Later on, let Instructor Lei send someone to catch them. When they are caught, they must be hanged and beaten, and then sent to a court-martial. Bullying is too much. My old lady has never suffered such a disgrace. Yes, we must be heavily punished. This kind of behavior is too bad. A small private even taught us a lesson. This is the following offense. So unreasonable to us. When the exercise is over, send him to the court-martial. No one can protect him. Too hateful. Was in a good mood. Give him such a mess. The old lady is full of anger. If my cousin knows, without my greeting, will strip his uniform? This kind of black sheep must be cleaned out of the army. Jesus won't come to save him this time. The two women were talking more and more viciously, feeling like they wanted to tear Chen Jun into several pieces. Chen Jun lurked underneath the car, was getting hotter and hotter as he listened. Do you think the barracks are your home? Chapter 86, so cruel, so desperate. After the two women walked away, Chen Jun immediately rolled down from the chassis of the car and hid in the dark corner next to it. The sharp pain on his palm kept coming. Chen Jun looked around and saw that there happened to be a faucet next to him. He immediately dived over and unscrewed the faucet, using cold water to directly rinse the location of the scald. The heat from the scald was taken away. While rinsing, press and knead the tendons near one's palms, utilizing the tendon harmonization technique and hacker's healing technique to stimulate the surrounding qi and blood. At once, the stinging sensation at the wound began to diminish, which was equivalent to applying the best potion to the location of the burn, which could quickly reduce inflammation and pain, and revitalize the muscle and blood. This was the rapid healing effect that hacker's healing technique had when it was neutralized, and it was equivalent to carrying a super medical kit around on Chen Jun's body. At the same time, Chen Jun utilized hackerspace to still lock the two women's location. After briefly treating the wounds on his palms, he lurked over in the direction of the two women. At this time, in the Thunderbolt command center, Lei Battle was still frantically writing a novel, typing rapidly on the keyboard. This was a volume of 100,000, and he had only written more than 50,000 now, and with so much going on during the day, he had written just over 4,000 words, so now he would have to spend the night catching up. 10,000 words a day is not a human thing to do. Lei Zhuan felt that his scalp was almost numb. His 10 fingers were starting to be a little stiff. His waist was also a little bit unable to work. and his eyes were even a little bit dim, but he still had to insist, or else he could not give the wolf head the script as required, and he would be criticized for a dog's blood. Yen and the others were waiting on the side. No one dared to disturb them. There was nothing important to them now. Anyway, Kong Lei had already been blown up. The entire Iron Fist regiment was only left with the 4th company of sharpshooters, and Old Fan had already led the men to capture the 4th company, so it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for the 4th company of sharpshooters to be wiped out in its entirety. In this way, the Great Revenge was avenged. Just the old fox responsible for calculating the consumption of ammunition, looking at the list of consumed ammunition, felt that it was shocking, and did not dare to report to Lei War. So everyone was spending time inside, waiting for when Lei Zhuan had time, then doing a brief debriefing, then going back to sleep, just waiting for Old Fan's side to exterminate all the people, and then the maneuver would be successfully concluded. Report! A female voice shouted from outside. Come in. Tan Xiaolin and Tang Xini walked in quickly. Yan Wang, Old Fox and the others looked up at the doorway, only to see 2 women with tattered clothes and bloody faces as if they were rags walk in. Yan frowned and subconsciously shouted, "How did you let 2 beggars in?" As soon as Lei Zhuan looked up, his entire train of thought was interrupted, and he said in surprise, "Who is this? How come he's hurt like a pig's head?" Tan Xiaolin's eyes reddened up. Her heart was 10,000 times more aggrieved, but that little bit of dignity made her hold back from shedding any tears, and she answered, "Report, Instructor Lei. I'm Tan Xiaolin." Lei Zhuan took a closer look, then recognized it and said, "What the hell is going on here? Did you flip the car?" Tan's chest heaved and her little universe nearly exploded. "Report, we met a madman on the way here. I was afraid of running him over. I got out of the car to check it out, and I was assassinated by him." Tam detailed all the good things that had happened. Lei Zhan and the others were stunned to hear that there was someone so bold as to sneak attack Tan Xiaolin and Tang Xini, and abused like this. This kid's guts can be ah. Tang Xini also said angrily, "That's right, he also tried to forcefully JJ us. I don't know which troop he's from. We must find him out." Forcible J? This would be very serious in nature, but it's not so bad that it would happen in a no force, let alone during an exercise. There must be some misunderstanding in this, mostly in there. Yan Wang, Old Fox, and the others all had complex looks in their eyes, treating them as enemies and beating them up. That kind of thing is quite possible, but if we talk about doing something drastic, that's impossible. Lei Zhuan's face sank as he looked at the 2 men and said seriously, "Don't talk nonsense. Soldiers don't do such things. Trust your comrades." Tang Xini said angrily, "He tore the 2 of us apart as the heroines of a small video. What is that if not bad taste? Having the heart of a thief without the guts of a thief is just that." Lei Zhuan and the others looked Tang Xini and Tan Xiaolin up and down again, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. It's worth mentioning, it's really quite tempting. In terms of figure and looks, both Tan Xiaolin and Tang Xini are considered to be military flowers in the military, especially Tang Xini, who is a haughty rose, and many single young officers are interested in her. But what temperament of this woman? Lei Battle and others know best. Definitely not the type of gentle and valiant human wife of an Ran, much less a kind sister-in-law, which is the type of non-violent non-cooperation. When Tan Xiaolin entered Fire Phoenix on her first day, she was Miss High and Mighty, and it was only after being beaten up by Lei Zhuan and the others that she became more honest. As for Tang Xini, that is the famous little hot chick. Temper is not a general explosion. Contact with her. Speak have to be careful. In the army, by her hands and feet lesson of male officers is not 1 or 2. They are 2 women who will suffer so much. This brother is bold enough to be ruthless. A few of the Thunderbolt commandos, a few of them were single, but none of them dared to mess with them. Tan Xiaolin said, "If we hadn't been so resourceful, we would have definitely been molested, and people like that must be outed and court-martialed." Tang Xini followed suit and said angrily, "Yes, he must be uncovered. Just now it was too dark. We let him get away. Captain Lei, you now send people to search and arrest and find him. We can't let such a black sheep stay in the army." Both of them had a ball of anger in their hearts, and both wanted to bite the other to death if they were here. Lei Zhan and the others looked at each other in dismay. The 2 women must have been in a fit of anger to say such words. As for the matter of the Force J, it definitely wouldn't have happened. Otherwise they wouldn't have been as simple as they are now. As for torturing them like this, it does seem like a bit of a spoof. Yen was surprised and said, "The person who did this is bold, ruthless and so absolute. Could it be that boy?" Old Fox, Harley and the others blurted out in unison, Chen Jun strikes hard, does things boldly, not at all according to common sense. The most crucial point is that his means are very strong. If he had infiltrated here and treated Tan Xiaolin and Tang Xini as blues, he would definitely treat them as captives. Kong Lei was beheaded. And with Chen Jun's temperament he will definitely seek revenge on Wolf's Teeth. Lei Zhuan swished and stood up, saying, if it's not this crazy man of his, who else could it be? Don't say you guys were beaten up. I was cuckolded by him. Ah, Tang Xinyi and Tan Xiaolin were confused. Cuckolding Thunder War? This is outrageous. Chapter 87, Tan Xiaolin looking for someone. Arsenal blows up. Who is Lei? That's the Wolf's Teeth's third consecutive king of soldiers. Who dares to cuckold him? After all, Lei Zhan's reputation in the military region was too loud. Among the younger generation of officers, there was no officer that could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, and was the candidate that had the most potential to become the next wolf head in the future. Even old Gao, the squadron leader, was pressed head to head by him. A guy like that, a popular fried chicken. Who wouldn't give him face in the officers' ranks? Who dares to steal a woman from him? Tan Xiaolin naturally knew that Lei Zhan's nature was that of a violent man. Instructor Lei, what's going on? Who the hell is this Chen Jun and how did he cuckold you? The corners of Lei Zhuan's mouth twitched before he realized that he was being cheap. What's the point of talking about it? Aren't you asking for trouble? Or in front of a lesbian? It's embarrassing. Lei War didn't say anything, but Yan Wang's mouth was fast. Said, Lei Shen has been chasing and ran for years. That kid came out of nowhere. The son of the richest man in East China Sea City. Just enlisted in the army for less than a year, and halfway cut off. And in Ran got a license. It is said to be appointed by the elders. Something agreed upon when they were children. There is no way. The order of the parents is greater than the order of the parents, and there is nothing that Enron can do about it. Snap! Tan Xiaolin slammed the table and scolded. It's too much. Being rich is great. Smashing people with money? Parents can't beat up their lovebirds either. Such a man is the most despicable. No wonder when I looked at the guy for the first time, I felt that he wasn't a good thing. I'm going to find my cousin. He's dead. With that, she turned and walked away. Yen hurriedly stopped. Captain Tan, who is your cousin? Tan Xiaolin said. Fong Tangjing of the picket line. He can't tolerate a single grain of sand in his eyes. This matter will be known to him. He will definitely deal with him and send him to a military court. I don't believe that I can't clean up such a bastard. Lei Zhan raised his hand and said, all right, do the right thing. Don't go. It's useless. Your cousin is still writing 200,000 novels and has to submit them in a month. Where does he have time to care about your? He is now a clay bodhisattva. Difficult to protect himself. As for this 200,000 word novel, it's because of Chen Jun alright. That kid has the backing of Director Wang of the Department of Military Affairs. No one can touch him. When he thought of Director Wang's attitude towards Fong Tangjing and himself that day, Lei Zhuan was a heart attack. People have set up Chen Jun as a benchmark. They are on the side of the people. So you're not discrediting him by making a fuss over him? Not to mention one Fong Tangjing, even 10 Fong Tangjing don't care not to use it. Tan Xiaolin froze, naturally knowing the energy of the Ministry of Military Affairs, and said, no wonder that kid is so arrogant. Tang Xinyi locked her brows and cursed. So what? Is he just able to be lawless? Lei Zhuan and the others were speechless for a while. For the Ministry of Military Affairs, it really was their sky. People a sentence you thought not pass. Political attitude problem? Paralyzed. Absolutely let you take off layers of skin. These two pussies are so arrogant. Tan Xiaolin exasperatedly said to Tang Xinyi, old lady can't swallow this breath. Big deal. I'll find my father to sue. Bullying people too much. Anrun is also blind. What do you see in him? Scum of the earth. Women are beating. Surely domestic violence after marriage. Tell you what, I won't learn your hot tracking for a while. I'll go to my cousin first, then to my dad, and leave this for the record first. I don't believe it. He can be arrogant all the time. Tang Xinyi immediately responded. Yes, I'll personally go to Fire Phoenix to teach you afterward. Yes. Tan turned around and walked away. Lei Zhan tried to call her out, but the angry Tan Xiaolin was a maddened female leopard. No one could call her out, and she hurriedly ran outside. There was nothing the crowd could do about it. It was the princess disease. Tang Xinyi, on the other hand, quickly moved the hotspot tracking instrument out of the car, quickly assembled it, and debugged it, the whole time grimacing, like a little bit of it would blow up. Yan Wang and the others didn't know what to say, so they could only cooperate fully. Track down that kid first, pull him out, and when the time comes, with your faces covered, you'll beat him up first, Tang Xinyi said. Yan Wang, Old Fox and the others looked at each other and just smiled without saying anything. Beat him up? Paralyzed. Last time Chen Jun came to the door alone and abused them all. Director Tang, to tell you the truth, that kid is quite ruthless in his outbursts. It's not a good idea to mess with him. Come what may. The old fox smiled and said. Tang Xinyi said. What? Are you guys still afraid of him? Your boss has been tapped. Don't you guys want to fight for it? Old Fox and the others' mouths twitched and they didn't say anything. Isn't this a pot calling the kettle black? Chatting? That's not how it works. Lei Juan's side had long been grimacing, and the sound of his keyboard tapping was obviously aggravated by quite a bit. It's all ing tears. Suddenly, there was a boom and a violent explosion. Lei Juan's face changed drastically and he jumped straight up, shouting, in the direction of the armory. It exploded. Hurry! At once, Yan Wang and the others were chicken and dog rushing out. At the moment, the location of the armory, the warehouse where the arms were stored, kept exploding, smoke squeaking out of the 4 old specials, and their faces were even more gray. Killed in action. They looked at Chen Jun with confused and unconvinced faces. Where the hell did this guy come from? He actually went around their back and blew up the armory without realizing it. It's a ing slap in the face. An old special suddenly pointed at Chen Jun's palm in surprise. Look at his palm. At this moment, Chen Jun's palm was dripping blood, while he expressionlessly ripped off the ruptured nails, piece by piece, without frowning. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air, feeling a chill rise up their backs. This maniac is so sick. Doesn't it hurt at all to rip off your fingernails like that? The so-called 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Hard to tear off their own fingernail shells. How much pain must be endured? How hard is it on oneself? This guy suddenly appeared beside them just now, putting them both down with lightning speed, followed by the 2 of them fighting back, resulting in the other party punching away the strong firearms in their hands. One punch and your own hand cracks? Nope. The crowd's pupils snapped open as they noticed that Chen Jun's hands were scalded and felt as if they were scalded. There was no sigh of relief from the fallen. Crazy. What a crazy person. No wonder he can cross the line of fire and enter the base without a single notice again. This is taking his own life. A man that tough is really tough enough. We lost is not wrong. People are treating the exercise as a real battle. And we, face lost a lot. Normally when they trained, they thought they were tough enough. But when compared to the other side, they realized what it meant to be small. And in Chen Jun's mind, the system's voice sounded once again. P.S. I'm asking for a bounty, so I can punch the list. Chapter 88. So it's all about the stinky brother. Chen Jun's mind once again resounded with the system's prompt. Host follows through with the principles of hacking, penetrating deep into the enemy's base and successfully blowing up the enemy's arsenal. Rewarding experience value of 100. Another 100. Chen Jun's heart was overjoyed. These experience values were too important to him, and could be said to be the root of him constantly becoming stronger. At this rate of improvement, it wouldn't take long for him or her to upgrade and gain a new hacking skill. Chen Jun looked toward the few old specials who had fallen in battle and said, remember, follow the corpse rule. After saying that, Chen Jun leapt to the side expressionlessly, and after a few consecutive jumps, he disappeared into the darkness. Asterisk 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 this maniac. An old special couldn't help but curse. Participating in this many maneuvers, this one is the most lousy. Yes, we've always bombed other people's arsenals. When have we ever let anyone bomb ours? It's a terrible feeling. Hey, this guy looks like a newbie, paralyzed, letting a newbie abuse him. What are you thinking? A new recruit can do that? Definitely a veteran. What's wrong with him? A veteran disguised as a recruit to play us? That's ing boring enough. No, why does this guy look a bit like that ghost? I heard that a month ago. The ghost entered our Thunderbolt base and directly abused all the old specials in the first line, drying them all up and admitting defeat. Holy, that raw? More than that, I've also heard that Thor's girlfriend was snatched by him, and they got married straight away without Thor even knowing. I go, this is awesome. Even Thor's girlfriend dares to poach? Cowman. Absolute cowman. The men were chatting when suddenly an angry roar sounded behind them. What are they all doing? Wiping their guns? Lei Juan and the others quickly rushed over. The few old specials, once they saw that it was Lei Juan and the others coming over, hurriedly stood at attention and didn't say anything. Answer me. Mute. Lei War roared. The team leader shouted stiffly. Report. Someone infiltrated and sneak attacked us. He blew up our arsenal. It's not that we are incompetent, but the other party is too fierce. We can't resist. Lei Juan's face swished, as gloomy as water, and he turned his head to look at the smoldering armory. According to the rules of the exercise, none of the munitions in here can be used. It's the entire wolf's teeth drill's worth of ammo, and it's just gone? Asshole. Lei Juan's face darkened into the color of a pot, turned his head to stare at the team leader, and roared. Waste. Still making excuses. What kind of person did this? The team leader said. We suspect that the other party is a ghost. It is said that the old special of the first line cannot keep him. We really have no way. Yan Wang and the others' faces swished and turned black as well, almost blurting out. Chen Jun. Lei Zhan turned his head to stare at Yan Wang and the others. His eyes were on fire as he lowly roared. Tell me, how did he get in here? This is heavily guarded. What are you all doing? Yan Wang and others' face became unusually ugly. According to reason, the other party is impossible to mix in is right. But, is the other person really a ghost? The team leader hesitated for a moment and said, Report, we've looked at his palms. They're badly burned. Our initial suspicion is that he grabbed the chassis of the car and blended in. This maniac is too crazy. He just pulled out his injured fingernails right in front of us and felt no pain whatsoever. It's so crazy I can't help but admire him a little bit. The small universe in Lei Zhuan's heart was about to explode. It's too much of a bully. He snatched his beloved woman, came to the door and beat up Raiden, and made me write a 100,000 word report. And although Raiden blew up the Iron Fist regiment, the other party immediately blew up his own armory in retaliation. And he also made the lesbian that he had invited to the party unclothed in front of his eyes. Where the hell is my face going to go? Since Lei War became the leader of the Thunderbolt Commandos, when had he ever lost this much face? It's a disgrace. Yan Wang and the others immediately understood what was going on. In all likelihood, Chen Jun was lurking underneath the car, following Tang Xini and Tan Xiaolin in, as they were the only ones who weren't strictly inspected, and the only vehicle that could enter the base at this time was the one they were traveling in. With the tightness of the base's defenses, it was impossible for the other side to have any other way to infiltrate without being detected in any way. Good guy. No wonder the two women's clothes, ripped to become a uniform temptation. This is to make each other impotent rage, lose their cool. This Chen Jun is too thoughtful and too hard on himself. The floor pans of military vehicles are modified to be able to climb places underneath, and as the car moves along, they get so hot that gripping on them is like frying meat. This kind of drilling pain is simply not something that normal people can endure. Chen Jun was surprisingly able to endure it. This guy was crazy. If it was any of them, they would never be able to do this to this extent. Not bad for an Area 1 ghost. Lei Zhuan said with a dark face. I'll go to Wolf Head to report the situation. You guys cooperate with Tang Xini and locate and arrest someone first. That kid definitely didn't run far. Yes, Yan Wang said. Lei Zhuan immediately ran towards the general headquarters. The armory was bombed. This was a big deal, and he had to make it clear to Wolf Head. Soon, Lei War came to the front of the command headquarters, just in time to run into returning Fan Tianlei. Fan Tianlei immediately turned his face to the side, pretending not to see it. It couldn't be helped. Fan Tianlei had just been killed in battle, so how could he still have the face to meet people? If it wasn't necessary, he would have already hid far away. As a result, he waited for a while and realized that Lei Zhuan hadn't even greeted him. Fan Tianlei looked back. The guy didn't even turn his head to look at him and went straight to the command center. What's going on here? Has this guy been hit too? Why else wouldn't he greet me when we meet? Or he doesn't want to see me lose the battle and looks down on me? Fan Tianlei walked stiffly into the command. The two men walked into the command almost simultaneously. Report! The two men shouted. He Jijun had just received the news that the commando team led by Fan Tianlei had been completely destroyed, and the arsenal of the Thunderbolt base had been blown up. It's so humiliating. He Jijun pointed at the two men's noses and scolded. Look at you two. You still have the face to see me? Where's the face? Usually bragging about how great you are as crouching dragon phoenix chicks, but as a result, the war has only just begun. A sneak attack on someone else in the middle of the night, but instead, you were swallowed by someone else in one gulp, with no crumbs left. An armory in the eye of the beholder gets blown up and you still don't know what's going on. I think you guys are just rotten worms. Wolf's teeth are stinking. You are talking. What are you all doing for food? A hallowed chief of staff, an old man of the wolf's teeth, a 3-time consecutive king of soldiers, the strongest king of soldiers of the wolf's teeth. And now, this is it? You have the nerve to call yourselves special forces? Fan Tianlei and Lei Battle looked at each other. Turns out the other side are stinky brothers. Chapter 89, Capture Chen Jun at all costs. He Jijun stared at the two men with a fiery glare and yelled lowly, one by one, talk to me clearly. Old Fan, you first. The corners of Fan Tianlei's mouth twitched and his eyelids jumped several times. This wolf's head is angry, and the consequences are dire. But this thing? Really cannot blame him. Who let that kid so treacherous? Report, Chen Jun, that kid is very sinister and cunning. He had already counted on it. I will go to sneak attack. So he arranged the death squad in advance to bait the enemy. At that time, the black light was blind. And then, hey, it was just like that. Fan Tianlei couldn't say any more and saluted. Wolf Head, I'll go deliver the piglets. He Jijun face gloomy. Do not know how to say Fan Tianlei good. You a wolf teeth staff officer, experienced in 100 battles. The other side has not dug a hole. You will not see? Shame on you. You go straight to the pigs and don't come back for a while. Yes. Fan Tianlei twitched, his expression aggrieved. Lei Zhuan, what's wrong with you? How many of the 100,000 word thought report have you written and killed? He Jun suddenly looked at Fan Tianlei. Old Fan, you write another 200,000 word thought report and give it to me separately. Fan Tianlei's entire old face went black, and his legs had a softening sensation. He is an old man. He has not moved his pen for many years. His brain has long been unable to turn. Where can he still write this? This is not to his old life? But he didn't dare talk back, or the consequences would be even worse. Yes, Fan Tianlei shouted stiffly. Lei Zhuan said with a hard look on his face. Report, written up to 60,000 words, promised to complete the task on time. As for the sneak attack by the Chen army, the other party utilized women to sneak inside the base. Tan Xiaolin from Fire Phoenix as well as Tang Xini from the research office accepted my invitation to participate in this exercise, preparing to utilize hotspot tracking for detection, and halfway through, they were intercepted by Chen Jun, and that brat practically stripped someone of their clothes. The two lost their usual composure, allowing him to lurk in the car, blend in, and eventually blow up the armory. Lei Battle told the general course of events all over again, focusing on the fact that Chen Jun had utilized a woman before blending into the base. Otherwise there was no chance. Using women? He Jun was a bit jaw-dropped. In his impression, Chen Jun is a tough guy, single-handedly chasing militants from Area 1, coming back and directly rushing into the Thunderbolt base to clean up the Thunderbolt's people, and directly carrying the knife with his body when saving the squad leader. All of these showed that Chen Jun was a tough guy and a good guy, and shouldn't be as sinister as Lei Zhuan said, right? When Chen Jun beheaded Lei Keming, he was relying on his own skills to climb over a cliff that ordinary people could not climb. As for knowing that Fan Tianlei would come to sneak attack, 9 times out of 10, he was well prepared. That was people being careful. Lao Fan himself did not observe clearly the existence of paralysis and carelessness, and then rushed into the pockets laid out by others. He didn't complain when he was taken out. He Jun's face twisted in anger. Every one of them is a stinky brother. When Wolfsbane is a food market. He Jun suppressed his anger and stared at Lei Zhuan. Where is Chen Jun now? Lei Zhuan said. Report. He ran away after blowing up the armory. Tang Xini used a hotspot to track him. He can't run for long. He must be caught. He Jun slapped his hand on the table. This is a destabilizing factor. And next, who knows what he'll get up to. At all costs, as fast as possible. Understand? I'm telling you, the head of the military region, Gao Shiwei, is also attending. He's waiting for the report. I'm going over there right now. Yes, Lei Zhuan roared lowly. Lei Zhuan is actually more angry than the wolf head, and he wants to uncover Chen Jun this more than anyone else. He Jun was full of anger. Each and every one of them is a stinking mudbug. My old man's face is lost to the chief. With that, he turned around and angrily walked out of the command center. Fan Tianlei and Lei Zhuan glanced at each other. The two of them were considered to be in a difficult position this time. Thunder God. Hey, we've lost our faces, but I'm better. I was careless and fell for that kid's path. And you were blown up at home. Fan Tianlei shook his head and said helplessly. Lei Zhuan's poker face was almost cloudy. Don't laugh at 50 steps. It's not as humiliating? Fan Tianlei bitterly smiled and nodded. That's true. But Thunder God, I told you. This kid is definitely not simple. Wolfhead is furious. But it also shows one thing. That kid is talented. Wolfhead definitely likes it. And in the future, he will definitely enter our Wolf Fong. He's not even here yet and he's giving you a hard time. You can't catch him. You don't need me to say more, do you? I heard that he married Anren? Lei Zhuan snorted coldly and flung himself away. With He Jun's order, a bunch of blue troops began to spread out in all directions with the base as the center, and began to search. It was like the mountains had exploded. Your group, go that way. You go this way. Make sure you search carefully. Don't miss a spot. Keep your eyes on me. The wolf head himself gave the order. We must find out that rat. Yes. Waves of search troops intensively in the jungle shuttle. Which in a search team. An old special said, that guy is a madman. It is said that both hands to grab the car ground lurking base. That hands have to be hot into what kind? Not? Normal people can't do such a thing. I also heard that he took his hands off 2 female officers, hitting them that hard, treating them directly as enemies, with no mercy at all. Holy, it can't be. It's a drill, not a real war. How else can you say he's crazy? He's treating maneuvers like real combat. And I hear he's the ghost of Area 1. I'll go. That bull? That's the one who cuckolded Thor. Not easy. Of course it's not simple. Otherwise it could have blown up the armory under our noses. I've also heard that Staff Officer Fan fell into his hands and is now being sent by Wolfhead to raise pigs. *******. So powerful. But this amount of information, how can not compare to the God of Thunder was green. To stimulate. I really did not think that the ghost is so fierce. The battlefield and the love field are both powerful. The matter of Lei Zhuan being cuckolded was completely spread because of Chen Jun's arrival. As to where the source was, no one knew. Only that it was now known to everyone. Tap. A team of blues searched past a bush, and less than 10 meters behind them, from a tree, drops of blood fell to the ground and seeped into the dirt. After this group had walked out 50 meters, Chen Jun's sharp figure jumped down from the tree and ran like a ghost to a small river in front of him, quickly diving into the water. On the surface of the gentle river, a cloud of bright red gushed out, which then quickly faded and finally returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever existed. Chapter 90, Gao Shiwei's shock. In the exercise director's department, Gao Shiwei, the head of the military group, looked at the big screen with a smile on his face. On the screen, a few blue dots flashed a few times before finally disappearing. The disappearance of the blue dot means that a combat unit has been eliminated. Gao Shiwei said aloud. The large force of the Iron Fist Regiment was wiped out, but Lei Kemming's group was destroyed, and now the Wolf Tooth Arsenal has been blown up. The Blue Army first lost its most cunning commander, followed by the Wolf Tooth's logistical base, so this is considered to be an even match. However, overall, it is still the red side that is better. The battle. The red side's counterattacks were very sharp. Just finished reporting, He Ji-jun said with a helpless face. Chief, how did you join the red side of the camp? Aren't you on our Wolf Fong side? How you became a villain? He Ji-jun felt that the chief was even happier. Gao Shiwei said with a smile. This time it's a comparison with Old Tan. He commanded your special operations team. I commanded the red side. Although the Iron Fist Regiment was blown up as soon as the game started. But we, the red side, also gave you a lesson for free. It's a loss and a gain. This is the way to engage in order to make it a little bit more interesting to watch. Otherwise, what's good to see with a side-by-side situation? By the way, the one who accomplished these two tasks was that little guy named Chen Jun, right? He Ji-jun was a bit helpless and a bit thankful. When he came just now, he was prepared to be criticized. After all, Wolfsbane had suffered such a big loss that it had become a joke. It's a wonder that he, the head of the wolf, was scolded. As a result, there came such a bet between the heads of the military regions. It was fortunate that he was facing Gao Shiwei. If he was facing Vice Tan, I'm afraid that he would have been in a dogfight by now. He Ji-jun thought for a moment and said, reporting to the chief, it is indeed Chen Jun, the company commander of the Iron Fist Regiment's Sharpshooter 4th Company. I saw him before the maneuvers. He is very good. His head is on the line. He also has the nickname Ghost, and he is the only intact soldier to survive in Area 1. He dared to hunt down those militants by himself, and fought for a whole month in the gray area of Area 1, killing at least 20 militants and making a spectral name for himself among the enemy. Gao Shiwei naturally knew about the sudden incident in Area 1, but the exact details of the plot were not clear, and when he heard He Ji-jun say this, he was immediately interested. It was no wonder that he didn't know the details of this matter. After Chen Jun had returned to the Iron Fist Regiment, Kong Lei had specially written a 10,000 word report, which included the details of Chen Jun's battles in Area 1, but when it was transmitted to the top, it had first been scrutinized by the pickets to go and verify it. This went back and forth with only a general message reaching the military chief. A person fighting in the gray area for a month and killing more than 20 militants. This Chen Jun is a tough guy. Such a battle record is close to catching up with Lei Kemming, that civilian soldier. But Chen Jun circled the enemy in the gray area for a month and was still able to persevere. Such a difficulty is greater than that of Lei Kemming. It's not good to say that after a few more years, a second Lei Kemming will pop up. Is there any other news? Gao Shiwei said. He Ji-jun laughed a bit bitterly. Indeed a man. But recently there was a bit of friction with Thunderbolt, a regular trooper. He single-handedly went to the Thunderbolt commando station and single-handedly challenged Thunderbolt battle's unexpected special forces without losing a single step. He was a human being now, so he naturally knew what to say at this time to get the military chief interested. Sure enough, Gao Shiwei was rubbing his fists as if he was a groom on the night of the cave. Any more? Anything else? Hurry up! As the head of the military region, his favorite is naturally the wildest soldiers with drive, and such soldiers are often very promising. He Ji-jun said. This kid also robbed the violet that Lei Battle pursued for many years. He is fast and furious. Unlike Lei Battle's chirpy, direct license, married. Of course Gao Shiwei knew Lei Zhuan and Anren. Both of them were celebrities in the military region, especially Lei Zhuan, the military region's 3 consecutive military kings. The awards and certificates he received were still presented to Lei Zhuan by Gao Shiwei himself. This kid is awesome. After the maneuvers are over, I'm going to meet him in person. Ha ha, Now let's see old Tan next door suffer first. Gao Shiwei couldn't help but exclaim. The corners of He Ji Jun's mouth twitched. I didn't think that the chief was also so gossipy and liked to listen to these lace news. In the army, the relationship between men and women is caught more strictly, but it is all about fair play. Who can grab it, is who's capable. Lei wore such a soldier king, chasing a woman for several years cannot catch up. The result of halfway to let someone cut off, shows that this kid must have a superiority, at least in the pursuit of girls than Lei War's strong. If you're strong in that area, you certainly won't be much worse in other areas. Now the red side is the one that is under Chen Jun's command, turning the game around, and then the confrontation becomes even more exciting. So to be able to clean up the Thunder Commandos and steal away Thunder War's favorite, such a bull must be seen. At Blue Command, Tan huffed and puffed as she came in front of the tent. She did first go to Fong Tongjing's place, but people did not see, because the guards guarded outside said that he was concentrating on writing a book. No one to see. Do not disturb. Tan almost exploded with anger. She lost her temper with the guard, but she didn't see her cousin come out. When she was courting herself, she called her a sweetheart, but now she's become Mrs. Bull? When he was young, because he was not related by blood, Fong Tangjing pursued Tan Xiaolin, but she refused and turned around and married someone else. However, it did not take long for Missy's temper to flare up and she felt that the man she married was too wasted, so she just divorced and went abroad for further studies on her own. After you have completed your deep training, return to the troop and enter the Fire Phoenix. In the beginning, he was abused by Lei Zhuan and the others, and his temper was slightly better, but he didn't expect that he had just come out of the Fire Phoenix and was beaten up, and beaten so badly. This is not the most let her angry. Lei Zhan knew even did not help themselves. They went to find Fong Tangjing, and ate the closed door again. This makes Tan Xiaolin heart is blocked panic. Is the more thought the more annoyed? How can not swallow this breath? So decided to come to find the father. As the second in command of the military region, if he let his father know that such a thing happened in the army, he would definitely be furious and investigate this matter to the end. Now, the only one who could help himself was his father. When Tan Xiaolin thought of Chen Jun's icy face, the anger in her heart rubbed up. In all the years he had grown up, he had never been so aggrieved. However, just as Tan Xiaolin approached the tent, she heard her father fuming inside. A fourth company, the only one left in the Iron Fist Regiment, took out Lei Keming and blew up Wolf Fong's arms. Fan Tian Lei, what is Lei battle for? Is it that hard to capture a company? Chapter 91, Missing My Comrades in Arms. At this moment, the Tan deputy inside the tent was red in the face, and the breath coming out of his nostrils seemed to be visible and white. It's too humiliating. Old Gao has repeatedly scolded me for being the old king next door and not being able to keep up with his hawkish thinking, and for something like this to happen today, isn't that making him look at me as a joke? Who is the commander of the 4th company of sharpshooters? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? One person can make such a big commotion. Deputy Tan walked back and forth, cursing as he went. It was one of the most irritating things he had ever felt in all the maneuvers he had participated in. The opening came with a bang, almost wiping out the Iron Fist Regiment, but in the blink of an eye, they let the others turn the house upside down. What does it look like for a bunch of special forces to get screwed over by a new recruit? This is a well-trained, hard-fighting special forces? It's all a bunch of. Recently, Tan Vice and Gao Shiwei had some disagreements on the construction of the troops, and their opinions couldn't be fully harmonized. So they took advantage of this exercise to verify some of their views. That's why Gao Shiwei commanded the red side and Vice General Tan commanded the blue side. Both sides come to a big collision. Originally, the blue side fought well, and with their combat power they were sure to win in the end. But as a result, the maneuvers didn't even last 2 days, and the blue side suffered a big loss. How could Deputy Tan not be annoyed? Because Chen Jun of the Sharpshooters 4th Company muddied Vice Tan's good game of chess. The other officers, faced with Deputy Tan's anger, were all too afraid to breathe a single breath. Standing outside, Tan's brows locked and she shouted, "Report! Come in!" Tan Xiaolin walked in quickly, stood at attention, saluted, and said, "Report, I know something about the Sharpshooter 4th Company Chen Jun." Tan Vice looked at Tan Xiaolin in surprise. "Why are you here?" The maneuver did not involve the Fire Phoenix. Tan Xiaolin said, "Report, I came with Director Tang after accepting Lei Battle's invitation, preparing to utilize hotspot tracking in the exercise to test the sophistication of this equipment." Deputy Tan nodded and said, "What are you doing here? You know about that Chen Jun?" Tan Xiaolin said, "I know. Director Tang and I are on our way to the Thunderbolt compound." She told the story of how she and Tang Xinyi had been bundled into a small movie heroine by Chen Jun, as well as how she had gone to the picket leader Fong Tangjing, who had also ignored her. "That person who bullied me is Chen Jun. He has a problem with his mind. Such a person should be dealt with seriously and not be allowed to do whatever he wants, Tan Xiaolin said. Deputy Tan looked at Tan Xiaolin in surprise, and after a moment of silence, he said, "This is your personal and private matter. Don't talk about it here. Where is Chen Jun now? He must be found." Tan Xiaolin saw that her father even did not help. Her heart was indescribably aggrieved, her eyes were red all of a sudden, and she clenched her teeth and said, "Lei Zhuan has already gone to look for him, and he will definitely be able to catch someone." Boo! Tan Vice slapped his hand on the table and said gruffly, "This is a destabilizing factor. Who knows what he'll get up to next? Lesbians can be exploited. It's more cunning than Lei Keeman's ever was. Inform the special forces that the people they lost on their own must find them on their own, or they'll have their asses handed to them at the end of the exercise." Yes, the chief of staff let out a low roar, and quickly conveyed the order. As for Tan Xiaolin's matter, Tan Vice waved his hand and said, "You go out first. What time is it? This is a war. Public and private should be separated. Naturally you've entered the maneuver area, which means entering the battlefield. Anything the other side does to you, that's the way to treat the enemy. Think about whether or not you have a problem before you say anything. Don't just characterize other people's motives. Get out." Tan Xiaolin's tightened fists cackled, not realizing that her father was not on her side either. Clearly the other party was wrong. How did it become a public-private split? For her father, Tan Xiaolin has always been a bit afraid, but in her opinion, he should be very caring. How could he be indifferent when he suffered so much? Boom boom. A huge boom rang out in the air. At this moment, Chen Jun, who was hiding under a large tree, looked up into the sky. The commotion just now was not cannon fire, but thunder in the clouds. Dark clouds rolled in from the distant sky, quickly enveloping the forest sky, feeling like a huge mountain was about to press down. The air also followed to become unusually dull. Less than half a quarter of an hour, bean-sized rainwater smashed down, hitting the branches of the trees, and the leaves made a rustling sound. Chen Jun did not take shelter from the rain, letting it fall on his head, face, and body. He was thinking of his time in Area 1, where it was also such fickle weather, more inscrutable than a woman's mind. When standing guard, Lao Yang, Lao Wu including the squad leader, they were like nails that would not change color because of the might of heaven and earth. Chen Jun felt a slight coolness on his face and his whole body was a bit icy. It made him think of the brothers who had stood guard with him. "Brothers, yours are watching. Fight." Chen Jun's heart once again lit up with a burning desire to fight, and then dived into the water. At this time, Chen Jun's situation is not easy. Surrounded by blue troops, they are all very experienced combat veteran specialties, not the armed elements those scattered sand. Under constant pursuit and reconnaissance, they gradually narrowed down and formed a dense encirclement, utilizing their numerical superiority to form a large net. In addition, Chen Jun guessed that Tang Xini had already utilized hotspot tracking to locate him, so he kept jumping into the river to swim across, or used mud to reduce his body's heat, so much so that his iron body couldn't carry him under prolonged periods of time. If it wasn't supported by his strong physical qualities, an ordinary person would have been unable to withstand it and passed out. Wow! Chen Jun got out of the river, letting the rain hit his body, and walked up the bank. Coming to the shore, he sat down and took off his shoes, and seeing that those necrotic toenails were oozing blood, and that the protrusions were interfering with his movements, did not hesitate to tear them off directly with his fingers. Chen Jun didn't even frown. To him, this injury was nothing. When he was in Area 1, he was even more injured, but he still persevered. Chen Jun took a deep breath and tried to let his body recover as much as possible. With the cover of the rain, the other side shouldn't be able to lock on that fast. Suddenly, Chen Jun's brows locked as the hackerspace fed back information that a dangerous factor was approaching him at lightning speed. Thus the long running time, coupled with the fact that his body had been in a state of freezing cold, caused Chen Jun's nerves to numb a bit, and his reactions were naturally just a bit slower. Upon realizing the other's proximity, before he could dodge, the person had already appeared in the forest ahead of him. The other party looked at Chen Jun with a murderous look on his face, and the visitor was none other than Lei Zhuan. Chapter 92, Thorin Ghost. Lei Zhuan wiped the rainwater off his face and stared at Chen Jun in front of him. It was with Tang Xini's help that he finally tracked down this terrifying apparition. At this point, more than 3 hours had passed since the bombing of the armory, and it was almost dawn. The other party was merely an ordinary border guard, who hadn't even been enlisted for half a year, and under these circumstances, he had escaped the full force of a gang of old specials? If it wasn't for Tang Xini's hotspot tracking, Lei Zhuan wouldn't have been able to find this guy. Therefore to say that the other party wasn't open, Lei Zhuan didn't even believe it. Lei Zhuan was about to open his mouth to say a few sarcastic words to the other party, but he saw the other party taking off his shoes, treating his bleeding toes, and even pulling out the rotten toenails without even frowning. Such a horrific capacity to endure is something that ordinary people can't do. If it was Lei Juan, he would be able to force himself to pull out the toenail in this situation. But he definitely couldn't do it as easily as the other party. This kid still has some skills. No wonder he can break into the gray area for over a month and still survive. After hesitating for a moment, Lei Juan leaned against the trunk of the tree next to him with great poise and shouted at Chen Jun, "I'll give you 3 minutes to rest. Don't blow pillow talk with and ran afterward and say that I bullied you." Chen Jun raised his head to look at Lei Juan, worthy of being the king of soldiers for 3 consecutive terms. I guess the other party's physical quality is over 5, but his brain is a bit of a problem. If you're a man, don't use a woman to say things. It will make lousy look down on you, Chen Jun indifferently said. Thunder War snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "You, a man? Others say you're a hero, a ghost of the border. But to me, you're more like a madman without an advocate. Today is just a drill, not in a real battlefield. So why are you so desperate? Who do you want to show it to? And play with self-harm? Drills are real combat." "That's true, but this isn't really real combat, and you're overplaying your hand." Chen Jun slowly put on his shoes and slowly stood up, utilizing the hacker's healing technique to vibrate his tendons and bones, and all of a sudden, the bones and joints of his entire body snapped. By doing this you can maximize the relaxation of the muscles and bones and promote the recovery of the body. The reason why Chen Jun was able to run wildly all the way, constantly lurking and dodging away from wave after wave of searchers, apart from his own strong qualities, a large part of the reason why he was able to utilize the hacker's medical technique to allow his body to recover quickly. This is like an additional open-ended tool in combat. In conventional combat, as the battle enters a stalemate, it is often the case that whoever can recover their strength quickly takes the initiative and has a better chance of surviving. Once Chen Jun's hacker's medical technique had reached medium success, it could vibrate against the body's tendons and bones, speeding up the body's recovery at a rate more than 5 times that of a normal person. In other words, 10 minutes of rest for Chen Jun was equal to nearly an hour of rest for others. So during the frantic dodging process, Chen Jun gave off the impression of a perpetual motion machine, never stopping shifting. This was also a reason why Lei War had a hard time tracking him even with Tang Sini's hotspot tracking. Chen Jun said, "My doctrine is that after being a soldier, the body and skin life are comrades in arms. The countries, perhaps you are a good soldier, but the individualism is too heavy. The pattern is too small. Look at your name to know." 4. This is a personal worship note. The Spectre is a fighting machine that belongs to the country. The existence of the undead. It was indeed an exercise, but to me it was a war. And because it was my comrades who died, not yours, you will never understand. As for acting, a swallow sparrow knows the will of a great swan. Your pattern is really too small. No wonder your path is getting narrower and narrower. When Lei Juan heard this, he froze for a moment, unable to say anything back. And, this guy can really talk, and he's just talking, and he's making it sound like a set of words. Thor is a common code name, and it's turned into a cult of personal admiration? This is more bull than the thought paper I wrote. This guy is definitely not as simple as it seems. No wonder Anren was coaxed by him and confusedly pulled the license with the other party. Could it be that he lacks this? Lei Juan looked Chen Jun up and down. The other party in addition to a little more handsome, well, rich, and now Ada can say, what is better than himself? As for losing face last time, it was because he was careless. Lei Juan clapped his hands, grunted, and said, saying it like that is actually a pile of. It's not up to you to say whether or not Laozi's path is getting narrower and narrower. Enron really blind. Found you such a little puppy. Come on, prove that you are a man. In the Iron Fist Corps, we have not yet compared fighting. Today let us take the man. Before the man could finish those 2 words, a black shadow was already coming at him with speed. Lei Juan clenched his fist and directly punched at the black shadow. Competing with yourself in a fist fight at this time. Looking for death. Boo! A dull crash sounded. Lei Juan and Chen Jun both took 3 steps back at the same time. Lei Juan was slightly surprised, knowing that he was now at the peak of his physical strength. Although the punch just now didn't burst out at full strength, it was still more than 80%, and he was even on par with his opponent. How come this kid still has such horrible strength at this time? One should know that Chen Jun had been shifting frantically for more than 3 hours in a row, so he should have consumed a lot of physical strength. One still underestimated the other party. No wonder so many people couldn't find him. Again, Lei Juan violently rushed towards Chen Jun, similarly slamming his fist into his opponent's face. However, this move was a false move. The real killing move was the whip leg at the back. Without moving, Chen Jun suddenly flew up and kicked the other party directly in the crotch. Lei Juan's face changed and he hastily covered his crotch and backed away. Grass. His opponent had actually predicted his movements and sneak attacked his own lower body. That's a hell of a kick. Are you going to turn me into an eunuch? Paralyzed. It must be because of Enron. This guy must be feeling nervous, afraid that Lousy will take Enron away from him. Vile. The flames in Lei Zhuan's heart instantly soared as he violently raised his right leg to kick Chen Jun's lower abdomen. If this kick is hit, with Lei War outbreak out of force, instantly let the other party lose combat power, fall to the ground, shrink into a ball of shrimp, and finally in the hospital bed to lie for another 3 months. It should be alright, but in the flash of lightning, Chen Jun's sudden kick flew up, taking the first step to kick Lei War's crotch. Ah! Lei Zhuan let out a series of odd grunts, his legs clamped, like a rabbit, jumping back continuously, while his entire face was suffocatingly red, as if he had been beaten with chicken blood, and the veins on his forehead were even more raised, feeling like his veins were about to burst. His eyes nearly rolled over. Instead of continuing to launch his attack, Chen Jun let out a thud, leaned against the tree trunk, and said indifferently, "I'll give you 3 minutes. Howl. P.S. Dozens of you reward every day, so I'm quite excited to see the amount of money. A person of 10 cents. Our fried hare, my god. Add up to 2 blocks of 5. Thanks to the reward of 13 blocks of brothers. You do not have a name, on a cell phone user. First go to the delivery of delivery. A trip to and from the delivery of more than a dozen blocks it." Chapter 93. A true warrior's heart can bend and extend. Lei Zhan held his breath for a while, wanting to stand up and be a real man, but that kind of soreness. Who the hell is hurt? Who knows? He took a deep breath, tried his best to make his face a little more natural, bent over, and pointed at Chen Jun. You kid. Enough. Slightly slowing down his breath, Lei Zhuan's mind spun rapidly, analyzing the situation that had just arisen. It could be said that his own attack just now was very stealthy, a combination of the real and the imaginary. Even old Gao would have trouble defending himself, but the other party seemed to judge his movements in advance, always one step ahead of himself. Could it be that he wasn't fast enough and his opponent was faster? Or maybe the other party guessed his movements? As a 3-time king of soldiers, his close combat strength was not something to be reckoned with. There must be a reason why his own 2 consecutive attacks were easily disintegrated by his opponent. He underestimated the other party's reaction speed and judgment. This guy can kill the militants in close combat. He must have his own dependence. He is an expert. He can't be careless. After some thought, Lei Zhuan had a plan. He was physically strong, and in less than 3 minutes, he had regained his fighting strength. The opponent's hands and feet are injured. Attack the opponent's weak point. Without any hesitation, Lei Zhuan once again pounced on Chen Jun. When Chen Jun saw Lei Zhuan attacking, he swung his right hand, transforming it into a hand slash that sliced at Lei Zhuan's neck. Lei Zhuan let out a low roar and blocked with both hands, suddenly felt a tremor in his body, and in the next moment the feeling of sweetness in his throat. Lei Zhuan was shocked in his heart. The attack is too big. Lei Zhuan could not bear it, just about to retreat. Chen Jun launched an attack in the right direction. His hand knife cut directly into it, ignoring Lei Zhuan's fists to madly whack his fists. Chen Jun grabbed Lei Zhuan's right hand with both hands and pressed it, clicking with the sound of bones groaning. Lei Zhuan was startled and hurriedly hugged Chen Jun's right hand to remove the force. Both shook it off at the same time. Lei Zhuan's body had just stopped, when he felt a dark shadow flash by. Chen Jun pounced again. This is a madman. All injured like this, fighting for his life as soon as he comes. Don't want to die. Originally, Lei War was holding his opponent, fighting in close combat, and attacking his opponent's weaknesses. But it turned out to be the other way around, and his opponent was even crazier than him. Lei Zhuan dodged and rolled, rolling on the ground for a dozen times in a row before stabilizing his body. When he stood up, he still felt a bit dizzy with his strong physical condition. However, no matter how he rolled, with Chen Jun's hackerspace relative lead time of 5 seconds, it was equivalent to say that he had 5 seconds of preparation time. That's a very scary thing during a fight now. Lei Zhuan looked around, his brows locked as he could no longer see Chen Jun's figure. Gone? Lei Zhuan's pupils widened violently, and with his intelligence, he immediately realized that he had been tricked by Chen Jun. Chen Jun was seriously injured, coupled with his body consuming too much stamina. Just now he fought hard with himself a few times. Most likely he was at the end of his strength, so he did not intend to fight hard with himself. Paralyzed. This madman is posturing and playing me. Lei Zhuan was so angry that his body was shaking. He had wanted to have a big fight and split the difference with the other side, but Chen Jun made a false move and ran away. Isn't this a fooling? It's just like when you're in a dry spell and your pants are down, only to say you're not going to do it. It's intolerable. ********. Lei Zhuan hated it so much that he was gnashing his teeth. He hadn't suffered such a loss since he became famous. However, in the next moment, Lei Jun laughed. Kind of interesting. This guy is really hurt. I thought you were made of iron and didn't know pain at all. But it turns out you're human too. Lei Juan looked around. His eyes were once again filled with wariness. But his hands quickly rubbed his crotch. It hurt too much. It was estimated to be ruptured. So let's endure it for now. You can't get away. Lei Juan stared at the ground, observing the traces left behind by Chen Jun before choosing a direction to chase after him. His guess was not wrong. Chen Jun did intend to avoid Lei battle and not fight him on. Chen Jun had been fighting continuously for a day and a night. Even if his physical quality was strong, he had consumed a lot of physical and mental strength, and his remaining fighting strength was less than half, while Lei Zhan's body was still in its peak state, and his attributes were similarly above 5, and his strength in close combat was similarly at the level of King of Soldiers. If he fought with him himself, he would only lose both of them, and it was not cost-effective. Besides, he had nearly turned Lei battle into a eunuch, so he had earned it. So he immediately left after frantically forcing Lei battle back. A great man can bend and bend, and it's not too late to abuse him there after his body recovers. What Chen Jun needed most right now was to regain his strength. The host carries out the principle of hacking, and can bend but can't bend, so it's a great man. Rewarded with 100 experience. Chen Jun was slightly stunned when he heard the system's prompt suddenly ringing in his head. This Lei war isn't bad, a child who delivers points. Unlike Fan Tianqing, who is so pitiful that his experience value is halved. This fight was earned either way. Chen Jun's mind turned and he swept his personal attributes. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 4. Attributes, mental 5.1. Physical 5.1. Strength 5.1. Speed 5.1, normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination, Grand Master. Hacking shooting, Grand Master. Hacking sneaking, Grand Master. Hacking healing, Medium Master. Hacking space, Medium Master 2000 meters. Value of experience, 450 out of 500. We're still 50 short of meeting the upgrade conditions. I wonder if we behead Lei War, will we also get 100 experience points? Chen Jun immediately hit Lei battle. Through the exchange of blows just now, Chen Jun felt that as long as he recovered to his best state, he was more than half sure of finishing off Lei Juan. Okay, wait a minute. Chen Jun lay down in a jungle to rest after sprinting madly for some distance. After all, it was raining now, leaving traces of himself along the way, which could easily be washed away. Coupled with the fact that under the hacker's lurking technique, Chen Jun had left almost no traces at all as he weaved in and out. Chen Jun directly laid down on the cold ground to lower his body's temperature. He kept gasping for breath, utilizing the sinew conditioning of the hacker's healing technique to quickly recover his strength. Chen Jun looked at the sky head-on as the rain continued to wash over his face and body. A sudden smirk appeared on his face. Squad leader. I remember when we were on patrol, the only entertainment we had was to run frantically through the mountains and forests, squeezing the last bit of stamina out of our bodies and sweating the last drop of sweat out of our bodies. It really makes you miss those days. It's exhausting but very fulfilling. It's quite a sour taste to feel drained and then come back to life. Unfortunately, there will be no more opportunities to train together. Chen Jun's eyes were more than a little sad. Suddenly, hackerspace fed back, and Chen Jun had the feeling of being targeted by a poisonous snake. Is Lei battle that fast? No. The sense of crisis is very strong. It was a crisis of death, and although Thunder War was annoyed with himself, he wasn't so much that he wanted to finish himself off. Chapter 94, this time it's my turn. I'll guard you. The sweaty hairs on Chen Jun's entire body seemed to stand up upside down, while at the same time, his body catapulted up. Almost as soon as he ejected, there was a swoosh, the sound of a bullet slicing through the air, streaking toward his original position. Pust! The bullet hit the spot where Chen Jun had just stopped, and the ground exploded into a cloud of dirt. It's live ammunition. Sniper. The exercises were with blanks, and blanks don't hit with this kind of power. Chen Jun's face changed drastically. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and without even thinking about it, with a little bit of his foot, his figure flashed into the back of a big tree next to him as if he was a ghost. In a split second just now, if it wasn't for Chen Jun's hackerspace sending out a judgment 5 seconds in advance, allowing him to react in the first place, that shot would have already taken his life. The next moment, a voice came out. I know your name is Chen Jun, one of the survivors from the incident in Area 1. Chen Jun had wanted to quickly flash into the interior of the jungle, but when he heard this sentence, he stopped. At the same time, Chen Jun's hackerspace spread out, locking down the source of the crisis. The opponent has plenty of time to dodge himself 5 seconds before the shot is fired. Chen Jun did not respond, but instead observed the mountains ahead. The other party was able to call out his name, and he was also able to say that he was one of the survivors of the Area 1 incident, and the other party had come to assassinate him. So it was obvious that the other party must be related to the Scorpion, and it was highly likely that it was the Scorpion. Last time, Scorpion's assassination of Shirgui was sabotaged by Chen Jun. This time, it was not impossible for him to sneak into this area and carry out a sneak attack. Thinking of this, a killing intent instantly erupted in Chen Jun's heart. In the next moment, the other party's voice sounded again. Don't run away. There are your compatriots here. All of them are my hostages. I don't mind taking them out one by one. Don't you soldiers always say that your compatriots are more important than your own lives and that you want to guard them? I'm going to see now if you really do, or if you're all just shouting slogans. You really surprised me. A cut that deep didn't kill you. Your life is really big. Today I want to see just how big your life is. Last time, didn't you say you must kill me? Now I give you this chance. I'm coming. You, come and kill me. Chen Jun tightened his fists and his eyes turned crimson. The opponent is Scorpion, the murderer who ruined the class president's life. Chen Jun roared. Scorpion! Scorpion's icy voice came from the forest. Oh, the voice is full of anger. Very good. You want to kill me very much. You want to avenge your own squad leader and your comrades? Yes, I'll let you kill me as long as you have the skill to do so. And if you can't kill me, your squad leader and his woman, well, I'll have them come along to see you. Soon, there was a commotion in one of the mountains, and a resident with his hands bound appeared in the forest, his mouth strangled with a cloth, stumbling out. Immediately following, a second, third, and fourth appeared, for a total of 4 people before and after. They were similarly gagged and had their hands bound as they stumbled out of the inside. Each eye was filled with the fear of death, and the desire to live. Because it was raining, it was no longer possible to tell whether it was tears or rain in the corners of their eyes. Their bodies kept trembling, feeling as if they might fall at any moment. Fear like never before. They all looked in the direction of Chen Jun, just in time to see Chen Jun in Yengua's military uniform, only that their mouths were all strangled with cloth, and they could only let out whimpering, slurred sounds. Uncontrollable tears slipped from the corners of their eyes. They walked forward one step at a time, but it felt like every step was one step closer to death. But they had to walk again. One step back was death. All the hopes of the 4 men fell on the soldier. At this moment, Chen Jun completely stopped in his tracks. The feedback from the hackerspace in his mind told him that he had to leave immediately. There was no way that he could be a match for an enemy with a sniper rifle. The danger of snipers hidden in the jungle was far more terrifying than Thunder Wars. Chen Jun was aided by hacking subterfuge and hacking space, but those were close combat abilities, and the other party had a sniper rifle and was a top sniper. When he himself was at a distance, he could rely on the hacking space delay of 5 seconds to dodge continuously, but when the distance was drawn closer, under the supersonic bullets, he would not be able to react in time. But at this time, letting Chen Jun leave, he couldn't do it. Those people are the people of the Yen Kingdom. Chen Jun's mind flashed back to what Anren had once told him, that when he was sent to the hospital in a coma, it was the hundreds of citizens on the crowded roads who reached out to help move the car out of the way. One by one they ran down the street, all shouting, "A soldier is wounded. Make way for him to pass." In the process, a child falls down. He gets up on his own, and then stumbles and yells after the adults. It was only because of these warm-hearted citizens lending a helping hand that Chen Jun was taken to the hospital in time for resuscitation. In the back, Chen Jun also watched Anren gave him a look at the scene of the relevant video. The kind of people, running down the street shouting, calling for people, shouting to make way, and youth on the street. The joint efforts to move the car to the side of the traffic police driving in front of the open road. One by one, individuals are working for him, a person who has nothing to do with them, just hoping that they can hold on and survive. Even though he has been sent to the hospital, there are still a lot of enthusiastic citizens who come to pray and visit, because Chen Jun was wearing a military uniform. He was their most beloved soldier and the most lovely person in their hearts. This is the military and the people working together. It was because of this scene that Chen Jun became even more determined not to go home to inherit the family fortune, and he wanted to be a soldier, at least to walk through this period of his unrepentant youth. To be a soldier, in order to avenge his comrades and to guard his countrymen in this pure land. They are also the sweetest people. Now that they were looking at themselves helplessly, hoping that they could save them, could Chen Jun just walk away? Can't. If Chen Jun left now, he would never forgive himself in his life, much less deserve to wear this uniform. And with his enemy right in front of him, when will Chen Jun fight if he doesn't? Chen Jun softly said, "Don't be afraid. This time it's my turn to guard you. Death, everyone is afraid of it, but sometimes you have to face it, even if you do die." Chen Jun stepped out of the forest step by step, towards a direction of the jungle, with a low roar filled with killing intent. Scorpion, is it? Be a man. Don't spoil your parents' DNA. This is our grudge. Come out. Chapter 95, The Game of Life and Death. The Brave and the Fearless. There was no sound coming from the jungle. Suddenly, there was a swoosh. A bullet struck behind the men, and the trunk of a large tree exploded into a cloud of wood chips. The bullet had grazed the last young girl's ear, and she could feel the wave of air scraping against her face as it flew past. Woohoo! The young girl let out a mournful cry, her eyes filled with fear, and tears welled up all at once. She looked at Chen Jun in horror. The only one who could help her now was Chen Jun. A low growl sounded through the jungle. Come here, you! Chen Jun immediately knew exactly what the other party was going to do, so he stopped paying attention to the other party and instead walked directly towards the hostages. Scorpion, you're also an internationally renowned assassin. Be a man. With that said, Chen Jun took out his dagger and cut the ropes of these people as soon as he could, untying the cloth. Don't be afraid. I'm a soldier and will protect you. I'll stand behind you. No matter what happens, you just run forward. Don't look back. Run as far as you can, Chen Jun softly said. Run. No sooner had his voice dropped than swoosh, a bullet whizzed toward him. Chen Jun's orientation was no longer a dead end, but with the hacker's face, it had already been a 5-second advance prediction. He immediately rolled to the right, dodging the bullet. The bullet practically flew past the collar of Chen Jun's chest before hitting the dirt next to him and exploding into a cloud of mud once again. There was an eek of shock from the jungle, obviously not expecting the shot to fall short. After all, the other party did not have any covering things around him, and was not in a running state. It was a bullet that suddenly leapt up and dodged out of the way. To be able to do this, the timing of the shot must be known in advance in order to accomplish a precise jump transfer. The difficulty is in the timing. There is no way to know when the shooter pulled the trigger. The few hostages around them, when they heard Chen Jun shouting to run, recklessly rushed forward, but they had only run out when they suddenly heard a commotion behind them. They still couldn't help but look back, only to see Chen Jun flopping to the ground. Look out! Fight that asshole and protect our soldiers. Although they were scared, they were not people without conscience. Seeing that Chen Jun had exposed himself to the enemy's guns in order to save them, regardless of his own life, where would they leave him and run away? As they were about to rush over, Chen Jun stood up once again. He, who had always been unsmiling, smiled particularly brightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and shouted, "Come on, don't you want to kill me? Beat me to death. Which innocent, unarmed people don't you drop? Scorpion!" Phew! The bullet whistled again, this time aiming at the part of Chen Jun's heart. Chen Jun's feet pointed and his body leaped, once again avoiding the bullet. There was another eek from the jungle. At this moment, Scorpion, who had painted his face with grease paint, looked at this scene incredulously. From his position and the distance between Chen Jun, roughly 200 meters, not to mention aiming with a sniper rifle, even if it was an ordinary rifle shot, the Scorpion would be able to hit 100%. But the other guy actually dodged twice in a row. It was a ING sniper bullet, several times the speed of sound, and by the time the other side heard the gunshot, the bullet would have already penetrated his body. Not to mention that there was a silencer installed on the muzzle, and the sound was so small that the other side shouldn't have heard it. If it was luck the first time, it's not so simple as luck if it's the same the second time. There's only one possibility for the opponent to preempt it, but give him no more than 3 seconds. At such a distance, thoughts didn't even turn to how to dodge a bullet when it was at his heels. Scorpion was a proficient sniper, and he didn't know how many experts had died in his hands. More than 20 people at the level of king of soldiers from all over the world have been killed by him, and nothing like this has ever happened. This must be someone who is extremely sensitive to crises to have such a reaction. Such a person is one that is hard to come by out of millions of people. No wonder this kid was able to walk out of the Area 1 incident alive. This kid is surprising himself more and more. No wonder you came out of nowhere last time and blocked that knife for that squad leader. Scorpion, being what he was probably able to guess a few things. This time he infiltrated in. His main goal was to rob the court and take out 2 people at the same time. The soldiers who survived the events in Area 1. They had ruined his plans and caused him a lot of trouble, and he couldn't explain himself to his employer without taking them out. The last time I attacked the disabled squad leader, I failed because of this soldier. Chen Jun. Very well. Show me how sensitive you really are to crises and how precise you are in your prognosis. Scorpion's eyes flashed a cold light, and with a turn of the gun in his hand, he aimed it at the young girl among the several people and immediately pulled the trigger. Sure enough, the figure flickered again, and a blood splashed out from the shadow. What a terrifying ability to anticipate. What a terrifying sense of crisis. Scorpion's sense of crisis and anticipation was strong, but compared to his opponent, it wasn't even on the same level. If Scorpion himself was a bronze, his opponent was an absolute king. Scorpion stood up and looked out into the jungle. The young girl was not shot. The soldier named Chen Jun was shot in the shoulder blade. That's when the other guy rushed out and took a bullet for the young girl. That meant that the other party could not only accurately predict, but also judge the location of the shot, which was quite terrifying. Absolute talent. Scorpion didn't know that Chen Jun possessed hacking space, which could extend the time by 5 seconds. This time can do a lot for Chen Jun. Scorpion immediately took a keen interest in Chen Jun. Such a person, courageous and fearless not to mention. The key is that this is a genius that is terrifying to the extreme. For an assassin, the most basic point is to be extremely sensitive to the crisis before it arrives, so that it is possible to complete the assassination mission perfectly. Chen Jun was the strongest of all the geniuses Scorpion had encountered, n times stronger than that Wang Yadong. Such a genius would definitely be able to become the top assassin and become his greatest killing weapon with some more coaching from himself. And how much would his team be boosted by the addition of the other team? Scorpions are hard to estimate. Wang Yadong dropped out halfway through the game, and now that he's been captured, there's no way he's coming back. So Scorpion intends to research for a new candidate to join his team. The Chen Jun in front of him was undoubtedly the best candidate. As to whether the other party agreed or not, it didn't matter at all. As long as he fell into his hands, there were ways to do it. Otherwise, he's not a Scorpion. Little one, your talent has saved you, and you'll be the best partner I've ever had. Scorpion's eyes narrowed like a viper eyeing its prey. P.S. One more chapter. Thanks to Kiba Nianhua Big Brother $13 thick reward. Enough for a dinner. Thanks to the other brothers reward. Basically more than a dime. Much better than a penny brothers. He. Chapter 96, The Soldier's Shinon. Don't move. You'll die if you move. An icy voice came out from the forest, followed by Scorpion slowly walking out with his gun raised, his muzzle always pointed at Chen Jun. With Chen Jun's hacker space, he possessed a 5-second advance judgment, but at such a short distance, he was completely unsure of breaking away from the other party's sniping, not to mention the fact that he had been shot, and was moving much slower than he originally was. This was a Jedi Master, a bit stronger than Thunder Battle's estimation. Of course, Chen Jun didn't think of running. He naturally dared to step out and block that shot. He didn't think that he could still live to escape from the other party. He yelled down at the 4 residents who were still standing dumbfounded. Get out of here. You still have families and you want to wait here to die. With a low roar from Chen Jun, it made these few people who had been a bit scared silly wake up a bit and subconsciously ran towards the distance. In a battle like this, they would be a liability if they stayed, not being able to help at all, but instead dragging the other party down. The girl who had dodged a bullet glanced back towards Chen Jun, and saw that Chen Jun was being held at gunpoint to his head by the armed man, who then tied him up with a wire. A thought flashed through the girl's mind. Doesn't he have a family just the same? I'm just going to run away. What about him? He'll die. He was the one who saved himself just now. After all, they are young people. Their minds are more simple. They turned around and wanted to fold back to save Chen Jun, but they were pulled back by the companion next to them. Go. We can't save him. We can't waste his efforts. We'll report the information to the border defense. There are his comrades there. Only they can save him back. The girl was anxious. He has a family too. What if he doesn't last? He'll die. We want to save it too, but we can't help it. At least call someone. There's still a little hope. Otherwise there's no point. Instead of letting him down. Quick! The girl was forcibly pulled away with rolling tears. The soldier's figure disappeared in the girl's eyes, but the other's appearance would be engraved in her memory forever. At this moment, Chen Jun stared at Scorpion, who was lifting his gun, and said sarcastically, "Dang Scorpion, an internationally renowned assassin, a number 1 figure of sorts, and you're afraid of a few ordinary people? Still wanting to kill and exterminate? You're not even as good as a woman." Scorpion's face sank and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He did want to kill all of these people, because they would definitely give away his whereabouts, which would bring him no small amount of trouble. But of course it didn't matter if he didn't kill them. It was just a little bit of trouble, and he had ways to solve it. Scorpion turned back to Chen Jun and said, "You recognize me?" There were relatively few people who had seen Scorpion's true colors, and he had disguised himself for every action. And for this Chen Jun, he had merely met him during the last attack on the squad leader, when he himself had similarly disguised himself. The other party had just concluded that he was a Scorpion in the first place, which was very unreasonable. Chen Jun said, "I know everything about you. I am your heaven. Do you believe me?" Scorpion snorted coldly. "I only believe in myself. Don't play God with me. You Yen Guo believe in this. I don't believe in it. Even God is a fart in the eyes of the old man. You kid is not bad. Your crisis sensitivity and athleticism is one of the best I've ever seen. You're very good. That knife last time didn't even stab you to death. It means that the recovery ability is very strong, suitable for being a killer. If you want me not to kill them you can, including your squad leader and his family. I can let them all go. You follow me and become my man. We'll do it together. If you follow me, I can guarantee that your family and friends won't be in any danger, and I can even help them get in touch with all kinds of potential crises. And as for your benefits, you can fulfill whatever you want. You're still so young. What's so good about being a soldier? Even if you're good at what you do, for the sake of an ordinary citizen, you have to put down your gun and do what others ask you to do. That's the principle of your Yin Kingdom's soldiers, isn't it? That's sad. It's sad for you soldiers. Scorpion's disdainful tone. It was really because of this that he had prepared 4 hostages, and it had worked. Otherwise, with the other party's skill, it would be almost impossible for him to capture the other party alive. This is not something that can happen in another country, because life is one's own, and it's not worth putting one's own life on the line just because one wants to save someone else's. It's not worth it. That's what they value. Chen Jun grinned and said, "It seems sad to you, but this is the principle of our Yengui troops. This is our faith, and you don't have faith." Scorpion said indifferently, "My faith is in myself. A man for himself is not a man for himself. That's one of your ancient sayings. Obviously your ancients were much smarter than you. Now that you're in my hands, as soon as I pull the trigger, you'll be done with everything. Turned into a blown-up corpse. What's the point of talking about faith at that point? No one will care about you. Dead. Even if it gives you a bunch of honor? Dead people. There's no point. I'm going to ask you one more time. Do you follow me?" Scorpion stared at Chen Jun, his sharp eyes looking like he was trying to see through the other party's heart. What kind of people hadn't Scorpion, who was always in the middle of killing, seen before? Therefore, his other powerful ability was to be able to guess the other person's inner thoughts, meaning he was comparable to a top psychologist. Chen Jun, a small young boy. Scorpion naturally has the certainty to psychologically disintegrate each other and see through each other. Suddenly, Chen Jun grinned and said, "In that case, I'll do it for myself for once. Untie me, I'll follow your faith and do it together." Scorpion froze, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. It's not normal. A soldier from the Yin Kingdom would talk like that? Scorpion had been in contact with Yengui soldiers for quite a while, and knew their nature very well. All of them were hardcore. Even if they were tortured to the point of being inhuman, they would rather die than bow their heads. He's going to say yes so easily? No way. In the beginning, in order to avenge his comrades, he didn't even want his own life. And just now, in order to save others, he used his own body to block the bullets. Just a moment ago, you swore that this was what you believed in, and now you turn your head and your beliefs have changed? Scorpion was silent for several seconds and once again stared seriously at Chen Jun. "Chen Jun, don't play tricks with me. There are many people who play tricks with me, but in the end, they all end up pitting their own comrades as well as their own family members to death. There are no conspiracies and tricks in the face of absolute strength. If I can get you once today, I can just as easily get you a second time, a third time, and I have ways to deal with your squad leader as well as your family, including your family, so you'd better think it over before you answer." Chapter 97. The Scorpion had touched Chen Jun's scales. To Chen Jun, his comrades, relatives, and friends were the people he cherished the most, and Scorpion had gone so far as to threaten their lives. This life is a deadly feud. It was impossible for Chen Jun to be in the same boat as Scorpion, and Scorpion's invitation couldn't help but make him think of Fan Tianlei. Fan Tianlei is a sinkhole. Whoever gets close to him, he is the one who pits. Even people like He Chun Guan, who has the protagonist Sora, are almost pitted to death. The thing Chen Jun had to do now was to stall as long as possible to make those people run farther away. As for his own safety, Chen Jun did not think about it. Only when they were safe could he put down his burden and fight the other party with all his might. Chen Jun laughed softly and said, "You know everything. Why are you still talking so much? Just like a woman. Chirping. Reminds me of a comrade in arms. All two little cuties." A black line protruded from Scorpion's forehead. It was true. He really wanted to shoot a big hole in this kid's head. However, a scorpion was a scorpion after all, and the best thing a sniper could do was to control his emotions. Scorpion's face didn't have the slightest expression as he said, "I know you want to stall for time and wait for someone to come to your rescue, right? Or do you want those people to run farther away so they'll be safe? Don't you realize that it's impossible for me to come out and act alone?" Chen Jun's face changed slightly. It was indeed possible. Scorpions are known for their cunning and never put themselves in dangerous situations. "I said, don't play tricks with me, otherwise, it won't do you any good at all. And my patience has a limit. You have a lot of potential, but in my eyes, It's not like I have to pull it into my team. It's either a friend or a foe, so think it over. Chen Jun laughed and said, I've thought about it clearly. It's with you said you don't believe it. On the other side of the jungle, Lei War tracked for a few moments, but a stabbing pain came from his lower body, making him feel very uncomfortable. Paralyzed. It's not going to explode, is it? A trace of cold sweat oozed from Lei Zhuan's forehead. It didn't even hurt this much during the violent fight just now, and now this sour feeling left him with an indescribable feeling of suffocation. If this explodes, won't he become a modern eunuch? He forced himself to endure the paroxysm of pain and ran while communicating with Tang Xini. Director Tang, how's the tracking going? Have you determined at what location yet? Tang Xini said. His hotspot is intermittent and he can't pinpoint his location, but strangely there's an extra hotspot next to him. He found his teammate? Lei Zhuan was surprised. It can't be possible. His sharpshooter 4 companies are being held back. How can there be others? Tang Xini said with certainty. Can't be wrong. There is another hotspot next to him. Not our blue side. This guy is very cunning. The body should be using the surrounding rain, mud and so on, lowering the temperature of the body, so that the signal is interrupted from time to time. They should have agreed before where to meet. Hearing this, Lei Zhuan's forehead erected a black line and cursed in a low voice. Mard, this kid is cunning enough to send me the exact location. Yes, soon. Tang Xini sent the location of the red dot to Lei War's communication. After receiving it, Lei War took a look at the distance and directly burst out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He can fly, because he's more than 5 kilometers away from where the red dot is. In a straight line. How long has it been? Lei Zhan's teeth roots clenched as he immediately communicated with Yan Wang. Yan Wang, you now bring people to my location. Start tracking from me. Bring more people. I'll go back for treatment. I can't run anymore. Yan was stunned. Thunder God. What's wrong with you? Injured? Where did Lei Zhuan have the heart to say that? He lowly roared. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and take action. After saying that, he directly hung up the communication, and then moved his feet, carefully walking back. That posture has become the 8-leg, fortunately no one saw, otherwise it is estimated to be laughed off. And at the wolf's den, Doghead Sr. was eating a chicken wing while watching the feedback from the maneuvers. He suddenly saw Fan Tianlei leading the entire assault squad and almost choked on a bone, hastily spitting it out and couldn't help but laugh. Chen Jun, that boy can There are 2 boys. The old man really has a vision. Old fan, old fan. I have warned. Do not be careless. Now in the gutter. That kid I have seen. Eyes like a small wolf dog. Full of sadness and killing. Where is a pensioner sinkhole like you can be killed? Lei Kemming, that black tiger have planted a big heel. You This time it is estimated that you have to raise the piglet to come back. Are said to let the old man to follow. The gatekeeper? You still want to. Afraid that I will be the boy to dig away like. And now they swallowed the bitter fruit. Old Gao felt especially comfortable with a smile on his face. It's been a long time since I've seen Old Van suffer a defeat, and to lose that much face this time, that's a stunt that could go on for quite some time. In that case, Lao Zi reckons that Lei Zhuan might be self-destructed and become a eunuch if he is careless again. Old Gao was filled with excitement. Not for anything else. They are not involved in this exercise. They are responsible for scouting the surrounding area to prevent any emergencies. This makes Lao Gao quite unhappy. Other people have fun fighting. He can only be on the side of the dry fun. How not a taste? Now that he saw Old Fan and the others suffer defeat one by one at the hands of Chen Jun, could Old Gao not be happy? The more thoroughly Chen Jun cleaned up, the happier Old Gao was. This kid is talented. We must think of a way to pull in Lone Wolf. We can't cheapen Old Fan. Old Gao began to ponder. After all, Chen Jun's performance this time was far beyond many people's imagination. Probably no one would have thought that his counterattacks would be so sharp, which was more than old special. Suddenly, a communicator shouted. Report, there is something strange in Area 3. There are abnormal fluctuations. Swish, Old Hai snapped to his feet and ordered. Double check and determine what's causing it. Yes, Old Hai's main task was to prevent any cats from getting in and interfering with the maneuvers. This situation is not unheard of. In 3 years ago was also in the exercise. The emergence of infiltrators, but fortunately at that time, found quickly, nipped the crisis in the bud. As a result, every drill is policed. The correspondent immediately adjusted the focus and zoomed in on Area 3 to scrutinize the image that emerged. After less than 5 minutes, on a high ground, 4 inhabitants in local dress appeared, running wildly, evidently very much alarmed by some kind of excitement. Lao Gao stared at the screen and immediately realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly shouted to Grey Wolf Motor, who was eating a melon next to him. Asterisk 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 guys, take action. Something's happened in Area 3. Chapter 98, The Arrival of Thunder and Lightning. At this moment, in the jungle, Scorpion pushed Chen Jun towards the inside of the jungle, which was towards the outside of the exercise area. He indifferently said to Chen Jun, "Within half a small, those people can escape from my control, which means that within half an hour, don't even think about resisting. And of course, you can't resist either." Saying that, he suddenly had a root syringe in his hand, directly stabbing down towards Chen Jun's neck. His cold voice said, "This is a drug that destroys willpower. The name is very long. I am not able to remember it, but it has a nice nickname. It is called an obedience agent. I don't know what kind of feeling you will have." Chen Jun's expression instantly twisted up, his eyes filled with blood, but the eyes staring at Scorpion were filled with a murderous aura. "Don't let me look down on you. Continue." Chen Jun let out a low roar as if he were a fierce beast. The moment the potion was incorporated into Chen Jun's blood vessels, he immediately felt a wave of stabbing pain throughout his body, as if a knife was constantly cutting, and then sprinkling salt on the wound. This intense pain was far higher than the sharp pain produced by a bullet piercing the shoulder blade, 10 times higher. Scorpion took a step back and leaned against the tree trunk, wrapping his arms around himself as he stared at Chen Jun. "There's no rush. I'll give you 3 minutes to react. I've always been generous with my own people." Chen Jun's face began to twitch up, his whole body began to tremble slightly, and his tightened fists cackled. And on the other side of the jungle, Lei Zhuan carried his gun on his back and walked forward on his crutches. That posture was really not connected with a soldier king at all, and those who didn't know thought that he was a cripple. Tap. Yen, Harley and the others rushed over. When the crowd took a look at Lei Zhuan's wretched appearance, they all looked at each other. Lei Zhuan was actually injured? It doesn't feel right. Walking like that, is there something wrong with that place? Yen was surprised. Thunder God, what's going on here? It's okay to know, after so many years of maneuvering over, and even actual combat, when had Lei Battle ever been injured? The last time he carried out a dangerous mission, he only broke a little skin on his arm. How come you can't walk like that this time? Lei Zhuan directly sat on the ground and cursed. "Marred. Hurt down there. I was careless in my own walking. I fell and tore my eggs. My eggs hurt. The rainy ground was too slippery and slipped and folded." Lei Zhuan added. The crowd froze. "Bone. Broken bones? Is there a bone there? That's not right." The eyes of the crowd instantly became odd. "You looked at me and I looked at you, all thinking of that aspect." Yen subconsciously asked. "Eunuch?" A black line stood up on Lei Zhuan's forehead and cursed. "Eunuch paralyzer. Don't talk nonsense. That kid is heading southwest. Give me a chase. I was just chasing him when I accidentally split. It hurts. Grass." Lei Zhuan's movement was a bit too big and immediately tugged a bit, drawing another sting. It hurt him. His face twitched, and he instantly didn't want to talk. Yan Wang, Old Fox, Tian Lang and the others subconsciously looked at Lei Zhuan's crotch, and all of them subconsciously tightened their legs, and a cold sweat broke out on their backs. "How much does this hurt? Anyone knows? That thing is a very fragile thing. Impact, that is indescribable mixed feelings. No wonder Lei Zhuan walks like that. It's a taste they empathize with as they come that way from time to time when practicing fighting. It's really Thor. It's awesome that he's been able to endure this so far." Yan Wang cursed. "Marred. I'll catch that kid and beat him to fracture his third leg as well." Old Fox also followed and cursed. "Right. We can't cheapen that kid, causing us thunder gods to become eunuchs." Harley's voice pulled the longest. "That kid is really a bastard. Thunder God. Don't worry, we will help you to clean him up. Dare to make our boss become a eunuch." Lei Zhuan's face darkened and he almost jumped up to hit someone. "When did I become a eunuch?" It was also at this time that a signal came from Lei War's communication, and when he looked at it, it was sent by Old Gao. "I am Thunder God." Thunder Warrior suppressed his fire and said. Lao Gao's voice immediately came. "Thor, you're at position 3, right?" Thunder War's voice was slightly moaning. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Old Gao was surprised. "Thunder God, why does your voice sound so strange? The signal is bad. Just say something and fart." Lei Zhuan said through clenched teeth. "Your side of the monitor has detected a situation. Old Fan said that the scorpions have been active a lot lately. It may be that the scorpions are coming in. The maneuvers are temporarily interrupted. You take someone to scout," Lao Gao said. "Scorpion? The internationally infamous hired killer Scorpion?" All of a sudden, as if he had forgotten the pain down there, Lei War swished to his feet. "Say, where is he? The Scorpion is a big fish." It had been Wolf Fang's #1 tracking target, and Old Fan in particular was in hot pursuit of him. Over the years, Old Fan's energies had been focused almost exclusively on the Scorpions, and the last incident in Area 1 was related to the Scorpions group. Last time, Lei War led people to chase, has been nagging. The most critical thing is, also let the Chen Jun guy look down on, scolding them for supporting late. leading to the tragedy. Lei War is holding a stomach of fire, if not the old fan. This time the scorpion appeared again, and Lei War's nerves were immediately stimulated. Old Gao said, "That's him. I am arriving at your place in 30 minutes. You first lead people to spread the search area." "Right. Have you found Chen Jun? Why does your voice sound so strange? Does it hurt your balls?" Lei Juan directly cursed. "Marred. Lousy was whipped to the crotch by that kid. Do you think it hurts? If you have the ability, try this kind of taste. It's guaranteed to make you sore." I reckon he's encountered a scorpion. No wonder he's still got the red dots on his side outside the class forest. Lao Gao froze for a moment and said, "You've turned into a eunuch?" Lei Juan cursed. "Old Gao, are you cursing me? Hang up." Spinning around, he immediately cut off the signal. Lei Juan turned his head to Old Fox and the others to prepare to announce the order. But he saw that Yan Wang, Old Fox, Tian Lang and the others were each looking at themselves with a weird face. Yan asked suspiciously, "Thunder God, is this the kid Chen Jun who exploded your eggs?" The Old Fox glanced meaningfully at the bottom of Lei Battle's pants and said, "That Chen Jun kid is really old 6. Is this his intention to completely cut off Lei Shen? Not giving any hope at all?" Harley said with a long accent. "Of course you don't have to. Maybe it's just people being careless. Don't think too much." B didn't seem to react, saying, "Didn't they also say it was raining and the ground was slippery?" Danielle gently patted the back of Little B's head and said, "Thunder God is saying something nice. Can't you hear this?" Skywolf scolded. "Shut up. Can you give the captain some face? Even if you're a eunuch, you can't say it." Lei Zhan's face was filled with black lines. Chapter 99, Upgrade, Hacker Transfiguration. As Lei Zhuan and the others began to search for Chen Jun's head began to swoon as if he was about to pass out after a stabbing pain. In the next moment, Chen Jun worked hard to vibrate his muscles and bones, and his joints crackled. This is the hacker's medical technique, divided into tendon and bone harmonization as well as the 5 elements of qi and blood operation, which can minimize the damage of the invading drugs to the body. Sure enough, after the 5 elements of qi and blood were running, Chen Jun's consciousness became quite a bit more lucid, unlike before when he felt a bit like a walking corpse. At this time, Scorpion stared at Chen Jun and said, "Are you willing to come with me?" Chen Jun growled lowly, "I am on the same path as your father, and I am friends with your mother." Huan Bao. Scorpion's Chinese was well learned, but he still frowned momentarily. What's that supposed to mean? He understood every word, but what it all meant together, he didn't understand at all anymore. This kid can still memorize such profound words now? And he can still speak so clearly? Such terrifying willpower secretly surprised Scorpion. If it was anyone else under the effect of a single potion, they would have already blurred their consciousness and gradually lost their sanity. And even specially trained special forces would have their willpower destroyed. I didn't expect the other party to be so young and strong-willed to such an extent. No wonder this guy could roam around the gray area for a month and kill so many people. Such a person is a lunatic. Such a terrifying person. If he could not become his own, he must be destroyed. Otherwise he would surely become a terrifying opponent for himself in the future. Scorpion pulled out a needle without expression and directly stuck it on Chen Jun's body, saying, "After this one, you won't be able to resist and you'll die." Chen Jun roared low again, "I am on the same path as your father, and I am friends with your mother." Huan Bao. Martyr. A wave of anger surged through Scorpion as he heard this again. He didn't know what it meant, but it certainly wasn't a nice thing to say, and he made a mental note to find out exactly what it meant afterward. Ask Chen Jun now, and he definitely won't say anything. Chen Jun's expression twisted as he kept repeating that sentence. After a short while, the bushes around them made a clattering sound, and 7 or 8 men painted in oils rushed over, one of whom said to Scorpion, "The other side, in 10 minutes, will arrive, and must retreat." Scorpion stared indifferently at Chen Jun, who was still repeating the same words, and said, "I don't believe it." Swish! Scorpion once again stabbed a potion into Chen Jun's body. In the next moment, Chen Jun's body kept trembling. White foam began to appear in his mouth, and his eyes gradually turned white. It's a reaction to consciousness beginning to dissipate. Pity. Scorpion shook his head helplessly. This was the young man with the greatest potential he had ever seen, but it was a pity that he couldn't use it for himself and could only let him die like this. Let's go. This man is a tough guy and deserves to be euthanized. 3 consecutive potion injections. No one could withstand it. The other party's reaction could no longer be carried. Death was a sure thing. Scorpion no longer paid attention to Chen Jun and turned away with his men, leaving Chen Jun to wait for death here. Now even if we send it to the hospital for resuscitation, it won't help. The more fortunate ones may live, but they will also become vegetative because all the nerves in the brain have been destroyed and can't be reversed. However, how could Scorpion not have imagined that when they had just turned to leave? The system's prompt sounded in Chen Jun's mind. Host carries out the principles of hacking and risks his life to save the hostage. Rewarded with 100 experience points. Congratulations to the host for meeting the upgrade conditions and advancing one level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hacker transfiguration. Is it fused? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the opportunity to strengthen once. Is it strengthened? Continuous voices kept ringing in Chen Jun's mind, and the dazed man's spirit lifted a bit, knowing that the hostages were completely safe. Strengthen the body. Chen Jun didn't have any hesitation. In an instant, the body once again surged a current to stimulate the whole body, from the inside to constantly strengthen the internal organs, bones, tendons, muscles, epidermis. Under constant stimulation, the drugs injected into the body were constantly washed out, causing Chen Jun's consciousness to gradually become clear. It really works. Chen Jun gradually felt comfortable, and his originally dizzy brain finally became clear and returned to the level of a normal person. That was close. If he didn't just happen to gain the experience value to fulfill the upgrade conditions and gain the opportunity to strengthen Chen Jun, even if he possessed the hacker's healing technique, vibrating tendons and bones, and utilized the 5 elements of chi and blood technique, it would be difficult for him to withstand the ravages of the 3 consecutive potions, and he might end up becoming a vegetable. Now one reinforcing effect acts as a counterbalance. It's luck and strength. Host's reinforcement is complete. Full attributes +1. Chen Jun's spirit trembled violently. +1. The full attribute +1 is very scary now. It usually increases by 0.5, and even becomes even lower after successive enhancements. Is this a veto? Off the hook? At that moment, Chen Jun felt a huge force surging in his body, and his strength increased substantially, and his speed skyrocketed, as well as his reaction speed. Chen Jun could clearly feel that his strength had significantly increased to a level. Is this the strength after breaking through to 6 physically? There was a powerful confidence in Chen Jun's eyes. There's one more hacking disguise that hasn't fused. Fusion. In an instant, the information of the hacker transfiguration technique was continuously integrated into Chen Jun's mind. It's a great pity that a real hacker doesn't know how to do disguise. It's a trick that makes the best of a bad situation. Real hackers put on any face. With the wonderful use about hacking transfiguration incorporated into Chen Jun's mind, he could feel that if he had enough auxiliary materials, the plastic surgery of the stick country, the makeup of the dogskin country, the sex change of the demon country, and so on would all be a joke. After only a small amount of work, Chen Jun completely fused the hacker's disguise art, and with his current disfigurement ability, he could definitely be comparable to the top disguise masters in the world today. Chen Jun suppressed his heart's excitement as this hacker's disguise art would definitely be of great use to him in the future. The next moment, the list in his head automatically popped up. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 5. Attributes, mental 6.1. Physical 6.1. Strength 6.1. Speed 6.1, normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination, Grand Master. Hacking shooting, Grand Master. Hacking sneaking, Grand Master. Hacking healing, Medium Master. Hacking space, Medium Master, 2,000 meters. Hacking transfiguration, Minor Master. Experience value, 50 of 600. Together with Scorpion, that's a total of 9 people. So if nature comes, you're not going anywhere. Chen Jun closed his eyes and quickly locked onto the location of Scorpion and the others under the effect of hacker space. He clenched his fists, and a blazing killing intent shot out from his eyes. It was time to kill back. Chapter 100, Chen Jun's counterattack. Profound Chinese. Bang! Chen Jun directly wrenched the steel wire bound in his hands away, because it was ripped off roughly. His muscles were cut, blood gushed out, and his 2 palms became bloody, but it was like he didn't feel anything at all. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Swish! Chen Jun's body immediately shot out like a cheetah as he pounced on the last armed man. At this time, Chen Jun only wanted to kill people. As the wire fell to the ground, the armed men running at the back heard the sound of falling metal and subconsciously looked back. He only saw a black shadow coming at him head-on, and his speed was incredibly fast. Within 10 paces, no one was as fast as Chen Jun's stabbing. The armed man hastily raised his gun, but Chen Jun made a hand knife, clicking and slashing the opponent's neck. The opponent felt a stab of pain and his body shuddered, his reaction instantly slowing down while his body tipped over. In the moment of tipping over, Chen Jun reached out and grabbed, pulling out the saber on the inner side of the opponent's calf, and viciously stabbing it into the opponent's solar plexus. Ah! The other man's screams were short, his eyes bloodshot as if they were about to bulge out. Phew! Chen Jun drew his saber. Blood spurted out of the wound in the other man's brain. The smell of blood instantly filled the surrounding area. At this moment, Chen Jun was like a devil, with only killing in his eyes. Swish! Chen Jun's figure was like a ghost in the forest killing towards the armed men who turned around. The hacker assassination technique itself was a combination of speed and weirdness, and with Chen Jun's full power, it naturally exploded its maximum power. It was important to realize that Chen Jun's physical quality now broke through 6 and was already in the middle stage of the King of Soldiers' physical quality, and in conjunction with the assassin's body technique, the lethality was naturally enormous. The two armed men who had just turned around and came over only saw a flash of cold light, felt a stabbing pain coming from their necks, and hurriedly covered their necks with both hands, while their bodies collapsed helplessly, their blood soaring wildly. In their eyes there is only the horror of death. Ta-da-da-da. The sound of gunfire suddenly rang out through the forest. Dense bullets rained down like rain toward the location where Chen Jun had just been. The trees around them collapsed, wood chips flying, branches and leaves flying. In just a few breaths of time, the area of a dozen meters was already a mess. Scorpion raised his hand and the gunfire stopped immediately. His face was ugly as he looked at the 3 corpses that had fallen on the ground. 1 name had his brain pierced through, 2 had their necks cut, and were already too dead to be seen, and the Yenguo man was missing. Someone was just in the neighborhood? No way. Scorpions are so vigilant that it is impossible for an opponent to hide from their ears and lurk around them. Is that guy okay? That's even more impossible. The scorpion injects 3 doses of potion into the opponent, not to mention a human being. Even an elephant would have to die. How could the other party recover in such a short period of time and kill 3 of his own men? Scorpion scrutinized the bloodstains on the ground, stretching all the way into the jungle. He's hurt. Over there, an armed man shouted. On a distant stretch of horizontal wood, a man crossed his sword in front of his neck and gave a sharp gesture. Scorpion snapped his gun up, and the other man's figure shifted and immediately disappeared into the jungle beside him. And in the next moment, a low growling voice came from within. Come over here, arrogant, crazy, provocative. Scorpion had just seen clearly that it was Chen Jun, the soldier who had been injected with 3 potions by his own hand. Not only was the other party fine, but he had also killed 3 of his own men and was now provoking him. Is this kid even human? If Scorpion hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that there were still people in this world who could do it. Even those monsters who fought black fighters in the underground world couldn't withstand 3 doses of medicine. This kid is terrible. Scorpion didn't move because he was very clear about Chen Jun's ability to be sensitive to and anticipate crises, and it was very difficult to kill him. Suddenly, another voice came from the forest. Scorpion, I am on the same path as your father, and I am friends with your mother. Pipe bow. Scorpion's brows tightened and he said to his men next to him, What do you mean? The deputy next to him, who was very familiar with Chinese, twitched the corners of his mouth and said in a serious manner, Boss, what he probably meant was that he and your father, together, ed your old mother. What did you say? Nonsense. Scorpion's face instantly became hideous, lifting a foot to directly kick the other party over. Kill him for me before retreating. He's injured. He can't go far. Scorpion's rational, but in the face of such sarcasm, he was enraged. Of course this wasn't the main thing. The potential that guy possessed was too terrifying. If he didn't take advantage of the opportunity to finish off the other party, he would surely become his own nightmare in the future. He had to be finished off before he grew up. Yes, the deputy who quickly climbed up was full of depression. That's what it means. Didn't you ask me to translate? I translated it. Why are you kicking me? It's not like I'm scolding you. Your opponent is scolding you. Damn it. Fellow travelers, friends of Bowtie, doesn't that mean the same thing in a nutshell? Am I remembering it wrong? Back to check. ING Chinese profound. Too deep. Scolding a person can be so connotative. Soon the sound of gunfire rang through the woods again. 2 kilometers away in a mountain forest, Old Gao was leading Grey Wolf, Coyote and the others in a mad dash through the forest. Suddenly, Coyote made a sharp stop, shrugged his ears, and immediately said, Northeast, about 2 kilometers. There's gunfire. Quick! As soon as the voice fell, the Coyote immediately turned around and ran towards the northeast. The old higher people quickly followed, each with a very grave look in their eyes. Intense gunfire rang out, indicating that there had been an exchange of fire. Chen Jun had no gun in his hand, and even if he did, he was using blanks, so how could he fight with the scorpions? That's a scorpion, an international top 30 killer. The old higher man fought with him many times, and never took any advantage. Chen Jun bare hands and empty fists with the other party to do. How much is the chance of victory? Now I just hope it's not too late for support. Old Gao was anxious, for no other reason. Chen Jun was also a soldier he favored, with very great potential. As long as he went through a period of systematic training, his strength would surely soar, and in the future he would turn into the top soldier king. Now if it dies young, it's a huge loss to the force. Swish! Their figures darted and weaved like a pack of running wolves, killing. Not long after, when they passed through a piece of jungle, 4 panicked local residents ran out. One of them, a woman, saw the clothes worn by the old hireman. As if grasping the last glimmer of hope, shouted, "Save your comrade. He is to save us. He is to save us before he fall into the hands of the enemy. Quickly go to save him. He is a good man. Cannot die." P.S. Thanks to the wood leaf years and other Big Brother more than 10 thick bounty. Accumulated 69. Full 100 enough for a day's living expenses. Then add more. Chapter 101, Disguise, Booby Trap. The old hireman immediately ran wildly over. "What's the situation?" "Carefully." Old High growled low. The 4 residents hurriedly told Old Gal what had happened earlier. "Comrade, you must save him. He's still so young. He was caught by the other side all for us. He did it all for us." These old folks' eyes were red as they spoke. Old Gal looked grave and nodded. "He is indeed a good soldier. He can't die here." In the next moment, Old Gal yelled lowly, "Follow me. Make sure to find Chen Jun and save him." The crowd burst into a murderous run in the direction from which the original gunfire had come. They knew very well what it meant for Chen Jun to fall into the hands of Scorpion. The situation was now far worse than they had imagined. However, they really didn't expect Chen Jun's ideological awareness to be as high as this. And the other party was still a newcomer who had been enlisted for less than a year. The crowd made a mad dash for it. And after about 5 minutes the sound of gunfire came again from the front. Lao Gao immediately said, "330 direction." Just what made him a bit stunned was, didn't Chen Jun let the other side capture him? How is it that there are still gunshots? Listening to the intensive gunshots, like making angry growls, could it be that Chen Jun escaped from the other side? There's still a chance. Lao Gao immediately sped up while communicating with Lei War again. "Bull ******** guys. Where are you?" "Found the enemy. 3 points northeast." Lei War roared. "What bull **********? Any more nonsense? I'll cut you off." "Okay, right away. That kid has a big life. He can't die." Old Gao scolded. "You're slow in coming. I'll take that as you want to make Anran a widow." With a snap, Old High cut off the signal. At the other end of the communication, the crotch of Lei War's pants is vaguely painful. Muttered. Lousy is that kind of person? At this moment, in another dense forest, a grenade was thrown into the jungle, and the next moment, there was a loud boom. A cloud of flames and smoke rose, and the surrounding trees were blown from side to side. Shrapnel flew everywhere, scattering everywhere, and slightly smaller branches were cut right off. There was a mess all around. Chen Jun hackerspace, had already judged the best landing point and rolled into a pit, but despite that, a stabbing pain still came from his back, which should have been stabbed in by shrapnel or blasted rocks and other hard objects. With that came Scorpion's roar. "Spread out and look for him. Stay in contact. Take him out in 3 minutes. And after that, retreat now." "Yes," followed closely by the sound of dense footsteps dispersing. Chen Jun did not care about the severe pain in his back, and with a turn of his mind, he immediately activated the hacker's disguise technique. He ran his hands over the muscles of his face, his mind recalling the image of the Scorpion's brooding, widowed face. As the muscles began to writhe, even as the bones crackled and popped for facial microdermabrasion, unbelievable things happened in front of Chen Jun. In less than 10 seconds, Chen Jun's face began to become thin, his eyes became smaller, and his eyes all began to change, becoming as flickering as snake eyes. The entire face has undergone a sea change. The original handsome sunshine and with perseverance Chen Jun disappeared into a facial thin, with a fierce and vicious young man. If his skin was any rougher, he would definitely be one of those ruthless middle-aged men. If Scorpion had seen him, he would have exclaimed that this was his young father. It's too similar. Except for the unlike skin, the entire features are identical. Worthy of the hacker's disguise. This amazing disguise technique was a masterpiece. If Chen Jun was given auxiliary cosmetics again, he could really take on the appearance of any person. After Chen Jun disguised himself as a scorpion, he began to look for prey. At this moment, the deputy who had just translated for the Scorpion pressed the soft mud and carefully searched ahead, keeping his gun pointed forward, firing as soon as he realized that the situation was not right. Suddenly, a lowered voice came from behind him. "Come here." The deputy jerked his head back, and saw that in a pit not far to his right, the boss Scorpion was lying on its back, pointing in a direction in front of him, signaling for him to hurry over. His heart rejoiced. Found it. The deputy didn't think much of it and immediately rushed over at a fast pace. However, when he had just gotten close to the Scorpion, swish, the Scorpion that was lying on the ground stabbed his dagger lightning fast and directly plunged it into his throat, while his left hand covered his mouth, making it impossible for him to make a sound. The deputy just looked at his boss and had no idea what was going on. Could it be that he had just cursed him, saying that the other party had ate his old mother together with his father? If so, one's death would be too unworthy. Even if he had said something wrong, with his friendship with Scorpion for so many years, he wouldn't be able to kill himself. Those are questions the deputy can only ask God. To his death, he would never have thought that the Scorpion in front of him was Chen Jun in disguise, and he blamed the wrong Scorpion. If the deputy had just looked closely enough to notice the clothes he was wearing, he would have realized that they weren't the clothes Scorpion was wearing. Who made him only look at his face? Chen Jun's face was icy cold. Slaughtering the other party was like butchering a dog, without the slightest bit of mercy. These people deserve to die. Chen Jun took his opponent's rifle. It's a lightweight short rifle that's great for close range point and shoot. Chen Jun's hacking shooting technique had reached the grand completion realm, and close range shooting accuracy was 100% for him. Swish! Chen Jun's gun turned, aimed at the head of a militant, and pulled the trigger directly. There was a bang of a gun. Chen Jun didn't look to see if he had hit the other party, but immediately turned the gun around and pulled the trigger again. Bang! The militant sniffed and a blood burst out directly from the back of his head, falling headfirst to the ground, and his body twitched twice, and the previous militant was similarly shot in the head. Swish! The other armed men hurriedly turned their heads over, and Chen Jun yelled lowly, "It's me!" The two remaining armed men looked at Chen Jun suspiciously and did not shoot immediately because of the boss they saw. What the hell is going on here? Did the boss just shoot? And Scorpion, who was holding the sniper rifle at the very back, immediately turned his gun around and shot at Chen Jun. Phew! The bullet had grazed the branch and hit the ground, missing Chen Jun. Chen Jun utilized hackerspace to judge in advance and react. With his current physical reaction speed, the Scorpion would not be able to hit himself unless the three of them teamed up and swept over with dense bullets, locking him in all directions. After all, after Chen Jun's physical quality reached breakthrough 6, the hackerspace delay time reached 6 seconds. Such a time was enough for him to make enough reaction moves when the opponent was shooting. Chen Jun dodged to the back of a large tree. His attention focused on the Scorpion's side, followed closely by the Scorpion's voice, "He's not me. Kill him. He's not me." Chapter 102, Writing Unrepentant Youth in the Years. Scorpion locked onto the direction Chen Jun was lurking in and roared angrily, "Go up. I'm behind you. Whatever you see is fake. Kill him for me." His voice was hoarse with indescribable anger. Why did Chen Jun's face appear to change so amazingly? Surprisingly, it was exactly the same as his own. Was this a magic trick in the legends of the ancient Eastern countries? Scorpion, as a first-class assassin, his camouflage was quite impressive, or else he wouldn't have been able to run all over the world and no one would have been able to catch him. It was because of his proficiency in disguise that he was aware of how difficult it was for Chen Jun to disguise himself in such a short period of time. It's something that almost can't be done. In the next moment, an equally angry and hoarse voice rang out from the other side, "He's a fake. Kill him for me. He just cursed me and tried to grasp my old lady. Don't let him go back alive. Kill him." Swish! The two armed men immediately turned and raised their guns in Scorpion's direction, looking for him and preparing to shoot. There was no other way. Someone had just translated the sentence. And this person was definitely an angry Scorpion, and the other one was naturally a fake. After all, the two looked so much alike that from appearance alone, it was impossible to tell who was real and who was fake. Now the only way to tell if it's true or not is by what the other person says. At this moment, Scorpion, who was holding a sniper rifle and deadlocked in the direction of Chen Jun, could not help but twitch at the corners of his eyes when he saw the scene, and had the urge to vomit blood. As an internationally renowned and ferocious assassin, being able to traverse the world up to now relies not only on strong hands, but also requires a strong intellect. Use your wits to take out your opponent when engaging them. Many experts who were stronger than Scorpion ended up dying at Scorpion's hands, which allowed Scorpion to break into such a prestigious reputation. But now, he felt like he was being crushed, being eaten to death by his opponent. When he himself was injecting the other person with the potion, the other person was able to withstand it completely, but he pretended that he was going to break down and mouthed words that cursed him. It was something the other side had thought of long ago to prepare for the back. The opponent's powerful physical quality, terrifying single combat ability, and horrible IQ. The terror of this guy has far exceeded his imagination. Careless. Scorpion couldn't explain clearly at this time. Plus there wasn't enough time. If he didn't leave, Yengua's special forces would outflank him, and he would have to explain himself here. Swish! Without any hesitation, Scorpion turned and walked away. He had just run a dozen meters when gunshots were heard behind him. Along with short screams, Scorpion paused, and needless to say, the two remaining brainwashed by the other side were taken out. Damn it! If you do this math, the 8 men you brought with you are all accounted for here. They were all their most elite combatants, having participated in but many battles with themselves, taking out many opponents. Even when faced with the pursuit of a battalion of conventional troops, they could easily get away, not expecting to be taken out by Chen Jun in just one battle. Scorpion was not dreaming that the only soldier who could go to war under the first would have such a terrifying strength. Had I known that, I would have shot him in the head just now and not given him any chance. Regret. Scorpion regretted it to the core. This battle has left itself badly wounded. Chen Jun, just you wait. I will definitely make pay 100 times the price. Monstrous killing intent surged in Scorpion's heart. Suddenly, from the jungle behind him came a roar. I am friends with your mother. Pipe bow. Boy, don't go. The corners of Scorpion's mouth twitched and his forehead was covered with black lines as he jerked back, then thought of Chen Jun's tactics. He immediately lifted his sniper rifle and headed over with his eyepiece. Immediately noticing the emergence of heavily armed personnel rapidly weaving in and out of the forest more than 300 meters away. This is Yan's special forces rushing over. Scorpion's pupils contracted violently, and he immediately picked up his sniper rifle and frantically rushed forward without any hesitation. He is holding back his shame, being stubborn to the bone, and leaving with a grudge. Scorpion had traveled across the world, and had performed many missions in war-torn areas, and had experienced no less than 10 major battles, but had never once suffered such a crushing defeat. The other party was just one person, hard enough to kill their own team to just one bareback. It's too wimpy. One's own carefully set up a bureau, a sure kill bureau, and as a result, one's own people were trapped instead, which meant that one was not in a position to carry out the later mission of robbing the law court at all. How can he do it when all his men are dead? Scorpion had an urge to break down. Chen Jun, I swear that I will break you into pieces. Scorpion growled inwardly as he ran. As the Scorpion was frantically far away, Chen Jun finally lost control of his body, and after cursing the Scorpion for a few moments, he lay powerless on the ground, losing all of his strength. Chen Jun's physical exertion was too great. He had overdrawn his body before, and with him being shot in the shoulder blade and stabbed in the back by shrapnel, his injuries were further aggravated by the frantic movement of his body. Now he finally couldn't hold on anymore, and if it wasn't for his strong physical quality as well as his strong willpower to support him, he wouldn't have been able to hold on anymore. Chen Jun was already at the end of his rope when he cursed out the last sentence, purely trying to scare Scorpion. As long as he was still alive, he would definitely have a chance to finish off the other party in the future. Brothers, did you see that? Let's collect some interest on Scorpion's body first, and then harvest his head in the future. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Chen Jun's mouth. At this time, the voice of the dog-headed old man rang through the jungle. Quick, 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 this way. The sound was rapid, and accompanied by the sound of intensive running. Hearing this, Chen Jun muttered to himself, dog-headed old Gao's voice is quite good, much better than Fan Tianlei's. However, compared to the system's beeps, that's not even close. The host carries out the principle of hacking and kills 8 enemies in a row, awarding 180 experience points. Chen Jun revealed a miserable smile, but in the next moment, his vision began to blur, and a strong sense of fatigue came over him, making his eyelids almost impossible to open. Such a feeling was even stronger than the last time he had blocked a knife for his squad leader. Chen Jun looked at the sky through the gaps in the tree branches. By now, the sky had brightened early, the rain had stopped, and the air was a beautiful blue color. Chen Jun looked like he saw his comrades watching him from the sky. Chen Jun, you brats, stand up. You didn't come to the army to gild the lily. You came here to make yourself stronger. Come on, keep training, stick with it until the end. You can definitely become strong. Stand up, keep fighting, shed the last drop of blood for the motherland, and right, unrepentant youth? In the years, Chen Jun, stand up, we all believe in you. You can definitely become the strongest soldier king. Chen Jun. Chapter 103, This is a True Warrior. Ah! Chen Jun let out a low growl and clenched his fists once again, fighting against the raging drug invasion in his body. Although the drug was flushed out quite a bit after the body was strengthened, there was still quite a bit of it left in the body. If Chen Jun's body was in a normal state, he would naturally be able to withstand it, but now that he was too weak, the stimulating effect produced by the drug was immediately amplified. However, the Scorpion's escape made him very upset. It was only that close. As long as he allowed himself to hold on for a little while longer, he would be able to stall the Scorpion, and once the support troops arrived, he would surely be able to keep his opponent. Chen Jun was unwilling. Suddenly a voice came. Chen Jun, hurry, he's hurt. Doghead Lao Gao was the first to rush over, and the moment he got close to Chen Jun seemed to eject like a spring, pointed in one direction, and yelled lowly, Scorpion, don't let him. In the next moment, Chen Jun's voice immediately stopped, and Old Gao was surprised to hold Chen Jun. Chen Jun! Old Hai was appalled that he passed out standing up. In an instant, a stream of warmth welled up in Lao Gao's eyes. This is a real iron blood warrior. He hurriedly shouted backward. Hygienist, quick, stop his bleeding. At this moment, Chen Jun's entire body was covered in blood. His clothes had long been dyed red with blood, and he didn't even know how many wounds he had on his body. Such a soldier, wounded to such an extent, still fought, and even after falling down, when reinforcements arrived, he still reflexively stood up and pointed in the direction of the enemy's escape. What's an iron soldier? This is. Lao Gao only knew that Chen Jun was fierce and desperate, a ghost of the number 1 gray area, but this absolute bravery was far beyond his imagination. He couldn't do it himself. Lao Gao held Chen Jun and said, Chen Jun, this is Lao Gao. You're safe now. Relax your muscles are too hard. Don't get excited. You're safe now. No one will hurt you. Relax, relax. Not only did Chen Jun's muscles become hardened, his tendons made snapping sounds and trembled incessantly, while white foam continued to come out of his mouth, somewhat like a seizure. Lao Gao didn't understand what it was. How could a seriously injured person react so oddly? Chen Jun's body was tensed as if it was a spring, but he had lost consciousness, completely like an instinctive reaction. What kind of situation was it that made Chen Jun like this? Chen Jun, hold on, hold on, hold on. Even Old Gao, who had seen a lot of things, could not see what had happened to Chen Jun's body that caused him to have such an abnormal reaction. At this time, Grey Wolf Motor walked over quickly and said with a serious face, Boss, look, he had 3 more syringes in his hand. This is the obedience potion in the mouths of the militants. Inject one and you'll lose your willpower. It's an internationally banned drug, and the other side actually injected 3 of them into him. It is assumed that he reacted to the intrusion of the other side of the drug by the force of his will, and that the figure reacted in this way. Lao Gao's face changed greatly. He was very clear about the horror of this obedience agent. In fact, it can also be called disobedience agent. This is an agent used by militants against captives. The purpose is to destroy the other party's willpower and become their own people. Under normal circumstances, the use of 1 is already painful, 2 is on the verge of death, and 3 is even more unlikely to survive. The other side surprisingly Chen Jun injected 3. But just now Chen Jun was able to bounce up and point and shout in the direction of the other party's escape. This is how much willpower it is to be able to do it. Old Gao's heart was horrified beyond belief. 3 of the potions went down. Even if he didn't die, his brain was burned out and he became a vegetable. Can Chen Jun hold on? According to experiments, an overdose of this agent will cause significant and irreversible neurological damage to the brain. Scorpions are so mean. Needless to say, the scorpions must have wanted to take Chen Jun into their ranks to use such a drug on him, or else they would have finished him off with a single shot when they grabbed him instead of wasting the potion on his body. Grey Wolf continued. In addition, there are also 8 bodies of armed men in the jungle. Looking at the attire, they should all be Scorpion's men, and it is estimated that they were all killed by Chen Jun. He's really very remarkable. A true iron-blooded warrior. Not only was his will not destroyed when he was injected with a large amount of medicine, but he was also able to chase down his enemies and kill them, killing them so much that they fled in a hurry, and the scorpions were all scared away. How did he do it? The Grey Wolf was puzzled. This was far beyond the limits of his body. They had undergone similar training when they were trained in special drugs, and the mere injection of 1 made them lose all their fighting ability. Chen's army had 3 in a row in a short period of time, and was still able to chase down the enemy and kill them back in a situation where they were outnumbered. This is incredible. The coyote next to him who was responsible for stopping Chen Jun's bleeding was equally horrified in his heart. The other party was not just stimulated by the medication. His body was shot. The position of the shoulder blade was penetrated by a bullet, and the position of the back had to be wounded by shrapnel. Such injuries, even if it were any one of them, they would lose their fighting ability. How did Chen Jun manage to kill 8 militants and scare the scorpions away? Non-human. Previously, when I heard about Chen Jun, the ghost of Area 1, I thought it was a bit exaggerated, but now it seems to be no exaggeration at all. No wonder the wolf's head was so interested in him, and Staff Sergeant Van tried everything to poach him. Lao Gao looked at Chen Jun, who was in a state of emergency treatment, and snapped a salute, followed by a low roar into his headset. The helicopter, hurry up. Faster. What? Can't go any faster? Mud. That's an order. The war hero is wounded. He needs first aid. Get over here as fast as you can, and fly like a ING fighter. Now. Old Hai's growling voice rang through the forest. The corners of both Grey Wolf and Coyote's mouths couldn't help but twitch a few times. Old Gao was berserk. But then, so would I if I were in command. A soldier like Chen Jun shouldn't be sacrificed just like that. He has a wider battlefield. After about 5 minutes, the jungle fluttered and thundered, and Thunderbolt rushed over with his men. When Lei Jun saw old Gao, before he even approached, he cursed and shouted, "Have you found that Chen Jun kid yet? I was almost wasted by him, paralyzed. This kid from the Iron Fist Regiment. No hard moves, just learn some strange moves. Can this ING defeat the enemy? When you meet the enemy on the battlefield and engage in these crooked ways, you will die without even knowing how. Waste of a man." When old Gao heard Lei Battle shouting chaotically, his face swished and became gloomy, pointing at Lei Battle's nose and roaring, "So much nonsense. It's right to abolish you, and it's your woe if you don't." Chapter 104, It's a Miracle. Lei Juan was instantly confused by the dog-headed old Gao's scolding. "Old Gao, what exactly do you mean? Speak clearly, or else I'm not done with you," Lei War said in a cold voice. Old Gao was too lazy to explain so much to Lei Juan. "See for yourself. People are afraid of comparison. Goods will be lost. I guess we all have to go pig farming." Lao Gao directly threw a sentence. Lei Juan was full of confusion. Then he looked at Chen Jun, who was lying on the ground, and his brows instantly tightened. At this time, Yan Wang, Old Fox and the others rushed over. Seeing Chen Jun lying on the ground covered in blood, each of them had their brows locked, all of them not knowing what was going on. Chen Jun was too badly injured, but his whole body was taut, like steel. "This is evil." Grey Wolf swept a glance at Lei Juan and the others, and gave a rough account of what had happened, and finally said, "Chen Jun is indeed a true iron-blooded warrior. Compared to him, we've all lived to be dogs." It was indeed true that all the people present who had not experienced many life and death battles and broken through the old special, but compared to Chen Jun, who could compare? Not to mention the fact that no one has the ability to kill 8 militants after being injected by the enemy with 3 obedience pills. How could such a horrible thing happen to a newcomer who had been in the army for less than a year? How could they, the old specials, be embarrassed? It's hard to beat a man for a man. Yen and the others were silent. What else could they say? Lei Juan grabbed the sniper rifle and yelled, "Go after the scorpion. What are you waiting for? You're addicted to hearing stories." He was the first to rush out. He was filled with anger towards Chen Jun, but what the other party had done was worthy of his admiration. Soon, the Thunderbolt commandos moved quickly and frantically chased after the scorpion in the faraway direction. The helicopter arrived just as they were leaving and quickly transported Chen Jun to the hospital for resuscitation. Time slowly drained away, and after Chen Jun passed out, he didn't know how long he had slept, and in a daze, he seemed to see himself training in the jungle with those fallen brothers. "Ha ha, Chen Jun, you are handsome, good figure, good skin, very temperament, very like the rich family's son. The only thing that is not like the iron-blooded soldiers, you should change your career to enter the film and television industry. Win the star, proper big handsome That's right, look at us, we're all so black. People who don't know, think we're from Africa. But Xiao Chen, I still look at you well. Don't give up because you look handsome. Tell you what, 5 years ago, I was also a little handsome one." The female soldiers are all writing love letters to it. "You can. Well, it's the spirit of nails, nailing the revolution wherever it's needed, making yourself stronger. There's always a time to break through." The crowd was all beaming with bright smiles, while Chen Jun was like a third viewpoint, looking at them as well as at himself who was training frantically. Suddenly the image shattered, and it appeared that his comrades were in the midst of a bloody battle, falling one by one, while he stood there helplessly watching. Chen Jun wanted to move, but he couldn't. "Chen Jun, remember, you must become stronger. To continue to walk the road we have not finished." Chen Jun clenched his fists and kept pushing. At this time, beside the hospital bed, Director Mu looked at the unconscious Chen Jun, and teardrops appeared in the corners of his eyes at an unknown time. He just finished operating on Chen Jun. The injuries on Chen Jun's body were not serious. The bullet penetrated his shoulder blade and only needed to treat the wound to prevent infection. As for the shrapnel in his back, the stabbing in wasn't too deep, and was resolved with just a minor surgery. There were other wounds on his body, all of them superficial, but the main thing was the stimulation of his mind by the drugs. The amount was too much, far more than a normal person could bear. "AI, Master, why are you injured like this again? An overdose of this agent will turn you into a vegetable. How long have you only been discharged from the hospital?" "The hospital is almost becoming your home," Director Mu said helplessly. He had learned medical skills from Chen Jun, although he hadn't worshipped a teacher. But once a teacher, always a father. This traditional concept, Director Mu looked at it very seriously. So Chen Jun was a benefactor in his eyes, as if he was treating his father. Director Mu looked at the young Chen Jun and was saddened. What a wonderful master, but he's going to lie here forever, never to wake up again. He didn't even know how much of a stir the set of body harmonization techniques as well as the 5 elements of chi and blood running techniques that he had imparted to himself had caused when he had shared them in the medical group. One by one, they all wanted to learn from Chief Makoto, saying it was a medical miracle. Unfortunately, it is a pity that such a genius of Chinese medicine becomes a vegetable and never wakes up, which is a loss of the army and a great loss of the medical profession. Suddenly, there was a slight thud and a crash that. Director Mu lowered his head in the direction the voice came from. His pupils widened violently, and his heart skipped a violent beat, because he saw Chen Jun's fist trembling as he raised it and gently smashed it on the bed frame. Director! The red-eyed little nurse next to him couldn't help but exclaim. He was in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights and woke up? This miracle! Ah! Bang! Chen Jun's fist slammed into the bedboard again. Although it was very strained, it was very firmly slammed into the bed frame, making an even louder crashing sound. Bang! Another punch slammed down. The power of each punch kept increasing and the sound grew louder and louder. Director Mac, the assistant doctors as well as the nurses, all of them watched the scene with excitement. They saw Chen Jun's shoulders, chest, arms, abdomen, waist, and legs. The tendons of his entire body were trembling, and his eyes were tightly squinted, but the veins on his forehead were rippling, as if he was making a violent struggle. Each time Chen Jun's fist fell, the veins on his forehead became 1 point more noticeable. All of them watched in silence, and at some point, they followed suit with clenched fists of their own. Director Mac lowered his voice and said excitedly, "It's the soldier's willpower fighting against the anesthesia of the neurovirus. He's fighting it. Ah, he's trying to bring himself to his senses. It's a miracle. As soon as he breaks through this barrier, he'll come to his senses and perform a miracle in modern medicine." Director Mu's eyes were covered with excitement, seeing endless hope. He had always had fantasies before, thinking that a miracle might occur in Chen Jun. However, after 3 consecutive days had passed, Chen Jun's nerves still did not respond at all, and he had thought that there was no hope. But now, Chen Jun's silent body moved again, controlling his arm, controlling his body. He's going to wake up soon. What's a steel warrior? This is. Director Mu clenched his fists and stared dead at Chen Jun. Bang! Chen Jun slammed his fist hard on the hospital bed again, and his eyelids snapped open. Chapter 105, Renewed Conflict. In the moment Chen Jun opened his eyes, all the figures in front of him, the laughter of his comrades in his mind, all disappeared. So it was all a dream, never to return, never to return. A teardrop seeped out of the corner of Chen Jun's eye. He wanted to struggle to stand up. The nearby Director Mac immediately took a step forward to press him down. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Lie down first. Don't move. It's good that you woke up. Scared me to death. It's really a miracle. Chen Jun's brows locked as he looked at Director Mu and said, "What's wrong with me?" This was the first time he had a feeling that his body was being emptied out, and he hadn't felt this way in the last crisis he had gone through with Enron. Director Mu said, "You've all had a high fever for 3 days and 3 nights, and we've gone through expert consultations, and they've all ruled that your neuron damage is so severe that you've become a vegetable. You're awake now. All right, how do you feel now?" Chen Jun sensed the situation of his body, and apart from the stinging pain of the wound and a strong sense of fatigue, there were no other special reactions. Chen Jun, who had reached the middle success of Hacker's healing art, could determine that his body was fine and was recovering rapidly. Much better. Nothing serious, Chen Jun said. Director Pastor exclaimed, "Great, great." He was immediately relieved when he saw that Chen Jun's eyes were clear and conscious, with no after effects at all. "Master, it's not that I'm talking about you. You are so desperate every time. How long has it been since the last time you were discharged from the hospital? You're in again. You have hundreds of billions of assets to inherit, and a good life waiting for you to enjoy. Think about this more. How good is it to be alive? Take my advice. Why don't you come to the hospital and save lives, again like on the battlefield, so you can be more effective?" Director Pastor persuaded again. The corner of Chen Jun's mouth revealed a bitter smile. What was the point of putting up a fight? They would never understand. The Yen Kingdom was in peacetime and had been peaceful for too long, and unless they saw blood and sacrifices, they would never understand why the Chen army fought so hard. He didn't want his military life to be filled with seeing his comrades die. Not anymore. Chen Jun immediately thought of the situation. "Scorpions?" Chen Jun hurriedly asked. "Are any of my comrades out there? I'd like to ask for some information." Director Mac hesitated and said, "There were a bunch of male soldiers out there, and 2 women came in the back to replace them, and those men were heard to have gone after the murderer." "Master, in your current condition, you need more rest. Why don't you wait until you're better before letting them in?" Chen Jun revealed a hint of doubt. How could it be 2 female soldiers? Could it be Enran? "Let them in. Chen Jun wanted to know what happened to Scorpion and ended up not catching the other guy. He remembered that when he fainted, the dog-headed old Gao arrived, and he himself had pointed him in the direction of the Scorpion's escape. Alright, seeing Chen Jun's insistence, Director Mu asked the assistant doctor next to him to go and inform. Not long after, the door to the room was pushed open, and Tang Xini and Tan Xiaolin walked in with grim faces. Chen Jun frowned slightly. Why these two unreasonable women? Were they so kind as to be waiting for themselves? He remembers very well the time in the car when he trapped them in dumplings and ripped their clothes to stuff their mouths. Both had also angrily said they would never let themselves go, feeling as if the entire force was their family. Sure enough, as soon as Tan Xiaolin saw Chen Jun, she stared at him for a few seconds to make sure that it was the guy who kidnapped her, and said angrily, "Bastard!" Finally woke up and said it was so serious that he would become a vegetable, making the pickets think it was real, and they all went back. This time they left. You woke up, but quite good at pretending not worthy of being a master of hooliganism. Tang Xini also looked Chen Jun up and down, snorted coldly and said, "It looks like nothing is wrong, and you deliberately made it so serious. Humph, you're just good at scheming and playing underhanded tricks. How could we have such a soldier like you in our troop?" Chen Jun was silent. Director Mu was enraged, not expecting these two female officers to come in and curse, and angrily shouted, "Shut up, get out of here. He just woke up and needs to rest. Get out immediately." Tang Xini didn't care about Director Mu. She directly pointed at Chen Jun's nose and scolded, "How come there are still bastards like you in the army? It's just an exercise. You directly stripped us of our clothes and tied us up. Do you still want to us? This is just a drill. Taking a chicken feather and treating us like the enemy? Only an asshole like you would do such a thing. People like you should have their uniforms pulled off and thrown in jail immediately." In the past 3 days, Tan Xiaolin used the in-car video as evidence and went back to Fong Tangjing to ask for his help. Fong Tangjing frantically wrote 200,000 words of ideological report, but found that he could not complete. So after watching the video, also felt that this is an opportunity to prove that Chen Jun is a madman. There is no bottom line at all. It is time to review. Also Tan promises so many benefits. Consider spending time with him to see if you get along. Fong Tangjing has always been secretly in love with Tan Xiaolin, and has confessed before, but unfortunately Tan Xiaolin simply can't see him, and now that he finally has a chance, he naturally wants to seize this opportunity. Anyway, this was a 1-2 punch, and with evidence as well as witnesses, Fong Tangjing decided to investigate Chen Jun again. Later, they heard that Chen Jun was injured in the exercise, so they rushed to the hospital. Who knew that Chen Jun was directly in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights, and said that he was going to become a vegetable. Fong Tangjing then led the people to go back first. If Chen Jun has become a vegetable, what's the point of investigating? It's just that Tan Xiaolin and Tang Xini don't die, and they come to the hospital every now and then to ask about the situation, and they just happen to be here today. Originally, Lao Gao and the others were guarding the outside. While they were not clear about the situation of Tan Xiaolin and Tang Xini, seeing that they were so enthusiastic, they also thought that it might be better for the female comrade to take over and wait, so they took the people to track down the Scorpion as well as report back to the higher-ups. That's why Chief Mako said the male soldiers were gone, leaving only 2 female soldiers out there. Director Mu scolded, "What did you say? You now immediately apologize to Comrade Chen Jun and get out of here." Tang Xini didn't care about this, still pointing at Chen Jun. "Want to pretend to be sick? Don't worry, ours is the way. A drill, to make it like you. You're really bold enough." Director Mu wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Chen Jun, who slowly stood up and stared at Tang Xini with a low growl. "Do you think that was just a drill?" Tang Xini jumped up and took a stance, saying, "You still want to make a move? Not anymore." Swish! Tang Xini slams his fist. Chapter 106, Direct Beatings. Director Mu's face changed dramatically and he exclaimed, "He's a patient. Stop." Tang Xini's fist didn't change as she opened her mouth to curse. "I'm fighting this kind of insidious and cunning bastard. He's indeed terminally ill, and if we don't wake him up, he'll only turn into an even bigger scourge in the future." Looking at the fist that came over, Chen Jun's face didn't change in the slightest as he directly kicked over, sending Tang Xini's fist flying. Although the pulling of the wound caused severe pain, it had little effect on Chen Jun. He had successfully fought against the drug invasion and recovered 50% of his fighting strength, which was more than enough to deal with Tang Xini. Tang Xini did not think that Chen Jun suddenly flew up with a kick, only to feel a stinging pain in her wrist and was kicked away heavily. Chen Jun followed with an arrow step forward, and in the next moment, his right fist clasped up and slammed another punch on Tang Xini's face. Tang Xini simply couldn't dodge in time, only feeling Chen Jun's fist instantly zoom in and land on her face. Ah! Tang Xini let out a miserable scream. her nose crooked to the right, and in the next moment, her nostrils dug in to spray blood directly. Puff! Tang Xinyi's center of gravity was unsteady and she fell to the ground, her entire body confused, dizzy to be exact, full of little stars and confused. The opponent's punch slammed over with too much power, like a heavy hammer. You, Tam exclaimed. She was not dreaming. Less than a few seconds of work. Tang Xinyi is full of blood. Nose are fractured. This is broken. Chen Jun can make a move on a woman? And so openly. This guy is really sick and crazy. Tan Xiaolin went straight into a rage. Bastard thing, how can you just hit a woman? You're a second lieutenant. She's a captain. You're dead if you do what you're told. Chen Jun said indifferently. First of all, she suddenly made a move on me and wanted to hurt me. I was acting in self-defense. Is it hard for me to stand and wait for her to hit me? Secondly, the military rank is higher than mine. So what? She's not my superior. Much less can she just make a move. Not to mention she made a move on a patient. This is wanting my life. What kind of woman is she in the end? A tigress is not as fierce as her. Tan Xiaolin's small universe was instantly ignited, directly rushing towards Chen Jun, wanting to teach this poisonous mouth brat a lesson. It just so happened that at this time, Doghead Lao Gao walked in from outside, and seeing that Tan Xiaolin was about to make a move on Chen Jun, he rushed over as if he were a cheetah and grabbed Tan Xiaolin. Captain Tan, don't be impulsive. Tan Xiaolin was suddenly stopped by Lao Gao, like she had found her backing, pointing at Chen Jun and cursing. High school team, you're just in time. This kid is pretending to be sick. What did he say about becoming a vegetable? See, Director Tang had his nose bent by his punch, and he even called us a tigress. This asshole is lawless. He must be dealt with seriously. And this black sheep of the force must be cleaned out. Tan Xiaolin's mouth was like a cannonball, all spitting fire, talking non-stop, and the director of the pastor standing next to her couldn't even interject when she wanted to say a fair word. Lao Gao listened, but he was sizing up Chen Jun with an excited look on his face. It's good that it's okay. It really scared me to death. Brother, it's true that a woman can still stimulate you. After 3 days and 3 nights you don't see you move a bit. When a woman comes, you're stimulated. Good. Heroes see the same thing. Lao Gao directly gave Chen Jun a thumbs up, but he felt that this was not very good and immediately put it down. Chen Jun was injected with 3 potions. Lao Gao thought that he had become a vegetable, and his heart had been heavy, but he did not expect to come back from his trip out and Chen Jun woke up. This is joy from heaven. As for what Tan Xiaolin said, Lao Gao treated it as if he hadn't heard it, coughed softly, and turned his head to Director Mu, saying, how is Chen Jun's health? Director Pastor said angrily, he's serious. You get these 2 crazy women out. Tan Xiaolin's lungs had exploded with anger and she yelled lowly, he's clearly faking it. Look at what he looks like now. 1 punch can break bones. You call that a serious injury? High school team, arrest him and add the charge of molesting a woman. You can have him court-martialed. The corners of Lao Gao's mouth twitched, and his slap itched a little. This Miss Tan is so damn good at talking. When a big lady's temper comes up, can't she talk without a brain? Old Gao had heard about what kind of temper Tan Xiaolin had, but who let her have a good father? If it were any other occasion, Lao Gao would have greeted him with a slap in the face. How could he possibly talk nonsense to the other party? What kind of man is Chen Jun? That's a soldier of steel, a man of iron. That's 3 injections of the obedience potion. Anyone else would have turned into a ing corpse, and they'd still be here pretending to be sick? Lao Gao patiently said, Tan team, you hurry to send Director Tang to the orthopedic department to see it. The nose is fractured. If it is delayed for a long time, it will break the face, and then may not even be able to get married. Besides, I am not a picket, and I don't have the power to arrest people. He's not my soldier. I can't do anything about him. There's also Chief Gao and Deputy Chief Tan. The 2 chiefs are coming over to visit him. They're coming over in person. You'd better hurry up. What? Tan Xiaolin was confused. My father is coming over to visit him too? By what right? Director Pastor just couldn't help himself and silently grabbed his broom, while Tan Xiaolin and Tang Xinyi were making a scene in Chen Jun's hospital room. In the Wolf Fawn's large conference room, a drill summary meeting was held. Gao Shiwei, Tan Vice, and other military district chiefs sat in the main seats, while He Ji-jun, Kong Tuan, and others sat at the bottom. The meeting place was solemn and seemed a bit depressing. Gao Shiwei's face was grave as he was listening to Lei Zhuan giving his report. Earlier Fan Tianlei had already made a report, which was summarized in 3 words, carelessness. This is losing and denying it. Obviously was led by the nose by Chen Jun. Froze by him to say that he was careless, did not take it seriously. He must do a deep introspection, to avoid making similar mistakes or something. An old greaseball is an old greaseball. Tan Vice's face was also a little too much to handle, and on his own notebook, he kept drawing circles. Lei Zhuan was already halfway through his debriefing, mentioning the matter of Chen Jun. Scorpion led an infiltration, and was indeed killed by Chen Jun with 8 of his men. In the end, Scorpion escaped with his personal abilities, and neither the high school team nor our Thunderbolt commandos stopped the other. The video of the scene has been compiled and submitted to the exercise team. In response to such an unexpected situation during this exercise, it was our failure to prepare an underestimation of the enemy's resolve, for which I accept any punishment from my superiors. Gao Shiwei turned his head to look at Tanvice and said, I've watched the entire video in detail. You haven't watched it yet. However, I can responsibly tell you, this Chen Jun's single combat ability is stronger than all the Wolfang special forces you've led. What? Deputy Tan's brow furrowed, and Lei Zhuan and Fan Tianlei's faces stiffened up while feeling a cold chill on their backs. Chapter 107, Raise All the Pigs. Deputy Tan glanced at Fan Tianlei and Lei Zhuan, and tapped his pen twice on the countertop. Although I haven't watched the video yet, the fact that Chen Jun was able to take out Lei Keeman and still survive an assassin leader like Scorpion without revealing our army's secrets or succumbing to the enemy is so much better than someone who screwed over his own comrades in the past. He didn't name him directly, but who in the whole army didn't know about that incident? Fan Tianlei's face swished white. This was his biggest pain, and he didn't expect Vice Tan to point it out in public without leaving any face at all. Vice Tan didn't look at Fan Tianlei, but instead looked at Lei Zhuan. I heard Tan Xiaolin report that Chen Jun insidiously kicked you in the crotch, and that he's a despicable villain? The corners of Lei Zhuan's mouth twitched as he felt a sense of scalp numbness. In the past, he could judge like this, but now, it is impossible. Just like what Lao Gao said, it is right to beat him, and not to beat him is his sorrow, because Chen Jun even fought off the Scorpion. Where was Thunder War at that time? And where were his Thunderbolt commandos? The explanation is low self-esteem. Lei Zhuan had nothing to say. If he explained this, then he wasn't even a human being anymore. At once, the atmosphere of the entire conference room became sullen. The air seemed to carry an oppressive, breathless air. Fan Tianlei and Lei Zhuan were both named. He Ji Jun. The wolf head's face naturally did not look good, but what could be done? Wolfsbane lost a lot of face this time. In the maneuvers, it was beaten by Chen Jun in a terrible mess. It was one defeat after another, and in the actual battle, not even the shadow of the enemy was seen, while Chen Jun alone fought the entire combat squad of scorpions, and in the end, he beat the other party to become a naked man. That's the difference. The Wolf's Teeth also boasts of being the strongest combat unit in the military region, and that's the extent of their combat capabilities? He Ji Jun felt ashamed of himself. I'll have to write my own review this time. The conference room was silent for a moment. Gao Shiwei said to Tan Vice, you may not know, Chen Jun is the ghost of the number 1 gray area. Once went deep inside the gray area to avenge the death of his comrades. Enough to fight continuously for a month inside. He briefly described what happened to Chen Jun in Area 1, and it dawned on Tan Vice now. I wondered how an ordinary person could have willpower of steel. Our Yen Kingdom soldiers can only refine true gold and eliminate dross in the melting pot of the battlefield. Lei Zhuan listened to the following with a particularly bad taste, feeling as if he was scum. In fact, it was not that Lei Zhuan was jealous of Chen Jun's ability, but mainly because after Ran and Chen Jun received their license, he felt that the other party was arrogant. When he saw Chen Jun, he always felt green and made himself very uncomfortable. But as a soldier, Chen Jun did do more than him, better than him, not to mention the fact that he was able to perform so brilliantly against the Scorpions during this maneuver, just by saving Enron in Area 1. This was too much better than what he had done. This made Lei War very conflicted. It was like a yard full of flowers that grew green grass. The gardener couldn't possibly destroy the whole yard by weeding it. Right now, Lei Zhuan's heart was very complicated and even a bit confused. In these 3 years, Lei battle can be said to be spirited, becoming the king of soldiers for 3 consecutive terms, and then promoted to the captain of the Thunderbolt commando team, and then responsible for the formation of the Fire Phoenix. This one thing is too smooth. Undoubtedly let Lei War become the focus of the military region, but the matter of Ran, Lei War has not been smooth, and finally his favorite woman, turned into someone else's wife. Thunder War. Hold back. At this time, Gao Shiwei looked at all the people's opinions united, then said, drill is the real war, is to let our troops in the battle, refining the real gold, eliminating the dregs. Chen Jun is a combat hero, resilient, courageous and resourceful. In war, a hero extraordinaire is not too much to ask for. I propose to give him a first-class merit, and the rank will be raised again. Do you have any comments? Deputy Tan nodded. I agree. He's qualified for this. What he inherited from our military is what we're pursuing in the new era, and is an example of the times. With his performance in the maneuvers, as well as killing the Scorpion and other armed men, and saving the lives of 4 people, He's fully qualified for the first-class merit. Fan Tianlei and Lei Zhan exchanged glances, not expecting the military region to value Chen Jun so highly, directly awarding him with a first-class merit. As soldiers, they certainly know well what first-class merit stands for and the significance it carries. There is a saying in the military that third-class merits are received standing up, second-class merits are received lying down, and first-class merits are received by family members. In many cases, soldiers have given their lives to receive it. Now that Chen Jun has been awarded a first-class merit, I'm afraid he's only qualified for it after hearing that he's become a vegetable. The first-class merit is enviable, but living to receive it is what has the greatest significance for oneself. What use is Chen Jun to him now that he's a vegetable? Fan Tianlei was unspeakably sorry. Such a potential soldier, just like this is gone. Too bad. He was also thinking of finding a way to poach Chen Jun over when this exercise was over. But don't think about it now. They're all planted people. What else can they do? Lei Zhuan's mood was then very complicated, and he didn't even know what he was feeling. Gao Shiwei looked at the two of them and said with icy eyes, I've heard of Chen Jun's criticism of you, especially the Thunderbolt Commandos, saying that you would only locate and call for weapons and hide yourselves away to watch the fun, and that you lacked bloodlust. Isn't that what happened? I also think it's also true that special forces must first have the balls and the bloodlust to dare to fight with the enemy and defeat them. Tan Vice directly stood up and said, I suggest that Fan Tianlei, Lei Battle, and Gao Zhuang all three be put into the logistics to raise pigs and properly review themselves, and when they think clearly about this problem, then come back to lead the troops. Lei Zhuan and Fan Tianlei's faces changed drastically. Before, Ji Jun was letting Fan Tianlei to transport piglets. At least he could come back after transporting them, but now Tan Vice is even more ruthless, directly letting them root there and become pig-raising soldiers. A chief of staff, a squadron commander, a commando team, all going to piggyback and reflect? The two men's stomachs twitched and they felt bad all over. The chief can scold them all he wants, but he can't take away their military power. And the dog-headed old Gao, who had just arrived at the door of the conference room, was about to shout a report when his mouth twitched and he almost fell to the ground. Raise pigs? Let the old man to raise pigs? I did not do anything. Just like that by those two pits. Even dragged to raise pigs? Lao Gao immediately felt that he was more wrong than Sinus. During the maneuver, he checked it out, and after noticing something unexpected, he acted immediately without a second's delay. And although he didn't catch the scorpion, he couldn't blame himself for that. Isn't this a case of people sitting at home and pots coming from the sky? Old Fan really did specialize in pitting his teammates. And now there was another Lei battle. A sinkhole and a thunder pit. Chapter 108, No One's Trial Conference. Old Gao took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Then shouted, Report! Come in. Lao Gao pushed his way in and whirled around to salute Gao Shiwei and Tan Vice on the stage. Gao Shiwei asked directly, What's the situation with Chen Jun? Lao Gao replied loudly. Reporting to the chief, Director Mu said that Chen Jun, with his strong personal willpower, withstood 3 days and 3 nights of drug invasion of the brain nerves, and has just awakened. And after a series of inspections, it has been determined that there are no aftereffects left behind, and is now undergoing the next step of rehabilitation treatment. When Gao Shiwei and Tan Vice heard this, their faces immediately showed joy. They had paid close attention to Chen Jun's situation before and knew that the possibility of Chen Jun being able to come to his senses was almost equal to zero and would become a vegetable forever. After all, it was nerve-damaging drugs, and 3 times more than the average person could handle, and the world hadn't heard of anyone being able to handle it. It was also because of this reason that Chen Jun was honored with a first-class merit, and if it hadn't been so serious, being honored with a second-class merit would have been just about right. Now, it's really a miracle that the soldier was able to come to his senses with his own willpower. It was also a great joy for the troops. Gao Shiwei looked at Tan Vice and said, Let's go see him. See our hero. It's time to go check it out. Deputy Tan immediately stood up. Also at this time, Lao Gao hurriedly said, Report Chief, there is another very tricky thing. That, Comrade Chen Jun and Hit Director Tang Sini. So Captain Tan Xiaolin and Director Tang went to the picket team together with Captain Fong Tangjing. It is said that Captain Fong knew that Chen Jun could not wake up, so he went to find the Iron Fist Regiment's Kong Regiment representative. Chen Jun is interrogating him and also intends to try him together. No one is judging the assembly against Chen Jun. Gao Shiwei's face was furious, as if lava was erupting. They were just now discussing Chen Jun's inheritance of the traditions of the older generation of soldiers by giving him first-class merit, while on the other side, the pickets were interrogating this war hero, the recipient of first-class merit, in preparation for his trial. What does that mean? It's a slap in the face. It hit me right in the throat. Damn it! Gao Shiwei directly burst into foul language, turned his head to Tan Vice and said, Let's go together to take a look. I'd like to see how those cow ghosts and snakes make waves. The corners of Tan Vice's mouth also twitched with anger. Tan Xiaolin. Your old man warned you not to get caught up in personal affairs and to keep public and private affairs separate. What's all the fuss about? If you want to study abroad, I promise you. If you want to get divorced, I won't intervene. And if you want to enter the Fire Phoenix, I promise you. Now you're dealing with war heroes and no one's opening the table. What are you doing? At this moment, Tan Vice was so hateful that he really wanted to slap his willful daughter to death. It was all because he, as the oldest son, was too arrogant towards his daughter that she had turned into such a temperament. A son does not teach his father, and this matter must be taken seriously with her. Gao Shiwei and Tan Vice, two people, quickly left the conference room, just walked out. The old high black face of the look to Lei wore in Fan Tianlei, cold snort, said, lousy sitting at home, black pot smashed face. Long ago to remind you, do not pretend. Do not be careless. The results? One by one. Non-powerful as hell. When the old special long, paralyzed is it? Being a person to be low profile, doing things to be high profile are a large number of years of age, how even this reasoning cannot see through. Go, discuss, how to raise a pig teammates. Fan Tianlei and Lei Zhuan's faces were a white and red. They could only hold back and let old Gao scold them. What can be done? This time it's a real shame. Fan Tianlei had the thickest skin and said, old Gao, just don't say anything. This time it's considered that I owe you once. Okay. Lao Gao shook his head and laughed bitterly. Oh big, lousy good a squadron leader. Now have to go to raise pigs. Stalled you two pit goods. Lousy this life down, big bad luck. On the other side, the conference room of the Iron Fist Regiment, which had been converted into a makeshift trial court, was filled with cadres of the Iron Fist Regiment. With the exception of the comrades of the pickets, the atmosphere at the scene was extremely depressing. Unlike the indifference and iciness of those on the picket line, Kong Tuan, Gong Arrow, Old Black, and the others were all serious with chilling expressions on their faces. Because of this meeting, it's not like they're here to attend. It's more like they're here to be judged. To be judged on behalf of Chen Jun. The Chen Jun who exterminated Lei Keming and ran into battle single-handedly, blowing up the Wolf's Teeth logistical arsenal and covering the 4th company of sharpshooters. He was the hero of Marksman Company 4. And now they're coming to judge him. Who in the Iron Fist Regiment isn't holding a fire in their heart? If it's suppressed fire, all want to rush up and punch someone. Because of Chen Jun's outstanding performance and the sudden termination of the maneuver, there was no winner or loser in this exercise. But because the Iron Fist Regiment wasn't wiped out, Chen Jun took the first place of credit. It's just as well that Chen Jun isn't being honored, but to put him on trial. What kind of reasoning is that? The most crucial point was that Kong Tuan and the others didn't know what had happened behind the scenes, so they heard that Chen Jun had been seriously injured. His life and death were unknown, and it was highly likely that he would become a vegetable. Kong Tuan didn't even know what was going on before he was invited back by the picketers to represent Chen Jun at this trial meeting. The Khan group exploded on the spot. Chen Jun is going to be a vegetable, and you're trying to judge him? Is this a human thing to do? The last time Chen Jun blocked the knife for Shirgua, when he was performing resuscitation and nearly died, this gang also dragged Kong Tuan for interrogation. It's been a long time coming, and it's never going to end. As Chen Jun's previous leader, Yu Juanda of the Border Guard Regiment were all invited over to be questioned together. Yu Juanda fire when he saw Kong Tuan, almost pointing at his nose and cursing, I gave you all my soldiers. Chen Jun is a hero. Maintain the dignity of our border regiment. Why do your Iron Fist Regiment have to be judged? What kind of reasoning is this? If you Iron Fist Regiment can't carry it, tell me. We'll carry it in the Border Guard Regiment. Also, Chen Jun is now alive or dead and has to be turned into a vegetable. What did your Iron Fist Regiment do? My old man's soldiers were alive and well for a month in the gray area with the enemy. How come when they arrive at your place, how come they are either seriously injured or vegetative, paralyzed? You can't protect Chen Jun. Let us Border Guard Regiment come. I am now very regretful how I agreed to let Chen Jun go back to your Iron Fist Regiment. Kong Tuan, you give me a quick word. Chen Jun, can you protect it or not? If you can't, immediately transfer to our border defense. Yu Juanda was a roar. Scolding Kong Tuan's face was green and purple. There was nothing wrong with what the other party said, no matter how one said it. People sent Chen Jun into the Iron Fist Corps, and it was their own fault if they didn't protect the other party. But Kong Tuan was holding back his heart, and it was too hard for him. Chapter 109, People from the Border. Really barbaric. Yu Juanda was getting more and more agitated, and after scolding Kong Tuan, he looked directly at those people on the picket line. Chen Jun is a hero of the border defense. Such a person should be rewarded. Why should he be tried? Yu Juanda almost slapped the table. What do you guys do every day? Any real understanding of what it means to be a combat hero? You guys are just fed up and have nothing better to do. Are you all blind? I told you to take care of discipline. But where have you been? Where were you when we went into battle to kill the enemy? Screwing around. Old Black subconsciously rubbed his 5 fingers and picked up the conversation. Yes, all of them are blind. I doubt that the people in this trial assembly have any brain problems. Otherwise how could they do such a thing as to give birth to a son without an asshole? Gong Arrow blared at Old Black and scolded. Cut the crap. Do you want to be judged too? Why do you speak so harshly? After saying that, he moved closer to Kong Tuan's side and lowered his voice. These people definitely have brain problems. And they will definitely have sons with no assholes in the future. Kong Tuan glared back at him and said in a deep voice. Alright, don't talk nonsense. Just wait. The situation is still unclear. What's the hurry? Gong Arrow's mouth skimmed. Why don't you give Director Wang a call? It's not a good idea for Chen Jun's matter to be held up like this all the time. Is it? What does Fong Tangjing think? His 200,000 word thought report is finished? There's still this work to fool around here. Kong Tuan nodded and said, let's see when the time comes. This time he dared to come, so I guess he has some reliance. With that, he sighed and said to Yu Jiwenda, you're right in scolding. I have nothing to say. No matter what, Chen Jun was in our Iron Fist regiment when the incident happened. It's me who didn't take good care of him. Now I also want to know what happened. But whoever dares to judge Chen Jun, I will be the first to say no. I've also just heard that he's not sure if he's alive or dead, and it's highly likely that he's all going to become a vegetable. What's all this? We're still in the middle of a military exercise and suddenly it's over. And here we are, not even sitting on our asses yet. At some trial meeting, when he heard the news, he immediately wanted to go to the hospital to see how Chen Jun was doing, but he was stopped by the picketers. Therefore, Kong Tuan was mentally very apprehensive. He was not worried about the trial, but the safety of Chen Jun. If Chen Jun becomes a vegetable, Yu Jiwenda has cursed enough and knows that this matter cannot be blamed on Kong Tuan. Paralyzing, how these guys do everything but give birth to sons without asses. His voice was not loud, but the conference room was just so big that everyone heard him. Sitting in front of the picket comrade's face icy cold, but the corner of the eye is non-stop jumping. I do not know whether it is being angry, or feel that these curses do not have to care at all. After a while, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and Fong Tangjing with trembling fingers walked in. His face was ironic, with the slightest hint of coldness. Behind him followed the other comrades of the picket, and walking at the end were Tang Xini and Tan Xiaolin, the ones who had started it all. These two women were so angry that they walked with their noses in the air and their eyes were filled with rage. Tang Xini's face was wrapped in gauze, so she couldn't see the expression on her face, but that angry look was like a tigress who had her but stroked. Soon, the crowd was quickly seated. Sitting above the presiding position, Tangjing said, because the person on trial, Chen Jun, special physical reasons cannot come to the scene, but even if he does not come, it does not affect the effect of this trial. This trial is Chen Jun in the process of maneuvers, profanity to female comrades, beating, the nature is very bad, seriously affect the image of the military, must be punished severely. The entire process was testified to by video, as well as the victim's identification. The evidence is conclusive. According to the rules of the army, Chen Jun's style is bad, extremely disrespectful to female comrades. This court declares that Chen Jun is dismissed from his position as a company commander and sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment. Now play the video, on which you can clearly see the first appearance of Chen Jun, how he stopped the road and then tied up the lesbians. Boo! Yu Jiwenda stood up violently and cursed. Put your mother's bull *********. Put what video? Chen Jun's life and death are unknown. He's a war hero, and he's still sentenced? Your ass. Do you know what a military exercise is? Do you know the rules? Don't know anything. Don't make any accusations of blasphemy against lesbians. He is the people of the border defense, always in the killing in the first line. The temperament was originally hot. A murderous atmosphere is even heavier than others to a few points. And those eyes, sharp eyes, like to eat people generally. Everyone froze. How could they have not thought that in the courtroom? There are people so fierce. Direct cursing. This has never been done before in all the trial conferences. Fong Tangjing was also a bit embarrassed. He is the judge of this trial, and Yu Honte is tantamount to slapping him in the face in public and challenging his authority. Yu Jiwenda, this person Fong Tangjing heard of, is Chen Jun's old superior. Chen Jun is very important to Chen Jun, also very clear about Chen Jun's situation, so he deliberately invited him to listen. Fong Tangjing knows that this trial of Chen Jun surely someone jumped out to oppose. Kong Tuan should be the strongest reaction one, but I did not expect the first person to come forward to scold. Surprisingly, Yu Jiwenda. Is Kong Duan planning to watch from the sidelines? Fang Tangjing knocked on the countertop and said in a deep voice, "Company commander you. What kind of place is this? You should know it well. Be careful with your words. Don't get yourself into trouble. Understand?" Bang! Yu Juanda slapped the table and yelled lowly, "Lousy is a big old man. What to say? Not so fancy. Lousy says what he thinks is wrong. What's wrong? You guys did wrong. Can't you let others say it? You want to sentence Chen Jun? Sentence the hell out of him. My soldiers didn't die on the border, didn't die in the hands of the enemy. The enemy can't even sentence him to death. You're going to sentence him? This is the Hall of Hades. Officer Fong, you're so powerful. And bullying female warriors? Standing around talking doesn't hurt, does it? Exercise is actual combat. Actual combat is war. This is the iron law set by the army. Chen Jun a warrior. The country's fighting machine. Why should he show mercy to women? Do bullets on the battlefield still distinguish between men and women? If I were in his situation, I'd take off their pants and hang them from a tree. Tan Xiaolan's face turned white with a swish, her shoulders shaking with anger, her grip on the ballpoint pen about to twist off. It was so rude, so unreasonable, and she now finally understood why that asshole had dared to do what he did. All because of the people who had brought him up. This kind of people must be purged from the army. Otherwise the morale of the army will be ruined by them. Tang Xini also had anger shooting out of her eyes and her mouth was crooked with anger. The border guards are really barbaric. Chapter 110, Real Iron Blood. Tan Xiaolan's small universe finally exploded. After spending so much time in the army, it was the first time she had seen such a barbaric soldier. It's outrageous. So what if they're soldiers from the border defense? We're all soldiers. We're supposed to respect each other. Why? You border defense people are superior. Looking down on others and casually being rude to your comrades. There's something wrong with the way you border guards think. Bang! Yu Juando directly left leg lifted to the desktop. Said loudly, lousy in the border defense a total of 37 missions. Kill the enemy 13 people. This leg of mine has been rested. But Chen Jun killed the enemy how much? Staying in your files is just a mere 20 or so. Right. But in reality, how many enemies did he take out in a month? Fighting frantically against the enemy in the gray area in order to avenge his comrades? Have you guys done any calculations? There were over 20 people in the last fight alone. And what about the other fights when no one was watching? You know? The Scorpions set up over 100 armed teams in the gray area. And according to the information I obtained, they were less than half that number when they withdrew. So how many enemies do you think Chen Jun killed? He is a man, not a god. How many wounds did he suffer and how much blood did he shed to avenge his comrades? Who are you to judge him? Come on. Judge the old man. Come on. Yo Honta yelled. He turned his leg toward Tan Xiaolan and Tang Xini and roared. Chen Jun used to be a border guard. His whole life is a border guard. His whole life is a border guard. I'll take the blame for what happened to him. Arrest me and put me in solitary confinement. Come on. Yu Honta was truly furious. This gentleman, his legs have long been slightly crippled, but in order to maintain a military demeanor, every time he walks straight and with a straight back. It was not at all easy for him, but he had never once abducted one, for fear of degrading the soldier's demeanor. But now for the sake of Chen Jun, he didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to swing for the fences. He wanted to freak out. He wanted to curse. If you want to try Chen Jun, fine, go through me first. If not, you'll have to give up this uniform. I won't be a soldier anymore. Tang Xini and Tan Xiaolan were so angry that their bodies trembled and their teeth itched with hatred. This asshole is not a soldier. He's clearly a scoundrel and a rogue. Tap. Kong Tuan walked over to Yu Juandao's side and held his leg, slowly lowering it. Then, bang. Kong Tuan slammed his sidearm on the table. Come on, continue the trial. Either I shoot him or I shoot me. Kong Tuan said angrily. Come on, hurt each other. Yo Honta reached out and took Kong Tuan's hand. Both were veterans and leaders of the force, and generally spoke with poise, but when it was too much to resist, they were tougher than anyone else. Old Black's eyes lit up. Gong Arrow's expression was dumbfounded, and the other cadres of the Iron Fist Regiment were confused. Is this their leader? In the head of the regiment they knew, was a very easygoing man, and often loved to drink, and when he drank, he sent his good soldiers out to the world, and gave away his family's money to others, as if he had never seen him refuse others, and was a good old man. How can you be so bossy today? Did you come over because you were drinking just now? Gong Arrow whispered. My goodness, this time the bull is in the air. Old Black said excitedly, this is our old Kong. Awesome. Who will dare to say our old Kong is a literary youth from now on? And the little comrades on the pickets who didn't quite know what was going on had a few moments of admiration in their eyes. It's really gripping. Usually those regular troopers are cowering and acting like grandchildren when they see us. But today we finally see real iron blood. Dare to talk to just our captain like this. Really bull. not for anything else, just for this sentiment. Enough, man. By the way, did that Chen Jun really kill dozens of armed men to avenge his comrades? It shouldn't be wrong. I heard that during the military exercises that were just suspended, Chen Jun encountered armed elements, fought with the other side, and was seriously injured before falling into a coma, the specifics of which I'm not very clear about. He's great at fighting, but could there be something wrong with his mind? Otherwise, what would our captain be doing judging him? A slightly more qualified veteran member of the picket line sneered. No matter what Chen Jun has done, comrades who have shared the same life and death will not abandon him. There was a lot of whispering. Silence, Fang Tangjing shouted with an ugly face. He looked at Kong Tuan and Yu Junde. You two are deliberately looking for a crime, aren't you? I know that Chen Jun is doing this for the sake of his comrades to avenge their deaths. Putting that fact aside, he is also violating discipline, as well as the fact that Chen Jun won't really be confined, with him turning into an ordinary person at most. An impulsive person like him is also not suitable to stay in the army. You guys are harming him by protecting him like this. Haven't you ever thought that he will commit more serious consequences in the future? You are all veterans. Would you not understand this? Kong Tuan snorted coldly and stared at Fang Tangjing. Officer Fang, have you finished writing your 200,000 word thought report yet? I can phone Director Wang to add some words for you to write together. Fang Tangjing's face turned white with a swish and said coldly, why are you mentioning this? One thing leads to another. Chen Jun's problem is more serious. There must be a result today. Kong Tuan said angrily. Bull asterisk. Still violating discipline. Have you been to Area 1 and know what the gray area is? Fang Tangjing shook his head and said, what is the gray area? Kong Tuan sneered. Chen Jun's father is the richest man in Donghai City. Chen Jun is a super rich second generation. He enlisted in the army, or went to be stationed in the worst place in Area 1. How much of an ideological awareness is that? In order to avenge his comrades, he went deep into the unpopulated gray area. What is that place? That's the place where criminal activities are the most rampant, gathering all kinds of armed elements from all over the world. He stayed in there for a month at a time, just him fighting alone. No support, supplies, nothing, and at any time, his life could be in danger. You're saying he's got a problem with his mind? What the? You don't even know the gray areas and you're judging? What qualifications do you have? With that, he looked at Tang Xini and Tan Xiaolin. And then you two lesbians. You should have been beaten a long time ago, and it's only right to beat you. And if you don't beat you, you're just sad, because if you fall into the hands of the enemy, it'll be a real sadness. Swish! Kong Tuan raised his right hand, pointed at Fang Tangjing and the others' noses, and cursed, my old man soldier lives or dies. He possesses the greatest ideological awareness of this era, and he fights to the death against the enemy. For what? It's still not to protect you elf brains. How dare you all jump out one by one to try him? Take off his uniform, and lock him up for 3 years. I'll shoot you all and then turn myself in. Swish! Kong Tuan grabbed his sidearm regardless. Chapter 111, You've insulted pigs by going to raise them. Fang Tangjing's face completely changed. How could he not expect things to turn out like this? He originally thought that Chen Jun was already in a coma, turned into a vegetable, and no longer had any potential. Who would care about a vegetable? So he thought that Kong Tuan wouldn't flip out. But where did he expect that Kong Tuan would pull a gun directly at him for Chen Jun, or at the trial site? This was no longer provoking him, Fang Tangjing, but the entire picket line. If the Corps doesn't accept the punishment, who will fear the pickets in the future? In an instant, the atmosphere of the scene became unusually strange and quiet, with everyone staring at Kong Tuan and Fang Tangjing. The tension was saber-rattling. Fang Tangjing slowly stood up and looked at Kong Tuan. You're pointing a gun at me. Do you know what that means? It was also at this moment that a voice came from the doorway. Old Kong, drop the gun. Tap, followed closely by Gao Shiwei and Tan Bai striding in. The two men are the group's bigwigs. Swish! Everyone in the room stood up when they saw the two walk in, including Yu Ju and Da. Everyone stood honestly. Gao Shiwei walked in, and as he passed Kong Tuan, he gave him a direct kick and scolded. Don't point your gun at your own comrades. You kid! Kong Tuan struggled to stand still. Report, he's not my comrade. Gao Shiwei scolded, you kid, have you gone against the grain? You don't even look at what kind of place this is. No big or small. The little ones don't understand. You old ones still don't understand? Still when the regiment leader, okay, all stand still. I'll deal with it. Must make you satisfied. This is, Khan Mission shouted, and Vice Tan walked in and saw Tan Xiaolin and Tang Xini. Tan Xiaolin called out to her dad in a small voice, resulting in Tan Vice's face sinking as he scolded, get the hell out of my way. Shame on you. Gao Shiwei walked over and said, don't go yet. We've been listening outside for a while. The two of you deliberately concealed the fact that Chen Jun has woken up, right? Tan Xiaolin and Tang Xinyi's faces changed slightly, while Fong Tangjing looked at the two in surprise. Chen Jun woke up? How come no one told me? Paralyzed by the two of them pit. This is not a vegetable and become a vegetable. Fong Tangjing will be two different ways to deal with it. If he knew that Chen Jun woke up, even if he gave him 10 guts, he would not dare to come to the other side to find trouble. The 200,000 word report. Fong Tangjing is not even finished now. Director Wang has such a high opinion of Chen Jun. Aren't you stroking the tiger's ass? You're looking for death. Pitted by two women. It's all the pits. Fong Tangjing only feel the back of the cold sweat swish downstream. This stabbed Big Louboutin. The two heads of the military region are alarmed. What to do? Director Wang sighed at most let himself write more reports. But if you offend these two big brothers, it is possible to peel off his uniform. For a moment, Fong Tangjing felt like his soul was going to smoke. Gao Shiwei yelled lowly, when you two go back, write me a 100,000 word profound thought report for each of you. And also, don't go back to your original unit first. Go to the pig farm and write it first, and then come back and hand it over to me when it's done. Tang Xinyi was stunned. Going to a pig farm to write a report with 100,000 words. Wasn't this killing her? It was so stinky there. Was it a place for people to stay? What's most reprehensible is how one can punish oneself. You are obviously the victim. Tang Xinyi still wanted to explain, but Tan Xiaolin swept a glance at her father, and when she saw that he didn't care about her at all, she knew that there was no way to discuss this matter, and immediately shouted, yes. She hurriedly pulled Tang Xinyi and headed out. It is now clear that if we continue to stay here, I am afraid that there will be a greater punishment. Tan was hot-tempered, but observant. When the two of them left, Fong Tangjing hurriedly said, Chief, you guys came just in time, otherwise I would have been shot. Gao Shiwei roared, shoot you? That's what you deserve. Who gave you the right to judge a war hero, and what qualifications do you have? Fong Tangjing said stiffly, report, but he desecrated lesbians. Is also true. There is a video can testify. Gao Shiwei cursed, you're such a paralyzed you're not even as good as a woman. Do you know why Chen Jun is in a coma? That's because he encountered the international killer scorpion that the special forces couldn't even defeat, and was injected with a special agent. But he didn't divulge a single bit of any of our army's secrets. Do you know why he was captured by the other side? He was caught passively in order to save 4 frontiersmen. And even then he still killed 8 militants and sent the notorious international assassin fleeing. Such a war hero. I decided to give him a first-class combat medal. And here you are judging him? What are you going to do? Are you going to try me directly? Are you? Fong Tangjing's face changed drastically, feeling as if he had been hit by a million-point blitz. Is Chen Jun a first-class combat hero? Or was he awarded by the High Chief himself? It's over. One is doing this against the High Chief, not lighting a lamp in the toilet. Looking for death. This is even worse than the last time we faced Director Wang. Not pitched again by Tan Xiaolin. One should not have a moment of weakness. One should not still have thoughts about her. Fong Tangjing said bitterly, reporting to the chief. It's all because of my work mistakes. Only listening to one-sided words. I will definitely correct it. And in the future, do the work in detail, and definitely won't happen such a thing. Flaky your ass. How'd you get to be a picket leader? Is your head hanging off your ass? It's a good thing I'm here today, old man. Or else you'd be making a big joke. Do you want the heads of the other military districts to look at me and laugh at me? If that's the case, I'll personally shoot you in one shot, without even needing old Khan to do it. Off. Fong Tangjing was like being pardoned and hurriedly said, yes, I'll go piggyback now and write a 100,000 word report on my thoughts, and not come out until it's done. With that, he gathered up his laptop on the countertop in a trance and hurried out the door. He didn't dare to stay here for even a moment, or else his life would be over. Last time he was taught a lesson by Director Wang, he felt that his future was already hanging by a thread, and now he was scolded by Gao Shiwei. Would he have any chance in the future? Nope. How could I have believed Tan Xiaolin's words? How could I have gotten into it? I shouldn't have. Fong Tangjing was 100,000 chagrin. If he was given a chance to start over, he would not provoke Chen Jun to death. Stop right there. I'm not asking you to pig out. Apply for an early discharge. Just get the hell out of the army and go retire. You've insulted pigs by going to raise them. Gao Shiwei said angrily. In an instant, Fong Tangjing felt like he had been stormed by millions of points, and his entire body instantly went soft. Chapter 112, Literary Youth and Iron-Blooded Youth. The corners of Fong Tangjing's mouth twitched and a face collapsed. You have to eat the bitter fruit that you have sown. I thought there might be a bit of a fluke, a bit of a chance, a bit of piggybacking, a bit more report writing, and I'd be able to cope with it. But now, it's gone. It's gone. Pig farming is insulting to pigs. Fong Tangjing tried to stabilize his waistline with a bitter smile. Chief, then I don't have to write my 200,000 word thought report. Gao Shiwei growled lowly. You write it and then apply for retirement. Plus 100,000 words. It's for me. Otherwise you don't want to get the retirement money. Yes. Fong Tangjing was coy and finally left in disgrace. After that, he'll never go back to the army in his life. After Fong Tangjing left, Gao Shiwei said loudly to everyone with a serious face. Today's trial is an insult to the heroic soldiers who fought on the front lines. We need heroes no matter what era we are in. Our times need heroes like the Tran army warriors. The picketers get the hell back immediately. And if any of you have a problem with Chen Jun, ask me first. Each of the picketers had an ugly look on their faces, and they were nothing but horrified in the face of the big man's wrath. The captain has been ordered to retire early. What could be more frightening to them than that? Chen Jun has become a kind of taboo for them. When everyone had dispersed, Gao Shiwei walked up to Kong Tuan and Yu Juanda. Old Kong you left from the wolf's teeth to go in the Iron Fist regiment. Every time Bai Fan Tian laid a fool away one talent. People say you are an old literary youth. I did not expect that your bloodline is still there. Good. Good. This time you did a good job. Gao Shiwei praised. Where did Kong Tuan dare to take the credit? He hurriedly saluted and said, Old boss. In fact, I'm still a literary youth. I'll always be in the future. Gao Shiwei snorted coldly and said, Alright, don't pretend for me. Still a big-tail wolf. Go and see Chen Jun. He's already woken up. This kid is really shocking. Everyone thinks he can't make it. He's suddenly fine again. Go and take a look. Following him, he looks at Yu Junda's leg. His voice softens. Does the leg still hurt? You're also really. It's this time. Why are you still so impulsive? In the general hospital of the military region, inside Chen Jun's intensive care ward, Chen Jun was undergoing rehabilitation training, and the sweat that seeped out from his forehead, face, neck, shoulders, and body parts made his clothes soaked through. His tendons crackled as if they were firecrackers. This is the toning of the tendons and bones, which can speed up the body's recovery. Chen Jun was able to withstand the potion's assault on his body, and the sinew reconciliation technique played a large role. This really hurts. Next to him, Director Mu's eyes were filled with indescribable admiration and said, Master, you take it easy, don't practice to waste. Your wounds haven't completely healed yet. You can't exercise too strenuously. Chen Jun smiled faintly and said, I am aware of my physical condition and will grasp the degree. Director Mac nodded and said, By the way, do you need to notify your family to take care of it? If those cats and dogs come back, your family can turn them away. When he thought of how unreasonable those two women had been to Chen Jun, Director Mu was enraged. The two girls look like human beings, but they don't know how to reason at all, and they are rude and unreasonable. Director Mac couldn't stand to look at them anymore. He just swung his broom and kicked them out. It was the first time in his old age that Director Mu had been so annoyed, and if he had considered their identities, he would have wanted to call the police to arrest them. It's so infuriating, there's no quality at all. Chen Jun shook his head and said, No, telling them will only make them worry more. When the time comes, they will definitely force me to retire and go home to inherit the family fortune again. I still want to be a soldier for a few more years. The revenge of my squad leader and the revenge of my comrades have not been avenged. How can I possibly go back? The last time he was injured, his parents had already made a scene like that, forcing him and making him hurry up and have a child with Anran. And now if they knew that he was hospitalized again, they would probably make a scene in the army. It's better to do more than less. And you're fine now anyway. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot be divided into two. Chen Jun can only choose the path he wants to take. Director Pastor nodded admiringly. All are rich second generation. But the gap between people and people how so big? Chen Jun, this ideological awareness is really not those rich second generation can compare. Now those who often in the lace news emergence of the rich second generation are what luxury beauty, mouth high entertainment, composed a group of fugue, but also boasts that he is a literary and artistic youth, every day living in extravagant enjoyment of life, what serious things do not do. Chen Jun is also a super rich second generation, but he is an iron-blooded young man, a model for the young people of the new era, a benchmark. Those rich kids are in a different class compared to him. Chen Jun is alright, is too desperate, too do not know how to cherish themselves, and so on. I really do not know the next time to send to the hospital. What will be like? This time, he relied on his willpower to make it through and not turn into a vegetable. But what about next time? When one walks by the river, There's no such thing as not getting one's feet wet. Director Mu was genuinely concerned about Chen Jun. Master, listen to my words. Next time you encounter this kind of mission, think more about your own family. Think about the master mother. You still do not have a child. Hurry to give birth to a child, so that the heart is attached to it, and only then you will cherish yourself more, Director Mu said. Chen Jun was a bit speechless. When had Director Mu also been bribed by his own parents? Surprisingly, he had become a lobbyist. Women will only affect my drawing speed, Chen Jun said. Director of Pastoral Care. At this time, a knock sounded on the door outside, and a female nurse walked in and said, Director, there are people from the military department coming over. They said they want to meet the patient. Director Mac directly grabbed the broom next to him and walked straight out. Let's see how I'm going to sweep them clean. The female nurse's face changed, and she rushed after Director Mu. Director Mu had just walked to the door when he saw a group of people coming over the corridor, led by two people, one with the rank of Bear Bladder I and one with the rank of Bear Bladder II. Damn, this is one more scary than the other. And there's a group of people behind them, all of them big shots. Director Mu has been at the General Hospital for so many years, more than 30 years, and has never seen such a big battle. This is all to visit Chen Jun? Director Mu hurriedly put the broom down, swept the doorway in passing, and said with a smile, Your guests are here. Sweeping the couch to welcome all. The female nurse who had just chased after him saw Director Mu's 360-degree change in attitude, and her entire body froze, her eyes filled with an odd look, and it took several seconds before she could come back to her senses. Previously, she had seen Director Mu's invincible aura of swinging a broom to sweep the two female officers out of the ward, and that stance just now was clearly preparation for a big fight. Director Mac is a true veteran. His reflexes are just as good. P.S. Thank you for the Big God certification of the Big Man of the Donut. Today will be added. There are 2 chapters. First go to deliver takeaway. Now takeaway are inside the volume. Some people point more than $10 of takeaway. Make yourself as if the Empress Dowager Cixi. It is difficult to serve. Unlike writing novels, there are some bounties, where there are only bad reviews waiting for you. If you can afford to feed yourself full-time, how good. 113, Medal of First Class Merit. Tap. Inside the hospital room, Gao Shiwei, Tan Vice, Kong Tuan, and Yu Juendo walked in together. Chen Jun was originally also murderous. He was mainly misled by Director Mu, thinking that it was Tan Xiaolin and Tang Xini who had killed back again to find him in trouble. He ate right into the stool. Grass is so green. As a result, when Chen Jun saw a group of bare-chested big men, he hurriedly put down his stool, stood at attention, and saluted. Hello, Chief. Is the grass really green? The crowd was stunned. What was Chen Jun doing with his stool raised just now? Killing spirit? How does it look like a look of a fight? And just now at the door, Director Mu also carried a broom. However, Gao Shiwei also ignored this. Looking at the red-stained gauze on Chen Jun's body, he hurriedly pulled him to sit down and said, You just woke up and have injuries on your body. Hurry up and sit down. Although this is the first time we have met, but I have long heard of you. The great name of the Spectre. Kong Tuan hurriedly introduced himself from the side. Jun Chen. This is our military region head, General Gao. Chen Jun said. Hello, Mr. Gao. For the number 1 person in the military region, Chen Jun had heard about it. A hawkish iron figure, a former legend, and did not expect to come in person today. Gao Shiwei smiled and said, How is your body feeling? Your lying down here has touched the hearts of many people. Seeing you wake up makes me happier than anyone else. Thank you for the chief's concern. There's no big problem, Chen Jun said. Tan Vice stood next to him and said, I'm Tan Vice of the military region, and I've also just finished the maneuvers in which you were your opponent. You're giving me a lesson. If it wasn't for Scorpion's sudden appearance, I guess in the end I'd have been decapitated by you as well. This is the number 2 man in the military region, the big shot in the military region. Tan Xiaolin's father? Chen Jun was a bit dazed. Tan Xiaolin had been beaten up by herself. Could it be that Vice Tan had come to help his daughter out? But looking at this, it didn't seem like it. Good day, Deputy Tan, Chen Jun said. I am not good at all. Only if you are good. I am really good. Comrade Chen Jun, you are doing well. I am optimistic about you, Tan Vice said heavily. Chen Jun was now relieved that Deputy Tan was not looking for trouble. Deputy Tan was one of the bigwigs and naturally had higher eyesight and higher ideological awareness than Tan Xiaolin, so he shouldn't be on his daughter's side. Gao Shiwei said. Speaking of this exercise, putting aside your merits in the exercise, when you encountered the Scorpion armed forces, you took out 8 armed men, rescued 4 people, and raised the iron blood spirit of our army, which is a great merit. After a study by the military region, It has been decided to award you the Medal of First Class Merit, with a rank promotion of 1 level. Just as his voice fell, the system's voice sounded in Chen Jun's mind. The host has turned on the military merit mode, earning the First Class Merit, rewarding him with 300 experience value. Chen Jun's eyes lit up. A First Class Merit badge and 300 experience points. Just like that? He hastily scanned his personal attributes. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 5. Attributes, mental 6.1. Physical 6.1. Strength 6.1. Speed 6.1, normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination, Grand Master. Hacking shooting, Grand Master. Hacking sneaking, Grand Master. Hacking healing, Medium Master. Hacking space, Medium Master, 2,000 meters. Hacking transfiguration, Minor Master. Value of experience, 530 of 600. 530. This is 70 experience short of completing the upgrade? This was indeed a surprise to Chen Jun. Medals and whatnot were not important to him, but the experience value that was different. It was the root of his constant breakthroughs and continued to rapidly become stronger. In this battle with Scorpion, Chen Jun almost lost his life, making him more aware of the importance of strength on the battlefield. He's going to get stronger. At this moment, Gao Shiwei took a delicate red box from the secretary accompanying him and handed it to Chen Jun, followed by the shoulder badge of his lieutenant rank. Gao Shiwei looked at Chen Jun and said, "The aughts of the new era. Every one of them is a baby. They rarely have the opportunity to suffer, and they seldom learn from their predecessors. The veterans do not die. They gradually wither away, and the best role model is right next to them. Very few take the initiative to learn anymore. And you can inherit the iron blood tradition. Not afraid of sacrifice. Not afraid of aggravation. Fight to the end. You deserve this rare first-class merit medal in the era of peace." The Yen country had been in peacetime for a long time, and it was very difficult for a soldier to obtain military honors, not to mention a first-class merit medal. Even a third-class merit was very difficult. Many soldiers go from enlistment to retirement without a single medal. Even in a special operations unit, it was very difficult to be awarded the first-class order of merit, which was why Fan Tianlei and Lei Zhan's eyes were envious when they heard that Chen Jun would be awarded the first-class order of merit. Neither Lei Battle nor the more qualified Fan Tianlei had ever received the first-class medal of honor. Chen Jun, a newcomer who had just joined the army less than a year ago, received what was basically a first-class merit badge led by a family member, which can only be described as a miracle. Swish! Chen Jun immediately stood up and saluted, saying, "Reporting to the chief, I won't condescend to myself, and if I should fight, I'll still fight. Are you guys asking me to go apologize to the female comrade? If so, I would rather not have this medal." Gao Shiwei and Tan Vice both froze for a moment when they heard this, not expecting Chen Jun to suddenly say something like this. It's really a surprise attack for them, catching them off guard. They are not going to let Chen Jun apologize. In itself what he did is not wrong, but in some ideological education, such as unity comrades and so on, what should be said or said. But how can they say anything else when this kid has blocked the conversation right out of the gate? This is strategic risk aversion. It is estimated that Chen Jun has long been thinking that they must be doing his ideological work in this matter, so he said the words ahead of time, showing his attitude. In that case, it was not good for them to open their mouths at this time even if they wanted to, and it would be even better for them to do so in the future. Tan Xiaolin and Tang Xini, two high intellectuals, were arranged to raise pigs, and Feng Tangjing, who was young, went straight back to his old age, which was really not wrong at all. They don't have enough brains to fight this kid. Gao Shiwei coughed softly and said, "Chen Jun, you're overthinking it. You're doing well. Some people need to change their mindset. They can't be too rigid. Otherwise how can they adapt to this complex social environment? Their matters, we will take care of them. You don't need to worry. By the way, do you want to go to Wolf Fang?" Gao Shiwei immediately changed the topic. With Chen Jun's ability, he should enter the Wolf Fang and become a special forces soldier to receive more systematic training to stimulate his potential even more. So on the way here, Gao Shiwei was thinking about Chen Jun's future path to take. It's not easy to come up with a good seedling out of a million soldiers. Gao Shiwei had waited for so many years and only now had he met one that satisfied him. Chen Jun shook his head and said, "I want to go, but I don't want to go through the back door." Gao Shiwei said seriously, "If that's an order." Chen Jun blurted out, "I obey orders, but I refuse inwardly." "You kid." Gao Shiwei laughed aloud. "Make it seem like I forced you to go to Liangshan." Chapter 114, A Life of Strength. Gao Shiwei stopped laughing and looked at Chen Jun seriously. "Chen Jun, from my personal perspective, I would like you to go directly to Wolf Fang. It's more suitable for your future development." Gao Shiwei was actually worried about a problem. Chen Jun looked like he was going to take the Special Forces examination, but he didn't necessarily want to go to Wolf Fong. People do not lack of money. His father is the richest man in East China Sea City, in addition to having a wife. According to his iron-blooded character, now it is close to revenge. If only this reason, the other side to go to the border defense is better, because the chances of border guards being able to encounter scorpions are much greater than special forces, knowing that when it came to militants, they would only choose to call for special forces support if the border guards couldn't solve the problem. With Chen Jun's strength, he would definitely be the first to rush up once he encountered the scorpion. Therefore, in terms of revenge alone, Chen Jun is currently best suited to go to the border defense, but in the long run, joining the special forces, he will have more room to show his skills. Chen Jun is a talented person and is now young, most suitable for focusing on cultivation and laying a good foundation for the future. The most crucial thing now was not to let Chen Jun take a fork in the right direction. Deputy Tan also nodded and said, Chen Jun, there are many things in the special forces that are different from the regular forces. When you go there, you will receive more systematic training. There will be more room for you to improve, and in the future, you will be able to go farther. Old Gao and I both think very highly of you. Naturally, we hope you can have a smooth journey in your military career. Think about it. Tan Vice previously did not understand Chen Jun, but now the more he knows, the more he feels that the other party is really good and can be classified as a key talent to pay attention to. Sure enough, Yu Juanda took a step forward and looked at Chen Jun. Chen Jun, come back to the border defense with me. That's where the men stay. There are things left behind by your comrades. Go to the border defense. If you have a grudge, I'll avenge it together with you. And if we meet the scorpion again, we'll finish him off together. Chen Jun said, yes, company commander. I'll consider it carefully. Kong Tuan also stepped out a step, said, boy, others say I'm old. Is the literary old youth? Also only you appear. Stir up my iron blood. Remember the past. The lofty years thick Special Forces people. You have seen. And that's it. Go to the Iron Fist Corps. The Sharpshooter 4 companies to build into your heart of Iron Blood Company. Internal punishment of the national traitors. Outside the fight for the power of the country. Gao Shiwei heard the corner of his mouth twitch. This was said as if the special forces that the military region had built with all their might were all wastes. Wasn't it a slap in the face of him, the chief? He directly rolled his eyes and looked at Kong Tuan. Old comrade Kong, there is something wrong with your thinking. Turn around and write me a 100,000 word thought report. Kong Tuan's face sank as he growled lowly. Write it. As long as Chen Jun is willing to remain in the Iron Fist Regiment, millions of words can be written. This guy, Gao Shiwei, didn't even want to pay attention to him. Back then, when Kong Tuan was a new recruit, he was also a prick in wolf's teeth, and there was a special line about him. Old Khan, a shot in the back. This guy is the prick of pricks. Gao Shiwei said to Chen Jun. I won't say much more. In short, I hope you can change your mind and go to the special forces. It's more suitable for you there. We'll leave first. Get well and mention anything you need to the troops in a timely manner. Got it. Thank you for your concern, Chief, Chen Jun said. The two chiefs were busy with their work, and there were still many things to be dealt with in the army, so they did not stay long and left first. Kong Tuan and just two of you junta stayed behind. These two old guys were touching Chen Jun here and there, checking once to see if there were any missing arms or legs. The two tossed and turned for a while. Kong Tuan finally said, fortunately, there is no shortage of anything. I was afraid that you would be a eunuch. Now there is no problem. By the way, on the way here, I contacted your daughter-in-law and asked her to take care of you. You don't have to thank me. This is what I should do. Look at the injuries on your body. Without a month or so it's probably not going to get better. Having a caring woman to take care of you is better than having an outsider take care of you. Your daughter-in-law is nice. She should know how to take care of people. Chen Jun was speechless for a while. He hadn't wanted to inform anyone in the family, naturally including Anren, not wanting her to worry, but he hadn't realized that Kong Tuan, the good old man, had such a quick mouth. This is a bit troublesome. Anren won't tell her parents too, right? If that's the case, the two old men might be pushing for a baby again. Kong Tuan didn't seem to notice the change on Chen Jun's face, grinned and said, your little couple is still in the honeymoon period. Right, rub it in well. As a person who has been there, I tell you, it can't be wrong. Anyway, this ward is a homestyle, just right for it, but you have to pay attention to your body. Do you understand? Said he with a look that was for the old and men knew it. Chen Jun was once again speechless. This old Kong even cared about this problem of his? Kong Tuan shrugged his shoulders and said solemnly, without getting into anything else. This time, on behalf of the Iron Fist Regiment, I would like to express my gratitude to you for your contribution to our Iron Fist Regiment. and at the same time, I also hope that you will consider your future carefully. One thing I can promise you is that when I go back this time, I will quit drinking, no matter who sends me the wine. You can be absolutely sure. Chen Jun don't know what to say. Kong Mission can quit drinking? This is really unreliable. Yu Juanda glanced at Kong Tuan and said, Finished? Finish talking until I do. You talk. I didn't gag you up. You can say whatever you want. Really? Kong Duan took the initiative to give up a position. Yu Juanda said, Chen Jun, your squad leader Sherdwa went back to his hometown some time ago. I went back with him, by the way, to deal with some of his things. This kid's family is really poor. The village people all concrete houses, small villas. His family is even a mud house, or in the most remote corners. The feeling is that they have become a dangerous house. I said I was ready to finance him to build a new house in the name of the army, but he refused. Is dead to his little dignity. Nothing refused to accept. I left with an extra eye to his daughter-in-law to leave a phone number, so that if she has any difficulties, give me a call. I know Sherdwa's nature. Even if he is crippled, there are difficulties we'll not mention with the troops. Is a lifetime of good and strong. That is, a few days ago, I received a call from his daughter-in-law. Said she has a high school classmate, became a local real estate developer, often go to harass her. Sherdwa is very angry. She is how to drive the other party still 3 days to her place, hoping that the troops can step in to warn the other party. The word said euphemistically, but I know that things must not be so simple. Otherwise Sherdwa daughter-in-law will not call. When Chen Jun heard this, his body instantly stirred. Which one dares to hit my sister-in-law's idea? I'll waste him. P.S. Once again, thanks to the grease paint's Big God certification. Big brother need thighs missing pieces. Tell me. Labor immediately go. 3 more finished. Chapter 115, The Only Chance. Chen Jun said sharply. When did this happen? I'll him up. When Yu Junda saw Chen Jun's excited look, he was a bit speechless and said, Don't get excited. That guy is mostly just coming over to show how successful he is. It's not as serious as you think. Sherdwa is a hero. Who dares to mess around with him? I'll be the first to go and destroy him. So get well and I'll let you know if there's something going on. Your squad leader is my soldier too. Am I going to let him suffer? Chen Jun immediately said, Okay, when my injuries get better. This time when I go to see him, I will definitely give him a hard 5 million. If he doesn't want it, I will just build him a big luxurious villa. Directly hard 5 million? This is how luxurious. Yu Hunta and Kong Tuan were both shocked. This kid is just scary in what he does. It is also worthy of being the son of the richest man. The super rich second generation. Casually opening is a few million. Feel that this is not money. Is a pile of meal after the meal napkin. Kong Tuan kind of looked away and said, Alright, we won't bother for that long. His daughter-in-law is also ready to arrive. Let's go. Yu Juanda nodded and said, Success. We won't bother. I'll call you if there's something. With that, he pulled Kong Tuan. Old Kong let's go. Let's talk about Chen Jun's transfer back to the border defense. Spin your ass. Kong Tuan, an old literary youth, directly turned into a fist-waving roaring tiger. Yu Juanda laughed and put his arm around his shoulder, saying, Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. I'll buy you a drink. Kong Tuan said warily, I quit drinking. Don't ask me to drink. At this moment, outside the conference room of Wolf Fong's brigade headquarters, 2 military vehicles were parked in front of the entrance, and Gao Shiwei and Tan Vice walked down. The two walked and talked a few words at the same time. They hadn't expected things to turn out like this, and the 2 major heads of the military region couldn't convince Chen Jun to enter Wolf Fong directly. People have said not to be a backdoor soldier. To enter is also open and above board. Through their own strength to enter. There is another point is still forced not to come. People are rich and have a wife. When the military is a high ideological awareness, at any time there is a very good retreat. If the other side of the pendulum, waiting for 2 years after the retirement, even if it is the head of the military region, as to take him nothing to do, the kid's still a smart-ass soldier. At this moment, the 2 of them, Fan Tianlei and Lei Zhuan, came over from the side like pugs and saluted Gao Shiwei and Vice Tan. Fan Tianlei said, Chief, this maneuver was our mistake and carelessness. Can you give us another chance? Lei Zhuan followed suit, reporting to the chief, We are the special forces that the country has put out many resources to cultivate, requesting that we not be allowed to raise pigs. Gao Shiwei looked at Fan Tianlei and Lei Zhuan and cursed directly. A chief of staff who was a special forces officer, and a military region's 3rd consecutive king of soldiers. What kind of performance is that in a maneuver? Still have the nerve to tell me that you were careless? All conventional troops can make mistakes, but only you special forces can't just make a single mistake. Don't you know? The state spends up to tens of millions of dollars or even hundreds of millions of dollars on you every year. And you tell me that you're careless. What a ridiculous thing to say. Tanvice also couldn't help but open his mouth. As far as your performance is concerned, raising pigs is an insult to pigs. I'm telling you. The Picket's Fong officer also held a meeting to try Chen Jun. And now he directly rolled his blanket and left. You guys are raising pigs. And you have to be thankful that there are pigs to raise. And thankful that the price of pork has gone up. Fong Tangjing was fired? This is the captain of the picket line, holding the imperial sword. Anyone who sees it is afraid of 3 times. And now rolled the ground to leave? Get real. Fan Tianlei and Lei Zhan instantly fell silent, not daring to retort. But if they really go to raise pigs, will they have the face to come back later? They'd lose face to their grandmother's house. You guys don't look. What kind of performance you are? Special forces as you like this. Good for you. The two of them, Gao Shiwei and Tanvice, scolded Fan Tianlei and Lei Zhuan. Needless to say, they kind of just happened to run into a gun. Gao Shiwei and Tanvice ate Chen Jun's closed door in the hospital. His heart was already a little bit unpleasant. Lei Zhuan and Fan Tianlei, the two pits, but also ran to say that the matter of raising pigs. If you're not looking for a scolding, what are you looking for? Finally, Gao Shiwei said indifferently, it's fine if you guys don't go pig farming. You guys go and persuade Chen Jun. If he agrees to enter Wolf's Teeth now, you guys will redeem your sins. If he doesn't, you guys will not only have to raise pigs, but you'll also have to wrap up the job of washing dishes in the cooking class. Lei Zhuan stiffened his neck and said, report, why are you asking him to join Wolf Fong? What qualifications does he have? Isn't this opening the back door? Gao Shiwei's face darkened and he growled lowly, do you have that many wives? Do you 100,000 wives? If you don't go sleep in the pig pen immediately. This is your only chance. After saying that, Gao Shiwei and Tanvice also ignored the two men and walked directly to the conference room. The two chiefs did this more for the sake of internal unity than anything else. If these two pig farming special forces soldiers had a problem with Chen Jun, there would definitely be internal disunity, which was a very bad thing for a combat unit. Also whether it was Fan Tianlei or Lei Zhuan who seemed to have a bit of a problem with Chen Jun was afraid that he had a problem with them as well. Chen Jun was a very principled person, and he wouldn't have been able to come to Wolf Fong if he had taken care of their relationship. Gao Shiwei is letting Fan Tianlei and Lei Zhan take this opportunity to ease their relationship, and it is best to put aside old enmities. The two chiefs really had good intentions, but Lei Zhuan couldn't understand this layer of meaning. Boo! Lei Battle punched the tree trunk, his face filled with anger, and he growled lowly, bastard! Robbed the woman I like, beat up my man, kicked my crotch, and I still have to go apologize to him? Damn it, this is cuckolding lousy. Or lousy personally put it on himself. When had he, the king of soldiers, been so stifled? In the past, when other people saw themselves, they were polite and courteous, and the chief attached great importance to himself, and the requirements he put forward. Those that could be approved were approved, and those that couldn't be approved. He also tried to create conditions for himself. When do you go piggybacking instead of apologizing like you are doing now? Fan Tianlei laughed bitterly, you don't go to beg him. You really have to go to raise pigs. What cuckold is not cuckold? Is your willingness? When did they promise you as a girlfriend? There is no such thing. Honestly, I always feel that Ran that character is not suitable for you. Why must you hang yourself on a tree? I think so. That Tan Xiaolin would be a good fit for you. Why don't you give it a try? There might be a windfall. Lei Zhuan stared at Fan Tianlei and yelled lowly, Mard, what the hell do you mean? It's already time and you're still joking with me. Fan Tianlei looked at Lei Zhuan and heatedly smiled, saying, really want to know? You all belong to the dog genus. Dog bites dog. A mouthful of hair. Chapter 116, Not Hard Enough. Military General Hospital. Inside a general ward. Ouch. Ouch. Tang Xini let out a pained cry. Pissed me off. The wound has just been bandaged and it's all cracked with anger. At this moment, Tang Xini bared her teeth and looked like she wanted to eat someone. Next to her, Tam carefully bandaged her. Why did that bastard hit you so hard? Harder than ever. You've broken your face. How can you find an in-law in the future? Must make him responsible. Tan Xiaolin said angrily. Tang Xini's eyes were filled with anger. And when she thought of that guy Chen Jun, that mouthful of anger in her heart rubbed upwards. The last exercise. Being abused like that by the other side. That was merely a mental insult. This time, he directly beat himself to break his face. Not making any sense at all. You're not just telling the truth. Can't the truth be told? That asshole is a piece of scum. Tang Xini gritted her teeth and said, what's wrong with each and every one of them? Are they all blind? Can't they see that we are the victims? Why do they make it look like that guy was unfairly treated? What are we? And, with that of his, Will any woman marry him? Blind. Just as her voice fell, a knock on the door sounded just in time, and then the door panel was pushed open, and a valiant female officer with a delicate face walked in. The female officer was young and had a very good figure, and although she was wearing a military uniform, she couldn't hide her dimpled and beautiful body in the slightest. With such a look, if she smiled, she would be gentle and would give people the feeling of a warm winter sun, but now she looked cold as ice. The visitor was none other than Enron. Enron stood forward and looked at Tang Xini and said in a cold voice, "I'm that blind woman." Swish! Both Tang Xini and Tan Xiaolin's gazes fell on Enron. Enron said in a deep voice, "I'm here to speak for my husband, Chen Jun. I heard that he beat you guys up." Chen Jun's wife? Both Tang Xini and Tan Xiaolin's eyes widened. When women look at people, they like to compare, and the woman in front of them was clearly a few points better than them all, whether in looks or figure, or even in temperament. Chen Jun would have such a wonderful wife? What a load of luck. "You're Violet?" Tam blurted out. Enron nodded. "It's me. I came to say a few words to you on behalf of my husband." Tang Xini let out a cut and said, "What? Are you here to apologize?" Enron looked toward Tang Xini, walked to Tang Xini's face, stared at her face still wrapped in gauze, sneered a little, and said, "My husband really didn't do enough." As he spoke, Enron suddenly slammed his fist on Tang Xini's freshly bandaged nose. "Ah!" Tang Xini let out a miserable scream, and once again a click sounded at the bridge of her nose, like the loud sound of a broken nose bone, and blood soared out once again. "My nose. You." Tang Xini eyes straight stars. Under the nostrils are blood. The wound hurts, his facial nerves are like numbness. Enron said indifferently, "My husband didn't hit him hard enough. I've come to make it up to him." "Deception!" Tan Xiaolin shouted angrily, jumping up and slamming her fist towards Enron's face. Enron sidestepped his body. His head swung gently, directly avoiding his opponent's fist, and his hand smoothly grabbed Tan Xiaolin's arm and pressed it downward, snapping it to the ground. Tan Xiaolin's left hand transformed into an elbow attack. Enron backhanded the block. 5 fingers opened. Once again tackled the opponent. His body at the same time pulled back and pressed in the same direction. Immediately pressed Tan Xiaolin down. And Ran was from the intelligence bureau and had been on dangerous missions for a long time, and his real-world ability was not comparable to Tan Xiaolin, a commander who had never been on a real battlefield. Tan Xiaolin struggled vigorously, but was helpless as her hands were clasped by Enron and pressed to the ground in death. "Let go of me," Tan Xiaolin said angrily. Enron said in a deep voice, "I've seen your videos. As a woman, I feel humiliated for you. You've put us women to shame. Didn't anyone tell you that maneuvers are war and that there is a battlefield there? Why is there still a woman's priority? After being beaten once, you still don't learn from your mistakes and have to get my husband to beat you a second time. Isn't that practicing? Women do this. Where is your face? It's ridiculous that you still think you're right. Now, plus this time, it is the 3rd time. By the way, Fong Tangjing he is not qualified enough to control me. You can go to find the picket department of Minister Tang Tianhao to sue me. My name is Enran, code name Violet. See if he will come to arrest me. Of course, if you want to compete, I'm always up for it." After saying that, Enran pushed Tan Xiaolin away and turned toward the outside without looking back. Tan Xiaolin was so furious that her face was red, and the arm joints of her hands were so pressed that they were vaguely painful, and she couldn't even use much strength. The opponent's close combat strength was stronger than hers, and if she rushed up to fight the opponent at this time, she would definitely suffer a big loss. It was just that they were approached by Enron, abused them, and then patted them on the back. So if it got out, where would they put their faces? A door-to-door slap in the face. Violet Enron, why is the temper so stinky? It's almost exactly the same as just that punk. Not reasonable at all. Both are barbarians. It's true that things come in groups and people come in groups. Both are crazy. Tan Xiaolin huffed and rubbed her shoulders. At this time, Tang Xini, who had returned to her senses, was furious and said angrily, "Bully, bully, bully, really think the hospital is her home? Beating people up if you want to. Old lady must go and sue him and send him to a military court." She hastily turned her face to the mirror next to her, her clenched fists a cackle. "Too barbaric. How could the troops have such barbaric guys? The bridge of the nose is completely collapsed. It needs plastic surgery." Tang Xini wailed in her heart. It's okay to be beaten by an ugly man, but now even his daughter-in-law has come to his door to beat him up. Where under the sky is this kind of thing? Assaulting an officer without reason, causing serious injuries, speaking out of turn, and verbally abusing an officer. These two alone are enough to punish you. Tang Xini grabbed out a tissue and blocked her nostrils, which were still bleeding, her eyes full of anger. Tan Xiaolin pulled out her cell phone and said, "Do you really think that I don't dare to be? Enron Violet, just you wait. I'll make you pay. She was about to flip through her contacts when a signal came through on her cell phone. It was her father calling. Tan Xiaolin immediately picked up the signal and was about to tell this matter. But before she could open her mouth, Tan's father's serious voice rang out. Don't you not want to go to a pig farm to raise pigs? The only chance you have is to find Chen Jun and apologize and get his forgiveness so that he can join Wolfong. This will redeem the crime. Go early. Lei War and Fan Tian Lei both went together to apologize. If you're late, you won't have any chance at all. Tan Xiaolin's body instantly felt like it had been hit by a million-point blitz, and her entire body immediately stiffened. Go apologize to that asshole and make amends to someone. Chapter 117, He Shouldn't Have Come. Chen Jun naturally didn't know that Anran had done all these things for him, and he was in the special ward for recovery training. At this moment, Chen Jun was covered in sweat, which continuously dripped down to the floor, making a dripping sound. And this kind of rehabilitation action, Chen Jun has continued for half an hour. There was a constant rattling of sinews in his body, sometimes sharp, sometimes slow, sometimes loud, sometimes slight. And when it comes to rehab, Chen Jun gives the impression that the more he does, the more energized he gets. Chen Jun was completely absorbed in it, and he didn't even notice those doctors and nurses who kept coming in and out of the ward. In the state of training, he opened his personal attribute list. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 5. Attributes, mental 6.2. Physical 6.2. Strength 6.2. Speed 6.2, normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination, grand finish. Hacking shooting, grand finish. Hacking sneaking, grand finish. Hacking healing, grand finish. Hacking space, medium finish, 2000 meters. Hacking transfiguration, medium finish. Value of experience, 530 of 600. The hacker's healing technique has finally reached the grand completion realm. Chen Jun was secretly happy in his heart. After he was injured for the second time, in order to resist the damage done to his body by the potion, he utilized the hacker's healing technique, tendon and bone toning as well as the 5 elements of qi and blood running to frantically condition his body, which allowed him to have a deeper understanding of the hacker's healing technique, thus breaking through to the grand completion in one fell swoop. This caused Chen Jun to become more skillful and more certain of the tendon and bone toning and the 5 elements of qi and blood running, and the effect that was achieved was even better. The so-called long illness becomes a doctor said this. Chen Jun was using his own body as an attempt, which was tantamount to studying himself, so naturally his progress was faster. After the hacking medical technique reaches great success, one will have more means of preserving one's life in the future. It's true that wealth and fortune come together. If the potion wasn't too terrifying, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. There is no change in the hacking space, but the hacking disguise technique has reached medium success. This is also considered a windfall. The next time one encounters a scorpion and utilizes the disguise technique himself, the scorpion will probably doubt whether he is a fake or not. Once the hacker transfiguration technique reaches its great fulfillment, I wonder what level it will be at. Chen Jun was excited just thinking about it. And surprisingly, the physical attributes had increased by 0.1 again, which was the result of the brokenness. Chen Jun's body had not even had the possibility of recovering under the assault of the terrorist potion. But with his strong willpower and the hacker's healing technique, a miracle was created, almost tantamount to having his body strengthened once more. This battle with the scorpion has also made me gain a lot, Chen Jun said. Wipe my sweat. Don't get it on the wounds where the wounds might get infected. Immediately, a gentle voice rang out. I'll do it. Chen Jun looked up with a huff, and saw Anran's gentle face, looking at himself, having already taken a clean towel from Director Mu's hand. Director Mu laughed and said, Master, I'm not going to be this light bulb. I'll go first. If you need anything, press the emergency services button. With that, he walked quickly out of the hospital room. Now Chen Jun's condition is very stable. According to his conditioning, it won't be long before he can recover and leave the hospital. This once again proved the powerful efficacy of the tendon and bone harmonization technique and the 5 elements qi and blood running technique, which could allow a wounded man, who had been shot, to recover quickly. Moreover, Director Mu found that the techniques employed by Chen Jun were even more profound than the last time he had taught himself. But unfortunately, his own qualifications were limited and he was not able to learn them thoroughly. Anran took a towel and gently wiped off the sweat that permeated out of Chen Jun's forehead, neck, and upper body. Looking at a wound on Chen Jun's body, a complicated look appeared in his eyes. The reason for Chen Jun's injury was probably clear to Anran from Kong Tuan. He's still so desperate. Surviving this time is really just a miracle. Otherwise one would have to become a widow. Anran didn't even know how to describe the mood. I went to Tang Sini and Tan Xiaolin's room just now, Anran suddenly said. Chen Jun's body stiffened for a moment and said, Going somewhere to do what? To apologize for me? Anren shook her head. No, I beat them up. If I have the chance in the future, I'll beat them up just the same. They deserve it. Next time you encounter a situation like this, you should hit them harder, not just break her nose. Chen Jun froze for a moment. That's hard enough. I like it. Anren looked at the wounds on Chen Jun's body and said, you should have had someone call me earlier. No matter what, I'm your nominal wife. And didn't we agree before that we'd get to know each other for 2 years, and that I wouldn't interfere with what you do, but I at least have the right to know. Chen Jun knew Anren's character. Don't look at her gentle appearance, but her nature was rigid as hell. When I woke up, Kong Tuan had already called you, Chen Jun said. Ever thought of calling me? Enron said. Chen Jun, no. The corners of Enron's mouth pursed a bit as she said. Straight man of steel. Chen Jun said. You didn't call my parents, did you? I don't want them to worry. Enron said faintly. Not yet. Don't fight, Chen Jun said. At this time, there was a knock on the door. I'll get it. Anren got up and went to open the door, and just after she opened it, she saw Lao Gao, Fan Tianlei, and Lei Zhuan, 3 big men standing outside. Lao Gao and Fan Tianlei came to see Chen Jun. Anren didn't find it strange. Why did Lei Zhuan also come? This guy is so macho and has such a strong opinion of Chen Jun that he would take the initiative to visit? It was the first time she had seen Lei Zhuan since she and Chen Jun had gotten their license. When Lei Zhuan saw Anren, he froze for a moment, obviously not expecting her to be here. So he shouted a little woodenly, Anren, Fan Tianlei's arm bumped back against Lei Zhuan's chest. Then he revealed a great ant-like smile to Anren and said, it's Comrade Anren. Is Chen Jun's health better? You're here to take care of him, right? This is good. You've done your duty as a daughter-in-law. This is a very technical thing to say, not moving to praise Anren. At the same time another meaning, Chen Jun married a good woman, but in Lei Zhuan's ears, it was as unpleasant as a needle prick, and his entire face instantly darkened. Old Fan is zapping people on purpose. Can't you see I'm standing here? Old Gao also said with a smile. Not bad, that's what I said. Anren is a good soldier and a good daughter-in-law. Whoever marries her is a huge blessing, but it's a pity that I don't have this opportunity. Chen Jun is just blessed. It should be a blessing of 8 lifetimes. With Comrade Anren taking care of him, we can all rest assured. It's a ing lick more than a lick. Lei Zhuan's complexion was getting uglier and uglier, and he almost turned around and walked away. He shouldn't have come. Chapter 118 3 Apologies. Fan Tianlei doesn't care what mood Lei War is in right now. Today Lei War is considered to be suffocating internal injuries, but also have to swindle Chen Jun to the wolf's teeth. He walked quickly to Chen Jun's front and took Chen Jun's hand with a self-conscious smile. Little Chen, are you feeling better? Is there anything that's uncomfortable? Do you want me to ask the best doctor to come and take a look at you? You don't know. I couldn't sleep well for a few days after I heard you were injured, and my black eyes are about to come out. So you have to hold on and not have a single thing happen to you, or else it's a huge loss to our troop. Chen Jun hastily drew his hand back and hastily took a step back. Of these 3, he was a little more impressed with old Gao, and the other 2 couldn't even look at them. Fan Tianlei is an old fool. The sinkhole, close to him, certainly no good fruit to eat. When the pit bones into slag do not know. As for Lei War, forget about not wanting to comment. Just look at the Tan Xiaolin he trained and you'll understand. One is more arrogant than the other, as if it's genetic. Really? What kind of old man? What kind of grandson? Chen Jun said to the embarrassed old Fan. Staff Officer Fan. I don't know you guys very well. Just about. Go back. I have to rest. Go back? How can this work? Fan Tianlei immediately smiled and handed the fruit to Anren, then blocked Chen Jun with an anti-smile. Little Chen we've come to tell you some major happy news. Do you want to hear it? Chen Jun rubbed his shoulders directly, not interested in listening. The corner of Fan Tianlei's eye twitched, and his great aunt's smile was instantly embarrassed. This feeling of being coldly treated was like going to a nightclub and not being let in at the door. It's hard to hold it in. When had Fan Tianlei, the Wolf Fong chief of staff, ever been treated like this? Other than being defeated in front of a few bigwigs, who at the same level and below was not respectful to him. Now it's good that Chen Jun is not giving any face at all. If it were usual, Fan Tianlei would have long since blackened his face and started yelling at people. But not now. If he got angry, he would immediately have to go pig farming. He immediately scowled at Lei Zhuan and Lao Gao and lowered his voice. Go on, do they all want to go pig farming? Old Gao was full of black lines and lowered his voice. Lousy is being pitched by pig teammates like you. At home and well, the black pot can be smashed down. Of the 3 of them, Old Gao was the one who was the most wronged. He had done almost nothing, and if he had to do it, he would have been the one who got some credit for it. He was but the first to rush to Chen Jun's place. Let the people on Chen Jun rescue. Sent to the hospital. The result? Because of the two pits, this squadron leader also have to go to the pig. To be angry, he was the one who deserved it the most. Now come to apologize to Chen Jun and coax him to go to Wolfang? This back door opening. Has no one. Lei Zhan looked at Anren with a pang in his heart. Since the beginning, Anren just glanced at him, and the next moment, he was pulled into the room by Lao Fan and Lao Gao. This feeling is like the feeling that one's woman has cheated on him and one is still apologizing to the adulterer. It's so stifling. This greenness could open a cattle ranch. Chen Jun looked at the three of them and frowned. What do you guys mean by this? You're playing tricks, aren't you? I've said it all. I don't hold a grudge against you guys. Can the pattern be bigger? We are all Yengua soldiers first and foremost. We are not enemies. We are all comrades in arms. You guys do what you need to do. Don't waste your time here. Chen Jun couldn't see what these three guys meant anymore. Fan Tianlei saw that both Lao Gao and Lei Zhuan did not say anything. His cheek was thick enough. He heatedly smiled and said, Xiao Chen, don't be in a hurry. I know that you're a young man with a big atmosphere, and the few of us who have come here don't have any other intention. It's purely to show our gratitude. What happened in this exercise? You were a lesson to the three of us. As old specials, we have never been able to figure out until now how you managed to punch old Lei Kemming, kick 3 times Soldier King Lei Battle, and have a scorpion on your crotch. It's 3 birds with 1 stone, and no one has ever done it so brilliantly in all the military exercises. So we felt we had to give you a lesson. Little Chen with your current skills continuing to stay in the Iron Fist Corps, isn't it burying your talent? What a pity. Wolfang is a good place for you to show off your skills, and it also gives us a chance to learn from you how to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Now the wolf teeth and the gang of old special to you do not know how much worship, each and every run to ask me. When you can come to the wolf teeth to you is admiring to the point of no return. Come on, come to our wolf teeth. Guaranteed to let you again in all aspects are satisfied. Fan Tianlei was trying to praise Chen Jun to the heavens. In order to praise Chen Jun, did not hesitate to put down Lei Kemming and Lei Zhan. Lei Kemming is not here. How to say anything? But Lei Zhan is still standing on the side of it. So to say people, is it appropriate? Lei Zhuan's face turned the color of a pot and he almost flung himself away. That's too much of a lick, isn't it? As for that, Lao Gao followed. Chen Jun please make sure you come to Wolfang. We are all real people. We are all thinking about your future. No, it's us who should think about it, so that we can learn and exchange with you more and stimulate our progress. Or else we don't even know where the faults are in us. Chen Jun looked at the 3 people. How does it look like a small movie under the island country? Please be sure to come to hang me. Are the 3 of them out of their minds? Or did they get their brains pinched on the way out? Not a single human word. At this moment, Anren didn't know what to think of and hid directly behind Chen Jun, unable to stop herself from laughing. It was the first time she had ever seen such a scene. These 3 people usually talk with their mouths full of ing people's ancestors without any sense. Who made them the 3 giants in the wolf's teeth? Who usually disciplined people by moving and cursing? But now, how to become like a grandson? Fan Tianlei spat out fragrance and said, Xiao Chen you come directly. There is no need to come to our wolf teeth. You do not have to participate in what selection. To what you will be the strength. If you participate in the selection, heaven is hard to tolerate. Lao Gao nodded his head cooperatively and said, Yes, 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 Xiao Chen your strength is really surprising. I now do not understand. How did you take out Lei Kemming, which is as cunning as a fox? I have previously suffered a lot of losses under his hands, but I have not been able to find the opportunity. You also almost kicked Lei Battle into a eunuch, which is even more remarkable. He is the champion of 3 consecutive military fighting competitions. With strong close combat strength? How did you let you almost kick the hell out of him? Once again, Old Hai has made up for it. There is no way. Today Lei Zhuan is here to take the knife. Without cutting at him, can that anger in Chen Jun's heart be eliminated? So cut hard. As soon as Old Gao's words fell, Old Fan immediately said to the greenish Lei Zhuan, Say something, dumb, you have the most right to speak. Say how you feel. Let Chen Jun feel your sincerity. Chapter 119, Old Fan is so ruthless that he even pits himself. Lei Zhan looked like he was constipated. His face was red and his brain was a little green, but he just didn't say anything. If Anren wasn't there, he could symbolically say a few good words to coax Chen Jun, and it would be fine. But now that Enron is here, say something. It's a loss of face. Lei Zhuan held his tongue for a good half day before he lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, Chen Jun, I admit that in terms of fighting, you are indeed not weaker than me. In other aspects, I will only be clear when you join our wolf teeth, and I hope that you will join the wolf teeth. Fan Tianlei laughed and said to Chen Jun with satisfaction, Little Chen As you can see, this is the opinion of the three of us. Make sure you don't push back. Join us in the Wolf Fong. The Wolf Fong needs a talent like you. And only by joining Wolf Fong will we all make better progress. No matter if it's for everyone, or for you, it will be of great benefit. That's when you're good. And I'm good. And he's good. And everyone's good. And that's when it's really good. Honestly, as a regular soldier, especially a newcomer, no one would refuse to join Wolverine. It can be said that as long as they are good sons and daughters, there is no one who does not want to become a special forces soldier and a king of soldiers. The Wolf's Teeth is the strongest special force in the military region and is everyone's goal. However, Chen Jun was different. He had a hacking system. And with the hacking skills he had gained, his strength had skyrocketed, and his ideas were naturally different from others. Joining Wolverine is one way, but not necessarily the best way. So whether to go to Wolfsbane or not, Chen Jun still had to consider. Seeing that all three apologized, and that everyone was a soldier, Chen Jun couldn't say anything about the hatred. So he nodded and said, I'll consider it carefully. Thinking? By the time you've thought it over, the pigs will be fat. This is the last chance the chief is giving them. Fan Tianlei hurriedly said, Xiao Chen, what other requests do you have? Though put forward, we will try to fulfill you. Don't think about it, just decide. Our East Factory. No, we Wolf Fong need talents like you. Paralyzed, memorizing lines so smoothly, they all made slips of the tongue and almost got themselves screwed. What about the East Chamber? One is not a eunuch. Chen Jun looked at Fan Tianlei in surprise and said, Wolf Fong is the East Chamber? Fan Tianlei's mouth corner awkwardly said, Mistake, our East Factory. No, our Wolf Teeth, each and every one of them are good sons and daughters. How can it be the kind of place of the East Factory? Come on, our Wolf Teeth welcome you. Lei Zhuan and Old Gao couldn't bear to look at it anymore, holding their foreheads, full of speechlessness. This Fan Tiankung, when he's ruthless, he pits himself. Originally said, well, you still say something about the East Chamber, but also said twice. That's what eunuchs do. What's Wolfram and Hart doing here? A bunch of eunuchs? The wolf's head will surely cut you down, and you'll become the chief steward for good reason. Chen Jun frowned and said, I can't see your sincerity. Director Wang of the Ministry of Information told me that whether a person has sincerity or not, it also depends on whether the thought report is written in depth or not, and whether it is sincere or not. Let's do it this way. Each of you write a 100,000 word thought report for me to take a look at, or else I'm afraid that when I go to the Wolf's Teeth, you'll put small shoes on me. So go away and don't follow me. I don't want to go to the Wolf's Teeth and become a eunuch in the East Chamber. After saying that, he followed Anren outward and left the special rehabilitation ward. Fan Tianlei and the other three just watched Chen Jun and Anren leave. Then you looked at me and I looked at you. None of them followed them out. After all, the hallway outside is full of patients and families, so it's not good to talk about these secret things. Lei Battle held a bellyful of fire already. Grabbed his hat and threw it on the ground. Low roar, grass. The next moment, he was covered by Fan Tianlei and said along with his words, the grass is really green. Really green. The environment is good. Plant more grass. Very good. Very good. Lei Zhuan took away Fan Tianlei's hand and said angrily, what do you mean by saying green? What do you mean? Lao Gao also cannot help. Pointing to the bridge of Lao Fan's nose scolded, the master. Originally said well, people are loose. One said what the East Factory. One said what grass is really green. Are damn ready to go to raise pigs it. How many homes for the elderly did I blow up in my previous life before I met pig teammates like you guys? A fan pit. A thunder pit. All of them are pits. You guys can't think for yourselves. Don't drag me along. I still want to work for a few more years. I don't want to become a pig standard bearer. Old Gao is really on fire. It was already wrongful enough for him to be dragged into this for no reason. And the opportunity that he had managed to fight for with great difficulty had been taken by two potholes. It's not a good idea to meet people. Fan Tianlei knows that he is in the wrong. The corners of his mouth twitch a few times. A glare, okay, are the old man's fault line, go back to write a novel. Write some of the voice and feelings, there should be a chance. People did not say the words dead. A vein protruded from even Lei Zhuan's forehead. Wolf had let him write 100,000 words thought report. He 10 fingers to write the disability. Now only wrote 888, and then write 100,000. Hands still want? Asterisk raise a pig. Thunder War turned around and walked away. Lao Gao didn't pay attention to Fan Tianlei either, and only threw down a sentence. I'm a rough man. If you want to write, you write yourself. Van Trier. Time passed, half a month passed, and Chen Jun physically recovered to return to the Iron Fist Regiment. According to his injuries, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to leave the hospital without 3 months. But under the effect of the hacker's medical technique, he was recovering very quickly every day. Director Mu was tisk 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 tisk, once again marveling at the power of ancient medical techniques. During this period, Director Mu learned a lot more from Chen Jun. The more he realized the horror of Chen Jun's medical skills, and repeatedly proposed that he wanted Chen Jun to come to work in the general hospital, which was rejected by Chen Jun. Medicine was only one of Chen Jun's many means, like one of his hobbies, and it was impossible for him to put down his gun and specialize in healing people. Chen Jun returned to the Iron Fist Regiment by car, while Anren returned to his unit. During this half a month, it was Anren who took good care of Chen Jun, and she did not tell Chen Jun's parents about his situation. As Chen Jun said, he didn't want to worry his family. When they parted, the two agreed to wait until the weekend to visit Shigui together. When Chen Jun's figure appeared at the gate of the Iron Fist Regiment's compound, the sentry gave a low growl as he noticed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Lian is back. The next moment, the sentry excitedly blew his whistle and shouted inside. Chen Lian is back. Chen Lian is back. Hurry up and catch him. Hurry up and catch him. When Chen Jun saw this scene, he couldn't help but stare. What's going on here? Grabbing yourself. Is this treating you like a thief? The next moment, dense footsteps sounded in the quarters. A group of soldiers rushed out from the barracks, one by one running out as wildly as if they were fighting a war. Among them there were those from the regular troops and those from the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. They were all full of excitement, and someone kept shouting, "Catch him! Don't let him get away!" Chapter 120, Back to the Iron Fist. Something happened to the squad leader. If it wasn't for the hackerspace, prompting Chen Jun to know that these people were not malicious, otherwise, he would have wanted to make a move. In the next moment, Chen Jun was embraced by all of them, lifted up without explanation, and thrown directly into the sky. Chen Lian! Chen Lian! Chen Lian! The crowd raised their hands while abandoning Chen Jun and cheered, their eyes filled with excitement and reverence. Because of this exercise, the Iron Fist Regiment was completely on fire. The opening of the maneuver was so damn unmartialized that the Wolverine bastards blew up on their doorstep and the Kong Regiment was killed in action. In the despair of the crowd, thinking that there is no hope, Chen Jun led the 4 companies of sharpshooters to successfully counterattack, take out the Black Tiger Command beheading Lei Keming, and ambush Van Tian Lei. And finally, Chen Jun's lone army blew up Wolf Fawn's logistical arsenal. I thought that the Iron Fist Regiment would be a joke, but with this shocking reversal, the Iron Fist Regiment became famous in one fell swoop, completely washing away the previous shame. Now the entire group army was talking about Iron Fist, becoming the center of attention and the object of others' study. The biggest contributor to all that the Iron Fist Regiment had gained was Chen Jun. Chen Jun became the hero of their Iron Fist Regiment. Tap, Kong Tuan, Gong Arrow, and Old Black all walked out quickly. Kong Tuan walked directly toward Chen Jun, hugged him, patted his back vigorously, and said, "I knew it, you kid can't let go of me. I understand you." Old Black said excitedly, "Chen Lian, look for me anytime you need to press a bullet. Please call me Pressure Bomb Man." Gong Arrow, on the other hand, laughed out loud and said, "Chen Lian, I understand Comrade and Rant's choice. You're a true hero. Only a man like you can be worthy of him. Lei Zhuan is nowhere near you." Kong Tuan's eyelids jumped a little, looking at these two guys who used to be very principled, and scolded with a laugh. "You two crouching dragons and phoenix chicks, don't you blush when you say these things? Like licking a dog." The next moment, Kong Tuan shouted, "Inform the cooking class that an extra meal will be served. I want to lick our hero." Once again, there were strong cheers. In the Iron Fist Regiment, a cheering and celebrating, opening a banquet to warmly welcome Chen Jun, Fong Tangjing packed up his things, carried his luggage, and secretly left the army. There was no way for him to even go to the pigs, and he was asked by Gao Shiwei to apply for retirement. Fong Tangjing had to leave even if he wanted not to, and pickets go away on the principle that they must be low-key, and low-key again, and never recognizable. That's why Fong Tangjing seemed like a dog, observing the surrounding area without any movement before quietly slipping away. But Fong Tangjing didn't sneak around for long. When the patrol team saw Fong Tangjing sneaking around, someone yelled lowly, "Catch the thief!" A group of people immediately rushed towards him. Fong Tangjing's face changed greatly, just wanted to identify himself, but the result was that he did not know who kicked him. And then, 10 minutes later, his nose was bruised and swollen, and his teeth were also broken, 2 of his teeth. He left the army. Sure enough, it seemed as if his senior brother had told him that if he ever quit picketing, he must disguise himself out of the army, or in the middle of the night, or else it would be like today. Elder brother had the wind leaking out of his incisors as he said this. When Fong Tangjing walked out of the army gate, he made a phone call with a clench of his teeth and said, Dad. His words were immediately interrupted as a dignified voice came. Don't call me Dad. I doubt you're the son of the old king next door. With this IQ, you'll die without knowing how if you do picketing. When others were in the ascendant, you went against the wind for a yellow, skinny woman. How could I have a son like you? You really ought to go pig farming. You've disgraced the picket department. What is a real picket? Majestic and inviolable. All soldiers see it in awe. Those who violate discipline look at it in fear. It's like having a sharp blade on their necks. But you, what have you done? Fong Tangjing said. I was careless. Careless? How can you be careless about something like this? Losing is losing. Don't be unconvinced. What's with your speaking voice? Fong Tangjing said with grief and indignation. I got my front teeth broken. I can't swallow this breath. Obviously Chen Jun is at fault. But how come everyone is protecting him? Confused. How many times have I told you? You have to pay attention to the timing. When the time comes, he's not right and wrong. When the time doesn't come, wrong is also right. The teeth are broken good. Let you be more awake. Go back and face the wall properly. When the time to think clearly, then come back to see over me. Fong Tangjing said. Dad. But on the other end of the line, there was already a beeping sound. Fong Tangjing had a bitter face. I'm not willing to do this. At the Iron Fist Regiment's celebration, everyone was all smiles, and various cheers continued to be emitted. The troops couldn't drink alcohol, so they all substituted various drinks, and each of them came to honor Chen Jun. He was the star of this celebration. At this time, Yu Juanda was also there, sitting next to Chen Jun, and said with a smile, Chen Jun, are you sure you don't want to go back to the border defense with me? I've prepared your position for you. Let's make it big together. Kong Tuan slapped on Yu Juanda's back and scolded with a laugh. Don't dig the wall to your face. Lao Zi is still here. Tell you what, just die of this heart. Chen Jun won't go with you. Only I understand him better. Yu Juanda laughed and said, well, let's not mention this today. Next time. But I'm telling you, old comrade Kong, you have to keep a close eye on it. I'm not going to give up. Kong Tuan laughed and narrowed his eyes. I'll wait. My people, you can't dig them out. I quit drinking. No one can take me. Yo Honta smiled and shook his head. Chen Jun looked at Yu Juanda and said, Company Commander, thank you, although I'm not in the border defense, but no matter where I go, I'm your soldier, and when I'm truly needed, the call will return. Yes. The celebration banquet lasted for more than 2 hours before it ended. The crowd couldn't be happier, and naturally warmth flowed through Chen Jun's heart. Yu Juanda returned to the Border Guard Corps after having a private chat with Chen Jun after the celebration banquet. After separating from Yu Juanda, Chen Jun approached Kong Tuan alone for a while before returning to the dormitory, changing into his training attire, and beginning his training. Time passed, and on the following morning, Chen Jun had just changed his clothes and was preparing for shooting training. After all, they hadn't touched a gun in all the time they'd been hospitalized, and they were all itching to do so. At this time, Yu Honta suddenly came to the phone. Chen Jun, hurry up and take a vacation and go see Shi Guo. Something seems to have happened on his side, and it happens to be inconvenient for me to go over right now. Yu Jun did directly spoke. Chen Jun's face instantly became grave as he said, Company Commander, what happened to the squad leader? Chapter 121, Chen Jun's killing aura. Lei Keming's arrival. Chen Jun said sharply, Company Commander, what happened to my squad leader? To him, the class president was like his scales, and having something happen to the class president was like touching his hottest nerve. The last time he was in the hospital, Yu Juanda mentioned that the squad leader was in a bit of a condition, but at the time, he said that it shouldn't be a big deal and that he should be able to handle it, and at that time, Chen Jun's body was not convenient to visit immediately, so after he was discharged from the hospital, he discussed with Amran that he would go to visit the class president this weekend. Yu Juanda said in a deep voice, I'm not sure about the specifics. It should be a bit of an emergency. Otherwise his lover wouldn't have called me. I have an emergency on my side. It's about Scorpion. After he was beaten off by you, he teamed up with the white-eyed wolf next door and tried to cause trouble, and I arrested a lot of his people on my side, including one of the ringleaders who was thrown in jail. I'll see how many they can have, and I'll catch as many as come. Shi Guo's matter please. I send the address to you. There are any specifics, you contact me again. I am on this side to think of ways to assist you. Absolutely can't let him suffer any aggravation. Chen Jun's brows tightened. Scorpion was up to something again. A murderous aura instantly erupted from Chen Jun's body. The last time he was allowed to run away, Chen Jun had a nagging feeling in his heart, and he didn't think that with less than a month's interval, he had jumped out again. It's a pity he's not in the border regiment, or he'd definitely be the first to charge ahead. All hands on deck. Prepare for war and the mother asterisk 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 ing white wolves. Chen Jun also heard Yu Jun Da's low growl from the phone. This fiery temper is the real man. Chen Jun seems to be back to the feeling of border defense, doing things with his head in his hands, but every time he fights, his whole body's blood feels like it's on fire. Soon, the address in the history country was sent to Chen Jun's cell phone. He knew the character of the squad leader very well, and he guessed that his sister-in-law was similar, and did not make any demands on the state. People who come out of the army without a hint of pretense say they won't cause trouble for the country. As for why he did so, the reason was simple. Because he had spent time at the border and knew that it was not easy for the troops to keep all the difficulties to themselves if they could not mention them. In the past, when they wrote their reports, they talked about good things and tried not to mention the difficulties they encountered. Now that sister-in-law has put aside her dignity to contact Yu Juanda, things must not be simple. Chen Jun immediately went to see Kong Tuan and asked for leave. When Kong Tuan heard that it was about Shirgui, he immediately approved. Shirgui is also my soldier. We can't just ignore it if something happens to him. You go. I only have one condition. You must tell me if you encounter difficulties. I will definitely step in. In the eyes of Gao Shiwei, Kong Tuan is already a literary young man with a gun. And in the trial assembly, he can pull out a gun and slap the table. So what are you afraid of? Whoever bullied his soldiers, he was the first to say no. Shirgui retired on disability. Kong Tuan is always in the heart of the mind. Has been trying to find an opportunity to visit. But there are too many things in the regiment. So delayed again and again. I didn't realize that someone was bullying a war hero. So how could Kong Tuan sit back and do nothing? Before Chen Jun could answer, suddenly a bright laugh came from the doorway. Then said, Old Kong, don't you welcome an old friend? Chen Jun are back from the hospital. Right. And didn't inform me. Who's afraid of me cutting corners? Reckman, in his regular clothes but with a beret on his head, walked in. Chen Jun also saw a somewhat familiar person next to him, and after a little thought, he recognized him. This was Wang Jin, the sniper of the Black Tiger Commando who had been beheaded by Chen Jun during the maneuvers. What are those two doing here? Conley's face sank as he said, how did you guys get in here? And why didn't anyone inform me? Obviously, Conley was taken aback by this unexpected visitor. It was logical that if someone from another troop came to see them, they must have asked for permission and confirmation before coming in. These two look like they're back in their office. How could Conley not be surprised? Moreover, the Black Tiger Commandos and the Iron Fist Regiment belonged to different military districts, and the two sides had always been in a competitive relationship, fighting in the open and in the dark. I don't know how many times the other side burst in. Is this a way to get off the ground? To save face? It was important to realize that in the exercise that had just ended, Lei Keeman had allowed the Chen army to be beheaded, which was the first time in the history of the exercise. This guy Lei Keeman is holding his breath and taking it out on himself. This guy is in the same path as Chen Jun. Last time Chen Jun came back from the hospital, he also greeted him in advance and directly sneaked in and beheaded him. The head of the regiment. Paralyzed. His office is a food market? Lei Keeman narrowed his eyes and smiled, his slightly thin face giving off a very bad feeling. Old buddy, a soldier can only do this to see how you guys usually train. To know the truest situation of your Iron Fist regiment. Lei Keeman immediately gave off a sense of antagonism. It's so easy to say that. To come down on the wrong side of the fence, and to say it with such a straight face. Conley's face went black. This guy is the most sinister, much more sinister than Fan Tianlei. Is the oldest of the old six? Wolfhead have suffered in his hands. Both Wolfheads had said that Lei Keeman was a combination of a hunter and an old fox, and that when facing such a person, one must be prepared to suffer a great loss. 9 times out of 10, this guy presses the sentry with his identity, doesn't even allow for a briefing, and just kills him. As for what the purpose was, what else could it be but to find Chen Jun? Lei Keming was a person who was vindictive. He had suffered such a big loss in the exercise and had lost all his face. How could he be willing not to come and find Chen Jun for another sparring session? However, Conley wasn't in much of a mood right now and waved his hand. You're late. What do you mean? Lei Keeman's eyes narrowed and he turned his head to look at Chen Jun next to him. Isn't the big living man here? Just in time. Just in time. Although he only had a one-sided relationship with Chen Jun, Lei Keming's eyesight was so amazing that he remembered Chen Jun at a glance. It was estimated that he would never forget this little guy, Chen Jun, in his life. Lei Keming looked at Chen Jun with a smile and said, little fellow, you still remember me, don't you? When you beheaded me, I said that I would come to visit you, and today I'm here. To be honest, I'm very unconvinced by your beheading, and of course I won't say that it was careless words. That would make it look like I can't afford to lose. This is our Black Tiger Commando team leader Wang Jin. You should still remember, right? When Swish! Lei Keming's words were only half spoken when Chen Jun's figure crossed over from his side like a ghost and rushed straight out of the doorway, leaving behind only one sentence. Go back from wherever you came from. I don't have time. I go. Lekman's face swished black, and the corners of his eyes twitched a few times. This kid is arrogant. Chapter 122. This is brainstorming. Out of the box. This kid is arrogant enough. Even when Lei Keming went to Wolf Fong, Wolf head He Jijun personally came out to greet him, and even told him that his sister-in-law had already cooked a meal and was waiting for him to go. But this kid is good, letting me go back to where I came from. Lei Keming had seen arrogant ones, but he had never seen such arrogance. This young man has a great eye. Lei Keming's fame as the first captain was no less than that of Wolf head He Jijun, for wherever he went, who wasn't courteous to him? The result was a closed door at Chen Jun's place. Wang Jin was equally dumbfounded when he saw Chen Jun running away directly. This kid is too fierce to do this to Team Ray. Lei team in order to find Chen Jun. A special trip. The result of watching alonely. Why is this kid just like in the drill? Wang Jin was just about to open his mouth to ask if he wanted to chase that kid back. Kong Tuan said a bit helplessly. You came at a bad time. He's going to visit his squad leader. Compared to your bull visit. That's the big event in his life. With that, Kong Duan walked over to the coffee table and started making tea. Not to mention you. At this time even if his daughter-in-law comes, I guess he doesn't have time to cave in. This kid is heavy-handed. Class me. Visiting his squad leader? Lekman was surprised. Tell me about it. I'm particularly interested in soldiers who have a special attachment to their squad leaders. Khan Mission froze for a moment. This sinister old Ray. The legend about Lei Keman was certainly clear to Kong Tuan. The cunning commander. The most insidious special forces soldier, as he was called by the enemy, and his rise to power was also due to the sacrifice of his own squad leader. This is strikingly similar to the rise of Chen Jun. Chen Jun has very deep feelings for his squad leader. In order to avenge him, he can go into the gray area to fight with the enemy for a month. From an ordinary border soldier, to become an excellent combatant, it can be said that his squad leader has the greatest influence on Chen Jun. Otherwise, he might just be an obscure recruit. It was clear to Kong Tuan that Chen Jun had been stimulated by his squad leader and other comrades, exploding the potential in his body and leaping to become an even stronger expert than Lao Te. This is just like Lei Keming, a civilian soldier back then, who, in order to avenge his death, broke into the enemy's position in one night, killed dozens of enemies, and blew up the enemy's armory, which is the same reasoning. When Lei Keman heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Interesting, Kong Tuan laughed and said. Of course it's interesting. It wasn't you back then? So don't be depressed. In that time you must have done the same. It's not a good time for you to come today. Next time, of course we have other talents in the Iron Fist Corps. If you're interested, it's fine to spar. You Black Tigers are awesome. But our Iron Fist regiment isn't bad either. And we can still find a few random soldiers who are on par with Chen Jun. Lei Keming and Kong Tuan, old comrades, were not clear about his nature. If the Iron Fist regiment had a few more soldiers like Chen Jun, would he not know? Lei Keming immediately said to Wang Jin, your tiger's head was chopped off by the Iron Fist regiment's men. You stay here and train. I'll go find Chen Jun and go see his squad leader together. To understand a person's growth, we should look at the way he usually conducts himself. Lei Keming when Chen Jun was his opponent, he had to contact Chen Jun more. Understand Chen Jun, know what kind of person the other party was, in order to find the weakness from the other party's body and defeat him. He came here because he wanted to defeat Chen Jun. Otherwise, Chen Jun would become his own demon. Wang Jin shouted. Yes, Lei Keming didn't greet Kong Lei anymore. He turned around and rushed out of the office, going after Chen Jun. Kong Duan steeped in tea, his mouth wide open. This cunning tiger, this is the brain. Out of the ordinary, the same as Chen Jun. Class me. Saying that, Kong Tuan looked at Wang Jin. Sit, let's drink tea first. I'll arrange it for you later. Black Tiger Commando Team Leader Wang Jin, right? Come, don't be polite. Come to my place as if you were in your own home. By the way, how do you Black Tigers usually train? Let's exchange and learn from each other. Anyway, your big captain, for a while, won't come back so fast. Wang Jin looked at Kong Tuan with a puzzled expression and said, Chief, can you tell me what kind of soldier Chen Jun is? Kong Tuan disguised as a literary youth laughed and said, it is a long story. You drink tea first. On the other side, after Chen Jun exited the office, he went straight to the logistics, registered, received the car keys, and went straight to the parking lot. He had just gotten into the SUV when someone pulled open the passenger door and got in. Chen Jun took a look at the fact that it was actually Lei Keming and directly yelled lowly, Chief, what are you doing? Don't bother me here. I don't have time. Otherwise I don't mind sending you a Thor package. What do you mean? Lei Keeman was confused, but immediately responded. You want to send me a cuckold, don't you? He had heard something about Chen Jun, who was rumored to have married the girl that Lei Juan had been chasing for many years without getting his hands on. It's all become a hot topic for Wolfram and Hart. This kid. He's so young and handsome. He's reckless, isn't he? Chen Jun said indifferently. No, it's to turn you into a eunuch. Get off. The kid is still a violent maniac. Lei Keming looked at the leaping Chen Jun, like he was about to make a move in the next second. He immediately waved his hand and said, You've got it wrong. I'm going with you to visit your squad leader. I'm a person who likes visiting squad leaders the most. Let's go. Maybe I can help in some way. Kang Tuan all told me that you kid is a very sentimental person. This is the type of thing that I am. Chen Jun looked at Lei Keming in surprise and couldn't help but think about the process of Lei Keming's rise as a literary soldier. This guy. Chen Jun suddenly thought of something and immediately said, Have you brought money? What do you mean? Lekman was confused. Do I have to pay for the ride? This is a bus. You want to blackmail me? Chen Jun said. I had wanted to withdraw a sum of money for the class president, but I didn't make an appointment with the bank in advance, and now I can withdraw up to 50,000, and you're offering 50,000. Going or not? No. You get off. Lekman was obediently dumbfounded. What's this? I came here to ask you a question, and I don't get $50,000 just to meet you? This guy doesn't have any morals. They say this kid does things out of the ordinary, and it's true. No wonder he could go over the cliff to behead himself without any regard for his life. He really could do anything. Seeing Lei Keming's hesitation, Chen Jun once again yelled lowly, Get out of the car. In the next moment, Lei Keeman gritted his teeth and said, Fetch. Chen Jun then asked, You're a black card, right? Lei Ming subconsciously replied, Yes, it's a convenient way to do things. So it's upgraded. Chen Jun nodded. Then you can take 100,000. Lekman kind of regretted it. He shouldn't have come. Chapter 123, you said it well. Next time, don't say it. The SUV raced along and stopped at a bank as it traveled downtown. Chen Jun immediately pulled Lei Keming to withdraw the money. Although his father is the richest man, but that is his father, not him. Chen Jun has not been able to apply for a VIP card, plus there is no reservation in advance. He can only withdraw 50,000. Lei Keming, on the other hand, blackened his face, swiped 50,000, another 50,000, a total of 100,000. A large portion of the belongings he had accumulated over the years, all of a sudden missing. Back in the car, Chen Jun opened another large bag, and the money was all put into the bag. Lekman was surprised to see that the bag also contained individual envelopes which were all blank and bulging with money that should have been contained inside. What does this mean? Chen Jun said. All this money is the regiment comrades donated. The meaning of the regiment is not credited. It is not good to return, so the squad leader cannot do anything about it. It is considered everyone's intention. Originally, I wanted to give him $5 million directly, but the class president is a person that the state doesn't want to bother, let alone a comrade in arms. $5 million? Lei Keming looked at Chen Jun in surprise. You have that much money? You kid wouldn't have robbed it. Did you touch a corpse at the border? Chen Jun casually grabbed his hand and immediately had an extra cell phone in his hand, quickly logging into the banking app before handing it to Lei Keming. Nonsense what? 3 months of pocket money back then. Recently the family rewarded a sum of money. I do not know exactly how much. You transfer 100,000 to your own account. Back to you. Lekman subconsciously took his cell phone and scanned the balance of his account. 8 figures. Lekman's small eyes widened momentarily. Although he knew something about Chen Jun, he didn't know about his status as a second-generation rich man and couldn't help but spit out. What's wrong with you kid? Being so rich and still being a soldier? Chen Jun said as he drove. You're a civilian soldier in a civilian troop who can take a gun to war. So what if I'm a rich second generation? Lei Keming was a bit dumbfounded. Was this kid praising me or undermining me? In the rich second generation I know, to your level, either bubble actress, is to play net red, change girlfriend as if change any eye pantses frequently. You kid is good. Super rich second generation to carry the head on the battlefield, but also so spell. It did take Lekman by surprise too. After all, fighting in the gray area before, for a full month, that was really playing with your life. No joke. If it was Lei Keeman himself in that environment, fighting for a month, he wouldn't even be sure of surviving to the end. Chen Jun, a second-generation rich man, dared to fight so hard. Cannot be surprised? Rich second generation. Ah, in this peaceful society, they can enjoy this life, to be as dashing as possible. Squandering themselves. Can't wait to wish they were younger a little longer. Live a little longer. Chen Jun, the super rich second generation, felt like he was tired of living too long. You kids surprised me again, Lekman said. I'm getting curious about you, Chen Jun said. Who stipulates that it must be the poor who guard the motherland? If the country needs it, I'm sure there are quite a few people like me who will be the first to take their guns to the battlefield. And if there is a call, the call will go. Lekman pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, you made a good point. Next time don't say it. If rich kids thought like you, there wouldn't be so much of all the daily frills. Chen Jun was definitely an alternative. However, it also made Lei Keeman admire him. Rushing this point, Chen Jun's arrogance was capitalized. Lekman was not ambiguous and transferred money directly to his account, but he only transferred $90,000, $10,000. My thoughts. Lei Keeman handed his cell phone to Chen Jun. Chen Jun said, at least you're a captain. Can't you be more generous? The corner of Lei Keeman's mouth twitched as he said, you think everyone is like you. Rich second generation. Ah, I've contributed a month's salary. Really? Don't know how expensive it is if you're not a great householder. The car went on a wild ride, and after about 4 hours, the car was navigating its way, slowly, into Shi's village. Chen Jun parked his car in a vacant lot on the side of the road. Uncle, which way is Shiguo's house? Chen Jun got out of the car and saw an older villager walking towards him, so he asked forward, Shiguo's house? The villager sized up Chen Jun and hesitated. That one. No more. Chen Jun was surprised. It's gone? Why is it gone? The villagers looked at the Chen Jun in uniform, and saw Lei Keeman walking down, guessing that they should be Shiguo's comrades in arms. Resting a sigh of relief, is ready to be gone. Now the village to engage in the beautiful countryside, as long as it is the old house of the age. 3 years do not live and the people have to be bulldozed. Shiguo did not come back for many years, just short of a signature. Hey, the abominable contracting of this project is lack of morality. Cheating him to sign, he thought he could share the land. The result is nothing. The old house is still someone else's. I don't know what Shiguo is up to, crippled and bringing back a woman with a big belly. The old home is ready to be bulldozed. Where else can he go? He doesn't even have a place to stay. How can he live in the future? Hey, those who take advantage of the beautification of the countryside to carry out the project is exactly the lack of morality. Shiguo are disabled, but still so bullying people. Not afraid of retribution? People do things. The sky is watching. Those people will have retribution sooner or later. Chen Jun's heart tightened when he heard these words. He knew that the squad leader had presumably left many formalities unprocessed in order to refuse state funding, and that the village didn't yet know that he was a hero. They know that Shiguo disability retired home. As for what reason retired, class presidents certainly will not tell others. Now the landlubbers are bullying their way to the door. Where is Shiguo's home? Chen Jun asked sharply. Follow this road. About 500 meters, and then turn left. You will see it. AI. Shiguo is a bitter child. He is the only one left in the family. I thought that he would have a good future as a soldier, but I didn't think that it would be like this. You guys are Shiguo's comrades in arms, aren't you? Help him. This child is too bitter. The villagers helplessly said. The road is not good. You guys are still faster on foot. Chen Jun immediately ran wildly in the direction of the villagers, and Lei Keeman hurriedly followed. When the two of them ran out about 500 meters and turned left again, they really saw a group of people gathered over there, looking very noisy, and the cries of women were faintly heard from inside. Chen Jun's face was ironic. He could hear that it was his sister-in-law's voice. He rushed over as if he were a cheetah, quickly squeezing through the crowd to see Shiguo collapsed on the ground, his wheelchair having flown to the side, and standing less than 5 meters in front of Shiguo stood a bald, fat-faced, thick-necked, flower-shirted man with a dogkin. The other party's face was full of strength and disdain in his eyes, and when he looked at Shiguo, who had fallen to the ground, he was even more contemptuous. Golden Dog pointed at his sister-in-law who was in front of Shiguo and scolded. Hurry up and pull your man away. He has signed. It is written very clearly in black and white. This project must be implemented immediately. Don't make it difficult for us. It's all about a mouthful of food. Big belly. Chapter 124, Curses. Even I fight? Sister-in-law finally couldn't help herself and cried out. Shiguo is a disabled soldier. He's a border guard, a war hero, someone who has contributed to the country. You can't bully him like this. Golden Dog froze for a moment, then laughed out loud and said, "I shucks. If he were such a hero, he would have been sent back with a big red flower on a gong and drum, and he would still come back like this, not even letting out a single fart and slinking back? Do you think I'm a liar? Don't need to say so much to me. My boss said, he is your classmate. Listen to my brother's advice. Our boss has mentioned you in front of us many times. Back then you were the class flower. He has always carried a favorable impression of you. You abort the child and start over. You're still young. Do you have a future following a disabled person? Girl, you must have been young and uninformed and got cheated, right? My boss is Woody. Do you remember? He's in great splendor now. If you follow him, for the rest of your life, you'll surely live comfortably. Why be like now, not even having a place to stay? At this moment, Shirgua on the ground struggled to get up and said angrily, "This is my ancestral home. You guys are cheating me to sign it. I don't recognize it. Also, go back and tell Wu Dai. I am also his classmate. I have beaten him up before. Does he still remember? Still thinking about my daughter-in-law? Aren't you a man? If you're capable of taking revenge yourself, don't engage in these unseemly things." Golden Dog laughed out loud and looked at Shirgua disdainfully, saying, "You're a cripple. Are you qualified to talk to our boss Wu? You've signed anyway. Do it," he said, nodding his head toward a man next to him with a workman's cap. The man in the workman's cap doesn't care about anything else but getting paid to work. Immediately gets on the backhoe and is about to start. Chen Jun, who saw the scene, could no longer control it. Swish! Chen Jun's figure was like lightning as he rushed up to the excavator, pulling open the door with one hand and lifting the person inside down like a chicken. He yelled, "Who dares to touch a soldier?" Chen Jun's movements were simply too fast, and it was only at this time that all noticed him. A gaze looked at Chen Jun in shock. "This kid's a little fierce. Is this a strike?" Puff! Chen Jun threw the man to the ground, then pointed at Shirgua and shouted, "He is a hero. His leg was injured in a bloody battle with the enemy on the battlefield, and only became like this. And you guys are still bullying him like this, while he was on the battlefield fighting the enemy and fighting for his life. You were at home enjoying peace and tranquility. It was he who protected you with his own life. And now that he can't stand up anymore, this is how you treat a war hero. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs?" He snapped his head around and stared at Golden Dog. "You tell that wonder to come see me. I'll talk to him, and you all get the hell out of here." Golden Dog couldn't help but take 2 steps back when he felt the murderous aura emanating from Chen Jun's body. Chen Jun, on the other hand, ran to Shirgua's side and helped him up and back into the wheelchair. He looked at the squad leader with an indescribable sadness in his heart. How did the once iron-blooded soldier, the man who stood up to the heavens and the earth, fall to such a state that even a dog came to bully him? Here's why. Chen Jun gently patted the squad leader's shoulder and said firmly, "Squad leader, with me here, no one can bully you." Shirgua's eyes moistened at once when he saw Chen Jun, his eyes indescribable kind of flavor. "Why are you here? This is my business. I can solve it myself. No need to trouble you guys," Shirgua said. Chen Jun said, "Don't say anything. You should have told me earlier. As I said, you used to protect me. Now let me protect you." At this moment, the Golden Dog hesitantly looked at Chen Jun, such a feeling as if he was entering a nightclub for the first time, wanting to go in but scrupulous. Finally, he watched as Chen Jun took out his cell phone and called. Less than a minute later, Golden Dog's cool stepping into a nightclub to do whatever he wants came right away. "I've got someone to back me up. I'm not afraid." The Golden Dog pointed at Chen Jun and shouted, "Kid, hurry up and get out of the way. This is a national level program. Whoever comes does not matter, let alone." He was only halfway through his sentence when a big tease came over his face. With a snap, Golden Dog sat on his ass, his head buzzing as if he had entered a nightclub, molested his boss's woman as a lady, and been beaten. The one who struck out was none other than Chen Jun. Chen Jun looked around at the people around him and said loudly, "Do you know that it is this man, who is crippled in your eyes, who used to be on the border, guarding the country's defenses, before he became disabled, and that he lost his leg in order to guard our country? After leaving the army, he didn't want to trouble the country, didn't want to add burden to the country. That's why he came back in such a low profile, without people like him stationed at the borders. Can you live in peace? Feel your hearts. Where is your conscience? Has it all been eaten by dogs?" At that moment, many of those who came to do the work lowered their heads, a complicated look in their eyes. Regarding the situation here, they had more or less heard some of it, and now that they saw Chen Jun standing out, how could they still not understand? You can't go wrong with an opponent wearing a military uniform. They also have a conscience. But, at this time, the Golden Dog wiped off his nosebleed, full of anger, turned his head and shouted to the people around him, "You all listen carefully. You take the boss's salary, not these so-called soldiers. Think about yourselves. All of you give me a hand. Don't freeze. This project of ours is legal. No one can stop us. He doesn't dare to do it, even if he is a soldier. It's useless. I'm clear about the rules of the army. If he dares to make a move, he'll have to be court-martialed. He just hit me. This alone. If I go to their army to make a mess, I can strip this uniform off of him. You guys don't have to worry. If something goes wrong, there's Boss Wu at the back of the room. All of you, remember one thing. Who pays your wages? Hearing this, a dozen people in the crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and then gripped their tools and were about to go forward. When the golden dog saw this, his face was very pleased and he stared fiercely at Chen Jun. Kid, I'm telling you, you want to stand up for that punk, don't you? You're screwed. Chen Jun's eyes were on fire and his tightened fists cackled. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his wrist. It was Rickman. Lei Keming lowered his voice and said, he's right. You can't make a move right now. This is not the time for Chen Jun to be intentional. Once you make a move, things will become very sensitive and will expand the situation. Chen Jun growled lowly. Sensitive my ass. If you don't dare to make a move, just stand to the side and don't push your buttons and talk. As soon as the voice fell, a big tease from Chen Jun covered it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old man you fight too. Lekman covered his nose and backed away hastily. Chapter 125 Accidents. Crazy. Mud. Sure is crazier than old me. In the next moment, Lei Keming watched as Chen Jun cut into the flock as if he was a madman, knocking down each of these people who were ready to make a move to the ground. Of course it wasn't beating these people to death, merely making these people lose their ability to destroy. But in Lei Keming's opinion, Chen Jun had already ruined himself by acting like this. Whatever the reason, what Chen Jun did was a violation of discipline and of a very bad nature. Once those on the picket line found out about these things, they didn't give any chance to explain. Chen Jun was impulsive, and the golden dog that started it all took out his cell phone and was already recording. Never mind. Come what may. Let him help. Lei Keeman walked quickly towards Golden Dog and snatched the cell phone from the other's hand. The golden dog had just focused his attention on Chen Jun, and was saying under his breath, see, the troopers are unreasonable, interfering with the construction site and directly hitting people. Is this the man who protects us? This is more than a gangster. These workers are dragging their families. He didn't notice Rickman approaching until his cell phone was taken away from him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The golden dog cursed angrily and was about to make a move. But after seeing Lei Keming's cold and indifferent face, looking at people as if they were vipers, where else would he dare to move? He turned sharply backward and cursed under his breath before suddenly climbing into the excavator. Lei Keming ignored the other party, but quickly opened his cell phone, and the video that the other party had just recorded, completely deleted it. Boom boom. It was in those few seconds that the excavator suddenly moved, advancing rapidly toward the old house. Chen Jun's figure was right in front of the old house. He suddenly felt the crisis and subconsciously jumped to the side, just avoiding the excavator. It was also at this time that Sher pushed his wheelchair over and got in front of the excavator. The excavator jerked to a stop, but after stopping for about 5 or 6 seconds, the bucket suddenly pushed through. Sher rolled to the side with his wheelchair. This all happened too fast for Chen Jun to react, and by the time he did, Sher Guo was already lying on the ground, the back of his head covered in blood. Under the back of his head was a raised brick. Squad leader. Chen Jun ran over furiously and picked up the squad leader whose head was covered in blood. By this time, Sher Guo had completely fainted, and on the ground was a streak of blood. The situation was more serious than Chen Jun had imagined. The impact just now had severely injured the back of the head. Chen Jun's eyes were crimson, as if he were a crazy beast, and he yelled down at Lei Keming, shoot that guy for me, and I'll take responsibility for everything. Shot. Lei Keming didn't expect Chen Jun under anger to be bold to such an extent. He was just about to take action to control the golden dog. The surrounding villagers who had been onlookers couldn't stand to watch, and someone shouted, Sher Guo is a hero. We can't let them mess around. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Catch him. Catch that bastard. Sher Guo is a hero. He was injured for his country. This bastard has obviously stopped the excavator and still hit people with the bucket. This is intentional injury. The originally stunned villagers, after reacting, rushed over and surrounded the excavator. A few angry villagers climbed up and ripped the golden dog off. Golden dog, with a horrified look on his face, hurriedly shouted, I can't control it, accidentally. That was what he said, but a devious gleam flashed out of the corner of his eye. What carelessness, he did it on purpose. Anyway, the scene was so chaotic. He said it was an operational error or something, and in the end, at most, he would lose a little money. But that punk, his brain should be wasted. Boss Wu said he's responsible for anything that happens. He was doing what his boss told him to do, and when he did a good job, he was sure to get a raise and a promotion when he got back. The boss had mentioned it several times when he was drinking with himself, saying that he had made a success of himself, and his only regret was that the class flower, which he used to have a crush on when he was a student, had gone with a soldier. It's a flower in cow dung. It's a shame about such a nice woman. Once the boss even patted him on the shoulder and said, "What I can't get, no one else can." I realize now that this is a common problem for men. Brother, do you know why I'm so crazy about making money by any means necessary? The reason is very simple. Nowadays, in this society, as long as you have money, you can have the youth of many girls, as many as you want, and they will all obediently listen to you and do whatever you want to do. But if you don't have any money, you can only be like a dog, with no choice. Brother, life can give you the opportunity to get ahead and earn a lot of money is not much. You understand what I mean. With me to do a good job, absolutely will not treat you poorly. Of course, Golden Dog understands what Boss Wu means. Isn't this a hint to himself that as long as he takes care of the class flower, isn't it his chance to get rich? To take care of the class flower, then it's to take care of the cripple. That's why the Golden Dog was so bold this time, letting go. As for making a human life, that is an accident. At most, it will pay more money. Besides, he was acting in accordance with the contract. Who knew that the other party would suddenly rush over? Wasn't this a death sentence? Recently, there have been cases like this in construction sites, but in the end, did they not pull each other's punches, pay out some money, and that's it? When Golden Dog saw that Guo was seriously injured, there wasn't a bit of fear in his heart. Instead, he was elated. His chance to make a name for himself has come, and a pretty young girl is throwing herself lovely glances. Golden Dog got physically excited at the thought. In the face of the villagers' anger, Golden Dog lowered his stance, as the situation was now anyway. I was really careless. I had stopped, but I don't know what happened. It moved again. Really, I just wanted to scare him at first, otherwise I wouldn't have stopped at the very end. It was really accidental, not on purpose. Suddenly, the Golden Dog saw the soldier who was holding the Guo who was all covered with blood, and hurriedly said, I was careless. I sent him to the hospital. The medical fee I paid. All the expenses I paid. Really, I'm sorry. I blame me for being careless. Hurry to send him to the hospital. But in the next second, Golden Dog only felt a flash of shadows, and in the next moment he felt a huge force pouring into his lower plate, and he could even hear the loud sound of eggs breaking. It was as if his brain went into a vacuum for a few seconds, and then a sharp pain that tore through his heart and lungs hit him, making his entire senses crumble as his entire world came crashing down. The Golden Dog's head is left with one last thought. Exploded. One cannot enjoy the youth of many girls. Lousy became a eunuch. Finally, he heard a cold voice. I was careless too. You were in my way. Chapter 126, After I Die. You are me. Chen Jun had just knocked down the Golden Dog, and his sister-in-law was already crying and pouncing. Guo, wake up, don't scare me. Sister-in-law was holding Guo's neck. Her hands were covered in blood, and her eyes were so helpless that it felt like the whole world had collapsed. Guo was the pillar she held on to. What would she and her child do if he was gone? They had gotten this far against all odds, thinking that the reign was over and they could finally start a whole new life. But who could have known that another stall like this? God has not been kind to them. Guo, you have to hold on. You're fighting the enemy. They can't even take your life. You can't fall down here. Think of me and the kids. Think of our home. Hold on. Sister-in-law had burst into tears and was completely flustered, not even knowing what to do. Chen Jun yelled lowly at Lei Keming. Why don't you hurry up and drive the car over here? What are you waiting for? Lie down. The corners of Lekman's mouth twitched. That's an attitude like I'm the one who bumped into your squad leader. Lekman forced himself to hold back his irritation and raced out to bring the car around. He hastily opened the car door and said, slow down. Chen Jun hugged Guo to the car and kept saying under his breath, squad leader, you have to hold on. The masses stood by my side when I helped you as a blocking knife. And now the village just doesn't understand you, doesn't know that you're a hero, doesn't know what you've done for them. You're really stupid too. Why don't you ask the government to help you? Why don't you speak out? You are contributing to the country before you cripple your leg and let all those dogs dare to bully you. It's so unworthy. Squad leader, you must hold on. You haven't seen a child that hasn't been born yet. Aren't you afraid that your sister-in-law will remarry? The mattresses won't even be changed, and the children will all be with someone else, and they will call other men father. Lei Keming, who was in charge of driving, heard his mouth twitch several times. This encouragement sounds creepy. At this moment, the villagers, after knowing the situation, constantly have people rushing out from the houses, with shovels, hose and whatnot in their hands, to quickly clean up the inside so that the cars can drive through. There's no way around it. Rural roads are hard to drive on. Quick! Guo is a hero. He was wounded in battle. He's a war hero. We can't just watch and do nothing. The hero who came out of our village. This is our pride. We can't let him be bullied. Quick! A constant stream of villagers ran out. Just now. They are afraid of things, and life experience has taught them that things are not their own business, and that they should never be the ones to stand out, or else they will be the ones to suffer. So when those people bullied Shirgua, they didn't say anything for fear that they would be involved as well. But now that they did Shirgua's identity, they didn't care about these principles of dealing with things. You guys are in charge of that section. You guys are in charge of this section, and that position. Move fast. Don't block the road. You guys take a couple of guys to the front turnout. Don't let any other cars come in and block the road. And you guys, move fast and cut all the branches around the corner so they don't block the view. One by one, villagers poured out of the village. Mounds of dirt, slopes of earth, roads filled with villagers. Some people directed the road, while others were responsible for paving and removing obstacles on the road, with the aim of enabling the car to drive out as quickly as possible and not letting the road get too bumpy and affect Shirgua's injuries. When Chen Jun saw this scene, his mind seemed to go back to the last time he was injured, when countless citizens had extended their helping hands. People are the sweetest people this time of year. Squad leader, did you see that? None of them have forgotten what you have done. The village has come out. One by one they have come to see you off and are helping you in their own way. The reason they were indifferent before was because they didn't know. They didn't know that you were silently giving so much behind the scenes. You saw it last time when I was injured. So many people stood up for me. And now that you're injured, they're standing up for you too. For no other reason than you're a war hero and a soldier. Didn't you always tell me that? In this world, there are still more good people and fewer bad people. No matter what, there are always some scum. Assholes. Don't worry. The people who hurt you, I will make them pay. Squad leader, hang in there. Your kids and sister-in-law are waiting for you. Suddenly, someone rushed out of the woods off the side of the road and shouted at the car. This way, follow me. I know a shortcut out of here. Lei Keeman watched the scene, and had been calculating the gains and losses that this strike would bring to him. After all, the matter has become a big deal. How to end up behind. Lei Keming's heart has no bottom. Lei Keming's identity is more sensitive now. Unlike Chen Jun, who is clearly barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes, and dares to do anything. However, this kid is impulsive. But this strength, if the soldiers do not have this hot blood, how can they go to war? Now squad leader Shirgui is seriously injured and his life is in danger. No matter that much, saving lives is important. Reicherman turned the car around and increased the throttle. The SUV whizzed forward. Before, when Chen Jun drove in, there were many forks in the intersection, all kinds of down the road. Not a very long way to turn around, all took half an hour. Even when they met villagers asking for directions, they were not very willing to talk. Now, people popped up at every fork in the road to point the car in the right direction. Before seems to be into the ghost movie in the mountain village. Half a day cannot see a silhouette. This will be so many people from where to come out. Lei Keeman's mind became complicated. It was the first time he had seen such a situation. Go this way. All the way. Drive faster. There's a roadblock up ahead. There won't be any other cars coming in. The car had just turned into a fork in the road when a villager on the side of the road warned loudly. Lekman moved again. The villagers didn't just build the road quickly. They also escorted it all the way. What a great concern. Earlier, when Lei Keming saw that Golden Dog had brought people to prepare for the demolition of Shirgua's old mansion, but none of the villagers stood up to speak for Shirgua. He was a bit angry. Shirgui is a soldier, fighting for his country, fighting to guard his people, and he is now injured, crippled, and the villagers are indifferent when his property is violated. This is so chilling. Now Riker understood. The villagers were on the side of the soldiers, and cared very much for them. It's just that they didn't know about Shirgua before. Lei Keming said to himself, the people's revolution. Only when you stand on the people's point of view, they will be willing to lift their heads and follow you. No wonder the great man said, when I die, don't think about me coming back. When I die, you are me. Long live the people. Chapter 127 Human Bridge. Kong Duan's Rage. Suddenly, there was a low roar from the front. Not good. The wooden bridge in front of us has been swept away by the water. Quickly, go find planks, and if you don't have any, take down the gate and carry it over. The water's not deep. Strong man on top. Let the car through. Through here. It's the highway. It'll save a lot of time. Come on. One roar rang through the crowd. For a while, the villagers in the surrounding neighborhood acted. Lekman, who was driving the car, saw the villagers running like crazy, running up and towards their houses. It didn't take long for a plank to be carried over, kind of like ants moving around, and someone even carried the iron gate over. Flutter. A constant stream of villagers jumped into the water and stood where the wooden bridge had collapsed. 1, 2, 3, 4, nearly 50 men lined up densely in the water, holding their shoulders against the planks, and stiffening a wooden bridge over the water. Hurry! The villager in charge of the command waved and shouted at Lei Keming to hurry up and drive the car over. Without hesitation, Lekman quickly drove the car over. As the car drove past, Lekman looked back at the villagers who were standing in the water with a relieved smile on their faces, waving towards the car. Such a scene made him seem like he was seeing that part of history. The people send off the Revolutionary Army as they did in the Beacon years. Lei Keming for a long time. The next moment, he took out his cell phone, quickly dialed the past. When the phone connected the moment, said in an urgent voice, "Old Kong, it's me. Something has happened." Chen Jun squad leader seriously injured and not waking up. He quickly gave a brief account of the process and concluded, the murderer behind this is still at large. Iron Fist Regiment. Kong Lei, the literary youth who was still wearing a smiling face, instantly turned into an angry bird and roared in a low voice. What did you say? What's the situation in Shirgua now? The nature of this matter is very bad and must be severely punished. Contact my ass. Kong Lei yelled lowly. I'm taking my troops there now. Bringing in the troops? Lei Keeman was all a bit dumbfounded, not expecting Kong Lei to become so hot. From a civilian soldier all the way to the brigade leader of the Special Operations Brigade, Lei Keming is a very calm and sensible person. The only time he was impulsive is to reward his squad leader's head was cut off by the enemy. In a fit of rage, blew up the enemy's arsenal, killed 32 enemies, and brought back the head of the squad leader. But since that time, Lei Keeman had been very sensible and had never done anything impulsive, or else Chen Jun wouldn't have said that he was the most insidious commander. And he was considered an old comrade in arms with Old Kong, and knew Old Kang's nature very well. When he was young, he wasn't so impulsive. Now that he's older, how come he's become so fiery instead? Blowing up at the slightest point, not his nature at all. How much of a fuss is it going to make to bring in troops? Lei Keming was very clear about the stakes here, and hurriedly said, Old Kong, don't mess around. You can't solve it like this. Holy, hang up. When Lei Keeman called again, Kong Tuan deliberately didn't answer. Old Kong, how did you become so impulsive? I should have known that I shouldn't have called you. Lei Keming regretted it. His intention was for the Kong mission to intervene and put pressure on the locals to quickly bring out the person behind the curtain. As a result, listening to Conley, he actually wanted to do it himself. Wouldn't it be a joke if the troops pulled up? Missed the mark. Lekman looked at the unconscious Shirgua through the rearview mirror. I hope he's okay, or this is something that won't end well. Rexamine is a very astute person and is well aware of the implications behind this. The person who made a move against Shir must have something behind him, or else he couldn't have dared to do so. Shirgui is a war hero again. What would be the consequences of making a move on someone like that? This is a very poignant question. If Old Kong brought his troops over and intervened in this matter, then the conflict would definitely widen. And by then more than Shirgua, Chen Jun, and Old Kong would be involved. Iron Fist Corps, Conley's office. Kong Tuan hung up the phone and shouted angrily at Gong Arrow next to him. Pass the order. The 4th company of marksmen is fully armed and will depart in 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes. Gong Arrow, who was in the middle of his debriefing, was startled to see the Kong mission look like it had been lit on fire. He had known Kong Tuan for such a long time. It was the first time he had seen Kong Tuan so angry that he felt like he was going to eat someone. Yes, Gong Arrow subconsciously said, but then he froze. Kong Regiment, where are we going? With a combat mission? To send out a company, and heavily armed. Is this a war? The drill just ended not long ago, and I haven't heard of another drill. Kong Tuan said angrily. Shirgui was shadowed to life and death by a local contractor with a backhoe. Lei Keming said that there are other bosses instructing behind it. Chen Jun is now in a state of anger. I know this kid well. Once he gets angry, he will kill. I'll take someone over there to investigate. I'll go. Gong Arrow's face changed drastically. Hurriedly said, Kong Tuan, this is a different place. You can't bring troops over. Legal process. You find the local leaders. Let them take action. No. First report to the higher-ups, and then in accordance with the instructions of the higher-ups to determine. Otherwise, the guys on the picket line are sure to come after you. Con troop, calm down, calm down. Things haven't gotten to the point of bringing in the troops to make an arrest. He was genuinely frightened. It was a wonder that taking a company of men to the place didn't cause a huge stir. Chen Jun values his squad leader very much. After something like this, he must be furious. But I believe that he will definitely grasp the principle of doing things. If you bring soldiers over now, it's very likely that it will have a bad effect instead. It's not good for Chen Jun, and it's not good for you either. So let's hold back for a while. Gong Arrow was definitely on Chen Jun's side as well. Sure, Gui was a war hero. To think that someone would make a move on him. This asshole had to be punished, but it had to be within the law. Old Kong. This matter should be taken with care. This is not a matter for you alone. It concerns our Iron Fist regiment. Kong Tuan stared at Gong Arrow. Do you believe in process justice? Or outcome justice? Gong Arrow was silent. Kong Tuan said, if you believe in the process, the place will turn big things into small things. If you believe in the result, it's the same. I don't believe in evil anymore. I just want to make a big mess. It's not just Shurgu's problem anymore. I'm fighting for all the retired. Those who have lost their status as a soldier. And the Chen Jun as well. Chapter 128. This is the warrior. Gong Arrow was in a hurry and hastily grabbed Kong Duan's hand. Old Kong, calm down. If you take the troops there, your military career will be gone. If you really go, then shoot me. Gong Arrow could only do it the hard way. If he was fighting the enemy, Gong Arrow would definitely carry out his orders firmly. But now it was clearly Kong Duan's impulsive approach. If Kong Tuan really takes his troops there, whether it makes sense or not, his military career is over. Snap! Kong Tuan violently pulled his gun out and angrily said, my old man's gun is not against his own comrades. He turned his head to Old Black and growled low, are you going to disobey me too? Old Black hesitated. Boss, you calm down. Chen Lian is not calm. You have to calm down. First understand what exactly the situation, then make the next step to consider? Kong Tuan immediately snapped. If you won't do it, I'll go myself. With that, he turned and headed outside, calling out as he did so, guards! Gong Arrow looked at this situation, held Kong Tuan and shouted at Old Black, what are you waiting for? Why don't you help? Tie him up first, otherwise he'll surely go to the place with hundreds of people just like Chen Lian, making a big mess and losing his military career. Old Black winced and helped tie up the Kong group. You two have turned against each other. Hurry up and let go of me. Let go. But Kong Tuan was no match for the two of them and ended up being pressed into a chair by Gong Arrow. Gong Arrow's eyes were filled with tears as he said, you're my boss. I won't harm anyone. Old Black, you watch the Kong group. I'll lead the men. After saying that, Gong Arrow rushed out of the office. Old Black looked at Gong Arrow's figure, brushed it off, and saluted. This is warrior. Kong Tuan struggled and roared. You two assholes, let go of me. Let me go. Mard. I take back what I just said. I'll shoot you. Guards. Old Black hurriedly pressed Kong Tuan and said, boss, you calm. The instructor is also for your own good. Our Iron Fist regiment can't live without you. The instructor is more calm. Old me is not calm. Is it? Lousy is calmer than anyone right now. Kong Tuan was anxious. You hurry up and release Lousy, or I'll lock you up. At this moment, Gong Arrow had already walked outside, and when he saw the guards approaching, he hurriedly stopped them. Kong Tuan is drunk. Don't go, or you'll have a good time. Drunk? Listen to me right. Wait till he's sobered up. Go on. Don't mind it. The Old Black is in there with him. Gong Arrow dismissed any guards that arrived. When they left, Gong Arrow pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Chen Shanming? Husband? Gong Arrow's face sank, and he cursed lowly. It's old Gong. Not my husband. I promise you to go to the Wolf Fang as a guide, but I have a request. Fly the fastest helicopter. Bring some people to do me a favor, and work with me to investigate. Covertly. 10 minutes later, at the Wolf Fang base, 2 helicopter gunships quickly took off, heading straight for where Shurgui was. On the other Chen Jun side, inside the car, squad leader. Hold on. Did you see that? The villagers are using their shoulders to build us bridges to get the cars across the river. They all want you to hang on. You're a war hero. The hospital is ready to arrive. The brothers of the 3rd class. You're the only one left. Don't leave me. Didn't you say you'd still be waiting for me to avenge my brothers? The brothers are watching. They're all watching. The enemy's bullets can't kill you. How could you possibly fall at the hands of that bunch of scum? Hold on. Think about the child you are going to birth. Do you want the child to be without a father before it is born? Can you bear to see your sister-in-law alone with the child? Chen Jun utilized the 5 elements chi and blood technique in the hacker's medical technique, and pressed on the blood vessels in his head, releasing them every 10 seconds to allow blood to circulate in the brain, preventing the lack of blood in the brain from causing it to fall into a deep coma and injuring the nerves in the brain. It was only because Chen Jun had elevated his hacker's medical art to the grand completion realm that he was able to have such a maneuver. Otherwise, if someone else came along and encountered such a situation, he would not know how to handle it without the aid of sophisticated medical equipment. Pressing the blood vessels for too long and insufficient blood supply to the brain will cause necrosis of the nerves in the brain, and even if they are finally resuscitated, they will become vegetative. If you don't stop the bleeding, the body loses a lot of blood. The body's blood supply is insufficient, and you don't even get to the hospital. The person is gone. So every 10-second interval, pass the blood, which is the best way to get relief. Of course, such a maneuver must be very proficient in hemostatic techniques, as well as knowledge of acupuncture points and so on. Chen Jun pressed on the chi and blood while calling out, hoping that this would arouse the confidence of the squad leader to hold on longer. And the car raced wildly as it broke off the trail and onto the highway. In the rush to the hospital, Rickman contacted the hospital ahead of time to get them ready. About 40 minutes later, the SUV arrived at the hospital and stopped right in front of the emergency hall. The car had just stopped, and the doctors and nurses already waiting here rushed over. They cooperated with Chen Jun to carry Shigui to the reclining car. The doctor said to Chen Jun, "Comrade, you can let go now. Leave the rest to us. We will do our best." Chen Jun loosened his sore right hand. After all the way here, his right hand always remained in a state. When he loosened his fingers, blood immediately gushed out from Shigui's head wound. The doctor's face sank, and the pupils of his eyes snapped open. So serious. When he saw Shigui, the blood from his head seemed to have stopped, so he assumed the injury was not that serious. Who would have thought it was the other guy using his maneuvers to temporarily control it rather than actually stop the bleeding? The opponent controlled the injury until now just by maneuvering. What kind of maneuver is this? Stopping bleeding in the head can be very difficult, and if not handled properly, can have serious after effects. The other party is actually able to control the deterioration of the injury by just relying on his fingers, which is a bit unbelievable. Chen Jun yelled in a low voice, "Hurry up with the blood transfusion. I've stimulated his bone marrow to speed up blood production, but it's far from enough." After all, Shigui was too seriously injured, and in the process of sending him far away, Chen Jun couldn't completely stop the bleeding, so he was bleeding badly. If it wasn't for the special technique to stimulate the bone marrow and accelerate blood production and replenishment, Shigui wouldn't have been able to last that long. This technique can only provide temporary first aid, and the most fundamental solution remains massive blood transfusion. The doctor froze again. So powerful? It could also stimulate the bone marrow to create blood. It was the first time he had heard such a claim in all his years of practicing medicine. "Hurry up!" Chen Jun yelled lowly. The doctor then reacted, looking at Chen Jun's reddened eyes, as if what stood in front of him was a fierce beast about to go berserk. P.S. Accumulated 89. Who will I return with? Chapter 129 Grief. Shigui was soon pushed into the emergency room for resuscitation, and Chen Jun and the others could only wait outside. Each face was filled with a look of anxiety. Whether Shigui could hold on or not, Chen Jun was not at all sure. He was doing his best to make Shigui hold on until now. Chen Jun blamed himself for why he couldn't react a little faster just now, thinking the worst and bringing the squad leader to the safest place. One's own but a little more thoughtfulness would have prevented this from happening. Shouldn't have let that golden dog go himself, and kept the other guy under control in the first place. Countless thoughts floated through Chen Jun's mind, but the damage had already happened. My sister-in-law leaned against the wall, tears streaming from her eyes, and said something about blaming herself, thinking that he had dragged Shigui into this. If that wonder hadn't pestered himself, today's incident wouldn't have happened. If anything happens to Shigui, how can we live in the future? Suddenly, her body shuddered a few times and she leaned back. Chen Jun's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly supported his sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you?" Chen Jun said in an urgent voice. He suddenly noticed yellow water oozing out of his sister-in-law's calf and blanched. Doctor! Lei Qimen's face was grave. "This is the omen of a miscarriage." Chen Jun yelled in a low voice. "Hurry up and call a doctor. Don't talk so much." Lei Qimen felt like he was on the receiving end. He rushed off to find a doctor. After a while, the arriving doctor had wheeled his sister-in-law off to be examined. Outside the emergency room, only Chen Jun and Lei Qimen were left. Lei Qimen looked at Chen Jun, who stayed to the side. The stoicism and coldness he saw in the Iron Fist Regiment disintegrated piece by piece at this moment. Chen Jun clenched his 10 fingers into fists a little bit, holding them so hard, he snapped his eyes shut, as if afraid he couldn't hide the sadness in them. Lei Qimen could understand how Chen Jun was feeling right now, and if he were to switch to his own squad leader, he was afraid that he would be the same. This really stimulated Chen Jun a lot. After a while, Chen Jun snapped his eyes open and looked at Lei Qimen. "You say, are some people not worth protecting?" Lei Qimen was silent. This question does not need to be answered. The answer is clear to everyone. There are good people in this society and naturally there are bad people. There will always be people who trample on the bottom line of morality and touch the red line of the law for their own benefit. These people are the scum of society. Chen Jun said in a deep voice. "I said that I wanted to help him. But he said that he just didn't want to start this example, that he wanted to be an example, that no one who becomes a soldier does it to get rich. It's all about carrying on the will of his forefathers. But sadly, even with that, there are still people who make it so that he can't be an example, and want to let him die. The squad leader is crippled. His heart's desire seems great, but how foolish it seems to many. Do you think he's foolish? When Chen Jun said it, his tone was calm, but it made people feel an indescribable coldness. The squad leader could have had an easy time of it, and if he would have asked his unit, he would have come back to the area in style and become a war hero in everyone's eyes. All kinds of local resources will favor him and provide him with all kinds of facilities to make a good living. But he didn't. He very much had to hold on to his little belief. Was that necessary? Now, a little yakuza can bully him and want him dead. This is the class president for a role model? Now the squad leader is seriously injured and his death is unknown. And his sister-in-law is at risk of miscarriage and may not be able to keep her only bloodline. Is this the example the squad leader insists on? If the class president had been willing to listen to himself, his life would not be what it is now. Do you think my squad leader is stupid? Chen Jun's shoulders trembled slightly, as if a wave of anger had enveloped his entire body. Lekman's chest was so clogged that he couldn't answer just the same. Stupidity? Different perspectives lead to different answers. In the eyes of the common man, one should go for more for the sake of his own livelihood security and for the sake of those around him. If a man can't even protect his own wife, his own children, where's the dignity in that? What is currently happening to Shi Gui is a living example. From that point of view, Shi's decision was stupid. Rickman said, worldly eyes maybe, but the world needs some stupid and simple people. And there have been many such people in the last few decades, all of whom have something in their eyes called faith. It is these people who held the backbone of the country up when it was at its most backward, who made it possible for us people today to live as we do now. Your squad leader is a man of faith. Chen Jun closed his eyes once again and muttered to himself, faith, it is needed in any era, but unfortunately right now, this era is different. As people's days are comfortable, more and more assholes will pop up, with no respect for this society, and they can do whatever they want to achieve their goals. There should be a lot of these assholes in the society. It's ridiculous that in the face of such people, there is nothing that can be done about them, and they just watch them get away with it. Squad leader, you told me that you must be ruthless with your enemies. Do you think those assholes are considered enemies? Shouldn't the assholes be eliminated? Lei Keeman froze slightly, looking at Chen Jun's trembling body, which was a prelude to losing control. At this moment, Chen Jun looked calm, but his heart was already in that state of frenzy, and at any moment, he might explode out like a wild beast, completely out of control. Lekman had experienced this before. The squad leader, who often encouraged him during those war years, even tapped him on the shoulder before a mission to encourage him that when he came back from this mission, he would take him shooting, and he would become the best soldier, not just a civilian soldier. Encouraged, Rickman waited for the squad leader to return, but the squad leader never came back. On the night he learned of the squad leader's sacrifice, Lei Kemming was in the same state, ignoring anyone who spoke to him and sitting quietly, alone. Finally, in the darkness of the night, he painted his face with the grease pencil given to him by his squad leader, took a dagger with him, and then he killed the enemy's heavy ground, which the special forces of the Wolf's Teeth were all too afraid of, and killed all 32 of them, and also blew up their arsenal. At that time, Lei Kemming had only one thought in his mind, and that was to take revenge and kill all those enemies and avenge the squad leader. Lekman has been able to recall the thoughts of that time often until now. It was the craziest and most fearless time of his life. The Chen Jun in front of him was his own self at that time, but the situation was different now. Once he went to kill someone, his life would be over. Lekman suddenly said, "Hey kid, tell me the story of the squad leader. I want to hear it too. You remind me of my squad leader." Chapter 130, My Old Class President. Lei Keeman looked at Chen Jun. "You should know me. I respect my old squad leader very much, the same as you do, but you are luckier than I am because your squad leader is still alive. At least at this moment, whereas more than 10 years ago, it was me who personally took back my squad leader's head from the enemy. So I can understand how you feel right now." Chen Jun sat quietly, looking at the closed door of the emergency room. "When I enlisted, the squad leader had already been in the army for 10 years, and at that time, I was still a loser, depicting the map of the army every day, thinking about how to escape from the army, go back to inherit the assets, and pose for a generation, feeling that a flowery life was what I longed for my whole life. The squad leader told me that he had taken a lot of recruits and I was the one with the most talent and fervor, because a soldier who didn't want to be a deserter wasn't a good soldier, and a soldier who was a deserter and couldn't draw an escape map wasn't a good soldier. So he had to be firm in his belief that I was a good soldier. Now it does sound funny, but that's how people are. The squad leader whispered in my ear more and more, and I naturally believed it. So slowly, I felt like a good soldier, and stopped thinking about how to escape, and thought about how to draw the maps and practice my skills, because I was a good soldier and felt too sorry for my squad leader if I left like that. It was a really innocent thought at the time, but it was the thought that kept me from becoming a deserter. The squad leader told me that his parents were both from the countryside, facing the yellow soil and relying on their hard-working hands. They slowly raised him, and the country gave them land so that they didn't have to worry about food or clothing. So when he grew up, his parents made him a soldier, saying he wanted to protect his country and his land. The squad leader said that he could not stay in the army forever. Sooner or later there would be a day of retirement. And to whom would the steel gun be given in the future? It must be given to a good soldier like me. So let me make sure to stick it out. Don't get discouraged and don't give up. The squad leader also told me that he has a sort of childhood friend. Her name is Wang Mei, who is willing to wait until he comes back from military service, and that the hottest emotions are to be given to the man he identifies with, and no one can change that. Chen Jun, when you're a soldier, you should give your most burning emotions to your country so that you won't dishonor the uniform you're wearing. But 3 months after the end of the new recruits, I still cannot prove that I am a good soldier. All kinds of assessment I am the tail, become the eyes of my comrades and the waist soldier. The company commander is going to send me to pig farming, but the squad leader told me that the real good soldier need a platform to let him show, so he is going to take me to the most bitter place, the #1 area post to guard the country. That place is the most dangerous place. There's war all the time, and war is what makes a soldier grow up fast. And I went because I believed what my squad leader told me, that I would be a good soldier. Then our third squad was attacked, but I still couldn't prove that I was a good soldier. They were all killed. The squad leader was crippled, and then was no more. There was no more story of the squad leader. This is the story of me and my squad leader in the military. I was always a good soldier in his eyes, but I know. Chen Jun couldn't say any more. His eyes became crimson and tears were rolling in his eyes. Rickman picked up on this. You are a good soldier. You, a once useless soldier in the eyes of others, who painted oil paint all over his face, took off the uniform he was wearing, and wandered in the darkness of the night with a dagger, killing the enemy when he met them, and became a great specter of the gray area. At this point, you're crazier than me. I just killed for one night. You killed for 30 days and didn't even come back. You're much better than those losers from Wolf's Teeth. They deserve to go and raise pigs. The hot blood in them isn't even as good as the pigs. Pigs know that they need to jump out of the pig pen. They only know how to defend their own 3 points of land. They say that I, Lei Kemming, am the most insidious commander. That's because they don't have enough of a pattern. An insidious enemy is a hot-blooded warrior who isn't afraid to die. A warrior who doesn't follow the common sense of the game. Chen Jun, I know why I was beheaded by you during the maneuvers. Lei Kemming had been unable to find that answer. With the setup he had made during the maneuvers, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to break through. But Chen Jun had killed him from behind. He didn't understand why Chen Jun could do it, and now it was clear to him. Chen Jun didn't speak again and kept silent, waiting in silence. Lei Kemming no longer said anything more. Now Chen Jun's emotions were very unstable. The most fundamental to be solved was at Shiguo. If Shiguo pulls through, everything will be fine. If he can't hold on, Chen Jun will surely go crazy and do anything at that time. Then the consequence will be that his military career is completely over. The time came to 5:30 p.m., and it was dark and nearing dusk. At this moment, in the Thunder Cabaret, the song and dance, the lights, the wine, the green, the bustle was incomparable. In one of the liveliest corners, a man about Shiguo's age was surrounded by a group of men and women, drinking and having a good time. The man was wearing tinted glasses and was very comfortable and enjoying himself. After a while, a man hurriedly walked over, leaned over to the side of the man with tinted glasses, and said, "Boss, Golden Dog was arrested, but he wasted Shiguo. That cripple entered the CIP for resuscitation, and in all likelihood, he won't be able to be resuscitated. I just inquired at the hospital and Shiguo's wife is so emotional that she might have a miscarriage." The man with tinted glasses let out a with a flat expression, as if he had heard something that had nothing to do with him, and then put down his glass, which was immediately filled by a young woman next to him. "After the matter has passed, get the Golden Dog out. The matter of the construction site is legal in our procedures. Bulldoze it for me. Move fast. And don't worry about the rest," the man with colored glasses said in a deep voice. The reporting man showed a hint of difficulty and said, "Boss, the problem now is that there is news breaking out that Shiguo is the hero of the army. The villagers all know about it. The situation has become so big that each one of them spontaneously protects in his house. Our people can't move at all." The man with tinted glasses frowned. a point of hatred in his eyes, and said in a cold voice, "Those ES wanna harm me, don't they? Find a few backbones and circulate the news that it's a fake, and within a few days, they'll disperse. Also, keep an eye on the hospital for me, and report back to me immediately if anything happens." The reporting man's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly complimented, "Boss is wise, boss is wise. How can I fight you with just those country bumpkins? I'll go and arrange it right away." And at that moment, the roar of the helicopter gunship's propellers resounded over the Thunder Cabaret. Chapter 131, The Squad Leader Won't Wake Up. Outside the door of the emergency room, Lei Keming looked at Chen Jun's appearance that looked like he was going to go crazy next. He couldn't help but say, "Chen Jun, don't be like this. Relax a bit. Your enemy isn't here. And also I've already notified the Tekken Corps, and the Com Corps will arrange for someone to come and deal with this matter." Lei Keming is the old oil. He knows very well don't expect the people here will give the investigation of the truth. Their biggest possibility is to reasonably big things into small things into nothing. Unless you make a big thing, only paper can't wrap the fire. It's only then that they take it seriously and end up investigating it thoroughly. But it's also minimizing the impact. Things like what happened today were obviously manipulated by forces behind the scenes, or else the other party couldn't have been so unscrupulous. Both he and Chen Jun had come in uniform, not civilian clothes, and Chen Jun had already made it clear that Shi Guo was a war hero, and it was a provocation that the other party still chose to take a strong-arm tactic after contacting their boss. This is not the first time that the local authorities, in order to protect their own image, are simply covering up. But of course, they do not just ignore everything, but to what extent they do so. Chen Jun said, "You really notified?" "I informed. On the way here I informed Kong Tuan. He was annoyed and said he would bring his troops here." Lei Keman nodded and pulled out his cell phone to dial Kong Tuan's code number again. But after half a day of calling, there was still no one to answer the phone. "What's going on here? Has old Khan been kidnapped? Why isn't he answering his phone?" Lei Keming's brows locked. If he didn't want to listen to himself before, now that so much time has passed, the fire should be a little less. And listening to this side of the situation, it's impossible not to answer. Chen Jun said in a deep voice, "There is no need to fight. You can't gamble on this matter with Kong Tuan's military career. Even if you can agitate him, Gong Arrow and Old Black both won't carry out the order. They are more sensible than Kong Tuan, and know what kind of consequences there will be if they are impulsive in this situation." Lekman froze with a heavy expression. Chen Jun had a point, but Lei Keman didn't believe that the Iron Fist Regiment hadn't moved at all. "Wait, this matter is not your business alone. If the local area does not give a satisfactory treatment result, I will never agree," Lei Keming said. Bit by bit, time passed and finally the emergency room door was pushed open. Chen Jun rushed over as if he had been electrocuted. "Doctor, how is my squad leader?" Chen Jun stared at the doctor with reddened eyes. The doctor sighed and said, "The life was saved, but the brain nerves were severely traumatized. The probability of being able to wake up is very low. Unless he can wake up within 24 hours, he will never wake up." Chen Jun and Lei Keming were both stunned. Their entire bodies seemed to have lost their strength as they backed up against the wall. Chen Jun leaned against the wall, his face agitated, his eyes red, and a vein bulging on his forehead. His clenched fists were bloodless at the joints from so much force. "It's not possible. It's not possible. The squad leader shouldn't have become a vegetable. He shouldn't have. He still has unborn children. He hasn't even seen his own children. He hasn't even hugged them. How can he have become a vegetable? It's not possible. It's not possible." Chen Jun muttered to himself and kept shaking his head like he was going crazy. He suddenly took 2 steps forward, grabbed the doctor's arm and angrily said, "I don't believe it. It's impossible for him to become a vegetable. You must be mistaken. There must be another way." The doctor wanted to curse. He had done his best. It was already very difficult to save his life with such serious injuries. However, when he touched Chen Jun's eyes, the words in his throat were swallowed back and he sighed. "Comrade, I can understand your feelings, but analyzing the data from all aspects of our tests, the probability of him being able to awaken is almost equal to 0. He injured the nerve in the back of his head. The bleeding is part of it. The key is still the violent impact that caused a concussion and put him in a severe coma. We've done all we can. Notify his family." Chen Jun shook his head and said firmly, "Impossible. He is a soldier, not an ordinary person. Do you understand a real soldier? He possesses willpower like steel. He can survive at 40 degrees below 0, and after hearing the charge signal, he can still get up and continue fighting. I don't believe the squad leader fell like this. Facing enemy bullets didn't take his life, even less here. I know medicine too. Let me go in. I have a way to wake him up and bring him back to life." The doctor knew that Chen Jun had the means of treatment. If it was not for the other party's bare hands to stop the bleeding of the injured, the injured would definitely not have lasted until the hospital. But this was a neurological problem. It was no longer something that could be dealt with by simple medicine. And wanting to wake up the injured was not possible. There have been many such cases in the world, and all of them, without exception, have been turned into the living dead and finally euthanized. The doctor said, "I don't doubt the soldier's willpower, but willpower is not everything. In the end, you have to believe in science. The injured person can't do it. No matter how strong the willpower is, it can't go beyond the body's limit of endurance. I can understand your feelings." Chen Jun yelled lowly, "No, there must still be a chance. You let me in. I have a way. All of my comrades in one of my squads have sacrificed their lives. It's him who's left alone. He still has unborn children. Even if there's only the last bit of hope, I'm going to try. For the sake of his children, for the sake of him having a whole family, the squad leader can't die like this. He's not happy about it. I'm not happy about it. And those comrades I sacrificed are even more unhappy. Doctor, you let me in, please." The doctor's face eased a bit and said, "Comrade, let me remind you that the injured person's condition is not completely stabilized, and in the event of any accidents, you will have to take full responsibility. Do you understand? Doctors, of course, want the injured person to come to his senses, not to mention the fact that the other person is a retired soldier. Just will this miracle happen? It's too hard." If he hadn't seen that Chen Jun possessed special means and saw that the other party was so insistent, the doctor would not have had someone disturbing the injured at this time. He's taking a gamble too, for the sake of this wounded man, and even more so for the sake of the wounded man's family. Soldiers are not supposed to be easy. Chen Jun said, "I understand. I'll take all the consequences." The doctor looked at the time and said, "There are still 10 minutes to go before the anesthesia on his body expires, so you're grasping at straws. Theoretically speaking, the earlier the time, the greater the possibility of awakening, and the further back the harder it is. There's something that I can help you with. So you say?" Chen Jun said, "Thank you." He snapped his head around to Lekman, who was standing to the side, and said, "Do you know how to play a charge horn? The most primitive kind of charge horn in the army." Lekman nodded, but then shook his head. Chapter 132, Squad Leader. Kill the enemy. Rickman nodded and shook his head. "I do blow, but there's no charge horn here." He could think of what Chen Jun had done, and the strong willpower of soldiers often erupted into incredible potential under some special circumstances. Right now Shurgua's situation was such that he was the only one who could help himself, and as long as his willpower was tenacious enough, it was possible for him to break through his confinement and awaken. Chen Jun said, "You know how to whistle, right?" The corner of Lekman's mouth twitched as he said, "I see." A minute later, a nurse took Chen Jun and Lei Keming into the sterilization room, changed into sterile gowns, and entered the special ward. Chen Jun walked over to Shurgua's hospital bed. He quickly checked on the squad leader, his brow furrowing. In the past, this iron-blooded soldier who couldn't be overwhelmed by any difficulties was already weak at this moment. Not a bit of chi and blood could be seen on his face, and the breath on his body was very weak, like an oil lamp in the wind, which might go out at any time. "Squad leader, you will get through this, because you told me that a good soldier will make it to the end." Chen Jun no longer hesitated and began to utilize the tendon and bone harmonization technique and the hacker's medical technique to continuously stimulate Shurgua's tendon and bone acupoints. In just a minute's time, Shurgua's whole body tendons made a slight sound. This surprised Dr. Wang Huimin, who was watching from the sidelines. He didn't even see what was going on. Chen Jun would have such a miraculous performance simply by pinching the other party's body there. Wang Huimin is going to learn Western medicine, not clear about Chinese medicine. Naturally, he does not have the same vision as Director Mu. Otherwise, if he knew the magical effects of this, he would probably kneel down on the spot and worship the master. This is the difference between Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Western medicine looks at all kinds of examination data and uses them as a basis. If the data says it's okay, it's okay. If the data doesn't perform up to par, then there's a problem. Everything is spoken with cold data, but Chinese medicine is different. It is from the perspective of the body's reaction to consider the problem, and constantly make changes, and finally achieve the purpose of healing. Chen Jun's hacker's medical technique had reached the grand completion realm, and the effect of casting it out was naturally different. It can be said that in today's world, there is not a single Chinese medicine practitioner who can reach such a level as Chen Jun. Chen Jun was now trying to stimulate all the qi and blood in Shurgua's body to help him break through the confinement in his brain. A minute later, Shurgua body tendon vibration sound gradually weakened down. Wang Huimin saw the patient's breath is much better, but in the sight of the monitoring instrument shows that no change has occurred. An assistant doctor next to him said softly, "There's no response on the instruments. He's not doing anything with this." The injured person's color looks much better. But this is a superficial situation. We still have to see the internal reaction. It's useless. Let's see. Wait for a few minutes before you see the results come out. Don't have much hope, but you have to try. Let's hope for a miracle. Believe in miracles. I believe more in science. Wang Huimin didn't say anything. He didn't look good either. If he just stimulated the body and wanted to make a heavily comatose injured person wake up, the world hadn't seen such a precedent yet. Of course he knew exactly what Chen Jun was planning to do, but it wouldn't do much good. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many vegetative people in this world. It's all about beating a dead horse now. After all, it's getting pretty bad. Chen Jun closed his hand and then said to Lei Keming, try blowing the charge. I'm going to stimulate his qi and blood to run. This was the most crucial step. As long as Shirguo's qi and blood were run to the highest level and focused on his head, and then through external stimulation, his deepest memories were awakened. He would be able to stimulate his opponent. The charge is most stimulating to soldiers, especially Shirguo, who has experienced bloody battles and survived from the battlefield. With a nod, Rickman whistled directly. The whistle is not as loud as the horn, but the drop, low and short sound reaches the ears of everyone present and can't help but produce strong excitement. Although Wang Huimin and the others were not soldiers, they felt the same feeling of boiling blood. In the next moment, they could feel a murderous aura sweeping from Chen Jun's body. Not bad. They could feel that kind of killing aura, like a statue that suddenly came to its senses and exploded with the maximum amount of impact. That intense shock appalled Wang Huimin and the others. Chen Jun looked so young. How could he have such a grave killing aura? What had happened to this young soldier? The crowd's minds trembled, and it took several seconds for them to come back to their senses. One of the assistant doctors was surprised. Does that look like our country's punchline? Wang Huimin nodded and said, that's right. I just watched Chongjin Lake yesterday, and there is such a charge in it. It's the most primitive charge. On the battlefield, when the charge is blown, it's the time for our Yenghua soldiers to rush forward in blood. No matter how many enemies are in front of them, how fierce the defense is, how strong the artillery shells are, they will rush forward. Even if they fight to the last person, they won't even stop. It is the charge of victory, the catalyst of the enemy. The crowd fell silent. At this moment, the charge horn is getting shorter and shorter. Exciting. Suddenly in the massage of the Chen Jun low roar up, kill, kill, kill. The sound as if it were cracking rocks froze the doctors in the room, as if they were in a battlefield. It was as if they could see a single warrior holding a steel gun, letting out a roar of anger, and charging toward the enemy's position. The sky is covered with fighting figures. One falls, and those behind rush up, one after the other. This intense visual shock was even more shocking than what they had seen on the huge 3D screen. Everyone moved. Immediately following, a low voice rang out, squad leader, the charge horn is blown. Kill the enemy and go. Don't let those mother ******** take our island. Our brothers in the third squad have already written a suicide note, ready to sacrifice at any time. We are not afraid to die. We are always waiting for this day when we put on this uniform. Squad leader, get up. Kill the enemy, those bastards. Let them know how ruthless we are, how fierce we are. Let them know that this is our territory, and whoever dares to set foot on it will die. Squad leader, get up. Let's kill the enemy. With a low growl from Chen Jun, his thumb pressed down on Shirguo's man center, piercing the surface skin and stimulating deeper. Kill. Chen Jun roared lowly. The ward instantly seemed to be enveloped by a murderous aura, and everyone's minds and hearts felt like they had been violently shocked. Wang Huimin and the other doctors felt their whole body's blood boiling to the peak, while the charging horn in Lei Keming's mouth also reached the highest chant, as if at this moment, 1,000 armies were roaring in the battlefield. Instantly, Shirguo's tightly closed dry cracked lips slightly unfolded, and a weak voice came out, kill, kill, kill. Chapter 133, This is a soldier's mission. Chen Jun's voice kept echoing in the room. When he saw Shirguo, who slowly opened his eyelids, his body couldn't help but tremble. The squad leader woke up. Chen Jun suppressed the excitement in his heart. He hadn't been too sure of himself before, and was holding on to the last glimmer of hope, using the best of his abilities. Now the squad leader is awake. Kill. Shirguo's voice was weak, but the skin of his mouth was opening slightly as consciousness returned completely. The surrounding female nurses almost jumped with excitement at the sight of this one injured man who had been ruled a vegetable coming to his senses. Awake! He's really awake! They did not expect such a wounded man to magically awaken in such a manner. Is this the willpower of a soldier? They all knew that soldiers had strong willpower and could accomplish things that many people could not imagine. But in a situation like this, relying on strong willpower to awaken, it really wasn't scientific at all, or this had already broken through science. And that was because of Chen Jun, the young soldier who insisted on coming in to wake up the other side. Wang Huaimin wiped his cheeks and didn't know when he had shed tears. Such is the willpower of the soldier to perform a miracle never before seen in medicine. He turned his head to look at the other nurses and the assistant doctors, each one of them red-eyed and wiping tears from their eyes. I'm over 100 years old myself, but it's not a shame. We're all the same. Just wake up. The female nurse wiped the tears in the corner of her eyes and said softly, the soldier's willpower is too strong. This is the real soldier. Under the influence of the charge, it is still able to make a shouting sound, which, I am proud of our country to have such a soldier. He had been recognized as a vegetable, and the charge woke him up with this deep-seated conviction that was so unbelievable that if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have believed it. I feel like I'm dreaming now, another nurse said. It was one of the most moving things I've ever seen, and it's a memory I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. Go for it. Several other attending doctors were also shocked that the man they had decided was almost impossible to revive had awakened. How much of a shock would this be if it were publicized? According to the data obtained from their previous examination, none of the various indicators had reached the standard, and vegetative state was the final result. Even if the world's top brain specialists were invited to treat them, nothing could be done. But now, Chen Jun massaged a few times on the other side, in blowing the charge, in shouting a few words of encouragement, and this is waking up? It's amazing. They all looked at the miracle-working Chen Jun suspiciously, with too many unanswered questions in their hearts. What kind of massage techniques were used? What kind of nerves were stimulated? And what kind of medical principle was it based on? Or maybe it was luck? In short, they have too many incomprehensible things in them. If Director Mu was here, he would still be able to read some of it. The technique employed by Chen Jun was to maximize the stimulation of Shirgua's cerebral nerves, causing his qi and blood to peak in an instant, coupled with the call to the deeper levels of Shirgua's memories to awaken the other party. This is also luck and a kind of strength. If it was someone else, Chen Jun would not necessarily succeed in the same way. Not everyone has as strong a willpower as Shirgui. Shirgua slowly turned his head to see Chen Jun and said, Chen Jun, where is the enemy? Where is my gun? Quickly, I want to kill the enemy. At this moment, Shirgua realized that he was still caught up in the battlefield, and Chen Jun stopped his movements and said, Squad leader, the enemy has been fought off by us. Chase, go after them, destroy them. Shirgua strained to say, we'll kill as many as they come. Mother asterisk. Chen Jun nodded his head and said, Squad leader, the brothers have already chased and killed them. They can definitely wipe them all out. You rest first. None of them can run away. Sleep for a while longer. When you wake up, the brothers will be back. Run. Cannot. Good. You go. Must finish them. This is our land. Those bastards them. Let them know our power. Chen Jun tried to control the tears in the corners of his eyes from dripping down, and nodded his head vigorously. Okay, I'll go now and kill them all. You wait, I'll tell you the good news later. Shirgua was too weak and once again slowly closed his eyes and stopped talking. The surrounding doctors began to get busy while Chen Jun and Lei Keming left the ward. By the time they had changed and walked out, there was loud applause from the hallway. It was the applause of Wang Huaimin and the other nurses, an expression of respect for Chen Jun. If not for Chen Jun's persistence, a family would have been ruined and the country would have lost another strong-boned man. Lei Keming patted Chen Jun's shoulder and said, I can't imagine that the soldiers of the border defense are so ballsy. These are tough guys. Real tough guys. He had always thought that only special forces had such strong willpower. After all, Shirgui was merely an ordinary border guard, not having received systematic special forces training, but the strong willpower was shocking. Even systematically trained special forces don't necessarily have such strong willpower. Chen Jun shook his head and said, No, this is merely a soldier's mission. Mission. Lekman repeated. Not bad. No wonder I lost to you. The pattern is different. He really did not think that Chen Jun, so young soldier, thought would climb to such heights, so that it was no longer a thought that an ordinary soldier could have. Suddenly, the cell phone in Lei Keeman's pocket rang, and he hurriedly pulled it out and quickly connected the signal. This is Lei Keeman. The voice of Old Black immediately came from the phone. Captain Lei, I'm Old Black. There is no need to call our headmaster anymore. You can contact our Gong Arrow instructor. He has already brought people to investigate. There should be some results out. You can try to contact. By the way, how's Shirgua doing? Chen Jun immediately took Lei Keming's cell phone and said, Lao hey, this is Chen Jun. The squad leader has woken up, but the situation is not optimistic. Sister-in-law is also in the resuscitation room. I don't know if the child can be saved. Do you think Gong Arrow is here? Old Black sighed with indescribable anger in his eyes and said, Those bastards. I really want to shoot them. Shirgua and I are in the same period. He is a hero. He should not be treated like this. Know him for so many years. The only thing he complained to me is that he can afford the country. He is sorry for his wife who has been waiting for him. I did not expect. He has a lot of fate. I will ask Gong Arrow to let him phone you. Just wait. Don't worry. We will not let a bad guy go. We have a mission to protect the people, but there is no obligation to protect them. Chapter 134. Old Black hung up the phone and sighed heavily again. I didn't realize that a war hero like Guo would end up like this. And if there isn't a proper solution to this matter, how can it not send a chill down one's spine? It's chilling for all military personnel. Now we can only hope that Gong Arrow's side can be resolved as soon as possible to give Guo an explanation, as well as an explanation to the soldiers. Old Black turned his head to Kong Tuan and said, Guo has woken up, but the situation is not very optimistic. In addition, his lover may have a miscarriage. Those grandsons. I really want to go and shoot them one by one. Kong Tuan stared at the Old Black and cursed. You told me that this is useless. You are just no wonder people call you Old Black. Brain is not useful at all. Gong Arrow let you do what you do. Crouching Dragon Phoenix Chick. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Let me tell you, is it useful for you to investigate like this? It's useless. You guys think too simple. With the identity of those people in the wolf's teeth or using some relations are able to investigate the person in charge. But you are in someone else's turf to arrest people. You can catch away? Impossible. Gong Arrow. This guy also sold his body. Sold his ass to the wolf's teeth. Right. This kid said many times that he would not go to the wolf's teeth. Stay in the Iron Fist Corps. Now the wolf's teeth people are willing to help him. Must be selling himself to Chen Shanming. Asterisk 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 asterisk. People still call him husband. What do you mean by folding your wife and losing your army? This is what you end up with. Old Black couldn't help but cry and laugh. Old Kong really didn't give any face once he scolded people. However, he did have a point. Want to arrest people? I'm afraid it's not that simple. As for not letting Old Kong go, that's because I'm worried that he, a literary young man, transformed into an angry bird, carrying a gun to the battlefield, and then stirred up even more Louboutin. The Iron Fist Corps can't live without Old Kong. The Old Black said, Kong Regiment, really sorry. Wait for this matter over. How you punish me can, even if it is to let me go to pig farming can be. Now you will be quiet a little bit. In addition, Guo has woken up. Not life-threatening, but, forget it, turn around and report to you. I first contact with Gong Instructor a bit, see what exactly is the situation on his side. He immediately called Gong Arrow, but the sound beeped for a long time and there was no answer. Kong Tuan saw the Old Black a bitter melon face, cannot help but scold, see? It's, have to give me to pretend. Hurry to loosen the old man. I come to preside over the big situation, otherwise you this ability, can not handle. What's the use of listening to Gong Arrow who drinks foreign ink? This point of human feelings, local way of dealing with things. I know too much better than you guys. Hurry up and let go of me, or Guo this crime, suffered in vain. At that moment, on the other side, the helicopter gunship quickly landed in a wide parking lot. Gong Arrow, Chen Shanming, Miao Wolf and the others quickly came down. Chen Shanming shrugged his shoulders and turned his head to Gong Arrow. Husband, say goodbye. I can use a lot of connections in this matter. Catch the boss behind it. You go to Wolf Fong. You can't stay in the Iron Fist Corps to waste your talent. Gong Arrow's face sank as he scolded. I told you, it's old Gong, not husband. Chen Shanming smiled thievishly. Okay, hubby. The corners of Gong Arrow's mouth twitched, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Miao Wolf laughed there. This Gong Arrow is quite interesting. Old Fan has been thinking about him for a long time, and this time he finally got what he wanted. He was vaguely concerned, though, and feared that things wouldn't be so easy, because Miao Wolf saw a smoky convoy of cars driving swiftly over, precisely in his direction. He scanned the license plate at the top, the license plate of the car the local bigwigs were riding in. Trouble, if we alarm these people we won't handle it. After all, it was indeed out of line and a bit of an overreach for their southeast military region to come across the region to arrest someone. Miao Wolf does not know that Chen Jun things are big, plus it is a mass event, very sensitive in the local. After the local department knew the situation, it was immediately reported to go up the hierarchy. After knowing the situation, all parties quickly convened a meeting to study how to deal with the matter, while Chen Shanming and the others came over in armed helicopters, which needed to be reported to the local military and had already alarmed some people. In this way, the local action was already underway before they arrived. It wasn't long before Gong Arrow looked at the soldiers standing one by one at the door inside. So fast action. It seems that things are beyond our control. Before coming, Gong Arrow had already made mental preparations. As long as the action is fast enough, as long as the person is taken away, the things behind will be good. It depended on whether the Wolverines people gave a damn or not. They just didn't expect the local reaction time to be faster. Is it really possible that the Kong group was right? Damn, Gong Arrow said. I made a deal with you guys before. You have to take care of this matter or I won't recognize it. Chen Shanming locked his eyebrows and couldn't help but curse. Marred. Those or immediately notified the place. Go over and take a look. For this operation, Chen Shanming was greeted and told them to be accommodating and turn a blind eye. But who the hell thought of selling him in the twinkling of an eye? Gong Arrow and the others quickly walked over. An officer saw them and came over to salute before saying, "Hello, I heard that you people from the Southeast Military Region came over to investigate. This is no problem, but it has to be done according to procedure. You can't overstep your authority." Gong Arrow said, "Okay, then we'll follow the usual procedure. We'll report a person and you'll be responsible for arresting them." The officer said indifferently, "You need evidence to arrest someone. You should talk to our chief first. Get in the car and go sit at our place. We have prepared tea to greet you. Drink tea? When the tea is finished the yellow flowers are cold." Gong Arrow now completely understand why Kong Tuan scolded him like that. He is still too young after all. Thinking things too simple. Thinking that using the relationship of the wolf teeth can be quickly resolved. Now it seems that the matter must have been suppressed locally. These guys are really. Gong Arrow is also helpless. But in this society you have to follow certain rules. You can't mess around. Forget it, give Chen Jun an explanation. Otherwise this ghost will definitely go crazy. Once Chen Jun went crazy, he would definitely be crazier than that angry bird from Kong Tuan. Gong Arrow thought for a moment and pulled Chen Shanming to the side. You surround yourself with them first and try to convince them. I don't care what method I use. You promised me before. Chen Shanming had a depressed look on his face. He had wasted that much effort to fight for this step. This is something I didn't expect to happen. Honey, and I'd like to. Gong Arrow a glare. Also ignored Chen Shanming, walked to the side and quickly sent a message to Chen Jun. Chen Lian, you want to find people. In the local Thunder Cabaret, we would have liked to arrest people, but landed in a box. You look at it. P.S. Wrote a month 200,000 words. More than 1,000 manuscript fee. Are gambling? No. Gambling really is not a good thing. White dry. Don't learn from me. Chapter 135, Human Differences. At this moment, outside the hospital room, Chen Jun opened his cell phone and scanned the text message sent by Gong Arrow. Thunder Cabaret? A cold light flashed across Chen Jun's eyes as he immediately turned to Lei Keming and said, "You stay here. I'll go out." Lekman said, "Where are you going? Do you have some news?" Chen Jun, "I told you not to mess around." Chen Jun said, "There's something going on." With that, he turned and ran downstairs without much explanation. Instead of waiting for the elevator, Chen Jun ran wildly down from the 6th floor and rushed outside the hospital in one breath. He stopped a car on the side of the road. "Go to the Thunder Cabaret," Chen Jun said. The old driver looked at Chen Jun with a bit of surprise, then started the car. "Dude, you're from out of town, right?" Chen Jun said. "Aha. No wonder. I tell you brother, go to the Thunder Cabaret. Consumption is not low. Said to go in a trip, top then I drive 2 months of income. This is the minimum consumption. It is said that some rich people to go in a trip, a night of consumption of hundreds of thousands of dollars. That is the rich only to go to the place." Ah, the old driver said. "So expensive?" Chen Jun was surprised. "Not. That Thunder Song Hall, according to the place, is we hear is considered the best luxury song and dance hall. Is our local a Big Brother by Don Lu opened?" Said he. "Ah, more than 10 years ago. He is still a punk. What bad things are done. Uncompromising little bastard. I've seen it once. He maimed someone with his own hands. Originally went in, but I don't know what happened. It didn't take long for him to be released again. And then he rode the winds of reform and got rich a couple of times. And now he's actually a big shot with a big name here. Hey, times have changed. Now it's laughing at the poor. As long as you earn money, have money, whitewash yourself a little bit, then you become a successful person," the old driver said a bit helplessly. Chen Jun was non-committal and said, "That Bai Donglu has reformed and become a good person?" The old driver snorted coldly and said, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's just a wolf in human skin. The surface is bright and shiny, but I don't know how many bad things he's done behind his back. Who among us locals doesn't curse him a few times behind his back? But what's the use? People have money and power, so we can only tolerate it. Not to mention, this Thunder Ballroom do not know how many women were persecuted in it, but in the end are not all unsettled. Hey, Sinning Ah, by the way, what are you doing there? It's not even open yet." Chen Jun said, "I'm not going there. I'm meeting a friend in the neighborhood." The old driver laughed. "I told you, that place is not a place for serious people to go. Look at the brother, looks like a talented person. How to enter that kind of place? You tell me what the owner of this Thunder Cabaret is really what to say. If it's a scum, should we just let him cover the sky with one hand? Chen Jun said. What can be done? We are just ordinary people. What can we do to fight with them? Recently, some people couldn't help but go to them to argue, but in the end, they were still suppressed. It won't come out unless I have to come down from the top. But with so many things going on up there, where would they pay attention to this small place of ours? The old driver helplessly said. I also just nagged you a few words. Talk in private, but do not dare to take it to the open. Otherwise let those people know. I cannot drive this driving. Chen Jun locked his brows. No wonder the other party is doing things so recklessly. That's because there is enough backstage. Someone to act as a protective umbrella. A contractor can recklessly hurt people's lives. So one can imagine to what extent the other party is reckless. Master, I believe that sooner or later, someone will clean up this kind of scum. It's just that the time hasn't come, Chen Jun said. I hope so. I feel the same way. Not long after, Chen Jun got off the bus near the Thunder Cabaret. Across the street, Chen Jun saw a number of military vehicles parked outside the Thunder Cabaret, while Gong Arrow as well as 2 other soldiers were stopped by a major. That major had a serious face and was not angry, constantly reprimanding Gong Arrow and the other 3, who did not dare to talk back, while a pair of loaded soldiers stood behind the major, controlling everything around them. It was obvious that Gong Arrow and the others were stopped by this person. The security guards at the entrance of the Thunder Cabaret also noticed the situation on the other side of the street, and when their gazes fell on the Colonel Bigwig, their eyes were filled with awe. They all recognized that this was a bigwig within the local forces of Lei Chang, who occasionally came here. Every time they came, their boss Bai Dang Lu was personally out to meet, polite as hell, and after that, the people under him repeatedly instructed that they must entertain each other well, and not to have any negligence, or else the end is not as simple as dismissal. So they had that colonel's face engraved in their minds, lest they should misremember it that day and dash it off, and they would be ruined. Chen Jun, who was not far away, watched this scene with an expressionless face, and most of all he stared at the colonel earnestly. Come over for a while and the colonel takes everyone away. After they all left, Chen Jun tightened his collar and walked towards the Thunder Cabaret in large strides, and as he walked by, his appearance began to change alarmingly. Under the effect of the hacker's transfiguration technique, Chen Jun's face changed at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye, transforming into that serious-faced, unruffled colonel. Tap. Chen Jun strides to the entrance of the Thunder Cabaret and is about to enter when he is stopped by 2 security guards. Sir, today the Thunder Cabaret is not open for business. You can. But when the security guard noticed Chen Jun's face, he was so scared that his whole body trembled, and he hurriedly changed his words. Chief Wang, we have eyes but no pearls, and we don't know you came. I will immediately ask Mr. Bai to come out. You wait a moment, we will immediately. This was a big man that even Mr. Bai had to be polite. Wasn't he looking for death if he blocked his way? So the first thing the surrounding security guards did was to hurry up and remedy the situation, not to annoy the other party. With a serious expression, Chen Jun directly pushed the 2 men away and walked towards the closed door. The 2 security guards hurriedly followed behind, their faces unsightly, but they didn't dare to stop the big man, and hurriedly linked the main desk through their headsets, to report the situation at the entrance. At that very moment, there was a loud bang. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 security guards, Chen Jun flew up and violently kicked the gate open directly. Dazzling lights were projected and deafening dance music swirled out, giving a feeling of boiling spirits. Chen Jun merely swept a glance towards the inside, and could see that in the middle of the stage, a figure was dancing crazily, both male and female, just like the bulls, ghosts, snakes and gods. The scene was unbearable in Chen Jun's eyes. This fiery atmosphere is like 2 different worlds on Earth when compared to the overwhelmingly depressing hospital. Chapter 136 Breaking In. The voices inside were noisy, but the commotion at the doorway was so loud that many people inside noticed it, and one by one, their gazes were cast over. When they saw a few security guards letting out agonizing screams of pain as they fell to the ground, many of them had a look of watching a good show on their faces. In Thunder City, for so many years, no one has ever dared to make trouble here, and it is said that 5 years ago there was an ungrateful one who came to make trouble once, and the result was that the person who made trouble was missing a pair of hands, and almost lost his life. Since then, this place has been a forbidden place where no one dares to make a move. There's a joke that still says that it's safer here than in law enforcement. Once you're in here, even if a dragon comes, it has to lie down. And now someone is kicking in the door? Is this a brain fart? Or is his brain caught in a door panel? Asterisk 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 there's a disturbance. Quick! Who the hell ate bear heart and leopard gall? Dare to come here to make trouble? Tired of living, right? Brothers, Go with me and cut them down. Immediately, dozens of guys in security uniforms rushed out from both sides of the hall and from some of the boxes. They were all grasping batons in their hands, as well as electric batons, and rushed toward the gate in a swarm. That aura really kills God and Buddha. But the next moment, those security guards who rushed to the door, who were originally aggressive and fierce, stopped in unison and all of them stepped back. The expression on one's face went from arrogant and incomparable at the beginning to horrified, and it looked as if they had seen an evil spirit. The people in the surrounding halls who were waiting for a good show were a bit dumbfounded by this scene. What the hell is going on here? Just now they were raging, like they were going to swallow people alive, and now they're all resting? That's not like these security guards. They used to strike with ferocity, not caring about the death of others, and they had never seen them afraid of anyone. Why is it like a mouse seeing a cat now? Is this someone with a big job? I suppose so. Otherwise why don't they all dare to make a move and move back? Strange. This is the Thunder Opera House, covered by the local bigwigs. In this ground of Thunder City, who in the white way dares to mess with it? Who the hell doesn't open their eyes? For a while, the crowd was curious. At this moment, the people in front of them were quiet. No one dared to go forward. The tall and big captain who followed behind came striding up, cursing and shouting, "What are you all standing there for? Give me on cut off their hands before. Dare to come here to make trouble. Is it want to go to see the king of hell?" Those security guards rushing at the front were on the verge of tears. Get on it. My ass. They still want to live longer. These security guards not only did not go forward, but instead kept retreating, and the electric batons and truncheons that were originally raised were put down, with no momentum at all. What's the situation? Which side of the people, paralyzed, scared you guys into a softball? Really pussy? I'll tell you. After the tall captain saw clearly what was in front of him, his voice came to an abrupt end. That bare upper body trembled non-stop, and his face turned pale all of a sudden, just like a piece of white paper. Of course he recognized who it was. At the door stood a man that none of them here could afford to mess with. Not to mention them, not even Mr. By who they relied on. This person came a few times occasionally, but each time he brought someone to inspect, and each time, Mr. By received him personally. Afterwards, Mr. By had warned them all to recognize this man. He was the head of the king, and in this place he had the final say. Don't be offended. Even if he wants you dead, you can't move. Otherwise you're just messing with Mr. By. What's the consequence of offending Bjorn? Death. So one by one, they all memorized Chief Wang's appearance in their hearts. The captain even remembers it best. Cold sweat brushed out from the captain's forehead. His legs went a little weak, and his mouth shivered so much that he couldn't speak. What's with this big guy coming in? In the hall, the people who were waiting to see what was going on were stunned to see that the originally ferocious captain had also taken a break. What's going on here? Their gazes all fell on Chen Jun, and they couldn't help but wonder what the other party's status was that made a group of security guards scared like this. Definitely a big deal. No matter what, these security guards must have known each other and knew that the other party was not to be messed with. That's why they were scared like this. Otherwise how could the usually arrogant and domineering ones hold their breath? This might actually be a good show. Not to be messed with. What is it about him that would make them so afraid? I don't know. It must be a big shot. Just how would such a big shot come here to cause trouble? Isn't the boss backstage very close to the head of the organization? Yeah. Is this a falling out? Not really, right? But anyway, it's not a one-sided situation this time, so there's no chance it could be something big. Check it out. Those who didn't know watched the scene with curiosity, while the security chief and the others were all really scared. They were very clear about the power of the person in front of them. A single word could destroy them, so they were so scared that they didn't dare to move, and the captain even didn't dare to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Chen Jun walked toward them and shouted indifferently, "Have the person who spoke come out to see me? Right now." At this time, in a separate office of the cabaret, Bai Donglu lying on the sofa, staring at a photo in his hand. The photo in Bai Donglio's hand is a student with a clean face and a bright smile, which makes people indescribably likable. His eyes blazed, like he was lost in a fantasy. With a bang, the door of the room was heavily pushed open, and a little brother rushed in, exclaiming, Boss, Chief Wang is here. He's full of anger, and I don't know why, but all of our people were beaten by him." Chapter 137, he came laughing and crying. The girl continued to curse angrily. "You will not be allowed to die. You will not be allowed to die." If it was a normal day, Bai Donglu wouldn't mind tossing around on the girls for a bit longer to have some fun, but now he couldn't care less. Why? Chief Wang came. He didn't say anything, he just said that there was someone messing up. He brought people to arrest them, and told us to lay low, don't get him into trouble. He's on fire now. The brothers can't hold back, the little brother said sharply. Now Bai Donglu was really anxious. He was aware of what happened when the soldiers came outside just now. And in the end, it was Chief Wang who stepped in to take the people away. Is it because of this? Pissed off? Bai Donglu didn't care about the high school girl on the ground. Immediately straightened his clothes and quickly walked towards the outside. He had just arrived outside the hall and immediately a heart lifted. Outside was blood splattered everywhere. All kinds of pleas for mercy. Miserable howls echoed in the cabaret. The people who were watching from the surrounding bystanders were so shocked that they didn't dare to breathe a single breath. It's too damn violent. They had never seen the security guards here beaten like dogs before. And dozens of them were watching from the sidelines. None of them daring to fight back. These security guards have always been the ones who bully others. And they are usually the ones who are in charge. And they just take away whichever girl they see in the cabaret. A lot of people are scared to see them. You have to realize that they are only wearing this security uniform. But if they take it off, every one of them is a gangster when they walk outside. To put it bluntly, they are a bunch of hooligans sucking the blood of others. A low roar as if it were a cannon. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You all look like dogs. There are still quite a few of you who are retired. Right. Just like this to be a traitor. Can you stand up to your status? For a mouthful of food. Is your conscience eaten by dogs? You've all forgotten the oath you took, haven't you? You don't deserve it. And if you were my soldiers, the first thing I'd do would be to boom you. There were a few people among the security guards whose faces were on fire, and their eyes showed a complicated look. And a few of you. Chen Jun pointed at a few women in the hall with exposed clothes. Soldiers guard peace for you, and you're selling it here. It looks like you're all high school students, and even middle schoolers, right? Are you worthy of your parents who raised you? How hard would it be for them if they knew you looked like this? A high school girl immediately cried and shouted. We are all forced. There is no way. We started to come here to work and study, but we all signed a contract. We do not know at first. We do not want to do it. Bai Donglio's brows furrowed when he heard these words. These girls are naturally money-loving, fun-loving, and rebellious and alternative, but most of them start out being tempted to fall as well. Just that he used a slightly stronger means, but this is nothing, right? In the end they do not all feel that this is making money fast. Day over a very elegant? Every month from their own take away so much money. One is very happy. How all changed their words. The ES. But what was wrong with Chief Wang today? He never paid attention to these things before. And even if he knew, he didn't ask. This cabaret, his son is also one of the shareholders. It's just that no one outside knows about it. These situations are known to Chief Wang. What's the point of talking about these things now? These are not to be brought out into the open. And now that it's out in the open, a lot of people are taking out their cell phones and starting to record. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with Chief Wang? Although it is true that it can be resolved quickly, even if it goes to the internet, but ultimately this is something that is troublesome. Bai Donglu heart are tangled up. If it is replaced by someone else, he directly greeted the security guards to the deathbeat. But to the head of the king, give him 10 guts, do not dare. If people casually move their fingers, the network of relationships they have built up over the years will have to be uprooted. His own rapid rise to power was all due to hitching a ride with Chief Wang. A big shot. Bai Donglu suppressed the anger in his heart, walked by respectfully, greeted with a smile and said, Chief Wang, how did you come? Say it in advance, so I can go and pick you up. Where did these men of mine do wrong? You say a word. Why bother to do it yourself? Chen Jun walked to Bai Donglio's face and said in a cold voice, I suspect that you are using improper means to operate. Coercing underage girls to engage in illegal activities because of the illegal means of forcible seizure, which has caused a lot of grievances among the people. When these words came out, the surroundings instantly quieted down, and a pin drop could be heard. A stunned gaze from the surroundings looked at Chen Jun. The people present are all aware that there are problems with this Thunder Cabaret, and the owner has problems, but no one up there is in charge, so naturally nothing happens. But in public, no one dared to say it, let alone a figure like Chief Wang. Is Mr. Wang drunk today? Bai Donglu completely confused. Cabaret is his business. What cats and dogs inside? He knows best. But even so, such an occasion. You ask this way? This is not. He cannot say there must be a problem. Or else how can Thunder Ballroom make such a high profit? But it's tacitly authorized by the top. Otherwise, how could there be no problems at all after all these years? Leichang is a remote place with a lot of unruly people. If there are no unusual means, can it work? It won't work. Of course it's not a big deal, but it's very bad to ask here. On this ground, there are some things that can be said and some that can't be said to be put out there and said, and it's okay to do what you want behind your back, as long as you don't poke holes in it. Chief Wang has been coming over for so many years and has always abided by this rule. What's wrong with him today? Bai Donglu had countless question marks in his head. He came over to me with a particularly hard smile on his face. It felt like he was crying and laughing at the same time, especially when he squinted his eyes, like a dog's face. Such a mouth is nothing like the unassailable look he has in front of his men. Bai Donglu stood in front of Chen Jun with his head bowed and wasted, with a smile on his face. Leader, you have to understand it is difficult to do business but you can rest assured. We are here to operate legally. There is no unlawful behavior. You listen to me slowly. Let's go to the office to talk. I carefully report to you, to ensure that you are satisfied. We are here is a legal place. All legal compliance will not make it difficult for you to do. Phew. Chen Jun throws a direct leg kick. Snap. Bai Donglio's entire body bent into a shrimp and flew backwards, smashing into a table 7 or 8 meters away. Dang, all kinds of sounds. A cacophony. Bai Donglu rolled on the ground like a dog, and was hit by a pile of liquor on his body. That wretched look. Misery. The surrounding security guards were stunned, but none of them dared to help. Chen Jun yelled lowly, "Crawl over here." Chapter 138, Interrogation. Bai Donglu was in so much pain that he felt like all the bones in his body were going to fall apart. But how could he dare to complain? This was swallowing the bitterness into his own stomach, forcing himself to endure the severe pain and slowly climb up, still maintaining a smile as he faced Chen Jun. After all, the leader hits you, scolds you, is another kind of care for you. If he does not treat you like this, it is the same as already do not think of you as one of their own. It was a bit humiliating in front of so many people, but it was worth it. When the leader's anger subsides, he will help deal with the various problems and still save himself. And if he doesn't hear about it, that's a really big problem. So can you be a crybaby? No. He must be willing to do it. Bai Donglu stood up while enduring the severe pain and shouted to the people around him. Disperse, disperse, don't look. The surrounding people looked at Bai Donglu with odd eyes, and in the end, they looked at me, and then dispersed. After all, this is something between the big brothers. These small people cannot participate at all. It is better to stay away from the safety. Do not be affected by the fish. This leader is really not to be messed with. By total such a person said to hit, not a bit of face. If they hit them, they are not beaten for nothing. Mr. Bai is a foretaste of what's to come. Suddenly, the two girls cried and rushed to Chen Jun, kneeling down and shouting, Leader, leader, you give us the Lord we are forced, we do not want to do it here. The two were only halfway through their sentence when several security guards immediately rushed over, covering their mouths and trying to drag them away. Chen Jun yelled lowly, what are you doing? Let go of the people and let them come over to say if they want to die. Want to drag away people? A few security guards, scared and hurriedly loosened their hands. Do not dare to grab people again. Two girls immediately rushed to Chen Jun's side, kneeling on the ground. One of the girls shouted, we were all forced. He forced us to write a note, owed them money, and then has been threatening us, forcing us to take all sorts of nude photographs, and finally forcing us to open business. Bai Donglu heard in, carefully looked at the face of serious and indifferent Chen Jun. A moment and a half cannot take what he means. Suddenly there was a feeling of falling from heaven to hell. It doesn't make sense that this should be the case. These are small things. How could Chief Wang pay attention to them? If he wanted to take care of it, he would have said something before. Why would he wait until now? But what's he up to? Pretending? It shouldn't be. If you want to pretend, you should have acted enough just now when you beat up so many people and got beat up yourself. Bai Donglu really couldn't figure out what kind of drugs Chief Wan was selling in his heart. At this time, Chen Jun turned his head to stare indifferently at Bai Donglu, and said in a deep voice, when I was with your mother, I instructed her to educate you properly as a green turtle son. I didn't expect you to hide these things from me. From the operation of the cabaret to the development of the rural greening project, can't afford to pocket it. You did what illegal things? One by one to the old man to say out. I see still cannot be wrapped up. A piece cannot hide. If the leakage of your that same, did not plug the mouth, the people above the track down, even if it is the God of heaven cannot save you. If it gets on my head, you know the consequences. Bai Donglu froze, and subconsciously his mouth fell open. So it is. No wonder Chief Wang is taking such good care of himself. It turns out that his hair salon mother is having an affair with him. But if you think about it, your own mother had an affair with a lot of people. And when you were a kid you squatted in front of the hair salon and a man would go in and wash your hair and he'd just collect the money once and go to the game room to play. Once on the surprised squatting to the next door to the old king, or their own classmates' fathers. Thanks to this relationship, where else would the special care be? Now everything makes sense. It turned out to be above someone down to investigate. Things are a little too big, involved in their own head. The head of the king is afraid of pulling his head to go. A big leader like him must be looking for a rush. Bai Donglu did receive a notice today that the countryside of the unruly people trouble, alarmed to other places. Are people across the region to investigate? Let him recently closed down some low-key, wait for the wind to pass. In the business, don't mess things up recently. Because of this, the cabaret is temporarily closed today. When Bai Donglu thought of this, he immediately suppressed all sorts of emotions in his heart, and his thoughts turned rapidly. The situation might be worse than he thought, and it seemed necessary to come clean and prepare ahead of time to see what his mother's ironclad relationship had to say. Bai Donglu thought for a moment and said, Chief Wang, it's not that I can't see that some students are too poor. Youth shouldn't just be about struggling. There's also enjoyment. Chen Jun yelled lowly, speak human. Bai Donglu clenched his teeth and revealed a bitter smile, saying, Chief, in fact, I just see some of the bandwagon are endorsing school loans. Why can't I? So I also did it. But there are always pricks who do not pay back the money. There is no way. They cannot pay back. Can only be paid back with meat. Forced to business. He didn't hide it, and told all about the process one by one. In fact, this is also an unspoken rule in the industry. There is nothing to hide, as long as those who have worked in the industry are clear about it. That's all there is in total. It's a bit of a violation, but it shouldn't be a big deal. After all, they're the ones who owe the money, and I've been a bit tough on them. Chen Jun's face was indifferent and he didn't make a statement, but in his heart, he was already furious. That's not a big deal? Deliberately digging a hole for them, that's not even a big deal? And what exactly is the big thing? Is it only a big deal if you kill someone? Chen Jun looked at Bai Donglu and said, this matter is rather obscure. Remember the bottom line. And the beautiful countryside project, do you have a personal grudge in it? Why did you single out a crippled soldier to come on strong? Don't you know that's a red line that can't be touched? When Bai Donglu heard Chen Jun mention this matter, he probably understood one of the reasons why he was so annoyed. It was because he blamed himself for making a big commotion by taking action against the soldiers. No matter what, Chief Wang was a big shot in the army, and going against the soldiers more or less made him unhappy. Bai Donglu clenched his teeth and said, Chief, I do have selfishness. I just want to take good care of my former classmate and not let her suffer. I can do that, but she just refuses to leave that crippled soldier. No matter how much I say, she's not willing to do that. Naturally, so I can only think of other ways. The opportunity just came up this time, so Bai Donglu said it completely. After waiting for the other party to finish, Chen Jun pocket pressed the off button of the recorder and stared at Bai Donglu. You do things. You can go. I hope you go peacefully. Chapter 139, Making a Scene. Bai Donglu froze for a moment and looked at Chen Jun in shock. Chief Wang, what did you just say? I can go? Boo! Chen Jun suddenly kicked Bai Donglu down. Bai Donglu was caught off guard and fell straight down, his face rubbing on the floor and feeling like he had worn off a layer of skin. Before he could cry out in shock, he only saw Chen Jun stepping on Bai Donglu's right leg. Bai Donglu was attacked by a huge force, while at the same time sensing the strong killing intent of Chen Jun from the other party's eyes. In an instant, Bai Donglu's expression became alarmed and he hurriedly shouted, Chief, what are you doing? You can't. Click. It's the sound of bones breaking. The bone in Bai Donglu's right leg broke, directly piercing through the muscle and splattering blood. Marrow spilled out at the broken bones. Bai Donglu let out his heart-rending scream. Ah! Chen Jun had already transferred his foot to his intact left leg, and said expressionlessly, my squad leader, who is the hero of the Yen country, was crippled in order to guard the likes of you, and you even want his life and possess his wife. This world is about fairness. Boo! Ah! In an even more miserable scream, Bai Donglu's left leg was crushed and fractured, and he would never be able to stand up again in his life. The intense pain caused his entire body to tremble, feeling like his legs weren't growing on him and he was completely out of control. Finished with your own legs? However, relatively more than this, Bai Donglu was more afraid of Chen Jun. The chief is crazy. He is crazy. What to do? What to do? The chief is going to deal with himself. Isn't he finished? His own life is over. Bai Donglu suddenly felt like the entire world was collapsing. The other security guards around them were stunned to see the scene. Their boss was actually stepped on and broke 2 legs alive? This is too crazy and too bloody. This big man is too tough. None of the people around dared to come over and stop it. They all stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do, and even less dared to call the police or an ambulance. Of course those girls who were forced to see the scene had excited smiles on their faces. Is this retribution coming? Chen Jun did not pay attention to the other people's reactions, and did not dare to lie on the death of Bai Donglu. Turned toward the outside of the cabaret. Everyone around him looked at him in horror, whispering about what was wrong with this big shot, that he would lay such a heavy hand on Mr. Bai. Hadn't he always covered it? Did something special happen? There was all kinds of speculation for a while many people had already photographed the scene and sent it to their friends. After all, Bai Donglu is a big man with a face in Lei City, and now he is being broken on his own field, lying on the ground like a dog, wailing in pain. This is definitely hot news. No one around dared to stop Chen Jun or follow him. After Chen Jun came out, a gust of wind lifted his clothes and obscured his face after he turned the corner into an alleyway. However, after the clothes slid down, the long face of the original Chief Wang turned into the appearance of Chen Jun. Chen Jun's expression was unusually firm, and there wasn't a hint of faltering in his eyes. As a soldier, he guards his country, but never guards scum. There was surveillance in the cabaret, and many people had already shot the video with their cell phones, and I believe that someone would soon spread this video, and it would definitely make a big deal out of it, and in the end, it would definitely be traced back to Chief Wang's head. As soon as it's investigated, there's definitely something fishy going on here, and there's no escaping it. As for finally checking on yourself, does it matter? It doesn't matter. With broken legs, a scumbag, who will stand up for him? A minimum of 20 years in prison awaits him. That's why Chen Jun didn't care how big things got. Instead, the bigger it got, the better. The squad leader couldn't be made to nearly die by them while nothing happened to the other side. It would chill the hot heart of the soldier gripping the cold steel gun. Chen Jun walked down the street unhurriedly, took out his cell phone and dialed Lei Keming. Is sister-in-law awake? Lei Keman said. Woke up, the baby was saved. This is the best outcome. Where are you? You didn't do anything impulsive. Chen Jun suddenly left. Lei Keming has been unsure until he just received the doctor's notification that Shiguo's lover is fine. So he wanted to call Chen Jun and tell him the news. Chen Jun said the boss behind it, and things got out of hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lei Keming's brain felt like it had exploded and he cursed angrily. Your ing finished let you not be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. You killed him. You're finished yourself. But the next second, there was a blind beep on the other end of the phone, and it had hung up the signal. This guy is a ing lunatic, killing for the sake of his comrades, and cannot tolerate a sand. The other side even if it deserves to die. It is not you who say kill Confused, Lekman couldn't help but curse. He knew that Chen Jun must have done something impulsive when he got mad, but he just didn't expect this guy to really treat the other party as an enemy and directly kill the person. After his anger had passed, Rickman began to calculate what he should do below again. Anger won't solve this. The situation is very obvious now. The matter is so big that he can't stay out of it. And in a sense, he is also an accomplice. Malagasy, what's all this? Seeing someone come can cause so much trouble. I should have known not to come. This crazy person is really capable of causing trouble. Lei Keming held his breath, feeling like he was the punching bag from beginning to end. And in the end, he had to find a way to solve the problem, and had to wipe the ass of this Chen Jun guy. What did I do? This guy is a talent, has the balls, strong principles, but also can cause trouble. Now want to keep him. How to do? This kid is too impulsive. So that a mess. Simply do not know how to end. Lekman loved and hated it so much it was driving him crazy. We have to get in touch with the Corps and try to figure out what to do. It's not worth it if he has to take off his uniform and be court-martialed because of this. After Rekman regained his composure, he began to think of ways to remedy the situation. Time came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A post on the forum began to shock Lei Chang's network, and spread on the network at a very fast speed. Just less than half an hour's time, has rushed to the first page of the hot search, become the headline. Only the title reads, Thunder City bigwig Wang Tiangang stepped on both legs of Thunder City tycoon by Donglu in public at the Thunder Cabaret, suspected of having a personal grudge. Under the title comes a related video of the very same disfigured Chen Jun mightily and dominantly stomping on Bai Donglu. Bai Donglu is screaming and screaming. His face is in pain, like a dog, while on the ground there is a streak of blood. Picture very bloody. The comments below the video as well as the pop-ups exploded. Chapter 140 Warrior chopping the dragon. Wang Tiangang, the captain of Thunder City's enforcers, was a high-powered figure who could be described as having an iron face. Many cases in Lei City were solved under his auspices, and he was thus also known locally as the Warrior, a character who specialized in angrily slaying evil dragons and rescuing princesses. This is a heroic figure, and still has a good reputation in the region. But this hero turns around and puts the rescued consort to sleep, which is of a very serious nature. No one knows why the hero slept with the king's consort, but there's certainly all sorts of speculation going on until this is made official. That's what it seems like this time. Why did Wang Tiangang angrily stomp on developer by Donglu? No one knows what happened between them, so the comments below are full of speculation. Whether it was by Donglu or Wang Tiangang, they were all popular figures in Lei City. but they belonged to different fields, while Bai Donglio's background was not very honorable in the first place, and in the dark a lot of people were cursing him, and his reputation was very poor. Wang Tiangang was different, and his image was still good, but it was strange that such two people, who were supposed to have no dealings with each other, were fighting each other in a big way. Together with Wang Tiangang's identity and so sensitive, naturally let a person associated with the back of many things, such as why Bai Donglu can get so many local projects, why he violated the business but no one to check him. That's a hell of a stomp. Must have lynched him. Is it because the deal fell through? It's possible. If it's a normal review, how come he's alone? There must be something fishy here. Yeah, to strike so hard, it feels like he's trying to kill the other person. Or in public. How much hatred does one have to have for him to do that? No matter what, this is considered intentional injury, right? Looking at his two legs, I guess they're ruined. Even if they're cured, they can't walk, right? Don't know anymore. Insider information says that Wang Tiangang is the guest of honor of developer Bai Donglio's mother. There are pictures and truth. This news is from the Thunder Cabaret. The news is absolutely accurate. Asterisk 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 and such powerful news? No wonder. No one dares to move Bai Donglu. But what's going on now? Could it be a case of liking the new and hating the old? If that's the case, Wang Tiangang's lifestyle is questionable? The previous persona was all fake? Holy, the disguise is deep enough. It's not like he's the umbrella behind it. Thunder Cabaret is rumored to have a lot of catty business in it, causing a lot of complaints from the local populace. It's just that no one has ever dared to investigate. All kinds of speculations are flying around, plus photos were sent out in the scene, as well as the speculations of some people who only want to see the world in chaos. The news blew up the internet like a heavy bomb. At this moment, at the law enforcement department's premises, Wang Tian had just brought someone to invite Gong Arrow, Chen Shanming, and Miao Wolf to have tea, and he went straight back to his office. So he dialed Bai Donglio's number, intending to call him over and ask in detail what was going on. In fact, he and Bai Donglu did not have any dark deal, is from time to time to bring people to the routine inspection. Of course, occasionally also go there to relax properly, such as singing, colleague party and so on, every time the consumption of their own out of the pocket. In Wang Dagon's impression, Bai Donglu is not a good person, but it's worthwhile to be sure that this guy was a gangster in the past, and now he's reformed and has done a lot of great things. Many of the local properties were developed by him, which boosted the local economy, and he also actively did charity work and sponsored many local poor students. Of course, they occasionally do something out of the ordinary. That is, they are a bit tougher against the nail households. And until this incident happened today, they were not too out of the ordinary. It was also because of this matter that made Wang Tiangang extremely annoyed. This guy was in the countryside on a greening project that was supposed to be a very good thing for the area, but he took a strong-arm tactic and went so far as to mess with a retired military man, alerting the troops. This incident had the force investigating directly across the region, and thankfully he had stabilized the other side. And the evidence Gong Arrow just brought out shows that Bai Donglu definitely has a problem. A big problem. Wang Tiangang is not a person who does not know how to do things. If the other side really has a big problem, the investigation comes out. How to deal with it. Just before this, it is necessary to make the impact minimized. A punk is a punk. You can't become a phoenix even if you fly up to the branch. If you make such a big fuss this time, no one can protect you if you don't explain clearly. Wang Tiangang muttered to himself. However, the cell phone Wang Tian just dialed rang for a long time without being answered, until it hung up automatically. Not picking up? Or are you hiding on purpose? Wang Tiangang frowned. Then, he dialed again, and after 3 consecutive dials, no one answered. This guy. It was at this time that the door to the office room was suddenly pushed open and a subordinate came in anxiously. Wang Tiangang was getting angry and said angrily, "What are you doing? Don't you know how to shout a report before coming in?" The subordinate said in horror, "Boss, why did you cripple Bai Donglu, the owner of the Thunder Opera House? This matter is all over the headlines." Swish! Wang Tiangang stood up violently and scolded. "What nonsense are you talking about? I've been working on a case. When did I go and beat someone up? Today, for the sake of Bai Donglio's matter." He was so busy from morning to now that he didn't even have a drink of water, and he still had the time to beat up someone? In saying that, he had just called and contacted Bai Donglu, ready to let him come over to explain the situation clearly. How did he beat and maim someone? The subordinate said sharply, "Chief, at this time, you don't have to hide it. The law enforcement team and his team are coming over, asking you to assist in the investigation of the case. Chief, you have a big problem. Even if you are dissatisfied with Bai Donglu, you shouldn't seriously injure another person in public. This is a willful injury." What nonsense! I have no grudge against him. What's the point of beating him up? Where did you hear that rumor from? Wang Tiangang only felt puzzled. How could he have alerted the other law enforcement teams to investigate himself? Is this sitting at home getting blackballed? The subordinate saw Wang Tiangang's face of anger, as if it really wasn't like he did it, immediately took out his cell phone, clicked on the video, and handed the phone over. Gov, you can see for yourself. Now it's all on the hot search headlines and come on. And now the internet is talking about you hitting people. This subordinate was all baffled. If he hadn't seen that the person on the video was the chief, he would have believed what the chief had just said. Wang Tiangang immediately took the phone and stared at the video. Soon, he trembled, the corners of his mouth twitching, and finally stifled two words. Asterisk. Chapter 141 Supreme Council of the Pickets. Not long after Chen Jun walked out of the Thunder Cabaret, the system's prompt once again sounded in his head. The host carries out the principle of hacking and punishes evil you, rewarding you with 200 experience value. He scanned his personal attributes. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 5. Attributes, mental 6.2. Physical 6.2. Strength 6.2. Speed 6.2, normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination, grand finish. Hacking shooting, grand finish. Hacking sneaking, grand finish. Hacking healing, grand finish. Hacking space, medium finish, 2000 meters. Hacking transfiguration, medium finish. Value of experience, 430 of 600. It's up to 430, which is 170 short of 600. This was sort of an unexpected little surprise for Chen Jun. He had stepped in to cripple that unscrupulous developer purely for the sake of the class president, and he had done so even without a reward. This hacking system, it's a way to get yourself to go forward. Get upset, do it, and destroy anything that doesn't go your way. Chen Jun is getting better at hacking systems. The hacking system plays a big part in how far he's come, and there are a lot of things he wouldn't have accomplished on his own without it. Chen Jun thought for a moment, then pulled out his cell phone to call his cheap dad. You kid even took the initiative to call. Count yourself as somewhat filial. Chen Shan's cheerful voice rang out in the cell phone. Chen Jun said, Dad, I've done something out of the ordinary. I crippled a Lay City developer. There's a rural greening project here. See if you can take it over. I might have a bit of trouble taking care of it there for a while. Chen Shan was surprised. What have you gotten yourself into again? Tell me clearly. Chen Jun thought for a moment and then told him all about what happened. Chen Shan blurted out, Son, this thing is reckless, but you did a good job. Old man top you. The army thing, I can't help you, but that development project, I will intervene, and will definitely make them satisfied. Chen Jun froze, did not think that his father was still so bold and did not scold himself. If it was changed to the past, most likely he would have stormed out. After all, this matter was not a small matter, especially now with Chen Jun's status. Thanks, Dad. Chen Shan was a bit worried. What kind of punishment will you obtain? Chen Jun said, maybe court-martialed. Get used to it. I still have some things to do. Hang up first. Chen Shan immediately became anxious and was about to speak, but Chen Jun had already hung up the phone. The boy. Chen Shan thought for a moment and immediately asked his secretary to look for information about the Thunder City project. On Chen Jun's side, he had just hung up the phone when Lei Kemming's call came over, saying in a serious tone, Chen Jun, you go and turn yourself in. Contact the local law enforcement department, confessing to leniency and resisting to severity. This is not a matter of joking around. The matter has been investigated to me. He sighed. You boys are good enough to be righteous. Old man is miserable. Chen Jun naturally knew that he was sure to be found out, and said indifferently, let them contact me. I won't run. This kid. Lei Kemming sighed. All right. Things have happened. Deal with it how you want to deal with it. It's not me who has a headache anyway. It's the last vestige of dignity. Chen Jun is a soldier, but grudges are clear-cut, and he clearly has a problem with the local law enforcement bureau for being like this, but anyone else with a conscience would probably do the same. After Chen Jun hung up the phone, he found a square nearby and sat down, not wanting anything but to be quiet. The worst thing that could happen from this incident would be his own removal from this uniform, but he had no regrets. The great man to do things has always been unrestrained. Should do is to do. Do is not ambiguous. Chen Jun looked at the doves of peace flying up in the square, a faint smile appearing on his face. The squad leader woke up. His baby was saved. The people who hurt him paid the price, and behind the scenes, there's nothing to worry about. Justice is done. Chen Jun let out a long sigh of relief. Not long after, Chen Jun's cell phone vibrated. He received a piece of information from his father in WeChat, so he quickly viewed it. Almost at the same time, in the highest conference room of the picket, Fang Tongjing's superior, who was also the pickets bureau chief, Tang Tianhao, Wolf Tooth's Wolf Head, He Jun, and even the group's bigwig, Gao Shiwei, were all sitting in it in a heck of a way. Each one of them had a very grave expression, especially Gao Shiwei. Gao Shiwei's eyes were deep, making it impossible to see what kind of mood he was in right now and what he was considering. But the people around him could clearly sense that he was very dissatisfied. He Jun's eyes, on the other hand, were flickering, because there was someone on Wolf Fang's side who was also involved, although it wasn't the direct cause, but after all, he was also involved. As for Tang Tianhao, he didn't indicate anything about his attitude, but those who knew him well knew clearly that he was the most impersonal person among these few bigwigs. Not long after, Kong Tuan cursed and walked in, his mouth still yelling, "Well done, the local in action." Chen Jun on this is to wipe their asses, to pull out the black sheep. Unnatural means is understandable. Special treatment for special circumstances. It is not very normal. Anyway, I think he did a good job. Kong Tuan already know what Chen Jun did. Disguised as a local big brother crippled a developer. The video he also watched, to uncover Chen Jun is very easy. The video control, and height. In the speculation of the cause of the passage and so on, it is very easy to find out the cracks. If he had disguised a virtual person to come out, it might be troublesome to search for him, but he had disguised himself as Wang Tiangang, and that guy had an alibi to prove that the person on the video wasn't him. This makes it quite easy to investigate. And another thing is that Lei Keming guy confessed on the spot that it was Chen Jun who did it. Re-examine was also an accomplice. Kong Tuan was straightforward. He didn't feel that there was nothing wrong with what Chen Jun had done. If it was in his place to go, the consequences for the other party were expected to be even more serious. Assholes are stepping on the heads of soldiers and letting it bully them? What's the slogan in the army? Destroy all assholes internally and kill all enemies externally. This matter could not be handled in a low-key manner, or it would chill countless heroes. Gao Shiwei stared at Kong Tuan and growled lowly, "Kong Lei, don't yell. Sit down and talk. I heard you were supposed to lead the troops, right?" Kong Tuan said regretfully, "Not bad. It's a pity that it can't come true. But instead, that kid Lei Keming was righteous and took my place. He's not a sinister conductor. He's still a tough guy plus a good man. Only the wrong name, not the wrong code name." Lei Keming was involved? He Jun couldn't help but frown when he heard this. With his understanding of Lei Keming, this guy who was calculating and very calm in all matters should not have done something so reckless. Chapter 142, The Devil Who Beats People. Kong Duan had just sat down when Tang Tianhao stood up and opened the video. On the huge screen in the conference room, Chen Jun could be seen disguised as a local bigwig, crippling developer by Dong Lu in front of many people. This is very bad in nature and is a serious breach of discipline. He Jun couldn't help but sigh. Still too young and impulsive. He was very optimistic about Chen Jun as a soldier, but the point of impulsiveness was also the thing he was most worried about. This is a double-edged sword. Use well to kill the enemy numb. Use bad hurt people hurt themselves. Judging from the current situation, this alone is enough to heavily sentence Chen Jun. The pickets brought a few of their relevant leaders to a meeting to characterize the matter. I believe, He Jun is biased towards Chen Jun's side, if he is the one to deal with it. When the matter is clarified before and after, locking up Chen Jun for a few days is a must. As for the other things, it depends on how the place is going to deal with the injured person, as well as the requirements made by the other party to judge. But no matter what, it was definitely necessary to keep Chen Jun. Not to mention that Kong Tuan, if he was the one to handle it, he probably wouldn't even be confined. As he just said, he's going to lead the troops himself. If Gong Arrow hadn't privately detained Kong Tuan and then requested Wolf Fang's help, Kong Tuan would probably still be in Lei City right now. Tang Tianhao turned his head to Gao Shiwei and said, "Chief, what do you think?" Gao Shiwei was silent for a moment and spoke. "We don't know the reason. We only saw this result. Chen Jun's squad leader was a combat hero, but refused the hero application. So the local people were not clear that he was a hero. Of course what Chen Jun did, impulsive for sure, but there must be a reason for it. You can go and ask him what the reason is first. It's not too late to have a trial. Someone like Scorpion couldn't even him. I don't want to see one of my own people taking out one of my own most gifted soldiers. It's the pro's pain, the pro's revenge." When Tang Tianhao heard this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. It's favoritism, and it's very obvious. No matter what, with this video you can convict Chen Jun. It's not too late in the trial. He's a soldier, smearing his own people not to mention, but also cross-region law enforcement. What does he think he is? Too unbridled. Tang Tianhao said heavily. That's a loaded statement and very punishing. Regardless of the era and the country, cross-border law enforcement, without any approvals, is the biggest taboo. Chen Jun also blatantly abused his private practice, causing strong reactions in the community with very serious consequences. In the old days, this could have been dragged off and shot, Gao Shiwei said. Soldiers must first be bloodthirsty. His squad leader was beaten to life and death. If the local authorities had been forceful, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Lao Tang, don't be so arbitrary. Don't forget, your picket team's Feng Tangjing isn't even qualified to race pigs. Look at both sides of everything. You can't just look at one outcome, which is often dealt with in a biased way. Tang Tianhao's age and Gao Shiwei about the same age. Level is also similar. Mainly responsible for the discipline inspection of this piece. Qualified to call the shots with Gao Shiwei. But Gao Shiwei is a famous eagle. If the other side tore his face, he can only be the foot of the pussy. Hearing Gao Shiwei's words, Tang Tianhao couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his stomach. Marred. Is Chen Jun the illegitimate son of Mr. Gao? Why are you supporting him like this? Indeed, it is also true that for such an obvious breach of discipline, there is no need to investigate too much and go straight to a qualifying trial. But Gao Shiwei pressed on. First we need to investigate clearly, and finally investigate the reasons. So what? The two simply don't add up. Tang Tianhao didn't understand, but Ji Jun and Kong Tuan knew exactly why Gao Shiwei did this. This is valuing talent. Chen Jun is a very good seed, very promising, and Gao Shiwei thinks very highly of him. It's a loss to the force if a military career is cut short because of something like this. In the face of scum like that, any bloodthirsty soldier wouldn't be indifferent, so he needed to figure out everything and then consider what kind of treatment the other side, Chen Jun, would carry out based on that. Jurisprudence is no more than human nature. Tang Tianhao was silent for a while and said, after the meeting is adjourned, I'll personally make a trip to Lei City. Lei City, the center square. A little girl with a balloon walked up to Chen Jun, who was wearing a military uniform, and handed him the balloon, angling her little head, saying, brother, are you a soldier? Your expression looks so sad. I'll give you this one. Chen Jun didn't pick it up, and struggled to show a hint of a smile on his face, gently touching the little girl's head and struggling to squeeze out a smile, saying, brother is a soldier. Just thinking of my comrades. No sadness. The little girl patted her chest and said, my mom and dad said that my soldier brother is not afraid of bloodshed and sacrifice to protect us. Now I can protect you too. Did you see the news? A lot of people protected an injured soldier, and I want to be one of them. Her tender voice cooed in Chen Jun's ear, just like a lark. From time to time, Chen Jun revealed a light smile, and it was clear that the thing she was talking about was exactly what happened when Guo was rescued. The story has spread quickly in the area. Brother, if you're unhappy about something, tell me. I'll play with you so you'll be happy. I'll give you this balloon to play with. The little girl showed two little bunny teeth, and those big watery eyes made it look like she was in a very good mood. Brother is in a good mood now. Thanks. Chen Jun smiled. There are more good people in this society after all. And as for the assholes, clean up as many as you can find, and society will definitely become better. Not long after, a military vehicle stopped next to the square, and two law enforcers walked quickly towards Chen Jun. The two men walked up to Chen Jun, their faces cold, and one of them said, you are Chen Jun? Chen Jun said, it's me. Come with us, the enforcer said indifferently. After confirming Chen Jun's identity, the two men immediately took out handcuffs and wanted to hold Chen Jun. The little girl immediately became anxious and hurriedly let go of the balloon, ran over and tried to break the hands of the two law enforcers, shouting, he's not a bad guy. Bad guys don't shed tears. Don't arrest him and take him away. I want to protect him. The two enforcers were stunned, not expecting a little girl who was a stranger to him to speak for him. Tears? Chen Jun smiled faintly and waved his hand at the little girl, saying, little sister, they are not bad people either. My brother is just going to explain something to them. He will be back soon. Goodbye and thank you for your protection. After saying that, Chen Jun walked towards the military vehicle. The two enforcers froze, looking at me and me at you. Is this the demon that the boss said was posing as him to beat people up? Doesn't look like it. Chapter 143, Changing the Law Requires Bloodshed and Sacrifice. Thunder City, Law Enforcement Bureau Conference Room. Tang Tianhao had already arrived, and next to him sat Wang Tiangang, who had been top-heaved by Chen Jun. Sitting across from the two of them were Chen Jun and Lei Kemin. Lei Keming was taken as an accomplice and brought along. He had expected this to be the case, but he hadn't expected that Tang Tianhao, the military region's big brother, would come in person. I'm afraid this is going to be difficult. Tang Tianhao was in charge of the picketing work in the military district, a man of very strong principles, and planted more than enough under his hand. He personally sat in on the matter, which was a clear indication that he was going to focus on this matter. Chen Jun really knows how to cause trouble. Snap! Wang Tiangang slammed the table, his face furious, pointing at Chen Jun. Do you know what you are doing? You are committing a crime. Blatantly beating someone to the point of serious injury and disability. Challenging the bottom line of the law. Do you know that? And disguised as me. Who gave you the guts? Are you worthy of the word soldier? Do you know how much of an impact you've brought to the military because of your reckless behavior? It's disgraced the image of our soldiers. Throwing light? Chen Jun looked up at Wang Tiangang, beating a disabled soldier in public, openly wanting to demolish his house, directly pushing him down almost seriously injured into a vegetable, now still in a coma in the hospital. My comrades came to investigate. You guys directly escorted down, not letting them go in to investigate, and I just watched from the sidelines as you guys pulled out of the team. You think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Wang Gang froze. Chen Jun continued. You don't act locally and expect others to accept your rules? I'm not afraid to tell you that if it happens again, I'll still do it. Even I can tell you that I'm saving your career, and you should be thanking me. Grass. Wang Tian just wanted to lash out, but it felt like the feeling of being kicked in the crotch, and he was unable to fight back for a moment. On this occasion, he really did not do enough. As one of the local bigwigs, his first concern was local stability and minimizing the impact, and naturally he didn't want anyone else to meddle in a place under his control. If you want to deal with it, you have to do it yourself. And he knew something about Shiguo, and at that time, if he had shown up at the first opportunity, it might not have been such a situation. Tang Tianhao, who had been silent next to him, slammed the table and said angrily, Are you openly confronting the organization's investigation? Chen Jun shook his head and said, I'm telling the truth. Why can those people beat up people with impunity and insult the soldiers? It's not because the local law enforcers are spoiled? We soldiers protect law-abiding citizens and never harbor miserable remnants. If you have to overinterpret, I have no choice. Tang Tianhao frowned. Watch your attitude. You're a soldier. If you mess up, the country will go haywire. Chen Jun said. You weren't there. You don't know how much the people's opinion of them is. You can investigate it first before it's too late to interrogate me. With that, he pushed the recording sum, and the information his father had sent him, forward. These are the evidence of Bai Dongliu's crimes. Tang Tianhao grabbed it, put it on the countertop, and played it out. He listened for a moment, and his expression changed completely. Illegal to take the project. Excessive development. Violent demolition. Illegal to open concert halls. Secretly carry out all kinds of transactions, as well as carry out all kinds of naked loans. If these are true, it is simply to reach the level of human and God's indignation. Each one is so shocking. But it can be said that the history of Bai Dongliu's fortune is the history of the local people's blood and tears. Tang Tianhao was getting angrier and angrier the more he heard. Wang Tiangang also listened carefully next to him, and casually flipped through the information in front of him, and couldn't help but say, this information isn't necessarily true, is it? And even if it is, you can enforce the law instead of us. Chen Jun stared at the other party as if he was looking at an idiot and said, I can understand your feelings, but have you ever thought about it? People like this have a way with the top and a way with the bottom, and if you haven't personally entered their inner circle, you'll never know how dark it is inside and how shocking it is to the eyes. As a soldier of this country, I apologize for taking the liberty of using your authority, but if it's a crime, no snowflake is innocent after an avalanche. Can you understand that? The originally angry Wang Tiangang sat down on his butt. In his own jurisdiction, the emergence of such a bad nature of the organization, he did not find anything, and even think that the other side is not a bad person, just a little overreaching behavior. The other party operates a cabaret. He has also taken people to go there many times. This is under his own eyes. What's a lampshade? That's what this is. If the other side's power expands further, who will bear the brunt in the event of a nasty outbreak? In that sense, Chen Jun was saving him. Tang Tianhao was silent for a moment, and looked at Chen Jun indifferently. Even if it's true, you should have reported it first, instead of directly hitting people. Using violence to fight violence. This is something only thugs do. You're a soldier. Chen Jun nodded. If that's the case, and you care about the justice of the process, you can arrest me. Come on. After saying that, Chen Jun stood up and raised his hands to Tang Tianhao's face. My father told me to apply for retirement earlier so that I can go back and inherit billions of assets, but I am not willing to do so. I watched my comrades die one by one in front of me, but the only surviving squad leader, his legs were disabled and turned into an invalid. He voluntarily gave up his hero's treatment in the hope of enlightening those who came after him, but when he returned home, his only old house was to be bulldozed and subjected to forced demolition, and the gang abused him, beat him, and even tried to kill him. That's right, I can't help it. I can't wait to those people. What kind of people do soldiers bleed and sweat to protect? My squad leader didn't die under the enemy's guns, but he was almost beaten into a vegetable. This is the soldier's misfortune and the country's misfortune. If I don't make a move today, and if I'm not mistaken, the local practice is to make a big deal out of a small thing. If my squad leader becomes a vegetable and his wife doesn't keep the baby in her womb, who's going to redress their grievances? Who will be held responsible? Compensation? How much to pay for a few lives? How bad will it be behind a widow who has no one to depend on? Have you ever thought about it? My squad leader is a national war hero. He is contributing to this country. He doesn't deserve to be treated like this. He shouldn't. It's not just me watching. It's all the soldiers watching. The ancients said, change the law. Need blood sacrifice. I since the cross soared to the sky laugh. Go to leave the liver and gall to Kunlun. I can be the sacrifice of the change of law. I will not have any complaints. As long as you guys in the future to pay more attention to retired combat heroes. After saying that, Chen Jun closed his eyes without saying a word. Chapter 144 Emotional Outbursts. Tang Tianhao's body trembled slightly, not knowing if it was from anger or something else. Also a soldier. If it happened to him, Tang Tianhao would have been furious beyond measure, and probably would have had the heart to kill. What Chen Jun said wasn't without any truth at all. Anyone would be furious when heroes were treated so unfairly. It's just that the way Chen Jun handled it was too extreme. There are many ways to punish criminals. Fighting violence with violence is the most hopeless approach. After Wang Tiangang, who was originally full of anger value, heard Chen Jun's words, his entire body fell into deep thought. According to the tactics of the Law Enforcement Bureau, things that involve too much are indeed trivialized, and in the end, the impact is reduced to a minimum, and in the end, nothing happens as if nothing has happened. As for the latter, things between them can be resolved through the judicial process. Now that Chen Jun had made such a mess, it would be impossible to minimize the matter. Chen Jun knows everything, understands everything, and is definitely not as simple as recklessness. Look at Chen Jun now. Until this moment, his expression is not the slightest bit fearful. Even if he is really sent to the military court, it is estimated that it will be the same. Chen Jun must have thought of all the consequences before he did this, and there was even a possibility that he just wanted to make a big deal out of it. This guy is gambling with himself, and his talk of inheriting his family's billions? This breath, Wang Tiangang couldn't help but ask, who is your father? Chen Jun glanced at him and said, my father, Chen Shan of Donghai City. Wang Tiangang froze slightly, and that Chen Shan immediately flashed through his mind. The richest man in the East China Sea. Wang Tiangang naturally knew this big man in the business world, and many of the comprehensive large plazas in the first and second tier big cities across the country were his handiwork. Why would the son of such a super rich man want to join the army? This ideology is too high. Chen Jun could have lived a life of fine clothes and food, enjoying the best material and spiritual enjoyment in this world, but he couldn't forget the blood feud of his comrades. And such a person deserves anyone's respect. Thinking of this, Wang Tiangang thought of his own son. The same are young people. How the gap is so big. Without realizing it, Wang Tiangang's anger in his heart weakened quite a bit. From his perspective, if what Bai Donglu had done was true, he also wanted the other party to be punished in the harshest way possible, not something that could be relieved by locking the other party up for a few years. It was at this moment that a henchman quickly walked in and whispered a few words in Wang Tiangang's ear. Wang Tiangang's face slightly changed color, and he hurriedly got up, quickly walking to the window and looking downwards. What's wrong? Tang Tianhao looked at this strange behavior of Wang Tiangang and also got up and walked to the window. His face swished. On a large street in front of the downstairs, many people had gathered at some point. A single figure kept coming from a distance, standing right on the side of the road, looking at the office building. No one clamoring, no banners, just standing quietly, watching. These people had plain faces and were obviously local villagers. They were in a hurry, with a lot of mud on the soles of their feet, and on the legs of their pants, and they looked like they were in a hurry to get here. Wang Tiangang said, who are these people? Any idea what they're here for? The henchman said, I've asked. It's the same villagers of the soldier who was injured. They had gone to the hospital to watch over the injured soldier. Then we went to arrest him and these people rushed over. He pointed to Rickman. Chen Jun also looked at Lei Keeman. Lekman shrugged and said, I just told them that their silent support was needed, that it was the will of the people, and I didn't do anything, did I? Chief, he looked to Tang Tianhao. Chief, this isn't some violent incident, this is the people's heart. Hearing this, Tang Tianhao's mouth twitched, and all he could think of was the word sinister. This guy with the glasses, who looks like a gentleman, keeps quiet, but when he says something, he hits the nail on the head. Hundreds of people had gathered down there, and others were still coming. Gathering thousands, even tens of thousands by then. If it causes the villagers below to riot, it is against public opinion. At this time, Tang Tianhao has not been firm. Chen Jun's approach is overreaching, but it is not without extenuating circumstances. But it cannot be this easy to get rid of the matter. Last time, Fang Tongjing's incident caused the picket to lose a lot of prestige, and made a lot of people look at it as a joke. And if it continues like this, who's going to feel like there's a knife hanging over their head? So the pickets had to be given a leg up, and it had to be on Chen Jun. The last time the pickets were planted in the hands of Chen Jun, Tang Tianhao's color changed uncertainly. So many people down there. Once they make a scene and cause a commotion, it will definitely spread on the internet, and this place will once again cause a huge whirlpool. It must be handled with care. Wang Tiangang's face is gloomy and heavy. The online video will push him to the tip of the wind and waves. And now come back to this. He cannot be suppressed. The situation now was that if the Chen Jun were really disposed of, it would definitely intensify the conflict, thus causing a riot was possible. For a while, the atmosphere in the conference room became weird. What to do? Should we inform them all to leave? The henchman whispered. How long have they been standing here? Well, the interrogation has just started and people are already arriving one by one. Just at this moment, Lei Keming said softly to Chen Jun, there is something that I have deceived you before. Your sister-in-law moved the fetus because of her worry about the country. The child was not preserved and was miscarried. Don't be impulsive. Be sure to hold back. Swish! Chen Jun stood up violently and grabbed Lei Keming's collar. His eyes red, like a fierce beast about to go berserk, and roared in a low voice. What did you say? Lei Keming sighed and said, Chen Jun, I said that because I was afraid that you would lose control of your emotions. You can't blame me. I'm also thinking about you. Otherwise you might do something even crazier. The trouble you've caused now is already not small. You can't be impulsive anymore. Bang! Chen Jun slams his fist into Lei Keming's face. At that moment, Lei Keming a nosebleed splashed out. His eyes were straight stars. Shakily withdrew a few steps backward, covered his nose and shouted, asterisk 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 asterisk, what are you hitting me for? And it is not lousy who made things like this. If you have the ability, you hit those people. What is the ability to vent on lousy? Chen Jun turned his head to stare at Tang Tianhao, his eyes scarlet, like a beast that had gone berserk, a berserk aura erupting out. Sensing Chen Jun's angry aura, Tang Tianhao's brows locked and he growled lowly, Chen Jun, what do you want? Just as his voice fell, Chen Jun had already rushed to him. Holy, are you going to revolt? You hit me. You. Chapter 145, The Arrival of the Big Brother. Tang Tianhao rushed out with his nose covered, his nosebleed still flowing out, his face full of anger, and his mouth cursing angrily. Crazy man. This crazy man, hitting people with his hands. Lawlessness. You're waiting to be court-martialed. When had Tang Tianhao ever received such treatment? As the big brother of the picket force, always others were afraid of him. Everyone saw him like a mouse seeing a cat. And now this kid is good. Directly to his fists. Is there any discipline here? Tang Tianhao had just stepped out of the doorway when he saw three people walking towards him. Gao Shiwei, Zhang Tao and a valiant female soldier. The female soldier was unknown, but Gao Shiwei and Zhang Tao were not simple. One was the head of the group army, and the other was the big brother of the military affairs department. No matter which one was non-trivial. Maybe Gao Shiwei can't suppress Tang Tianhao, but Zhang Tao is different. He is in charge of the ideological education of all large and small soldiers within the army. In other words, Zhang Tao was able to overpower Tang Tianhao. Seeing Tang Tianhao's wretched appearance, Gao Shiwei was surprised. Aren't you on interrogation? How did you get beaten up? Tang Tianhao covered his nose and said, Mr. Gao, that lunatic Chen Jun, after hearing that Shiguo's wife had a miscarriage, went crazy and came up to beat me. Miscarriage? Gao Shiwei's brow locked. Then he nodded. Then you should fight. Tang Tianhao's face darkened and he was about to open his mouth when Zhang Tao spoke. Chen Jun, is he guilty? This time, Zhang Tao came over because the military and civilian incident had once again hit the headlines. As the person in charge of ideological work, he liked the topic of such a report the most, so he immediately came over. And as soon as he heard that it was Chen Jun, his interest became even stronger. So Zhang Tao made an appointment with Gao Shiwei to come over together. It's true that it's better to be early than never, and it's just the right time to run into this mess. Seriously, Zhang Tao was biased in favor of Chen Jun. After a few contacts, he was very clear about Chen Jun's character. An excellent soldier with a very high ideological awareness, not at all comparable to ordinary people. This time the matter is related to him again. Zhang Tao has to catch it personally. Tang Tianhao said vaguely, this, Director Zhang, this, judging from the information submitted up by Chen Jun, may not have made a mistake in the result, but definitely made a mistake in the process. Hearing this, Zhang Tao nodded and said, I intend to have an ideological investigation of the picket force, to punish the former and cure the latter. Start with you. You start preparing the material. At least 300,000 words. When you finish writing, when you call me, the time should not be more than a month. That is to say, you have to write 10,000 words a day. Is that okay? Tang Tianhao's stomach began to curse. He is a big old man. Let the old man write 30 words of material, when it is to write a long novel. Isn't it obvious that I should focus all my energy on the inspection? This is favoring Chen Jun. Needless to say, Zhang Tao had come to stand up for Chen Jun. Last time, the Feng Tang Jing thing, Zhang Tao let him write 200,000 words of thought report. Damn, this time let the old man write 300,000 to kill. For a while, Tang Tianhao felt dumbfounded and unable to speak. Just ate the fist at Chen Jun. The nosebleed is not even dry yet. And now there is a king bomb. Why is one's life so bitter? But can he refuse? People were grasping the issue of ideological and political work. And if he didn't say yes and said he couldn't accomplish it, it would be an ideological problem. When the time comes to casually deduct a name down, absolutely not write a report so simple. Then please go to receive a few months of ideological education. That is called a big thing. He could call out to Gao Shiwei and not give the other party face. But he didn't dare to show Zhang Tao any disrespect. Tang Tianhao nodded. Yes, Zhang Tao said. Remember that the material must be written in a profound way, not formalism, but to analyze the problem from the root. Yes, what else could Tang Tianhao do but nod his head? This was a political mission. He now suddenly regretted a bit. Why did he get involved in this matter? Didn't you want me to make the same mistake and go the way of Feng Tangjing? With a crowd gathered outside to plead for Chen Jun, Director Zhang, who captures the entire army's ideology, standing up for Chen Jun, and eagles Gao Shiwei, who can move Chen Jun. When Zhang Tao finished his reception, Tang Tianhao looked at Gao Shiwei and said, Mr. Gao, what brings you here? This time, when he came to Thunder City, Tang Tianhao came down to investigate, and Gao Shiwei came down again, which was a bit improper in terms of procedure. Gao Shiwei grunted lightly and said, if you don't come, how will you see this scene? He was hearing about Shigui's wife's miscarriage, and the anger in his heart came up. Shigui is already disabled and his wife had a miscarriage. Is that fair to a war hero? Not fair. Chen Jun stood up for his squad leader, but instead he was put on trial. What kind of reasoning is that? Gao Shiwei turned his head to the female soldier next to him and said, Comrade Anren, you are the only one who can calm Chen Jun down, and at the same time, as a psychiatrist, observe his psychological state. I want to understand his character, and if I can, I'll delegate it to him. Anren nodded. Chief, I will convince him. After all, I am his daughter-in-law. He will listen to me. Tang Tianhao looked at the valiant female soldier in front of him and was very surprised. That madman's daughter-in-law? How can this be possible? How can he be so lucky? That crazy guy looks sunny and handsome, and he's also a super rich kid, but that temper is so hot. What woman can stand it? At this moment, Anren pushed his way into the conference room. Inside the conference room, Lei Keming covered his nose and yelled lowly, what does lousy figure? Nothing. It's not just that I'm interested in you, came to see you, and ended up being dragged into a fight, taking care of your squad leader, and wiping your ass, and in the end, I'm still being beaten by you? What's wrong with me? I can't stand you. Chen Jun, I'm telling you, if you are like this, not to mention men can't stand you, women can't stand you even more. In the future, you plan to be a bachelor for the rest of your life. Don't think that just because you are the second generation of the super rich, you can do whatever you want, even if you have money. Can we be a little reasonable? Don't move your fists. That's barbaric behavior. We're all Svengalis. Lei Keming was on the verge of being infuriated, pointing at Chen Jun not even knowing what to say. This guy is an explosive barrel. A little goes a long way. No matter what, you're at least a company commander. You're such a hot-tempered man, leading soldiers in the future. Are you going to get angry and let everyone follow the enemy regardless? Anren almost laughed out loud when she saw this scene, but looking at Chen Jun, who had red eyes and was constantly gasping for breath, she suddenly had an indescribable heartache. What did his own man do? He just did what he was supposed to do, and although his methods were barbaric, he did nothing wrong. Even if the whole world says he's wrong, Anren feels her husband is right. Chapter 146 Anren's Psychological Test. Anren quickly walked over and hugged Chen Jun from behind. Chen Jun could not help but freeze for a moment when he felt a soft and warm body against his back. Like salmon? So soft? The next moment, a familiar voice rang out. Chen Jun, it's me, Anren. Let me hug you. Chen Jun trembled slightly. His original anger gradually calmed down. turned to look at Anran, and with a slightly choked voice said, "My squad leader almost turned into a vegetable. My sister-in-law had a miscarriage, and I can't be a godfather." Anran nodded, looking at the pained expression on Chen Jun's face. Her eyes were brimming with tears, just trying to control them from slipping down. She had an indescribable heartache. Who would have thought that this man who faced the enemy's gunfire and did not frown even in the face of death would now be like an aggrieved child? "I know it all. It's all clear. Now, you take a deep breath and calm down first. Only by calming down will you be able to solve all the problems." With that, she turned her head and shouted, "That one, whoever it is, don't stare. You go out first." "Call me?" Lekman's small eyes twinkled with light as he watched the scene in surprise, feeling that something was wrong with the scene. The female officer, regardless of her figure or appearance, was definitely more outstanding than a first-tier female star, especially the temperament emanating from her body, which had an indescribable elegance. "What is your relationship to this?" Lekman realized that wise as he was actually trippy. Obviously the female officer in front of him had an extraordinary relationship with Chen Jun. This kid's confidant? But according to the nature of this boy Chen Jun, what kind of confidant could he have? Anran said seriously, "I'm his daughter-in-law. Do you want me to beat you too?" Carelessness. Lekman immediately dodged and rushed out the door. He knew that Chen Jun had dug into Lei Zhan's corner, and the woman who could make Lei Zhan chase hard for 3 years and not be able to chase her was really not ordinary, and he opened his mouth to hit someone. Damn. It's not a family. It's not a family. At this moment, only Chen Jun and Anran were left in the conference room. Chen Jun looked at Anran. She had slimmed down a bit, but was more gentle and clear, looking valiant, but not lacking the softness of a woman. Looking at her, Chen Jun suddenly calmed down quite a bit. Anran sighed, "Chen Jun, I know all about you. If I were to encounter something like this, I would do the same, but right now I need to understand your psychological situation. I am a psychiatrist myself." "Chen Jun, don't be nervous. I'm your woman. Don't treat me as an outsider." "Well, you can grab any part of my body as long as you feel it can calm you down and relax yourself. Don't feel any psychological burden. Remember our agreement earlier? Our relationship is exactly that. A boyfriend and girlfriend who are dating and need to get to know each other. From all sides." In the next moment, Anran's pretty face swished red. The other man seemed like a child lacking love and buried his head in it. This is my man. This is not too much, as it should be. Anran consoled herself like this, but after all, it was her first time and she was nervous. Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and her voice lowered a bit. "Chen Jun, let's talk. Look up, look into my eyes. Do you think by Donglu, he should die?" Chen Jun slowly raised his head. His face looked as if it was a bit calmer than before, and said, "He did deserve to die, and if I hadn't considered his status at the time, I probably would have killed him." Anran took a deep breath to calm himself down as well and nodded. "Before I came here, I was as informed as I could be about the whole thing. What's your current stance on the way local law enforcement is handling it?" Chen Jun fell silent, which made Anran feel that he was getting a little more agitated, and hurriedly said softly, "Objective evaluation. It's okay, they are not our enemies. They just do things in a different way from us. We're facing a real enemy. It's either you or me. We should differentiate, shouldn't we? I know that what happened in Shirgua stimulated you a lot. No one wants to see such a thing happen, but now that it has happened, all I can do is to punish all the criminals and prevent something like this from happening to you again. This matter has alarmed a lot of people. The higher-ups are very concerned about this matter, and you should trust that our superiors will handle this matter properly." Chen Jun sighed. "I saw their arrogance and I was angry. If they had been a little bit more on the ball instead of having the attitude of making a big deal out of a small matter, I wouldn't have taken an overzealous action. Because of this, I decided to disguise myself instead. I did it not only for the squad leader, but also for the local people. They were too afraid to speak out because of those scumbags bullying them, and they resisted, but it was useless, and they have been looking forward to the day when someone would actually stand up and do them justice. I was facing the scorpion's torture. I can endure it, no matter what kind of tactics the other side uses. I won't give in. I can tolerate it, but I can't accept it. One of my own people siding with the guilty. There was a moment when I wanted to assassinate the people from the law enforcement bureau, feeling that they're the accomplices, that they are aiding and abetting the evil." Anran's heart trembled slightly, and the corner of his mouth had an involuntary twitch. Chen Jun's psychological problems were so serious that he was so impulsive that he had to kill to calm down, which was treating the law enforcers as enemies. What would happen to Chen Jun if squad leader Shirgua couldn't come to his senses and became a vegetable forever? His emotions would definitely be completely out of control. This kind of was like the reaction when Chen Jun had frantically killed Scorpion's men in the gray area. The impact of such excitement on is just too great. Enron took a deep breath and said, "The fact that you controlled it and didn't make a move on them means that in the end your sanity overcame your madness." Chen Jun said, "They are arrogant. The crime is not to death, but they must change their concepts. Otherwise things like the class president will definitely happen again. And I must make this matter even bigger and cause more attention. The squad leader has suffered too much in his life. He doesn't deserve to be treated like this. It's not easy for him to have a happy home. He's ready to be able to be a father. But his sister-in-law had a miscarriage, and he doesn't have a child. How painful will it be for him to wake up and find out?" Chen Jun said, his voice gradually becoming agitated. At this time, Enron's pretty face reddened again. It's a lack of love, a lack of confidence, and he's definitely not as strong as he looks. Poor Chen Jun. Chapter 147 Zhang Tao Sentiments. All rubbish. Enron took a deep breath, gently patted Chen Jun's back, and softly said, "Chen Jun, it is undeniable that the fairness and justice in this world are relative, but no matter what era it is, there is definitely a dark side, and without darkness, where does the light come from? This is human nature's inferiority, which cannot be changed at all. In a certain aspect, you can try to look at it rationally, separate different angles to look at this problem. Let yourself live a little easier, not let your mental burden so heavy. This is like a taut string, it is easy to break. You appropriate big relax some, there will be a melodious tone. You just have to believe one thing, that justice exists in this world, that there are more good people than bad, and that the world is still a good place, not as bad as you see it." Chen Jun looked at Enron and said in a deep voice, "If I believed in justice, the one holding you now would be Lei Battle, and in the near future, you will be sacrificed because of human weakness. If it wasn't for his own crossing, which caused a butterfly effect to occur in this special forces world, and Rant's life would have ended in tragedy. Justice exists, but belated justice sometimes doesn't mean anything at all to the people involved." Enron froze and looked at Chen Jun in shock. "What do you mean?" Chen Jun said, "All I want to tell you is that other people can coexist, but my father is the richest man in the Eastern Sea, and I possess the ability to do so, so what am I coexisting with these human weaknesses? Of course, I admit that my approach lacked calmness and I was impulsive, but I have the power to choose to do it that way, in a way that makes me happy and makes it hard for the perpetrators, who are so programmatic, to do it. It's as simple as that." Enron nodded. The fact that Chen Jun was able to say these words already showed that he was not acting on impulse, but had fully considered the consequences and could bear this consequence himself. He may look impulsive, but inside he should be calm. "I understand. I support your decision. No matter what, I will stand by your side. Later on, Chief Gao is going to talk to you, so wait for a while, I'll go talk to him first." After saying that, Enron let go of Chen Jun, straightened her messy clothes, and walked out with a red face. She had just walked out of the conference room when Gao Shiwei and Zhang Tao immediately greeted her. Gao Shiwei said, "How is Chen Jun's psychology? Has it stabilized?" Enron said, "Reporting to the chief, through my careful observation and questioning, I can ascertain that he has a strong sense of justice, relatively easy to be impulsive, but built on his strength. The most crucial point is that his approach is in line with justice and the human heart. This is the nation's sharpest blade, and utilized well. He is the strongest blade." Gao Shiwei said, "What would be the consequences if you don't utilize it well?" Enron said firmly, "He will choose to retire and live a daily married life with me and have children." Gao Shiwei and Zhang Tao's two faces were all surprised. "What was this saying?" Zhang Tao said, "How about this? You go back and give me a 10,000 word analysis report to fully analyze what kind of person Chen Jun really is." Enron said, "Yes, however, 10,000 words are not enough. I can write hundreds of thousands of words, provided that I have more contact with Chen Jun and observe more, in order to analyze it more deeply. Chen Jun is a soldier with a sense of justice and out of the box. He's great." Zhang Tao's heart trembled slightly, and he looked at Enron with a few moments of admiration. That's the pattern. People raise hundreds of thousands of words in one breath without blinking their eyes. And what Fong Tangjing, Lei Battle and these people, as well as Tang Tianhao just now, compared to her, they are all garbage. Even a woman is not as good. Zhang Tao suddenly felt that Chen Jun had really found a good daughter-in-law. In this world, which woman is willing to write her husband into hundreds of thousands of research reports? If there is, I'm afraid there are only a bunch of repetitive words. What regret, repent, blind and so on these. That Chen Jun kid has vision, Zhang Tao said. There's no need to rush this. Write as much as you can, but it must be thorough. Chen Jun is a good soldier. I've been in contact with him not once or twice. I'm a person who still sees people very accurately. He has a future. Comrade Enron, it's very good that you and Chen Jun were able to get together. Chen Jun having a woman like you will definitely allow him to go farther. Anren said. Thank you Director Zhang for the compliment. I also hope that Chen Jun will go farther. Wang Tao turned his head to Gao Shiwei and said, it's our turn. If there are no problems this time, you can reuse Chen Jun. I'm sure he can bring you more surprises. Gao Shiwei nodded. He had wanted to reuse Chen Jun. It's just that Chen Jun's approach was really puzzling at times, such as the last time he proposed that he go directly to Wolf Fang, which he rejected outright. It's just about time to make special arrangements for him this time through this thing. Soon, the two walked into the conference room together. Tap. The two walked into the slightly darkened courtroom and immediately saw a cold-faced Chen Jun sitting there as if he were a javelin swishing, standing up and saluting them. Chief, Chen Jun said. Gao Shiwei nodded and sat down with Zhang Tao. Things were all clear. We want to hear what you have to say, Gao Shiwei said. Chen Jun didn't expect Director Zhang to come. For Director Zhang, Chen Jun was very grateful. If it wasn't for his help, I'm afraid there would have been a lot of trouble last time when dealing with the Shirgui issue. In short, the two chiefs were very kind to themselves. Chen Jun said, Mr. Gao, Director Zhang, I have let you down. I can choose to accept whatever punishment you impose. Things had gotten to this point. Even Director Zhang was alarmed, and press had even less to say. Zhang Tao said expressionlessly, Chen Jun, I believe that you have already considered what kind of consequences will arise. The punishment has not been decided yet, but you have to prepare for the worst. Chen Jun said. Yes, Zhang Tao added. Now that the matter is so heated and has caused strong controversy in society, it is likely to ferment further, and I'm afraid that by then the things involved will be beyond my previous expectations. This will definitely have an impact on you. It's even possible that you'll have to take off your uniform and leave the army. If you come to our military affairs department, I can minimize the impact. Not only is there no faults, but there may be credits to go with it. Do you want to think about it? What I told you before, that you could come to our military affairs department whenever you wanted, still stands. Hearing these words from Zhang Tao, Gao Shiwei looked over with complicated eyes, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as his stomach began to curse. Mud. I should have known to let this director Wang do impeachment acid. 148, International Military Games. Gao Shiwei held in his stomach. If it were someone else, he would have opened his mouth and cursed. You think I don't exist? If you're digging for someone at this time, aren't you robbing them while they're still alive? No wonder old Zhang would be so active. So it was running towards this matter, and had long been calculated along the way. Zhang Tao didn't care what Gao Shiwei thought and continued to say to Chen Jun, with a temperament like yours, it's suitable to come to the Ministry of Military Affairs. I can make you a star soldier with a strong sense of justice, with eyes that can't tolerate a grain of sand. This time, the image is different from the last time, but it strengthens the characteristics on you even more. With several consecutive hot searches, you have already established the image of a soldier in the hearts of the public, and now by taking advantage of this incident, you can build your image into a multifaceted one, turning it into the most perfect soldier of today's era. How? With Chen Jun's current situation, the conditions thrown out by Zhang Tao were undoubtedly a blessing in disguise and would be of tremendous help to him. Chen Jun nodded his head and said, Thank you for the chief's care. Following the right leader can indeed result in 10 years less struggle. The corner of Zhang Tao's mouth twitched, knowing what Chen Jun was going to say next. That obsession in this kid's mind is too heavy. According to Comrade Enron's psychological tests, that's not something you should be saying right now. Chen Jun clenched his fists and said, Director Zhang, if you help me kill the scorpion, I will go to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Isn't it nonsense to ask the pencil pusher to kill a top international assassin? Zhang Tao nodded his head and said, When I didn't ask, but let me tell you, the things you caused this time are not small. The Iron Fist Corps can't tolerate you anymore. You need to make a merit to make up for your mistakes. Mr. Gao, you say it. Gao Shiwei looked at Chen Jun, patted his shoulder and said, From the rule of man to the rule of law is the greatest progress of human civilization. The times will change, but the order can't be messed up. We will never be able to do absolute justice and fairness, and the purpose of the law is not to maintain justice, but to maintain a stable order that is increasingly deepening in people's hearts and minds, and civilization will only last under the order. Chen Jun, let's put aside the status of a soldier. You have to understand that order is the best protection for the weak. Under a stable order, the weak can develop to the maximum without seeing hope. To quote an old poem, Vermilion door stinks of wine and meat, and there are frozen bones on the road. I hope you understand this. Not everyone has a richest father like you, with hundreds of billions of dollars in assets waiting to be inherited by your family, and it takes someone to maintain an order when it's established, like someone as tough as you. Those people need the protection of a stable order, and our country is now in a time of peace, a relatively stable order. A situation that is hard one. Chen Jun listened quietly, not saying a word, but the emotions on his face began to change a bit. Gao Shiwei looked at Chen Jun and his eyes softened. Nothing in this world is perfect. It's right for us to take justice appropriately when veterans are treated unfairly. But later on when you get stronger and become a sharp blade and see even more injustice, you have to think about whether there's not a better option. Do we have to go to such extremes to get the problem solved? Soldiers obey as their vocation. This is not control, but the same reason. The troops need to maintain a line of order. Become a kind of inheritance. Such an inheritance is the honor of the soldiers. It will be carried out from generation to generation. And we, the Yen Kingdom, will become more and more powerful. Saying this, Gao Shiwei's voice suddenly rose. Chen Jun, I thank you for upholding the dignity of a veteran. Swish, Gao Shiwei saluted Chen Jun. This was his heartfelt salute to Chen Jun. Gao Shiwei had a few apologies in his heart for what had happened to Shiguo. As the head of a military region himself, he was a soldier first and foremost. Considering it from a soldier's point of view, it was a dereliction of duty on the part of Shiguo, as a war hero, not to have died under the enemy's guns, but instead to have suffered such unfair treatment in his own hometown. Was a dereliction of duty on the part of him, the head of the army. Chen Jun maintains not only the quasi-dignity of a veteran, but warms the hearts of more soldiers. Gao Shiwei did not criticize Chen Jun, but the indifference in Chen Jun's eyes began to disappear. You come with me. Go to an international military games tomorrow. Maybe you will understand more. What is a soldier? Are you going or not? Gao Shiwei said. Without hesitation, Chen Jun saluted. Always ready. Gao Shiwei stopped talking nonsense to Chen Jun and turned around to walk out. Good. I'll wait for you at Wolf Fong tomorrow. You're free. Gao Shiwei and Zhang Tao left the conference room together. After a while, Lei Keming walked in, but he didn't dare to get too close to Chen Jun for fear of being beaten again. Lei Keming sized up Chen Jun and saw that he had calmed down quite a bit. At least his eyes weren't like those before, like a fierce beast about to explode, and said, "What did the chief say?" Chen Jun said one word at a time. The chief asked me to go to the international military games. What? Participating in the international military games? Lei Keming froze for a moment, and then his face showed a wonderful expression. Today the two big men personally down. Should have been a trial conference. Even if there are so many villagers outside the silent protest, the most have fallen to Chen Jun body charge is certainly not light. The lightest say confinement for a week or two, and then write 1 or 2 million words report. That is certainly to be right. As a result, not only are these not available, but they can also go to the international military games. What kind of treatment is this? It's something that not many soldiers can envy. Is this guy God's favorite? Lei Keming didn't even know what to say. Just now he was worried about what kind of punishment Chen Jun would receive. Congratulations. Congratulations. This is the International Military Games, an Olympic Games for soldiers all over the world. For you to be able to bring a representative group army to participate in it, this is the highest honor for our national soldiers. Chen Jun, you've done what many soldiers can't do in their entire lives, Lei Keming exclaimed. This trip with Chen Jun to visit Shiguoban, when it was really a series of twists and turns, Lei Keming felt that all the things he had done in his more than 10 years of military career combined were not as exciting as today. Chen Jun looked at Lei Keming and didn't say anything. This guy had his sister-in-law's miscarriage. The breath in his heart had not yet subsided, and he wondered if he should punch him again. If Lei Keming knew what Chen Jun was thinking at this moment, he would probably have to flee. The head naturally let you participate. That today's matter is certainly qualitative, and should also be very optimistic about you to participate in the military games, sure to be able to achieve good results. Not worthy of my Lei Keming favored soldiers. How about it? After the military games are over, will you consider coming to our Black Tiger Commando team? You can replace Wang Jin and become the captain of the Black Tiger Commando team. After what happened today, Lei Keming saw Chen Jun very clearly. This soldier, who can take over from him? Lei Keming. Chapter 149, Your circle is in chaos. Chen Jun stared at Lei Keming and said bluntly, "Yes, there is a condition. You kill the scorpion before you say anything." Lekman frowned. Kill scorpion? Wolf Fong has been chasing him for so many years, and the other party is still alive and well. Letting me kill him? By the time I really finish him off, the food will be cold. Of course it wasn't that Lekman didn't want to take out the scorpion, and it would depend on luck to take out the other side. This luck thing is the hardest thing to grasp. There was hardly much difference between Chen Jun saying that and refusing. Rickman said, "It's a deal. I'll keep them on Rickman's case." Chen Jun, on the other hand, continued, "I've met Scorpion, and you and him are so much alike that I suspect you're the same person." The corner of Lei Keming's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he said, "If you don't want to talk to Lao Zi, just say so. It's not that damaging." Chen Jun said. I'm telling the truth. Seeing you, I always have the urge to punch someone. Lei Keeman was completely speechless, paralyzed. The punch he just threw couldn't have been because of the scorpion? He shook his head helplessly and said, Chen Jun, our personalities are really similar. And our upbringing is also similar. Consider this, we are both loners who don't fit in. It's how we put it together that makes the real sparks come out. And this is the best proof that the process is a little bit more convoluted, but the end result is the same. Chen Jun nodded. In addition to my wife, you are the person I particularly appreciate. However, change your tactics. Your own people are also habit. Others will call you an old bastard, just like my head of the regiment. People call him a literary young man. When he finished, he turned and headed out the door. Lei Keming froze in place for a while, muttering to himself, Kong Tuan is a literary young man? I'm an old? What kind of words are these? Is right. It's a symbol of wisdom. But don't you add an old word the compulsion falls off at once. Chen Jun didn't pay attention to what Lei Keming was thinking, and when he walked out, he saw Gong Arrow, Chen Shanming, Miao Wolf as well as Anran standing together, obviously all waiting for him. After seeing Chen Jun, Anran quickly greeted him and took the initiative to stand by his side. It's okay, Anran said softly. Chen Jun nodded and said, it's fine. Anran said softly, the chiefs have left, so things are kind of over. Aha. Anran saw that Chen Jun had completely calmed down and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now the meaning of the two chiefs, Anran, are clear. This time thanks to the director Zhang Tao to gather down. Otherwise a single Gaoshi Wei cannot suppress Tang Tianhao. Gong Arrow saw Chen Jun and immediately saluted. Chen Lian. Introducing. This is Wolf Fang's Lieutenant Chen and Miao Wolf. If it wasn't for their help, I couldn't have investigated by Donglu so quickly. I just didn't expect that we'd be stopped, and we'd be directly arrested for tea, and wouldn't be able to do anything. I really didn't expect him to be crippled by you, but you still had to step in. You're fiercer than all of us. I'm not as good as you. Gong Arrow was sincerely impressed. This matter, from beginning to end, it felt like they had done a lot of things, but in the end, it actually seemed like they had done nothing, and basically couldn't do anything to help Shigui on the matter. If it hadn't ended up being so big that it alarmed the top, I don't think we would have known how it would have ended. Chen Jun is giving Gong Arrow a good lesson. Chen Jun nodded and said, I owe you a favor for what happened with the squad leader. I'll keep it in mind. If it wasn't for Gong Arrow figuring out by Dong Liu's location and informing himself in time, otherwise he wouldn't have had the chance to take this out on the squad leader. It's very nice that Gong Arrow was able to help himself a little bit. Gong Arrow said, Chen Lian, what kind of words are you talking about? Squad leader Shigui also walked out from our Iron Fist regiment. Chen Shanming and Miao Wolf looked Chen Jun up and down. He is the legendary fierce man who snatched Lei Battle's girlfriend and made Lei Battle write a 100,000 word report on his thoughts? It doesn't look like it. This kid looked over. In addition to handsome and sunny, with a good figure, there really wasn't anything special. If he had to say a little bit special, it was the breath that was very stable. Such a harmless youth. In a fit of rage, crippled by Donglu? It is impossible to see that this matter is his doing. As for the legends about Chen Jun, there were too many. What with the ghosts of the gray areas, the modern military role models, and so on, but there was one that was very amazing to them. Because of Chen Jun, their chief of staff Fan Tianlei has moved to a pig farm to raise pigs and write reports at the same time. They hadn't seen old Fan suffer such a big loss in all the time they had been with him, and also a person that Five admired very much. There was definitely something different about him, but how could he not see it? It wasn't simple for such a young man to have surprised the head of the group army and the bigwigs of the military affairs department. Naturally, although Chen Jun had never seen these two in person, as a traveler, he was no stranger to Chen Shanming and Miao Wolf, especially Chen Shanming. If Fan Tianlei was a big sinkhole, then Chen Shanming was a small sinkhole, and it was better to keep a little distance with this kind of person. Only Miao Wolf gave Chen Jun a pretty good feeling. Chen Shanming smiled and said, 100 years are better than one sight. Younger than we imagined. Interested in coming to Wolf's Teeth? Our Wolf's Teeth is a good place. But Chen Jun didn't pay any attention to him. Is this face any different from Fan Tianken? No. Chen Jun walked straight away. Don't you go. Hey, husband, what does he mean by this? Chen Shanming frowned. How did he feel that this kid was arrogant? Gong Arrow said breathlessly, don't call it that title. It's easy for people to misunderstand that we're okay. Chen Lian is such a character. He recognizes you. Life can be given to you. Otherwise, when he said this, he stopped. Chen Jun's nature is really hard to say. No one has eaten through what path he is. Gong Arrow likewise cannot see through this person. Chen Shanming said anxiously. Otherwise what? Hubby, Lei Keming pushed open the door to his room. Then he heard Chen Shanming's words. His eyes immediately became odd, shook his head, and lightly said, "Your circle is really messy." When he finished, he headed out the door without looking back, feeling like he was avoiding the plague. Grass. Gong Arrow felt like he had been hit by a million points. This was a big misunderstanding. Vice Chen, all told you not to talk nonsense. Now it's a disgrace. Go. Nothing. Gong Arrow this time is to solve the problem. The results of the problem is not solved, but more big pile of problems, really should be the Kong mission that their own problems to see him is simple. Chen Shanming scratched his scalp and said, "It's their brains that are thinking too much." Meow Wolf, who had been silent all along, said, "True character, recognizing you, life can be given to you, otherwise, words are not enough." Old Gong, is that what you mean? Chapter 150, Chen Jun invites peace. Chen Jun and Anran left together, after which the two of them found a place to eat together, and then pressed on with their daily routine as a couple, shopping, and finally entering a hotel to check in. Everything seemed very natural, spontaneous and taken for granted. After all, Chen Jun and Anran's relationship was there. Plus both of them had previously held the idea of getting along well for 2 years, getting to know each other from all aspects. Today was too emotional for Chen Jun. The class president's matter seriously stimulated Chen Jun's emotions, making him feel all a bit numb. Otherwise he wouldn't have done something that even Tang Tianhao dared to do. Living a peaceful, ordinary life with Anran again calmed Chen Jun's mood quite a bit. Inside the room, there were only two people, Chen Jun and Anran. The TV turned on, easing the otherwise somewhat dreary atmosphere a little. Anran finished her bath and came out, looking at Chen Jun who was standing on the balcony. Looking at the distance, "Chen Jun, let's be husband and wife. You know, I like you not for 2 or 3 days. When I was a child, you saved me, and from that time on, you planted a seed in my heart, which has been lingering. At that time, maybe you didn't realize it. Of course I didn't realize it either. It was just a hazy feeling, but when I came in contact with you again, I realized that the seed suddenly turned into a spring and erupted. I couldn't control it anymore. It was like a volcano erupting underground." As the words came out, Anran's heart thumped, and through clenched teeth he continued, "The psychological wounds of the battlefield can be healed with emotion. As I can, and so can you." Chen Jun turned to look at Anran. At this moment, Anran was wearing a nightgown, with a delicate curve, because of regular exercise, making her body soft and delicate, giving men a strong visual impact. In the conference room, Chen Jun had felt it when he hugged her. When Anran wore a military uniform, she was valiant and womanly, but she was also a woman, already at a ripe age, exuding the amazing charm of a mature woman everywhere. Of course only Chen Jun could see this side of Anran. Chen Jun just quietly looked at Anran, not saying a word, and did not know what to say, as if whatever he said now was inappropriate. Seeing Chen Jun staring at himself like this, not speaking or making any movements, Anran couldn't stand his gaze a little bit anymore, so she took the initiative to walk to his side, pulled him into the room, and sat down. She held Chen Jun's hand and looked at him calmly. "I want to heal your psychological trauma. Chen Jun, your comrade's sacrifice is still stimulating you and affecting you. If you don't channelize it and dissolve it completely, then it will keep affecting you and will become heavier and heavier as time goes on. And you won't even be able to control that you will kill someone if something similar happens again. If that does happen, it won't be as easy as dealing with it today. And at that point, no one will be able to save you. So relax and I'll talk to you slowly." Saying that, Anran hugged Chen Jun and wrapped Chen Jun with her warmth. "I know, your family is rich, the richest man in East Sea City," Anran said. Chen Jun shook his head. "Why do you say that?" Anran said, "I have thought about it, and there must be people guessing that I suddenly flash married you because I fancy your family history. In fact, my family is in Mordor, and I'm also a rich second generation. The Yin family won't be inferior to your Chen family by much, just that I never say it, and Lei Zhan doesn't know it either. I'm telling you this, I don't want to hold anything back from you. I can feel that because of the sacrifice of your comrades you are then insecure, and that includes you with relationships, right?" Chen Jun only knew that the Chen family and the Yin family were very close. As for what kind of background the Yin family had, he hadn't looked into it and there was no need to. And for Anran's information in the original drama, after Chen Jun crossed over, it should have undergone some subtle changes and be different from the original. In fact, to put it bluntly, Chen Jun hadn't had much heart for Anran before. The two of them couldn't have stayed in the same room if it wasn't for fate and several consecutive encounters. At this time, Chen Jun's psyche was indeed very complex, with an indescribable, indefinable feeling. Chen Jun nodded. "I'm afraid that I don't know which day, fall down, and then I can't get up anymore. Modern warfare. It's a matter of one bullet. Having experienced several life and death battles, Chen Jun could not say that he was indifferent to life, but at least he was able to be very calm in the face of death. Anran hugged Chen Jun tightly and said, I tell you these, is to tell you, I'm not afraid. Military personnel rarely have a second marriage. I Anran even less. Rather than all kinds of scruples, it is better to enjoy love. You may not know, I've been afraid of not being able to find you anymore, and you have forgotten a lot of things. You may not even know who I am, so my quest for Lei Zhuan has always been reserved. It is to hope that there will be day. You will appear in front of me, until you appeared before me again and saved me again. It was destiny. It was meant to bring the two of us together. You were insecure about yourself. How could I not be an insecure person? But when you stand in front of me, I have an indescribable feeling of security. A woman who wants to feel safe. A feeling I've never had before, and I don't want to lose it again. Anran clasped her hands hard around Chen Jun's strong shoulders, feeling the man's strong scent. This pouncing breath made Anran feel his heartbeat gradually accelerating and the blood in his body becoming hot. She couldn't control herself. Chen Jun, I don't want to go on like this. You help me and I'll help you take that step. Anran lowered her voice and pressed her heart against Chen Jun's chest. Chen Jun was not a wooden man, much less a cold-blooded animal. He could feel that love Anran had for himself, and when a woman presented herself to a man without reservation, that in itself already indicated everything. Chen Jun's originally stiff body began to turn hot. Anran, have you thought about it? Chen Jun said. Anran turned her head over and looked at Chen Jun up close. Her eyes were full of love, not mixed with anything else. In her eyes, there was only Chen Jun. Yes, Anran gags Chen Jun. That night, Anran became Fireran, then Mran, in became Zran, then Uran, and finally ended with Wateran, completing the metamorphosis of a real woman. Chen Jun, an iron-blooded warrior, was experiencing complex and diverse life changes, and the trauma in his heart gradually calmed down under the rich experience of life. Boys, only through the experience of actual combat can become calm and responsible men, can be regarded as real warriors. P.S. Reward more, and the author's wallet becomes an M-bag, a Z-bag, or a U-bag. Chapter 151. The Only Representative. The next day, after only 3 hours of sleep, Enron was awakened right on time by the military's biological alarm clock. When she opened her eyes tiredly, she suddenly thought of something, blushed uncontrollably, and whispered, no wonder it's called Crazy Ghost. Careless, Anran didn't see Chen Jun on the bed, nor did she see him in the room, and there was no movement in the restroom. Chen Jun, Anran shouted softly. There was still no sound coming out of the restroom. Anran then rolled over and flipped open the quilt, sat on the edge of the bed, just in time to see a piece of paper placed on the nightstand, then picked it up, only to see that it was written, I'm going to the headquarters to report to work. You have a good rest, and I promise you that no matter what kind of difficulties I encounter, I will definitely come back alive. She let out a sigh of relief. If she saw Chen Jun at this time, she would be more or less embarrassed. This all saves a lot of trouble. Anran subconsciously looked around the room, and then turned her head to the sofa and bed, and it was as if there was still the smell of Chen Jun in the air. Can't help but think about last night. She cried out 3 times and rehydrated several times yesterday. It's really crazy. Thinking back, Anran felt that she was a bit unbelievable. The passion that she had accumulated for more than 20 years had completely exploded in one night, and it felt like she had become another woman. Love, it can really make you crazy. It's great. The corner of Anran's mouth showed a smirk, a sort of explanation for himself. She wasn't in the habit of staying in bed, and this was the first and probably the last time. She immediately bounced up, but the next moment, could not help but frown, feeling her legs unexpectedly a little sore, and then posture a little strange. Trot into the bathroom. At the headquarters of the military region, Chen Jun arrived at the prescribed time, registered, and had just walked into Gao Shiwei's office when he saw an old acquaintance, Zhang Tao, waving at him with a bright smile and calling out, Chen Jun, come here. Chen Jun was slightly surprised, so he quickly walked over, stood at attention, saluted, and said, good day to the two chiefs. Zhang Tao smiled. Didn't expect me to be here, did you? You've been having unstable thoughts lately, and I still have to follow you. Anytime you may be asked to write a report on your thoughts. Writing a report can calm people down. As he said that, he suddenly paused and carefully sized up Chen Jun. No, you kid looks as if you are all relaxed. What did you do last night? Zhang Tao's eyes were sharp enough to be able to clearly notice that Chen Jun was different from yesterday. People could regulate their moods and relax their bodies, but a relaxed state of mind and body like Chen Jun's was not easy to do. An embarrassed look flashed across Chen Jun's face. Last night's night with Enron had completely relaxed him, but this couldn't be told. It was like a secret of the system. Men understand it, and it is unorthodox to say it. Gao Shuwei looked as if he could see what was coming, and gently bumped his head at Zhang Tao, saying, "Old Zhang, this emotion is the cure for all heart wounds. You saw Xiao Chen's daughter-in-law yesterday, right?" Zhang Tao suddenly realized, oh, become a real warrior. This is good. Your daughter-in-law is good. I like. Nothing else. Is the appreciation of elders? Chen Jun was even more embarrassed, and for a while, he actually didn't know what to say. Anren is very good. Last night Chen Jun is deeply felt. Just this kind of thing, can only mean cannot say, not to mention that this is in the exclusive. Gao Shuwei and Zhang Tao were both from the past, and seeing Chen Jun's awkward look, they were even more certain of their previous thoughts. Men are lava, women are water, and even the hottest temperatures can be brought down. Bringing Anren along yesterday was the right thing to do. Only she could bring out all that blazing heat that had accumulated in Chen Jun. Great, Chen Jun should be off the hook. The two chiefs glanced at each other, and Zhang Tao said to Chen Jun, "Xiao Chen, I know that you are a super rich second generation, and the fact that you were able to join the army is in itself a representative of the times, and despite all the twists and turns, both Gao and I are optimistic about you, and have decided to allow you to take part in this important operation. For one thing, all of Wolf Fang's soldier kings have been thrown to the pigs by Mr. Gao." The corner of Gao Shuwei's mouth twitched and his face became a bit unsightly, saying, "What's the point of talking about this? Is it because the military district has no one left to put Chen Jun on? I had this intention in the first place, okay? How come in your old Zhang's mouth, the flavor has changed? This ideological work speaks with a sharp edge. Do you think Chen Jun will go with you to the Ministry of Military Affairs if you discredit him like this? Old Zhang is not dead in the water. Gao Shuwei understands it very well in his heart, but it is not good to point it out. And Chen Jun is surely a person who understands it as well. Through what happened yesterday, Gao Shuwei had a whole new view of Chen Jun. This young man could be of great use, not only because of his strong military qualities, but most importantly because he has a heart of gold. There are not many young people in this society nowadays who are able to keep that heart, even if they are soldiers. Chen Jun at this time, naturally, it is not good to talk, quietly standing and waiting for instructions. As far as this mission was concerned, he didn't know much about it, merely using his cell phone to look up some relevant information on the way here. In Lei Kemming's words, to be able to participate in the international military games itself represents a very unusual meaning, which is a kind of honor. It's like an athlete at the Olympic Games, representing a country in the grand scheme of things, and for themselves, representing a strength. With so many soldiers in a military region, why did they choose Chen Jun to attend? Which in itself already speaks volumes. It is an event for military personnel from all over the world and is expected to be more of a showcase than an exchange. Zhang Tao ignored what Gao Shuwei thought and continued. Secondly, we all think highly of you, and hope that you can bring out the best results and the best spirit, so that the soldiers of all the countries in the world can see what is the elegance of our Yin Kingdom's iron-blooded soldiers. Chen Jun, do you have the confidence to do it? Chen Jun straightened his back and shouted, "Always be ready." Zhang Tao nodded and said, "Good, I like your drive, spirit, a model for our modern soldiers. I won't be wrong, I'm sure you'll bring me surprises." Gao Shuwei said, "Chen Jun, I ask you to act in this mission as you have in every mission you've ever carried out. Only success, no failure. Understand?" Chen Jun said, "Understood." Gao Shuwei also does not say anything more. Like Chen Jun, such a soldier, and do not need to say you say more. He knows what he wants to do, will definitely spell his full strength. You go and see the other comrades. A total of 5 major military regions of the King of Soldiers. The Southeast Military Region. You are the representative. And the only one. Chapter 152, The Minotaur Must Die. After Gao Shuwei and Zhang Tao explained a few words to Chen Jun, they let him leave first, and someone would make arrangements for him later. When Chen Jun came out of the conference room, he was arranged to enter a rest room. After coming in, Chen Jun saw 4 soldiers sitting inside. One of them was as if he was a rock. His expression was cold, and he didn't seem to have a bit of breath. If the other person didn't move his eyelids when he saw Chen Jun come in, he thought that he was a piece of sculpture. The other party did not make a sound and glanced at Chen Jun as a greeting. The other one was all smiles when he saw Chen Jun, like a smiling Buddha with a harmless appearance, because his eyes were a bit smaller. When the other squinted, it was as if his eyes were missing. The other two could not see any sadness or joy, and were resting their eyes with their eyes closed, as if they did not notice Chen Jun walking in. The soldier with a face full of smiles was self-conscious and called out towards Chen Jun, "Young lieutenant, you're the last one to arrive. the representative of the Southeast Military Region. How are you? My name is Chen Xiao. A smile of 10 years less. Specialty shooting. My personal preference is that I like to make all types of female friends, more than male friends. It's a shame you're not female, but of course that doesn't stop us from being good friends, who are about to be comrades in arms side by side. Chen Xiao was slightly surprised in his heart when he looked at the shoulder patch on Chen Jun's shoulder just now. Chen Jun looked so young, at most 20 years old, but he had actually reached the rank of lieutenant, a rank that was very high for someone of his age. The youngest person to graduate from the military academy is 22 years old. Usually only the rank of second lieutenant want to carry out the lieutenant at least 3 years later. What's with this kid? With that he looked to the soldier next to him, his right hand gently resting on the other's shoulder, and smiled. Isn't that right, brother Ishimori? True to his name, Chen Xiao. A man who laughs when he opens his mouth. Facial muscles as if they were rocky. Tarzan collapsed in front of him without changing his color. Shirsen coldly glanced at Chen Xiao, and said through an icy and thick voice, "Take your hand away, or it will break after 3 seconds. Chen Xiao still maintained his smile, but his right hand didn't move away. But in the next moment, it intimately hitched up again. Don't be so nervous, we are comrades in arms, not enemies. It's very bad to say to the enemy that comrades in arms need to communicate more and more, so that they can work well together and form a tacit understanding. Am I right?" Shirsen ignored Chen Xiao and instead looked at Chen Jun, saying, "Shirsen, Northwest Military Region, Specialty Fighting, codenamed Fire Division." Chen smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and helpfully explained, "Fire masters are all brainless fighting machines, as if they were minotaurs. They dare to top anything. Give him a woman and he can top it as a man, with no hint of compassion. So all you have to do is say the minotaur must die and he fights like hell. Ha ha." Swish. Shirsen's thick 5 fingers of his right hand had been placed on Chen Xiao's neck at an unknown time, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't start a fire. You can't put it out." Chen Jun's face did not change color. The other party made a hand. The movement was indirect, rapid. If it was a real attack, when he was holding the other party's throat, he had already snapped the other party's neck. Chen Jun's fusion king of soldiers fighting technique was naturally able to see the mystery here. The other party was indeed an expert proficient in close combat. Chen Xiao raised his hand and said, "We are comrades in arms." Just kidding. Ease some of the atmosphere of the scene. Don't be so dead. How boring. Our real opponents are all the kings of soldiers from all over the world, aren't they? It's a form of mental relaxation. And look at those 2 still sleeping Roman. I'll introduce them to one down the line. It took a swish of Ishimori's hand to remove his palm from underneath his neck before he sat firmly in his chair. Chen Xiao pointed to the soldier closest to him next to him and said, "Wang Tian, Central Military Region, good at cross-country. This guy started the era number called Run Undying TZ, but recently changed it, called Run Undying Row. The reason? You should understand. Soccer is more lively lately. Sometimes it's just like that. Idols become assholes in a confused way, so I think it's better to have faith or to believe in yourself. And if at some point you don't feel like yourself anymore, then go and theorize with God. Jesus, God." Chen Jun's eyes fell on the one called Wang Tian, with a dark face. Bao Gong estimated that he had to call out a boss, but his nose was very straight, like a knife cutting through a sharp, although his eyes were closed, but his body was permeated with a, let a person should not be underestimated breath. Vaguely felt that it was the breath of an expert. All in all, this man should not be simple. Chen Xiao then pointed to the last soldier, said, "He Lin Xiao, Southwest Military Region, good at medicine, military medicine family origin. In his body can only be described in 2 words, that is, mysterious. In short, not easy to figure out. Women's edge is good." Chen Jun looked at Lin Xiao. The other party's face was ruddy bronze in color, a very healthy complexion, with a showy brow, like that of a son of a worldly family. Chen Xiao finished his introduction, smiled, and said, "They've all been introduced. What's your name, Comrade Lieutenant?" Seriously, Chen Xiao had said so much and observed the other party quite a bit, but he couldn't see what kind of nature the other party had. Unlike the other 3, whose personalities were all very distinct, Chen Jun gave Chen Xiao the feeling that his face was like a veil. How could not see as well? Of course, the main point was that the speed of the other party's promotion was a bit scary. Southeast Military Region. Chen Jun, the army of soldiers, specializes in fighting and assassination, shooting, sneaking, medicine, disguise and dodging bullets. As Chen Jun introduced himself, the smile on Chen Xiao's face collapsed a bit and he couldn't smile anymore. Is this guy kidding? Or is he serious? Do you want to stick it in your face like that? This skin is really ing thick. Originally, When I looked at Chen Jun for the first time, this guy's face was calm, handsome and steady, not like a person who boasts look away. I thought it was a tiger, but I didn't think it was a paper tiger with a flowery mouth. I really know how to make jokes, and I'm still serious. How did I practice this kind of realm? Shursen suddenly looked at Chen Jun with a hint of doubt in his eyes. You know, even if the other party is the king of soldiers, being able to be proficient in 1 to 2 disciplines is considered very impressive. But the other party said so many at once. Is that possible? An all-around soldier king? But he doesn't look like it according to this age group. So if he's around 30, it's somewhat believable. Early 20s, that's not even a good way to brag. But when he saw the other party talking in a decent manner, he didn't seem to be joking. Wang Tian and Lin Xiao, who were originally pretending to be asleep, snapped their eyes open and both stared at Chen Jun, wanting to see if his face was red. It's definitely pretending, isn't it? And not ventriloquizing kind of thing. Chapter 153, within 10 paces. I'm the fastest. Is this guy talking, pretending, or showing off? A thought that popped up in the minds of Chen Xiaoxiao and the others. In fact, they didn't know that Chen Jun really wasn't showing off. Chen Jun was a ghost who had come down from the border, and he knew very well that it was all about teamwork to survive in a team fight, so he couldn't have any reservations about his comrades. That's why he said all of his specialties, so that the other party would know more about him and be prepared for another battle later on. After finishing in one breath, Chen Jun said, if any of the above mentioned overlap with your specialties, it is purely coincidental. The crowd was looking at me and me at you, surprisingly not knowing what to say. In the end, it was Chen Xiaoxiao who looked at Chen Jun with a wry smile. Young lieutenant, are you sure you're not joking with us? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about medical skills. This thing must be specialized, not half-assed, just like picking up girls. If you want to conquer a woman, you also have to study the other person's character, learning, stature, and various postures. Shursen, who was next to him, couldn't stand to hear it and directly pushed him, scolding, cut the crap, be serious. Shursen turned his head and looked at Chen Jun seriously. Are you serious? Chen Jun nodded. I'm a soldier from the border defense, codename Ghost. I don't need to keep anything. What? You're the ghost? Chen Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim in shock, staring at Chen Jun as if he saw a monster, his face full of excitement. I heard that in order to avenge your squad leader, your comrades, you killed your way into the gray area for 30 days, 7 times in and 7 times out, and killed the enemy to the point where they were afraid. In maneuvers, you punched female soldiers again, and kicked the king of soldiers, lay battle, with a scorpion on your crotch, and recently crippled a local unscrupulous developer for the sake of the squad leader. And I'm going to go, and you're still alive to compete in the Olympics. So damn impressive. Right, and what's your family background? Chen Xiaoxiao was truly stunned. He hadn't realized that the soldier who had been making the rounds in the greater military region lately was the young lieutenant in front of him. In Chen Jun's case, Chen Xiaoxiao could only describe it as unbelievable. Chen Jun ignored the other party. Shursen gave a thumbs up and said, Bull. Wang Tian froze for a while and spat out a sentence. A model for my generation. Lin Xiao said, men are excellent. Suddenly, Chen smiled and said, I don't believe it. Swish. In a flash of cold light, a dagger pushed straight at Chen Jun. Unfortunately, Chen Xiaoxiao had only taken half a step when his abdomen hurt, and he looked down to see that somehow the hilt of a saber had been pressed against his waist. Immediately following behind him, a cold voice rang in Chen Xiaoxiao's ears. Within 10 paces, I'm the fastest. Do you believe me? Chen Xiaoxiao was stunned. He hadn't even seen clearly how the other party had gotten around to his side, when it was clearly himself who had suddenly launched a sneak attack, with the other party completely unprepared. The opponent's stance was too weird. Although Chen Xiaoxiao's fighting skills were not the strongest, but that was relative to the top military kings. But when he faced Chen Jun, he actually did not have the slightest room to fight back. If this was in a real battlefield, I'm afraid that I would have turned into a corpse by now, not even knowing how I died. It's too strong. Shursen looked at Chen Jun with a surprised gaze. When he made his move, Shursen saw it clearly. It was just that it was so fast that even if he saw it, he couldn't react himself. It's the same thing as if a pilot sees a missile coming head-on, and even if he does a reaction maneuver, it's too late to dodge it. Assuming that it was himself that the other party had attacked just now, Shursen felt that his reaction should be the same as Chen Xiaoxiao's. As a proficient close combat, Shursen looked at the major military regions. There were not many people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with himself, and Chen Jun clearly outclassed himself. So strong. Ishimori had questioned it earlier when he was talking about being proficient in fighting, but now he believed it. Not to be outdone by the ghosts of the gray area, and it was highly likely that Chen Jun had just said that all those specialties were true. Wang Tian and Lin Xiao were both thinking the same thing. The lightning-like overtures made them intuitively realize that this guy was not simple. Chen Xiaoxiao put away his dagger and said, believe it, you are indeed a ghost. Well done, brother. With that, he sat down. In fact, the things you did in the gray, to avenge the squad leader and comrades, or to fight the Thunder War, to fight the female soldiers, to fight the scorpions, to fight the developers and these things, I'm not interested. What I want to know is, how did you snatch the girlfriend of your soldier king? Green Thunder. This gossip is too strong, has been pressed in my heart. Green Thunder is a character. Not many people dare to mess with him in the past. It is said that he is also very infatuated with the bitter pursuit of 3 years. Chen Jun ignored this guy. Soon, under Gao Shiwei's arrangement, Chen Jun and the 4 others boarded a special airplane and flew directly to the city where the international military games were held. The first major city in the Tianzhu Kingdom's border defense. All the way is very smooth. But Chen Xiaoxiao, this guy is a bit uninteresting. On the plane has been looking for opportunities to ask Chen Jun gossip. So when the plane landed and Chen Xiaoxiao came down, she was covering her face. Chen Jun stepped off the airplane and immediately saw the Tianzhu country's soldiers at the airport, each one looking over with a murderous spirit and a strong anger in their eyes. As for the reason for such a reaction is simple. These guys have always regarded the Yen state as their imaginary enemy, and have always tried to surpass it, but have always been on the road of imitation and never returned. In the words of Shioku, they learned to limp. When he was on the border defense, Chen Jun had too much contact with these Tianzhu soldiers, and these guys were actually a bunch of paper tigers. Just be tougher than they are, and these people will be turned into lambs. Of course, in Chen Jun's impression, each of these Tianzhu soldiers was a strange person. Even cow feces could be baked into cakes and eaten as food, and said that it was very nutritious and high-grade food. As he was about to walk out of the airport, Zhang Tao looked at Chen Jun and the other 5. Remember, from this moment on, you represent our country's soldiers, and not a single word or action can dishonor the country's honor and dignity. Do you understand? Understood, Chen Jun and the others said in unison. Zhang Tao nodded. Then he and Gao Shiwei looked at each other. Gao Shiwei didn't say anything else, and then led Chen Jun and the others towards the Tianzhu Kingdom's soldiers with neat steps, serious faces, and a mountainous aura. Tap. There were less than 10 people in the group, but they exuded an appalling aura, as if 1,000 armies were launching a charge. Those Tianzhu soldiers who were lined up at the front were facing the soldiers of the Yen country who were walking over to them. Originally they were still confident, wanting to suppress the other party with the sharpest aura to make the other party feel that they were powerful. But when confronted, a feeling of wanting to back away was born violently. They seemed to see a group of powerful opponents who looked away from life and death, pressing straight ahead. Chapter 154, Military Honors. Facing the Yen soldiers who were approaching, the general of the Tianzhu Kingdom's troops who was in charge of greeting them, Thapar, stabilized his mind. He was much older than Gao Shiwei, with the same rank, and was very experienced, definitely not comparable to a hot-blooded man. Of course, he had to admit that these few soldiers led by Gao Shiwei were indeed very strong, and just from the aura they exuded, they were much stronger than the elites he had brought with him. Originally wanted to use the large number of people to overwhelm the other side in terms of momentum, but did not want to be countered by the other side to come to a counterattack. Careless, Thapar shrugged, then walked toward Gosavi. All along, Gao Shiwei was his old rival. Often arm wrestling, the other side won more, but this time was different. This time it was on their own turf, and to use an old Yin Kingdom saying, the time, place, and people were on their side, so how was the other side going to win? However, when Thapar took a few steps out, he did not see Gao Shiwei greet him, but instead turned around with Zhang Tao and led Chen Jun and the others in another direction. This confused Thapar momentarily. He was all set to say many things to Gao Shiwei. His belly was prepared in several ways, wanting to suppress the other party in the first conversation, to strike the other party's momentum. But the other guy actually turned his head and walked away. The way Thapar looked now was like the anxious Gong Arrow suddenly encountering Chen Shanming, only to be completely confused by a husband. This hold back patronizing a nightclub, pants down, only to have the other guy say no. Who can stand that? Gao Shiwei couldn't care less about what Thapar thought, and led the team to one side, facing east, and suddenly shouted, comrades, 87 kilometers from here, there is a small, unnamed valley, where 2,679 martyrs who gave their lives for the motherland are buried. And today, although we're not here to fight a war, we're also fighting for the honor and dignity of our country. The International Military Games is one of the most sacred games for soldiers, and under the watchful eyes of the martyrs, we have to give play to the spirit of the soldiers who dare to fight and die to the end, only for the honor of the soldiers, which is a war that does not see smoke. At once, Chen Jun froze, and in the next moment, like Chen Xiao, Shi Sen, Wang Tian, Lin Xiao and the others, he seemed to see the scenes of his forefathers who had thrown their heads and spilled their blood in order to safeguard the mountains and rivers decades ago. At that time they were just as young and in their prime. The only difference was that in the past they went to war with millet and rifles and fought the enemy without fear of death. Now, Chen Jun, they are everything, and the only constant is the honor of the military, which has been passed down from generation to generation. Until now, the military spirit is engraved in the minds of every generation of soldiers. Zheng Tao followed with a loud roar. To you all, I have only one request. Fight with all your might and die to the end. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. Attitude-wise, you can't lose. Understand? Chen Jun and the others roared in unison. Fight to the death with all your might. Fight to the death with all your might. In the midst of the unanimous shouting, Chen Jun thought of that day when his comrades of the third class fought to the end with the enemy's blood and defended with their own lives. Wasn't it the same kind of honor and dignity that they were guarding? Fight to the end, even if you drain the last drop of blood from your body. This is the military spirit that has been passed down from generation to generation. There was no smoke to be seen in this fight, yet it had more meaning than a fight could produce. The martyrs are watching to see what kind of descendants this generation of soldiers will be. As Chen Jun and the others shouted in unison, those soldiers from the Tianzhu kingdom were a little confused, completely unable to understand what was going on, but they were able to clearly feel that stronger aura emanating from that shout. One of the generals present said in a deep voice, "They seem to be playing chicken blood. No, this should be to motivate the fighting spirit, and they seem to be very spirited. No, this is the dragon essence in tiger." Another fellow officer said, "Their momentum was already strong. Their fighting spirit is rising. It seems that they are determined to do well in this military games. The Yangua people have always been like this. They are afraid of being caught up by us, so they act very strong in everything. However, it's a sure thing that they will be surpassed by us. In less than 10 years, we will definitely surpass them. This military games is just the beginning, and they will surely realize that we are not the same as we used to be in the Tianzhu kingdom. Just wait, they won't be able to be arrogant for much longer. It's useless even if they pump themselves up. In the face of absolute strength, they'll definitely lose miserably." A determined look once again appeared on the faces of these Tianzhu generals, as if Tianzhu had already surpassed the Yan kingdom and become the boss of this area. Soon, Gao Shiwei and Zhang Tao walked over with Chen Jun and the others, and Thapar settled down to make sure that the other party was walking towards him before smiling and walking forward. After both sides saluted each other and shook hands, Thapar smiled and said, "Mr. Gao, long time no see. We've already made arrangements to send you there now." Thapar acted very politely and personally led the team all the way to send Gao Shiwei and the others to the designated hotel and arrange them properly before leaving. There were soldiers guarding the hotels where Chen Jun and the others stayed, strictly forbidding people from entering or leaving, which, to put it bluntly, meant that Gao Shiwei and the others were not allowed to go out. Although the other party did not explicitly say so, Chen Jun was able to sense the malice of the other party, clearly targeting it intentionally. But this was not surprising. The white-eyed wolf of the Tianzhu kingdom was already hostile to the Yin kingdom, and creating an imaginary enemy out of nothing had always been a target to try to outmaneuver. They have been competing with the Yen state for first place, such as in population, and boasted that they are first in military, but their military industry almost relies on imports, and all kinds of equipment are purchased from countries around the world. A while ago also claimed to have researched the continental guidance. All the countries in the world are afraid, because their bombs can hit a very long distance, but it is impossible to control the landing point. No one knows after the launch where the last will hit. The Dharma kingdom is such an oddity. Sure enough, in the evening, Gao Shiwei gathered everyone together and said with a serious face, "Everyone, those Tianzhu people are dogs. They trapped us in the hotel and didn't allow us to go anywhere, the purpose of which was to prevent us from going to familiarize ourselves with the venue, so that we could lose and make a fool out of ourselves in the match. But military combat can deal with all kinds of changes in the environment, adapt to any combat situation and survive. And the same is true for the competition. Are you afraid to face the hardships that will come?" Chen Jun and the others yelled lowly, "Always be ready." Gao Shiwei nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very well, you can't go out. Just practice in the hotel for 2 days. You guys take the time to adjust yourselves and make sure to maintain your best condition. In a word, we are not afraid of a fierce tiger, but we are still afraid of a white-eyed wolf." Chapter 155, A Fighting Spirit Stronger Than Fighting Enron. For the next 2 days, Chen Jun, Shi Sen and the others trained in the hotel. Shi Sen specialized in close combat, Chen Xiao in shooting, Wang Tian in cross-country, Lin Xiao in electronic information warfare, and Chen Jun was very well-rounded. and all of them had targeted training to keep themselves in the best physical condition. This is no way out. After all, it is passive training, naturally very passive. Until now the game specifically what projects, held in what kind of venue, Gao Shiwei and others are not clear. Asking the answer is still studying, specifically until the time of the game. And under the pretext of protecting the dignitaries and not letting them come and go as they please, the people of the Celestial Kingdom told them to take a good rest in the hotel and recuperate and whatnot. It's little cute. All can see that it's targeting the Yin Kingdom and trying to make a fool out of them. In the face of such an arrangement, although Gao Shiwei and Zhang Tao were furious, there was nothing they could do. If at this time, they left in a fit of rage, it would really become a joke. At that time, the Tianzhu side will definitely advocate saying that the Yin Kingdom has no guts and run away halfway or some other bull ********. So it had to wait. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting to explode at the games. Chen Jun's mentality is very stable. He has experienced life and death. What else is there to worry about? In a word, take it or leave it. During these 2 days, Chen Jun often received text messages from Anren in his free time. This daughter-in-law of his is starting to get fat with guts. Chen Jun, when you come back, we'll fight again. I'm not afraid of you and Ran. Last time I wasn't adapted to it, and I'm also not accustomed to your profundity as well as the day-to-day. Chen Jun frowned when he saw the text message, because he couldn't imagine that a woman like Enron would come up with such elegant words to describe what happened that night. It's true that after a long time, a man and a woman can really say anything after a certain level of intimacy. After thinking for a while, Chen Jun replied with the word Ram and the word Koan. About a minute later, Enron sent over a blushing emoji and then didn't text again for the rest of the day, apparently reading the meaning of those 2 words. Just after 6 o'clock in the morning of the 3rd day, the white-eyed wolf came over to urge Chen Jun and the others to be able to leave. Because of the rush of time, not even an early breakfast was prepared for them. It was intentional. It was clear that he wanted to influence Chen Jun and the others to a certain extent through such small chickens and small hares, no matter whether it was physically or emotionally. In short, he wanted them to be uncomfortable. The white-eyed wolf is such a person. A small family. What kind of country produces what kind of soldiers? This is an ancient saying of the Yin country. The dragon is born. The phoenix is born. The mouse is born to dig a hole in the ground. Zhang Tao had long anticipated that the white-eyed wolf would make a small move, and had long prepared eggs and milk for Chen Jun and the others in advance, leaving them to fend for themselves. However, this calorie supplement is obviously not enough as per the consumption of the race. Zhang Tao went to negotiate with them, only to have one of them suddenly go blind and deaf, pretending not to understand Chinese. In a fit of rage, Zhang Tao compared a loaf of bread as well as a donut in front of them, with the donut inserted into the bread. As a result, the white-eyed wolf in charge of the reception angrily replied in Chinese, "Don't insult the old lady. I'll file a complaint against you." Sven is Zhang Tao's Svengali almost kicked over. What the hell is this person? Just this quality. No wonder this is the world's most bizarre country and nation. Gao Shiwei appeared much more generous and patted Zhang Tao's shoulder, saying, "There is a gap between people. Don't expect a livestock to be able to talk to people." White-eyed wolves leave in anger. As for whether or not he would complain, Gao Shiwei and the others didn't care. By the time Chen Jun and the others arrived at the competition venue by car, many tents had already been set up around the area, with demarcation lines drawn between the tents and the flags of different countries inserted on them. The beautiful country, the sunset country, the big stick country, the dogskin country, and so on have all sent people. And again, by the looks of it, it hasn't been a day or 2. Each of their soldiers exuded an iron-blooded aura, full of spirit, with a strong confidence in their eyes. It was obvious that they had been training here for a long time, treating this place as a daily training ground. This is differentiation and unequal treatment. Other countries can train here in advance, adapt to the competition environment, familiarize themselves with the venue, and make preparations for the competition in advance, while Yen can only nestle in the hotel, not even letting the door out for a moment, until it's time for the competition. Seeing such a scene makes Zhang Tao, who is used to letting others write 100,000 hundreds of thousands of novels, angry. A bunch of bastard cakes, licking dogs to such an extent. If the soldiers have such a temperament, the people can be imagined. White-eyed wolves are white-eyed wolves. Zhang Tao couldn't hold back a curse. Gao Shiwei said, "The more they are like this, the more it represents a kind of inferiority complex in their psyche. A kind of twisted mental illness. This kind of villainous mentality. It's hard to make it to the great elegance. Cow dung poop can be made into a cake and eat it. What can you say to them? A hard fist is reason to them. So as long as we beat them up fat, they will be honest." Zhang Tao said, "It's just holding my breath for our martyrs." Gao Shiwei said, "When you see the nature of a people, you will know how to deal with them. This is someone else's home turf, and those who come must obey the organizers or be disqualified. That's the only thing that the Dharma Kingdom can pull off. Gao Shiwei didn't say anything more to Chen Jun and the others. Instead, he was full of confidence in Chen Jun and the others. The soldiers of the Yen state are not intimidated by difficulties. The more difficult a situation was, the more it could explode into amazing potential. And the white-eyed wolves wanted to strike out in such a way that they were doomed to hit the wrong target. Soon, a San general approached Gao Shiwei and the others and told them to prepare for the first match right away. You're late, so you only have 5 minutes to prepare. The general indifferently threw down a sentence and turned to leave. Zhang Tao said, even this is a trick of the heart. I really don't know how their brains are not thinking. Previously said that they are small-minded. I feel that they are still overestimated. Gao Shiwei said, little people like to become big people, but they can't do it, so it's this twisted mentality. It was at this moment that the system's voice sounded in Chen Jun's mind. The host's team suffered unfair treatment. The principle of hacking is to be ruthless. The truth exists within the fists. Fearless, sneak 1,000 miles to kill. The host's mission is not only to be strong in himself, but also to make the country he is in into a hacker empire and make a name for his country. Rewarded with 200 experience points. Upon hearing such a prompting sound, Chen Jun's spirit was revitalized and a powerful fighting spirit erupted. It was an even stronger fight than that day when he and Enron hurt each other. Chapter 156, Ghost. You're really confident. Chen Xiaoxiao is not a tolerant person. Directly to the officer who just walked to the side scolded, hang your mom. Cover, bullying is it? Really think of yourself as something? Wang Tian is also a hot-tempered person. Immediately picked up the words, yes, hanging a son of a. The last opportunity to familiarize themselves with the sight are not given. Clearly is the pit. Mao thing. Born son no asshole is it? This is an international competition. As a host to do such a thing is a very immoral thing, but in the eyes of the other side has become a kind of bragging capital. What kind of twisted mentality is that? No wonder this country is the weirdest country in the world and has one of the highest crime rates. Shut up! Gao Shiwei roared lowly, his eyes flashing with a refined light. The crowd immediately shut up. A little catharsis isn't much help, but a couple of curses will hurt a little. The officer, who also knew that he had done something wrong, as if he had been caught by his old father when he was a child, behind closed doors, in the guise of a craftsman, immediately pretended that he had not heard it, and then sent someone over to arrange for a resting place, and then walked farther away. It can't be helped, it's a really bad job, and a few curses from the other side isn't too much to ask, but it doesn't hurt him. If you're uncomfortable, we're comfortable, aren't we? This international military games, they want the inside. As for the face, it's useless. Gao Shiwei was actually angry in his heart, but he held back and brought Chen Jun and the others to the arranged tent, only to find that the so-called restroom had almost nothing but a few bottles of mineral water and a few chairs. The most infuriating thing was that the top of the tent had a couple of ragged holes exposed and the sun was shining through. You call this a lounge? It's no different than setting up a couple of benches in the field. Seeing such a humble environment, Zhang Tao once again became angry and cursed. Too bullying? Just this and you still want to surpass us? A frog in the bottom of a well. Gao Shiwei waved his hand at Zhang Tao and said, Old Zhang, calm down. In fact, this is nothing. The more they are like this, isn't it the more they emphasize their retardation? From another perspective, they are afraid of us, not daring to walk on the same starting line as us. Zhang Tao lightly grunted and said, also, what do I have to be angry with these white-eyed wolves? Angry instead of dropping the price. Just. Gao Shiwei turned his head to Chen Jun and the others and said, remember what you said to the fallen martyrs when you first got off the airplane? More than 20 years ago. It was the critical moment when we entered the new era, when we were poorly equipped, and the Tianzhu kingdom had the beautiful country, the hairy bear, and the support of the British, so they were so bold as to claim to be the world's #1 military power, and wanted to take the land from our hands. The Tianzhu of that time was arrogant and all thought they were invincible. But in that environment, were we afraid? No. Our forefathers fought bloody battles, defended every inch of our land with still the most backward weapons, withstood the opposing planes and artillery, and routed them. Back when our family was weak, we weren't even afraid. Now that we're strong, will we still be afraid? It is they who should be afraid. Why are they making things so difficult for us? It's not because they think we're too strong and are afraid that we'll win over them and make them lose face. During this time they have started to inflate their ego again, thinking they are very powerful, showing their muscles to the world. And the military games is a platform for them to show that if they lose, won't it be a slap in their face? So it's them who should be afraid. Chen Jun and the others' blood boiled up. Yes, the people to be afraid of are the white wolves who use such petty tactics to hide their kidney weakness. Gao Shiwei continued. In the past, When we fought in that harsh environment, we all won because we had steel willpower and steel warriors. All they did today was they weren't confident enough in themselves to be afraid of us. And you're afraid because of that? No way. The crowd roared in unison. Gao Shiwei nodded with satisfaction and said, "Today the media from all over the world are coming. This match will be broadcasted all over the world. If you want to hit their faces, do it on the playing field. No need to spend effort with those sanduchi. Take out your strength. The truth is within the range of your fists. Understand?" Understood. Chen Jun and the others once again roared low in unison. They were all King of Soldiers level soldiers with a sense of pride in their bones. And not only did San's approach not discourage them, it inspired them. Whether it's for the sake of the country or for yourself, how can you hold back when others are bullying you? The best thing to do is to tell each other with your fists. Chen Jun naturally didn't need to say much. He never had any good feelings when facing these San. White wolves never fail to attract attention. And while walking over just now, the beautiful country, the English country, the big stick country, and the dogskin country that I saw were all on the same side. They are both in the open and in the shadows. That's the real old six. Especially the beautiful country. This country, as the world's #1 hegemon, in order to consolidate its position, all sorts of means are used. And in the matter of targeting the Yen country, it is definitely a thorn in their side. As Yan's international status became higher and higher, their precautions became heavier and heavier. So remotely controlling a bunch of minions to often make small movements around, not just to make Yen uncomfortable, white-eyed wolves like San, a wallflower, are best suited to be the pawns of the beautiful country. So as long as the master throws a bone to the dog, naturally, his head is wagging and his mouth is watering. Chen Jun is crossing over. No need to think about the natural relationship here. Therefore, this time, taking advantage of the International Military Games competition, Tianju Kingdom would definitely make a heavy effort to enhance the image of its own military personnel, while disgracing Yengua's side at any cost. At this time, Gao Shiwei had an extra sheet of paper for the event competition in his hand, which was delivered by the officer just now, and said, "The events for the competition are out. 4 events in total. 15 kilometers of long-distance running, shooting, fighting, and obstacle cross-country." Saying that, Gao Shiwei looked at Wang Tian. "I heard that you are good at running?" Wang Tian froze and said, "Reporting to the chief, I am a specialty obstacle cross-country, not long-distance running. There is a big difference between the two. Of course, if I have to fight for the long-distance running, I fight for my life, and I won't lose the face of our countrymen." Swish! Chen Jun took a step forward and said, "Reporting to the chief, I'm good at long-distance running, shooting, fighting, and obstacle cross-country, so you can give me all 4 of these items." The corner of Gao Shiwei's mouth twitched slightly. Spectre, sure is confident enough. Chapter 157 Problems of Thought. Special Treatment. Swish! Everyone stared at Chen Jun. Chen Xiaoxiao and the others had been in contact with Chen Jun for 2 days, giving them a feeling of madness, wildness, and extra confidence, such as now suddenly saying that he was good at all the programs and could do them all by himself. This is so arrogant. Previously, Chen Jun had mentioned that he was proficient in many kinds of items, and had also demonstrated close combat in front of them, but the crowd was still skeptical and was in disbelief. Gao Shiwei, however, did not question it in the slightest, knowing that Chen Jun is a real iron-blooded warrior who has come out from killing, and that people like Scorpion have been beaten by him to the point of fleeing in a state of distress. So what else is capable of stopping him? So when Chen Jun said he could do it, Gao Shiwei thought he definitely could. "Okay, you'll lead the long run," Gao Shiwei said. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, gave a thumbs up and said, "Good boy, confident enough in front of so many soldier kings. Not bad." After all, the other 4 who had come to participate were all kings of soldiers from even larger military regions, and their strength was naturally not bad. Chen Jun dared to say so. How could he do so without some backbone? It was at this time that a soldier from San shouted outside, "The match will start soon. Don't rest. Now please go to the match site." This time, Gao Shiwei couldn't stand it anymore and directly cursed. "Dogs, not even giving a break. Asshole. Chen Jun, there's a chance to explode them." "Yes." Chen Jun roared lowly, followed by Chen Xiaoxiao followed with a low roar. "Yes, burst them." On the side, Zhang Tao silently pulled out a small book and quickly wrote a paragraph. Chen Xiaoxiao, 30,000 words thought report. The reason for the third burst of foul language. If you look a few lines further up there about Chen Xiaoxiao, the first burst of foul language, 10,000 words. The second burst of foul language, 20,000 words. In Zhang Tao's records are cumulative. Every time he hears them have uncivilized language, he will write down, and then write the corresponding punishment. It can't be helped that Zhang Tao is in charge of ideological and educational work, and wherever he goes he pays close attention to the soldiers' every move. Word indeed. Now that it was during the competition, Zhang Tao could ignore it, but afterward, he would definitely find them to have a good talk. Wang Tian also had it twice. Lin Xiao and Shursin didn't, and it was labeled under Chen Jun's name, special treatment. It wasn't long before Chen Jun and the others appeared at the match. On the training ground, in addition to the military personnel from various countries participating in the competition, there were more reporters from various news media, who had already set up various filming instruments and arranged the scene, and as the host country, Tianju, they had turned on the live stream to show the event to the world. For them it was an event, a military honor. Chen Jun entered the venue, immediately felt different from the kind of boring life stationed at the border. Border guards are almost all like Yu Juanda, low-key and stoic, even if they limp, are standing as if the pines. But here the soldiers of other countries, one by one seems to be a star, the most attention of the focus. Chen Jun couldn't help but feel a little emotional in his heart, and he kind of understood why Gao Shiwei had asked him to come and participate. It allows him to experience the scene differently. The pattern zooms out a bit, which simply means to have a wider field of vision and not just focus on the scorpion as an enemy. After identity check, confirmation, and after changing into sports clothes, the game was ready to begin. The first contest 15 kilometers of weights without running. A lap is 1,500 meters, a total of 10 laps to see who can finish in the shortest time. Each person's load is 40 kilograms, which translates to 80 pounds, a weight that is very close to the 42 kilograms that special forces train for. As for the distance 15 kilometers isn't that long, but it's a race and comparing times. It's a battle of endurance, stamina, and explosiveness. See who can last longer and be more explosive. After the preparations were completed, the participants from the Big Stick country came out as the first rung of the ladder, followed closely by the contestants from Tianju. When this player came out, there was an immediate thunderous applause. The applause was all in the ranks of Tenshu, and was accompanied by various shouts as well. Tianju will win. Kick the Yen Kingdom. Punch the beautiful kingdom. Charge. Take out next door. Tianju will win. Our Tianju countries is #1 in the world. But in the next moment, mineral water bottles, plastic bags filled with garbage, and even the soles of shoes were thrown toward their group. Chen Xiaoxiao, who was on the side, muttered, "Explode their asses. Them to death." When Zhang Tao heard this, he took out his book and once again silently wrote down that Chen Xiaoxiao had a problem with his thinking, and that he wanted to burst people's asses. He had just finished writing, and immediately heard Wang Tian excitedly shouting, "Smoke their mouths, whip them into chrysanthemums. With such a low quality, they are not worthy of being dogs." Zhang Tao turned over another page and wrote, "Wang Tian for the third time. Thinking problem. 10,000 words report." He was still writing when he heard Chen Jun say again, "We must get them killed. It's not bad to say they're popping chrysanthemums. Border guards like it rough, but it doesn't affect the hot blood." Zhang Tao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Still writing special treatment under Chen Jun's name, Chen Xiaoxiao nodded his head and said, Yes, the national essence is awesome. Into their immortal board. I have quite a deep friendship with their old mother." Zhang Tao silently wrote the 5th entry under Chen Xiaoxiao's name, and his brows could not help but wrinkle. 50,000 words in. The troops have a serious civility problem and need to be taken seriously, not too rudely. Suddenly, Chen Jun roared low, "I am on the same path as your father, and I am friends with your mother." Guan Bao. Chen Xiaoxiao froze, trembled and turned red with excitement, and said loudly, "Good paragraph ah, as a master of the national essence, what is more exciting than to hear a paragraph with a different flavor? Good cursing, ha ha, I am on the same path as your father, I am on the same boat as your mother." Guan Bao. Wang Tian was also stunned, followed by excitedly said, "Not bad, I also think so. That gang of grandsons have to be scolded in this way before it hurts." Chen Jun can cultural people, scolding people without a dirty word. Level. Lin Xiao nodded in strong agreement. Only yes and asked blankly, "What does this mean?" Each word, he heard and understood clearly, but together, he didn't know what it meant. Chen Xiaoxiao grinned and said, "This is very simple. That is," he came to Wang Tian's ear and whispered a few words, and Wang Tian came to a sudden realization and directly gave Chen Jun a thumbs up, saying, "This speech is awesome. Chen Jun, you have standards. I'm not as good as you." Zhang Tao thought without thinking. The pen in his hand danced quickly and wrote, Chen Xiaoxiao 7th, 70,000 words, repeating other people's foul language, explaining other people's foul language. This kind of thinking is very problematic. Uncivilized spreader. Focus on education. Wang Tian 4th, purveyor of incivility. 40,000 words. Lin Zhao's first time, 10,000 words. Ishimori's first, 10,000 words. When writing about Chen Jun, Zhang Tao paused and finally wrote, Special Treatment, Chapter 158. At this moment, on the referee's stand, the referees of various countries are sitting upright. They all consisted of the countries leading the team, and it would not be right to say that they were referees, but only a witness as well as a final deliberator. Of course the representatives of each country hope that their soldiers can do well in this competition and make their country proud. Tianzhu Kingdom Tapel looked at Gao Shiwei with a leathery smile and said, Mr. Gao, have you guys rested well in the past 2 days? Are you sure you guys sent the best soldiers? How come there's a bit of a gap compared to the spirit of our Tianzhu soldiers? The corners of Gao Shiwei's mouth twitched slightly, and inwardly, he had already greeted the other party's old mother. After being stuck in a hotel for the past 2 days, being brought here so early in the morning today, without even arranging for breakfast, you still have the nerve to say that you don't look well? When a cheek is thick enough, it can really be said to be invincible. Gao Shiwei, who was a master of nationalism, which he had learned from his old squad leader, said with a sneer, Luckily, against your soldiers, we're all ramming Cohen. Tipal froze, her brow locked, a black question mark popping up in her head, unable to hear what the last 2 words meant. It seems that his Chinese is not good enough and the other party is using rare characters, although he couldn't understand exactly what it meant, but judging from Gao Shiwei's attitude, it shouldn't be a good word. In the past 2 days, Thapar had deliberately trapped the people of Yengui in the hotel to prevent them from coming out, and had arranged for people to be called out early today, and had not arranged for breakfast, and the lounge that had been set up at the site was very simple. With such targeted treatment, it would be unusual for Gao Shiwei to have a good attitude. Anyway, curse it, it doesn't matter. The ones with the most shame are you Yen Kingdom anyway. We Tianzhu Kingdom must be the strongest. Thapar smiled and said, It seems that Mr. Gao is very confident. I'll see what happens. Next to the stick country leading General Yun Jinlong holding a teacup, wearing a green hat, sneered, Mr. Gao, it seems that your Yen country soldiers can't do it. One looks too soft, and the economy is not good. The soldiers don't have enough to eat. Look at all the skinny. How can they fight? He had the same not-so-subtle opinion of the Yankee state. Yan's rapid economic development has seriously affected their stick country's position in the international arena, and if it wasn't for the support of their godfather at the back, I'm afraid they would have been surpassed by Yen in a few years. This is definitely not a good thing. Once the dragon of Yen country takes off, the good days of the stick country will come to an end. So it must be suppressed and suppressed again. It must be stronger than the other side, both economically and in terms of military power. So this military games under the lead of the beautiful country, the stick country, Tianzhu and other countries reached an agreement. That is, to target the Yen country and make them make a fool of themselves in this games. Gao Shiwei bashfully drank tea and kept a secret record of it, then asked a rhetorical question. Are you good at Beijing's ventriloquism? What do you mean? Yun Jinlong was confused by what he heard. You're saying I'm good at ventriloquism? Thapar laughed at that one, which he understood, and explained from the sidelines. He's supposed to be saying that all you do is brag. Yun Jinlong's face swished and collapsed, and he coldly grunted. Then let's wait and see who is the crotchety one. Bang! It was also at this moment that the starting gun suddenly rang out, and Yun Jinlong, who had grunted coldly, changed color slightly as he saw that the first one to rush out was actually a Yen country soldier. The other side rushed straight to the front, with just behind their crotch were their soldiers from the stick country. That's a quick one, isn't it? He had just said who was crotchety, and other people's soldiers immediately rushed to the front of his own soldiers, which was too loud a slap in the face. Yun Jinlong couldn't keep his face up and only felt his face burning. Gao Shiwei added, so much for crotchety males. Yun Jinlong almost sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. Killing people. Mr. Gao's words are too early. This has only just begun. It's not certain who will have the last laugh. Yun Jinlong suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a cold voice. Gao Shiwei smiled faintly and paid no further attention, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. The first one to rush out just now was none other than Chen Jun, with a speed like that of a cheetah, all of a sudden rushing to the forefront of the team, taking the lead and becoming the leader of the team. That's a good sign. There is no point in fighting with words. Only a hard fist is hard. He had come to the right place by allowing Chen Jun to participate in the competition. The stimulated Chen Xiao, Wang Tian, Lin Xiao, Shursen and the others naturally couldn't go soft, and all began to desperately sprint as well. Chen Jun had put up a fight and become the leader. It was impossible for them to lag behind and work together. In just a few blinks of an eye, the Yenghua team led by Chen Jun had already finished half of the first lap, pulling away all the other countries' runners by 100 meters. The gap is pretty obvious. The soldiers of the surrounding countries saw the scene with unbelievable looks in their eyes, but the next moment it was tinged with disdain. Are the Yankees crazy? They're just starting to sprint? Will it last? This is not a little foreplay. I do not know is really fierce, but also forced out. I see I run a little shriveled. Ha! Is this how the Yenhua troops usually train? It looks like it's always a sprint with no foreplay, and it goes soft very quickly. That's a common problem. Anyone who knows long-distance running is the most taboo is the beginning of the sprint, the body's power to burst out, because the body does not have foreplay, but also to reach the best moment of sprinting. Forcing the sprint, that is tantamount to overdraft, disrupting the body's rhythm. This kind of situation can't be sustained. 15 kilometers of weight cross-country is to test the man a problem of endurance, a come up on the fierce dry. That is not a kidney overdraft, and that's carrying 80 pounds, almost like carrying a lighter woman on your back for a sprint. How long can you keep sprinting? Iron Men can't even carry it. Tapel smiled, pulled his green military cap and said, Mr. Gao, your soldiers are too eager to show themselves, right? As soon as they come to sprint, can last 5 laps are exhausted? Now out of the limelight, the back cannot run, will lose face. Oh, now it's live broadcast for the whole world. All the countries in the world are watching. Fierce as a tiger to start with, when it lies down as a dog, it's your yen country's face that will be lost. Don't blame me for not having the good sense to remind you. Sitting next to the doggy general who has been silent finally opened his mouth, and the moment he opened his mouth, he sneered, and that small handful of black whiskers under his nostrils moved twice, feeling plastered with a piece of black leather. The Yankees have always been fond of that, claptrap and bluster. Gao Sherwei said indifferently, this is how our troops train day in and day out, to be fierce and hard. If you are weak, don't open your mouth. He believed that Chen Jun, a soldier who had fallen into the hands of the Scorpion and still managed to accomplish a counter-kill, would definitely not be reckless. Chen Jun can not only sprint, but definitely last as well. Chapter 159, You're so crazy. Can your daughter-in-law stand it? Chen Jun's physical quality was 6.1, which had already reached the level of a super soldier king, and was even much stronger than the average super soldier king, so not only was he able to sprint, but he was also able to last, which was something that Anren, who had been rehydrated 3 times in one night, had the most right to say. It's really not the usual fierce. Therefore, under Chen Jun's leadership, Chen Xiao, Wang Tian, Lin Xiao, Shi Sen, and the others kept running wildly. The team they formed was like an arrow out of the string, leaving the team behind far behind, forming a marvelous scenery. This scene continued into the 7th lap. After the 7th lap, Chen Xiaoxiao and the others began to be unable to hold their heads up. They did not have the perverted physical fitness like Chen Jun, and each one of them was exhausted to the extreme. Their legs felt like they were 2 magnets with the ground, so heavy that they didn't even feel like they were their own, while breathing felt like their lungs were about to explode. It was the first time they had ever felt that way. If they were to run at their usual speed, the distance of 7 laps would be nothing to them, but the running speed at the moment was more than twice as fast as they had ever run before. This caused their physical strength to be, in a short period of time, heavily depleted. They're pretty much hanging on by sheer force of will at this point. Chen Jun, who was running in front of them, sensed their state and roared lowly, "Catch me, I'll slow down a little. You guys keep it up? If you're a man, stick it out to the end. You can't lose. Now, we are not doing this for ourselves. We are representing the soldiers of the Yen Kingdom, and our forefathers are watching us. A man's got to have balls." Chen Xiaoxiao, Wang Tian and the others shot out a vicious intent from their confused eyes and roared in unison in a low voice, "Can't lose." Then Wang Tian grabbed Chen Jun's backpack. Chen Xiaoxiao grabbed Wang Tian's backpack. Shi Sen grabbed Chen Xiaoxiao's backpack. Lin Xiao grabbed Shi Sen. And Chen Jun, who rushed to the front of the team, used his last strength to roar angrily and led the charge forward. 5 guys, 1 heart, 1 whole, just running wild on the field. Run, run, run. In the minds of the crowd there was only this thought. Nothing else mattered. Time passed little by little. Gradually, Chen Jun also began to become blurred in front of his eyes, and his heartbeat was about to explode feeling. After all, he has the lead train, almost double again than the other. Even if Chen Jun had a physical quality of 6.1, he would likewise not be able to carry it for a long time. Wang Tian and the others were mechanically running wildly, relying on Chen Jun's leading role and the willpower of Yenhua soldiers engraved into their bones. Running wildly, non-stop wildly, not one of them giving up. This is the first game of the International Military Games, and they want the results to shock the world, and use their strength to hit the face of those other soldiers who look down on them. They want to announce to the world that the Yen Kingdom soldiers are the most capable of sprinting and the most durable. With this undefeated will, the conviction of certain victory, When the 10th lap was reached and Chen Jun led Wang Tian and the others to dash across the end of the horizontal ribbon, all the spectators and judges in the stands stood up in shock. But it was silent. Not a single sound was made. They all looked in shock at the huge hour hand on the screen on the field as the time was fixed at 40 minutes and 30 seconds. After a full 10-second pause, a female media worker from a beautiful country exclaimed, "My God! Sprinting at the beginning, lasting for 40 minutes without ever stopping. This is a man among men, breaking the record. Which woman can top it?" It was only at this time that all the people reacted and erupted into earth-shattering applause. And even the audience that had originally satirized the Yen Kingdom applauded and expressed their congratulations. Strong people, wherever they are, deserve respect. How could they have thought that the not-so-stout Yengue soldier possessed such a strong physical quality? To use an old saying from their Yen country, you can't judge a person by their appearance. A man like that is a real man. At this moment, Gao Shiwei on the stage calmly put down his teacup and looked at Chen Jun leading Wang Tian and the others. Seeing them slowly relieving their physical fatigue, he could see that these guys had almost reached their limit during the 7th lap, and it was by Chen Jun's leadership, coupled with the determination of no one who wanted to drag his comrades down, that they insisted on sticking it out until the end and breaking through their limit. That's the role of the leader. That's the role of the benchmark. Without Chen Jun, I'm afraid that even if the Yengue team won this match, they wouldn't have won so beautifully as they did now. Chen Jun really didn't let himself down. Gao Shiwei turned his head to look at Yin Jinlong, Tapel, Suzuki with an 8 beard, Demon of Eagle Sauce and others beside him, and calmly said, "What did I say before? The most enduring, or our Yengue soldiers. You guys are so easy to soften up, so don't say a word." The corners of these guys' mouths couldn't help but twitch up. Their faces were quite ugly, but no one could refute it. They simply couldn't say anything. What else can they say? Such an achievement is already a record breaker. Careless. No one thought that this Yengue soldier would hide such a horrible physical strength, with such a horrible endurance. No wonder the Yengue people's population had remained the first in the world for so many years. That's one of the reasons, I'm afraid. Demon, a longtime resident general who ate rice from Tianju, actually didn't have much love for the condescending Thupar, because this guy is clearly confused and shouting about being number one in the world, which is very stupid behavior. If he didn't think that the other party still had a bit of value to use to hold the Yen Kingdom in check, Tistamane wouldn't even bother talking to such a person. Although it is said that we are all on the same front, but this time we are facing the whole world. The live broadcast, there is no room for falsehood. Demon, as the chief judge, was then the first to announce in advance that the Yen army had won the long-distance running event. Because the scene was live, countless people within the Yen state were also staring, and when they heard the news, countless people in the country boiled over. It's the same as a gold medal acquired by an Olympic athlete. Ha ha, the first gold. Or the first medal of this year's military games. This is something that hasn't happened in previous military games. Didn't you just watch the process? It's a world record. Ha ha, how dare those foreigners underestimate us this time. It's too painful. Just for this, we have to celebrate tonight. And wait for the night? Why not now? Now prepare the wine and food and drink while you watch. Yes, while the country was abuzz. Inside the stadium, Chen Jun led Wang Tian and the others to take a slow walk, moving their muscles and bones, allowing their strength to recover quickly and prepare for the next event in advance. Chen Xiaoxiao twisted her waist and looked at Chen Jun and smiled. Chen Jun, you're too crazy. You're so fierce. In the future when you have a daughter-in-law, will she be able to stand up to you? Chapter 160, Tai Tai a mistake? Sure Sen, Wang Tian, Lin Xiao and the others nodded along with him. Chen Jun really wasn't normally fierce, feeling like a humanoid beast. Just now, one by one, they all rushed too hard and almost fell down on the runway. And it was only by relying on Chen Jun to lead the run in front that they were able to preserve their dignity. With such a comparison, they immediately realized the gap between them and Chen Jun. In the past, when he was in his own military region, he still felt that he was quite powerful, but when he compared himself with Chen Jun, he felt that he was scum. Men, they want to save face. Chen Jun said seriously, I have a daughter-in-law, and she's very powerful. You even have a daughter-in-law? Chen Jun seems to be in his early 20s. The most energetic time to get married? Can you handle it? Chen Xiaoxiao was a bit confused and asked. Really? Fake? Chen Jun nodded. I have a set of body relaxation techniques called tendon harmonization. If she's not comfortable with it, I can relax her and she'll recover very quickly. For example, now, I'll try it for you guys. With that said, Chen Jun utilized the hacker's medical technique to relax Chen Zhao's acupoints and major tendons, stimulating his body's blood to recover. Soon, the tendons and bones of Chen Xiaoxiao's entire body faintly emitted crunching sounds, and the strength he had originally lost began to rapidly recover. Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Jun with a surprised expression and said, "Holy, can you teach this technique? This is the perpetual motion mode because just such a small amount of effort." Chen Xiao felt that he had already recovered as much as 40% of his strength, and this recovery speed could be described as heaven-defying. And as Lin Xiao himself was well versed in the art of healing, he also knew some ways to make his body relax and quickly recover his strength. However, after seeing Chen Jun's maneuver and the changes that occurred in Chen Xiaoxiao, his eyes lit up. This brilliant recovery maneuver was so much better than anything he knew of that it wasn't even in the same league. Awesome, Chen Jun. This technique of yours is an ancient tradition, isn't it? In the market, you can't see such techniques anymore, Lin Xiao said. Chen Jun said, "I happened to learn it from an old Chinese medicine practitioner, and it's nothing to pass it on to you. This is a means to save your life on the battlefield," Wang Tian said. They were all king of soldiers and knew very well the importance of being able to quickly regain their strength for battle. "I'll relax and recover for you first, and then I'll find time to teach you later." Chen Jun's shabby person. To him, the more Yanguo soldiers knew how to relax in this way, the better. In Gao Shiwei's words, this was the thought pattern. It did not take long for Chen Jun to utilize the techniques of the sinew and bone harmonization technique to restore the bodies of Shursen, Lin Xiao, Wang Tian and the others and eliminate their fatigue. Just a little work, one by one. They came a big change, raw and fierce. Each and every one of them shouted that Chen Jun must teach them. They had only been recovering for a moment when immediately a Tianju soldier came to inform them to prepare for the next shooting match. Such an arrangement was very obvious. They knew that Chen Jun and the others must have severely overdrawn their bodies, so they adopted a quickfire approach. The old saying was to take advantage of your illness to kill you. In the event of long-distance running, the soldiers of the Yan state have made a name for themselves all over the world, which has made the Tianju state and other countries very unhappy, especially the Tianju state. Originally, the Tianju kingdom's previous difficulties were to see the Yin people's jokes, but the result came to a big reversal, so they were most unwilling to see the Yin people have a good performance in the next match. Therefore, they arranged the comparison program in advance. However, how could they not expect Chen Jun to utilize a special technique to restore them all to their peak state? Chen Jun and the others immediately entered the shooting range after replenishing a bit of water. There wasn't much difference between them now and when they were in peak form. They were all the most powerful soldiers of the Yin kingdom, and were exceptionally young. Their recovery ability was already strong, and in conjunction with Chen Jun's techniques, it could be said to be a perfect match. The gazes of the people on the surrounding viewing platforms all noticed Chen Jun and the others. They're probably all just holding on for dear life right now. They just sprinted too hard. Their physical exertion must have been huge, and in such a short period of time, they definitely can't recover. They can't even keep their breathing in balance, and it's simply impossible for them to get the same shooting scores as they usually do. Not bad. The body is in a state of exhaustion. According to their recovery speed, the earliest it will take them more than 3 hours to return to the normal level. What are they comparing with? They're all set to lose in the later program games. Don't few people think so? Soon, Chen Jun and the others arrived at their designated firing positions, quickly checking their weapons and loading their magazines. Report, inspection complete, ready to fire, Chen Jun shouted. You may begin, the on-site referee said immediately. Tread. Chen Jun and the others took a deep breath and took a step forward, lying down, taking out the gun, turning on the safety, loading the gun, aiming. A set of actions down as if it were running in the clouds and flowing, pleasing to the eye. The eyes of everyone in the stands were fixed on Chen Jun and the others, wanting to know what kind of results the Yanguo team, which had just made a big splash, would achieve. And at the match site, the people from the Big Bang country and the Tianju team who were waiting for the match were also staring at the shooting from the Yen country's side. As soldiers who often shot guns, they naturally knew very well that their bodies had just finished sprinting as if they were tigers, and the Yanguo soldiers must have entered a period of discomfort. It's impossible to accomplish precision shooting with tired muscles and a hollowed-out body, and no amount of foreplay is going to help. It's the law. Bang bang bang. Sandwiched between the rhythmic point-blank shots came a sudden succession of shots that were completely different from the preceding ones. The crowd looked at Chen Jun in a bit of a daze. This guy actually shot all his bullets at once. Mistake? Almost all of those present were soldiers, and they all knew very well that it was difficult to control the recoil of a long point-blank shot, resulting in an unstable shot that greatly affected the accuracy of the second shot. And there is no time limit for this shooting. Only accuracy is used to calculate the score. So it's perfectly fine to take your time and improve your accuracy as much as possible, unless it's a mistake before emptying the magazine at once. They all paid close attention to Chen Jun, the guy who was the first one to rush out in the long run earlier, and also rushed to lead and help his teammates during the long run. The amount of stamina expended on him should be much more than the others. No need to think about it. It must have been too tiring, resulting in a lack of mental focus and a mistake. Ridiculous. When Chen Jun finished shooting and stood up at attention, Chen Xiaoxiao and the others fired their second shots one after another. The surrounding stands were filled with boos and all sorts of sarcasm. Ha ha, Yenghua soldiers are really vain. What did I just say? What's lasting there? It's not like it's our divine oil. I just pushed too hard, and as a result, I'm now weak, and made a mistake, and hit the wall, I guess. Definitely. Shooting at this rate is no different than shooting by feel. Mush. Wait for the joke. It's probably going to be the worst shooting performance of all time. Chapter 161, Sooner or Later. They're all undead knights. At this moment, Yun Jinlong in the referee's chair righted his green hat. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile as he looked at Gao Shiwei and said, "Shooting too fast. Your soldier must have been severely depleted and overdrawn by his physical strength, and couldn't control it." Thapar said seriously. "Good. Your soldier must be under too much pressure and desperate to show himself. Should we give him a new chance? Our organization is generous, and I'm sure the other referees won't have a problem with it either." The dogged Suzuki sulked, but his eyes were full of disdain. Tisman of Hawkjam said, "It was indeed an unnecessary blunder, especially when it occurs at such a high level. It was just stupid. Of course, being overly nervous, physically exerting yourself too much, and not being able to control it, all of which can happen. But as a king of soldiers, it shouldn't." Gao Shiwei glanced at this few frowning guys, especially Yun Jinlong and Thapar. These two were old partners, so it could be said that the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chick, in the past, their countries were either submissive, if they paid tribute, and when they waited for the new era, they still couldn't get rid of the groveling in their bones, and found a godfather, and provided for each other as if they were grandchildren. Because of the care of their godfather, they thought of riding on the Yin kingdom to show off their power, and wanted to get back what the ancients had lost in their generation. And the kingdom of Dogpile? There are small manners but not big righteousness, fear of power but lack of morality. Such a brat is very difficult to deal with. Are wearing a mask to live. A few guys have been counting on this international military games explicitly and implicitly. Gao Shiwei snorted lightly and said, "Want to ride on my head? Sooner or later. It's all undead night." As to why Chen Jun how to shoot quickly, although Gao Shiwei could not understand it, he believed that Chen Jun was definitely not some kind of making mistakes, or shooting indiscriminately in order to make some kind of a splash. He was definitely sure of what he was doing. He would not have any doubts if he naturally trusted Chen Jun. 5 minutes later, everyone was done shooting. Thapar shrugged and blurted out, "We'll see if the fastest shooter, first, hits the wall, and if it's all off target, give him a chance to shoot again." Yun Jinlong nodded his head and said, "I'm also curious. Shooting that fast, where would it go?" Others say that Yenghua's soldiers are short and compact. It doesn't make sense if they are fast shooters. Soon, Chen Jun's target was taken over, and there was only one bullet hole in the red center of the chest ring. Thapar froze for 3 seconds, as if he had woken up drunk on his wedding night and suddenly found himself lying in his old mother's room while his new bride came out of his father's room next door. "Ha ha, what are you talking about, Mr. Gao? The psychological quality of your Yenghua soldiers this time is not good. The front is too much want to win. The result is that they all run weak. Even the gun can't hold it steady. See, playing a shot is not good. The psychological quality is not good. And the endurance is not good. This mana when it should be soft, it is necessary to be soft. Forcefully, in the end, it still doesn't work. It hurts the body." Thapar had a smug smile on his face. Yun Jinlong had a cold face as he scolded. "Such a hot chicken soldier is the soldier king you elected? Have the nerve to send it out to be humiliated. The whole world is watching, and I'm seriously skeptical about the purpose of your competition this time." Suzuki didn't say anything, but a small handful of black hairs under his nostrils were sticking up in the air. Gao Shiwei frowned, looking at the wide bullet hole and said, "Look at the high-speed camera footage before you say anything. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. I trust my soldiers." "Oh, Mr. Gao, so confident? You think there are other possibilities? You don't think all 10 bullets hit the same spot, do you?" Thapar laughed. "Wouldn't it be nice to see?" Gao Shiwei said. "Well, we'll see, and then don't say we're not being fair." Thapar still kept his smile. 10 suns in a row, is that possible? The other side is still under such a short period of time. No one in the room believed it could happen. There was no way in the world anyone could do it. Soon, Thapar had the high-speed camera footage of the bullet captured and played on the big screen. Swish! At the next moment, everyone's mouths were wide open, staring at the screen, their eyes bulging out and about to fall off, because they saw a bullet connecting in a straight line. punching through the same bullet hole and ending up in a single bullet hole. Because it was so fast and accurate, the resulting bullet holes didn't change much. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and the scene was silent. Everyone was silent. That's a terrible thing to shoot like that. Is that something a human being can do? Chen Jun was shooting all the bullets in one breath without any pause in the middle, which meant that he had the gun under steady control without any deviation after the first aim, and completed the shooting with precision. It's theoretically possible, but in actual shooting, it's not going to happen. Because of the recoil of the gun with each shot, the muzzle will be deviated. Even if it is a subtle deviation, it will affect the accuracy of the shot and will not be able to shoot in the same position. This is why it is impossible to shoot two shells landing in the same crater from the same fixed barrel. If it was 2 bullets, there was a possibility that it was luck, but now it was 10 bullets at the same time, which was definitely not luck. It's horrible. Gao Shiwei laughed and said, "Guys, surprise? Surprised? Surprise? Surprise? It's a shock alright." Yun Jinlong's slightly trembling fingers held up his green military cap and lowered his head to drink water, feeling uncomfortable all over his body, as if someone had viciously slapped him in the face. It's so humiliating. Thapar, on the other hand, seems to be his own wedding night, Stepford wife who is wrong others. That expression to say how ugly is ugly. The heart said how suffocating is suffocating. This feeling of being hit in the face is a ing urge to vomit blood. He was thinking about what he had just said. It was true that he had lost his face to the whole world. 10 bullets all hit in one bullet hole. This kind of thing that had never happened before actually happened. Or in such an international competition. It was not too much to say that it was a miracle. Such a crazy thing for him to encounter. Really don't know whether he is lucky or unlucky. How could they know that according to Chen Jun's shooting technique in the Great Completion realm, it really wasn't too difficult to achieve the shooting effect of 10 suns concentric. If he reached the ultimate level of shooting, he could even hit a flower. Gao Shiwei was in pain. He really hadn't looked at the wrong person. Ahem. Suddenly, Suzuki coughed twice and said slowly, "I think this round, it only counts as 10 rings." "What did you say?" Gao Savoy jolted to his feet and stared at Suzuki. Chapter 162 Chen Jun roars, "Is he unable to lose?" Yun Jinlong was slightly stunned, then followed with a nod. "Indeed, it can't be counted. Everyone knows that one bullet hole counts as one achievement. This is a world practice." At that, T'Pol looked to Tistamane and, seeing no objection from the other, said, "I don't think it counts either." Tistamane coughed and said in a serious voice, "According to the rules of the competition, the number of bullet holes in the target is used to judge the score. And he only has one 10-ring bullet hole, so it can only be counted as a 10-ring. Hearing this, Gao Shiwei clenched his fists, wanting to smash these assholes to death. It ing shows blowing the whistle. However, Gao Shiwei knows very well that the other side is dry blowing black whistles in soccer, and can make up a reason to blow off a goal if it's not offside. So what else can't they do? I just didn't expect them to be shameless to such an extent, when it really is once again refreshed. Their shameless vigilance. No wonder when the grandson is that. Are feeling particularly painful, because it's against the Yankee State, the Tennessee, the Dog Patch, and the Eagle Sauce are all balking at the idea. After all, they were united this time to join forces against the Yin Kingdom. The last round of the long-distance running event had already given Yenguo a win, and if they were given another win in the shooting event, there was no longer much point in competing later on. Gao Shiwei snorted coldly and said in a hard voice, "The video was shown on the big screen to the whole world. The bullets all hit the same spot. You need to give the whole world an explanation if you want to cancel the results of this time." Tisdman, naturally aware that the previous reasoning was untenable, nodded and said, "He can be given another chance. However, he has to increase the difficulty. He shoots at the bullet holes like this. We can't tell if we hit them all or not. That slow motion camera." He felt like he couldn't even make it up when he said that the slow mo showed very clearly that all 10 bullets were hitting the same spot. To explain, how? Is it possible that you were just hallucinating? If I had known this, I shouldn't have played the video just now. Then there would have been a chance to get my hands dirty. Tisdman paused and said, "All in all it's a blur." He couldn't think of any reason to justify it other than this ambiguity. That was a weak statement to make, but there was no way around it. Who let the other side pop up with such a great shooter? Such shooting ability is already the pinnacle of the world. Tisdman had seen countless top shooters, but when it came to such a score, there was none. Not to mention that the other party's shooting speed was incredibly fast, like they didn't need to aim at all. Boo! Furious, Gao Shiwei slammed his fist on the table and yelled lowly, "On what grounds?" Instead, Tisdman calmly said, "The other participants have already shot. He must compete with the other teams. This is the chance we are giving him, and it must be made more difficult or he will forfeit." "I agree. Several others shouted almost simultaneously. A group of Gao Shiwei knew what kind of UPS these guys were. When you reason with them, they talk about strength. When your strength is stronger than theirs, they start to reason. A bunch of old hens that just cluck. Gao Shiwei suppressed his anger. So he picked up the walkie-talkie and talked to Chen Jun, telling him about the situation over here, and finally asked, "You can increase the difficulty?" Chen Jun did not expect those guys to be so ed up that this could be denied. When the whole world is a little cute. Is that so? However, now was not the time to get angry with them. What's so difficult about increasing the difficulty? With his Deshang shooting technique, this kind of stationary shooting, 500 meters would not be a problem. Chen Jun said confidently, reporting to the chief. There's no problem. Yes. Gao Shiwei took a deep breath and turned his head to Tistiman. How much more difficult are you planning to make it? Tistiman thought for a moment and said, he has to shoot a 300-meter target, and the prerequisites are the same as for shooting 200 meters. What? 300 meters? Gao Shiwei snapped. Thapar interjected. If you don't dare, you can admit defeat. No one will force you. Or even if you withdraw from the match right now, we don't mind having more of you or less of you. Suzuki grunted softly next to him and stopped talking. Yun Jinlong followed suit. It's not that we don't give you a chance, it's that you don't dare. Then there's nothing to say. At this time, Chen Jun's voice came over the intercom and said, you guys are questioning my shooting ability, aren't you? Don't play around with imaginary things. I request to shoot 500 meters. Asterisk. Gao Shiwei couldn't help but foul-mouthed. The other party only proposed 300 meters. Ing jumped directly to 500 meters. How to play this? Give the other side a slap in the face? He knew that Chen Jun was crazy and fierce, but he didn't think that he would be crazy to such an extent. Gao Shiwei coughed and said in a deep voice, are you sure? Don't joke. You're not even using a sniper rifle. It's an ordinary rifle. And Tistiman and the others froze, all with a look of surprise in their eyes, thinking they had heard wrong. They only proposed 300 meters of shooting difficulty. Good lord. The other party directly proposed 500 meters. Is he out of his mind? Is he out of his mind? Or has he been caught in a doorway? Or is his self-confidence bursting at the seams? Young people are really crazy. They both acknowledged that the other party must be an expert if they could hit the 10 Suns linking ring, but there was a limit to how strong they could be. The 300-meter rifle shot is pushing the limits for top shooters, and that's a shot that's simply not possible. It was for this reason that Tistiman offered a 300-meter shot, only to have the other side call for 500 meters. Being petty? Thapar reacted and immediately said, young man, you have to think clearly. Don't try to be strong with me and find excuses when you lose. On the other end of the communication, when Chen Jun heard this voice, he immediately replied back in a serious manner. What do you mean by losing again? Your Excellency, can't you afford to lose? If you can't afford to lose, you shouldn't be standing on the side pretending to be your lord. Thapar's face swished black and he said angrily, young man, please watch your tone, you're being rude. Chen Jun said, if you're afraid, just say so, don't make me despise you. Gao Shiwei listened to a little bit of calm, but this is 500 meters away. The limit of the naked eye, looking over a shadow, cannot be seen at all. How do you fight? With your imagination? Sight is one aspect. On the other hand, the effective range of the rifle used in the competition is 400 meters, beyond which the bullets are floating up, and it is impossible to calculate the ballistic trajectory. How do you fight? Gao Shiwei is really a bit confused this time. Is Chen Jun really sure? Or is it just a matter of will? At this time, Chen Jun's low roar came out. Are you guys unable to afford to lose and are afraid? Are you? Chapter 163, isn't it humiliating enough? Chen Jun's words rang in the ears of Thapar and the others, and the corners of their eyes could not help but tighten. Hubris. Fulfill his wish. I want to see how he can shoot a target 500 meters away with his rifle. Yun Jinlong said angrily. Thapar roared outright. Very well, there will be no one here who is afraid of anyone. Let him fight with my team. I don't ask for much. As long as all 10 bullets are above 7 rings, he will be considered the winner. Gao Shiwei's brows locked. This guy is really shameless. 500 meters of distance. Can be on target is good. Even asked every shot is more than 7 rings. Have the ability to you go to shoot the wall cannot shoot it. The difficulty of shooting a rifle at 500 meters is that it is shot entirely by feel, with essentially no skill whatsoever, because the effective range of a rifle is 400 meters. Beyond the distance the bullets float up and there is no way to calculate the trajectory of the bullet's flight. This kind of shooting is not much of a sure thing at all for top snipers. With 10 shots in good condition, it's pretty good to get 2 on target. This guy is really shameless. And he said something about winning with 7 rings. It's really not common to see shamelessness to such an extent. The others' eyes narrowed when they heard Thapar say that. This request is tough enough. Mr. Gao, do you have the guts to compete? This soldier of yours is pretty wild. It sure seems like he has confidence too. How about it? Tapel tore off his disguise and finally bared his fangs. Not pretending anymore. I agree. Before Gao Shiwei could say anything, Chen Jun's resounding voice came from the walkie-talkie. Immediately, Thapar spoke up. Then let's begin. The others naturally didn't have a problem with it. It was a sure win anyway. Let's just see how Yenghua then made a fool of himself. In less than 10 minutes, the scene was ready, and Chen Jun followed Tianju's team into the shooting range. Chen Jun stood at the 500-meter shooting target and began to adjust his rifle and prepare the bullets. On the referee's stand, Thapar, who stood up with binoculars, carefully observed Chen Jun's operation and sneered. Mr. Gao, this is your man himself making such a request. The guts are really something. This is the first time I've heard of it. But don't renege on the debt if you lose. Gao Shiwei didn't have any nonsense. Naturally Chen Jun dared to promise, indicating that he had this confidence. It was the same as before. Gao Shiwei believed in Chen Jun. Chen Jun, the ghost that came out from the border defense. He inherited the willpower and iron blood of a veteran and would not do anything that he was not sure of. It was just like before when he hit the 10 suns in a row. If he naturally dared, he would be able to do it. Yun Jinlong said in a cold voice, those who like to make a splash, the higher they climb, the harder they fall. See, when they are so weak that they shoot to the wall, it is a disgrace to the whole world. The corners of Suzuki's mouth moved slightly, and he hummed softly, not saying anything. And at the shooting site, when the others knew that Chen Jun was actually going to hit a target 500 meters away, each one of them showed disdain and no one believed that he could hit it. Such a shooting distance is far beyond the sight of the naked eye, and without the aid of binoculars, how can you shoot when you can't even see the target? So each and every one of them was thinking that Chen Jun's previous lucky shot had made his confidence skyrocket and go crazy. At this moment, Chen Jun's heart was like still water, and he was not affected by anything from the outside world at all. With the realm of hacking shooting technique, Deshang, he didn't even need the assistance of binoculars to be able to lock on to a target 500 meters away. And with Deshang's level of shooting, as long as he saw it, he could hit it, as long as the bullets were able to hit the place. The effective firing distance of a bullet is 400 meters, while the range can reach 2,000 meters. But of course a bullet that flies out 2,000 meters is no longer lethal. In the realm of great accomplishment, the surrounding wind speed, humidity, gravity influence and other human factors can be ignored. With the pretentious words, where to point and hit, as you wish, Chen Jun naturally dared to agree to such a match. So he naturally had certainty. The match begins. The on-site referee gave the order. At once, all the eyes on the scene were focused on Chen Jun, and the photographers from all the major media outlets aimed their lenses at Chen Jun. Chen Jun took a deep breath, fiercely grasped the rifle, fell forward, out of the gun, loaded, aiming, bang bang bang. A series of shots rang out, exactly the same as the last time he shot. Chen Jun kept firing. The speed of shooting was slower than before, but each pause would not exceed 1 second. The speed of his shooting is in stark contrast to that of the Tianju soldier next to him. People shooting at a 200-meter target were not as fast as Chen Jun shooting at 500 meters, and in less than 10 seconds, he finished shooting. Tapel, who was holding the binoculars, couldn't help but spray. What is the meaning of this? Directly admitting defeat, is it? 500 meters also shoots so fast. Really think that the bullets are loaded with locating. Mr. Gao, you were fooled by your people. This is the soldier you brought out? Gao Shiwei's face was serious as he said in a deep voice. Look at the target first. No nonsense. Very well, we'll see what you have to say later. The next moment, the voice of the target reporter came out. Report, Yenghua number 1 target. 10 rounds, all hit 10 rings. What? Everyone on the referee's table switched to their feet, their eyes filled with incredulity. How is this possible? This is a distance of 500 meters. The shooting speed and so fast. Did not even aim. This can hit 100 rings. The target is to the muzzle of the gun. And Thapar, who was holding the binoculars, turned pale as if he had been struck by lightning, for in his binoculars he saw the bullet hole in the bullseye position, which actually formed a pentagram. The image seemed like an immensely mocking distortion of the mouth, nakedly humiliating him, as if to say, surprise? Surprise? Did it light up your dog's eyes? Gao Shiwei said, guys, do you still need to see the slow motion? Yun Jinlong said, I want to see. This is impossible. Is not prearranged to hit the target. Secretly change up. The corner of Suzuki's mouth twitched and said, it's possible. Thapar, not yet overcome with anger, immediately retorted, maybe a ball. Are you questioning our impartiality? If we really let them talk about it so indiscriminately, the one who will lose face is Tianju, to the whole world. Suzuki said, I'm sure His Excellency, Thapar, will make a fair decision. Yun Jinlong also followed. I don't doubt you, but things should be clarified. No one in the world is able to hit this kind of achievement. There must be a problem in it. Perhaps there is a problem in a certain part of the process. Or maybe some of your people have been bribed by the Yen Kingdom. This kind of possibility is also there, right? Thapar's face turned red with a swish and white with a swish as he cursed. Impossible. You have no proof. Don't say anything, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Although they were allies, their relationship with each other was not as friendly as the outside world saw it, especially when it came to matters of national pride. Tisteman couldn't even look at it anymore and said, there's no need. Isn't it humiliating enough? This round, indeed, was won by Yen Kingdom. Chapter 164, so much information. There is no possibility of sophistry in such matters. Thapar was quick to compromise. If the argument continued, it would be their country that would lose face. It didn't take long for the referee team to announce that Yan's team had won the first place in shooting. Thapar followed. The third match is a fight, which requires close quarters to determine a winner or loser. So let's go to the fighting ring together. The crowd then shifted position to the fight scene. It's an undifferentiated fight where three groups compete at the same time, and you have to be the one who knocks out all your opponents to be considered the final victor. For each team, you can send 2 players. While the crowd was preparing, Gao Shiwei personally came over and praised Chen Jun and the others, especially Chen Jun. Chen Jun took the first place for 2 consecutive times, which could be said to be a long face for Yin country, especially in the shooting program, completely crushing Tianju country and fiercely slapping the other side. That's a great breath of air. Finally, Gao Shiwei said, the next match is a non-discriminatory fight. Who's up? Shursen took a step forward and said, Conservative Chief, I'm good at fighting. I practiced at the Shaolin Temple, and I'm number 1 in sparring in the military region. The next moment, Chen Jun also stepped forward and said, I'll do it. Compared to shooting, I'm more confident in fighting, especially in close combat. Within 10 paces, guns aren't as fast as me. The corner of Wang Tian's mouth twitched and said, You're better at fighting than shooting? They had all just witnessed Chen Jun's terrifying shooting ability, and it could be said that he alone could crush everyone. In the words of Chen Xiaoxiao, Chen Jun's shooting ability can already be called a divine skill. Now that Chen Jun said that his fighting ability was stronger than his shooting ability, what kind of intensity had his fighting reached? Wang Tian had practiced at the Shaolin Temple for 3 years, possessing a strong external martial art, and after entering the army, he had integrated military fighting into martial arts to form an attack style that suited him. It was with this strong fighting strength that he sat firmly in the first chair of the first fighting in their military region. Chen Xiaoxiao had personally experienced Chen Jun's close combat and smiled. Let Chen Jun go. He's all round. After long distance running and shooting, I believe what he told us before. Wang Tian thought about it and said, Aren't there 2 people together? I'll come first, as a scout for you. He was quite modest. If it was Chen Xiaoxiao who said it, he would have said, I'll go first. You won't have a chance to get on. I can beat all the grandchildren. Seeing this, Chen Jun nodded without grabbing from him. From Shursen's body, Chen Jun saw that there was a class president Shurgua. Seeing that Chen Jun did not have any other opinions, Gao Shiwei said no more, letting them discuss amongst themselves as he returned to the referee's table. Swish! Shursen took off his shirt and wore only a flattering army green undershirt, revealing an explosion of muscles that made a strong visual impact on the followers. Chen Xiaoxiao heatedly smiled and said, I knew him a long time ago. He was very weak as a child, often bullied by other wild children. Then was for a girl to become strong. A man to become a real warrior must start from the protection of a girl. Sure son, he is really very spellbinding, isn't it? With that, he looked at Chen Jun. Do you have experience in this area? Chen Jun nodded his head and said, That's right. I did also promise my wife to come back from the battlefield alive. Chen Xiaoxiao froze slightly and looked at Chen Jun in surprise. This kid is the youngest of the few of them, and he has a wife? This is so informative. He was just about to press the issue when a tumultuous cheer suddenly erupted around him. That was Ishimori's opponent coming out. A big white man from the Mi army. A head taller than the strong Ishimori. That strong body was like a brown bear, and the whole person looked over giving a heavy sense of oppression. Just from the size alone, Shursen and his opponent were not on the same level at all. It was like a high school student versus a middle school student. Ishimori is tricky, and in addition it will change. It's the hairy man against the dogskin. The big stick against the Anglo GIs. Chen Jun swept over these people on the other side. His brows couldn't help but furrow, feeling that there was something wrong, but he couldn't tell for a moment. I hope the worry is redundant. Chen Jun's gaze locked onto the rice soldier. Soon, 3 sets of confrontations began simultaneously. In the ring, Shursen stared at his opponent, let out a low roar. His legs stomped violently, the whole as if a sharp saber forcing towards me dating. In the moment of approaching his opponent, a booming fist smashed into his opponent. It's the perfect combination of explosiveness and speed. Boo! A dull crash sounded. Shursen's fist smashed into his opponent's chin, but the other party was still standing firmly on the ground. His body merely swayed slightly, and his neck twisted twice, seemingly as if he was scratching an itch. A contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked towards his Shursen. Shursen was shocked in his heart. Just now this punch had an impact of at least 500 pounds, and the other party didn't do anything at all. How is this possible? Even a calf-thick piece of wood that took a blow from his own full strength could break. And although the chin position is not a vital part, it is also a weak part, which directly affects the nerves of a person's brain, and it is easy to hit hard. The big soldier patted his rough face and shouted, "Come on, hit here hard. Haven't you eaten? I'll let you have 3 punches." At this moment, in the referee's chair, Tisteman showed a smile, with a bit of smugness in his eyes, as if he was waiting to see a good cat and mouse show. Fighting was the main event, and the visual impact caused would be the strongest if the battlefield contest were to ruthlessly punch Yengui in the face, destroying the opponent in the class ring. The image appeared all over the world. How would the countries all over the world look at Yan Kingdom then? Boy Scouts, this kind of victory undoubtedly has a great impact on the image of Yan's country. So what if Yan won the first 2 matches? This one match would make the other side lose face. The military games are explicitly forbidden. Only regular troops can participate, not special forces, but the rules are dead. People are alive. Tisteman and the fact that he had special forces posing as scouts come to the tournament with one goal in mind, to win the tournament and suppress the Yan Kingdom. It's not just Tisteman who does this. The players from Tianju, Big Stick, and Dogskin are all fake scouts, but rather their country's most elite special forces kings, all real killing machines who have killed on the battlefield. Getting them in the ring would be killing a chicken with a bullseye. In the other 2 rings, the soldiers of Dogpatch and Big Stick beat the hell out of 2 real conventional troopers from another country, blood splattering across the grounds constantly, drawing cheers from all around. On Ishimori's side, facing such a powerful opponent, he launched an attack without reservation and slammed another punch on his opponent's temple. This fatal attack made the other party keep backing up. Obviously what he said just now was a bit of a big deal. Kill! Shursen let out a low roar as his entire body once again soared into midair and slammed his fist over again. Chapter 165, Shursen who killed Red Eyes. Knowing that he would definitely not be able to withstand this attack if he didn't change hands, the white soldier's eyes instantly became furious, letting out a low growl as he fiercely reached out and grabbed Ishimori's wrists, pulling them towards himself, followed by a lightning-fast right fist slamming into Ishimori's chest. Boo! Stone Body only felt that his chest was hit by a heavy hammer. The breath in his body tumbled, and a mouthful of blood could not be controlled and directly sprayed out. Chen, who was standing below, laughed and scolded. "Asshole, going back on your word. Didn't you say you'd let 3 punches be thrown?" Wang Tian said with a serious expression. This guy is definitely not as simple as a scout. Chen Jun also saw that, under the opposing party's absolute strength, speed, and aura of oppression, Shursen simply couldn't carry it, and the 2 were completely not in the same class. In just 3 or 4 rounds, Shursen couldn't dodge and was hit by another punch from his opponent, spitting out blood again as the man half-kneeled in the ring. The white soldier had an icy expression and said indifferently, "You admit defeat." "Admit defeat?" Shursen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the white soldier dead in the face. From the day he became a soldier, he had never admitted defeat. He could die standing up, but he would never live on his knees. In a word, when you go to war, you die fighting. It was the legacy of the troops, deep in Ishimori's bones. Now is the time to admit defeat on the battlefield? No way. Shursen stared at his opponent as if he was a hungry wolf. "You're not qualified," Shursen said angrily. Anger surfaced on the white soldier's face, and he tightened his fists violently, charging at Ishimori, launching himself as if he were a brown bear. In the middle of the sprint, the ring shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. Chen Jun shouted sharply from below, "Don't fight him hard. Your whole body can be your own weapon." However, Shursen didn't seem to have heard a single word, and remained half-crouched, as if he had been struck dumb. "Die!" The white soldier let out a roar, and his iron fist, which was like a heavy hammer, slammed directly towards Ishimori's head. Suddenly, at the moment when the iron fist was approaching the head of the stone body, he shortened his head, braced his hands on the ground, and brought his body through the ground, and in the next moment, his hands grabbed the opponent's ankles, and yanked hard. the white soldier's center of gravity faltered and he fell forward. Bang! The opponent's huge body slammed into the ground with a heavy crashing sound, and the ring trembled violently. That huge body lay on the ground as if it were a mountain. Yes! Chen Jun let out a low roar. Without any hesitation, Chen rose up on the ground and flew up, elbowing the white soldier hard, hitting him right in the middle of his spine. Ah! Even if the other party was as strong as a brown bear, he couldn't help but let out a scream. Immediately following, Chen strangled his opponent's thick neck from the back, leaning his entire body backward in a death grip. This move is the most common blood strangulation in the positive army. If they were at the same level, once they were strangled by this move, they would either admit defeat or faint. Unfortunately, Ishimori only lasted 5 seconds before the white soldier braced his hands and jerked him to his feet, backhanding Ishimori and yanking him over the other side. Not good. Chen Jun and the others' faces changed drastically. The white soldier was seen lifting Ishimori high in the air with both hands and slamming him right into the ground. Bang! The ground trembled. Shen's body rolled continuously on the ground, rolling out 5 or 6 meters away. And when his body stabilized, a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth once again. The two were so far apart in the weight class that unless Ishimori ate his opponent down in one breath, it would be Ishimori who fell when his opponent slowed down a little. The white man was completely furious. He didn't expect the other party to let himself suffer a big loss. Where could he get over his face? Die! The white soldier let out a snarl, as if he were a raging beast, and rushed over, lifting his leg and stomping down towards Ishimori's chest. Ishimori's body rolled hastily, but he was still a bit slow and his left arm was stepped on. Click! The sound of bones breaking. Chen let out a muffled grunt. His face pale as severe pain invaded the nerves of his brain, almost fainting from the pain. Seeing this scene, Gao Shiwei stood up with a swish and shouted at Forest, "Quickly admit defeat! Quickly!" Chen shook his head with a face full of blood and shouted, "No! I am a soldier of the Yen Kingdom and will not surrender." He struggled to turn his body, but he was still stomped on by his opponent on his other arm, bending the bone and unable to continue the fight. Ishimori was on the ground, unable to move. The big white man threw his hands up in excitement and let out a roar, cheering his victory. The crowd around them cheered and whistled along. They're all excited. It was the scene they wanted to see the most. The beautiful country is the strongest. See, this is the strength of the world's #1 military power. The Yen Kingdom is too far behind. The whole world has seen it. If you want to challenge the beautiful country, you have to look at your own strength. In the face of absolute strength, all struggles are delusional. Those who were the lapdogs of the beautiful country cheered excitedly, feeling as if they had gained a victory. In the front, they saw that Yenghua had actually won 2 matches in a row, which made them very upset. And now that they finally saw that they were being abused in the ring, they were naturally rejoicing. The referees of the countries in the referee's chair all had satisfied looks in their expressions. This was the result they wanted to see the most. As for the consequences, fists and feet in the ring have no eyes. It is very normal to be injured. And if you miss and kill someone, it is also because the other party is not as skillful as the other party. In the opinion of beautiful country and the others, it's more fun that way to cripple your opponent instead of beating them to death in the ring. Gao Shiwei shouted, "Quick! Carry him down! Quick!" It was at this moment that Chen Jun roared low, "The Minotaur must die!" Chen Xiaoxiao froze for a moment and followed suit, yelling, "The Minotaur must die! The Minotaur must die!" Tisdman, Yun Jinlong and others at the referee's table were stunned. What did they mean by this? The Minotaur must die? What a big mouth! If the white soldier was a Minotaur, how could the crippled soldier on the ground be killed when he couldn't even stand up? Ridiculous! Tisdman sneered. Ridiculous! However, in the next moment, he only saw the Yenghua soldier who was lying on the ground supporting the ground with his head, stomping on the ground with his legs, and with his hands unable to move. He actually shook and stood up little by little. The opponent stood up straight, his bloodied face squeezing out a smile as he roared, "This is my fight, and I'm going to die fighting to the end." Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen, and the various cheers that had been going on suddenly stopped. The scene was precipitously quiet. They all had a complex look in their eyes, as if they were moved by something. The Minotaur must die. Kill! Chen Jun let out a low roar. Shen's eyes turned red as he roared, "Kill!" Following that, he rushed at the big white soldier who had just turned around, regardless of everything. Chapter 166, a distinction between high and low, and a decision between life and death. The white soldier frowned as he looked at Ishimori, who had both of his hands ruined but still rushed towards him. He was a bit curious as to why the other party was injured like this. Why did he still have to be so brave? This was just a competition on the field, not a real battlefield. There was no need to fight so hard, not to mention that the other party had no chance of winning. So what if he rushes over to fight with himself? One's own punch would be able to knock out the other party completely. If one was in the opponent's position, without any consideration, the first choice would be to admit defeat, when one's first shoulder was broken, rather than foolishly continuing the contest. This is very stupid behavior. So what if you lose the match? Your own body, your own life is the most important thing. What's the point of having bull ***** dignity if your life is gone? Where does the white soldier know that for the soldiers of the Yen Kingdom, the competition is also a life and death battle? Stupid. The big white soldier threw a punch at Ishimori to end the bout once and for all. At this moment, Chen Jun below the stage shouted, "All limbs and even the whole body are weapons. Every leaf and tree can kill the enemy." Shursen faced the fist that blasted over. His body swung, surprisingly avoiding the opponent's fist, and in the next moment, his head seemed to hit the opponent's face as hard as a hammer. Boo! A heavy crash sounded. The white GI's two incisors were broken and his mouth was covered in blood. Because the white soldier's body was bulky and heavy, turning it was not as flexible as Ishimori's. And of course the most important point was how he did not expect his opponent to adopt such a fighting style. It's hurting each other. Ishimori crashed over again. The white GI's nose was broken and blood spurted wildly from his nostrils. Bang bang bang. Muffled grunts continued to ring out across the field. The white GI staggered back, but his entire face was covered in blood. A mere error of judgment on the part of a gullible man cost him dearly. The crowd was stunned to see this scene. Where was this a fighting match? It was a fight to the death. Not much different than if they had seen underground black boxing. The Yengwa soldiers are too crazy. At this moment, the players from the Big Stick Country and the Dog Skin Country, who had just won their opponents, also stopped and looked at the battle on Shursen's side. This bout was very important to them, but it was the first time they had seen such a violent lack of life. The Yengwa soldiers' hands had been broken and were dripping with blood as they hung down. But in this situation, the other party was hard on the attack with his head raised. Is he crazy? Only a madman fights like this. He's preparing to die with his opponent. The Yengwa people have an old saying that the barefoot is not afraid of the shoe wearer. And when it comes to putting up a fight, whoever is more ruthless will win. With a low growl like madness, Ishimori slammed into the white soldier hard once again. The white soldier was dizzy and almost unconscious from Ishimori's successive blows to his face. He subconsciously hugged Ishimori and his power exploded to cloud Ishimori. The Minotaur must die. Shursen was also completely mad. Under the continuous impact, the strength in his body was almost exhausted. Plus the reaction force of the impact made him dizzy as well. Under being tightly strangled by the other party, Shursen didn't even think about it and opened his mouth to bite the other party's neck. Ah! The white GI let out a scream. The stinging pain from his neck sobered him up a few moments. Bastard! This is a match, not a battlefield of life and death. Fuck! Why should I die with him? I don't want to die and I can't die. The white soldier's thoughts flashed, and he immediately unclasped his hands and held them up in front of everyone, then dropped to his knees and shouted, "I lost. I surrender. I surrender. It's just a game. Why all the craziness? It's not necessary. I surrender. I surrender." Tistemon of the beautiful country stood up in surprise and looked at the kneeling GI, the corners of his mouth twitching with anger. It is a great shame for the beautiful country to fall on its knees, raise its hands, and cry surrender. Now it is live for the whole world. Many people are watching. You kneel and raise your hands to surrender. Where do you let your own face go? What will other people think of the beautiful country soldiers? In an effort to portray the G.I. Joe of the beautiful country, countless Hollywood blockbusters of the beautiful country have portrayed the G.I. Joe as a great hero who saves the world and is invincible. This molding has led many populations around the world to assume that this is the case. But now, the invincible soldiers of the beautiful country just fell to their knees and raised their hands to shout surrender. It's so ironic. Tistemon just felt his face burning, like someone kept slapping him. Tistemon all but wanted to shoot G.I. Joe. The lofty image that the beautiful country has built up all over the world for so many years is in danger of being ruined and becoming imperfect at this very moment. The people from the Big Stick Country, the Dog Pile, and the Eagle Sauce Country watched this scene with complex looks in their eyes. Such a huge shift came so quickly. Half a minute ago, the white soldier was still completely dominant and could easily get the other side dead. And now, the Yengwa soldier is too crazy. Just a madman. A fight against such a madman is a ing fight to the death. They had all heard that when the Yengwa people fought, they were the most desperate, and thought it was a bit of an exaggeration. But now they had seen it. At this moment, Shursen, who was in a semi-conscious state, heard the other party surrender and admit defeat, before subconsciously slowly loosening his mouth, stumbling and standing, as if he might fall at any time, but just didn't fall, just like an undefeatable man. The beautiful country's big soldier who slowly stood up couldn't help but touch his bleeding neck and looked at Shursen. Why is this necessary? It's just a tournament. If I push any harder, you'll die and I'll simply retire with a serious injury. Is this necessary? Sen laughed miserably. That's a good point. Don't say it next time. For us Yen soldiers, any tournament concerning national honor is both a matter of high and low, as well as a matter of life and death. The white soldier's huge body shook slightly as he gazed at Sen, a hint of admiration appearing in his eyes. Fighting for the honor of the country, even if it costs your life. You will not retreat half a step and fight to the end. This is the Yen Guo soldiers, a terrible people. The white GIs now understand why the mighty beautiful nation can sweep the world, but when faced with the Inferno nation, they fight a losing battle and sign a surrender. Fighting against such a group of lunatics, one must be prepared to die if they wanted to defeat them. What a horrible people. The world is polar bears or fighting people. Now it seems that the really scary people is the Yankee nation. The white soldier nodded and said, I understand. Sen didn't pay any more attention to the other party, but turned to yell at the dog skin plaster and others standing on the other side. Come on, life and death combat. Come over here. Chapter 167, Shame. These two players faced Sen and directly stepped backward, not daring to take another step forward. The aura was directly crushed. Sen's image was too terrifying, as if he was a demon from hell, threatening to devour them the next moment. The competition here was merely a tournament, not a real battlefield. One could do whatever it took to gain victory, but fighting for your life against a madman was really unnecessary. They don't want to lose their lives. In their conception, just the life is the most important thing, not to the point of death. They will not fight for their lives. Obviously in this situation, it wasn't time for them to fight for their lives, so they directly chose to retreat. This is equivalent to waver. Sen roared lowly, the Minotaur must die, and the Yen Kingdom soldiers are undefeated. The roar resounded through the square, and everyone's spirit trembled. What a terrible killing aura. Everyone held their breath at this moment, shocked by the aura that erupted from Sen's body. Seeing that no one said anything, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes suddenly closed as his body went limp and fell onto the ring. Save them! Gao Shiwei yelled with tears in his eyes. Swish! In an arrow step, Chen Jun leaps into the ring and rushes to Chen Jun's side. He quickly squeezed his hands on Sen's body, relaxing the other party's tendons and stimulating the qi and blood in his body. It must be taken to the hospital immediately and operated on, Chen Jun said. Gao Shiwei and the others had already gathered around. Don't worry, the medical team is ready. If we can't get the treatment here, we'll go back home. Son, I order you to come back alive. Gao Shiwei gave a direct order. Chen Jun said from the side, I know you have a girlfriend and a hang-up, but I have a word for you. Stick it out or your girlfriend will have another man to take care of her, and the Minotaur must die. The severely injured Sen's originally dull eyes suddenly lit up, and he instantly understood what Chen Jun meant. If you don't want your girlfriend to cuckold you, hang in there and live well. Ishimori struggled to squeeze out a smile and said, You have a girlfriend too. Chen Jun nodded gravely. She's still waiting for me to go back at the hotel, and she even sent me a message telling me that she's waiting for me to go back to start the war. War? Gao Shiwei, the old man, frowned. Are all young people driving so casually nowadays? He coughed softly and said, Seriously. Chen Jun looked at Sen and said, Next, you'll give it to me. For our woman. After saying that, Chen Jun stood upright and saluted Sen vigorously. At the moment, on the referee's table, Tisteman of the beautiful nation looked at the big guns walking off the stage with a hard look on his face. This match could have been won, and won honorably, causing Yen to lose face. But now the beautiful country has lost so shamefully. It's too suffocating. Had the strength to win, but lost so poorly that he simply knelt down to his opponent and raised his hands in surrender. It was the first time Tisman had been so humiliated. Their GIs also fought very bravely, but with the caveat of freedom and equality, i.e., they would only fight if the conditions were equal, otherwise they wouldn't sell their lives. It's in their nature, not to mention their beautiful country's GIs, but even soldiers from other Western countries. Free and fair is the premise on which they fight. In other words, in layman's terms, pay as much as you can and do as much as you can. For example, after one of the great wars in history, they needed generals to take to the dogpatch country to find relaxation, which resulted in hundreds of thousands of children being left behind for that period of time. And because of that, they are willing to go back to the battlefield and keep fighting. They fought a war, after which they were required to take a vacation. This was their freedom and equality. So it was understandable that the GIs felt it was a tournament, not a death match. Just now and simply conceded defeat. But it's a huge shame for Tisman. He's in charge of the team for the games, and if something so embarrassing happens, the headquarters will be looking for someone to blame, and Tisteman will be the first. When the time came, he knew very well what the punishment would be. I should have known to tell him ahead of time that winning the tournament would allow him to enjoy a month's vacation in the Dogpatch Kingdom, where women are at his disposal to play any way he wants. Maybe he would have put up a fight. Damn it! Tisdemon was chagrined. He'd read the message from Mike's famous general. Finding women to relax nicely stimulates a soldier more than anything coming home for Christmas. GI's gotta need that boost. Tisdemon took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. It was useless to say anything now. What should be considered now was the fight behind. We can't afford to lose again, or the Yin Chinese will step on their shoulders and show the world how tough Yin soldiers are. He thought for a moment and turned his head to look at Thapar and said softly, "For the next match, send out your secret weapon. I want the Yin Kingdom soldiers to lose. They've won enough already. They can't win anymore, or else this military games will be a way for them to publicize their soldiers' spirit." The battle just now must have become a battle that the soldiers of the Yin Kingdom emphasized on learning, becoming a spiritual learning. It is a warning to the soldiers of other countries, and will be an incentive, a powerful fighting spirit, for their own. If the Yankees were allowed to continue their victory, the consequences for the countries would be incalculable. Understood, Thapar said. He sneered. You watch. The higher you stand, the worse you fall. I will make them regret the victory they gained before. Don't take this lightly, there can't be any more mistakes, Tisdemon cautioned. In the first match, they didn't expect that there would be a madman in the Yen state, and in the second match of shooting, that madman would have such a horrible shooting ability. That was even more terrifying than a special sniper. By the third fight, another madman appeared, but the other side also paid a heavy price, and the other side certainly couldn't move in the later rounds of the tournament. This is certainly also sort of depleting the other side's reserves. In the next fighting match, as long as the rest of them were taken out, Yen Kingdom would have to lose in the end. The other side had already sent their strongest fighting expert, and there was certainly nothing more ruthless than him behind them. And the Tianju Kingdom and other countries on this side had prepared for this, so as long as they were properly guarded, they would definitely not repeat the same mistakes. Thapar nodded. Don't worry, I know how to do it, and to use a saying from the Inferno Kingdom, a wise man doesn't fall in the same pit twice. After 5 minutes of preparation, the whistle blew again for the game. Chen Jun took off his shirt and wore only his snug green army undershirt. Compared to Shursen's size, Chen Jun looked thin and weak, but his body was crisscrossed with scars, knife wounds, bullet holes, and from his back to his front, he looked as if he was a spotted leopard. Chen Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and exclaimed, "This is ruthless. So many medals." Chapter 168. Chen Jun's hacker's assassination technique had reached the grand completion, which was the level of a martial arts master, and together with his physical fitness of more than 6 explosive power, these were all above Shursen. Through his observation just now, Chen Jun could determine the approximate strength of the other country's soldiers. And despite being strong, they were definitely not his own opponents. Shursen had already paved the way for Chen Jun, and he couldn't lose. This time, Chen Jun faced an opponent who was a black Asan. The other party was vaguely brazen, and the other party's age was no longer the age when he saw Anran and got a headache. So how come he still came to be a soldier? In addition, Chen Jun also noticed that the soldiers of the Dogskin and the Big Stick country were also not 1 head and 2 ages old, and had the same fury on their bodies. This situation is very wrong. Chen Jun, who had experienced killing after killing, was very sensitive to the fury and knew exactly what kind of character he was to someone who possessed such a fury. This is definitely no ordinary soldier. However, it didn't matter to Chen Jun. No matter what kind of person the other party was, his own daughter-in-law is still waiting for him at the hotel. The moment the whistle sounded, swish, the black man was the first to attack Chen Jun, his screwed-up iron fist whistling. However, in Chen Jun's opinion, the other party's speed was a bit slow. The first point of hacker assassination technique is fast. As fast as lightning, so fast that the other party cannot see it, like a magician's hands. The second is long-lasting fast, not Mr. 3 seconds. And the third is that the whole body is a weapon, even if it is a hair. Chen Jun instantly closed in. His feet seemed to be sliding on the ice, while at the same time a fist blasted out, hitting the black Asan's arm. Swish! Something strange happened. The place where Chen Jun's fist hit was actually not under force, and the other party seemed to be as slippery as a loach. What's going on here? In the next moment, the black man, San, seized the opportunity and swung out his fist as if it was a loach, passing through his arm and hitting Chen Jun's chest heavily. Boo! A dull thud. The powerful force swept through Chen Jun's body, causing him to take 3 consecutive steps back before the force was dislodged. Chen Jun had just stopped when his opponent followed him like a shadow and threw another punch. However, the opponent's speed was still not as fast as Chen Jun's. Chen Jun grabbed the other party's wrist like lightning and twisted it with force. Something weird happened again. The other party's arm twisted at an incredible angle, followed by a punch in the other direction that struck Chen Jun's chin. Chen Jun once again withdrew 3 steps backward. This is Sans yoga? Where is this guy any kind of soldier? He's obviously a yoga master who has been planted by Zhang Wan. Chen Jun immediately saw this clearly. Soldiers and civilian masters of the means of attack is different. The army in the fighting style is about rough and fast, to the strength and speed of the main, with the shortest possible time to beat the opponent, while the civilian masters are more will be on the body's flexibility. In the defense to launch counterattacks, the opponent is a yoga master, and the biggest role is to hold the opponent in check, not to attack. From the opponent's continuous counterattacks as well as the changes in various parts of his body, Chen Jun could conclude that the opponent's strength was much stronger than the previous white soldier. The other party stared at Chen Jun and did not launch another attack, but instead watched with interest, as if they were seeing something interesting. Chen Jun's continuous attacks and counterattacks really made the opponent not interested. While Chen Jun was fighting with the Black Asan, the players from the Big Stick country and the Dogskin country had already defeated their opponents. They immediately surrounded Chen Jun. At that moment, the 3 of them stared at Chen Jun intently, as if they had already discussed the matter earlier. Chen Jun sort of saw clearly that this fight was aimed at him, and the country behind him. The 3 of them stared at Chen Jun, not making an immediate move, but their eyes were already permeated with intense killing intent. Shursen's insanity had allowed them to see how terrifying Yangui's soldiers were, so they definitely wouldn't do what they did in front of them. Not to mention that they had received the latest orders. Battlefield matches must defeat the opponent by any means necessary. Chen Jun unhurriedly moved his arms and legs, then raised his hand to the 3 of them and shouted, "Come over here all of you, together, don't dilly-dally, I'm still waiting to go back for my date." The words immediately exploded around the scene. Go over there together? Is this guy crazy? He couldn't even handle one just now. Is he looking for death? Does he really think he's invincible just because he's crazy? It's true that crazy people do crazy things. I dare say to Allah that this guy is dead. This is one of the most arrogant provocations ever seen. The Yanguo man surprised me. This is the 3rd time I've been surprised. However, I still think this is very stupid behavior. Provoking like this will only bring him to a miserable end. However, even if he doesn't say that, won't they join forces? I do feel that this guy has the balls to be arrogant even though he knows that he will definitely be abused. At least in terms of face. He won't lose it. This is stupid behavior. Wait for it. He will soon pay a terrible price for his madness. The one in front of him has broken both hands. This guy is expected to have both hands and feet ruined. This life is to be spent in bed. At this moment, on the referee's stand, Gao Shiwei saw the scene just now and was also worried, shouting, "Chen Jun, don't be impulsive. Avoid the front." With Gao Shiwei's vision, he naturally saw the intentions of these people. Bunch of guys who give birth to babies with no ass. The guys sent up there are not even active duty soldiers. One is a taekwondo master. One is a karate instructor. And the black guy is a very well-known yoga master in San, with many disciples all over the world. Each of the 3 was a difficult brat, and if they all went on at the same time, Chen Jun would probably be seconded. This is not what Gao Shiwei wants to see. If he fought alone, Chen Jun still had hope, but with 3 masters surrounding him at the same time, did he have any chance of winning? No. These assholes are so arranged. Cootie. All can see that there is a problem, but this is only a problem. If it is traced, people casually arrange a status that says they are active military. Therefore, even if Gao Shiwei protested, it was meaningless. However, Chen Jun didn't seem to hear it and even took the initiative to go over. Chen Xiaoxiao also saw that something was wrong, so anxious that he rubbed his hands together and almost jumped up to stop it, saying, "Chen Jun is still impulsive, and Shursen's efforts, all for naught." Wang Tian shook his head and said, "Don't say that. I'm optimistic that Chen Jun still has backup means, otherwise he wouldn't be able to do this." Lin Xiao nodded. He shouldn't be that simple. Look at the scars on his body. Several of them are fatal scars. He can survive. He's been through 100 battles. On the battlefield, impulsive people don't live long. Chen Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly. Don't say this is useless. Hurry up and prepare a stretcher. He's injured. Send him to the hospital at the first opportunity. Chapter 169, Admission of Defeat. Swish. Chen Jun made the first move, charging directly at the dogged karate master. So fast. The corner of the karate master's eyes flashed with astonishment. He did not expect Chen Jun to be so bold and fat. It was just that his words were arrogant. But he actually dared to take the initiative to attack. Humph. The karate master snorted coldly and immediately turned his right hand into a sword, slashing at Chen Jun in a wide-open manner. This hand slash could easily split even a 15-centimeter hard wooden board. Karate is stiff and hard, while hacker's assassination technique is fast, accurate and ruthless. There are similarities and differences between the two, but there is one thing that is the same. That's a hard carry. Bang! Fists clashed with hand blades. A muffled sound exploded in the ring. Tap. The karate master felt a huge force coming through his arm and couldn't control his body, taking 5 consecutive steps back before stabilizing his body. A numbness came from the bones of his palm, and with this blow just now, he almost had the feeling of his bones breaking. What terrifying power! What did this guy grow up eating? The karate master's face changed slightly, but his foot movements were not slow at all, and with a little bit of footwork, he immediately launched an attack on Chen Jun. Swish! Suddenly, a cracking sound sounded behind Chen Jun. Knowing that the opponent's whip leg had arrived. Swish! Chen Jun turned around, backward and forward, his elbows flung away as if they were whips. There was another snapping crash as the hard elbow slammed hard into the other man's ankle. The karate master didn't even think it was within 10 paces of someone faster than him, unless the other guy shot him. In an instant, he only felt as if his ankle had been hit by a hammer, and a sharp pain hit him, like a bone cracking. The karate master crutched his legs and hurriedly stepped back, staring at Chen Jun in surprise. Not only was his opponent fast, his strength was even more dominating, while the accuracy of each attack was very high. This is already at the level of a master. The opponent was young, 20 years old at most. Did this kid start practicing kung fu in his mother's womb? Whether it's speed or strength, he crushed himself. How can you be so fast? Chen Jun said indifferently. Within 10 steps, I am the fastest. Do you understand? As for why, you are not qualified to know. The karate master's mouth twitched as he began to scowl. After 2 simple encounters, he was clear that he was afraid that he was not the opponent's enemy in a single fight. So he opened his mouth to ask the question merely to paralyze Chen Jun, because the San Negro's fists had reached his opponent's back. In a flash of lightning, Chen Jun grabbed the other party's wrist with his backhand and pulled it again. The strange thing was that the other party's bones seemed to shrink and broke free like a loach, followed by the fist hitting Chen Jun's chest again. Only this time, Chen Jun's body moved strangely as if it had no bones, slicing into the middle of San Negro's body and violently kicking his opponent in the crotch. Ah! Immediately, the entire room resounded with thunder war-style howls of misery. That part of San Negro is again particularly large, and the area of force is also large, so the impact force endured is naturally large. In addition, Chen Jun's power instantly skyrocketed with this strike, and a bowling ball could be kicked. Can that San Negro thing carry it? The mournful screams made enough people present to feel a sharp pain that tore at their hearts and lungs. Many men subconsciously tightened their legs, only to feel their backs breaking out in cold sweat. If this kicked in his crotch, wouldn't the happiness of the lower half of his body be ruined? It's horrible. San's body could not help but fall backwards, but just as his body tilted, Chen Jun's figure shifted as if he was a ghost, reaching out and grabbing the other party's arm, pulling it violently, while his waist flung out, and another vicious whip leg smacked at the other party's body. The thunderous battle-like scream resounded again, accompanied by the sound of broken bones. If one looks closely at the face of the black man of San, one notices that it has been twisted up, as if ravaged by an invisible force. His pupils were dilated at least 3 times, his eyes looked like they were going to bulge out, and he had that agonized expression, like a spiteful woman who had despaired of life. At this point his mind had gone blank, except for the pain. He could clearly feel his thingy exploding, maybe even 2. San Negro fell to the ground, his body shrunk into a shrimp, constantly twitching and trembling, like a poor tramp. Where is the previous confidence? Men were sometimes too big and a liability, and at the moment he kind of deeply realized that. Chen Jun glanced at the other party and said, I'll give you 3 minutes. Howl. In the next second, he quickly turned around and clashed his fist with the Taekwondo master's sneaky fist. Boo! The dull crash sounded again. The physical quality of a Taekwondo master was 4 at best, while Chen Jun was over 6. A whole difference of more than 2 points. Not at the same level at all. The results were predictable. Swish! The Taekwondo master flew backwards uncontrollably, as if on a swing, and fell right under the ring. The power absolutely crushes. And the karate master, who had tuned over on one leg, lifted his fists and fixed them there, fighting or not fighting. In the blink of an eye, the siege of 3 people fell apart. 2 had fallen to the ground and couldn't get up, leaving him alone. Still fighting? To keep fighting is to be abused. Chen Jun stared at the karate master and gruffly said, within 10 paces, you try to see who is faster. The karate master turned his head to look at the black man lying on the ground and howling miserably, his hands covering his crotch. The situation is self-evident. This is a ing waste ah. He only felt his crotch cold, to know that they all abducted a leg, the crotch of the wide open. If the other party attacked, swish, the karate master jumped out with one leg toward and directly raised his hand and shouted, I admit defeat and surrender. It was stupid to carry on if he couldn't beat them. He didn't want to become like a San Negro with no happiness in the lower half of his body. As for what face? Face is nothing compared to your own happiness. Once again, there was silence all around. A generation of Taekwondo masters just raised their hands and surrendered? This, disgraceful. You're a Taekwondo master, and you've only fought 2 times, and you just raised your hand and admitted defeat. Where's your face? However, they were even more horrified by Chen Jun's terrifying fighting strength, facing a 3-man siege, in less than 10 breaths of time, drying out 2 people, and 1 directly surrendering in fear. This is terrible. And at this moment, Thapar was dumbfounded. Others were not sure about the strength of these 3 masters, but he knew it very well. That is definitely the top of the close combat masters. All have a pair of 10 or more strength. But in front of the other side, a photo collapsed. I thought I could see the Yin soldiers being brutalized. But now, ing joke. Originally, I thought I was the cat and the other guy was the mouse. But I realized after the fight that I was the mouse. The excitement of such a man's ups and downs was too much for Thapar's heart to bear. P.S. Recommend Tomato another military book, Special Forces. The opening was dragged by Long Xiaoyun to get a license. Hot-blooded and exciting. Chapter 170, Direct Promotion. Phew! The karate master, who had been injured by Chen Jun, jumped out of the fighting ring on 1 leg, paying no attention to the murmurs of the other people around him. He came to participate in this competition is temporary. Only hang on the identity of the military only. Win or lose for him is only a matter of face. The other has no impact. Besides, games are supposed to be won and lost. The on-site referee looked at the 2 fallen masters, then at the retreating karate masters, and finally his eyes landed on Chen Jun. He then raised his hand to look at the time, and after 15 seconds had passed, he blew his whistle, and then quickly walked over to Chen Jun's side, raised his right hand up, and declared that Chen Jun was the winner of the match. There was loud applause, and the eyes carried heartfelt admiration. The Yenghua soldiers taught them a vivid lesson. First, Shursen showed tenacity, fighting to the end as long as he had a breath, even at the cost of his own life. He is using his life to explain what it means to be a soldier. Chen Jun's fight, on the other hand, was a demonstration of what true strength was, strong but not overwhelming. What would have happened if Chen Jun had taken the mound in the first inning? It's safe to say he can crush the field all by himself. Possessing such terrifying strength, yet choosing to keep a low profile, this was introversion. This is exactly the most frightening thing about the soldiers of the Yin Kingdom. Tap, Chen Xiao, Wang Tian, Lin Xiao and the other 3 rushed to Chen Jun's side and didn't care about being reserved. They directly gave a bear hug and then cheered loudly. Who of them is not excited at this moment? It was important to know that this honor was shared by them, the soldiers of Yenghua that Chen Jun represented. He won, naturally reflecting the strength of the Yin Kingdom's soldiers, facing the targeting of powerful countries. They all wanted to see Yan's jokes. And before the game even started, Tianju started to make things difficult in every way. How did it turn out? Chen Jun hitting his face like this is the best response. Ha ha, let's see how arrogant they can still be this time. Chen Xiaoxiao laughed aloud, not remembering at all that he had just asked people to prepare a stretcher for Chen Jun in advance. On one side, Gao Shiwei and Zhang Tao showed their ant-like smiles. Sure enough, it was right to get Chen Jun. To be honest, the first reason they looked for Chen Jun was that according to the rules of the competition, Special Forces could not participate, and below Special Forces, in the Southeast Military Region, Chen Jun was the strongest, and the second was that he had a serious ideological problem, and that he was an excellent soldier, but that it was necessary to open up his pattern, and that he couldn't just remember the hatred, and raise his pattern to the level of the country. Men's chests, they're all propped up. They believed that through this battle, Chen Jun's mind would definitely undergo a new metamorphosis. Chen Jun really did not let them down. And at this moment, it was as if they had already seen a general star rising. Gao Shiwei, Zhang Tao and the others' faces were better. But Tisteman, Yun Jinlong, Thapar, Suzuki and the others had very ugly faces. In the familiar ground, but it was said to be on their own turf. The Yenghua captain ran, shot, and fought to crush them. Even in the fight, they had used the hidden plan. But in the end, they still failed. Originally, they wanted to watch a good show. Through this military games to show the world their powerful soldiers, show their muscles, but it turned out that they have become someone else's stepping stone instead. Tisman sighed and said, there is no need to compete anymore. They have already taken 3 gold medals. With their strength, the championship is not much of a problem. Give up. This time we have disgraced ourselves all over the world. So many people have joined forces, and still managed to let the other side flip the cards. We are the ones who should look for problems in ourselves. Otherwise, in the future, We are afraid that we will have to suffer a great deal in the battlefield when we are really competing on the battlefield. It's not too late to react. It's the greatest sorrow to wait until the moment of death to realize what's going on. The others were silent. Their strongest means had already been used, and the other party was able to easily crush them, and there was no longer any suspense in the later contest. No one would have thought that what was thought to be a feast would turn out to be a feast, and as a result they, the hosts, had all turned out to be accompanied by the prince and turned into accompaniments. The crowd at the referee's table became silent, and no one said anything. When Gao Shiwei saw that they had shut their mouths, he didn't bother with them. These guys have always been soft and fearful of hardness. As long as the fist is harder than them, one immediately becomes a shrunken head turtle. The competition continued, and the time passed just a little bit, and by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all the competition events of the Triennial International Military Games were over. The teams from all over the world that had come to participate lined up neatly, and under the watchful eyes of all, Chen Jun received his 4th individual gold medal, while Gao Shiwei and Zhang Tao held the champion's trophy and gazed at the Yin country's national flag rising at the venue. It was an exciting moment for all the soldiers of the Yin kingdom. It's a national honor. Chen Jun gazed at the national flag, and the national anthem, which is inspiring and makes one's blood pound, was ringing in his ears. For the first time, he felt how important it was for his country to be strong. Previously just know that the country is closely related to the individual, and do not know exactly where the relationship. Now Chen Jun clear. This was perhaps the main purpose of Gao Shiwei and the others for allowing themselves to come to this games. It was at this time that Chen Jun's mind suddenly resounded with the system's prompt. The host carries out the principle of hacking, dares to show his sword, and raises our country's prestige, rewarding 200 experience value. Congratulations to the host for meeting the upgrade conditions and advancing 1 level. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the hacker tracking technique. Is it fused? Because of the upgrade, the host has gained 1 reinforcement opportunity. A series of voices lifted Chen Jun's spirits. Finally, because he felt a bit tired, Chen Jun immediately chose to upgrade. After all, it was a continuous battle from the morning until now, and Chen Jun's body wasn't made of iron, so it must have been a bit overwhelming. Reinforcement is best suited now. Instantly, that familiar feeling swept through his body again, rapidly strengthening his skin, muscles, sinews, and internal organs. With the strengthening of the body, the previous fatigue followed. Host's reinforcement is complete. Full attribute plus 0.5. Followed closely by the list popping up in your head. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, military. Level, 6. Attributes, mental 6.6. Physical 6.6. Strength 6.6. Speed 6.6, normal, 1. Hacking skills, hacking assassination, ultimate. Hacking shooting, Grand Master. Hacking sneaking, Grand Master. Hacking healing, medium master. Hacking space, medium master, 2,000 meters. Hacking transfiguration, minor master. Hacking tracking, experience value, 30 of 700. At this moment, the strengthened Chen Jun suddenly had an urge to go to Enran and then battle for a few rounds. And this time, Enran wasn't just rehydrating 3 times. Chen Jun has this man's confidence. In addition, in the list, his hacker assassination technique reached the ultimate, which benefited from his fight against the 3 great masters, and under the pressure, the assassination technique was once again qualitatively changed, and he was able to assassinate his opponents with the fastest means possible. It could be said that when it came to assassination, if Chen Jun said second, Scorpion wouldn't dare to say first. That's what powerful feels like, and I love it. Fusion hacking and tracing. Chen Jun's mind turned. Chapter 171, Hacker Tracking. Hack tracking is a technique that allows a real hacker to follow the trail left at the scene and trace it back to its origins with pinpoint accuracy. All sorts of information about tracking was constantly incorporated into Chen Jun's mind. For just a moment, he felt like he had become the most experienced hunter in the world, the most experienced scout in the field. He was more experienced than a hound tracker and felt his eyes, nose, and ears begin to evolve. The eyes become sharper and the pupils look like they are starting to split. Having eyes like a hawk's, the nose's sense of smell began to increase 1,000-fold, allowing it to recognize all sorts of subtle changes in the air, followed closely by a sharper hearing in the ear. Within a few breaths, Chen Jun finished fusing. In this moment, the voices of different people around him reached his ears. Some people laughed, some people shed tears, some people cursed angrily, and there were all sorts of whispered voices that escaped Chen Jun's ears. Inside this there was Gao Shiwei's lowered voice, ********. Terrific I set a record. Those who gave birth to a son without an asshole. This time the disgrace to the whole world. All of you here are garbage yeah, they're all a bunch of trash. So many people have united and targeted in various ways. And what's the result? All of them were crushed. You want the whole world to look at our yin country as a joke? Humph. Whose joke is the world watching now? Painful. Painful. Chen Jun frowned slightly. This was the heart of a hawkish boss? How do you export all the nationalists? In his impression, Gao Shiwei was a very serious, rigorous chief, with a domineering air in his every word and action, and it seemed that everyone had their own unknown side. Looks like the chief has a rich private life too. Chen Jun quickly noticed Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao softly muttered to himself, Chen Jun's potential is unlimited. With the footage of the military games reaching the country this time, his influence will surely expand further. This is the best typical. No matter what, he must be poached to the Department of Military Affairs. Well, the first step. First dig his daughter-in-law over there. At this stage he has just experienced the taste of love and affection. He will definitely go to his daughter-in-law often. Then let his daughter-in-law blow a little pillow wind. Not bad. Just do it, sooner or later. Chen Jun is my man. Also, Chen Xiaoxiao is talking foul language. The 15th time. 150. 000 words of thought report. Wang Tian 5 times. 50. 000 thought report. Lin Xiao 5 times. 50. 000 words of thought report. Injured Shursen. Minotaur must die. Does it count? If you count it, that's 60. 000 words of thought. He's injured, but one thing leads to another. He'll write it when his hands are better. As for Chen Jun, special treatment. You don't have to write it, but I have to let him know that I'm treating him well so that he'll be more willing to come to the Ministry of Military Affairs and know that this place is suitable for him. Chen Jun was a bit confused by what he heard. What on earth is Director Zhang Tao raving about? That he has to write a report on foul language? One-time foul language. 10. 000 words? So tough? Would Chen Xiaoxiao and the others cry if they knew about this decision? No wonder Director Zhang was often seen pulling out his notebook to write things down. A record of the number of times they had exploded into foul language. Not bad for a leader who is in the business of educating the mind. When really, everything is a catch. Chen Jun now understands what it means to accompany a king like a tiger, and simply does not know when he has been tricked without knowing. And he's going to poach Anrun for military affairs? Just to poach himself for military affairs? This does not know what Director Zhang is thinking. Heart and soul. Right. But the point he said is quite true. He will certainly often go to his daughter. In law this is a necessary thing. Chen Jun is all particularly impulsive now. It should be said that every man understands. Now Chen Jun could be certain that the hacker tracking technique that he had just fused was truly powerful. Chen Jun's senses throughout his body took a qualitative leap. He gazed at the 5 stars of the flag rising to the top of the flagpole so clearly. As the military games ended and everyone retired one after another, Chen Jun and the others quickly left and returned to their hotel to rest for the night before returning home. If not for the conditions, Chen Jun would have wanted to go back that night. Chen Xiaoxiao, Wang Tian, Lin Xiao and the others wanted to go out for a stroll in the evening to relax, but Chen Jun refused. I'm a bit tired today and want to rest early. I have to rush back tomorrow. Chen Jun made up an excuse. Chen smiled and said, you're the biggest contributor to this tournament, so relax tonight and count yourself as celebrating? The guards of those guys outside have been removed. We can casually enter and exit now. Lin Xiao also said, it's rare for the few of us to get together, and it won't be that easy for us to get together in the future. Wang Tian nodded his head and said, yes, it's a rare trip out to get together. They mainly wanted to know more about Chen Jun. This kid was the youngest amongst the few of them, yet he was the strongest one in terms of skills. Chen Jun said, I have to deliver to my daughter-in-law tomorrow. Chen Xiaoxiao and the others were all stunned, and they didn't know what to say. After returning to the hotel, Chen Jun packed his bags while texting Anrun, returning to China tomorrow morning. I have something good for you. Wait for me at the hotel. When Anrun saw the text message, she felt a little inexplicable, felt a little strange. Thinking of that night with Chen Jun in the hotel, the pretty face could not help but turn red again. It's all that way, let him be. Anrun sent a smiling emoticon in agreement. Chen Jun received Anrun's reply, and surprisingly inexplicably looked forward to the upcoming date. What's more important than relaxing with your daughter-in-law once after an intense battle? If anything, it's relaxing a second time. Chen Xiaoxiao and the others didn't go out in the end, but they still bought a bunch of food from outside and came to Chen Jun's room, eating and chatting until they left at 12 o'clock poorly. The next morning, under the leadership of Gao Shiwei, Chen Jun and the others headed out of the outer hotel. When they stepped out of the hotel, they were taken aback by the scene outside. On both sides of the road stood soldiers from countries all over the world. Pa, Anglo, French, and many others. Salute! A soldier yelled in a low voice. Swish! All the soldiers on it raised their right hands in unison and saluted the Yin country's army. It's a rite of passage. a traditional ritual of sorts, for the winning team. Such courtesy used to be enjoyed by the beautiful country team, but now it has become the yen country team. This is something that the countries of the world did not expect. In the past, although the performance of the yen country is good, but the overall results are in the middle. Gao Shiwei looked at the scene in front of him. His face was expressionless, but his heart was so excited that he couldn't help but whisper, "True excitement. This is the way to go." This bunch of grandchildren are dumbfounded. Hearing Gao Shiwei's nationalism again, Chen Jun was a bit speechless. The chief is also a man of nature. Chapter 172 Problems of Thought. Gao Shiwei nodded his head silently, his expression serious, and no one heard his nationalism anyway. These grandchildren may look like that, but it's the process against the powerful. And if they didn't have this rule, they wouldn't even know where their silhouettes were now, and they would still come to rejoice? Dreaming is more like it. I'm afraid that none of the teams present were attentive, with the exception of the Bartlett brothers, who presumably still had quite a bit of resentment in their hearts. Just look at their back-and-forth arrangements this time. Dogs. We'll abuse them again next time we have the chance. Gao Shiwei muttered softly, then led Chen Jun and the others through these columns, onto the bus, and out of the hotel. At the back of the bus, those soldiers in formation remained in the salute position and watched them leave. In the car, Gao Shiwei looked at Chen Jun and said, "What are your feelings about participating in the games this time? Tell us the insights." This time, Chen Jun got the most credit for the games, taking the lead all by himself. It was good to win, and Gao Shiwei was happy. But what he wanted more than anything was to see Chen Jun change in his mindset and become a bit bigger in his pattern through this games. Chen Jun's thinking is a bit over the top, and he must be allowed to slow down a bit in order to be more conducive to his future growth. Chen Jun thought for a moment and said, "Truth is within the confines of the fist, and to gain the respect of others, one must also do the work. Not so much nonsense." The corner of Gao Shiwei's mouth twitched. That's true, and not entirely true. The bones can be thought of that way, but to be raw is to be too rigid. It seems that the games have had an impact on him that is not particularly significant. Just this? Zhang Tao interjected and asked. For example, in terms of pattern, has it become bigger? The eyes don't always stare at the special forces. The military affairs department is also a good choice. The soldiers are powerful, in addition to constantly strengthening the training and accepting the baptism of battle after battle, but also rely on the ideological willpower. Having a strong willpower is an unquestionable way to defeat the enemy. The narrow way is the best expression of willpower. Chen Jun, don't you think so? Chen Jun nodded his head and said, "Yes. Anyway, in a word, life and death are not important. If you don't serve, do it." Zhang Tao frowned. The words were right, but how did it feel too hard? Gao Shiwei secretly sighed. It seems that he must also let Anren do more ideological work on Chen Jun. He is too hard. The battlefield needs tough fighters, but in the mind, sometimes you have to learn to relax, to be tough and soft, so that you can swim with ease. Chen Jun is still too young. Gao Shiwei looked at Zhang Tao and said, "Director Zhang, summarize it." Zhang Tao nodded, then took out the small book from his pocket and flipped through a few pages, then looked at the crowd. The biggest gain of this military games is not that you there are champions, but through this competition let me see that you are all the country's iron blood warriors, and in the future, once there is a war, you will surely rush to the forefront without hesitation. This is worthy of affirmation. Worthy of promoting learning in the whole army. This time when I go back, I will issue a learning document in the whole army to start learning, as a typical to grasp. You go back, also self-summarize. Chen Xiaoxiao and the others' eyes lit up. This was good. They had all become role models. It's an honor for the military. Zhang Tao paused for a moment and said, but as it is often said, the collapse of a building may originate from an ant's nest, and in the past few days, through my observation, I have found that you guys are often mouthy. And in this regard, we must cause you to pay enough attention, so you guys are good to do your thinking. Chen Xiaoxiao subconsciously stood up and said, "Here," Zhang Tao said. Chen Xiaoxiao burst into foul language 15 times during the military games, 10,000 words at a time, accumulating 150,000 words. Go back and complete the thought report within half a month and submit it to the Department of Military Affairs. Asterisk. What is it? Chen Xiaoxiao subconsciously burst out. Zhang Tao's face swished black and said, 160,000 words. Chen Xiaoxiao was stunned and said, "Reporting chief, why did you make me write so many words?" Exploding foul language is a bit wrong, but there's no need to hold on to it. It's all said in private, not on a formal occasion. What's more, he got all the credit for the games. Chen Xiaoxiao had hated writing essays since he was a child, and had never written a full 300-word essay. which was why he had come to the army. Now he's asked to write a 160,000 word report on his thoughts. Isn't that killing him? Chief, 160,000 words. I can't finish it. 10,000 words removed. I'll write it to you immediately. Chen Xiaoxiao said stiffly. Zhang Tao pointed to Chen Jun said, his daughter-in-law. It is because he has a problem with his thoughts. Take the initiative to write 200,000 words of thought report to me. Just yesterday, has been handed over 100,000 words of the upper part of the day. 30,000 words a day more words you can't compare to a pussy? This, chief, people are different from each other. It'll kill someone. Chen Xiaoxiao had a bitter look on his face and subconsciously looked at Gao Shiwei. But as a result, Gao Shiwei didn't even bother with him. That's ing tacit approval. Zhang Tao continued. You come out. On behalf of the country's image, every word and deed must be paid attention to, no matter what kind of occasion. Keep this in mind. You want to curse, you can, but only in your heart, or whispered curses, a meter away from the others cannot be heard, such as the High General Manager is like this. I know, many of our troops' comrades like to burst out of the mouth, have become a mantra, but it cannot become a rule. We must change this bad phenomenon. You 160,000 words, a word can be less. Will not write. You can ask Chen Jun's daughter-in-law. People write more than 30,000 words a day. Chen Xiaoxiao. He was hit with a 1,000,000-point blitz. Zhang Tao ignored Chen Xiaoxiao, turned his head to Lin Xiao, and said, Lin Xiao, you've blurted out foul language 6 times. Write 60,000 words. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, wanting to explain, but facing Zhang Tao's serious face, he held his words back. 6 ing foul-mouthed words for 60,000 words is ing dark enough. No wonder those grandsons on the picket line had to walk around when they saw the men from the War Department. A foul-mouthed sentence. A 10,000 word report. Who's not afraid? This time, the games are competing for glory, but also received a 60,000 word report task. The wonderful mood just now, all of a sudden gone. Feel bad all over the body. Depressing. Zhang Tao turned his head to Wang Tian again and said, Wang Tian, you'll write a 50,000 word report for your 5 foul-mouthed words. Wang Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it was 50,000 words, not 150,000, thanks to the fact that I controlled my mouth. Otherwise this latter half of the month, really do not eat anything. Immediately following, Zhang Tao looked toward Shursen, who was lying on a stretcher, and said, Excuse me, the Minotaur must die. Does it count as foul language? If it counts, 60,000 words, not 50,000. Ishimori on the stretcher twitched in confusion.